Introduction asterisk. Having failed the entrance examination for the Celestial Sect, Xuan, rejected by all sects, unexpectedly acquires a signing-in system. He is bestowed with a sanctuary, becoming the revered master admired by countless talented cultivators, thus seizing power and wealth beyond measure. Ding! After signing in for a week, you are rewarded with the supreme Wuji Xiantian technique. Ding! After signing in for a month, you are rewarded with the 7-color dream fantasy spirit root. Ding! After signing in for a year, you are rewarded with the Supreme Empress as a wife. Chapter 1. Signing in grants a sanctuary. The results are out. The results are out. Haha. Fortune smiles upon me. I have been accepted as an outer disciple by the Xiantian sect. Oh no, I fell short by 3 points, not enough for the outer disciple cutoff of the Luoshui sect. I can only be a servant disciple. Look at you all, so pathetic. I have already been personally recruited as a true disciple by Elder Wang of the 6 courtyards of the Chaotic Creation sect in Cangyun City at the South Gate. Today marks the day of the Celestial Sect examination results, and nearly all young cultivators in Cangyun City have gathered in the South Gate Square, a throng of at least 30 to 40,000 people. Xuan finds himself amidst the bustling crowd. Who just pinched my behind? You shameless wretch. A girl with buck teeth suddenly turned around, glaring fiercely at Xuan and those nearby, causing everyone to hastily retreat. Her loud voice drew considerable attention. Ah, Xuan, you've come. You needn't even check your results. I doubt any of the 5 major sects in Cangyun City would accept you, not even as a servant disciple. Don't be so harsh on Xuan. We're all classmates here. Although Xuan lacks talent in cultivation, he's quite diligent. Why not consider working in my uncle's tavern? Meals and lodging are provided. You won't starve. Indeed, young Master Huang has a kind heart. Xuan, you ought to thank him. In the face of his classmates' mockery, Xuan merely chuckled, unperturbed. At that moment, a girl with long flowing hair, clad in a flowing robe, approached. Standing just over 5'7", her presence commanded the attention of the crowd, parting them like the Red Sea. Upon seeing her, the classmates swallowed hard, and young Master Huang rushed forward with utmost eagerness. Congratulations, Sister Xuero. You are the top scorer in this Celestial Sect examination. As per tradition, the top scorer qualifies for the 100 Cities Conference in Xingzhou, with the chance to be recruited by the 3 Great Holy Sects. At the mention of the 3 Great Holy Sects, envy flickered across the faces of the surrounding students. While the 5 major sects of Cangyun State sound formidable, they pale in comparison to the 3 Great Holy Sects, the true paragons of the cultivation world in Xingzhou. Each year, the 3 Great Holy Sects admit only a little over 100 new disciples, while over 3 million young cultivators participate in the Celestial Sect examination across 100 major cities in Xingzhou. To join one of the 3 Great Holy Sects is to be an extraordinary talent among countless others. Xuan shook his head. To say he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Yet what could he do about it? Having traversed into this world for 3 years, he had long resigned himself to his fate. His innate talent was simply lacking, and despite 3 years of cultivation, he had yet to break through to the Qi refinement stage, whereas Zhou Xuero had achieved that milestone at just 13, earning the title of the youngest Qi refinement cultivator in Cangyun City in nearly a century. There was no comparison. Xuan had long anticipated the outcome of the Celestial Sect examination. No sect would take him in. Fortunately, he remained unperturbed. As a transmigrator, as long as he exercised a bit of intellect, surviving in this world should not be overly challenging. With Zhou Xuero present, no one paid further attention to Xuan, and he seized the opportunity to quietly slip away from the South Gate Square. Now, shall I pursue medicine, venture into commerce, or strive diligently to cultivate for another year in preparation for next year's Celestial Sect examination? In his previous life, Xuan hailed from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, possessing considerable medical knowledge. Thus he felt confident in opening a clinic. Engaging in commerce, while not particularly difficult, would require capital and connections. Otherwise, he would be reduced to setting up a stall, toiling endlessly for a meager existence. As for continuing his cultivation, Xuan harbored little confidence in his innate talent. Unless he could procure some elixirs to enhance his aptitude, which were exorbitantly priced beyond the reach of an ordinary person, he had little hope. Xuan, having transmigrated, found himself utterly alone in this world. For 3 years, he juggled schooling and side jobs, managing to sustain himself, though his savings were nearly non-existent. Now that he had graduated, easy temporary jobs would be out of reach, and it remained uncertain whether he could secure enough to eat. Sigh, why must I be so impoverished? A transmigrator living in such a manner is truly frustrating. Ding! Detecting fluctuations in the host's will, the signing in system has been successfully activated. Ding! Considering the host has not signed in for the past 3 years, a compensatory signing opportunity is granted. The host may choose to sign in batches or all at once. Please make your selection. System? Yixian's eyes glistened with moisture. Heaven has opened my eyes. I knew that as a transmigrator, I wouldn't face such dire straits. I must have a golden finger. But what use is this signing in system? Is it merely a daily signing routine? Moreover, the system indicated that he hadn't signed in for the previous 3 years. Could it be that he had the system from the very first day of his transmigration, yet it remained dormant until now? System, what is the difference between batch signing and unified signing? Yixian pondered before asking. Batch signing allows the host to receive all rewards for the past 3 years at once, totaling 1,087 days of rewards. Unified signing grants the host a single signing reward, but the quality of the prize will be significantly enhanced, potentially dozens of times greater. Yixian found himself in a quandary. Should he opt for the multitude of rewards or merely one supreme reward? Over 1,000 rewards could yield dismal results if luck were not on his side. Yet, a supreme reward would be an assured gain. With little confidence in his luck, Yixian decisively chose the unified signing option. Ding! Congratulations, host, signing in is successful. You are rewarded with 51 equity in the Starry Sanctuary. What is this? 51 equity in the Starry Sanctuary? I must have misheard. Ding! The host has not misheard. You are now the largest shareholder of the Starry Sanctuary. This, Yixian felt bewildered. The 3 great sanctuaries of Xingzhou are the Heavenly Dragon Sanctuary, the Starry Sanctuary, and the Eternal Sanctuary. The Starry Sanctuary ranks second, established 3,500 years ago, with its first generation of masters stemming from the royal family of Xingzhou. The initial purpose of founding the Starry Sanctuary was to better cultivate the royal progeny. Over time, as royal power waned, it was supplanted by numerous noble families, leading to the fragmentation of authority within the Starry Sanctuary, which is now held by several prominent families and the 7 elders of the Starry Sanctuary. While Yixian was not entirely clear on the division of power within the Starry Sanctuary, it was apparent that with so many factions involved, each must hold minimal shares. This would mean Yixian had seized 51 of the shares, driving the noble families and elders to madness. Ding! Please rest assured, all rewards provided by this system are legal and valid, and no one can question the legitimacy of the rewards. Well, that puts my mind at ease. Yixian felt relieved. His greatest concern was attracting the hostility of these noble families. Now that the system had reassured him, he had little to worry about. However, how do I go about claiming my reward? The vast terrain of Xingzhou stretches far and wide, with the distance to the Holy Land of Stars being no less than 5,000 kilometers. Moreover, there are no airports or teleportation arrays in this region. Is he expected to traverse such a distance on horseback? Even if he were to reach the Holy Land of Stars, what would he do there? Sell shares, perhaps? Surely, they would fetch a handsome price. But could he truly hold on to such wealth? It seems prudent to delay his journey and first seek ways to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, no matter how much wealth he acquires, it would be of no use to him. Chapter 2. A fortuitous acquisition of the Drunken Immortal Inn. With a buoyant stride, Yixian returned to his humble abode. To call it a residence is an understatement. It was merely a dilapidated wooden shack nestled deep within a narrow alley near the Qingting Academy. This cramped corner measured scarcely 5 or 6 square meters and contained only a makeshift single wooden bed he had constructed, a wardrobe fashioned from salvaged tarpaulin, and a low table for dining and reading. Just how impoverished was Yixian's living situation? Last year, his home was burglarized, and although nothing was taken, he unexpectedly found himself with an additional 2 taels of silver. Even the thief could not bear to take anything. Yet, despite the poverty, after 3 years in this place, Yixian had truly come to regard it as home. He diligently kept the small wooden house clean, so it did not feel disorderly. Everything was neatly arranged and spotless. However, upon returning today, Yixian lacked the motivation to tidy up. He flopped onto his bed and began to delve into the sign-in system residing in his mind. In truth, there was little to explore, as the system possessed but one function: signing in. The rewards obtained from signing in were entirely random, even unbeknownst to the system itself. By the way, system, you mentioned I acquired 51 of the shares in the Holy Land of Stars, but how can I prove this? Yixian inquired with curiosity. "Please, host, open the system storage space to view," came the reply. "How do I open the storage space?" "Silently recite the command to open the storage space." "How convenient." Yixian silently recited the command, and soon he felt as if a portal had opened in his mind, revealing a small yet brilliantly illuminated space filled with a stack of documents. He extracted all the documents and scrutinized them closely. Goodness, these 51 shares were transferred from various prominent families and elders, essentially having the shares held by each. The documents contained legally binding agreements for the transfer of shares, adorned with the signatures of family heads and the 7 esteemed elders of the Holy Land of Stars, each imbued with a mysterious power, surely penned by their own hands. The value contained within this stack of share transfer documents was beyond imagination. Yixian was thoroughly impressed by the capabilities of the system, utterly perplexed as to how it had managed this feat. This cumbersome stack of documents is quite inconvenient to carry. "System, can I continue using the storage space?" Indeed, the system affirmed. Yixian reopened the storage space and returned the documents within. "I've just acquired a storage ring without any cost. It is worth noting that artifacts with spatial storage capabilities are quite expensive, far beyond the means of a typical qi refining cultivator." Yixian, of course, did not need to elaborate. Even the wealthy scion, young Master Huang, lacked such an item. He had only seen a storage artifact on the wrist of Shui, said to hold merely 2 buckets of water, indicating its limited capacity. As thoughts swirled in his mind, fatigue washed over Yixian, and he fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until dawn broke the following day. Stretching his limbs, he felt invigorated. In the 3 years since his arrival, this was the most stress-free sleep he had experienced. "System, may I sign in now?" Silently recite the command to sign in. "Sign in." Ding. "Sign in successful." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Drunken Immortal Inn located in the main district of Cangyun City." The Drunken Immortal Inn. Yixian was well aware that this establishment was the premier tavern in Cangyun City, where a simple meal could cost upwards of 100 taels of silver, equivalent to the expenses of an ordinary household for half a year. The inn also served as a guest house, with the most expensive room priced at an astonishing 10,000 taels of silver per night, frequented by nobility and affluent individuals. "This Drunken Immortal Inn is now mine?" Yixian was momentarily taken aback, even more so than when he had received the 51 shares of the Holy Land of Stars. After all, the Holy Land was far from Cangyun City, and he could not make the journey anytime soon. Yet, the inn was situated within the city, a mere dozen miles from his current residence. Yes, the Drunken Immortal Inn now exclusively belongs to the host, the system confirmed. Yixian hurriedly accessed the system's storage space and, indeed, found a new contract document confirming the complete transfer of ownership from the previous proprietor to him. "I, Yixian, am now the new master of the Drunken Immortal Inn." Taking a deep breath while seated on his bed, Yixian swiftly packed his meager belongings into the storage space and bid farewell to the small wooden shack that had sheltered him for 3 years, setting off towards the Drunken Immortal Inn. Although Yixian had yet to break through to the qi refining stage, 3 years of cultivation had not been in vain. His physical prowess, compared to the elite athletes of his previous world, was undoubtedly superior, capable of sprinting 100 meters in under 8 seconds with enduring, explosive power. Covering the distance of several miles, he arrived in under half an hour. As he approached the Drunken Immortal Inn, Yixian's mindset steadily stabilized. With the Holy Land of Stars now under his domain, a mere inn was truly of little consequence. Outside the Drunken Immortal Inn, a gathering of his classmates from Qingting Academy had assembled to congratulate young Master Huang on his recent admission to the Creation Immortal Gate. "Congratulations, young Master Huang. With your entry into the Creation Immortal Gate, you are destined for great success." Too kind, too kind. To be honest, I only secure my spot thanks to my family's connections. That elder Wang from the 6th Academy is my maternal uncle's brother-in-law. Without that relationship, how could I have gained admission to the Creation Immortal Gate? Ah, young Master Huang is too humble. Connections are a form of strength. Haha, I love hearing that. Let us enter and drink. We shan't leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Among them was Yixian, who had unexpectedly stumbled upon this gathering. As he approached to greet his classmates, he caught the disdainful gaze of young Master Huang, who exclaimed, "Yixian, what brings you here? I certainly did not invite you." Yixian had not anticipated encountering his classmates here. Just as he was about to respond, young Master Huang's voice dripped with contempt. "Do I need an invitation? Do I not have the means to dine here myself?" Yixian retorted with a cold smile, reflecting on the 3 years of camaraderie that had turned into disdain. The sycophants surrounding young Master Huang erupted into laughter, mocking. Yi Xian, stop pretending. Do you have any idea how much a meal at the Drunken Immortal Inn costs? Even if you were sold, it wouldn't be enough. If you wish to join us, just admit it. Young Master Huang is not without compassion. Perhaps he might buy you a drink if he is in a good mood. Emboldened by the flattery, young Master Huang laughed heartily. Yi Xian, I will give you a chance. If you can make me happy, I might treat you to a good meal. In young Master Huang's eyes, inviting Yi Xian to dine with him was a favor of monumental proportions. Otherwise, given Yi Xian's pitiful appearance, he would never have the privilege of dining at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Go back and lick your armpits, you worthless scoundrel. With a swift push, Yi Xian sent young Master Huang staggering and strode past the crowd, entering the Drunken Immortal Inn, leaving them all dumbfounded and speechless. What did he just say? Is Yi Xian seeking death? Little beast, you asked for a beating. Several sycophants, eager to showcase their loyalty before young Master Huang, were abruptly halted by him. With a dark and menacing expression, young Master Huang declared, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is not a place for frivolity. We cannot create chaos here. Let's follow and observe where this Yi Xian derives the audacity to challenge me. Chapter 3. Yi Xian, the Grand Manager in the elegant chambers on the 2nd floor of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Young Master Huang and his entourage followed closely behind Yi Xian. Observing Yi Xian's nonchalant demeanor as he settled into his seat and perused the menu, they were left bewildered. Could it be that this lad had come into some fortune? Dining at the Drunken Immortal Inn is certainly not a trivial expense. Had it not been for young Master Huang's presence today, I would never have dared to set foot in this establishment alone. Yi Xian must surely be putting on an act. We are all too aware of his financial struggles, and he would not dare to order a meal. With a chuckle, young Master Huang raised his voice deliberately. Waiter, bring us a roasted black sheep, a serving of heavenly net fish, a braised phoenix-tail chicken, and a jar of 10-year-old monkey wine. Such extravagance. The total for this table of delicacies must start at no less than 500 taels of silver. Meanwhile, Yi Xian continued to feign interest in the menu. Was he too stunned to make an order? Moreover, it was rumored that the guards at the Drunken Immortal Inn were masters at the 9th level of qi refinement. Anyone attempting to dine and dash here would face dire consequences, with no recourse for complaint. Yi Xian disregarded the mocking remarks from Huang's sycophantic companions and rapped on the table, prompting a waiter to approach promptly. Do you have any fresh spirit beasts? The waiter's eyes lit up as he eagerly replied. We just acquired an 800-pound second-tier spirit beast, the Crimson Blood Wolf, from hunters this morning. Prepare 3 dishes using the finest cuts from it, along with a vegetarian dish, a soup, and a jar of 100-year-old bamboo leaf wine. Certainly, sir. Your order will be ready shortly, the waiter responded with great enthusiasm. Clearly, he was astute. Upon recognizing Yi Xian's identity, he refrained from exposing it directly. It takes a discerning eye to work at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Yi Xian's audacity left young Master Huang and his companions in shock. What had he just ordered? Goodness! Did he truly dare to order such extravagant items? A second-tier spirit beast alone would cost upwards of 10,000 taels of silver, and a jar of 100-year-old bamboo leaf wine would set one back 7,000 taels. Waiter! Young Master Huang suddenly stood, his expression darkening. You ought to recognize that Yi Xian is from our Qing Tongue Academy, an orphan without a single tael to his name. Do you truly believe he can afford this meal? Whether I can pay or not is none of your concern, Yi Xian retorted boldly, leaving Huang momentarily speechless. How could this impoverished fellow dare to confront him with such confidence? Enough of this bickering. Do you understand the significance of the Drunken Immortal Inn? At that moment, a brawny man, as robust as an ox, ascended to the 2nd floor. His presence commanded attention, radiating a potent vitality that could be felt from a distance. This man was Shang Yu, the chief guard of the Drunken Immortal Inn, a master at the 9th level of qi refinement, regarded as a formidable figure in the eyes of ordinary folk. Despite young Master Huang's somewhat privileged background, he dared not provoke such a powerful individual and quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Brother Shang, please calm your temper. I was merely concerned about the possibility of someone dining and dashing at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Who dares to dine and dash at the Drunken Immortal? Is it that my blade has lost its sharpness? Shang Yu's fierce gaze swept across the room, suddenly landing on Yi Xian, causing his imposing aura to diminish significantly. He hurriedly donned a smile and approached Yi Xian, saying, Boss Yi, why didn't you give a word of greeting upon your arrival? I, little Shang, would have gladly come out to welcome you. Boss Yi? Young Master Huang wore an expression of disbelief. Just moments ago, the waiter seemed to have referred to Yi Xian as boss as well, but that might have merely been a term of respect for a guest. However, Xiangyu was not merely a servant. He was a bodyguard. The only person he could address as boss was none other than the esteemed manager of the Drunken Immortal. Yet, Yi Xian, a poor soul barely scraping by, could not possibly be the manager of the Drunken Immortal. It was simply inconceivable. Brother Xiang, have you made a mistake? His name is Yi Xian. He is a student from our Qingting Academy. Just a pauper, young Master Huang remarked to Xiangyu. Xiangyu furrowed his brow and shot a glare at young Master Huang. How dare you speak in such a manner? Our boss, he is merely engaging in work-study, experiencing life. To call him poor is an insult to the Huang family. From what I gather, your family's tailor shop does not even earn in a year what our Drunken Immortal makes in a single day. Are you not then the poorest of the poor? A bumpkin among bumpkins? Despite his rugged appearance, Xiangyu was quite eloquent, and his words left young Master Huang stunned and speechless. Ahem, Yi Xian, displaying great poise, waved his hand and said, after all, we are classmates. Let us not go overboard. Today, all they eat and drink will be on my tab. I shall treat. Such benevolence from the boss. Xiangyu quickly raised his thumb in genuine admiration. Young Master Huang, I just remembered I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. I too have pressing affairs. I shall depart first, said one of the sycophants. At this moment, the lackeys, having realized their embarrassing predicament, hurriedly made their exits, eager to avoid further humiliation. Young Master Huang was now utterly bewildered. He had never been so publicly humiliated. A former impoverished classmate turned out to be a hidden super-rich individual, the manager of the Drunken Immortal? Who would believe such a tale? Well, Yi Xian, I never anticipated your concealment to be so profound. Today, I concede defeat, but wait and see. Once I enter the celestial gate of transformation and inevitably break through to the spirit refinement realm, the Drunken Immortal will be nothing but a trifle in my eyes. With that, young Master Huang swung his arm, preparing to leave. However, Xiangyu suddenly crossed his arms to block young Master Huang's path. Young Master Huang's heart raced, uncertain of Xiangyu's intentions. Xiangyu chuckled, Kid, you have quite the audacity. But allow me to remind you of one thing. My strength ranks only third within the Drunken Immortal. Young Master Huang's heart sank, yet another slap in the face. If Xiangyu, at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, was only third, it implied that there were two formidable experts at the spirit refinement realm within the Drunken Immortal. No longer daring to boast, Huang Daxiao withdrew his neck and left the Xingzhou dejectedly, secretly vowing never to return to this dreadful place, which was far too intimidating. At that moment, the waiter had already begun to bring in the dishes and wine. The meat of the spirit beasts was simply exquisite. Yi Xian couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Moreover, the flesh of these spirit beasts contained the essence of the heavens and earth, which could be directly absorbed by the body through consumption, enhancing one's physical constitution. In the past, Yi Xian had struggled to break through to the Qi refining realm, largely due to his inadequate nourishment, which had severely affected his physical condition. Now, he was determined to replenish himself properly. Seeing Yi Xian enjoying his meal, Xiangyu refrained from interrupting and instead proceeded directly to the 3rd floor, where he found the enchanting Xiaoqing diligently calculating accounts. Miss Xiaoqing, the master has arrived and is dining downstairs, he announced. Upon hearing this, a beautiful woman in a flowing blue dress lifted her head and replied, Understood. Please inform Sister Xiaobai in the kitchen that once the new master has finished his meal, we shall promptly pay a visit. Chapter 4. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing after a hearty feast. Yi Xian continued to indulge himself until he felt nearly immobile. It had truly been ages since he had enjoyed such a delectable and filling meal. Sated, he thought it was time to find a place to rest. He planned to experience the lavish #1 room at the Xingzhou, which cost a staggering 10,000 taels of silver for a single night's stay. Just then, two graceful figures, one in white and the other in blue, approached him. The two bore a striking resemblance, appearing to be twins. However, the woman in white exuded a gentler and more serene aura, while the one in blue was adorned in more flamboyant attire, radiating a touch of allure. Xiangyu introduced. Boss Yi, this is Miss Xiaobai, our head chef at Zuixian, responsible for preparing spirit meat. And this is Miss Xiaoqing, who oversees the accounts. Any inquiries regarding Zuixian's financial matters can be directed to her. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, it is a pleasure to meet the esteemed master. They greeted in unison. Xiaobai's voice was soft and melodic, soothing to the ears, whereas Xiaoqing's tone carried a hint of assertiveness, exuding a mature charm laced with playful mischief. Yi Xian was genuinely surprised to discover such a pair of enchanting sisters hidden within the Zuixian. Furthermore, the powerful aura they emanated was evidently stronger than that of Xiangyu. indicating that Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were indeed the two renowned experts in the refining god realm that Shan Yu had mentioned. Having traversed 3 years in this world, Yi Xian had encountered only a handful of individuals in the refining god realm. It was rumored that in the entire Cangyun City, such experts could be counted on one's fingers. To think that 2 of them, both beautiful and talented, were concealed within the Zuixian. One could only wonder about the identity of the original owner of this establishment and from where they had summoned these 2 extraordinary women. However, Yi Xian now felt a sense of confidence. While the refining god realm was rare in Cangyun City, it surely abounded in the starry sacred land. In essence, it was merely a matter of perspective. Calmly nodding, Yi Xian stated, "I have come here today primarily for inspection purposes and will not be making any additional arrangements regarding the current staff of Zuixian. Therefore, everything shall remain as is." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the crowd secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Their greatest concern was that the newly appointed manager would implement sweeping changes to the Zuixian. With Yi Xian's assurance, their worries dissipated. Yang Qing spoke up, "Manager, the accounts for this quarter have been settled. Please follow me to the accounting room for a review. Money to be received right upon arrival." Yi Xian followed Yang Qing eagerly to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the accounting room, Yang Qing picked up the ledger and calculated for a moment before saying, "Manager, after deducting all costs and wages, the total profit for this quarter amounts to 850,000 taels. Will you be taking it?" 850,000 taels. Yi Xian had never dreamed of such a fortune. For an ordinary family, an annual income typically amounted to only a few hundred taels, and this sum was sufficient for a common household to live a carefree life without financial worries. This was merely 1 quarter's extraordinary profit. Over 4 quarters, the total profit would surely exceed 3 million taels. How could one possibly spend such a vast fortune? Yi Xian yearned to immediately splurge with this 850,000 taels, but he recalled that there were more pressing matters at hand. He inquired, "What is the current market price for a cleansing elixir?" A low-quality cleansing elixir costs approximately 100,000 taels, while a top-grade one requires 300,000 taels. So exorbitant? Yi Xian was aware that elixirs were expensive, but the prices still exceeded his expectations. With his current funds, he could not even purchase 3 top-grade cleansing elixirs. However, necessary expenditures must be made. Yi Xian did not wish to remain an ordinary person for life. In a world dominated by practitioners, lacking cultivation for self-defense rendered even the greatest wealth ultimately futile and unguarded. Take 600,000 taels and procure 2 top-grade cleansing elixirs for me, and keep the remaining funds. Yang Qing nodded, producing 25 1,000 tael banknotes and handing them to Yi Xian. "I shall attend to this right away." "Wait, is the Tian Z number 1 room currently vacant?" "It is unoccupied," she replied. "It is not open to the public at present. I wish to stay there," Yi Xian declared. "Today, I must indulge in luxury." "Understood, manager. I will arrange this immediately." Before long, Yi Xian was settled into the Tian Z No. 1 room on the top floor of the Zuixian. This room occupied an entire floor, adorned in an ancient and elegant style, with furniture and flooring crafted from precious spirit wood. The grand bathing pool was lined with exquisite white jade, and a spring continuously provided warm water. Eagerly, Yi Xian stripped off his clothing and immersed himself in the bathing pool, relishing the soothing warmth. After his bath, he glanced at his old clothes, shook his head, and discarded them without a second thought. He then donned a silk robe provided in the Tian Z number 1 room. The high-quality silk felt as soft as a maiden's skin, truly a delight to the touch. Lying beneath a silk quilt made from heavenly silkworm silk, Yi Xian drifted into a deep slumber, awakening only as evening descended. "Manager, I have procured the items you requested." Xiao Qing gently knocked on the door. "Please come in." She entered, handing 2 exquisitely crafted sandalwood boxes to Yi Xian. "Do you know how to use the marrow cleansing pill?" Yi Xian inquired somewhat awkwardly. He understood that the marrow cleansing pill could refine bone marrow, enhance vital energy, and improve physical constitution, but the specific method of use eluded him. Xiao Qing smiled gracefully. "It is quite simple, just swallow it directly. However, given your seemingly frail constitution, swallowing the entire pill at once may lead to difficulties in absorption. It would be best to divide it into 3 portions and take them with intervals of at least 3 hours to fully harness its efficacy." "Thank you. Had it not been for your guidance, I might have consumed it recklessly," Yi Xian replied courteously. "There's no need for such formality. You can call me Yi Xian in private. Then I shall refer to you as Master Yi in the future." As you wish." Xiao Qing then took her leave, and Yi Xian proceeded to take out a marrow cleansing pill, dividing it into 3 parts and consuming one with warm water. Before long, Yi Xian felt his body temperature begin to rise, warmth spreading through his meridians, accompanied by a tingling sensation in his bones. Initially uncomfortable, he soon adapted and found it quite pleasant. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai were downstairs, observing his every move. Sister, it seems that Yi Xian is not here for us. His strength is too weak, and he struggles even to break through to the Qi refinement stage. Even if the Fox Immortal Pavilion intends to capture us, they would not send such an ordinary person, Xiaobai remarked, her brows furrowed. That may be true, but we must remain vigilant. Our identities as sisters are far too special. If exposed, it could spell disaster for the entirety of Cangyun City. Should I test him further? Xiaobai proposed. Xiaoqing playfully tapped her sister's forehead. It seems you are simply enamored by Yi Xian's looks. I must warn you, do not act recklessly. Hee sister. Rest assured, I will be cautious. Chapter 5. Joyful acquisition of the Black Dragon Horse Farm the following morning, through Yi Xian's relentless efforts, which mostly involved sleeping. He finally completely refined the first exquisite marrow-cleansing pill. The effects were strikingly apparent. He could distinctly feel a significant enhancement in his strength, his physique becoming notably more robust. The vital energy surged within him, hinting at a nearing overflow. And such overflow was a prerequisite for an ordinary person to break through to the Qi refinement stage. Only with the vital energy reaching its peak can one comprehend the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, absorbing it for personal use. If I use the remaining marrow cleansing pill, I might just break through to the first level of Qi refinement. Yi Xian thought, invigorated by the prospect, while also realizing that for someone of his mediocre talent, the path to cultivation indeed required substantial financial investment. This marrow cleansing pill, though expensive, yielded remarkable results. A single pill surpassed the outcomes of his 3 years of diligent practice. No wonder the saying the poor excel in literature while the wealthy excel in martial arts holds a measure of truth. I should sign in first. Yi Xian accessed the system interface and clicked to sign in. A chime echoed, announcing his successful check-in and congratulating the host on acquiring the Black Dragon Stable. The Black Dragon Stable? This establishment is renowned within Cangyun City, specializing in the breeding of mounts. The black dragons raised here are particularly famous, with a single ordinary black dragon fetching a price starting at 100,000 taels of silver and demand far exceeding supply. One must reserve a foal from a young age to procure one. The value of this stable is undoubtedly comparable to the Xingzhou. What a significant gain. Yi Xian hastily descended the stairs and summoned Shanyu, preparing to head directly to the Black Dragon Stable, situated outside the city. The stable lies in a valley in the western outskirts, over 50 miles from the urban area. Traveling on foot would be too slow, and as fortune would have it, Zuixian has carriages for transporting guests. Since Yi Xian could not drive a carriage, he enlisted Shanyu to serve as the driver. Are you heading out, master? Just as they boarded the carriage, Xiaoqing appeared unexpectedly. Yi Xian replied, we're off to the Black Dragon Stable. Would you care to join us, Miss Xiaoqing? Xiaoqing, somewhat reluctant yet intrigued, climbed aboard the carriage, remarking, the weather is quite pleasant today, indeed perfect for a ride. You have quite the refined taste. Young Master Yi, I do not ride. I merely purchased the Black Dragon Stable. Xiaoqing was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Xian had bought the Black Dragon Stable? How extravagant. Young Master Yi, you are indeed a man of considerable means. May I inquire about your family background? As far as I know, there isn't a family by the name of Yi in Cangyun City. Yi Xian, unperturbed, responded with a carefree laugh. I possess no illustrious lineage. I am simply an impoverished orphan. Surely you jest. With your financial prowess, one would be hard-pressed to find many within Cangyun City who could rival you. Xiaoqing was skeptical of Yi Xian's words. Even if he were indeed an orphan, he must possess an extraordinary background. She speculated that neither Xingzhou nor the Black Dragon Stable were truly purchased by Yi Xian, but rather that he served as an agent, concealing the identity of a more powerful benefactor. Yet, this only heightened Xiaoqing's respect for Yi Xian. To be an agent for a significant figure is no small feat. It suggested that the unseen benefactor must hold a great deal of trust in Yi Xian. Otherwise, why would such valuable enterprises be registered in his name? As they conversed and laughed, the carriage arrived at the Black Dragon Stable in less than half an hour. Quite a swift journey. Yi Xian alighted first, extending his hand to assist Xiaoqing. Without hesitation, she accepted his assistance and stepped down, reflecting on how considerate Yi Xian was. Shanyu feigned ignorance, leading the carriage to a distant spot to wait. With Xiaoqing accompanying the master, he felt assured. It would be unseemly for him to intrude further. The stable was expansive, stretching endlessly before them, with verdant grasslands where herds of horses galloped freely. and even some spirit beasts roamed. Yixian? Upon entering the stable, a familiar voice reached Yixian's ears. Turning, he was greeted by none other than Zhou Shuiro. Zhou Shuiro gazed at Yixian with a puzzled expression, her eyes flitting to the young woman in green beside him. Her curiosity piqued. Although they had been classmates for 3 years, Zhou Shuiro had little interaction with Yixian, having exchanged only a handful of words. To her recollection, Yixian's circumstances should not be particularly favorable. How could he afford to be at the Black Dragon Horse Ranch, where the steeds were quite expensive? Furthermore, the young woman accompanying him bore an extraordinary aura, indicating she was a practitioner of considerable strength, perhaps rivaling her own. What could such a remarkable woman be doing by Yixian's side? Shuiro, who is this? Do you know him? At that moment, a dapper young man in splendid attire approached, standing next to Zhou Shuiro. His gaze towards Yixian was tinged with a hint of wariness, as if asserting his claim. Zhou Shuiro felt a flicker of disdain, but proceeded with the introduction. This is Yixian, my classmate from the Qingting Academy. Yixian, this is Lu Jianli, the young master of the Lu family from Yunhai City. Upon learning that Yixian was merely Zhou Shuiro's classmate, Lu Jianli relaxed his vigilance slightly and smiled. Oh, so you are young Master Yi. May I inquire about your performance in the recent examination for the Immortal Sect? Yixian, perceiving Lu Jianli's underlying intentions, remained unperturbed and casually replied, my luck was poor. I failed to pass. Are you and senior sister Zhou here to purchase horses? A failed candidate? One who cannot even pass the local sects examination? Quite chilling indeed, Lu Jianli thought, completely letting down his guard, for Yixian was, in all respects, worlds apart from him. Yet, he feigned modesty, saying, I was fortunate enough to achieve first place in Yunhai City. In a few days, I will be traveling to Star City with Shuiro to participate in the 100 Cities examination. Due to the long journey, we have come here to select 2 spirit beasts for mounts. I see. Then I shall not disturb you. Please feel free to choose. Simply mention my name for a preferential price. Yixian responded before taking his leave with the young woman in green. Lu Jianli stood in momentary astonishment and asked, Shuiro, what is your classmate's connection to the Black Dragon Horse Ranch? Can he make decisions here? Zhou Shuiro watched Yixian's retreating figure, her heart filled with uncertainty. As far as I know, Yixian is an orphan, living modestly in the academy while working odd jobs. Lu Jianli chuckled at this revelation. Shuiro, you should limit your interactions with such a pretentious individual. They are the most unreliable. My classmate is not subject to your judgment. And Shuiro is not the name you should be using, she retorted, not bothering to glance at Lu Jianli as she strode towards the stables. Wait, Shuiro, I misspoke earlier. I apologize. He called after her. Meanwhile, the manager of the Black Dragon Horse Ranch bowed and said to Yixian, rest assured, Boss Yi, I shall dedicate myself fully to this endeavor. Yixian chuckled, patting Tan Zhuo on the shoulder. You exaggerate, Uncle Tan. Everything at the ranch can continue as usual. I am not here to oversee operations, but merely to visit and select a spirit beast mount. Tan Zhuo immediately exhaled in relief and hastily remarked, Boss Yi, your timing is impeccable. Our ranch has just tamed a 3rd-grade spirit beast, the Gale Tiger. If you are interested, feel free to take it with you. A 3rd-grade spirit beast? Such creatures possess strength comparable to that of the divine refinement realm. Yixian's interest was piqued. Take me to see it. Chapter 6. This is Boss Ye's ranch. The Black Dragon Ranch is vast, primarily divided into 2 areas. One side, lush with water and grass, is mainly designated for the rearing of black dragon horses, numbering over 200. The other side, filled with woods and rocky terrain, is fortified with various buildings, watchtowers, and defensive structures, housing only 5 spirit beasts. These spirit beasts are formidable and untamed, making them exceedingly difficult to domesticate. Only the most experienced beast tamers possess the skills to tame such creatures. At this moment, the 5 spirit beasts basked in the sun atop a pile of rocks. 4 of them encircled a robust, orange-striped tiger, akin to stars orbiting a moon. The large feline bore an air of arrogance, its gaze surveying its territory. Is this Gale Tiger truly a 3rd-grade spirit beast? From what I understand, capturing a spirit beast of the divine refinement realm is no simple feat, Yixian questioned. Tan Zhuo promptly summoned a beast tamer and explained, Boss Yi, this Gale Tiger was captured by our ranch's ace tamer, Master Duan. Allow him to provide you with further details. Upon learning that Yixian was the new owner of the ranch, Master Duan's expression shifted to one of respect. I am Duan Hui, honored to meet you, Boss Yi. This Gale Tiger was discovered 2 months ago, 500 miles west, in the depths of the mountains. At that time, it had sustained an injury, which allowed me to approach. Taking advantage of the opportunity to treat its wounds, I successfully tamed it. Now, the Gale Tiger is fully domesticated, and you may ride it if you wish. Yi Xian had anticipated this and promptly requested Duan Hui to guide him. However, as he approached the Gale Tiger, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. This fierce creature appeared quite intimidating, and its sharp claws and teeth could inflict serious injury with the slightest touch. At that moment, the petite Qing giggled. Young Master Yi, there is no need for concern. Should this little tiger dare to show its claws, I shall ensure it behaves. Her words put him at ease. Tanzhua, overhearing, marveled internally. He had long recognized the strength of the woman in the green attire beside Boss Yi, and her assertion confirmed that she indeed possessed power at the divine refinement realm. With such a formidable and beautiful companion, it was evident that the newly arrived Boss Yi was of remarkable pedigree. As Yi Xian prepared to mount the tiger, a cold voice interrupted. Manager Tan, this is rather inappropriate. The Gale Tiger was clearly reserved by us first. If anyone is to test ride it, it should be us. The speaker was Lu Jianli, who, along with Zhou Shuero, had also come seeking the Gale Tiger. After all, the examination venue for the 100 cities is located in the Star City, a considerable distance away. If one could possess a spirit beast mount, it would significantly reduce travel time, and the inherent intimidation that spirit beasts possess over ordinary creatures would also help avoid encounters with various beasts and pests along the way. Upon seeing Zhou Shuero and Lu Jianli, Tanzhua seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead in realization. He hurriedly approached them, apologizing. Young Master Lu, Miss Zhou, I sincerely apologize. This Gale Tiger is currently not for sale, and I regret that you have made a fruitless trip. Perhaps you would consider some of our other spirit beasts? The Wind Spirit Wolf, while lacking the endurance of the Gale Tiger, can at least match its speed. Lu Jianli, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. Manager Tan, this is rather improper. Do you think I, Lu Jianli, am in need of money? I will offer 10% more than whatever that ye fellow is willing to pay. Uft. Xiaoqing could not help but burst into laughter. I thought he would double the offer. Turns out it's just an additional 10%. How shameless of him. What do you mean by that? Lu Jianli glared fiercely at Xiaoqing, who was not one to back down, returning the glare with equal intensity. Viper. In a moment of distraction, Lu Jianli felt as if he saw a large green snake flicking its tongue at him, causing his face to turn pale as he instinctively stepped back. Zhou Shuero secretly marveled, growing increasingly curious about Yi Xian. How could such an extraordinary and beautiful woman be associated with him? Yi Xian waved her hand to stop Xiaoqing, saying, there is no need for such hostility among young ladies. Xiaoqing immediately brightened up. You're absolutely right. Young Master Yi. Her change of demeanor was swifter than turning a page, truly reminiscent of a sprite. Yi Xian, already suspicious of Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing's origins, now felt even more convinced that their identities were not ordinary. With Xiaoqing no longer clashing with him, Lu Jianli gradually regained his composure and refrained from looking at her again. He stated, since we both desire this Gale Tiger, let us engage in fair competition. The highest bidder wins. Manager Tan, please do name your price. Lu Jianli was quite confident in his financial resources. He was determined to have this Gale Tiger. In truth, he did not lack spirit beast mounts. He intended to purchase this Gale Tiger as a gift for Zhou Shuero to win her favor. With the beauty so close at hand, he could not afford to relent. Tanzhua displayed a troubled expression. Young Master Lu, your family, the Lu family, is the most prominent in Yunhai City. This is well known. In terms of financial capability, even if you were to claim you wanted to buy all the mounts from our Black Dragon Ranch, it would undoubtedly be credible. However, young Master Yi is now the new owner of our Black Dragon Ranch, and all the mounts and spirit beasts here belong to him. Whether or not to sell them is solely at his discretion. What? Lu Jianli was taken aback. The Black Dragon Ranch was actually Yi Xian's property? No matter how much money he had, he could not compete with Yi Xian here, for this was his domain, and everything belonged to him. If he said he wouldn't sell, no amount of money would change that. Zhou Shuero, too, could not help but look at Yi Xian with sparkling eyes. Filled with curiosity, the Black Dragon Ranch, located within Cangyun City, is renowned as a significant enterprise. In the past, the Zhou family attempted to acquire the Black Dragon Ranch, but to no avail. Now, it has astonishingly become the property of Yi Xian, which is truly remarkable. One cannot fathom the extent of Yi Xian's strength. Why, then, did he maintain such a low profile during his 3 years at the Qingting Academy? It is perplexing, and one can only conclude that Yi Xian is exceedingly modest. Seeing Lu Jianli in a state of shock, Yi Xian could only shake his head in resignation. He contemplated that if Lu Jianli were generous enough to offer 2 to 3 times the price for the Swift Wind Tiger, he might still consider selling it. After all, money is his own, and earning 2 to 3 times more would be quite favorable. However, Lu Jinli seemed to have misunderstood, believing that they would be rivals, completely losing sight of the intention to bid. Thus, there was no opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Yi Xian shook his head once more and turned to approach the swift wind tiger, mounting it with Master Duan's assistance. The moment he sat atop the swift wind tiger, a surge of exhilaration coursed through his veins. It was only through close contact that he could fully appreciate the magnificence of this third-tier spirit beast. The swift wind tiger is renowned for its speed among spirit beasts, which renders it lighter than other third-tier beasts of similar size. Nevertheless, as he stroked its muscular frame, Yi Xian felt its muscles were as solid as iron. A single swipe of its paw could likely shatter a boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds. Run, Yi Xian commanded, gripping the reins. The swift wind tiger, obediently shedding its languid demeanor, rose to its full height, nearly 3 meters tall and 7 meters long, presenting a formidable sight. With a resounding roar that echoed through the valley, Yi Xian felt an exhilarating sense of weightlessness, as if lifted by the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he leaped over 30 meters away. The swift wind tiger galloped with astonishing speed, living up to its name, and completed a lap around the valley in less than 2 minutes. What a thrill! After experiencing the terrifying speed and explosive power of the swift wind tiger, Yi Xian concluded that even if Lu Jinli offered 5 times the price now, he would not part with it. He had developed an immense fondness for this magnificent orange cat. Upon returning to the starting point, Yi Xian joyfully dismounted from the large orange cat. However, as soon as his feet touched the ground, he felt his knees buckle. Had it not been for Xiaoqing's quick reflexes in catching him, he might have fallen face first into the mud. Young Master Yi, your physique seems rather frail, Xiaoqing chuckled. Yi Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. He had been so engrossed in experiencing the swift wind tiger's speed that he overlooked his own condition. Controlling the beast's velocity was no easy feat in that brief encounter. He felt as though his entire body was on the verge of falling apart. Are you all right, boss Yi? Tanju, noticing Yi Xian's pale complexion, rushed forward, alarmed. Yi Xian, with the assistance of Xiaoqing, settled upon a nearby stone and gestured dismissively at Tanjua. It is of no consequence. This large orange cat is truly exhilarating when it runs. I shall take it with me and make it my dedicated steed. Tanjua, relieved to see Yi Xian unharmed, exhaled a sigh of relief. Should anything have gone awry with the newly appointed master, the position of stable manager would be irreparably jeopardized. Before the wealthy patron, Tanjua dared not exhibit any laxity. Suddenly, the beast trainer Duan Hui interjected, Master Yi, although this Gale tiger has been fully tamed, it currently responds solely to my commands. If you wish to master this Gale tiger independently, it requires guidance and a period of acclimatization. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, should the Gale tiger turn on him upon their return, his slight frame would be ill-equipped to endure such an encounter. Very well, Master Duan. Accompany me back to Zuixian, where you shall be responsible for caring for the Gale tiger. Master Tan, do you have any objections? None whatsoever, Tanjua replied. Though internally he felt a pang of bitterness at the loss of his prized beast trainer, yet he dared not voice any dissent. Duan Hui, initially reluctant to part with the Gale tiger, was overjoyed at the prospect of continuing to care for it under Yi Xian's auspices. After a brief respite, Yi Xian felt somewhat rejuvenated and prepared to depart. With the Gale tiger in his possession, he found little interest in the other spirit beasts and the Black Dragon horse. Just as he was about to leave the Black Dragon horse farm, he noticed that Zhou Shuoro remained nearby, but Lu Jinli was nowhere to be seen. Yi Xian, perched upon the Gale tiger, ambled toward Zhou Shuoro. Sister Zhou, where has that gentleman surnamed Lu gone? He left on his own, Zhou Shuoro replied. Yi Xian chuckled. To leave such a beauty as you behind, Master Lu truly lacks grace. Zhou Shuoro's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she explained. The Lu family and my Zhou family have long-standing ties. Today, Lu Jinli extended an invitation to me, which I felt unable to decline. Ah, I see. But why do you feel the need to explain this to me? Zhou Shuoro was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, although she and Yi Xian had been classmates for 3 years, they had scarcely exchanged words, barely acquaintances at best. There was no necessity for her to clarify anything to him. Yet, she instinctively felt compelled to provide an explanation, as if to prevent any misunderstanding on Yi Xian's part. However, did this not suggest that she was overly concerned about his feelings? Zhou Shuoro's heart fluttered in disarray when Yi Xian remarked, By the way, sister, you are soon to attend the 100 Cities examination in Star City. It would be impractical to go without a mount. That wind spirit wolf seems an excellent choice. If you are interested, I could have Master Tan arrange a 10% discount for you. Zhou Shuoro was momentarily stunned. Is 3 years of camaraderie worth merely a 10% discount? Haha, running a small business. I hope you can forgive me, senior sister. A 10% discount is the utmost concession I can offer. After all, I have so many mouths to feed and families to support. Zhou Shuero chuckled softly. How come I never realized, junior brother, that you are quite the silver-tongued one? There's no helping it. Lacking the innate talent for cultivation like you, I can only take a different path and hone my verbal skills. All right then. Considering the effort you've put into this, I shall purchase the Wind Spirit Wolf. Thank you for your patronage, senior sister. Tan, why are you still standing there? Quickly make the arrangements. Yes, bossy. Before long, Zhou Shuero emerged riding the Wind Spirit Wolf. The beauty riding the beast indeed possessed a unique charm. A tiger and a wolf, they headed towards Cangyun City, while Xiaoqing and Duan Hui sat in the carriage driven by Shangyu at the rear. Watching Yi Xian and Zhou Shuero banter merrily, Xiaoqing could not help but curl her lips in disdain. What a troublemaker you are. Considering you are about to leave Cangyun City, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Master Duan Hui, with his eyes shut tight, remained silent, as if he hadn't heard or seen anything. Before they knew it, they had returned to Cangyun City. Yi Xian bid farewell to Zhou Shuero, then entrusted the swift wind tiger to Duan Hui before returning to the comfortable carriage. The soft cushions of the carriage were certainly more agreeable after this journey. I felt as if I might be split in two. Xiaoqing giggled. When we return, I'll have my sister prepare a bowl of tiger bone soup for you, young Master Yi, to replenish your strength. No, I have no appetite. I think I'll return to my cultivation, Yi Xian thought, harboring a lingering frustration. If he could not break through to the qi refining stage, he would find it difficult to rest easy. There was also a washing marrow pill. He would take it tonight and see what effects it might yield. Upon returning to the drunken, immortal tavern, Yi Xian instructed Xiaoqing to manage the tavern on his behalf and made his way alone to the top floor, room 1. After a refreshing bath, he consumed the washing marrow pill and began his cultivation. This time, the effects of the washing marrow pill seemed even more potent. Yi Xian felt as if his entire body were being gnawed upon by ants, a sensation both sore and itchy, tormenting him throughout the night until dawn, when the effects gradually subsided. Had he broken through? After a moment's pause, Yi Xian eagerly examined his physical condition. To his surprise, his vitality had not yet reached the overflowing state. How strange. He had been so close to overflowing vitality, yet this step proved exceedingly arduous. Was the washing marrow pill ineffective? Disappointment washed over him. However, it was reassuring. After 3 years without breaking through to the qi refining stage, it was hardly unexpected that he still had not succeeded. This only reinforced a realization. His body was flawed. It was like a leaky bucket. No matter how much water was poured in, it could never be filled, as the water flowed out through the gap before it could reach the brim. Yi Xian's physical condition is presently quite peculiar. Although he is uncertain about the exact location of the deficiency within his body, he is confident that there exists some flaw that prevents his vital energy from reaching a state of perfection, just a fraction short. He finds himself unable to step into the realm of qi refinement. To transcend this boundary, he must first ascertain where this deficiency lies. Previously, he had harbored suspicions and sought counsel from the instructors at the Qingting Academy, but to no avail. Never mind, let us proceed with the sign-in. Upon entering the system interface, he began the sign-in process. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a secret recipe for a special hamburger. Chapter 8. The Secret Hamburger Recipe? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Could one truly sign in for such a thing? Yet, he pondered its utility. Previous rewards had included Sacred Lands, the Drunken Immortal Residence, and the Black Dragon Ranch, all affluent treasures. Why had today's reward devolved into a mere recipe? Was his fortune truly depleted? Yi Xian activated his storage space and extracted the recipe for thorough examination. The secret hamburger recipe required master-level culinary skills for successful creation, with the necessary ingredients detailed as follows. Note: the secret hamburger is designed to greatly stimulate the palate, thereby inducing a dependence on its flavor, which can elevate mood and enhance efficiency in work, study, and cultivation. The ingredients required were not overly complex, merely a selection of common hamburger components. However, the ingredients for the special sauce were exceedingly intricate, necessitating over 50 different spices with an elaborate preparation process. For Yi Xian, whose culinary expertise was limited to egg fried rice, merely reading the recipe was overwhelming. Yet, the description that followed filled him with excitement. This secret hamburger appeared to hold remarkable potential. If it were to be featured as the signature dish at the Drunken Immortal Residence, it could surely become a sensation throughout the city. Regarding a chef skilled enough to execute this recipe, Xiaobai would undoubtedly be capable. Her culinary prowess was unparalleled in Yi Xian's experience. Without delay, Yi Xian sprang to his feet, intent on seeking Xiaobai in the kitchen to see if she could create the secret hamburger. However, as he dressed, he felt a pang of concern. Although the clothes he had brought were relatively clean, they were far too tattered to align with his current status. It seemed he would need to carve out some time to acquire a few new outfits. Shaking his head, Yi Xian attempted to smooth out the creases in his garments and made his way to the kitchen, only to find that Xiaobai was not present. The drunken immortal residence, being a tavern, typically saw little business in the mornings. Only a handful of guests who were staying at the inn would partake in breakfast. As the esteemed chef, Xiaobai primarily handled the preparation of spirit beast meat, and patrons who could afford such delicacies were few and far between. Consequently, her workload was quite light, and she would not be found in the kitchen all day. Yi Xian then turned to the third floor to search for Xiaoqing and, as expected, found Xiaobai there as well. Xiaobai, I have an important matter to discuss with you, Yi Xian stated directly. At this moment, Xiaobai was seated beside Xiaoqing at the windowsill, engaged in a game of chess. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, she withdrew her hand from the chess piece and inquired with keen interest, Please, master, do elaborate. Yi Xian promptly presented a secret recipe for a gourmet hamburger, placing it before Xiaobai. This is a culinary formula I stumbled upon by chance, requiring masterful culinary skills for its creation. I wish to request that you, Miss Xiaobai, examine it to see if it can be crafted to be promoted as a new dish at Zuixian. Xiaobai picked up the recipe and scrutinized it carefully, her eyes lighting up with excitement. The preparation of this dish is quite simple. However, the sauce indeed possesses remarkable intricacies. The spices utilized are exceptionally aromatic, and I can only imagine how delectable the sauce made from this recipe will be. This secret hamburger is bound to be a commercial success. Though Xiaoqing lacked culinary knowledge, she was adept at calculations. With just a glance, she estimated that the cost of the secret hamburger was relatively low. If, as her sister claimed, it could indeed sell well, it would be worthwhile to promote it vigorously. Yi Xiao, your insight is commendable. Recently, several new establishments have opened in Cangyun City, luring away many of our loyal patrons. Introducing a new dish that captures attention could certainly help us reclaim those customers and even attract new ones. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Then it's settled. Xiaobai, I entrust this recipe to you. Please endeavor to prepare the sauce and conduct tastings within Zuixian. If all goes well, we shall proceed with its promotion immediately. Xiaobai smiled gently. Rest assured, master, I shall not fail in this mission. Xiaoqing, how do you propose we price the secret hamburger? Xiaoqing pondered briefly and replied, I have made a rough estimate. The cost of one secret hamburger is approximately 5 taels of silver. If it gains popularity, selling it for 20 taels should pose no issue. 20 taels for a single secret hamburger. That is exorbitantly priced. After all, in Cangyun City, the average annual income for a typical household hovers around 100 taels. Yet, this is Zuixian, where even a regular meal often exceeds 100 taels. For patrons frequenting such an establishment, spending 20 taels to sample a new dish is relatively reasonable. Moreover, given that hamburgers are likely to be modest in size, individuals with hearty appetites may not settle for just one if it proves delightful. What if we were to introduce an upgraded version of the secret hamburger, perhaps utilizing spirit beast meat as an ingredient? Yi Xian suggested. Xiaoqing's expression shifted with intrigue. If we incorporate spirit beast meat, the cost would certainly soar above 300 taels, allowing us to price it at 1,000 taels per serving. Yi Xian immediately affirmed. Then let us finalize this decision. A profit margin of 3 to 4 times is not excessive in such a high-end establishment, considering the significant costs associated with labor and resources beyond just the ingredients. The actual net profit may not even reach double the costs. Nevertheless, there remains a lucrative opportunity. If the dish sells well and garners positive reviews, it could enhance the sales of other food items as well. Given that this recipe is a product of the system, Yi Xian retained great confidence in its potential. After deliberating on some details, Yi Xian entrusted the production and promotion of the little hamburger to Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. With these two capable assistants by his side, Yi Xian found no necessity to involve himself directly, for he knew that his efforts would likely not surpass the expertise of Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, and might even complicate matters. However, Yi Xian was not entirely devoid of utility. His mind was rich with classic marketing strategies from his previous life as prominent enterprises. Simply introducing concepts such as scarcity marketing or discount promotions would undoubtedly open Xiaoqing's eyes to new possibilities. He even considered the potential of delivery services, proactively bringing goods to customers' doorsteps. With the swift wind tiger at his disposal, the efficiency of delivery could be remarkable. And should he tap into the takeout market in Xuan City, he could import a fleet of black dragons from the Black Dragon Ranch specifically for this purpose, promising substantial profits. As Yixian's thoughts spiraled into a plethora of lucrative business ideas, he couldn't help but break into a broad smile. Although his aptitude for cultivation may be lacking, his knack for generating income was undeniable. "Shangyu, bring the Wind Tiger to me. I shall indulge in some shopping," Yixian declared. "Certainly," came the reply. Shortly thereafter, Yixian rode the Wind Tiger out into the bustling streets. Shangyu and Duan Hui followed in a carriage, one tasked with ensuring Yixian's safety while the other tended to the Wind Tiger. Though the Wind Tiger moved swiftly through the crowded city streets, a slower pace was perhaps preferable, sparing Yixian's posterior from discomfort. Passers-by, witnessing the majestic Wind Tiger, hastily stepped aside, not daring to approach. Their gazes towards Yixian were filled with envy and admiration, inflating his vanity. Before long, Yixian arrived at the largest clothing store in Xuan City. Handing the Wind Tiger over to Duan Hui, he strode confidently into the shop, only to be captivated by the sight of a striking figure that brightened his day. What a coincidence! Zhou Shuero was equally surprised to see Yixian enter. With her impending journey to Star City for the 100 Cities Conference, she was uncertain how long she would be away, so she planned to acquire a few garments for the trip. She found herself perplexed over which attire would be suitable. And just then, she encountered Yixian. "Junior, your arrival is quite fortuitous. Could you assist me with some advice?" Zhou Shuero inquired. "You seek my counsel?" "Surely. This is a task best suited for a boyfriend," Yixian teased, remaining still. "Are you unwilling?" Zhou Shuero asked with a hint of confusion. "Willing, of course," Yixian replied, striding over to offer his earnest and professional advice. Given the long journey to Star City, which would traverse mountains, forests, and marshes rife with miasma, a travel outfit made of inner-seam leather was essential, providing protection against the noxious vapors and pesky insects. Since it appeared to still be winter in Star City, a thicker fleece garment would also be prudent to prepare, ensuring preparedness for any scenario. As for everyday undergarments, the use of ice silk fabric would be ideal, lightweight, breathable, easy to clean, and quick-drying, thus saving precious time. Upon hearing Yixian's words, Zhou Shuero was quite astonished. "Junior, you seem to know quite a bit." Yixian chuckled. "I worked as an apprentice in a silk shop in the southern part of the city for half a year, so I have a modest understanding." Following Yixian's guidance, Zhou Shuero swiftly procured the necessary garments for their journey. Seizing the opportunity, Yixian also purchased a few new outfits for himself. However, with men's attire, there was less emphasis on style, practicality was paramount, durability and stain resistance were the primary considerations. As they exited the shop, Zhou Shuero suddenly remarked, "It's nearly noon. Are you hungry, Junior? Let me treat you to something." With a grin, Yixian replied, "If Senior is treating, I must indulge, even if I'm not hungry." Zhou Shuero led him to a nearby restaurant called Xuixian. Upon entering, the proprietor, who was busy calculating accounts, warmly welcomed them. "Welcome." Mississippi Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Xuixian was a well-established establishment in Xuan City, and it turned out to be part of the Zhou family's enterprise. However, given that Xuixian was a competitor of Xingzhou, he wondered if dining here as the head of Xingzhou would be appropriate. Nevertheless, he thought it inconsequential, as few were aware of his true identity. Zhou Shuero only knew Yixian as the owner of the Black Dragon Horse Ranch, unaware that Xingzhou was also under his name. "Prepare some exquisite and delectable dishes and send them upstairs," Zhou Shuero instructed, leading Yixian to a window-side table on the second floor. "Do not be disheartened, Junior. The path of cultivation requires perseverance. While innate talent is significant, it is not absolute. With steadfastness, you will eventually achieve your desires," Zhou Shuero said suddenly, her tone gentle and reminiscent of an understanding elder sister. Yixian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhou Shuero was comforting him over his failure in the celestial examination. "Senior, you may not know, but my inability to break through to the Qi refinement stage is not solely due to a lack of talent. There is another reason," Yixian confessed. "Oh, please, share your thoughts. My Zhou family has its roots in medicine, and I have studied under my grandfather for a while. Perhaps I can assist you," she encouraged. Yixian then grew serious, recounting the issues he faced after refining the cleansing elixir the previous night. After considering his situation, Zhou Shuero furrowed her brow in contemplation before stating, "If I am not mistaken, your symptoms indicate a condition known as insufficient vitality." Insufficient vitality? Yixian was perplexed. He was aware of his frail constitution, but was it truly that weak? "Junior Yi, you are not originally from Cangyun City, are you?" Before arriving here, You must have spent a considerable time in an environment devoid of spiritual energy. As a result, your body has never been nourished by it since childhood. Only upon reaching adulthood did you begin to cultivate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In such circumstances, one is most susceptible to insufficient vitality. Upon hearing her words, Xuan suddenly understood. The reason for his prolonged inability to break through to the qi refinement stage was astonishingly simple. He had traversed here from another realm. Having lived on Earth for 3 years, far removed from any spiritual energy, Xuan then inquired, what remedy can be employed? To say it is difficult is to exaggerate, and to say it is simple is to underestimate. All one needs is to find a master at the refining spirit realm who can daily refine one's meridians and nourish one's vital energy with spiritual essence for a continuous span of 3 months. Xuan's eyes sparkled. That seems quite manageable. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Manageable, you say? A master at the refining spirit realm is not easily persuaded. Even if one were to offer a substantial sum, it would be a challenge to enlist the aid of such a master. Moreover, the requirement to continuously expend one's own spiritual energy for 3 months is a considerable burden, even for a master at that level. However, recalling the young woman in the green attire who had previously accompanied Xuan, Zhou felt reassured. After all, Xuan had a master at the refining spirit realm by his side, making this task indeed trivial for him. Junior brother, there's no need for formality. As their meal arrived, the two engaged in lively conversation, the atmosphere filled with merriment. Suddenly, Xuan asked earnestly, senior sister, what are your chances in the upcoming 100 Cities examination? The 3 great sacred lands have a limited number of admissions each year. Merely participating in the 100 Cities examination does not guarantee one's qualification for recruitment. It ultimately hinges on one's performance. Zhou, currently at the 7th level of qi refinement, undoubtedly stands out among the younger generation in Cangyun City. But amidst the vast array of talents across the 100 cities of the Star Continent, the competition is fierce, and the pressure will be immense. Zhou smiled gently. I shall do my utmost. Even if I do not succeed, I can always return to Cangyun City and try again next year. Oh, it seems Zhou harbors quite an ambition, aiming solely for the 3 great sacred lands. Otherwise, given her prowess, the 5 major sects of Cangyun City would surely welcome her with open arms and offer her focused training. Xuan hesitated for a moment and said, hypothetically speaking, if, and only if, senior sister were to fail, I suggest you visit the Starry Sky Sacred Land and mention my name. Mention your name? Zhou was puzzled. Did Xuan have acquaintances at the Starry Sky Sacred Land? There's no need for further inquiries, senior sister. Consider it a potential pathway, and simply take note. Xuan chose not to elaborate, as few would believe that he possessed a 51 stake in the Starry Sky Sacred Land. Zhou smiled. Very well. I shall remember that. Once they had satisfied their appetites, Xuan took his leave. Upon returning to the drunken Immortal Pavilion, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air, indicating that Xiao Bai was busy preparing sauces. He promptly made his way to the kitchen. There, he found Xiao Bai completely engrossed in her work, a vision in her immaculate white gown, devoid of any blemish. In stark contrast to the oil-stained chefs he was accustomed to. At that moment, Xiaoqing stood outside the kitchen, waiting. Upon seeing Xuan return, she exclaimed, Young Master Yi, do you smell that? It's utterly divine. With such exquisite sauces, even dipping a shoe would surely be a gourmet experience. Xuan felt a bit embarrassed. Xiaoqing, your tastes are rather peculiar. Setting aside the matter of sauces, I have other matters to discuss with you. Please come here. Xuan ascended to the 3rd floor with Xiaoqing, conveying to her the condition of his body and requesting her assistance in refining his meridians and nurturing his vital energy. Xiaoqing, taken aback, inquired, Are you serious? Young Master Yi? Although Xingzhou may not be the finest of places, it is indeed vast and rich, brimming with spiritual energy. Where could you have found a place devoid of such essence, especially one where you spent your formative years? Xuan retorted, That is of no concern to you. I simply wish to know if you are willing. Should you agree, I shall offer you an additional 20% of the profits from this month's Zuixian, in addition to your monthly salary. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoqing replied, Refining meridians is quite laborious and will deplete a significant amount of my spiritual energy. I fear I cannot manage it alone. Perhaps I should summon my sister, and we can alternate days to assist you in refining your meridians and nurturing your vital energy, ensuring that nothing is amiss. That sounds even better, Xuan responded. Chapter 10. The young master's excursion to the brothel in comparison to the specially crafted mini hamburgers. The refinement of his meridians was Xuan's foremost priority at present. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoqing was available, he summoned her to room 1 to determine if the refinement process would yield tangible results. Well then, young master, you should first remove your clothing, Xiaoqing said, cracking her knuckles in anticipation. For some inexplicable reason, Yixian suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. May I first inquire about the specific steps involved in refining the meridians? Xiaoqing chuckled lightly. Young master need only remove his outer garments and lie down. The rest shall be entrusted to me. A foreboding sensation crept over Yixian, yet in his eagerness to break through to the qi refining stage, he resolved to proceed. Once his garments were shed, he reclined upon the bed. Xiaoqing, her delicate fists clenched and joints cracking, positioned herself above him. In the dim light, Yixian discerned swirling steam rising from her palms. Even before her hands made contact, he could feel an intense heat radiating against his skin. Subsequently, Xiaoqing knelt upon the bed, pressing down on Yixian's shoulder with her left hand while guiding his right hand along the meridian pathways. It was not painful, but rather excessively hot. How can your hands be so warm? Xiaoqing replied with a smile. The heat signifies efficacy. It is proof that spiritual energy is being infused into your body. The process of refining the meridians, in essence, involves forcibly channeling external spiritual energy into your entire meridian system through massage, which also serves to fortify your physique. Massage? This feels more akin to torture. Yixian surmised that the temperature of Xiaoqing's palms must have reached at least 50 to 60 degrees Celsius. While it was not hot enough to burn his skin, it certainly was not a pleasurable experience. You are exceedingly weak, young master. The spiritual energy within you is alarmingly scant, which explains your frailty and lack of vitality. You must endure a bit longer. To strengthen your body, sacrifices must be made. Stirred by Xiaoqing's words, Yixian's indomitable spirit surged forth, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, "It does not hurt. Please continue." Very well, Xiaoqing giggled, her fair hands once more descending to apply pressure. In the following hour, the sounds of Yixian's anguished cries echoed from room number 1. Yet fortunately, the soundproofing of the chamber was commendable. Otherwise, it might have led to misunderstandings. At last, the refinement concluded. Yixian appeared utterly drained, having perspired profusely, the sheets thoroughly soaked. Xiaoqing, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, also appeared somewhat haggard. Nevertheless, as a master of the spirit refinement realm, she would swiftly replenish her depleted energy. Young Master Yi, Xiaoqing was about to speak, but was interrupted by the sudden sound of snoring. Yixian had already fallen into a deep slumber. Xiaoqing smiled gently, assisting Yixian to the adjacent guest room, and summoned someone to replace the drenched sheets. As she gazed at the sleeping figure of Yixian, a hint of infatuation crossed Xiaoqing's features. A slender, crimson forked tongue flicked from her mouth, brushing against Yixian's cheek. Swallowing hard, she could not help but reveal her 2 venomous fangs. Just then, Xiaobai appeared behind her. "Xiaoqing, don't act recklessly." Xiaoqing quickly retracted her fangs and tongue, playfully pouting. "Sister, I'm hungry. Has the secret mini burger been perfected?" "Indeed it has. Go and sample it. The taste will not disappoint you. I have complete faith in your culinary skills, sister." Xiaoqing chirped, affectionately linking her arm with Xiaobai's, as the 2 sisters departed from room number 1. Yixian awoke in the evening, feeling utterly refreshed. After Xiaoqing's skilled massage, he could distinctly sense an increase in his strength and vigor, accompanied by an intense hunger that made him yearn to devour an entire ox. Dressed hastily, Yixian rushed to the kitchen, where Shang Yu and a group of staff from the Drunken Immortal Inn were gathered, each savoring a mini burger with great delight. "The master has risen. Please sample the flavor and let us know if any improvements are needed." Xiaobai approached with a serving of the secret mini burger, and even from a distance, the alluring aroma assaulted Yixian's senses. Without further ado, he seized a mini burger and took a hearty bite. Instantly, the rich sauce mingled with the ingredients erupted in his mouth. Delicious. Absolutely perfect. No changes are necessary. Starting tomorrow, we shall vigorously promote the secret mini burger, aiming to make it a sensation throughout Cangyun City. Yixian declared with unwavering confidence. In terms of ingredients, the mini burger's components were rather ordinary and not particularly noteworthy. The true brilliance lay in the special sauce. Yixian mused that using such a sauce for mini burgers seemed somewhat wasteful. It should be employed to create more exquisite dishes. However, the small hamburger does possess its advantages. It is remarkably easy to prepare. Once the ingredients are ready, it can be swiftly assembled, catering effortlessly to large-scale supply demands. While other ingredients require a far more meticulous approach, making mass production rather challenging. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. "All right, esteemed master. I shall prepare a greater quantity of sauces tonight. After all, these sauces are quite resilient and can be preserved for an extended period when sealed properly. You may confer with Shaoqing. Yi Xian, ravenous, grabbed 2 small hamburgers and devoured them heartily. Yet, their portion was wholly inadequate to satiate his hunger. Is there any spirit meat left? He inquired. Yes, Xiaobai replied, bringing forth a large platter of marinated spirit meat, drizzled with a special sauce, which he handed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian took the platter and moved aside, indulging in the feast with little regard for decorum. Soon, he had cleared the entire lavish platter of spirit meat, patting his belly, feeling only about 80% full. Now that I am sated, I shall take a stroll. One cannot help but lament the scarcity of entertainment in this otherworldly realm. If only he had a wife, he could enjoy the warmth of family life. Yet, as a solitary man, once night falls, he finds himself devoid of amusement. Surely, he could not resort to visiting a brothel. A brothel? Indeed. How could I have overlooked such an essential matter? In Cangyun City, the most vibrant nightlife undoubtedly revolves around the brothels. Furthermore, these establishments are not merely venues of indulgence. Some are relatively respectable. For instance, the largest brothel in the city, the Quail Forest, is ostensibly a brothel but operates on a grand scale, resembling a bustling night market. Previously, during his time at Xingzhou Academy, he had been escorted by several male classmates to experience it once. Although he did not engage in anything, it was indeed an eye-opening experience. Now, with ample funds in his pocket, Yi Xian was determined to fully immerse himself in this adventure. Shangyu Duanhui, hurry and change your clothes. Let us go out to the brothel. Yi Xian shouted enthusiastically. His loud call drew many disapproving glances, yet he remained unfazed. I am now a wealthy man. Must I languish at home alone, wrapped in blankets through the lonely night? That is simply impractical. I must venture out to revel, to dance. Shangyu, an unabashed enthusiast, lit up at the mention of the brothel, hastily donning his most prized battle attire, which exuded flair. Duanhui, on the other hand, was more reserved, initially refusing. However, unable to resist Shangyu's persuasion and his own curiosity about the brothel, he eventually donned his clothes and joined the outing. After all, given the nature of their destination, being too ostentatious may not be advisable. Thus, Yi Xian opted not to ride his swift steed, the Wind Tiger, but instead had Shangyu procure an unremarkable carriage. The hooves clattered rhythmically as they set forth towards the Quail Forest, 3 men filled with anticipation. Shanggu, how old are you this year? Yi Xian inquired, seeking to divert the conversation and ease the atmosphere. Shangyu grinned sheepishly. I will turn 30 next month. And what about you, Master Duan? 57. Goodness. To everyone's astonishment, Duan Hui was nearly twice the age of Shangyu, yet their appearances bore little difference. Shangyu was somewhat taken aback, pondering if Master Duan was perhaps a formidable practitioner of the spirit refinement realm. While cultivators possess the ability to extend their lifespans, an ordinary qi refinement practitioner typically enjoys a lifespan of nearly a century, making it quite challenging to maintain a youthful visage in one's 50s. Duan Hui responded with a wry smile, expressing his embarrassment. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to break through to the spirit refinement realm in my earlier years. However, during that breakthrough, I was ambushed by nefarious individuals. Though I escaped with my life, I suffered injuries to my meridians, causing my strength to diminish to the 8th level of qi refinement. It seems I shall never again reach the spirit refinement realm in this lifetime. Such a thing has occurred? Who could be so malicious? Shangyu inquired, greatly surprised. Let's not dwell on the past, Duan Hui replied, shaking his head. Recognizing the unspoken sentiment, Shangyu refrained from further questioning. Before long, their carriage arrived at the East District, halting outside the entrance of the joyful forest. This expansive garden was particularly prominent in the East District, as it illuminated the night with vibrant lights and attracted throngs of visitors, not solely men, but also young ladies who ventured out in groups, and even families enjoying a day of leisure. The joyful forest was not merely a brothel. It was a diverse amusement hub where the more salacious activities constituted less than 1/10 of its offerings. In Yi Xian's perspective, the joyful forest was more akin to a grand carnival, where one could procure nearly anything one desired in terms of goods and services at relatively reasonable prices, allowing ordinary families occasional respite and merriment. Upon entering the joyful forest, they were greeted by bustling food stalls lining the path, teeming with life. The youthful crowd was abundant, and Yi Xian even spotted several familiar faces from Xingzhou Academy. After a year of rigorous study culminating in the rigorous examination of the Immortal Gate, it was only natural that these students sought entertainment. Shangyu, well acquainted with the area, led Yi Xian and Duan Hui through a narrow pathway. directly to a building adorned with bright lights and vibrant colors. This establishment was nameless, lacking doors and windows, with red pillars rising tall and sheer crimson drapes swaying gently in the night breeze, reminiscent of a maiden's delicate arm beckoning with fervor. Inside, patrons gathered in clusters, exchanging toasts and engaging in lively discussions. Young women clad in revealing attire performed music and song on stage, their melodies languid, enticing, and captivating. The atmosphere, unabashedly indulgent, was a revelation to Xuan. With a chuckle, Yu remarked, "Young Master Yi, let us ascend to the second floor, where the ambience befits your stature." "Very well. But I do not see any stairs. How do we ascend?" Xuan inquired. Without hesitation, Yu grasped Xuan's arm and leaped gracefully, soaring directly to the second floor. Duan Hui followed suit, gliding up after him. The second floor was significantly less crowded, yet every individual radiated vitality, predominantly qi refinement practitioners, with few ordinary folk in sight. No wonder stairs were unnecessary. "Yu, you rascal, indulging in flower wine again, with your meager monthly stipend. I dare say 2 visits a month would leave you longing for the winds of the northwest." "Who is this individual?" Xuan questioned. "The second son of the Sun family, named Xingzhou, is notorious in Cangyun City as a notorious playboy. He spends a significant portion of the year indulging in the pleasures of the happy forest, extravagantly spending money as if it were mere dust. It is only due to the Sun family's immense wealth that he has not exhausted his family's resources. Had he belonged to a lesser clan, his inheritance would have been squandered long ago." "The Sun family? The one affiliated with the Luoshui sect?" Yu nodded affirmatively. Xingzhou's father, the head of the Sun family, serves as the second elder of the Luoshui sect, a formidable master at the 7th level of the spirit refinement stage. While his prowess may not rank among the top in the 5 major sects of Cangyun City, his expertise in controlling venomous creatures makes him a fearsome figure whom few dare to provoke. "What are you mumbling about? Bring your little brother over to join me for a few drinks," Xingzhou shouted, exhibiting signs of drunken exuberance. Yu frowned slightly and suggested, "Yi Xiao, why don't you and Master Duan take a stroll first? I will handle Xingzhou for a moment. He is extremely concerned about his reputation, and it would be unwise to offend him." "No worries. I will accompany you," Xuan replied without hesitation. Although Xingzhou is a frivolous scion, he possesses some utility. Given that Xuan cannot afford to leave Cangyun City in the short term, it is essential for him to forge connections with the local elite. After all, having suddenly acquired the Zuixian and the Black Dragon Ranch without any backing, he is bound to attract attention. To establish a firm foothold, he must hasten to build a network. While one cannot trust a person like Xingzhou, there is no burden in treating him as a mere drinking companion. "How should I introduce you to Xingzhou?" Yu inquired. "Just speak the truth," Xuan instructed. "Understood." Yu promptly donned a cheerful countenance and approached with a smile, exclaiming, "Sun Xiao invites me to drink. How could I refuse? Allow me to start with 3 cups as a self-imposed penalty." With great generosity, Yu consumed 3 cups in quick succession, thus granting Xingzhou the respect he sought. "You're quite the understanding lad. I appreciate straightforwardness," Xingzhou replied, mirroring the gesture with a drink of his own. However, after downing a cup of strong liquor, the previous haze of intoxication surrounding Xingzhou seemed to evaporate, as if his wits had sharpened. Could it be that he was merely feigning drunkenness? This is intriguing. Xingzhou does not appear to be the empty-headed fool he seems. "Yu, who are these 2? Xingzhou inquired with a squinted, amused expression. Following Xuan's instructions, Yu introduced them candidly. "This is Yi Xiao, the new chief steward of Zuixian, and this is Master Duan Hui, the premier beast trainer of the Black Dragon Ranch, which is now also under Yi Xiao's ownership." "Oh." Xingzhou's gaze towards Xuan shifted to one of newfound respect. "Yi Xiao is quite impressive. Zuixian and the Black Dragon Ranch are remarkable establishments. I had heard rumors about the change in ownership. I was curious who possessed such considerable ambition. Congratulations, Yi Xiao." Despite the absence of any discernible aura emanating from Xuan, Xingzhou exhibited no hint of disdain. Whether it be the drunken Immortal Pavilion or the Black Dragon Ranch, the former owners were undoubtedly individuals of considerable stature. To relinquish such a profitable venture and sell it off was certainly a decision lacking in wisdom. Yet, Xuan managed to acquire both the drunken Immortal Pavilion and the Black Dragon Ranch in such a brief span, a feat that could not be accomplished solely through wealth. Substantial connections were imperative, although Xingzhou had never heard of a figure named Xuan in Cangyun City. This did not preclude him from gaining a newfound appreciation for the extraordinary capabilities of this remarkable youth. "Young Master Yi, you are too modest. Let us drink," Xingzhou said, and as Yixian lifted his cup, Shangyu promptly poured for him. Both Yixian and Sun Zhuo downed their drinks simultaneously, and the conversation flowed freely, meandering across various topics. Sun Zhuo, well-versed in the happenings of Cangyun City, though not an expert, certainly possessed more knowledge than the average person. Through their dialogue, Yixian gained considerable insights into the upper echelons of Cangyun City society. Though he had resided in Cangyun City for the past 3 years, Yixian had mostly spent his time at the Qingtung Academy, leaving him with limited experiences. Suddenly, Sun Zhuo slapped his forehead in realization. How could I allow young Master Yi to sit idly and converse? You, go fetch a few young ladies to accompany young Master Yi and our 2 brothers. The coolly poised woman perched on Sun Zhuo's lap nodded obediently, raised her hand to grasp the fluttering red veil above her head, and gracefully soared into the air, gliding away with the veil trailing behind her. Before long, she returned with 3 similarly attired young women of comparable beauty. Before Yixian could fully discern their features, the youngest and most radiant among them swiftly took a seat beside him, gently intertwining her arm with his, and sweetly declaring, "Young master, I am Xiang Rui. You may call me Little Sweet." Indeed, her beauty and dulcet voice were enchanting, yet Yixian felt a peculiar aversion. Perhaps it was due to the overly practiced nature of her smile, lacking in authenticity. Furthermore, in terms of beauty, she could not hold a candle to Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, or Zhou Shuirou, thus failing to pique Yixian's interest. Maintaining his composure, Yixian discreetly placed a 500-tael silver note into Xiang Rui's hand. "Go amuse yourself elsewhere. I am weary." Xiang Rui was momentarily taken aback, but bore no ill will, departing with a radiant smile and the silver note in hand. Sun Zhuo observed this with admiration, contemplating Yixian's discerning taste. Xiang Rui was the top courtesan of the Happy Grove, and many men had fallen at her feet. Yet she failed to catch the eye of young Master Yi. It seemed a more vigorous approach was necessary. "You, please make another trip and invite the little fairy to join us." Yixian felt a mixture of embarrassment and amazement at Sun Zhuo's hospitality. Upon hearing the mention of the little fairy, Shang Yu's eyes brightened with intrigue. Yixian inquired, "Is the little fairy quite renowned?" "Of course. The enchanting Zuixian is the celebrated courtesan of the Joyful Grove, commanding an appearance fee of 10,000 taels of silver. She graces the establishment with her presence only once a month and, notably, she offers her artistry without compromising her virtue. It is said that when a bid of 1,000,000 taels was proposed, Zuixian remained unperturbed. Rumor has it that her status is exceptional, as she is the clandestine proprietor of the Joyful Grove, possessing formidable cultivation skills, being a master of the divine refinement realm. A master of the divine refinement realm? Yixian found himself intrigued. Not long after Ayu departed, a melodious tinkling of bells resonated from the forest outside the building. The onlookers gazed in anticipation as a crimson paper crane, radiating a shimmering glow, gracefully approached. Upon the crane sat a woman with skin as fair as snow, rosy cheeks, and a strikingly beautiful visage, her eyes gently closed in contemplation. As the paper crane entered the building, it ignited into flames, turning to ashes and vanishing. The woman, barefoot, descended without touching the ground, instead hovering in midair. Slowly, she opened her eyes, which sparkled with the allure of peach blossoms, captivating yet refined. The men present were utterly entranced, their eyes wide with fascination. This was indeed Zuixian, and her reputation was well-deserved. Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, yet her exquisite makeup and enchanting aura were even more alluring to men. Moreover, Zuixian's ability to levitate above the ground was beyond the capabilities of ordinary qi refinement practitioners, leaving no doubt that her prowess was genuinely that of the divine refinement realm. Such a woman is seldom encountered, let alone in such a lavish establishment. Sun Zhuo wore a bewildered expression. In truth, when he had casually suggested that Ayu summon Zuixian, he was fully aware of her temperament and knew that his status would not suffice to compel her attendance. Even his father, the head of the Sun family, and the second elder of the Luoshui sect, might struggle to summon her. He could hardly fathom that Zuixian would choose to grace them with her presence today. He lamented the loss, realizing that Yixian had gained an extraordinary advantage. The thought of exchanging places with Yixian crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. After all, Zuixian's temperament was not something just anyone could manage. The prospect of having such a stunning beauty by his side, yet unable to touch or call upon her, would be quite the torment. "Greetings, esteemed young Master Sun and young Master Yi," Zuixian said, her voice sweet as a gentle rain, refreshing the very air around them. After speaking, she glided towards Yixian and seated herself 3 feet away. Yi Xian discreetly observed that while she had taken her seat, her body did not make contact with the cushions, instead suspended in the air. Curiosity piqued, Yi Xian inquired, "Does Zuixian Pavilion have a penchant for cleanliness?" With a delicate smile, Zuixian Pavilion replied, "Young Master Yi, your perception is astute. It is no wonder you have successfully acquired both the drunken Immortal Pavilion and the Black Dragon Ranch. Indeed, I possess a certain degree of cleanliness obsession, or more accurately, it is a condition." A condition? The crowd gazed curiously at the little fairy consort, who, unreservedly, declared, "I, the little fairy consort, possess a naturally pure body, untouched by the filth of the mortal world. Should I be tainted, I would surely fall ill for 3 months. As a child, I was abandoned by my parents for this reason, until the esteemed master of the Xingzhou sect took me in, crafting a sanctuary free from impurities for me, guiding me in the path of cultivation, enabling me to transcend the realm of spiritual refinement and harness the surrounding spiritual energy, thus granting me the freedom to roam." Upon hearing this, Xingzhou, Shangyu, and Duan Hui all stood in unison, realizing that the fairy consort was a direct disciple of the Xingzhou sect's master, and they were filled with a sense of awe. Xingzhou marveled. His gaze towards the little fairy consort transformed dramatically. Yi Xian understood well the significance of being the direct disciple of the Xingzhou sect's master. Among the 5 major sects of Xuan City, the Xingzhou sect undeniably held the supreme position. It was said that the master had already surpassed the golden elixir stage and was the sole foundational cultivator in all of Xuan City. Had it not been for his advanced age, he might even aspire to break through to the golden core stage. Achieving the golden core would bring him renown across the realm. According to Yi Xian's knowledge, there were scarcely any golden core cultivators throughout the entire star continent, with encounters limited to the 3 great holy lands. It was rumored that each of the 3 holy lands housed a powerful golden core cultivator, which was the foundation of their formidable reputation. As Chapter 13 unfolded, is this simply a gift? Xingzhou and his companions were astonished, yet Yi Xian remained relatively unfazed. The Xingzhou sect, while impressive, was ultimately just a dominant force within Xuan City and was not particularly noteworthy on a broader scale. Whether or not the sect's master achieved the golden core stage held little relevance for him. His confidence lay in possessing a holy land. The little fairy consort smiled gracefully. Raising her wine cup, "I propose a toast to young Master Yi and to all esteemed guests. Please, do not stand on ceremony. My ties to the Xingzhou sect are now in the past. I am merely the courtesan of this joyous grove, and your presence is a favor to me. I hope you all enjoy yourselves here." With that, she took the lead and drank heartily. The guests were taken aback by her graciousness and returned the gesture with enthusiasm. The atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Although the little fairy consort spoke little, she expertly managed the ambience, creating a most pleasant environment. Yi Xian observed a curious phenomenon. After the arrival of the little fairy consort, the thoughts of several men seemed to have been purified, with no trace of distractions or improper intentions. Even Xingzhou, known for his lecherous nature, exhibited a decorum that was strikingly restrained compared to his prior demeanor. Yi Xian speculated that this might be related to the little fairy consort's pure constitution. It was said that within the cultivation world, there existed many rare bloodlines and physiques, each possessing unique gifts that greatly aided one's journey in cultivation. However, the more Yi Xian pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be a lavish indulgence? How is it that the more one drinks, the clearer one's mind becomes? Time flies, and before one realizes, it is already midnight. The vibrant atmosphere of the joyful forest remains ablaze with lights and filled with merriment, yet Yi Xian feels a wave of fatigue wash over him. He cannot compare himself to this group of cultivators. His body is feeble, ill-suited for sleepless nights. But after midnight, he can check in. Squinting his eyes, Yi Xian activates the check-in system. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 equity in the joyful forest. What? The weariness that enveloped Yi Xian dissipated instantly, and he felt a jolt of energy surge through him. This is actually equity in the joyful forest, though a mere tenth may not seem substantial. The joyful forest is the foremost money-making establishment in Xuan City, its profits far exceeding those of the drunken Immortal Pavilion and the Black Dragon Ranch. Even a fraction of that equity could yield Yi Xian considerable returns. However, how would this equity be distributed? Yi Xian glanced into the system's storage space, finding no additional items. Just as he pondered this, the enchanting fairy Xian leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "If it is convenient for you, young Master Yi, might we converse privately? Could it be that she intends to directly bestow upon him the equity?" The system is indeed astonishing. Yet, to Sun Zhuo and Shangyu, who overheard, it conveyed an entirely different sentiment. The two exchanged secretive thumbs-up gestures towards Yixian. Young Master Yi is impressive. Yixian, uninterested in their antics, replied. Of course, it is quite convenient. Rising to his feet, he addressed Shangyu and Duan Hui. You two wait here for me. I shall return shortly. Shangyu chuckled. Young Master Yi, no need to rush back. If necessary, we can spend the night here. This old lecher. Yixian shook his head and followed Fairy Xian as she led him away. With a flourish, she enveloped him in a veil of crimson silk, lifting him into the air. Soon, they descended into a nearby grove. The serene environment of the woods stood in stark contrast to the raucous revelry of the joyful forest, untouched by its clamor. Before them stood an ancient mansion, adorned with climbing vines and lush foliage, its interior an exquisite blend of antiquity and cleanliness, devoid of any dust. Young Master Yi, please take a seat, Fairy Xian invited him, pouring a cup of fragrant tea before ascending the stairs. Yixian understood that she was likely preparing the equity transfer documents. Yet he was profoundly curious about how she intended to confer the equity upon him and how the system had facilitated this agreement with her. Before long, Fairy Xian returned, holding a document in her hands, her face aglow with a smile as she sat opposite Yixian. Young Master Yi, how do you perceive the joyful forest? She inquired. Quite well, it is an excellent place for leisure, Yixian replied earnestly. If I were to gift you a 10% stake in the joyful forest, would you be willing to accept? Fairy Xian proposed. She had indeed taken the initiative. Although Yixian was fully aware of her intentions, he still feigned surprise, asking, what does Fairy Xian mean by this? Upon our initial encounter, devoid of any kinship, why do you resort to such bribery? Do you covet my physique? The little fairy blushed slightly, hurrying to clarify, please do not misunderstand, esteemed Leaf. I have a request to make. Speak, and I shall consider whether to acquiesce, he replied. The little fairy hesitated, her words faltering with a hint of shyness as she uttered, I wish to ask you, esteemed Leaf, to engage in dual cultivation with me. Leaf Xian was taken aback. Was this not an expression of desire? Did I mishear? You did not err. The little fairy blushed deeper, unable to meet Leaf Xian's gaze. Leaf Xian's mind struggled to process this. System, this is rather ruthless of you. Bestowing not only shares, but also a person? Could you elaborate, dear fairy? After all, I am not a practitioner. It stands to reason that such matters would not necessitate my assistance. Leaf Xian maintained a cautious demeanor, aware that the system was orchestrating events behind the scenes, yet wary of potential pitfalls. The little fairy composed herself and looked earnestly at Leaf Xian, stating, the truth is this, my pure body possesses a fatal flaw. After a period of cultivation, it accumulates impure spiritual energy within, which poses no danger to other practitioners, as they can easily expel it. However, due to the nature of my pure body, I cannot normally release this stagnated energy. It requires special methods to guide it out. Leaf Xian nodded in understanding. I see. How did you manage before? The little fairy removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, explaining. This was a magical artifact gifted by my master, capable of clearing meridians and absorbing the accumulated impure energy, then expelling it. Unfortunately, during a recent cultivation session, I accidentally damaged the bracelet and can no longer use it. Now, the impure energy within me has reached a perilous concentration and must be released promptly. Why not ask your master for a new artifact? My master is currently in a secluded retreat and will not emerge for at least 3 years. What a coincidence. But why seek my assistance? I lack knowledge of cultivation. How can I help you? The little fairy replied. Only you, esteemed Leaf, can assist me. Leaf Xian remained puzzled. What do you mean by that? A cultivator's spiritual energy flows in a cycle within their body. If the impure energy from me were to enter you, it would disrupt your meridians, resulting in a significant reduction in your cultivation level or, in severe cases, endangering your life. An ordinary person without any cultivation would also be unsuitable, as their meridians are too weak to withstand the impact of spiritual energy. Only someone like you, whose vitality is nearly overflowing yet has not yet broken through to the qi refinement stage, is most suitable as a vessel for the impure energy. As you have not yet established a spiritual energy cycle, the impure energy will swiftly dissipate within you. Furthermore, your meridians are stronger than those of an ordinary person, allowing you to bear the pressure of the spiritual energy without harm. Certainly, there exists a hint of personal interest from the little fairy, for Mr. Yi, your cleanliness, attire, and demeanor are quite pleasing, which is why I have chosen you to assist me. Upon speaking, the little fairy's cheeks began to flush a rosy hue. Yixian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ultimately, It appears that the selection was rooted in his penchant for cleanliness. However, why was he deemed clean? He hadn't bathed in days. It must be due to Xiao Qing, who had been refining his meridians, leading him to sweat profusely and expel the impurities from his body. How could he not be clean? Yi Xian found himself increasingly in awe of the system. It truly has a way of making everything fit seamlessly. System, if I assist the little fairy, will it pose any danger to me? Ding. All rewards issued by the system will not have any negative effects on the host. Understood. With the system's assurance, Yi Xian felt much more at ease. He rose, accepted the equity transfer document from the little fairy, and boldly signed his name. I, Yi Xian, am committed to this endeavor today, not merely for the stake, but primarily because I value righteousness. The little fairy smiled gently and said, Please, Mr. Yi, step upstairs. Yi Xian followed her up the stairs and directly into her chamber. The room was adorned quite simply, lacking a bed, save for a massive slab of white jade, intricately carved to resemble a bed, devoid of even a speck of dust. So what must I do? Yi Xian inquired with anticipation. The little fairy replied, There is no need for you to do anything. Shortly, I shall employ a dual cultivation technique to connect our meridians. During the practice, I will gradually release the impure spiritual energy from within me into your meridians. And this impure energy will then dissipate from your body on its own. Very well, let us begin now. Yi Xian promptly started to remove his clothing. However, the little fairy quickly halted him, saying, No need for that. Yi Xian awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had perhaps overthought the situation, as the term dual cultivation easily invites speculation. Please, Mr. Yi, sit cross-legged. Yi Xian nodded, removed his shoes, and climbed onto the hard, cold slab of white jade. The jade felt exceptionally unique, icy to the touch, akin to frost. The little fairy also sat cross-legged before him, facing him, and she took his hand in hers, their fingers entwined. Before Yi Xian could fully absorb the moment, he felt a wave of warmth emanating through his palm, transmitted from the little fairy. It was akin to the sensation he experienced when Xiao Qing refined his meridians, yet much gentler, merely warm and not at all scorching. Moreover, with the cooling effect of the jade slab, such warmth posed no issue. This jade slab is indeed a remarkable asset. With it, future refinements by Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing will be far less torturous. As waves of warmth surged within Yi Xian, they filled his previously empty meridians with an abundance of spiritual energy. This sensation was extraordinarily marvelous. Although the energy was not his own, Yi Xian could distinctly perceive its circulation through his meridians, harmoniously revolving in cycles. With each complete cycle, he felt as though his physique had been fortified by this energy. Every cell in his being rejoicing as if it had been satiated. Yet, this was merely an illusion, for he had not yet transcended to the qi refinement stage and was incapable of absorbing spiritual energy. Nonetheless, the feeling was remarkably vivid. To his astonishment, even without breaking through, he had experienced the essence of cultivation in this manner, which was undeniably intriguing. Immersed in this sensation, he lost track of the external world and even forgot about the presence of the little fairy. Unbeknownst to him, over an hour had passed. Suddenly, the internal warmth began to ebb, retreating entirely back to the little fairy's body, and Yi Xian came to his senses. Is it over? He inquired, noticing the little fairy's flushed complexion. She nodded appreciatively. Thank you, young Master Yi. I am immensely grateful. Yi Xian yawned. I did nothing. I merely reaped the benefits of the joyful forest. It is I who should express my gratitude. You are too modest, young Master Yi. This is rightfully yours. Should there be another opportunity like this, do not hesitate to seek me out. Yi Xian chuckled and then recalled something, asking, This exquisite jade ice bed is quite remarkable. Where can I procure one? If you desire it, I shall send a set to the drunken immortal residence tomorrow. That would be immensely appreciated. Accompanied by the little fairy, Yi Xian returned to the building. At that moment, Xingzhou was nowhere to be found, while Shang Yu and Duan Hui remained, albeit somewhat inebriated, engaging in affectionate antics with nearby ladies, which Yi Xian found difficult to witness. Get up, it's time to go home, he declared sternly. Reluctantly, the two bid farewell to the ladies and escorted Yi Xian out of the joyful forest. On their journey back, both Shang Yu and Duan Hui wore curious expressions, eager to uncover what had transpired between Yi Xian and the little fairy. However, Yi Xian remained silent, and they did not dare to pry, their curiosity becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Yi Xian paid them no mind. Upon returning to the drunken immortal residence, he ascended the stairs to indulge in a bath, and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. Awakening only by midday, stretching lazily, he arose without donning any clothing and proceeded to take a bath. Just then, a gentle knock echoed. accompanied by Xiao Bai's soothing voice from outside. Master, I am here to assist you in refining your meridians today. Come in. Yi Xian emerged wrapped in a silk bathrobe. And there stood Xiao Bai in a white garment, carrying a platter of spiritual meat. This morning, I procured a second-tier spiritual beast, the burrowing dragon, and have meticulously prepared the most succulent portions, marinated with a secret sauce. I hope you find the flavor delightful. Xiao Bai set the platter on the dining table. Having thoughtfully arranged cutlery, napkins, and even a portion of fruit for dessert, the feast was quite lavish. The prospect of such a sumptuous meal upon awakening filled Yi Xian with excitement. Yesterday, he had already greeted Xiao Bai, promising to prepare a portion of spiritual meat for him daily. After all, once one indulges in spiritual meat, consuming other kinds of meat becomes akin to chewing wax, utterly unpalatable. He would rather earn a little less than to deprive himself. Moreover, frequent consumption of spiritual meat also contributes to physical vitality. Chapter 15. The mini burger became a sensation as Yi Xian was about to dig in. He suddenly looked up and asked, "Have you eaten, Miss Xiao Bai? Shall we dine together?" Xiao Bai smiled gently and shook her head. "I just had a meal with Xiao Qing. Please enjoy your meal, esteemed manager. Feel free to sit. I'll be done shortly." In a whirlwind, Yi Xian devoured 2 pounds of spiritual meat in less than 10 minutes, relishing the experience with utter satisfaction. At that moment, Xiao Qing approached. "Young Master Yi, someone has delivered a cold jade bed. Is it your order?" Yi Xian nodded. "Please move it to my room." Before long, Xiao Qing single-handedly carried the cold jade bed to room 1, appearing as though it were a mere toy despite its weight of at least 1,000 pounds. The strength of a refining spirit realm cultivator is indeed formidable. Once the cold jade bed was set up, Yi Xian reclined upon it, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Xiao Bai." Upon shedding his bathrobe, Yi Xian was left with only a pair of icy silk shorts. Xiao Bai's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she showed no signs of hesitation. Harnessing her spiritual energy, she began to massage and refine Yi Xian's meridians, starting from his legs and moving upward. Yi Xian had braced himself for discomfort, yet to his surprise, there was no pain at all. Although Xiao Bai's palms were warm, her touch was meticulously measured, ensuring it did not scald his skin. Despite the assistance of the cold jade bed, the disparity in sensations seemed rather remarkable. Either Xiao Qing was playing a trick on him, or Xiao Bai's technique was exceptionally gentle, deliberately sparing him from any discomfort. The sisters truly possessed contrasting natures. In a moment of curiosity, Yi Xian could not help but inquire, "May I ask, given your sister's prowess, why did you choose to remain at Xingzhou instead of seeking better opportunities in larger sects?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai paused for a moment, then smiled radiantly. "Xiao Qing and I once joined a prominent sect, but we found ourselves ill-suited to that environment and eventually left. I adore cooking, while Xiao Qing enjoys lively company. Zuixian embodies the ideal setting for our lifestyle." Yi Xian chuckled heartily. "That is splendid. I was genuinely concerned that if you both departed, I would be left to manage Zuixian in chaos. With you here, I can confidently take on the role of a carefree manager." Xiao Bai gently caressed Yi Xian's abdomen, laughing, "You flatter us, esteemed manager. It is only right that we earn our wages by working for you." During their light-hearted conversation, Yi Xian discerned that Xiao Bai's demeanor was indeed as gentle as water. Regardless of the topic, her smile never faltered. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, despite the seemingly harmonious conversations, Yi Xian could not shake the feeling of a certain aloofness emanating from the young lady, Xiao Bai. He found himself utterly unable to perceive her true intentions, even struggling to discern which of her words bore authenticity and which were mere fabrications. Frankly speaking, prolonged interactions with Xiao Bai induced a sense of pressure upon Yi Xian, a stark contrast to the ease he felt while in the company of Xiao Qing. Following an hour of meditative refinement, he experienced a profound sense of relief. After bidding farewell to Xiao Bai, Yi Xian swiftly took a refreshing shower, cleansing himself of the perspiration and emerging revitalized. Today, fatigue eluded him. Thus, he refrained from indulging in a lengthy slumber. Capitalizing on the splendid afternoon sunshine, he decided to venture out for a leisurely stroll and to gauge the popularity of the specially crafted mini hamburgers, assessing whether they met his expectations. Descending the stairs, Yi Xian was taken aback. Although it was not yet mealtime, the first and second floors of Zuixian were nearly at capacity, with the staff bustling about energetically, delivering platter after platter of mini hamburgers, which were promptly snatched up by eager patrons. These mini hamburgers were exceptionally delectable. Albeit woefully scant in quantity, one was hardly sufficient to satisfy him. "My good fellows, do you not understand the art of commerce? Why must you limit me to a single mini hamburger when I could easily consume several?" The sauce was remarkable. Regrettably, it was not available for separate purchase. Otherwise, he would gladly pay any price to take some home, for it would complement even the humblest of dishes splendidly. To Yi Xian's astonishment, the acclaim for the secret sauce was overwhelmingly high. Yi Xiao, I propose we expand the kitchen and establish a dedicated area for sauce preparation. Hiring additional staff to alleviate my sister's burden, Xiao Qing suggested as she approached. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. You may proceed as you see fit. There is no need for you to seek my counsel on every matter. I have faith in your capabilities. Xiao Qing playfully stuck out her tongue. In truth, you merely wish to shirk your responsibilities. Yi Xian laughed heartily. You have seen through my ruse. Alas, next month, I shall have to increase your salaries. Yi Xiao. How imposing. Xiao Qing's eyes sparkled with delight as she resumed her bustling activities. After lingering for a while longer, Yi Xian made his way to the backyard to find Duan Hui, intending to ride the swift wind tiger outside the city for a brief excursion. Yi Xian understood that to independently tame the swift wind tiger, he must cultivate a bond and establish a sense of reliance with the majestic creature. Duan Hui approached, carrying a large barrel filled with fresh, substantial cuts of beef, over 100 pounds, destined to be the swift wind tiger's dinner. The substantial consumption of the swift wind tiger represented a considerable expense. It required 200 pounds of beef daily, a figure that was already tightly controlled. Should the tiger indulge freely, it could consume nearly 1,000 pounds of meat in a single sitting. The 200,000 taels of silver at Yi Xian's disposal were barely sufficient to sustain the tiger. Fortunately, the Black Dragon Ranch had been yielding favorable returns lately, serving as Yi Xian's personal ATM, allowing him to withdraw funds at will. Thus, he remained unconcerned about the modest expenses incurred in raising the swift wind tiger. Young Master Yi, why not try feeding the Gale Tiger? Feeding is one of the finest methods to strengthen the bond with your mount. If you consistently feed the Gale Tiger every day, it will naturally develop a sense of dependency on you. Duan Hui remarked with expertise on the nurturing of spiritual beasts. Despite their fierce nature, spiritual beasts possess a higher intelligence than ordinary wild animals. While common beasts may resist domestication, spiritual beasts are different. They can sense kindness and harbor a sense of gratitude. When approached correctly, raising spiritual beasts can be easier than taming ordinary animals. For instance, the Gale Tiger not only relishes meat, but also enjoys ginseng. By mixing some aged mountain ginseng slices into its meat, it will be even more delighted, fostering a favorable impression towards you. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Duan's prowess as the premier beast tamer of the Black Dragon Ranch, a testament to his vast experience. You flatter me, young Master Yi, Duan replied humbly. Yi Xian then picked up a piece of fresh beef and cautiously approached the Gale Tiger, which was lazily dozing in its stall. Upon catching the scent of the meat, the Gale Tiger opened its eyes and lunged towards Yi Xian. The sight of such a large orange cat leaping towards him startled Yi Xian momentarily. Fortunately, the Gale Tiger moderated its strength, merely bumping against him playfully. For the beast, this action was devoid of malice, merely a game with Yi Xian. Steadying himself, Yi Xian fed the Gale Tiger while gently stroking its broad head. The thick fur was smooth and soft, providing a delightful tactile experience. In mere minutes, the Gale Tiger devoured an entire bucket of fresh beef. Yi Xian observed that the creature's tongue was lined with sharp barbs, allowing it to consume the meat without the need for teeth. It merely wrapped its tongue around the beef, tearing it into strips before swallowing. If that tongue were to lick Yi Xian, it might well cost him half his life. Chapter 16. Signing in to increase charisma. Feeding the Gale Tiger proved to be quite a test of courage. While the beast enjoyed its meal comfortably, Yi Xian bore the brunt of the encounter, receiving several bruises despite his cautiousness. The Gale Tiger was relatively gentle, but its sheer size, combined with the small confines of the stable, made it easy to sustain injuries. Yi Xian felt that keeping the Gale Tiger in such a cramped stall was both a disservice to the creature and uncomfortable for himself. Master Duan, tomorrow, please arrange for Miss Qing to exchange some silver and hire some craftsmen to expand the stable. The yard behind belongs to the drunken immortal residence, and since it is largely unoccupied, we can demolish part of it to make more space. Duan Hui, overjoyed by the suggestion, replied, Young Master Yi, you are indeed wise. I had the same thought. The Gale Tiger also let out a low, cheerful roar, as if it understood Yi Xian's words. Indeed, the spiritual beast's intelligence is unparalleled by ordinary creatures. Subsequently, Yi Xian mounted the Gale Tiger and rode out of the city, taking a leisurely tour around the outskirts of Cangyun City. Though the pace was brisk, Yi Xian felt remarkably less jostled this time. After completing the circuit, he found that his backside was only slightly sore, a significant improvement from before. Yi Xian suddenly realized something and couldn't help but chuckle as he gently patted the head of the large orange cat. This feline was far more astute than he had imagined. It could entirely control the degree of jostling while running. The previous roughness that had tossed Yi Xian about was entirely intentional. Now, with their relationship improved, the cat's running had become much steadier, sparing Yi Xian from the discomfort of being jolted around. As dusk approached, Yi Xian rode the large cat back to the Xingzhou, which was bustling at mealtime. Filled to capacity, the kitchen was ablaze with activity, with the waitstaff utterly exhausted, having collapsed from fatigue. It was clear they needed to hire more hands. Yi Xian felt a twinge of guilt in shirking his responsibilities. Although he lacked skills, he partook in whatever tasks he could manage, setting an example for those beneath him. After nearly 2 hours of toil, he finally found a moment of respite. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he was fanned by Xiaoqing, who playfully remarked, "Young Master Yi, your health is precious. You should refrain from such labor. If you overexert yourself, I shall be quite distressed." Yi Xian gulped down a large sip of chilled sour plum soup, finally feeling somewhat revitalized. "If you truly care for me, then just give me a shoulder rub," he teased. "No way, you're all sweaty and disgusting." Xiaoqing laughed, leaving him with the fan as she dashed away. Yi Xian chuckled heartily and retreated to his room for a bath and sleep. One must admit, these fulfilling and delightful days had enchanted Yi Xian. Over the past 3 years, he had returned each day to a dilapidated wooden hut, devoid of companionship and often faced with the uncertainty of where his next meal would come from. Yet now, he possessed wealth that most ordinary individuals could only dream of, surrounded by a loyal entourage and enjoying the pampering of beauties like Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. This was a life he had never dared to envision. Reclining on the soft, fragrant bed, Yi Xian smiled as he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yi Xian rose early to sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 charm point. Such rewards exist? Yi Xian approached the mirror, inspecting himself, but he noticed no significant changes. Wait, there was a subtle difference. His eyes appeared clearer and more vibrant, and his skin felt more delicate and hydrated. While good looks may not fill one's stomach, they certainly uplifted his spirits. Yi Xian was quite pleased with this reward. "Young Master Yi, I'm coming in," Xiaoqing announced as she knocked and entered. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to assist Yi Xian in refining his meridians. Yi Xian instinctively shrank back, genuinely apprehensive about her massage techniques. "Oh, young Master Yi, you seem even more handsome today," Xiaoqing exclaimed in surprise. Yi Xian chuckled, "I am always exceptionally dashing." "Humph, so conceited." Xiaoqing cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xian and said, "Quickly lie down. Once I finish here, I still have to attend to the business of the tavern. Yesterday's revenue was quite impressive, and today we must strive to surpass it once more. Yet, there is no need to be overly ambitious." Yi Xian removed his outer garments and reclined upon the cold jade bed, remarking, "While the secret sauce is indeed delightful, for the majority, the essence lies in novelty. If you satisfy them entirely at once, they may not return as frequently in the future. You should judiciously manage the supply, tantalizing their appetites to ensure longevity." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiaoqing's eyes brightened. It does seem to be the case. Yi Xian is indeed clever. How could I not have thought of such a strategy? Yi Xian continued. Moreover, while the secret mini burgers are currently selling well, they do not significantly boost the tavern's overall business. Remember, our drinks are the true profit makers. To entice customers to linger, we must explore innovative avenues, such as bundling promotions. For instance, after a certain amount of drinks, they could receive an additional mini burger or even a complimentary bottle of our secret sauce. Xiaoqing, invigorated by Yi Xian's suggestions, realized that implementing his ideas might very well enhance the overall business of Xingzhou, potentially sustaining it for an extended period. "Yi Xian, to be honest, I am beginning to admire you. Although you lack talent and cultivation, you are undoubtedly a genius in commerce. Handing Xingzhou over to you could very well be a stroke of good fortune. Do not flatter me, it will make me blush." Yi Xian stretched lazily and added, "By the way, keep an eye on other taverns. There are certainly many who envy our success and may attempt to steal our sauce recipe. Rest assured, the recipe is securely kept by Sister Xiaobai. No one can pilfer it. Even attempting to replicate it by taste is no simple feat," Xiaoqing assured with confidence. "Who would dare to steal from Zuixian? That would truly be courting disaster." "Very well, as long as you are aware," Yi Xian settled back, closing his eyes to enjoy Xiaoqing's massage. Moments later, the room echoed with Yi Xian's cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. After a full hour of this ordeal, Yi Xian felt as though his very soul was about to escape. despite both being exercises in refining the meridians. The experiences Shaoqing and Xiao Bai provided were worlds apart, one heavenly, the other hellish. Observing Yixian, who lay incapacitated on the cold jade bed, Shaoqing smirked and said, Yixian, you rest well. I shall take my leave. Yixian, utterly drained, lacked even the strength to rise for a bath and succumbed to slumber, sleeping soundly for much of the day until darkness enveloped the sky. I seem to have been sleeping rather excessively of late, he thought, shaking his head in resignation, determined to push through for the sake of achieving the qi refinement stage. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Yixian, Miss Zhou is downstairs and wishes to see you. Zhou Xuero? How did she know I was at Zuixian? Chapter 17. A losing business. Several days have passed since the grand examination of the Immortal Sect concluded. Upon reflection, it seems that the time for Zhou Xuero to embark on her journey is fast approaching. Could it be that she has come to bid farewell? Yixian did not dwell on the thought for long and dressed before descending the stairs. Outside the drunken Immortal Inn, Zhou Xuero stood gracefully, accompanied by a fierce-looking wind spirit wolf, which bore 2 large bags, likely her luggage. Upon noticing Yixian's approach, a smile illuminated Zhou Xuero's face. Indeed, Huang Qi was not mistaken. You are the esteemed proprietor of the drunken Immortal Inn, she remarked. Huang Qi, the young master from the Qingting Academy, must have revealed Yixian's true identity. This fellow is quite the gossip. However, Yixian paid little mind to it, for the truth would surface sooner or later. Are you setting off alone? He inquired. Zhou Xuero nodded. The 100 Cities examination will commence in a month. The journey to Star City spans over 5,000 miles. Fraught with numerous obstacles. Even with the wind spirit wolf's speed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will take at least 10 days to arrive. Thus, I must depart early to recuperate for several days upon reaching Star City, ensuring I am in optimal condition for the examination. Isn't Lu Jianli accompanying you? Yixian asked. He set out 2 days ago, Zhou Xuero replied with a smile. Yixian felt a tinge of exasperation. Lu Jianli truly was petty. Was it not merely a matter of losing face at the Black Dragon stables that prompted him to flee first? I shall endeavor to travel along the official paths. As long as I remain cautious, I should avoid any significant dangers. Moreover, I had planned to travel alone from the outset. This is my first departure from Cangyun City, and wandering alone allows me to better appreciate the splendid landscapes of Xingzhou, Zhou Xuero expressed. Then I wish you a safe journey, senior, Yixian said, clasping his fists in salute. Zhou Xuero returned the gesture, saying, Junior, you must also strive diligently in your cultivation. Next year's Immortal Sect examination demands that you achieve commendable results. Ahem, I shall do my best, senior. Do not forget my previous words, he reminded her. I won't forget. The hour grows late. I must set off now. Farewell. With that, Zhou Xuero elegantly mounted her wind spirit wolf and galloped towards the city gates. Yixian watched her until her figure faded completely from view, a sudden wave of melancholy washing over him. Yixiao, I wager that Miss Zhou harbors feelings for you. Shan Yu suddenly appeared beside Yixian, wielding his large sword. What makes you say that? Yixian inquired. It's a gut feeling. The way Miss Zhou looked at you just now was entirely different from how she regarded others. Her gaze sparkled with light. I understand a woman's heart well and cannot be mistaken. If you understand so well, how is it that you are still single at 30? Yixian teased. Shan Yu awkwardly replied. It's simply that I have yet to encounter the right one. Besides, with so many gentle and caring sisters at the Happy Grove, how could they not be delightful? You truly have little ambition. Yixian chuckled. Hey, would you like to unwind at the Happy Grove tonight? If there's nothing else to do, why not? Let us invite Master Duan along as well. Although the night had just begun and the bustling atmosphere of the Happy Forest had yet to reach its zenith, it mattered little for Yixian. Now the proprietor of the establishment was merely inspecting his domain at any hour. That evening, within the Happy Forest, revelry and merriment filled the air. However, Yixian chose not to indulge in the festivities alongside He Shangyu and Duan Hui. Instead, he ventured into the grove to the residence of the enchanting Xiao Xianfei to review the accounts. As he perused the financial records of the past few months, deep contemplation engulfed him. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze to the visibly embarrassed Xiao Xianfei and remarked, So, the Happy Forest has been operating at a loss. With the current deficit soaring to 570,000 taels of silver and monthly losses exceeding 100,000 taels, my stake, rather than yielding profit, incurs a monthly loss of 10,000 taels. Yixian, having scrutinized the ledger, was rendered speechless. Xiao Xianfei quickly clarified, it is not as dire as it appears. The land itself holds significant value. The issues arise from operational mismanagement, which, albeit concerning, are not insurmountable. The Happy Forest prides itself on exceptional service, and we have recruited elite personnel, which results in higher monthly expenditures. Coupled with our modest pricing, this has led to our current financial predicament. Then we must raise our prices. We cannot sustain a business model that thrives on losses while merely attracting customers. Xuan retorted with frustration. You may manage for now, but if this continues unchecked, the deficits will accumulate, and disaster will inevitably follow. It became evident to him that while Xiao Xianfei possessed beauty and strength, she lacked the acumen to manage a business effectively. She had taken over the Happy Forest from the Xuan a year prior, a time when the establishment flourished. But since then, revenues had plummeted, transforming profit into loss. With a hint of grievance, Xiao Xianfei replied, I have received suggestions to increase prices, yet after attempting it once, we lost more than half our clientele. Some merchants residing in the Happy Forest even organized a strike in protest, forcing me to revert to the original prices. Such a situation? Xuan expressed his surprise. Given Xiao Xianfei's formidable background, it seemed inconceivable that she would be coerced by a group of ordinary merchants. This was not a society governed by the rule of law. In a realm where cultivators held dominion, sheer strength often allowed one to disregard regulations. Few dared to cause turmoil beneath the gaze of a cultivator, for the consequences could be dire. Growing increasingly wary, Xuan stated, tomorrow morning, summon the primary managers of the Happy Forest. I wish to assess the situation firsthand for a proper judgment. Noticing Xiao Xianfei's demeanor, he realized that both she and he were merely figureheads, detached from the day-to-day operations. It was imperative to consult those responsible for managing affairs to gain clarity and efficiency. With a sigh, Xuan felt an unsettling sensation akin to being aboard a pirate ship. He had anticipated a joyous experience merely by holding a stake and awaiting dividends, only to find himself compelled to take matters into his own hands. What a burden this had become. Although incurring losses is not a concern, the prospect of selling the 1% stake in the Xuan property would undoubtedly yield a substantial sum. If the need arises, Xuan could sell the land and abscond without anyone being able to stop him. However, the current mismanagement of Xuan is far from ideal. Xuan contemplated whether he could leverage his resources to breathe new life into Xuan, thereby amplifying the value of his stake. Two promising plans flickered through his mind. Firstly, leveraging the reputation of Zuixian, he could establish a branch within Xuan, enticing patrons with a secret sauce that would surely lead to booming business. Secondly, he could procure a batch of black dragons from the Black Dragon Ranch to promote horse racing activities, attracting a cadre of gamblers while simultaneously boosting other ventures. If executed proficiently, these two initiatives could revive Xuan. Yet, before embarking on this course, it was imperative for Xuan to conduct a thorough investigation of Xuan's operational status. Any potential parasites must be swiftly eradicated. And he must bring Xiaoqing along. The accounts at Xuan are intricate, and the likelihood of deceit is substantial. Though Xuan can comprehend the ledgers, he may not discern the underlying intricacies. Hence, Xiaoqing's oversight is essential. Chapter 18. Signing in for heavenly level techniques this time. Xuan did not linger at Xuan for long. After arranging a meeting for the following morning, he reluctantly departed with Shang Yu and Duan Hui in tow. Upon returning to Zuixian, Xuan ascended to the 7th floor and knocked on the door of Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing's room. After a considerable wait, Xiaoqing finally opened the door. Yi Xiao, what brings you here so late? Is there something urgent? There's a matter I wish to discuss. Is now a convenient time? Xiaoqing slightly ajar the door, peering inside, when a voice from within called out, Please, esteemed manager, come in and have a seat. Only then did Xiaoqing invite Xuan inside. Are you two sisters living together? Xuan observed the tidy, fragrant double room, which had a structure of 2 bedrooms and a living area. Xiao Bai remained in her room, while Xiaoqing gestured for Xuan to sit at the small tea area by the window, where a chessboard lay with a game still in progress. Xiaoqing sat upright, preparing tea and pouring a generous cup of fragrant brew for Xuan. However, the amount was merely a sip. Xuan did not savor it, and swallowed it directly, nearly numbing his tongue with its bitterness. He decisively overturned the cup, signaling that he did not wish for a refill. Xiaoqing, unfazed, inquired, What matters do you wish to discuss, Yi Xiao? Xuan got straight to the point. I have recently acquired a 1% stake in Xuan, and I now consider myself half a proprietor of the establishment. However, I have noticed significant issues in its current management. If not addressed promptly, there is a risk of losses. I would like to ask you to accompany me to Xuan tomorrow to examine the accounts for any discrepancies. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing was taken aback. Yi Xiao, You have actually changed your profession to that of a madam? Xuan rolled his eyes in exasperation, remarking that there was a significant distinction between the pleasure forest and a brothel. Is that so? I perceive little difference. Only you men would squander money frivolously in such places for amusement. Xuan felt his face flush, unable to deny the truth in her words. Let us set aside such matters for now. Just tell me if you're willing to help. If you can resolve this issue for me, I shall owe you a favor. I must clarify in advance, I will never partake in any wrongdoing, Xiaoqing asserted, demonstrating her principles. Xuan chuckled bitterly. Xiaoqing, we've known each other for several days now. Honestly, do you believe I, Xuan, am the type to be oblivious to right and wrong? That does not seem to be the case. Moreover, given your current frailty, I doubt you would be capable of harming others. You are more likely to be the victim. She replied, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. Xuan continued, this is merely the beginning. If I can secure matters at the Pleasure Forest, I intend to invest in establishing a branch of the drunken Immortal Pavilion there. I would entrust its management to you, granting you and Xiao by each a 20% stake, transforming you from employees into proprietors. Really? Xiaoqing's eyes brightened, clearly moved by Xuan's proposition. Money is a commodity that few would refuse, and she and her sister were no exception. Xuan patted his chest confidently. I guarantee it with my integrity. Then I shall trust you this once. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the Pleasure Forest. It's settled then. Make sure to rest early. I shall return home to sleep as well. With that, Xuan took his leave. As midnight approached, he still needed to wait for his daily check-in. Once Xuan departed, Xiao Bai emerged from the bedroom. Had Xuan remained, he would have been astonished to discover that beneath Xiao Bai's flowing white gown, it was not her slender legs that were revealed, but rather a long, shimmering tail. Ding. Check-in successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in consecutively for a week. Reward. Volume 1 of the Supreme Wuji Xiantian Technique. A technique. Remarkably, a technique. Truly a rewarding outcome for a weekly sign-in. In the realm of cultivators, the most valuable possession is indeed a technique. From what Xuan understood, techniques for cultivators are initially categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. The vast majority of cultivators practice yellow-level techniques, while only those with exceptional aptitude who have joined sects have the opportunity to access profound-level techniques. Earth-level techniques are unattainable for ordinary cultivators. They are typically found only in ancient sects with a history of over 1,000 years or within the 3 great holy sects. And even then, the threshold for practicing them is exceedingly high. Only true geniuses can grasp them. Even if one were to obtain such a technique, they might still be incapable of learning it. As for the most formidable heaven-level techniques, it is uncertain whether even a single one can be found throughout the Star Continent. The library of Qingtung Academy houses a few low-grade yellow-level techniques, which Xuan had perused before, finding them as inscrutable as celestial scripts. Due to his failure to break through to the Qi refinement stage and his lack of comprehension regarding the celestial spiritual energy, he was oblivious to how this energy operates, rendering him unable to learn. On ordinary days, while observing other students cultivate their techniques and share their experiences, Xuan could only stand by, helplessly watching. However, at this moment, he had acquired a cultivation technique entirely his own, the Supreme Infinite Xiantian Technique. The very name of this technique suggested its extraordinary nature. The longer the name, the greater the power it possessed. Eagerly, Xuan activated the system's storage space, which contained a thick wooden tome. He took the tome out and caressed it with affection. This technique was not inscribed on paper. Rather, it was etched onto a blackish-purple wooden board, adorned with golden characters. The entire text was composed of 18 wooden panels, the material of which was unknown but felt unusually warm to the touch, as if brimming with abundant celestial spiritual energy. It was also quite heavy, weighing over 20 kilograms despite its seemingly modest thickness, making it laborious to hold. Xuan steeled himself and began to study the first wooden panel. Supreme Infinite Xiantian Technique, Volume 1, The Primal Induction. He murmured, Primal induction? The term primal refers to a state of purity, untainted by the world's impurities, as one exists in the womb. The exceptional nature of the little fairy's pure body stems from this ability to remain unblemished, embodying the essence of the primal. A typical person, upon entering the world, begins to accumulate the dust of existence from the very moment they cry out, gradually losing their primal energy. However, the little fairy differs. She retains her primal essence, enabling her cultivation to be more efficient, achieving results with half the effort. Yet my current body is utterly disconnected from the primal state and even ranks poorly among the postnatal. How can I cultivate? Xuan felt a headache coming on. Typically, one requires a teacher to impart guidance in cultivation. Blindly practicing without understanding is likely to lead to mistakes. Nevertheless, the supreme infinite Xiantian technique appeared remarkably formidable, and Yi Xian was determined not to expose it, lest it invite disaster. Even with Shaoqing, he dared not reveal the existence of this technique. After all, human nature is most vulnerable to temptation. Thus, he was left to explore and decipher the technique alone. If only he were a prodigious talent, it would be manageable. But with his inadequate aptitude, the prospect of comprehending such a technique felt overwhelming. Suddenly, a system notification startled Yi Xian. Ding. The host possesses a celestial level technique. Would you like to receive enlightenment? Chapter 19. Return to the Primal. This unexpected message left Yi Xian momentarily stunned. Such fortune. There was no need for a prolonged study. Direct enlightenment would be imparted to him, which was a tremendous boon. Even more astonishingly, this supreme infinite Xiantian technique was indeed a celestial level technique. Heavenly grade techniques are unparalleled throughout the entire star continent, a pinnacle existence that most practitioners may never glimpse in their lifetime. What more can be said? Let us take joy in this. If I undergo enlightenment, will it cause me any harm? Yi Xian inquired cautiously. Essentially harmless. Hey, clarify that for me. What do you mean by essentially harmless? Does that imply there is still a possibility of some harm? Do you wish to proceed with the enlightenment? The system inquired once more. With a determined grit of his teeth, Yi Xian resolved to take the plunge. Yes, if he did not seize this opportunity, he might never fully comprehend the techniques in his lifetime through gradual study. To rise above the ordinary, one must possess the courage to take risks when it matters most. Always living in fear, clinging to life, would only lead to watching opportunities slip through his fingers. Suddenly, a silent flash erupted from the wooden tome in Yi Xian's hands, striking his forehead with the force of a lightning bolt, causing him to stagger backward and collapse onto the floor, frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing as if electrified. It was not until 7 or 8 minutes later that the current finally subsided. Yi Xian rose, feeling darkness clouding his vision and his body utterly weakened. He sat on the ground, gasping for breath, and it took a considerable time for him to recover. Fortunately, he had endured. After regaining some strength, he picked up the fallen wooden tome, only to discover that all the text had vanished. These words, after the enlightenment, had been preserved in his mind in another form. I understand. I comprehend it all. Yi Xian exclaimed with exhilaration, feeling a complete set of the innate induction chapter's contents coalesce in his mind. Not only did he grasp the literal meanings, but he also seemed to fully absorb the profound insights contained within, experiencing no barriers to understanding. Once calm, Yi Xian meticulously reviewed the innate induction chapter. Strictly speaking, this was not a complete heavenly grade technique. For the innate induction chapter was merely the first volume of the supreme ultimate mystical heavenly technique, with 6 additional volumes yet unattained by Yi Xian. However, for him, this was almost sufficient, as he had yet to reach the Qi refinement realm. The subsequent volumes would be of no use to him. Conversely, this first volume was tremendously beneficial for Yi Xian, as it imposed no restrictions on cultivation requirements, allowing anyone, including an ordinary person like him with unremarkable talent, to practice. The essence of the innate induction chapter lies in 4 words: return to innateness. From this first chapter alone, the disparity between heavenly grade techniques and others becomes evident. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a widely accepted notion. Once a person reaches adulthood, they permanently lose their innate energy. This is precisely why, in the cultivation world, the earlier one embarks on the path of cultivation, the more promising their prospects are perceived to be. The distinction between cultivating an innate body and an acquired one is fundamentally significant. Typically, the age of 16 serves as a dividing line. Prior to this age, the innate energy has not completely dissipated. Thus, if one can break through to the Qi refinement stage, they are referred to as an innate Qi practitioner. However, breaking through to this stage after the age of 16 results in the loss of this considerable advantage. The earlier one achieves this breakthrough, the more innate energy can be retained within, leading to a smoother path in subsequent cultivation. For instance, Zhou Xuero, who broke through to the Qi refinement stage at the age of 13, is regarded as an exceptional talent within the realm of Cangyun City. In every session of the Immortal Sect examination, such innate practitioners receive considerable attention and often achieve commendable results. Should a few prodigies emerge, breaking through before the age of 10, it becomes a remarkable event. Before the Immortal Sect examination even commences, the elders of the 5 major sects would personally visit to recruit them, often leading to fierce competition among them. Although such occurrences are rare, They are celebrated as legendary tales that continually inspire later cultivators. It is said that the current lord of Cangyun City was a child prodigy who broke through at the age of 9. Immediately after this breakthrough, the high-ranking officials of the 5 major sects visited him, offering exceedingly generous terms. Ultimately, it was the Xuan sect that invested a substantial sum to take him under their wing. This event significantly contributed to the Xuan sect's unassailable position as the foremost among the 5 major sections. While innate Qi practitioners are not necessarily the most formidable, it is widely accepted that, under comparable conditions, acquired practitioners cannot compete with innate ones. Even Yi Xian once held this belief, leading him to harbor doubts about his own path in cultivation. Lacking the advantage of early opportunity and possessing mediocre talent, he felt that even if he were to pursue the path of cultivation, achieving significant accomplishments would be exceedingly difficult. Even if he managed to break through to the Qi refinement stage, the prospect of reaching the divine refinement stage in his lifetime seemed bleak, as most divine refinement practitioners had previously been innate Qi practitioners. Although there are instances of acquired practitioners reaching the divine refinement stage, it often requires several times the effort. This is merely to achieve the divine refinement stage. The subsequent golden core stage is even more arduous. However, should Yi Xian manage to regain the state of an innate body through the innate perception technique, everything would change entirely. This would grant him the opportunity to rise above others, qualifying him to join the ranks of innate Qi practitioners in his 20s. How could Yi Xian not feel exhilarated? Suddenly, he found himself feeling fortunate. Had it not been for his frail constitution that resisted supplementation, he might have broken through to the Qi refinement stage earlier, leaving him in tears at the sight of the innate perception technique. The disparity between his past and present is indeed remarkable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian set aside his distractions, seated himself cross-legged on the cold jade bed, and commenced his first formal cultivation session. With a heart devoted to singularity and the energy flowing through the 3 origins, Yi Xian practiced the art of breathing and sensing the mysterious womb. Cultivation was never an easy endeavor. Even though he had undergone a profound awakening and fully grasped the methods of the innate sensing technique, it took him numerous attempts to glean the subtleties of the practice. The journey to revert to his innate form was even more daunting. Yet, within the lexicon of adulthood, the word easy is merely an illusion. Yi Xian's opportunity to return to his innate state was a stroke of luck that surpassed that of the majority. Enduring hardships and fatigue, he remained resolute, immersing himself in relentless training, pushing his limits to the extreme. Throughout the night, he remained utterly focused, wholly absorbed in his cultivation. At last, through his unwavering efforts, he achieved a modicum of progress. The moment the first wisp of innate energy flowed from his crown to invigorate his limbs, Yi Xian realized that diligence ultimately yields rewards. Chapter 20. The Industries of Xuan Sect. As dawn broke, Yi Xian rose, pushed open the window, and inhaled the fresh morning air, an indescribable delight. A mere wisp of innate energy imbued him with the sensation of returning to his 16-year-old self, the age of utmost vitality. Regrettably, it was but a fleeting amount. Further effort was required to attain a perfect innate body, necessitating a considerable quantity of innate energy. Fortunately, Yi Xian had begun to unravel the techniques of cultivation, and now it was merely a matter of time. With 2 months ahead for refining his meridians, he had ample opportunity to cultivate his innate energy. Should 2 months prove insufficient, he could always extend the timeline. Yi Xian aspired to attain a flawless innate body before breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, for this would significantly impact his future potential. After freshening up, Yi Xian donned his attire and descended to find Xuan for breakfast. Perhaps due to the exertion from last night's practice, he felt ravenous, devouring over 20 mini burgers, leaving Xuan in a state of astonishment. Although small, each burger weighed half a pound, totaling 10 pounds. Remarkable that Yi Xian could consume them all. In contrast, Xuan maintained a more delicate demeanor, consuming only a bowl of black rice porridge and 2 eggs. Eat more. Look at how slender you are, Yi Xian remarked. Indeed, Xuan appeared slimmer than Xiaobai, standing at 1.7 meters and weighing roughly 90 pounds. However, both sisters, though slender, possessed ample curves in all the right places. In the backyard, Duan Hui was already directing artisans in the expansion of the horse barn. Yi Xian led the swift-wind tiger outside and said to Xuan, "You go ahead." Without hesitation, Xuan lightly pressed her toes against the ground, effortlessly ascending to sit upon the back of the tiger. Yi Xian, however, required a ladder. The tiger's broad back comfortably accommodated both of them. He took hold of the reins and instructed the tiger to advance. You supervise at home. With Xiaoqing accompanying me, there will be no issues, Yi Xian assured Duan Hui before galloping away on the swift wind tiger. As Yi Xian was intently guiding the swift wind tiger, Xiaoqing suddenly turned to him with curiosity and said, "Young Master Yi, I perceive that your scent seems different from yesterday. Really? Is your nose that perceptive? I merely cultivated a trace of innate qi, and you could detect it? Is that so?" "I didn't feel anything," Yi Xian replied. Xiaoqing, slightly perplexed, shook her head. "Perhaps it's just my imagination." The swift wind tiger dashed down the street at a speed of 80 yards, swiftly arriving at the happy forest. At this hour, the sun had just fully risen, and the morning mist in the happy forest had yet to dissipate, creating a serene atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the vibrant nightlife filled with revelry and indulgence. Yi Xian, well acquainted with the surroundings, arrived at the doorstep of Xiao Xianfei's residence, secured the swift wind tiger, and entered with Xiaoqing. In the living room, for managers from the happy forest had gathered, 2 men and 2 women. Upon seeing Yi Xian approach, the 4 initially froze, but upon noticing Xiaoqing behind him, their expressions turned tense. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s with slightly graying hair, approached with a fawning demeanor. "You must be young Master Yi," he said. "I have long admired you. I am Qinyang, the chief manager of Happy Forest. All matters, big and small, are overseen by me. This past half year, due to mismanagement, I, Qinyang, cannot escape responsibility. I implore young Master Yi for another chance. I shall ensure the revitalization of Happy Forest." This man was not simple. He came forth with a lowly posture, voluntarily seeking forgiveness, yet his words were merely formalities, leaving one to ponder his true intentions. Another middle-aged man, clad in a gray long robe and sporting a goatee reminiscent of a fortune-teller, stepped forward. "I have met young Master Yi. I am Hu Zhongtian, in charge of the accounts at Happy Forest. If the young master wishes to scrutinize the accounts, I am at your service." Hu Zhongtian bore an air of arrogance, seemingly displeased at the prospect of Yi Xian examining the accounts, his tone laced with sharpness. However, his gaze was clean, and upon first glance, he appeared more trustworthy than Qinyang. A middle-aged woman, plump and adorned with gold and jewels, with heavy makeup, exclaimed, "So you are Yi Xian? What kind of enchantment did you cast upon our Miss Xianfei to have her relinquish 1/10 of her shares to you without compensation? Do you not find that share too hot to handle? Young man, Aunt May must warn you that our young lady holds a noble status. Should you harbor any ill intentions, you shall face dire consequences." Another woman, graceful and alluring, swiftly interjected to stop Aunt May, offering a smile to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, please do not take offense. Aunt May speaks rather bluntly, but her heart is not ill-intentioned. Do not mind her words. Regarding the shares, Miss Xianfei has informed us, and since this is her decision, we will certainly not oppose. Whatever investigation you wish to conduct, I fully support, as long as Miss Xianfei is pleased." As her words fell, Miss Xianfei descended the staircase. She playfully chided, "Aunt Ci, Aunt May, do not frighten young Master Yi away." "Certainly not." Upon seeing Miss Xianfei, the 4 bowed their heads simultaneously, their demeanor exuding utmost humility. Yi Xian observed this scene with mild surprise. He initially believed that the little fairy concubine was merely a figurehead without any real authority over the pleasure forest. However, it has become evident that he was mistaken. The little fairy concubine not only wields significant power, but also commands a deep respect, and perhaps even fear, from her subordinates. This is not entirely surprising, as the little fairy concubine is a master of the spirit refinement realm, naturally exuding an air of authority. Were it not for Yi Xian's close dealings with her, one could hardly conceive of her somewhat reckless nature. At this moment, Xiaoqing is also scrutinizing the little fairy concubine, contemplating how this woman has so utterly captivated young Master Yi, compelling him to frequent the pleasure forest each night. Indeed, she possesses a certain allure, and her aura is distinctly unique, crystal clear and seemingly untainted by the world. "Young Master Yi, please take a seat. Mr. Hu, kindly retrieve the detailed accounts of the pleasure forest for the past 6 months for young Master Yi's perusal." Hu Zhongtian, who had been quite proud, could only nod obediently upon hearing the little fairy concubine's request, and went to fetch the accounts. Yi Xian seated himself alongside Xiaoqing and introduced her, saying, "This is my accountant, Xiaoqing. She will examine the accounts shortly. Do you mind?" "Not at all. I am not well versed in such matters. You may proceed as you see fit." Yi Xian felt a wave of exasperation. The little fairy concubine truly embodied the essence of a carefree overseer, perhaps even more so than he. Suddenly, Xiaoqing interjected, "You all are disciples of the Xiantian sect, aren't you?" Qinyang responded, "Miss, your discernment is commendable. The 4 of us, as managers, were once disciples of the Xiantian sect. As we have aged and our prospects for cultivation dimmed, we have taken on the responsibility of managing some secular businesses for the sect. The Pleasure Forest is a hereditary asset of the Xiantian sect and has historically been a significant source of income. Its current decline is indeed a disservice to the nurturing we received from our esteemed master. We are filled with shame. Chapter 21. Suspicion abounds. The assessments within cultivation sects are notoriously stringent. Upon reaching a certain age, if one fails to meet the expectations set forth during training, it becomes increasingly difficult to secure resources, leading to a gradual relegation to the background. In truth, fading into the background is the ultimate fate for most disciples, with only a select few managing to excel on the path of cultivation. The majority of disciples, upon reaching a certain age, either depart to wander the world in search of meager opportunities or, seeking stability, turn to commerce. Leveraging their past connections, they can carve out a modest reputation. A small fraction, possessing particularly strong connections, may take over the sect's own business ventures, acting as secular disciples stationed outside to amass wealth for the sect. This has become almost a norm. In Cangyun City, any enterprise of note is likely to have affiliations with various sects, each controlling different types of businesses and clearly delineating their boundaries. Should anyone dare to encroach upon another sect's territory, it would be tantamount to declaring war. The 5 major sects in Cangyun City maintain a tenuous relationship. While overt conflicts are rare, underlying tensions often result in friction over the territories they govern. This scenario bears a striking resemblance to the proxy wars incited during the great power rivalries. Major nations seek stability and do not initiate conflict lightly. Yet they cannot afford to forego their interests. If one refrains from contesting, others will seize the opportunity, leading to a shift in balance that none of the great powers wishes to witness. Hence, the wars at the grassroots level are even more critical to win. The more one cannot afford to lose, the more intensely the conflict escalates. Over the past 3 years, although Yi Xian primarily resided within the confines of the Qingting Academy, he often heard tales of street brawls occurring between various trading firms and money houses within the city. Each year, these altercations number no fewer than 10, frequently resulting in fatalities, not among the common folk, but among practitioners. Having recently acquired the Zuixian and the He Longhorse Ranch, Yi Xian had yet to entangle himself in such disputes, but as time passes, it is inevitable that he may encounter issues. This warrants vigilant foresight. Fortunately, the 2 enterprises in Yi Xian's possession boast considerable strength, with the formidable Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing presiding over Zuixian. Few dare to cast their gaze upon them. The He Longhorse Ranch, distanced from the clamor of the city and guarded by fierce spirit beasts, similarly deters unwanted attention. Were it not for these advantages, Yi Xian might have already found himself under scrutiny. After some idle conversation, it was not long before Hu Zhongtian arrived, carrying a large box filled with account books. Xiao Qing wasted no time and began auditing the accounts immediately. Seated beside her, Yi Xian caught a glimpse of a peculiar glimmer igniting in Xiao Qing's eyes as she perused the ledgers, her pupils strikingly vertical. Yi Xian refrained from inquiring, feigning ignorance, and engaged Qin Yang in a discussion about matters concerning the Happy Forest. As they conversed, Xiao Qing suddenly raised her head. There is an issue with these accounts. Yi Xian was taken aback by her swift deduction. It had barely been a few minutes. Hu Zhongtian, equally incredulous, retorted with indignation, "Little girl, you must provide justification for your claims. These accounts were meticulously verified by me before being recorded. Should there be discrepancies, I would have certainly noticed them first." Xiao Qing assertively slammed the account book onto the table, exuding confidence as she declared, "That is because your old eyes are failing you. Take a closer look at this entry. 200 pounds of Anhun sand were procured in May at a total price of 540,000 taels of silver. What is amiss here? The market for Anhun sand is on the rise this year, with selling prices climbing steadily. Even so, we source through the Xuan channel, which offers us a significantly lower rate than the external market." Xiao Qing scoffed. "At first glance, it appears there is no issue. But are you aware that at the beginning of this year, the Chaohua Immortal Sect discovered a bostone mine, resulting in a surge in supply and a plummet in unit prices? Bostone is the primary ingredient in Anhun sand." Hu Zhongtian's expression was one of utter disbelief. Xiao Qing continued, "If you pay even a modicum of attention, you will notice that since March, the sales of the soul-soothing powder from Happy Forest have been in a steady decline, resulting in a serious backlog of inventory. This is primarily due to the fact that the prices of soul-soothing powder available in the market are significantly lower than those of Happy Forest, leading our loyal customers to seek alternative purchasing channels. Moreover, several other popular products are experiencing varying degrees of issues, completely disconnected from the external market. I have reason to suspect that there is a problem with your procurement channels. Undoubtedly, someone is sabotaging us for personal gain. Xiao Qing's words left everyone present in a state of shock. Could such a thing be true? How is it possible? Procurement had always been under the purview of Aunt May, and there should not have been any problems. Qinyang furrowed his brows and remarked. Xiao Xinfei's gaze fell upon Aunt May. Aunt May, you are responsible for procurement. The issue lies with you. What do you have to say for yourself? Aunt May, drenched in cold sweat, stammered and found herself at a loss for words. Her gaze subtly shifted towards Qinyang, yet he deliberately avoided eye contact with her. In that moment, it seemed Aunt May sensed her impending doom, like a deflated balloon, completely losing her spirit. With a thud, she knelt before Xiao Xinfei. Miss Xinfei, it is my fault. I was blinded by greed, and I deserve to die. No need for you to lift a finger. As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt May's face turned crimson, and moments later she collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her orifices. Aunt May? Xiao Xinfei exclaimed in astonishment, rushing forward to check on her condition. In disbelief, Xiao Xinfei could hardly fathom that Aunt May would die so abruptly. Xiao Qing also approached to take a glance, stating, she committed suicide with poison. The toxin must have been concealed in her mouth for some time. It seems she was aware of her unavoidable fate and had long harbored the intention to die. Yi Xian, feeling somewhat dazed, protested, this cannot be. Who would take their own life so decisively, as if it had been rehearsed beforehand? This leaves no room for retreat. Qinyang shook his head and sighed. I never imagined that Aunt May, who appeared so honest, harbored such malice, even daring to embezzle from the Xiantian sect. Truly, her death is not to be mourned. Yet, she was wise. Had this incident been exposed, the punishment hall of the Xiantian sect would have pursued the matter to its bitter end. If she had entered the doors of the punishment hall, her fate would have been worse than death. Hu Zhongtian suddenly knelt before Xiao Xinfei, pleading, Miss Xinfei, my loyalty to the Xiantian sect is as bright as the sun and moon. This mistake was entirely due to the schemes of that wretched Wang Mei. I beseech you to show mercy. As the situation descended into chaos, Yi Xian understood that the remaining matters pertained to internal conflicts within the Xiantian sect, and he certainly was not suited to intervene. Thus, he took his leave alongside Xiao Qing, bidding farewell to Xiao Xinfei. Chapter 22. The Celestial Dragon Battle. Riding the swift wind tiger away from Happy Forest, Yi Xian wore a somber expression throughout the journey. Xiao Qing suddenly remarked, Young Master Yi, do you also find the circumstances of that plump woman's death rather suspicious? Yi Xian nodded. Her death was strikingly decisive, as if she were intent on concealing something. Do not overthink it. This is an internal matter of the Xuan Gong. In such a vast sect, it is inevitable that some discrepancies will arise. It is best for them to address it internally. We are mere outsiders and need not meddle in their affairs. Indeed, Yi Xian must prioritize his cultivation, focusing on developing his innate body and refining his meridians. He barely has enough time for himself, so there is no need to concern himself with others' matters. Even if he possesses a stake in the Happy Forest, it was merely a fortunate acquisition. If it becomes burdensome, he can simply relinquish it. He is no longer in need of money. Upon returning to the drunken, immortal residence, Yi Xian fed the swift wind tiger and then retreated to room number 1 to commence his meditation. He had already mastered the innate perception technique, and the next step was to attain proficiency, which made the process considerably easier. After an entire day of cultivation, the innate energy within him surged significantly. On average, approximately every half hour, a new strand of innate energy would manifest in his spiritual platform. The spiritual platform, located at the forehead, 3 inches inward from the brow, is the dwelling place of the soul and is of utmost importance to cultivators, rivaling the significance of the dantian. The innate energy arising from the spiritual platform is undoubtedly nurtured by the power of the soul. Yi Xian could not elucidate the specific principles behind it. The innate perception technique merely taught him the method. However, this was of little consequence. In most cultivation practices, the process involves imitation. Only those who can truly comprehend the profound meaning are regarded as geniuses. By the end of the day, Yi Xian had successfully nurtured 13 strands of innate energy. Though not an excessive amount, the effects were quite evident. Despite a full day of practice, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was brimming with vigor, even feeling somewhat restless. Knock, knock. A voice from outside the door called. Is the esteemed manager available? Come in, Yi Xian replied, aware that Little White had arrived to assist him in refining his meridians and also brought dinner. He hastily finished his meal, took a refreshing shower, and then lay upon the cold jade bed, allowing Little White to work on him. Little White seemed to notice the changes in Xuan and expressed mild astonishment. Esteemed manager, you appear to have rejuvenated considerably, even showing signs of returning to your innate state. Have you consumed some innate elixir? Ahem, one could say that. Xuan casually deflected. He was uncertain of the effects of innate elixirs, but he certainly could not disclose to Little White that he possessed a set of heavenly grade techniques. He feared that Little White might suddenly turn to treachery. It was not that Xuan lacked trust in Little White. Rather, living in a foreign realm had instilled in him a vigilant disposition towards all matters, leading him to operate with utmost caution. Had it not been for this, he likely would not have survived to this day. The esteemed manager is indeed exceptional, even able to procure innate elixirs, Little White remarked. Are innate elixirs truly so valuable? Indeed, only a master-level alchemist possesses the capability to refine innate elixirs. It is said that throughout the entire star region, there are no more than 10 master-level alchemists, and none exist around Cangyun City. The value of an innate elixir is beyond imagination. One could sell an entire street and still be unable to afford a single one. I truly have no knowledge of that. After all, I haven't spent any money. Xuan chuckled dismissively. An innate elixir without cost? Xiaobai was increasingly astonished, realizing that Xuan's background might be even more formidable than she had anticipated. For her and her sister, this was indeed a fortuitous circumstance, as it would provide them with additional support should powerful figures from the Fox Immortal Pavilion come calling. Xiaobai, Xuan suddenly said, his face flushed. Xiaobai snapped back to reality, puzzled as she noticed her hands were inappropriately placed upon Xuan. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily withdrew her hands. The atmosphere grew considerably awkward, with Xuan feeling too shy to speak and Xiaobai remaining silent throughout. An hour later, Xiaobai hurriedly bid farewell. As Xuan inhaled the lingering fragrance of the girl in the air, his breath became heavy, prompting him to rush to the bathroom for a cold shower to regain his composure. The long night stretched on, and filled with vigor, Xuan, unable to sleep, chose to continue cultivating the innate perception technique. Unbeknownst to him, the night slipped away, and dawn arrived. A gentle drizzle began to fall outside the window, bringing a refreshing coolness to the air. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a Tianlong Barret. What on earth? Xuan quickly activated the system's storage space, his eyes widening at the sight of a heavy sniper rifle within. The king of sniper rifles, the Barret. Moreover, it was adorned with a silver dragon design that seemed almost alive, coiling around the Barret with remarkable vitality. As Xuan became entranced, information about the Tianlong Barret flooded into his mind. Tianlong Barret, a Barret sniper rifle with a special coating, utilizing a 15.6mm specially made dragon breath bullet. In addition to formidable physical attack damage, it possesses a dragon breath burning effect, inflicting considerable damage on Qi refinement realm cultivators. Note: one dragon breath bullet is automatically generated each day, with a maximum magazine capacity of 12 rounds. Upon hearing the name Barret, Xuan felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, this was a realm of cultivators, and the utility of firearms was quite limited. However, the Tianlong Barret's specially crafted dragon breath bullets elevated it beyond the realm of ordinary firearms. The Tianlong Barret could indeed be classified as a magical artifact. Xuan promptly retrieved the Tianlong Barret from the storage space. It felt exceedingly heavy in his hands, weighing over 30 pounds. However, Xuan was no weakling. He could easily manage weights of 200 to 300 pounds. Thus, the Barret felt just right in his grasp, and he anticipated that wielding it would not prove too difficult. Upon opening the magazine, only a single bullet lay within. The silver projectile bore an imposing dragon head emblem, exuding a fierce aura. Acquiring such a magnificent toy, Xuan felt a surge of excitement as he promptly positioned the battle ray at the window, activating the scope to survey the surroundings. The scope boasted numerous functionalities, including laser targeting, distance measurement, infrared sensing, night vision, and even X-ray vision, allowing one to see through walls. Although the clarity was not perfect, when combined with the infrared sensor, it could effortlessly lock onto targets concealed behind barriers. Quite remarkable. Regrettably, with only one bullet at his disposal, Xuan could not test its power, opting instead to conserve it for the time being. After all, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Ray automatically generated a dragon breath bullet each day, and he could wait until the magazine was fully stocked before engaging in live fire. After a brief period of play, he returned the Heavenly Dragon Battle Ray to the system's storage space. Having such a storage capability was indeed convenient, as the Battle Ray could be carried easily, ready to be drawn in times of peril, serving as a potential lifesaver. Chapter 23. Consumption Rebate Card. A new day heralded fresh beginnings. Xuan descended to relish a sumptuous breakfast. The mini hamburgers remained a hot commodity. To facilitate sales, Shaoqing had opened a dedicated window solely for their distribution. Even though it was no longer breakfast time, dozens still queued on the street, their attire suggesting they were servants dispatched by the young masters and mistresses of their households to procure the beloved mini hamburgers. This indicated that the mini hamburgers had garnered a noteworthy reputation among the upper echelons of Cangyun City, becoming the preferred delicacy for many. Thanks to Shaoqing adhering to Xuan's advice in controlling production, the novelty of the hamburgers was likely to endure for some time. The profits over the past few days had certainly been substantial. However, in order to have Xiaobai and Shaoqing refine his meridians, Xuan had relinquished a considerable share of profits to the sisters. While his net profit margin would diminish, considering the mini hamburger's popularity, the revenue for the month would undoubtedly see a significant rise. Feeling satiated, Xuan intended to return upstairs to continue his cultivation when Duan Hui approached him. Young Master Yi, the new tiger den has been completed. Additionally, Chief Steward Tan has sent word that the racetrack's business has been flourishing. This month's surplus amounts to 300,000 taels, now deposited into your account at the Xingyuan Bank. Wealth has flowed in, and a sum of 300,000 taels at that. The Black Dragon racetrack has outperformed Zuixian. Although Zuixian's profits last quarter reached 850,000, that figure was accumulated over 3 months, whereas the Black Dragon racetrack's earnings were for a single month, thus proving to be more lucrative. However, given that a spirit beast had been sold, this profit should not be regarded as typical. Spirit mounts are exceedingly rare, and few are willing to invest in them. This time, it was a fortunate stroke of luck due to Zhou Shuero's circumstances, but such opportunities may not arise again. It is likely that for the entirety of the next year, no spirit mounts would be sold, which is the expected norm. Understood. Inform Tanzhu to reserve 20 sturdy Black Dragon horses for me, as I have other plans for them, Xuan instructed. Duan Hui nodded and took his leave. Xuan had not forgotten his delivery plan. With the rising popularity of his small hamburgers, it was time to swiftly launch the delivery service. Delivering food posed no significant technical challenge, as he already had reliable mounts. By hiring a few astute and diligent individuals, he could commence operations within a few days. However, the question remained, who would take charge? Xuan certainly lacked the time, and Shaoqing was also quite occupied. But Shan Yu was perpetually idle. He would be the perfect candidate for the task. He seemed to spend his days leisurely at Zuixian, making him ideally suited to oversee this project. Xuan promptly summoned Shan Yu. Young Master Yi, what do you require? Shan Yu inquired. Please find 20 capable individuals who can ride, are familiar with all areas of Cangyun City, and are willing to endure hardship. Xuan requested. Although Shan Yu was unaware of the reasons behind this task, he did not press for details and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I will gather the personnel within a day. Once the team was assembled, he was to take them directly to the Black Dragon Horse Ranch, where each could select a horse, and Xuan would arrange the subsequent details. Understood. Returning to room number 1, Xuan adjusted his focus and resumed his cultivation of the innate induction technique. Today's training was notably effective. Within an hour, he could refine 5 strands of innate energy. By the end of the day, the quantity of innate energy within him had doubled, leaving him invigorated. This innate energy was indeed remarkable. Despite 2 days of sleeplessness, he felt as lively as ever, showing no signs of fatigue. Furthermore, he had consumed little sustenance, yet felt no hunger, as if this innate energy could furnish his body with sustenance, providing an exceptionally pure form of energy that surpassed even that derived from consuming spirit meat. One cannot help but marvel at the untapped potential harbored within the human body. As night fell, Shaoqing arrived punctually to assist Xuan in refining his meridians. Observing her slender, snow-white fingers, Xuan felt a pang of trepidation. Shaoqing, may we come to an agreement? Could you possibly be a bit gentler? Being gentle is my sister's forte. I cannot promise such delicacy, Shaoqing replied with a playful grin, her hands tightening into fists, joints cracking audibly. This was indeed a challenging situation. With resolve, Xuan produced a 10,000 tael silver note, cheerfully tucking it into Shaoqing's sleeve. Will this suffice? His tone was notably humble. Upon seeing the silver note, Shaoqing's face brightened. You are too generous, young Master Yi. Please lie down. I will ensure you receive the utmost comfort today, leaving you completely satisfied. How delightful it is to possess wealth. Xuan disrobed and reclined, ready to indulge in Shaoqing's massage service. This time, her technique was considerably gentler. While she still could not rival Xiaobai, At least she did not inflict unbearable pain upon him. After an hour, Xuan was thoroughly relaxed and had drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already the dawn of a new day. Xuan stretched comfortably, only to suddenly feel a twinge of discomfort in his neck. Could it be a stiff neck? Fortunately, it was not severe, and Xuan dismissed it without much thought. After taking a shower, he casually signed in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a consumer rebate card. What is this? Xuan curiously examined the card he had just received. Consumer rebate card. Upon using this card, all expenditures within 1 hour will yield double rebates, with a maximum rebate limit of 100,000 taels of silver. This card is rather intriguing. This means that if Xuan spends 500,000 taels on shopping within 1 hour after activating the card, he will receive a rebate of 1 million taels. Essentially, he would profit 50,000 taels, in addition to the items he acquires. Coincidentally, the Black Dragon Ranch had contributed 300,000 taels yesterday, and combined with the 200,000 taels Xuan had on hand, it totaled 500,000 taels. Without hesitation, he decided to go out and spend. Wait, can I use this card within my own business? A sudden thought struck Xuan. For instance, if he took the 500,000 taels to the Black Dragon Ranch to purchase spirit beast mounts, he could return the mounts after receiving the rebate, thus netting a profit of 1 million taels. After all, Xuan had no pressing needs and was well off for food and drink. Ding. The consumer rebate card cannot be used within the host's personal businesses. Otherwise, the rebate will not be granted. Well then, it seems I must shop elsewhere. But 500,000 taels is no trifling sum. What could he possibly buy within an hour? Xuan suddenly realized that he was not particularly adept at spending money. Perhaps he should consult Xiaoqing. Descending the stairs, Xuan sought out Xiaoqing, but she was preoccupied with her calculations, completely ignoring him, even avoiding his gaze and appearing quite flustered. Just as Xuan was puzzled by her demeanor, Xiaobai approached and asked, "Is there something you need, master?" Xuan replied candidly, "I plan to spend 500,000 taels within an hour. Do you have any suggestions, Miss Xiaobai?" "That is quite simple. Head to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. There, any talisman or elixir begins at 10,000 taels. 500,000 taels could easily buy 2 spirit treasures." Indeed. How had he not thought of that? Just as Xuan was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Miss Xiaobai, are you free right now? I am not well versed in spirit treasures. Could you accompany me? I'm not too busy at the moment, so I can." Xiaobai nodded in agreement. Chapter 24. A lifetime of kneeling. Xuan had invited her with a mere sense of trial, not expecting Xiaobai to genuinely agree, which struck him as rather peculiar. Despite Xiaobai's gentle demeanor, Xuan had never quite grasped her true thoughts. Interacting with her always left him with a subtle sense of distance. If Xiaobai had declined the invitation, it would have seemed entirely normal to Xuan. Xuan was unaware that due to certain actions taken by Xiaoqing the previous night, Xiaobai had reprimanded her early in the morning. The reason she accepted Xuan's invitation was entirely due to this incident, and she felt a sense of guilt towards him. Upon exiting the drunken Immortal Pavilion, Xuan chose not to ride the swift wind tiger, as the distance to the Lingbao Pavilion was merely a 10-minute walk. The weather was delightful that day, making it quite pleasant to take a stroll and bask in the sunlight. Walking through the streets with the young lady Xiaobai drew a considerable amount of attention. Xuan chuckled, remarking on the attention they garnered. After only a few steps, he noticed numerous ardent gazes directed not at him, but rather at Xiaobai. Clad in garments as white as snow, with her long hair flowing freely, Xiaobai resembled a celestial fairy from a painting, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal grace. However, Xiaobai appeared to be uncomfortable with such scrutiny. Employing some unknown method, her aura dimmed significantly, prompting passers-by to avert their eyes and cease their focus on her. Xuan, intrigued, promptly inquired, "What technique is this, Miss Xiaobai?" "It is the hidden divine turtle breathing technique," she replied, "which does not possess any remarkable capabilities, but merely reduces one's presence, making it difficult for others to notice." Though she spoke lightly of it, this technique undoubtedly held substantial practical value. It seemed to transcend an ordinary yellow-level skill, likely belonging to the mysterious or even earth-level classifications. One could only wonder where Xiaobai and Xiaoqing had trained. They must have belonged to a significant sect. Accompanied by Xiaobai, Xuan first made his way to a nearby bank to exchange the 300,000 from his account into silver notes before heading directly to the Lingbao Pavilion. The pavilion was situated on the bustling Cangyun Avenue, the most vibrant area of the main city, where at the end stood a magnificent palace, the Lord's residence. As the most prosperous district in Cangyun City, the establishments lining Cangyun Avenue were all lavishly extravagant, making the drunken Immortal Pavilion, despite its claims of being a high-end establishment, seem rather inferior in comparison. Remarkably, this was Yixian's first visit to Cangyun Avenue in 3 years since arriving in the city. The cost of living here was exorbitant. It was not just Yixian, a mere student, but even an average middle-class individual would find it challenging to afford. This was evident from the pedestrians on the street, nearly all of whom were practitioners at the Qi refinement stage, dressed in luxurious attire, either young masters and ladies or disciples of the 5 major sects attending to business. Had it not been for Xiaobai's company, walking alone on Cangyun Avenue would have been quite daunting for Yixian. Soon they arrived at the Lingbao Pavilion. As it was still morning and the pavilion had just opened, the opulent shop was rather quiet, lacking in patrons. Just as Yixian and Xiaobai were about to enter, a heavy footfall rapidly approached from behind. They turned to see a magnificent white giant bear, clad in golden armor and exuding an imposing presence, charging towards them, halting right outside the Lingbao Pavilion. A man clad in a purple robe adorned with dragon patterns, possessing striking features and an air of nobility, leaped down from the back of a white bear and strode purposefully towards the Lingbao Pavilion. Yixian happened to be standing directly in his path. Desiring to avoid conflict, he instinctively stepped aside. However, the man moved with astonishing speed, failing to wait for Yixian to yield, and collided forcefully past him. The mere brush of their shoulders sent a tremendous impact through Yixian. Had he not swiftly grasped the door frame beside him, he would have surely stumbled. The man, having brushed against Yixian, appeared utterly unfazed, continuing his journey into the pavilion without so much as a pause. Yixian's brow furrowed slightly, and upon noticing this, Xiaobai stepped forward, supporting Yixian's shoulder. Channeling her spiritual energy, she gently caressed the area, causing the pain to dissipate instantly. "Thank you, Miss Xiaobai," Yixian expressed gratefully. Xiaobai smiled softly, observing. Judging by his attire, he must be an inner disciple from the 3rd Academy of the Dao Transformation Sect, with a cultivation level of the 9th stage of Qi refinement. What was she implying? Yixian nodded in acknowledgement, then approached the man, patting his shoulder. "My friend, it seems rather inappropriate to collide with someone and not offer an apology." The man turned his gaze upon Yixian, his eyes blazing with intensity, and coldly retorted, "Apologize? Do you believe yourself worthy?" A flicker of anger flashed in Yixian's eyes, yet he merely shrugged nonchalantly, stepping back. "Xiaobai, it's your turn." Xiaobai beamed and was about to take action when, suddenly, a startled exclamation erupted from behind the counter. "No misunderstanding, no misunderstanding." An elderly man with a white beard rushed out, anxiously positioning himself in front of Yixian. "Young Master Wenyu, please calm your anger. This is a student from our Qingting Academy who inadvertently offended you. I shall make him apologize at once." With that, the old man turned to Yixian, his expression pleading. "Yixian, do you realize your mistake?" "Mr. Hao?" Yixian was momentarily bewildered. Mr. Hao had been his teacher at the Qingting Academy and had treated him kindly, previously assisting him with various part-time jobs. What was he doing here? "What are you dawdling for?" Quickly apologized to young Master Wen. Mr. Hao was nearly frantic, as if he might force Yixian to bow his head. Realizing Mr. Hao's frantic gestures were an attempt to extricate him, Yixian began to comprehend the situation. Indeed, in Mr. Hao's eyes, he was merely a destitute student without family or connections, lacking any standing, while the other was a formidable inner disciple of the Dao Transformation Sect, a master at the 9th stage of Qi refinement. For Yixian to confront such an individual would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Mr. Hao's intervention was out of concern for Yixian's safety, fearing he might attract the ire of someone he ought not to provoke. Yet, despite Mr. Hao's good intentions, he failed to grasp the full context. Although Yixian was not yet a practitioner, he had the formidable Xiaobai by his side. A mere 9th stage Qi refinement practitioner was hardly a source of concern for him. It was Mr. Hao, after all, considering that he had once taught me. I shall not pursue the matter further. Let this young man bow to me, and we shall consider the incident resolved, Wen Yuan said with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hao was instantly elated and hastily urged Yixian. "Yixian, why are you still dawdling? Did you not hear? Quickly bow to young Master Wen, and express your gratitude for his leniency. Bow and admit my fault. I believe you are mistaken." Yixian replied defiantly, locking eyes with Wen Yuan. "Just a moment ago, I merely intended to sever one of your arms, but now I have changed my mind. I intend to shatter your kneecaps, ensuring that you will never stand again, forced to kneel for the rest of your life." Chapter 25. One must not speak without credibility. Yixian's words not only furrowed Wen Yuan's brow, but also left Mr. Hao dumbfounded. Was this truly the Yixian he knew? Over the past 3 years, Yi Xian had exhibited a demeanor of honesty and simplicity at the Qing Academy, never embroiling himself in conflicts. This was precisely why Mr. Hao had taken a particular interest in him, assisting him with introductions for temporary work, recognizing the boy's untroublesome nature and grounded disposition. Yet, the transformation before him was astounding. The fierce gaze that now inhabited Yi Xian's eyes left Mr. Hao both astonished and concerned. Alas, my child, you are misguided. Wen Yuan is an inner disciple of the creation Immortal Sect, possessing the cultivation of the 9th level of Qi refinement. As an ordinary person who has yet to break through to the Qi refinement stage, how can you dare to confront him? Yet, now that Yi Xian had uttered such challenges, it was a direct provocation to Wen Yuan. Although Mr. Hao had once taught Wen Yuan and held some influence, such a challenge could not be easily dismissed. No amount of persuasion from Mr. Hao would alter the course of events. Very well. You possess the audacity to utter such words. I commend your bravery. However, now you must face the consequences of your statements. Wen Yuan's spiritual energy surged, his fists clenched, and fiery orange flames began to rise from his knuckles, creating an imposing aura. Wen Yuan moved slowly, raising his arm, his fist enveloped in flames, poised to strike Yi Xian at any moment. But just then, Wen Yuan felt a searing pain coursing through his knees. Before he could react, he was launched from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, tumbling across the street until he crashed violently into a wrought iron lion at the entrance of the weapon catalog. Coughing up blood, Wen Yuan could hardly muster the strength to rise. His body slumped helplessly against the ground, stunned and bewildered by the sight of his shattered kneecaps. What had transpired? The answer lay in the actions of Xiaobai, yet no one had witnessed how she had intervened. Even Yi Xian, standing directly across from her, had been unable to discern her swift movements, as her speed surpassed the limits of human perception. What had just happened? Mr. Hao was taken aback. Just a moment ago, he had mentally prepared himself to collect Yi Xian's remains. However, the outcome completely surpassed his expectations. How could a 9th-level Qi practitioner like Wen Yuan be so easily defeated? Yi Xian spoke. I apologize for startling you, sir. It would be best for you to leave this place. I shall handle the remaining matters properly and will visit you at the academy in a few days. Mr. Hao paused, then suddenly expressed his delight. Yi Xian, you have matured. I once believed you were ill-suited for the path of cultivation, as you were too honest and lacked the fierceness typical of cultivators. Yet now, I must retract my previous opinion. Although your innate talent is modest, as long as you possess fervor and determination, even a young calf can challenge a tiger. With that, Mr. Hao waved his hand and departed. Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Hao was indeed an interesting character. The phrase, even a young calf can challenge a tiger, revealed the old man's profound understanding of the cultivation world. The path of cultivation is, after all, a defiance against fate, fraught with the law of the jungle and deceit. Merely possessing talent is insufficient. Without the requisite courage and tenacity, one cannot traverse this arduous journey for long. Suddenly, Xiaobai spoke with a meaningful tone, then reached out and grasped the air. Wen Yuan from across the street was sent flying, landing with a thud. You are finished. I am a disciple of the inner sect of the creation Immortal Gate, under the tutelage of Elder Gu Du Yun, whose strength lies in the God refinement realm. You shall pay for injuring me today. My master will not spare you. Await your demise. Perhaps the pain had driven Wen Yuan to madness, for he began to laugh maniacally. With no further ado, Yi Xian stamped down on Wen Yuan's already shattered kneecap. Ah! Wen Yuan gasped in shock, unable to suppress a cry, his gaze fixated on Yi Xian, filled with a venomous resentment. What does that have to do with you? Yi Xian's voice was low yet piercing. Whether your master avenges you or not is irrelevant now. From this moment forth, you shall be a cripple who cannot rise. Do you truly believe that a worthless wretch like you holds any value worth cherishing? Would your master risk incurring my wrath for someone like you? Wen Yuan panicked, suddenly aware of the white-clad woman beside Yi Xian. He realized that a person capable of dispatching him in a single move was no ordinary foe. Most likely, this white-clad woman was a formidable being of the God refinement realm. If that were the case, would his master still seek vengeance for him? Reduced to a cripple, he would hold no value for the creation Immortal Gate, as his injuries extended beyond his knees, severing his meridians and eliminating any chance of further cultivation. Even if his master might consider avenging him for the sake of the sect's honor, the adversary was not without power. Should his master weigh the pros and cons and choose to avoid conflict, would he even have the right to object? Contemplating this, Wen Yuan felt a chill settle in his heart. You are truly cruel. I merely bumped into you, yet you wish to ruin my life. Yi Xian chuckled softly. I merely requested an apology from you. Yet you insist on my bowing in contrition. It seems we are evenly matched. He ceased his banter and turned to Xiaobai, saying, let him depart. Xiaobai nodded, her hand elegantly lifting, and 1 yuan was propelled through the air, landing upon the back of a white bear, which promptly galloped away. Suddenly, a thought struck Yixian, and he inquired, Xiaobai, considering the formidable recuperative abilities of practitioners, will his knees be able to heal? Not likely, Xiaobai replied with a faint smile. I have severed the meridians in his legs. Only a master-level physician could possibly heal him, and such a practitioner is unlikely to be found in the entirety of Cangyun City. That is reassuring, Yixian remarked. For I did vow to ensure he would kneel for a lifetime. I must not be faithless in my word. Xiaobai smiled gently, Master Yi. Today I have come to realize that you are quite an intriguing individual. Am I truly so dull in my usual demeanor? He retorted, shaking his head as he approached the counter. My apologies for the disturbance, Yixian noted. Having observed that the shopkeeper of Lingbao Pavilion had remained utterly silent throughout the entire ordeal, seemingly indifferent to the events unfurling within the shop. It was evident that the shopkeeper possessed an extraordinary composure, akin to a sage unperturbed by the tremors of the world. Yet, the shopkeeper did not respond to Yixian's words. Excuse me? Yixian called out again, but still received no reaction. What is happening? He raised his voice, waving his hand before the shopkeeper's face. At last, the shopkeeper stirred, lifting his head and asking, What did you say, young one? My ears are not what they used to be. Speak a little louder. How embarrassing, Yixian thought, feeling the heat rise to his face. Just then, a girl of about 13 or 14 years, with a graceful figure, emerged. Her attire was peculiar, adorned with intricate patterns and sparkling jewels. As she approached, Yixian sensed the air around him become refreshingly crisp, dispelling the earlier oppressive heat. He surmised that her garment was enchanted, the designs and gems likely employed to inscribe certain formations. In her hand, she held a conch-shaped object, which she brought to the old man's ear, prompting him to respond with clarity. Ah, I seem to have become forgetful in my old age, having neglected to recall that I am already retired. I shall return home at once. As he stood to leave, the girl quickly grasped his arm. Grandfather, do not wander off alone. Allow me to arrange for someone to escort you, lest you become lost again. The young girl waved her hand, and suddenly, as a gentle breeze stirred, a tall man clad in a black robe, with a stern countenance, appeared in the Lingbao Pavilion, assisting the elderly gentleman out. Watching her grandfather's unsteady figure as he departed, the girl sighed softly, murmuring, I truly wonder what grandfather is thinking. Uncle Heir has already offered to take him up the mountain, yet grandfather refuses to go. Otherwise, with Uncle Heir's abilities, rejuvenating grandfather would be a breeze. At the very least, he could easily appear a decade younger. Ahem. Yixian could not help but cough lightly. The girl immediately donned a smile and approached, asking, Are you here to purchase something, young sir? Feel free to browse. I am the proprietor here. Yixian raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Can a little girl like you truly be in charge? Offended by his doubt, the girl placed her hands on her hips and pouted, indignantly retorting, Why can't I be in charge? Do not underestimate my age. I am already a formidable practitioner at the 6th level of qi refining. Oh, another innate qi practitioner, and at such a young age to boot. With a cultivation level surpassing even that of Shui Rou. Quite impressive indeed. What is your name, young lady? Yixian inquired with a smile. I am Han Xiaomo. Han, you say? That likely means you hail from the Luo Shui sect, as it is a family-based sect where the upper echelons predominantly bear the surname Han. Is your uncle Heir the sect leader, Han Xiaobei? Indeed, my uncle is the sect leader of Luo Shui. He entrusted me with the management of this Lingbao Pavilion, saying that since I roam about aimlessly, I should have something to occupy my time. Mentioning this, Han Xiaomo appeared somewhat dejected, indicating that her stewardship of the pavilion was not entirely by choice. Goodness, this young girl's background is quite remarkable. Does that mean the elderly gentleman we just saw is the father of the Luo Shui sect leader? Han Xiaomo suddenly grew impatient, asking, Are you going to buy something or not? I will buy, but I wish to take a look first. Yixian shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and decided to use his rebate card for purchases. Approaching the counter, he observed that the items for sale in the Lingbao Pavilion were not solely magical artifacts. Rather, they comprised various precious materials, such as the teeth and bones of spirit beasts, rare woods, peculiar stones, and corals, all likely intended as raw materials for refining. Prices varied, mostly ranging from a few hundred to several thousand taels of silver. However, Yixian had set his sights on spending 500,000, and thus found little of interest in these offerings. Moreover, purchasing them would be of no use, as he lacked the skill to refine artifacts himself. Are there any finished magical artifacts? He inquired. Yes, they are inside. Would you like to see? Han Xiao Mo regarded Yi Xian with a hint of skepticism, seemingly questioning whether he was merely causing trouble. After all, even the most basic finished magical artifacts would start at a price of 100,000 taels of silver. And this individual, with no apparent cultivation, did not appear to be someone capable of affording such items. However, the elegant woman clad in white beside Yi Xian was indeed quite striking, although she exuded no discernible aura of spiritual energy. Han Xiaoma sensed that this white-clad lady was no ordinary individual. Let us take a look, Yi Xian suggested. Follow me. With that, Han Xiaoma unknowingly activated some mechanism, causing an entire wall behind them to part, revealing a grander exhibition hall within. Before Yi Xian even stepped inside, he could feel a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Previously, he was unable to perceive the natural spiritual aura, but ever since the infusion of innate energy within him, his senses had sharpened significantly. While subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy might elude his detection, the high concentration of energy here was impossible to overlook. This energy emanated from the artifacts displayed within. The exhibition hall showcased a modest collection of over 20 artifacts, each meticulously preserved within specially crafted glass containers, making them quite precious. Among these artifacts, most were exquisite swords and blades, exuding an impressive presence. Yet, there were also other types of artifacts. For instance, before Yi Xian lay a suit of silver silk armor, resembling a snug vest, crafted entirely from delicate and soft silver threads that appeared smooth and supple. In comparison to weapons, such protective artifacts were Yi Xian's top choice. After all, in the absence of strength, the priority of survival took precedence. Moreover, with the celestial dragon battle ray in his possession, its practicality surpassed that of ordinary flying swords. Despite the reverence the cultivation world held for flying swords, with many aspiring to soar through the skies and claim their foes from afar, the truth remained that one needed at least the cultivation of the golden core stage to achieve such feats. What kind of artifact is this? Yi Xian inquired. Han Xiaoma replied, You have an eye for quality, young man. This is the Dragon Whisker Armor, a second-tier artifact, personally crafted by my esteemed mother. The silver threads used are sourced from the dragon whiskers of the great Wulong fish in Taiwu Lake, totaling over 7,800 strands. Collecting these whiskers alone took half a year, and crafting the armor took another 6 months. What is the price? Yi Xian asked. 500,000 taels, no negotiations. Han Xiaoma stated. The price was just right. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian asked, May I try it on? Without further ado, Han Xiaoma opened the glass cabinet, retrieved the dragon whisker armor, and held it up against him as if measuring his size. After adjusting a few of the fasteners, she tailored the armor to fit Yi Xian perfectly before handing it to him. As he held the armor, Yi Xian looked around and asked, Is there no changing room? Han Xiaoma rolled her eyes, saying, Come on, you're not a child anymore. Why be shy? Yi Xian felt a bit embarrassed, but decided to shed his shirt without further hesitation and don the dragon whisker armor. It felt quite comfortable. With an appropriate weight and degree of flexibility, he could only wonder about its defensive capabilities. Han Xiaoma was well prepared. She swiftly drew a flying sword and, without any warning, thrust it towards Yi Xian's chest. With a dull thud, Yi Xian staggered back several steps. Just as he was about to express his irritation, he touched his chest and discovered that he felt no pain at all, leaving him utterly astonished. Rest assured, the magical artifacts produced by our Xingzhou Pavilion are of genuine quality. This dragon whisker armor is particularly adept at countering sharp weapon attacks. A second-tier weapon cannot possibly harm the dragon whisker armor, which is also impervious to fire and impact. When subjected to great force, the armor instantly solidifies, absorbing most of the impact and protecting your vital organs from compression. Yi Xian felt somewhat tempted and glanced at Xiaobai, seeking her opinion. Xiaobai remarked, The whiskers of the great Wulong fish indeed make excellent materials for crafting artifacts. However, in comparison to the whiskers of the great golden dragon fish, their quality is slightly inferior. This set of dragon whisker armor should cost no more than 300,000 taels, while we can offer a maximum of 350,000 taels. Chapter 27. Sign-in rewards with mines 350,000? Han Xiaoma shook her head vigorously, her stance resolute. That is impossible. The absolute minimum is 450,000. My Xingzhou Pavilion incurs daily expenses exceeding 1,000 taels, and while others may see a smaller profit as acceptable, for us, it equates to a loss. Yi Xian chose to remain silent, quietly removing the dragon whisker armor. He was certainly not adept at haggling. It was better left to Xiaobai. 350,000 still allows for significant profit margin, but if you keep pressing the price down, your losses will increase. After all, This is a defensive artifact, and its market demand is nowhere near that of offensive artifacts. Xiaobai argued persuasively. Han Xiaomao, clever for her age, pondered for a moment and proposed, "How about this? Let us each make a concession. You can take it for 400,000 directly." An opportunity. Han Xiaomao had clearly softened her stance, indicating she could indeed accept the price of 350,000. Yi Xian immediately replied, "It's 350,000, plus these black cloud boots, totaling 500,000 taels, which I can pay immediately." "Are you joking? My black cloud boots are also a second-tier artifact, valued at 180,000 taels." Yi Xian wasted no time and pulled out the 500,000 taels in banknotes, slapping them into his palm. "If that's the case, I shall seek alternatives. There are many shops in Cangyun City selling magical artifacts, and I have plenty of options," he declared. "All right, you hand over the money, and I will count it." Han Xiaomao acquiesced. Yi Xian happily presented the banknotes. Upon receiving the money, Han Xiaomao's face lit up with delight, her expression radiating greed as she meticulously counted the notes, doing so 3 times in total. After extracting the black cloud boots and handing them to Yi Xian, Han Xiaomao feigned a sigh, saying, "If every customer were like you, my Lingbao Pavilion would inevitably go out of business." Yi Xian reached out and ruffled Han Xiaomao's hair, saying, "Little girl, your acting still needs refinement. It's not convincing at all." Uffed. Han Xiaomao couldn't help but laugh out loud, chuckling. "All right, I won't pretend anymore. If anyone asks about the price in the future, just say I bought 2 spirit treasures for 450,000. It seems that as the chief steward, you intend to embezzle your own assets." Uffed. "How can that be called embezzlement? I toil daily at the shop. What's wrong with earning a little pocket money now and then?" Han Xiaomao pulled out 5 silver notes and generously stuffed them into her pocket. Yi Xian chuckled. Han Xiaomao was indeed quite the clever little rascal, rather amusing. After putting away the dragon whisker armor and the black cloud boots, Yi Xian left the spirit treasure pavilion with a cheerful little bye. "Someone is following us," Xiaobai suddenly whispered to Yi Xian as they walked back to the drunken immortal residence. Yi Xian frowned slightly, realizing that when Yuan had not given up yet. "Do you need me to deal with them?" Xiaobai asked softly, her gaze icy, exuding a hint of a female assassin's aura. Yi Xian replied, "It's unwise to act rashly. Let us just shake them off." "Very well." Xiaobai suddenly linked her arm with Yi Xian's and gracefully leaped into the air, soaring onto the rooftop. After several agile jumps, they had crossed several streets, leaving their pursuers in the dust. As their feet touched the ground, Yi Xian sighed in relief. "Miss Xiaobai, next time you take off, could you please give me a heads up? My heart can't take it." "Sure." This girl was genuinely accommodating. "Let us head back." Before long, the two returned to the drunken immortal residence, and simultaneously, Yi Xian received a system notification. Ding. This expenditure of 500,000 taels has been successful, with a rebate of 1 million taels. Please check. Yi Xian opened his system storage space, and indeed, there were an additional 100 notes of 10,000 taels each. Delightful. Upon returning to his room, Yi Xian immediately donned the dragon whisker armor and black cloud boots. The function of the dragon whisker armor was already known, and the effect of wearing the black cloud boots was equally pleasing. As soon as he put them on, Yi Xian felt an incredible lightness in his body. He walked as lightly as a swallow, and his footsteps were muffled, nearly inaudible. With such a transformation, Yi Xian felt a surge of confidence. Although he had yet to break through to the Qi refining stage, with the heavenly dragon battle ray and these 2 protective artifacts, he felt reasonably assured. Yet, he understood that external possessions could never compare to genuine cultivation. Thus, practicing was still of utmost importance. After a refreshing bath, Yi Xian immersed himself in his training, continuing with the innate induction technique. Before long, night fell. Xiaobai arrived punctually to assist Yi Xian in refining his meridians. Not wishing to waste time, Yi Xian attempted to continue his training during Xiaobai's massage. The results were unexpectedly favorable. While Xiaobai massaged him, his entire body relaxed, and his mental state was excellent, leading to a noticeably improved efficiency in practicing the innate induction technique. In just a short hour, he had significantly increased his internal innate energy by 6-fold. As he was about to depart, Xiaobai remarked, "Master, Shaoqing has been rather occupied lately. Starting tomorrow, I shall continue to assist you in refining your meridians until you achieve a breakthrough in the Qi refining stage." Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Why is that? Is Shaoqing truly so busy?" "It is also Shaoqing's intention. In any case, there is no need for you to worry, Master. Moreover, my techniques surpass those of Shaoqing, and I shall not inflict any harm upon you as she might." "That seems acceptable." If Xiaobai were to take over the task of refining his meridians entirely, Xian would indeed find it far more comfortable, which was not a bad outcome. Yet, he could not fathom the underlying reason. Was Xiaobai intentionally limiting Shaoqing to prevent her from engaging with Xian? Or was it simply that Xiaobai was genuinely concerned for Xian, unwilling to let him endure Shaoqing's torment? Never mind, it was best not to overthink it. After bidding Xiaobai farewell, Xian indulged in a midnight snack and then continued his cultivation of the innate induction technique. The following morning, upon awakening, the first thing he did was check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a secret silver mine. A mine? And a secret silver one at that. Xian could not help but swallow hard. This was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. In the realm of cultivation, what could be more direct than a mine? Undoubtedly, it ranked among the top. Of course, ordinary silver and gold mines, while they may hold some value, are limited in worth. However, spiritual mines are an entirely different matter. A secret silver mine is classified as a spiritual mine. Secret silver is an exceptional material for crafting magical artifacts, possessing remarkable malleability and spiritual resonance. Currently, the market price for one tael of high-purity secret silver is no less than 500 taels of silver. When it comes to silver, the price disparity is staggering, 500 times. How much high-purity secret silver can one mine yield? Xian was uncertain, as it depended on the size of the mountain and the density of the secret silver deposits. Nevertheless, considering it was a complete mine, even with a low yield, extracting several thousand or even tens of thousands of pounds of high-purity secret silver would certainly not pose a problem. 10,000 pounds of secret silver equates to 100,000 taels, amounting to a staggering 50 million taels of silver. What if it were a mine with 1 million pounds of output? The worth was beyond imagination. Xian hurriedly opened his storage space and found a map and a land deed. The map indicated the location of the secret silver mine. Situated approximately 100 miles northwest of Cangyun City, relatively close, surrounded by plains, villages, and official roads, making extraction quite convenient and hassle-free. The land deed represented ownership of the mine, complete with a full set of seals issued directly by the city lord's office of Xuan City, granting permanent property rights. However, possessing the deed did not equate to having the right to mine. It merely indicated that Xian owned the mine as private property. Should he wish to extract the spiritual, or himself, he would still face numerous challenges. In this realm of cultivation, the rules are dictated by the influential sects. Even though Xian's secret silver mine lies beyond the jurisdiction of the 5 great sects, he must collaborate with these sects to extract the spiritual, or only the 5 great sects possess the qualifications to mine such resources. Without this endorsement, any attempt by Xian to unilaterally exploit the or would invite swift retribution from them. While he is unconcerned about retaliation from the Transformation Immortal Sect for incapacitating a minor figure, the situation would drastically change if they discovered his unauthorized mining activities. This encroaches upon the core interests of the 5 great sects, who would never yield. Unless Xian were a formidable master at the Golden Core stage, invincible within Cangyun City, the sects would not dare to act against him. They might even send disciples to assist him in mining. However, Xian has yet to surpass the Qi refinement stage. Who would he intimidate? Thus, while the silver mine appears to be a tantalizing prospect, it also represents a double-edged sword for Xian. Fortunately, this information remains a secret known only to him, as long as he refrains from disclosing it. He can avoid imminent danger. Yet, remaining idle with a spiritual mine is not feasible, for the immense potential profit is alluring, and Xian is undoubtedly eager to reap substantial rewards. His only option, therefore, is to seek a partnership with a sect, conceding a portion of the profits under the guise of joint development. Of course, he could opt to sell the mine outright to one of the 5 great sects, but the loss of potential gains would be too significant. After all, before mining, no one can ascertain the true value of the mine. Should he sell it at a bargain price only to later discover its worth far exceeds expectations, Xian would suffer considerable losses. Moreover, joint ventures have precedence and are relatively easier to implement. The pressing question then arises, with whom should he collaborate? According to the map, the closest sect to the mine is the Transformation Immortal Sect, followed closely by the Luoshui Sect and the Xiantian Sect, all situated at a similar distance. This presents a conundrum. While the Xiantian Sect boasts the greatest strength and appears to be a favorable choice, their vast resources would likely minimize Xian's share of the profits. A 50-50 split would be improbable, with an 80-20 division being more likely. If Xian seeks greater returns, partnering with the Transformation Immortal Sect or the Luoshui Sect might be more advantageous. However, this path also brings forth the challenge of stability. The Xiantian Sect, with its ample wealth, would not covet his share, yet the other sects could prove unpredictable. If they resorted to deceit or underhanded tactics, Xuan would find it difficult to safeguard his interests. The mere thought of this is daunting. Perhaps it is best to take a step back for now. After all, the mine will not vanish overnight. Xuan resolved to ponder no further. However, the mine must be inspected in person. It would be best to conduct further exploration to ascertain the precise content of the mithril ore, thus enabling more confident discussions for future cooperation. The distance of 100 miles could be traversed swiftly on the Windstorm Tiger, allowing for a round trip in just an hour. Once downstairs, Xuan made his way to the back courtyard, where he discovered a considerable gathering of people. Upon spotting Xuan, Xiangyu promptly approached to extend his greetings. Young Master Yi, I have gathered everyone you requested. These individuals are all capable and resilient workers. Xuan surveyed the group and nodded in approval. These individuals are under your jurisdiction from now on. First, take them to the horse ranch to select mounts. We shall arrange the rest tomorrow. Understood, Xiangyu exclaimed. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and express your gratitude to the esteemed manager. Thank you, esteemed manager. The 20 well-built men bowed in unison to Xuan. He waved his hand dismissively and headed straight for the cat house. Master Duan, accompany me on an outing. Duan Hui had constructed a small dwelling within the cat house and resided there, spending most of his days in the company of the Windstorm Tiger, fully devoted to its training. Of course, young Master Yi, Duan Hui replied, leading the Windstorm Tiger out. Xuan mounted it directly and set off toward the West City Gate, with Duan Hui riding a black dragon horse closely behind. Although the black dragon horse could not match the speed of the Windstorm Tiger, Xuan refrained from urging the beast to run too quickly, as excessive speed could lead to discomfort on a long journey. Upon exiting the city gate, they proceeded along the official road in a northwesterly direction, reaching their destination in half an hour, riding with the wind and roaring like tigers. This must be the mountain, Xuan mused. The mine was somewhat smaller than he had anticipated, standing at just under 200 meters tall, a solitary peak with no surrounding summits. The mountain was sparsely covered with flora, primarily low shrubs and thorny brambles, and lacked a clear path upward, with its agile strides and thick pads. The Windstorm Tiger trampled a makeshift path through the thorns, bringing Xuan to the summit. The view from the top was quite splendid. The surrounding landscape stretched for miles, revealing an official road and 2 east-west flowing rivers, alongside 3 or 4 small villages, collectively housing over 2,000 families. Xuan contemplated. Gathering over 1,000 laborers from these villages should pose no problem. Mining operations can conveniently recruit from nearby. There was little else of note. The mine was unremarkable and appeared seldom visited, suggesting that its secrets would remain concealed for the foreseeable future. After concluding his examination, Xuan prepared to depart. But the Windstorm Tiger refused to move. It had buried its head into a thicket, voraciously devouring something. As Xuan approached to investigate, he was taken aback to discover that the Windstorm Tiger had unearthed a ginseng root as thick as his arm from the underbrush. Moreover, this ginseng, adorned in a rare violet hue, is a precious purple-gold ginseng, its size indicating it is no less than 200 years old. Although it may not be a miraculous herb, a specimen of such caliber, if in pristine condition, could easily surpass the value of 100,000 taels of silver. Yet, it was devoured whole by this large feline. A lamentable waste indeed. Xuan felt a pang of sorrow. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the swift-wind tiger displayed a hint of embarrassment in its eyes, as if it too recognized the value of the purple-gold ginseng, hence deliberately withholding the information from Xuan before indulging in it secretly. With a resounding growl, the tiger swallowed the ginseng in one gulp, then suddenly made a new discovery. It used its massive paw to clear away a patch of underbrush and glanced back at Xuan, seemingly signaling him to come closer. Curious, Xuan approached. To his astonishment, there was yet another purple-gold ginseng, and not just one, but 3, growing in a cluster. Xuan hurriedly knelt down, carefully removing the surrounding soil, and unearthed the 3 ginseng roots along with their fibrous tendrils. These 3 specimens were considerably smaller than the one the swift-wind tiger had consumed, yet collectively they weighed around 2 jin, which could certainly fetch a handsome price of 100,000 taels of silver. As Xuan was stowing away the purple ginseng, the large cat began to vocalize again. Upon investigating, Xuan couldn't help but laugh. The cat had uncovered yet another purple-gold ginseng. This was no mere mining site. It was akin to a veritable mountain of ginseng, yielding an astonishing bounty. Chapter 29. Little Qing unveils her heart, keeps searching. I must see how many more purple-gold ginseng grow on this mountain. though the secret silver mine cannot be exploited yet. Unearthing some ginseng to take back would be immensely beneficial. With a growl, the large cat also yearned to consume more purple gold ginseng and energetically began rummaging through the surrounding thicket. In no time, it uncovered 7 or 8 more ginseng roots. As the tiger foraged, Xuan followed, digging alongside it for nearly half an hour, turning the mountain upside down. Beholding the total bounty before him, Xuan's face beamed with joy. A total of 56 purple gold ginseng. The largest among them weighed an impressive 3 jin, while the smallest still weighed 3 to 4 liang, promising a lucrative sale. Another discovery? Xuan tossed all the purple ginseng into the system's storage space and made his way through the thorns to stand before the large cat. What lay before him left Xuan in awe. What kind of purple gold ginseng is this? The leaves bore golden vein-like patterns. Xuan quickly began to excavate the surrounding earth, delicately unearthing the ginseng beneath. As the purple gold ginseng emerged, an extraordinary fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by a palpable surge of spiritual energy. This particular root was starkly different from the previous ones, its color a translucent white that resembled a finely crafted jade sculpture. Though it measured only 2 inches in length, its weight was several times that of a typical ginseng of the same size, reaching an impressive 4 to 5 jin. If it weren't for the scent of ginseng, Xuan might have mistakenly believed that someone had deliberately buried a piece of jade shaped like ginseng here. Gulp. Xuan couldn't help but swallow hard, while the large cat beside him drooled with undeniable greed. Xuan realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Most likely, this white jade ginseng was a spiritual herb. Spiritual herbs are even more precious than magical artifacts. While there are numerous materials for refining tools, naturally grown spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare. Even the most inferior first-grade spiritual herb is worth over 1 million. Moreover, they are invaluable and hard to come by. Observing the yearning in the large cat's eyes, Xuan hurriedly stored the white jade ginseng in his storage space, fearing that the large cat might be unable to restrain itself and devour it whole. "Let us go back," he declared, mounting the large cat and tossing a purple gold ginseng into its mouth. "Oh well." The large cat eagerly swallowed the purple gold ginseng, seemingly invigorated, and in a few leaps, it dashed down the mountain. At that moment, Duan Hui, riding a black dragon horse, arrived late, perfectly missing a golden opportunity. "Let us head back," Xuan said, swiftly riding away on the swift wind tiger. Duan Hui, panting on his black dragon horse, wore an expression of utter confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Half an hour later, Xuan had returned to the drunken Immortal Inn. He immediately sought out Xiaoqing, intending to inquire about the grade of the white jade ginseng and its medicinal value. Xiaoqing was busy with accounts when she noticed Xuan approaching. Her expression revealed a hint of embarrassment, but she quickly regained her composure. "What can I do for you, young Master Yi?" Something felt amiss. Her tone was noticeably more distant than before. Xuan, with a serious demeanor, sat across from Xiaoqing and asked, "Miss Xiaoqing, are you hiding something from me?" Faced with Xuan's gaze, Xiaoqing's eyes flickered with evasion and guilt. She stammered, "I'm sorry, young Master Yi, it was my fault." Xuan was bewildered. What was going on that she was apologizing so suddenly? "What have you done to wrong me? Have you been cooking the books?" he inquired. Xiaoqing shook her head. "Such despicable acts are beyond me, and besides, the meager profits of drunken immortal Inn are hardly worth my attention." "Then what is it?" Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before suddenly opening her mouth towards Xuan. He was even more perplexed. What was she doing? However, in the next instant, Xuan understood. He watched as Xiaoqing's 2 canine teeth elongated, transforming into 2 sharp, venomous fangs. Before Xuan could react, Xiaoqing retracted her fangs. Her expression filled with remorse as she confessed, "Actually, my sister and I are not human." Xuan's expression shifted to one of realization. "I see now. You and your sister are from the demon clan." Now it was Xiaoqing's turn to be astonished. "Young Master Yi, aren't you afraid?" The demon clan poses an immense threat to human cultivators, instilling fear in the hearts of most practitioners who encounter them. It is even more astonishing that Xuan, a mere mortal who has yet to break through to the qi refinement stage, remains unfazed upon learning that her sisters belong to this clan. The depth of fear that mortals harbor towards demons is profound. However, Xuan's reaction was one of utter enlightenment, devoid of any trace of dread or concern, which greatly exceeded her expectations. She had mentally prepared herself for the possibility that Xuan might not accept this revelation, in which case she would have to leave Cangyun City with her sister to seek a different path. "What is there to fear about demons? They want to eat me." Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. As a transmigrator, to him, the so-called demon clan was merely a group of beast-eared maidens. Why would one fear such charming beings? He found it utterly baffling what Xiaoqing was thinking. After a moment of silence, Xiaoqing suddenly remarked, "What if I had thought about devouring you?" Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Xiaoqing continued, "The last time I helped you refine your meridians, I couldn't resist biting your neck while you were sound asleep and took a tiny sip of your blood. Oh, that explains the soreness in my neck this morning," Yixian said, somewhat exasperated. He then inquired, "How much did you take?" Confronted with such surprising news, Yixian felt a twinge of panic. However, he believed that since Xiaoqing had taken the initiative to confess, it indicated a sense of remorse, so he refrained from escalating the situation, though, admittedly, his inability to overpower her was a significant factor. Xiaoqing gestured with her fingers, saying, "Just a little bit, merely a small sip. If it was truly just a bit, I can forgive you, provided you promise not to repeat this," Yixian replied. "Really? Does that mean my sister and I can stay here?" Xiaoqing's large, watery eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yixian. Yixian felt a bit embarrassed. "Of course, I know that neither you nor Xiao Bai harbor any ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, given your strength, I wouldn't have survived to this day. May I inquire what kind of demons you and Xiao Bai are?" "I am a Xingzhou, and my sister is a Bai Jiao," Xiaoqing said, revealing some azure scales on her arm. A Jiao. That rank within the demon clan is considered relatively high, as a Jiao can evolve into a true dragon. No wonder these sisters possess such formidable strength. It is indeed a matter of racial advantage. Why then do you hide within Cangyun City? Chapter 30. Xiaoqing offers demon blood. Xiaoqing retracted her scales and explained, "My sister and I originally belonged to a demonic faction known as the Fox Immortal Pavilion. Our former master was the demon lord of the Fox Immortal Pavilion, a nine-tailed celestial fox named Xuan. My sister and I were once ordinary serpentine beings. My sister, having received enlightenment from the tide-watching Taoist of the Purple Pung Pavilion in the South Sea, cultivated for a millennium. 500 years ago, I transformed into a serpent demon. Upon my first emergence from the mountains, I was discovered by hunters, and it was my sister who rescued me from their grasp. Subsequently, she guided me on various journeys until a decade ago, when I finally attained a human form. It was then that we caught the attention of a passing nine-tailed celestial fox, who revealed that we bore the ancient bloodline of the divine dragon and took us back to the Fox Immortal Pavilion for cultivation. However, the truth was that we had been deceived. Xuan had no intention of nurturing us, but rather coveted the dragon blood coursing through our veins. Even aware of this, my sister and I found ourselves powerless to resist, as Xuan was a formidable demon lord at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Although my sister had also broken through to the Golden Core realm, her strength was still far inferior to Xuan's. To protect my escape, she fought valiantly against Xuan, sustaining grave injuries and suffering a significant loss of power. As Xiaoqing recounted this tale, Yixian was filled with astonishment and deep emotion. The sisters' experiences were unexpectedly tumultuous. "So, after escaping from the Fox Immortal Pavilion, you sought refuge within Cangyun City?" "Before arriving in Cangyun City, my sister and I had traversed 80,000 miles, crossing multiple continents, until we finally reached Xingzhou 6 months ago, hiding within this drunken, immortal residence." At this point, Xiaoqing seemed to recall the arduous trials of their journey, her eyes reddening. Yixian gently patted her head, offering comfort. "It's all right. Those times are behind you. Are you not happy here with me?" "Very happy," Xiaoqing replied, her tears giving way to a smile. "As long as you don't send me away, I would gladly remain in drunken immortal residence for the rest of my life. This place is my home." With that, Xiaoqing unexpectedly moved closer to Yixian, sitting beside him and affectionately linking her arm with his. "Young Master Yi, I truly feel remorse for impulsively consuming your blood earlier. Would you consider biting me in return, as a form of compensation?" Yixian was taken aback. "Why would I bite you? You may not know, but my sister and I possess a very unique bloodline that is highly nourishing for your kind. Consuming my blood would significantly enhance your physical constitution. Is that so?" Yixian felt a flicker of temptation, though he had gained innate energy. The enhancement of his physical form was a gradual process. If Xiaoqing's blood could expedite this improvement, it would indeed be of great benefit to him. "There's no need for hesitation. Please feel free to partake. If you refuse, I would be unable to overcome this burden of guilt." Xiaoqing gazed at Yixian with alluring eyes, her deep, shimmering gaze making it difficult for him to decline. "Very well." Xiaoqing was overjoyed. Suddenly, she bit her tongue, releasing a stream of crimson blood, and then, wrapping her arms around Yixian's neck, she leaned in for a kiss. pressing her tongue against his to deliver her demon blood into his mouth. Yixian felt as if electricity coursed through his entire being, leaving him momentarily stunned. Can this truly occur? Yixian, a man of resolve, found himself unable to maintain his composure in such a situation. With a sweeping gesture, he enveloped the delicate form of Xiaoqing in his embrace, passionately returning her kiss, clumsily savoring the essence of her enchanting blood. Just then, Xiaobai unexpectedly burst through the door. Upon witnessing the scene before her, her face turned ashen, and with a resounding thud, she slammed the door shut. Standing outside to reprimand, Xiaoqing, come out this instant. Hearing her sister's admonition, Xiaoqing nearly leapt from Yixian's arms, yet amidst her fluster, she maintained her composure and assured Yixian, rest assured, young Master Yi, I will explain everything to my sister. She is kind-hearted and reasonable. She should not hold anything against you. With that, she hurriedly wiped her lips and exited the room. Silence enveloped the space, save for the sound of departing footsteps. Xiaobai had likely taken Xiaoqing to another room for a serious discussion. Yixian wiped his lips in bewilderment, suddenly composed, and murmured, was I too impulsive just now? But such was the sensation of kissing, it was rather delightful. Moreover, Yixian discovered that Xiaoqing's enchanting blood was surprisingly sweet, akin to honey, revealing the extraordinary nature of this essence. Though he had consumed only a modest amount, Yixian's body was already responding, a warmth igniting within him, spreading through his limbs, yet it was not uncomfortable. Rather, it felt invigorating, as if his physique was being enhanced by a unique force, with power surging forth. Recognizing this as a prime opportunity, Yixian promptly settled into a meditative posture and began practicing the innate sensing technique. In mere moments, a wisp of innate energy descended from his spiritual platform into his body. How swift! The rate at which the innate energy was cultivated had significantly accelerated compared to before. Yixian maintained his focus, continuing his practice while mentally counting the time. In less than a minute, another strand of innate energy integrated into his being. The efficiency was astounding. He had not anticipated that Xiaoqing's enchanting blood would possess such remarkable effects. Continuing his cultivation for over an hour, he successfully refined a total of 153 strands of innate energy, more than he had accumulated through previous practices combined. At this moment, Yixian's body was suffused with innate energy, and under its invigorating influence, his physique had reached the preliminary state of an innate body, equivalent to that of a 15-year-old youth. Should Yixian break through to the qi refining realm now, he would undoubtedly be recognized as an innate qi practitioner. Yet, Yixian was far from satisfied. There were distinctions among innate qi practitioners, and given such a splendid opportunity, he was determined to cultivate the most perfect innate body possible. This meant achieving the state of an unborn infant in the womb. Only a fetus, untouched by the taint of the worldly realm, could be deemed the epitome of an innate body. To break through to the qi refining realm in such a state would be akin to achieving that breakthrough while still in the womb. Born as a cultivator of the qi refinement realm, one's innate talent and potential are fundamentally distinct from those of other congenital practitioners. Such prodigies, who emerge as qi refinement geniuses from the womb, are largely regarded as mythical, at least according to Yixian's understanding. Throughout the annals of the Star Continent's cultivation history, no such genius has ever arisen. Once Yixian achieves this remarkable feat, his future cultivation journey will undoubtedly be smooth sailing, unparalleled by any other. The Golden Core stage? For Yixian, that may merely signify the beginning. At last, the potency of the little blue demon blood began to wane, and Yixian could no longer harness its power to extract more innate qi, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. How awkward! Upon opening his eyes, Yixian found Little White and Little Blue seated before him. Chapter 31. Settling matters with Little White and Little Blue. Cough. Under Little White's intense gaze, Yixian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Just as he was about to explain, Little White spoke first. Master Shopkeeper, now that you are aware of our origins, do you intend to expel us? There was a hint of concern in Little White's tone. Yixian quickly shook his head. How could that be? I would be more than happy for you both to remain in the drunken immortal abode for eternity. Why? Little White furrowed her brow and inquired. Isn't the human race known for its disdain towards the demon race? How can you tolerate two demons in your midst? Are you not afraid that we might harm you while you sleep? Yixian steadied himself, his expression turning grave as he replied, to be candid, such apprehensions are not unfounded, but they do not stem from your being demons. In truth, regardless of who you are, this concern exists universally. It is human nature to be wary of that which one cannot control. However, I am willing to place my trust in you, for I possess my own judgment. Since my arrival at the drunken immortal abode, your actions have greatly pleased me, leading me to believe that you are worthy of trust. Of course, I cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that you are merely feigning sincerity to deceive me. Yet, I still choose to believe in you. For Little Blue has been forthright with me. If you harbored ill intentions, given your capabilities, you could easily toy with me without the need for honesty. Thus, I am willing to take a gamble. If I win, I gain 2 capable allies, and if I lose, I shall accept my misfortune without casting blame on anyone. Upon concluding, Xuan gazed earnestly at Little White, awaiting her response. Before Little White could speak, Little Blue was already moved to tears by Xuan's words. She grasped Little White's hand and said, "Sister, see? I told you I was right. Young Master Yi truly is different from other humans. He holds no animosity towards our kind." Little White's eyes too glistened with unshed tears. Suddenly, she rose to her feet and bowed deeply to Xuan, proclaiming, "As long as young Master Yi does not disdain us sisters, we are willing to remain in the drunken immortal abode and serve you." "Disdain you? Never." Xuan quickly supported Little White's arm. Little Blue was also filled with excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! At last, we need not continue to hide and suffer in turmoil." Upon witnessing Xiaoqing's uncharacteristic display, Xiaobai cast her a disapproving glance. One must not lose composure. Although young Master Yi has graciously offered us refuge, our identities as members of the demon clan must remain strictly confidential. This is not solely due to the inherent biases that the human race harbors against our kind, but also because the Fox Immortal Pavilion is still actively searching for us. Should our identities be revealed, it could endanger young Master Yi. Indeed. Xiaoqing quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "Sister, do not worry. I shall be cautious. Aside from young Master Yi, I will ensure that no one else discovers our true identities." With this, the tension in the air began to dissipate. Xuan gestured for the two to sit and remarked, "I have another question. Please, young Master Yi, go ahead." Xuan turned his gaze toward Xiaoqing and inquired, "Since you are both Jiaolong, why do you resort to bloodsucking? Additionally, Xiaoqing, how many lives have you drained in the past?" Although Xuan had resolved to shelter Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, there remained certain principled inquiries that warranted clarification. At his words, Xiaoqing's face flushed with embarrassment. Unsure of how to respond, it was Xiaobai who spoke up to clarify. Xiaoqing only attained her human form 10 years ago. Maintaining this appearance is still somewhat challenging for her, which is why she occasionally needs to absorb some human essence to sustain her shape. However, it is not strictly necessary to consume blood. Merely residing in populous areas allows her to encounter various human essences. This is also why I brought Xiaoqing to the drunken immortal residence, as the high foot traffic here ensures daily interactions with numerous humans. Otherwise, hiding away in a remote mountain forest would undoubtedly be safer. Xuan nodded in understanding. "I see. But Xiaoqing, why did you specifically fixate on me?" Xiaoqing stammered. "It was because, during the process of helping young Master Yi refine his meridians, I inadvertently exhausted too much spiritual energy and nearly reverted to my original form. In desperation, I had no choice but to bite you, drawing a bit of your blood to stabilize my human form." "Ah, so the root of this situation lies with Xuan himself," he mused, considering that it was he who had invited Xiaoqing to assist him in the first place. "Xiaoqing, should you ever require assistance again, do not hesitate to inform me. I am willing to offer my blood, as long as it is not in excessive amounts. It poses no issue. Blood, after all, is a renewable resource." Xuan was unperturbed by the prospect of giving it. Prior to his journey through time, he frequently donated blood without any adverse effects. Moreover, his physique had significantly improved, with a heightened rate of blood production, ensuring that there would be no hindrance. "You are truly kind, young master." Xiaoqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her eyes sparkling in a manner that stirred Xuan's interest. "By the way, young Master Yi," Xiaobai interjected, "there is one more matter for which I seek your assistance. The ancient dragon bloodline within Xiaoqing and me is exceptionally unique, making us highly coveted within the demon clan. For many powerful human cultivators, ancient demon blood is an unparalleled treasure for enhancing their cultivation. I kindly request that you keep this secret for Xiaoqing and me. In return, we shall take turns offering you a portion of our demon blood each month to aid in strengthening your constitution." "Oh, I feel rather embarrassed about this." Xuan could not help but recall the scene of Xiaoqing donating blood earlier, wondering how Xiaobai would contribute in a similar manner. Xiaobai remarked, "We, as sisters, are immensely grateful for your willingness to shelter us, Yi Xiao. Should you decline, we would have no face to remain here any longer." "Not at all. I shall consent," he replied. "Thank you, Yi Xiao." My Xiaobai truly possesses both beauty and a benevolent heart. Yi Xian stretched lazily, preparing to return to his cultivation, when suddenly he slapped his forehead, almost forgetting. He then took out the white jade ginseng and inquired, Xiaobai, could you please ascertain if this is a spiritual herb? This appears to be a second-grade spiritual herb, the white jade purple gold ginseng, though it is not yet mature. A fully matured specimen would exhibit purple vein patterns. Thus it can only be classified as a lower second grade, she explained. Not mature yet? Yi Xian felt a tinge of disappointment. He had harvested it too early. Yet, considering the lengthy maturation cycle of spiritual herbs, by the time this one reached maturity, it likely would not be his to claim. What is its value? Approximately 500,000 taels. That is indeed a considerable sum, yet I am not currently in need of money. Selling it would seem rather unfortunate. What effects does the white jade purple gold ginseng possess? Xiaobai elucidated. The immature white jade purple gold ginseng has rejuvenating properties and can be refined into a youth elixir. Even ordinary individuals without cultivation can maintain their youth indefinitely upon consuming this elixir. Maintaining eternal youth? How remarkable. However, it merely preserves outward appearance. The body's functions will still age. One might say it only enhances the aesthetics of death. Thus, the consumption of the youth elixir to retain youth is but a form of self-deception. The irreversible nature of bodily aging persists, and even the most formidable of cultivators will ultimately succumb to time, no matter how youthful their exterior may appear. Nonetheless, despite this reality, the youth elixir remains a coveted item. Countless women spend lavishly on skincare. If they were presented with a single youth elixir, it is likely they would become utterly enamored. How can one refine the youth elixir? Xiaobai, during her time at the Fox Immortal Pavilion, had learned some alchemical techniques. Second-grade pills are not overly challenging to concoct. If Yi Xiao requires, Xiaobai can take on the task. Then I entrust it to you. Moreover, do not sell the remaining purple gold ginseng. Xiaoqing, please dry it out, slice it into ginseng pieces, and incorporate it into the menu at Zuixian. Understood, Yi Xiao. Yi Xian continued. There is one more matter for you to oversee. I have instructed Shan Yu to form a delivery team to expand the takeaway business within Cangyun City. You might find opportunities to promote this service, allowing customers to enjoy our culinary delights from Zuixian without leaving their homes. Takeout. That sounds intriguing. Rest assured, Yi Xiao, I will handle it diligently and ensure it reflects well on Zuixian. Yi Xian yawned. Very well, you may resume your tasks. I shall return to my cultivation. Although the fervor from the demon blood had subsided, some effects lingered, and seizing the opportunity to cultivate was always wise. Nightfall arrived once more. As Yi Xian was engrossed in his cultivation, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. Although he was alone in his chamber, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing him. Was someone watching him? Moreover, this observer seemed to be a formidable expert. A flicker of concern stirred within Yi Xian. He swiftly rose, extinguished the candlelight, and cracked open a window, scanning his surroundings intently. The Zuixian residence soared 8 stories high, with his exclusive room number 1 occupying the entire 8th floor, making it the tallest structure within a radius of several hundred meters, offering an unobstructed view. However, the recent drizzle had cloaked the night in clouds, obscuring visibility, and Yi Xian found no suspicious figures in the vicinity. Yet, he was certain that the sensation of being watched was not a mere illusion. Furrowing his brow, he retrieved the heavenly dragon battery, positioning it at the window, activating the night vision and thermal imaging features for another round of surveillance. Eureka! He indeed discovered a peculiar figure lurking in a 3-story residential building 200 meters away, furtively peering through the window towards the Zuixian residence. With the scan information at hand, Yi Xian could not yet pinpoint his target. However, the individual clutched a palm-sized magical artifact, constantly fiddling with it, directing its pointed end towards Yi Xian's position. Although Yi Xian was unfamiliar with the nature of this artifact, the thermal imaging clearly indicated its elevated temperature, a telltale sign of active spiritual energy circulation. Especially when exposed in thermal imagery, such artifacts became easier to identify. This person was undoubtedly nefarious. Yi Xian noted that. Aside from the surveillance artifact, the individual also had a bow and arrow, both evidently magical in nature, laid out nearby. At that moment, the figure retrieved a small vial, pouring its contents onto a rag before applying it to the tip of an arrow. This was unmistakably an act of poisoning. Fortunately, Yi Xian had detected this early and remained vigilant. Otherwise, as the figure passed by the window or opened it, a poisoned arrow might have come hurtling towards him. Encountering me would spell misfortune for you. Yi Xian's heart turned cold with intent to kill. He despised the sensation of being secretly watched. Regardless of whether the individual intended to harm him, the mere threat warranted preemptive action. The Heavenly Dragon Battery now housed 3 Dragon Breath bullets. Unless the adversary was a cultivator of the Divine Refinement realm, Xuan felt confident in his ability to eliminate him. When facing a potential threat that could be neutralized, one must act decisively, showing no mercy. With the barrel of the Heavenly Dragon Battery slowly aiming at the man's head, Xuan held his breath, his index finger poised on the trigger. Although he had never practiced shooting, he had studied the structure of the battery and was capable of firing. It was merely a matter of precision. With 3 bullets at his disposal, Xuan was not inclined to believe that luck would favor his opponent. Oddly, a sense of unease began to creep into his mind. In the modest cabin, Zhang Ye's expression suddenly shifted to one of wariness. He set aside the poisoned arrow and once again infused spiritual energy into the spirit pattern gemstone. This was a precious 3rd-tier magical artifact, capable of enhancing one's consciousness and directing it in a specific direction. The consciousness serves as a means for practitioners to perceive their external environment, akin to a third eye. Mastery of consciousness cultivation bestows the ability known as the Heavenly Eye, but such proficiency is typically achievable only upon reaching the Golden Core realm. For cultivators in the Qi refinement and spirit refinement stages, the range of their consciousness is severely limited, usually confined to 10 meters, and rarely exceeding 100. However, by utilizing the spirit patterns within the gemstone, one can extend both the range and precision of their consciousness. Such gemstones are essential tools for assassins. As a professional assassin, Zhang Yi, despite targeting an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, was thoroughly prepared and showed no hint of underestimating his opponent. He understood all too well that underestimating a target signaled the imminent approach of one's own demise. Suddenly, just as Zhang Yi grasped the spirit pattern gemstone, a muffled sound emanated from the drunken Immortal Tavern. A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he reacted instantly, preparing to flee. Yet, he underestimated the speed of the sniper's bullet. The instant the gunshot rang out, the bullet struck with equal swiftness. Boom! The dragon bullet penetrated Zhang Ye's shoulder, generating tremendous inertia that created a cavity within, shattering his scapula and sending his entire right arm flying away. Damn, what sort of artifact is this? Such immense power. Zhang Yi felt a wave of pain that nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Nevertheless, being a peak Qi refinement practitioner, he immediately channeled his spiritual energy to seal the blood vessels and swiftly retreated. With remarkable speed, he leaped from the back window, covering 10 meters in a single bound, escaping over 100 meters in mere breaths. Throughout, he managed to avoid the line of sight from the upper levels of the tavern, confident that he had evaded detection. Leaning against a large tree, he sat down, drenched in sweat, blood staining half of his body. The excruciating pain made it nearly impossible to breathe. Yet he couldn't afford to dwell on it. His mind was consumed with questions. How had he been discovered by Xuan? He was merely an ordinary person who hadn't even broken through to the Qi refinement stage. Lao Chun, you have put me in a dire situation. I accepted this task merely to repay a favor, yet it feels as though you wish for my demise. Indeed, daring to attempt an assassination on my family's young master. One would find it difficult to escape unscathed. At that moment, a cold voice pierced the air, causing Zhang Ye's entire body to tense up. He stiffly raised his head, only to behold a graceful figure draped in white approaching effortlessly, and soon after, he lost consciousness without warning. Chapter 33. Moving in together at the moment Xuan fired his weapon, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing heard the commotion and, fearing an assault, rushed to his room. Xuan discovered that the assassin had fled, albeit severely wounded, and instructed Xiao Bai to pursue immediately. Zhang Yi, facing Xuan's formidable dragon battler, was fortunate enough to lose only an arm. However, against the formidable Xiao Bai in the refinement realm, he had no hope of escape. Within mere minutes, Xiao Bai returned, effortlessly leaping back into room 1 with the unconscious assassin in tow. Indeed, cultivators of the refinement realm cannot fly, yet, with sufficient strength and agility, a brief moment of gliding through the air is quite achievable. Though Xiao Bai currently possessed only the powers of the refinement realm, she had once been a formidable expert at the Golden Core stage. Who is this person? Xuan inquired. I do not recognize him, but judging by his belongings, he appears to be a professional assassin, perhaps contracted to eliminate you, young Master Yi, Xiao Bai replied. Few would dare to send an assassin after me at this juncture. Xuan mused, his brow furrowing as he considered Wen Yuan, who had recently become his most significant adversary. It was plausible that, unable to exact revenge himself, Wen Yuan might resort to hiring an assassin against Xuan. However, other possibilities lingered, necessitating further interrogation. Is there a suitable place for questioning within the drunken immortal residence? Xuan asked. The ice cellar is ideal, Xiaoqing suggested. It has excellent soundproofing, ensuring that no one will overhear any misdeeds. Xuan sensed an underlying implication in her words. Xiaobai, the task of interrogation falls to you. Extract the source from this assassin to the best of your ability. Xiaoqing, please venture out once more to the assassin's previous quarters and retrieve the 2 magical artifacts left behind. Understood, young Master Yi. Both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing responded in unison before departing. Before long, Xiaoqing returned, bearing a poisoned bow and arrows along with a spirit-patterned gemstone. Are you familiar with these artifacts? Xuan inquired. This bow and arrows are rather ordinary, forged from fine iron and secret silver, classified as first-grade magical artifacts. However, the poison is quite formidable. It is the venom of the black-eyed king snake, which possesses lethal potency. Even a mere whiff of its vapor could swiftly claim the life of an ordinary person, Xiaoqing explained. What? Xuan exclaimed, instinctively stepping back. Why would you bring that here? Fear not, young Master Yi, Xiaoqing laughed. I am not so foolish. I have already neutralized the poison. However, I did manage to collect a full vial of the venom, which contains enough lethal potency to slay 1,000 young men. Should it be ingested in its entirety, even a master of the refinement realm would likely meet a gruesome end. Xiaoqing giggled, shaking a black ceramic vial in her hand, causing Xuan to feel a surge of alarm. Handle that poison with care, do not toy with it, he urged. It's all right, she replied confidently. No matter how potent, it is merely snake venom. As it happens, this toxin is entirely ineffective against me and my sister, for we are dragon serpents. Far superior to those lesser snakes. Xiaoqing declared proudly. Realizing your prowess, I urge you to keep it secure and not allow it to linger by my side. The deadly toxin, upon mere inhalation, could prove fatal, and Xuan has no desire to take such risks. After successfully sending Xiaoqing away, Xuan picked up another artifact to inspect. It was a diamond-shaped gem, the very tool previously employed by the assassin to surveil him. After toying with it for a while, Xuan found himself at a loss as to its usage. Even if he were to comprehend its function, it would be of little consequence, as he had yet to transcend the qi refinement stage and lacked any spiritual energy within. He decided to keep it for the time being. After all, it was an artifact, and even if it proved useless, selling it could yield a modest sum. He resumed his cultivation. After approximately half an hour, Xiaobai arrived. Did you uncover anything? She inquired. Xiaobai nodded. I employed certain methods to extract the information. The assassin's name is Zhang Yi, a member of the Bloodslaughter Alliance, a notorious organization dedicated to vendetta missions. They boast a presence across the entire Star Continent, with thousands of assassins and considerable influence. However, this time, Zhang Yi did not take on a mission from the Bloodslaughter Alliance. Rather, he was commissioned by an old acquaintance, making it a private contract. Who was the client? Someone named Chen Yang, presumably an outer disciple of the Xiantian sect. It was he. Xuan's brow furrowed deeply. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, yet he had not anticipated that Chen Yang would be the one to seek his demise. The steward of the Happy Grove, Chen Yang. During their last encounter, Chen Yang had left Xuan with the impression of a congenial, humble gentleman. But Xuan was well aware that he was far from ordinary. However, he had never imagined him to be so malicious. But why would Chen Yang want to hire an assassin to eliminate him? Was it due to the recent account audit? It seemed the stakes involved were even greater than he had expected. What has become of the assassin? He was gravely injured and has perished. Xuan instructed. Find a secluded place to dispose of the body and erase all traces. Understood, young Master Yi, I will make the arrangements. You have worked hard, he acknowledged. Xiaobai felt guilty for her failure to protect Xuan, which nearly resulted in dire consequences for him. She vowed to enhance the security around the Zuixian and ensure that such an incident would not recur. Her gaze became steely. It is not your fault. Xuan reassured her. Such events are unpredictable. Now that they have occurred, rather than remain on the defensive, we should take the initiative. Tomorrow morning, you and Xiaoqing shall accompany me to the Happy Grove. Xiaobai nodded. Very well, young Master Yi, I understand. However, the defensive measures here must still be reinforced. It is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate the risks. Xuan considered her words, recognizing that despite his protective dragon whisker armor, unforeseen events could still arise. Young Master, I propose this. The room numbered 1 is quite spacious, and there are 2 additional empty rooms. Xiaoqing and I could move in together. With our close proximity, no one in Cangyun City could harm you. Cohabitation? Xuan had not anticipated such a bold suggestion from Xiaobai, but given her earnestness, He felt that declining would be disheartening for her. Very well then. Half an hour later, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, laden with a few modest belongings, moved into room 1. Yi Xian occupied the master bedroom, while the two sisters each took a secondary bedroom, effectively encircling him and providing an impeccable sense of protection. Young Master Yi, would you prefer to have your meridians refined today? Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing inquired eagerly, anticipation etched across their faces. Yi Xian felt a sudden surge in his blood pressure. Ahem, why not have you both participate? That way, each of you would only expend half the spiritual energy, making recovery significantly easier. Absolutely. Xiao Qing nodded vigorously. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Bai also acquiesced, and they positioned themselves on either side of the icy jade bed. Yi Xian was unaware of how the next hour slipped by, and when he finally opened his eyes again, it was the dawn of a new day. What a delightfully restful slumber. He activated the system to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 charm point. Oh dear, charm points again. My charm is almost overflowing. Chapter 34. The tragedy of the happy forest. As Yi Xian rose, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing had also awakened. The three of them almost simultaneously made their way towards the bathroom. They exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward. Young master, please go ahead. Xiao Qing and I can wash up downstairs, Xiao Bai suggested, tugging at Xiao Qing's arm to depart. Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself. The design of this house is indeed flawed. How can there be only one bathroom? It's far too inconvenient. I suppose I shall have to personally draft a renovation plan to completely transform room 1. After a refreshing hot shower, Yi Xian donned his dragon scale armor and black cloud boots, complemented by a set of black training attire. Gazing into the mirror at his tall, striking reflection, exuding a robust masculinity, Yi Xian felt a surge of pride. The effects of his innate energy were unmistakable. His skin was nothing short of flawless, with hardly a blemish in sight. Every contour of his muscles was sharply defined, devoid of any excess fat. The enhancement in his charm points elevated his overall demeanor to a new pinnacle. He was not exceptionally handsome, but his attractiveness was precisely calibrated, perfectly fitting. Yi Xian pondered whether he might consume a longevity pill directly once Xiao Bai perfected it. However, he dismissed the thought. It was unnecessary. Once his innate physique reached its full potential, his path to cultivation would undoubtedly be smooth, and breaking through to the Golden Core realm would be a trivial matter. Cultivators within the Golden Core realm experienced a significant extension of lifespan, living up to 500 years, thus rendering longevity pills superfluous. As he descended the stairs, Xiao Qing was engaged in discussions with the bodyguard Shang Yu regarding promotional materials for takeout. Shang, please take these flyers and distribute them with your riders. Aim to amplify our reputation over the next couple of days, especially targeting our loyal customers at Xingzhou, who are somewhat distant. Rest assured, Miss Xiao Qing, all 5,000 flyers will be distributed by the end of today. Yi Xian approached and said, moreover, the custom uniforms I instructed you to order must be worn uniformly. I want everyone in Cangyun City to associate the yellow uniforms and the black dragon horse with Zuixian at first glance. This is not solely for expanding our delivery business, but equally to enhance the recognition of Zuixian, allowing more people to become aware of us. Shang Yu patted his chest earnestly and declared, we shall remember young Master Ye's teachings. All right, go on and attend to your tasks. After tending to matters concerning Zuixian, the sun was already high in the sky. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing finished their own affairs and joined Yi Xian in the carriage, heading straight for the happy forest. It was that Qinyang. The last time I encountered him, I sensed he was up to no good, daring to hire a hitman. Xiao Qing tightened her small fists, fiercely proclaiming, today, he shall learn why the flowers bloom so red. Once we arrive, do not act rashly. I suspect Qinyang is not the true mastermind. The real orchestrator should be a high-ranking figure within the Xintian sect. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, admitting, to be honest, this matter is rather tricky. The Xintian sect differs from the Zhao Hua Immortal Gate. It is the most powerful sect within Cangyun City's domain. The sect master of Xintian is the only core formation expert among the 5 major sects, and should we provoke them, it may lead to dire consequences. This issue must be resolved prudently, possibly requiring the perspective of the little immortal princess. The hooves of the horse thundered, and before long, the trio arrived at the happy forest. The morning ambience of the forest remained tranquil, devoid of any human presence, save for a few wild dogs and cats frolicking in the grass. Just as Yi Xian was about to proceed, Xiao Bai suddenly frowned. There's a scent of blood. Although Yi Xian could not detect it, he trusted that Xiao Bai would not speak falsely. Let us go take a look. Yi Xian dismounted the carriage and hurried towards the grove where the little immortal princess resided. Upon entering the grove, Yi Xian's brow furrowed. Corpses. More than 20 bodies lay scattered about, all having been slain with a single sword thrust to the throat. From the direction they fell, it appeared they had all perished from the same attack. Such formidable sword energy. The surrounding trees, though seemingly intact, were shattered within. Xiaobai pressed down on a pine tree, at least a century old, which came crashing down, splintering into wood chips. Amidst the sea of corpses, Yi Xian recognized one individual, Xiang Rui, one of the top courtesans of Happy Forest, known for her beauty. Alongside her were several other young women, all possessing striking appearances. Yet at this moment, they had all become cold corpses. Yi Xian pressed onward, arriving at the doorstep of the little immortal princess's abode. The door stood ajar, from within emanating a series of muffled cries. Yi Xian dashed inside, with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing closely following. The living room was in disarray, the walls and ceiling marred with sword marks. 3 bodies slumped in chairs, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, lifeless. It was indeed Chen Yang, Hu Zhongtian, and Anci. Chen Yang is dead. This was a result that Yi Xian had never anticipated. Young Master Yi, look, this fellow is still alive, said Xiaoqing. Yi Xian approached to see a young gentleman curled beneath a tea table, his chest soaked in blood, yet still clinging to life, groaning helplessly. Yi Xian pulled the man out, and, upon closer inspection, realized it was none other than Sun Zhua. He slapped Sun Zhua's face and exclaimed, "Young Master Sun, are you all right?" Sun Zhua, visibly shaken, trembled as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me, don't kill me. Open your eyes and recognize me. It's me, Yi Xian." Yi Xian? Sun Zhua cautiously opened his eyes, and upon seeing Yi Xian, his expression mirrored that of a long-lost relative. He clung to Yi Xian's arm, sobbing, "Wu, you scared me to death." Yi Xian, filled with disdain, withdrew his arm and inquired, "What transpired here? Tell me everything you know." Wiping his tears, Sun Zhua struggled to sit up, recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, still shaken. "Last night, I drank too much and stayed overnight at the small building. In the latter part of the night, I awoke parched and went in search of water. Suddenly, I heard shouting from the woods and thought there was a skirmish happening. So I decided to investigate. I discovered the residence of the little fairy was ablaze with light, with a group of people gathered inside, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. A swordsman clad in black appeared intent on taking the little fairy, while others tried to obstruct him. In a moment of reckless bravery, I rushed in, hoping to be the hero, but the black-clad swordsman unleashed a brutal onslaught, slaughtering everyone, and I was not spared either. Had it not been for the protective talisman my father gifted me, which deflected a sword aimed at me, I fear I would not have awakened." "The little fairy was taken?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow. "Are you certain? She is a master of the spirit refinement realm. Abducting her would not be an easy feat." "Absolutely true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could I be mistaken?" However, the little fairy was not forcibly taken. It seems she willingly accompanied the black-clad swordsman, who did not dare harm her and maintained a respectful demeanor throughout. This only deepened the mystery. Chapter 35, Accompanying Sacrifice? To be frank, with events having escalated to this extent, Yi Xian felt entirely out of control. The sudden demise of so many at the Happy Forest constituted a major incident within the boundaries of Cangyun City, far exceeding Yi Xian's capacity to manage. Although Chen Yang had also perished, this did little to bring Yi Xian solace. Chen Yang's death rendered the assassination attempt against him a headless tragedy. Even though Yi Xian was aware of other masterminds lurking in the shadows, with the perpetrator deceased, there was no avenue for further investigation. This left Yi Xian exceedingly displeased. Regardless of the circumstances, he held a 1% stake in the Happy Forest, making him, in essence, a half-owner of the place. To have such chaos erupt within his territory was a flagrant affront, regardless of the divine powers involved. "Ah, murder!" Suddenly, a cacophony of exclamations erupted from outside, as a group of robust men clad in the attire of guards encircled the area. "What a ruckus! I am the victim here," Sun Zhua retorted with annoyance. However, the voices outside paid no heed. The guards drew their longbows, aiming their arrows at the ancient residence, causing Sun Zhua to hastily retreat to a corner. Yi Xian, uninterested in the commotion, remarked to Sun Zhua, "You handle the situation outside. It would be prudent to alert the authorities and involve them." With that, Yi Xian ascended the stairs, followed closely by Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Sun Zhua, exasperated, could only shout to the crowd outside, "Cease your actions. I am Sun Zhua, the second young master of the Sun family. My father is Sun Guangyao, the second elder of the Luoshui sect. I am not the perpetrator. I too am a victim. Quickly summon the officials to investigate." Meanwhile, Yixian made his way upstairs, heading directly to the chamber of the little fairy consort, eager to uncover any useful clues. What a pristine room. There is not a trace of filth. It seems the little fairy consort truly possesses a severe cleanliness obsession, Xiaoqing muttered. The little fairy consort is of a pure disposition, Yixian acknowledged, as he began to search through the wardrobe. However, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Just garments and jewelry. After a thorough search, Yixian shook his head in disappointment. The renowned detective had found not a single clue. Suddenly, he noticed that Xiao Bai had been frowning since their entrance and inquired, Xiao Bai, have you discovered something? Young Master Yi, do you know the little fairy consort's true name? Xiao Bai asked. Taken aback, Yixian shook his head. I truly do not know. One moment. He opened the system's storage space and retrieved the equity transfer contract he had previously signed with the little fairy consort. Upon reviewing it, he indeed found her signature. But instead of the name Little Fairy Consort, it read Wen Xiaoyi. But is there a problem with this? After all, the Joyful Forest is known for its indulgence. It is quite normal for her to adopt a pseudonym, he reasoned. While adopting a pseudonym is not unusual, a name like Fairy Consort is not one that an ordinary person would choose, Xiao Bai asserted gravely. What significance does this name hold? Yixian inquired. Xiao Bai nodded. In certain circles of the cultivation world, Fairy Consort refers to women who are buried alongside prominent figures after their demise. Some powerful cultivators, aware of their impending death yet unwilling to accept their fate, attempt to cultivate their Yin spirit through forbidden means. Once they succeed, they become known as ghost cultivators, abandoning their physical forms to specialize in their spiritual essence. Although they must remain in the shadows, they can preserve their life, memories, and cultivation. However, achieving a Yin spirit is an arduous task, requiring an abundance of Yin energy. Earlier, you mentioned that the little fairy consort is of a pure disposition. But you may not know that such a pure body is also referred to as a mysterious Yin body, which serves as an exceptional catalyst for the refinement of Yin spirits. At this point, Xiao Bai paused. She did not continue speaking, but Yixian had already surmised what she was about to say. The little fairy had been chosen to accompany a certain prominent figure in death? Xiao Bai nodded. The identity of this significant individual is also quite evident within the realm of Cangyun City. Only the master of the Xiantian sect possesses both the qualifications and the need for such an act. Yixian furrowed his brow. The Xiantian sect has been established for 500 years, and there has never been a report of a change in leadership, which means the current sect master must be at least 500 years old. Considering his cultivation in the Golden Core realm, he has surely reached the twilight of his years. No, wait. Yixian suddenly interjected. The little fairy had mentioned her master to me with great reverence. She had been abandoned by her parents, and her life was saved by her master. If the master of the Xiantian sect truly intended to use the little fairy as a sacrificial offering to aid in his cultivation of the Yin spirit, there would be no need for such elaborate measures. He could have easily confined her within the Xiantian sect long ago, rather than allowing her the freedom to roam the outside world. If she were to escape, it would be a tremendous loss. Therefore, it is indeed rather puzzling. And there may be some underlying changes. However, it is certain that the little fairy has attracted attention, and she is to be used as a sacrificial offering for the cultivation of the Yin spirit. Otherwise, such a coincidence would not exist. Xiao Bai remarked. Oh dear. Be gentle. I am the second young master of the Sun family. If you injure me, none of you can bear the consequences. At that moment, a voice from downstairs cried out. Let us go downstairs and see, Yixian suggested. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yixian immediately noticed a group of guards binding Sun Zhui tightly. Upon seeing Yixian descend, the guards raised their bows and aimed at him. Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing promptly positioned themselves in front of Yixian. Yixian, unfazed, declared, I command you to lower your weapons. A guard with a stout build and unkempt beard shouted back, Who do you think you are to issue commands to us? Simply because I am the second shareholder of Kuaihua Forest. With the little fairy absent, I now hold complete authority over Kuaihua Forest. Yixian revealed the equity transfer document. Upon seeing the document, the burly guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once he comprehended the contents, he was taken aback, hastily gesturing for the guards to lower their bows and step back. Ah, so you are young Master Yi. My apologies, my apologies. Your status has already been communicated to us by the fairy. I simply had not yet had the chance to pay my respects and failed to recognize you. This oversight is entirely my fault. What is your name? Yixian inquired. I am Yang Tu, the chief guard of Kuaihua Forest. All security matters are under my management. Yet you are responsible for security and remain unaware that your own boss has been taken away. Yixian pressed, frowning. Yang Tu was visibly frightened and quickly fell to his knees. Young Master Yi, Please forgive my anger. Last night, when the fairy departed, the night patrol indeed witnessed it. However, at that time, the fairy was not being abducted. She even greeted the patrol members. Had we known she was in danger, we would have risked our lives to intervene. It seems the little fairy truly left of her own volition. Xuan said, Enough, I do not blame you. Please rise and release young Master Sun quickly. Chapter 36. The authorities ignore. I take charge. Xingzhou was immediately untied, yet he wore a bewildered expression. Yishao, when did you become the second shareholder of the Happy Forest? Since our last drinking session, Xuan replied with a smile. Xingzhou was utterly speechless. So, during Xuan's first visit to Happy Forest, not only did he strike incredible luck by being received by the enchanting Xiao Xinfei, but he also had the opportunity for a private moment with her and even acquired shares in Happy Forest from her. Was this a case of both wealth and beauty falling into his lap? This made no sense. What exactly had he lost to Xuan? He had invested nearly 180,000 taels of silver into Happy Forest, yet he had failed to gain Xiao Xinfei's favor. Where had he faltered? In terms of looks, he believed he was not significantly inferior to Xuan. Regarding family background, the Sun family was considered a prominent clan in Cangyun City, while Xuan possessed merely a tavern and a horse ranch. As for strength, though he did not consider himself a genius, he at least held his own as a fifth-tier qi refining practitioner in his early 20s, while Xuan had yet to even attain the qi refining stage. How could he possibly lose? The perplexity left him utterly confounded. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves approached from outside the woods. Yang Tu remarked, It seems the authorities have arrived. Shortly thereafter, 8 black dragon horses appeared in the open space outside the building. The first to dismount was a robust warrior clad in chainmail, a gentleman's sword at his waist, exuding an aura of power. Uncle Ma, why have you come in person? Xingzhou exclaimed upon recognizing the man. Young Master Sun recognizes him? His name was Ma Yan, the commander of the Iron Cavalry camp under the city lord's office, commanding over 1,000 elite cavalrymen. He was a formidable figure in Cangyun City and had been a classmate of Xingzhou's father, maintaining a good relationship. Xingzhou explained briefly before approaching Ma Yan. Noticing the dried bloodstains on Xingzhou's chest, Ma Yan immediately inquired with concern, Where are you injured? Xiaosong, come over and take a look. The Xiaosong mentioned by Ma Yan was a spirited female cavalry medic dressed in red leather armor. She leapt off her horse and hurried to Xingzhou's side, swiftly tearing open his bloodstained shirt with a decisive motion that left Xingzhou stunned. As a notorious playboy, Xingzhou had encountered many women, yet he had never seen anyone so commanding. Instinctively, he covered his chest and weakly protested, No, I'm fine. My father's protective mirror blocked the sword for me. It only grazed the surface, just a minor wound that will heal with a little care. That won't do. It could get infected. Before Ma Yan could respond, the female medic grasped Xingzhou's arm and forcibly pulled it away, revealing the sword mark on his chest. The cut was indeed shallow and had begun to scab over. The female medic opened her medical kit, retrieving a bottle of dark yellow liquid, uncorked it, and poured it directly onto Xingzhou's wound. The air resonated with the anguished cries of Xingzhou, akin to the lament of a slaughtered pig, echoing throughout the Happy Grove. The liquid in question was a potent disinfectant spirit. Witnessing such a scene, Xuan could not help but shudder. This female cavalry doctor must not be trifled with. After applying a layer of wound powder and performing a simple bandaging, the doctor declared, It is fine now. Indeed, it was fine. Xingzhou, drenched in cold sweat, leaned against the wall, appearing as though he were on the brink of departing this world, lacking even the strength to speak. Can someone report the case details to me? Ma Yan finally inquired. Xuan took the initiative to step forward, recounting the events that unfolded in the Happy Grove and the abduction of the little fairy doctor. Who are you? Ma Yan scrutinized Xuan with a vigilant gaze, exuding an air of authority. I am Xuan, a stakeholder with a 10% share in the Happy Grove, thus I am somewhat of a co-owner here. Xuan replied candidly, not concealing his status. His stake was legitimate, devoid of any dubious origins. Besides, it was merely 10%, hardly warranting suspicion. And these 2 young ladies? Ma Yan's attention shifted to the 2 figures behind Xuan, Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. He seemed to sense that their abilities were extraordinary. They are my bodyguards, Xuan stated. Ma Yan frowned. As you are the co-owner of the Happy Grove, why do you feel the need to bring bodyguards to your own territory? Is it not prudent to value one's life? Xuan retorted. Indeed, considering you are an ordinary person without any cultivation, yet have become a co-owner of the Happy Grove, holding significant interests, it is only sensible to ensure your own protection. Ma Yan's words appeared somewhat pointed towards Xuan, yet he chose not to elaborate further. Instead, He turned to the female cavalry doctor and instructed, Xiaosong, please examine the causes of death for the deceased. The female doctor acted with remarkable efficiency, swiftly conducting autopsies on the bodies of Chunyang and his companions in the living room. They all died from a sword strike to the throat, with all wounds exhibiting signs of burning. It appears the cause was a fire-attributed flying sword. Based on the residual spiritual energy, it must have been a third-grade magical weapon, indicating that the assailant possesses the strength of the divine refinement realm. Ma Yin furrowed his brow. In Xuan City, there are very few sword masters who have reached the divine refinement realm. Who do you suspect the perpetrator might be? It is difficult to say, and I dare not speculate, the female doctor replied, seemingly cautious. Speak freely, Ma Yin urged. After a moment of hesitation, she responded. Only 2 individuals within the 5 great sects could wield such swordsmanship. One is Wang Yangming, the master of the sword-forging pavilion, and the other is Gu Ying, the 3rd elder of the Xiantian sect. The master of the sword-forging pavilion is devoted to the way of the sword and is known for his humility. He would not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Thus, the culprit is likely Gu Ying. At this point, Ma Yan's frown deepened. As far as I know, the Happy Grove is a property of the Xiantian sect. It seems this murder stems from internal conflicts within the sect. No wonder the city lord has dispatched me. The local constabulary cannot intervene in this matter. And what course of action do you intend to pursue, Lord Ma? Yi Xin inquired. Action. Ma Yan shook his head, stating that the internal conflicts among the 5 major sects were beyond their jurisdiction, and they could only report to the Xiantian sect, urging their discipline hall to conduct an internal investigation. Is that all? Yi Xian replied with a shake of his head, realizing that Ma Yin was not a reliable individual. He turned to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing and said, let us depart. Since the authorities are indifferent, I shall investigate Yang Tu myself. Issue my command. From today onward, the Happy Forest shall cease operations indefinitely and remain closed to the public. As you command, Yang Tu responded promptly. Watching Yi Xian and his companions leave, Ma Yan's expression grew complex. As the commander of the Iron Cavalry tasked with safeguarding the region, he could not remain unmoved by the numerous murders. Yet, in the face of sectarian power, the authority of the government was pitifully weak. Even if he wished to pursue the matter, the city lord would undoubtedly disapprove. Despite possessing a formidable army, in the eyes of those sects, how were they any different from mere ants? Chapter 37. Tonight we shall seize individuals inside the carriage returning to the drunken immortal residence. Yi Xian gazed silently out the window. Yi Xiao, why not allow me to investigate the Xiantian sect? Suggested Xiao Bai. With my agility, I could come and go without a trace. No, Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. We are still unaware of the current circumstances within the Xiantian sect. To venture there recklessly would be perilous. Your identity must remain concealed. Avoid any dangerous locales. Seeing Yi Xian's concern for her, Xiao Bai's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a warmth in her heart. Xiao Qing then inquired, if we do not go to the Xiantian sect, how shall we investigate this matter? The Bai Xiao house, Yi Xian declared, directing the carriage to change course towards the inner city. In the realm of cultivation, there exists a faction dedicated to gathering and selling information, commonly known as informants. To uncover the internal affairs of the various sects, they were the most suitable choice, as they often had agents embedded within the sects, obtaining intelligence directly from within, ensuring a high degree of reliability. Naturally, their fees were steep. However, Yi Xian was not short on funds. He would not rest until he unraveled the truth regarding the incident involving the little fairy. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the carriage halted outside a narrow alley in the inner city. At the end of the alley stood an inconspicuous tavern, which served as a hidden branch of the Bai Xiao house. Yi Xian's knowledge of this place was somewhat serendipitous, as he had previously worked there temporarily. About a year ago, Qingting Academy sought to send a group of students to the Luoshui sect for study, and someone had covertly approached Yi Xian, asking him to discreetly draw a detailed map of the Luoshui sect's terrain once he arrived there. The more intricate the drawing, the greater the reward. The reason he was chosen was likely due to his previous experience sketching in a bookstore, creating some drawings intended for sale, which garnered no appreciation until an informant recognized his talent in this area. During his time at the Luoshui sect, Yi Xian spent over half a month creating an exceptionally detailed internal map, which he sold for a substantial sum of 100 taels of silver. The most lucrative reward he had earned in 3 years. In retrospect, it seems rather ludicrous. To risk execution for a mere 100 taels of silver by acting as a spy for the Luoshui sect was undeniably foolish. Yet at that time, Yi Xian found himself with no other choice. After all, he was barely able to fill his stomach, let alone ponder the consequences. Disembarking from the carriage, Xuan made his way directly to the end of a narrow alley. Nestled within was a diminutive tavern. He instructed Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing to wait outside while he ventured inside alone, addressing the young attendant who was dozing behind the counter. "Innkeeper, bring me 2 taels of that fiery liquor, the kind that warms the heart." Upon hearing this, the young attendant slowly lifted his head and inquired, "That liquor doesn't come cheap. Can you afford it? Do you dare look down upon me? Believe me, I could easily shatter your shabby tavern. Please, esteemed guest, do not be angered. Come inside." With that, the young attendant fiddled with the abacus atop the counter, revealing a hidden door in the wall. Xuan stepped through, traversing a narrow staircase that led him to a secret chamber below. The chamber was cramped and barren, containing only a solitary chair facing a stone wall, which bore a fist-sized hole. A voice emanated from within. "What information does the guest seek?" "The sect master of the Xiantian sect and the third elder, Guing." After a brief hesitation, the voice responded, "That will cost a total of 150,000 taels, payable in cash only." Xuan did not haggle. He simply produced 15 silver notes and slid them through the hole. After receiving the payment, the voice took a few moments before presenting a bamboo tube. Upon opening it, Xuan found 2 sheets of paper, which he inspected directly. After reading, the paper spontaneously ignited, quickly turning to ash. Leaving the Baishao Pavilion, Xuan rejoined Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing at the carriage. It appeared that the situation was dire. Xuan remarked, 5 months ago, the sect master He Rui of the Xiantian sect passed away, dead. The sect master of the Xiantian sect was the foremost expert in the realm of Cangyun City. How could his death not have made waves? Xiao Qing exclaimed in astonishment. It's not that there were no rumors. The information I acquired indicates that many prominent figures must be aware of it, yet it remains undisclosed to the public. Xuan continued, following He Rui's death, the Xiantian sect has descended into a fierce competition for leadership, with Guing, who took away the little fairy, being one of the formidable contenders. In truth, Xiao Bai, your previous conjecture was quite close. Guing likely abducted the little fairy to exploit her Xiantian physique. Though I cannot yet ascertain whether he acts for himself or for He Rui. It must be to assist sect master He Rui in refining the Yin spirit. Could he possibly seek to cultivate the Yin spirit himself? Xiao Qing muttered. Xiao Bai replied, that is not entirely out of the question. The value of the Xiantian physique is immense, even if it were not for the purpose of refining the Yin spirit. Should one engage with a woman possessing such a physique, it would facilitate the absorption of Yin to bolster one's yang, significantly enhancing one's cultivation. Xuan remarked. In summary, the current predicament of the little fairy is undoubtedly perilous. She has become a coveted prize. Whoever lays claim to her will find immense value in her, and others will not let her slip away. We must now deliberate whether to take the risk to rescue her. Indeed, we must save her, Xiao Bai asserted confidently. The body of the Xiantian is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Rather than allowing her to fall into the hands of others, she should be under the control of young Master Yi. Indeed, young Master Yi frequently visits the Happy Forest, so he must have an interest in the little fairy. Now that she is in distress, how could he refrain from extending a helping hand? If he were to embrace the beauty, how delightful it would be. Our drunken Immortal Pavilion would soon have a mistress. Xiao Qing teased. Xuan looked exasperated. The way you speak makes it seem as though I am no different from those villains of the Xiantian sect. Xiao Bai giggled. There is no need for young master to overthink. For cultivators, acquiring superior resources requires more than mere fortune from the heavens. It necessitates competition and seizing opportunities. If one does not strive, those resources will inevitably fall into the hands of others. In the constant ebb and flow of rivalry, one will find themselves left behind. Xuan felt a stirring in his heart. Xiao Bai's reasoning was indeed sound. The cultivation world is rife with conflicts. Without a spirit of competition, how could one hope to thrive for the long term? Very well, then, let us contest for her. With the death of the Xiantian sect's leader, who was a formidable figure in the core formation realm, the 3 of us might just find a chance. Xiao Qing chuckled. It is my sister and I who will be in action. Young master, you have yet to break through to the chi refinement stage. Just watch us shine. This remark struck Xuan hard. Though I am not a cultivator, I possess the celestial dragon battery, the gale tiger, and 2 protective magical artifacts. My overall combat prowess is formidable. Let us return to the drunken Immortal Pavilion to prepare. Tonight, we shall embark on our mission to the Xiantian sect to rescue her. Chapter 38. Nightfall at the Xiantian sect. The silver moon shone brightly, and the night was as clear as crystal. This eve marked the full moon. Even outside the illuminated Cangyun City, the visibility amidst the mountains and forests remained exceptional. Moreover, the gale tiger, being a feline creature, possessed remarkable night vision, traversing the terrain with ease. At this moment, more than half an hour had elapsed since Yi Xian, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Qing departed from the North City Gate. As they ventured 50 miles northward, they would soon enter the territory of the Xiantian sect. A thoroughfare connected the Xiantian sect and Cangyun Prefecture. However, in pursuit of stealth, Yi Xian opted against the official road, choosing instead the mountain paths, which made the journey somewhat longer. Otherwise, they would have already arrived at the Xiantian sect by now. The Gale Tiger galloped through the woods as if it were on level ground, while Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing flanked Yi Xian, stabilizing his form. Consequently, after such a vigorous run, Yi Xian's posterior managed to endure the strain. Slow down. After we cross 2 more mountain peaks, we should be able to behold the Xiantian sect. Yi Xian gently patted the belly of the swift-winged tiger, which instantly slowed its pace and tempered its strength. As they traversed the mountains, no sound escaped from the great cat, not even the faintest whisper of its breath. This magnificent creature has indeed become increasingly astute. I shall venture ahead to scout the path. Scaling another mountain peak, Little White leapt gracefully, taking the lead up the slope. The swift-winged tiger also paused, concealing itself within the shadowy ravine. Yi Xian patiently waited for a moment until Little White finally descended from the mountaintop. Yi Xiao, beyond this mountain lies the Xiantian sect. The sect is ablaze with lights, gathering numerous masters divided into 2 factions, seemingly at an impasse. Currently, the exterior of the Xiantian sect is virtually unguarded, presenting us with an excellent opportunity to infiltrate. 2 factions at a standstill. It appears that the internal strife within the Xiantian sect has escalated significantly. As the tiger ascended the mountain, before reaching the summit, Yi Xian instructed the swift-winged tiger to conceal itself, then proceeded with Little White and Little Qing on foot. Upon reaching the peak, Yi Xian was taken aback to discover that numerous tea trees had been planted here, complemented by a stone pathway along the ridge, and even a pavilion for resting. These tea trees were extraordinary, 500 years old, the famed Yulong Mountain tea. Our drunken Immortal Pavilion also sells it, albeit at a mere 20 years of age, yet it is exorbitantly priced, with a single pot fetching no less than 500 taels of silver. Little Qing gazed longingly at the abundance of tea trees, unable to suppress her salivation. Were it not for the mission to rescue the little fairy, she would have wished to linger here and consume all the new tea, undoubtedly amassing a fortune. Little White shot a warning glance at Little Qing. Do not be blinded by greed. Our primary objective is paramount. At this moment, Yi Xian had already retrieved the heavenly dragon barret, positioning himself in a concealed spot to observe the internal dynamics of the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect is situated atop an expansive hillside, its layout resembling a colossal terrace, tiered and divided into distinct areas. The lowest tier features a deep lake, home to a magnificent koi fish exceeding 10 meters in length. Ascending further, one encounters the realms of the miscellaneous disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and the true disciples. The uppermost tier is reserved for the elders and the sect master, encompassing the largest area. Currently, the confrontation is taking place within the domain of the true disciples. The so-called true disciples represent the most central echelon of the sect, aside from its leadership. To attain such a status, one must possess either formidable connections or extraordinary talent and strength, catching the eye of an elder who takes them as a formal apprentice. True disciples are nurtured as the successors of the sect, with substantial resources devoted to their development. To gauge the prosperity and strength of a sect, one need only assess the caliber of its true disciples. However, the distance was too great, even with the sniper rifle scope. Only the overall silhouette of the Xiantian sect could be discerned, rendering it impossible to distinguish the disputing disciples. Locating the little fairy with the scope was utterly unfeasible. Thus, a plan to infiltrate the Xiantian sect was imperative. Yi Xiao, look over there. Little White suddenly tapped Yi Xian. Following her, Yi Xian gazed toward the southeast direction of the Xiantian sect, where he beheld a towering cliff, rising 300 meters high. The precipice was exceedingly steep, nearly vertical. Yet midway up, a cave was visible, illuminated by a bright light emanating from within. Instantly, Yi Xian adjusted the aim of his sniper rifle to observe the cave. Within, he discovered a black coffin, and remarkably, a figure resembling the little fairy was kneeling before it. Could it be that the coffin contained the remains of the deceased sect master Hirue? This presented a splendid opportunity. Perhaps we could evade the adept masters of the Xiantian sect and stealthily rescue the little fairy, transporting her out of Cangyun City under the cover of night. Whether we took her to Yunhai City or Cangyun City, we could simply purchase a residence to keep her safely hidden away. How delightful that would be. Xiao Qing chuckled. Already considering a retreat for Yixian. Yixian could only shake his head in bemusement. Xiaobai interjected, urging, "Let us not dwell on such matters for now. Amidst the turmoil within the Xingzhou sect, we must rescue the little fairy first. We can address the rest later." Yixian nodded in agreement, stowing his sniper rifle as the trio began their descent along the ridge toward the cliff. However, just a few steps in, a peculiar whistling sound reached their ears from the direction of the Xingzhou sect, followed by a blinding flash of light. "What formidable sword intent!" Xiao Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Xiaobai furrowed her brow, remarking, "It must be Gu Ying. His cultivation exceeds my expectations, having reached the 9th level of spirit refinement. The opponent he faces is also at the 9th level, yet Gu Ying's sword intent is overwhelmingly powerful, completely dominating his adversary. 2 masters at the 9th level of spirit refinement. The Xingzhou sect indeed harbors hidden talents. By the way, Xiaobai, what is your current level of spirit refinement?" Xiaobai smiled softly, replying, "I have achieved the consummate 9th level." Xiao Qing proudly added, "Had it not been for my sister's protection during the battle with Su Yin and her 9-tailed fox, resulting in my sister's golden core being shattered, we would not have to hide in the shadows now. Even if all the powerful figures of the 5 great sects in Cangyun City stood together, they would be no match for her." "Your golden core was shattered? Is there any way to restore it?" Yixian inquired with genuine concern. Xiaobai shook her head. "Restoring a golden core is exceedingly difficult. It would require the assistance of a Yuan Ying realm expert. The Yuan Ying realm. Such experts could be considered deities on Earth. Across the entire star continent, it was uncertain whether any such beings existed. It seemed that healing Xiaobai's injuries would indeed be a formidable challenge. Yet, there remained a glimmer of hope. With the system at his disposal, perhaps one day he would encounter something that could aid in restoring Xiaobai's golden core. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the pinnacle of the ridge, directly above the cliff. Gazing down the sheer precipice, Yixian instinctively recoiled, realizing that a fall from this height would surely result in his utter destruction. Xiaobai and Xiao Qing simultaneously clasped Yixian's arms, without uttering a word, and leapt downwards towards the precipice. The fierce wind rushed into Yixian's mouth, nearly suffocating him. Chapter 39. The little immortal concubine from a height exceeding 100 meters, they plummeted instantly. When Yixian finally stood firmly at the entrance of the cave, he exhaled deeply, feeling surprisingly exhilarated, far more thrilling than a roller coaster ride. Regaining his composure, Yixian stepped into the cave, calling out, "Little immortal concubine, I have come to rescue you." Seated before the spirit coffin, the little immortal concubine suddenly opened her eyes at the sound of Yixian's unexpected voice. She turned to see him, and her expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Young Master Yi, what brings you here?" she inquired. "I have come to take you away from the Xingzhou sect," Yixian replied. "I am aware of your predicament. I shall not condone such inhumane acts as using the living as burial companions. Let us not dwell on this. I will take you away now, and we can discuss everything once we are safe." As he spoke, Yixian stepped forward and grasped the little immortal concubine's arm. Yet, when he attempted to pull her away, she remained utterly still. Looking down, Yixian noticed a red string binding her wrist, the other end tied to the coffin itself. "Xiaobai, I entrust this to you." Xiaobai stepped forward, her expression growing serious upon seeing the red string. Though it appears to be an ordinary cord, the spiritual energy it contains is remarkably potent. It may prove difficult to sever with conventional means. This red string has been soaked in the blood of the sect leader. The little immortal concubine suddenly remarked. Could it be some form of dark sorcery? She shook her head and sighed softly. "This place is fraught with peril. Young master, you need not risk himself for my sake. You should leave at once. Elder Guing and Elder Lan Ku are nearing. If you do not depart soon, you may find it impossible to escape. Do not worry, Miss One. Since I have come here, I am determined to rescue you," Yixian declared, retrieving the Tianlong barret once more. He aimed at the red string trailing on the ground and pulled the trigger. With a burst of sparks, the dragon breath bullet shot forth, severing the red string with explosive efficacy. It was indeed effective. The dragon breath bullet contained the might of a dragon, possessing not only immense physical destructive power, but also formidable inherent force. As the red string snapped, the little immortal concubine was taken aback. Without waiting for her to regain her senses, Yixian seized her arm and headed towards the cave's exit. "I leave her in your care, Xiaobai." Xiaobai nodded, grasping the little immortal concubine's hand, and soared upwards towards the cliff's edge. Xiao Qing also latched onto Yixian's arm. Her movements were not as graceful as Xiaobai's, and she briefly leveraged the steep rock face, but they successfully reached the top of the precipice. "Miss Immortal Concubine, your hand is so cold. Have you endured some torment?" Xiaobai inquired with genuine concern. The little fairy retracted her hand, her expression tinged with unease, and offered no explanation. Observing this, Yixian presumed that the little fairy was overwhelmed by fear and, concerned that she might recall distressing memories, refrained from probing further. He suggested, "Let us find the swift wind tiger and hasten our departure from the Cangyun sect." The little fairy's eyes flickered, as if she had reached a decision, and she nodded, taking the initiative to grasp Yixian's arm. The group promptly made their way along the southern ridge, swiftly descending the mountain, and soon enough, the swift wind tiger approached upon hearing their sounds. However, upon seeing Yixian and his companions, the tiger suddenly accelerated, baring its sharp fangs, and lunged directly at the little fairy. "Stop, big cat!" Yixian called out urgently, while Xiaobai and Xiaoqing reacted just in time to restrain the swift wind tiger. Yixian rushed forward, gently patting the tiger's head, and offered it a piece of purple gold ginseng, soothingly saying, "Good boy, she is not an enemy." With a low growl, the tiger's initially fierce gaze gradually softened. Yixian finally breathed a sigh of relief, grasping the little fairy's arm and helping her onto the tiger's back, while he positioned himself behind her. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing settled behind Yixian. Seizing the reins, Yixian urged the tiger to hastily retreat. The great cat moved with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, swiftly disappearing into the forest. "The evening breeze in these mountains is truly brisk," Yixian murmured. Xiaoqing playfully teased, "Young Master Yi, perhaps it is your constitution that is too frail." "Hush, there is something stirring." Xiaobai seemed to sense something. At that moment, a bright flash illuminated the sky. A flying sword hurtled toward the swift wind tiger at an astonishing speed. "We've been discovered," Yixian thought. Realizing the Cangyun sect had reacted alarmingly swiftly, having just been embroiled in internal strife. "Leave this to me." Xiaobai immediately turned around, revealing arcs of brilliant blue lightning crackling in her palm, and she launched a strike directly at the incoming flying sword. With a thunderous crash, the flying sword was forcefully deflected. "Impressive. I did not anticipate such a skilled individual hidden within Xuan City. Might I inquire your esteemed name, fair maiden?" A shadow flitted through the trees, as a swordsman clad in black swiftly pursued the swift wind tiger, retrieving the recently vanished flying sword with a deft motion. Without a doubt, this figure was the second elder of the Cangyun sect, Guing. His agility was remarkable, with a mere light step on the treetops. He soared several dozen meters ahead, his speed surpassing that of the swift wind tiger. As the distance between them closed, Yixian turned around, aiming the batel at Xiaoqing's shoulder and firing a dragon breath bullet directly at Guing. With a resounding impact, Guing responded with remarkable swiftness, deflecting the bullet with his flying sword just as it neared. Observing the scratch on his sword, Guing furrowed his brow and remarked, "What sort of concealed weapon is this that can injure my Qinggang's sword?" Despite a momentary hesitation, Guing accelerated his pursuit once more. "Regardless of your esteemed identities, I implore you to release Miss One. I shall overlook the past and allow you safe passage. Do not engage in further banter with him," Yixian declared, reloading the dragon breath bullet, while simultaneously signaling to Xiaoqing with a glance. Understanding his intent, Xiaoqing quietly leapt from the back of the swift wind tiger. Concealing herself, Yixian adjusted the position of the swift wind tiger, causing it to decelerate as he calculated the perfect moment to pull the trigger once more. This was the final dragon breath bullet. The opportunity was singular and must not be squandered. Fortunately, the proximity was sufficiently close, within 100 meters, ensuring Yixian's accuracy remained impressively reliable. Bang! The bullet surged forth, reaching the solitary figure in mere microseconds, aimed directly at his chest. However, as a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of the refining spirit realm, the solitary figure's reflexes were remarkably swift. At the instant the bullet was fired, although he could not shift his body in time, the Qinggang sword in his hand instinctively parried the attack. The flying sword cleaved the bullet in half. A surge of spiritual energy was instantly infused into the Qinggang sword, forming a verdant halo along the blade's edge, effectively splitting the dragon breath bullet and allowing it to whiz past him. Impressive technique. Yixian could not help but admire the solitary figure's swordsmanship, which was indeed extraordinary. Yet ultimately, he had underestimated one crucial factor. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the night sky, aimed at the solitary figure's back. Sensing imminent danger, the solitary figure realized the threat. However, having just severed the dragon breath bullet and expended vast amounts of spiritual energy, he found himself unable to fully retract his sword's momentum. Even if he wished to retaliate, he was powerless to do so, compelled only to awkwardly pivot in an attempt to evade the incoming attack. Thud! Though the arrow did not strike his body, it grazed his arm. leaving behind a bloody gash. Merely a flesh wound. The solitary figure breathed a silent sigh of relief, but quickly sensed something amiss. The arrow was poisoned. Chapter 40. Bringing the little fairy home. Upon confirming her target was struck, Xiaoqing emerged from the underbrush, the bow and arrow in her possession. Along with the venom of the black-eyed king snake, were remnants left by the assassin Zhang Yi of the Blood Fiend Alliance. The bow and arrow were merely ordinary artifacts, with a maximum range of just over 100 meters. Yet the venom of the black-eyed king snake was lethal even to those at the refining spirit level. Additionally, the venom possessed a remarkable property. It acted with astonishing speed. Once contact was made, the toxin would rapidly disseminate throughout the body in mere breaths, initially paralyzing the nerves and diminishing reaction times, subsequently inducing blindness and a loss of directional sense. At this moment, the solitary figure found himself under the insidious assault of the toxin, desperately channeling his internal spiritual energy in an attempt to expel the snake venom. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the venom of the black-eyed king snake could also be transmitted through the air. The solitary figure exerted every effort to purge part of the venom, which evaporated swiftly into the atmosphere. With each breath he took, the toxin re-entered his system, and due to its respiratory entry, the efficiency of the venom's spread was further accelerated. Under normal circumstances, given his strength, it would take some time for the venom to fully take effect. However, in a state of desperation, Guiying hastened his own demise. Within mere moments, he felt a searing pain in his lungs, followed by an overwhelming dizziness and a darkness engulfing his vision, ultimately losing control of his body and plummeting from the treetop. Xiaoqing, return. We must depart, Yixian commanded, seeing Guiying incapacitated. He wasted no further time and called Xiaoqing back as they continued southward, seeking to escape the influence of Xiantian's sect. Will that fellow survive? Yixian inquired. Xiaoqing replied. A cultivator at the 9th level of spirit refinement is unlikely to succumb to the venom of the black-eyed king snake. But he will certainly be unconscious for at least 10 days to half a month. In fact, I could have taken the opportunity to eliminate him just now. Yixian shook his head. There is no need. It is far too perilous, especially with other experts from Xiantian's sect still at large. The other cultivator at the 9th level of spirit refinement has yet to reveal himself, and one cannot be certain he is not lying in ambush nearby. Indeed. You are always so thorough in your considerations, Xiaoqing chuckled. Miss Xianfei, are you well? Yixian asked with concern, noticing that Xiao Xianfei had remained silent throughout. As he turned to her, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He observed that her eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, shimmered with an enchanting, ethereal reddish hue, exuding an unusual beauty, yet it also stirred an inexplicable unease within him. From the moment he encountered Xiao Xianfei, he sensed something amiss. Though he had not given it much thought until now, he realized that her demeanor was unnaturally calm. Even upon witnessing Guiying's demise, her gaze revealed no discernible emotional fluctuation. Furthermore, Guiying's earlier remarks left Yixian perplexed. He referred to Xiao Xianfei as Miss One and exhibited a distinctly humble attitude towards her. Of course, this was merely Yixian's conjecture. After all, Xiao Xianfei had indeed been imprisoned before the coffin of He Rui, the sect leader of Xiantian's sect, clearly intended to serve as a sacrificial companion. Whether it was to ensure He Rui achieved a divine form after death, or for Guiying to exploit Xiao Xianfei's unique physique to enhance his own strength, ultimately, Xiao Xianfei remained a victim in this scenario. The swift wind tiger darted through the forest, soon emerging from the thicket. To the south lay Cangyun City. If they diverted west, they would reach Cangyun City, and to the east was Yinhai City. Although Yixian had never visited these places, he knew that the cities were interconnected by official roads, making it relatively easy to navigate. With the wind tiger's speed, they could cover the distance in a single hour. Miss Xianfei, it is certainly unwise for you to linger in Cangyun City. Do you have any familiar locations outside the city where I may escort you? Xiao Xianfei turned to gaze at Yixian, and for reasons unknown, his heart felt as though a deeply buried secret was being uncovered under her steady gaze. Though the sensation was fleeting, may I take refuge in your drunken, immortal residence, Sir Yi? Due to certain circumstances, I cannot leave Cangyun City just yet. Yixian hesitated for a moment before saying, in that case, let us proceed to the drunken, immortal residence. It was inevitable that his identity would be revealed during this visit to the Xiantian sect, although the solitary shadow did not recognize him. Uncovering his identity would not pose much difficulty. With the swift wind tiger, it would be quite easy to trace him. Nevertheless, even if the Xiantian sect were to confront him, Yixian felt confident in his ability to respond. For the time being, keeping the little fairy concealed by his side would facilitate her protection. Resolute in his decision, the swift-winged tiger headed southward, taking the official road at full speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, they returned to Cangyun City. Upon arriving at the drunken immortal residence, Xian instructed Xiaobai to arrange a guest room for the little fairy, then pulled Xiaoqing aside and said, "You must step out and find my yin at the Iron Cavalry camp. Inform him of the little fairy's situation and request that he arranges some troops to safeguard the drunken immortal residence. After all, I have paid so many taxes. They should not simply eat without working." Xiaoqing understood Xian's intentions and promptly nodded. "I will ensure the message is delivered." Although the sects were embroiled in conflict, the government would not intervene. However, if the lives of the citizens within the city, especially those of local tycoons like Xian, were threatened, the authorities had a responsibility to act. Particularly within the city, if they could not manage matters on their own turf, the government's credibility would be severely compromised, bringing shame upon the city lord. Should the government still neglect its duties, Xian had contingency plans. He possessed a secret silver mine, and should he disseminate this information, both the Luoshui sect and the Zhaohua Immortal Gate would likely be eager to collaborate with him. With the death of the Xiantian sect's leader, its strength had notably diminished, and the other sects would undoubtedly be keen to usurp its position. Ascending the stairs, Xiaobai informed him, "The little fairy has already settled down for the night. Young Master Yi, you should rest as well. It is already past midnight." Xian nodded and returned to room 1 with Xiaobai. "You may freshen up first. I will meditate a while longer," he said, retreating to his main chamber. System. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received a solar talisman. A talisman? Xian opened the system's storage space and retrieved a yellow talisman adorned with symbols that resembled incomprehensible drawings, one of which bore a resemblance to the sun. As Xian's palm approached, he felt a warm sensation, akin to basking in sunlight. Solar talisman, a third-tier divine talisman. It accumulates pure solar energy and is specifically designed to ward off malevolent spirits and ghosts. When carried closely, it can repel evil and avert disasters. Chapter 41. The fairy goes missing. The city lord's mansion is ablaze. What an extraordinary item. While Xian had yet to encounter any ghosts or spirits, this was indeed the realm of cultivation, where even the afterlife and the cultivation of spirits were plausible. The presence of such supernatural entities was entirely normal. With this solar talisman in his possession, he felt a profound sense of security. He promptly tucked the talisman beneath his pillow. After practicing the innate sensation technique for a while, Xiaobai emerged from the bathroom. "Young Master Yi, it is your turn to bathe. After you finish, I shall assist you in refining your meridians. This process requires unwavering dedication. Any interruption may lead to a complete loss of progress." Xiaobai's voice was perpetually gentle, warming Xian's heart. "Do you still have sufficient spiritual energy?" "It's fine. I haven't exerted myself much today," she replied. Xian nodded and stepped into the bathroom to enjoy a soothing soak. After his bath, he emerged clad only in shorts, as he would soon need to undress again. Feeling no need to dress fully, lying on the cold jade bed, he relished Xiaobai's massage when a thought struck him. He retrieved the Sunfire talisman from beneath his pillow and asked, "Will this talisman affect your demon kin?" Upon seeing the talisman, Xiaobai appeared somewhat surprised but shook her head. The Sunfire talisman is a divine symbol for driving away evil. Since the demon clan is not malevolent, it will have no effect. "That is reassuring," Xian said, returning the talisman to its place and closing his eyes to continue his enjoyment. Half an hour later, Xiaoqing returned. She hurriedly showered and donned a very light camisole dress before climbing onto the cold jade bed. Mayan said he needs to consult with the city lord and will provide a response tomorrow. Xian remarked, "I recall that the city lord was once a disciple of the Xiantian sect, indeed a true disciple. If he were not the city lord now, he might even be eligible to contest for the position of sect leader. I wonder what choice he would make." Xiaoqing said, "Human relationships are far too complicated. Our demon kin are much simpler and pure. As long as one resembles another, they are considered relatives." Xiaobai smiled softly, amused by the girl's unchanging naivety. Once the meridian refinement was complete, and noticing Xian was about to sleep, Xiaobai cautioned, "Young Master Yi, it would be best not to sleep on this cold jade bed. While it does not harm the body, prolonged use may deplete your yang energy, as this jade is primarily used for preserving corpses." "Preserving corpses?" Xian sprang up from the cold jade bed, astonished. Xiaobai nodded. "I researched this earlier and discovered that the primary function of cold jade is to preserve bodies. Placing a corpse upon it can prevent decay for an extended period." Xian's brow furrowed deeper. He was not fearful because of the cold jade bed's purpose. Rather, he realized he had overlooked numerous details. Something was amiss. Many aspects felt wrong. Xian recognized a grave issue he had neglected. All his actions toward the immortal concubine were based on his subjective will. He assumed the immortal concubine would be treated as a burial companion for the sect leader of Xiantian. He believed that Gu Ying had abducted the immortal concubine to harm her. Yet, concerning all of this, the immortal concubine had never expressed her stance. Moreover, Xian realized that his understanding of the little fairy was woefully inadequate. He had only recently learned her true name. There was another troubling matter. The little fairy had mentioned that her master, the head of the Xiantian sect, was in seclusion and would not emerge for 3 years, which was why she sought Xian's assistance in purging the stagnant, tainted spiritual energy within her. Yet, Hirue had been deceased for 5 months. And as Hirue's disciple, how could she be unaware of this fact? She had deceived Xian. This was troubling, seriously troubling. Quick, we must check on the little fairy. Xian urged, seizing the blazing sun talisman from beneath his pillow and dashing out the door. Although Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were confused by the situation, they immediately followed suit. On the 4th floor, in the guest room, Xiao Bai forcefully broke down the door. However, the room was utterly empty. The little fairy was nowhere to be found. Where could she have gone? Xian was struck by a disquieting premonition. Xiao Qing pushed open the window and looked around, suddenly exclaiming, "Yi, look! It seems the city lord's mansion is on fire." Xian rushed over and beheld towering flames at the direction of the city lord's mansion. The fire seemed to have just ignited. There was little commotion within the city, yet people were already emerging onto the streets, heading towards the mansion. Bang, bang, bang. The town crier struck the copper gong, vociferously announcing, "Fire! Fire!" His powerful voice roused the entire neighborhood, and lights flickered on in every household. As numerous young men hurried towards the city lord's mansion, "Let us also investigate," Xian declared. Such a heavily guarded establishment as the city lord's mansion had never been reported to catch fire. Now, with the little fairy having just vanished and the mansion suddenly ablaze, Xian surmised that there must be a significant connection between the two events. Could it be that the little fairy was responsible for this fire? But why would she do such a thing? At that moment, Shang Yu and Duan Hui were also awakened, gathering at the entrance of the drunken Immortal Pavilion. What a strange occurrence. How could the city lord's mansion catch fire out of the blue? Shang Yu pondered, bewildered. Duan Hui wore a similarly astonished expression. "I have visited the city lord's mansion. It is heavily fortified with guards present at all hours, including numerous practitioners at the qi refining stage. Even if a fire were to accidentally break out, it could be swiftly extinguished, so how could it have spread so extensively? Let us proceed and see for ourselves," Shang Yu suggested, leading the way to the carriage. The group quickly boarded the carriage and set off towards the city lord's mansion. "By the way, does anyone know when the city lord departed from the Xiantian sect?" Xian suddenly inquired. "I know," Duan Hui replied. "It was approximately 20 years ago." The city lord's sudden departure from the Xiantian sect, abandoning the path of cultivation, caused quite a stir in Cangyun City. After all, he broke through to the qi refining stage at the age of 9 and was considered a promising cultivator. When he left the Xiantian sect, he was only in his 20s, yet had already achieved the 7th level of the god refining realm, making him the youngest in Cangyun City. However, after leaving the Xiantian sect, it seems his cultivation has not progressed at all. He remains at the 7th level of the god refining realm to this day. 20 years ago, Xian mused to himself, the young fairy might have been in her early 20s. This implies that shortly after the young fairy was brought back to the Xiantian sect by Master Hiruizong, the city lord must have departed from the sect around the same time. Shang Yu patted Duan Hui on the shoulder, saying, "Brother Duan, you seem to know quite a lot." Duan Hui chuckled awkwardly. "These are merely old tales, hardly worth mentioning." Indeed, those who utter such words often carry their own stories. Chapter 42. The elegant and noble Madame Han. Before long, the carriage arrived near the city lord's residence. However, a contingent of iron cavalry had established a blockade ahead, preventing anyone from approaching the city lord's estate. "Do you know who I am? Let me in at once. The city lord's wife is my aunt." Suddenly, the voice of Sun Zhui echoed through the air. Xian dismounted from the carriage and, upon closer inspection, saw Sun Zhui in a heated argument with several cavalrymen. This young master was known for his fiery temper and was prepared to force his way through. At that moment, a dashing female cavalry officer approached, issuing a command that caused Sun Zhui to retract his neck in fear. This was none other than the renowned female cavalry doctor, surnamed Song. No wonder Sun Zhui was so intimidated. He must have had some psychological trauma associated with her. "Young Master Sun," Xian approached directly. Upon seeing Xian arrive with a group of people, Sun Zhui's expression brightened. "Xian, you've come at the perfect time. Please have this beautiful expert beside you break through the blockade, so I can enter. Do you know what has transpired at the city lord's estate? Xingzhou glanced warily around and leaned closer to Yuxian, whispering, I will only tell you. I just received news that the city lord was gruesomely murdered, almost as if subjected to death by 1,000 cuts. His head is missing, apparently taken away by the murderer. The Iron Cavalry is sealing off the city lord's estate and the outer city gates, conducting searches everywhere. Is that true? Yuxian inquired. I would not deceive you. A member of the Sun family works at the city lord's estate, so the news is reliable. Just then, a path suddenly opened behind them, revealing an iron-horned rhinoceros galloping forward, dragging a low-key yet luxurious carriage, with Ma Yan at the reins. Uncle Ma, Xingzhou exclaimed, rushing over. Take me inside. I wish to see my aunt. Do not act recklessly. Return at once, Ma Yan admonished. Xingzhou, still very much in awe of Ma Yan, fell silent at the stern reprimand. Let them in, came a sudden command as the carriage curtain was lifted slightly, revealing a lovely young face. Yuxian was taken aback. Miss Han. The girl was none other than Han Xiaomu from Lingbao Pavilion. Also seated in the carriage was a woman of exquisite attire and dignified demeanor, who bore a striking resemblance to Han Xiaomu. Could she be her mother? While Ma Yan hesitated, Yuxian took a decisive step forward and boarded the carriage. Xiaobai. Xiaoqing, please wait for me here. Upon witnessing the scene, Xingzhou, disregarding whether Ma Yan would consent or not, followed Yuxian onto the carriage. He respectfully bowed to the noblewoman and then nestled himself in a corner, barely daring to breathe, clearly intimidated by her presence. Ma Yan furrowed his brow in irritation. But the noblewoman spoke, proceed inside directly. With no further ado, Ma Yan directed the rhinoceros-drawn carriage straight to the city lord's mansion, while the female equestrian doctor surnamed Song rode alongside, entering the mansion together. Inside the carriage, Han Xiaomu's round, sparkling eyes were constantly scrutinizing Yuxian. Brother, you seem to have become more handsome in just a few days. Yuxian felt a flush of embarrassment, surprised that Han Xiaomu's first words were this. Xiaomu, is this your friend? The noblewoman inquired. Han Xiaomu chuckled. Mother, he is the one who purchased the dragon whisker armor you personally wove. The noblewoman regarded Yuxian with renewed interest, saying, Young sir, you possess discerning taste. That dragon whisker armor, crafted many years ago, was a product of my practice, into which I poured considerable effort. Your acquisition of it signifies a connection between us. May I inquire if you are married? If not, could you share your birth date with me? Mother, Han Xiaomu interjected with a glum expression. Why do you say this to everyone? I am only 14. Are you that eager to marry me off? Getting to know one another is not a bad thing. You often lament your disdain for the young lords of the city, claiming they are merely gilded shells with nothing of substance within. You have little regard for the talented youths of the Luo sect, saying they are so absorbed in their cultivation that they are mere dullards. I find this young gentleman quite commendable. He is handsome and distinguished, and most importantly, he possesses discernment. Yuxian, bewildered by the unexpected praise, couldn't help but blush. Auntie, oh no, I mean, dear lady, you flatter me excessively. I am unworthy of such commendation. The young sir is too modest. At such a young age, to have acquired the drunken Immortal Pavilion and the Black Dragon stud farm is indeed no ordinary feat, the noblewoman countered. Have you investigated me, dear lady? Yuxian maintained his smile, but narrowed his eyes slightly. The noblewoman remained unfazed. You incapacitated an inner disciple of the creation Immortal Sect on my Lingbao Pavilion's territory. Is it unreasonable for me to inquire about your background? Yuxian chuckled heartily. Certainly not unreasonable. The events that transpired at Lingbao Pavilion were indeed due to my lack of consideration for the circumstances. If I have caused you any inconvenience, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. The noblewoman smiled gracefully. Very well, it is not a grave matter. Our Luo sect and the Creation Immortal Sect have been rivals for many years, openly and covertly contending, so an additional conflict is of little concern. Her words suggested that the Creation Immortal Sect had indeed instigated trouble with the Luo sect under the pretext of the 1 Yuan incident. Was it possible that, unable to locate Yuxian, they had vented their frustrations upon the Luo sect? If that were the case, Yuxian bore some responsibility. Dear lady, you are remarkably forthright. I cannot express my gratitude without offering something in return. May I request a moment of your time to converse privately? The noblewoman replied. If you have matters to discuss, you may speak with Xiaomo. Yuxian shook his head, stating, Miss Han cannot make decisions regarding this matter. Oh, it appears to be a significant undertaking. Very well, once we arrive at the city lord's manor, I shall find a moment to discuss it with you. At that moment, the inconspicuous second young master's son sat nearby, utterly bewildered. This was the renowned Madame Han, and in the presence of her formidable aura, Xingzhou dared not even breathe too loudly. How was Zuixian able to engage her in such amiable conversation, even arranging for private discussions? Truly, Zuixian was a remarkable individual. Before long, the rhinoceros carriage entered the city lord's manor. Outside, Ma Yin announced, "Madame Han, we have arrived." Zuixian was the first to disembark. Looking up, he beheld the main building of the city lord's manor not far ahead, partially engulfed in flames. With numerous guards and soldiers battling the blaze, managing to contain it from spreading further, Xingzhou alighted from the carriage and hurried towards a gathering of women. "Aunt, are you unharmed?" In the crowd, a middle-aged woman wept inconsolably, accompanied by several others who were equally distraught. "Xiaosong, please escort Madame Han to identify the bodies." Ma Yin instructed. The female physician nodded, dismounted, and led Madame Han towards a side chamber. Just as Han Xiaomu was about to follow, Ma Yin stopped her, saying, "Miss Han, perhaps it's best if you do not witness this." However, Han Xiaomu, undaunted, replied, "What of a corpse? I have seen my share. There is nothing to fear." With that, she cheerfully bounded inside. Approximately 5 seconds later, ugh, Han Xiaomu burst through the door, leaning against the wooden railing to retch. "Is it truly that horrifying?" Zuixian hesitated for a moment, but mustered his courage and stepped inside. "Young Master Yi, your ability to extract the little immortal consort from the Xiantian sect is commendable. However, your reckless involvement in the sect's disputes may yield dire consequences. If you wish to preserve your life, it would be wise to withdraw promptly," Ma Yin cautioned. Zuixian paused, smiling. "Thank you for the warning, General Ma. I shall act with discernment." Chapter 43. When Xiaoyi appears, the path of ghost cultivation. Upon entering, Zuixian was immediately struck by a pungent scent of blood. Madame Han and the female physician from the Iron Cavalry were examining a headless corpse. One glance was enough for Zuixian to feel overwhelmed. The city lord had indeed met a gruesome end. Not a single part of his body remained unscathed, covered in numerous wounds, each more horrific than the last, as though he had been subjected to a method of slow slicing. Strangely, while the wounds appeared severe, none were fatal, and there were no signs of struggle on the corpse. Under such circumstances, one would expect the body to exhibit signs of tensed muscles and desperate resistance. Dr. Song furrowed his brow, reflecting, "These injuries are grave, yet they lack the marks of a struggle." Madame Han remarked, "It is quite simple. These wounds were inflicted post-mortem. By the time these injuries were inflicted, Lord Jiang had already succumbed to death. Upon examining his meridian condition, it appears he perished from extreme cold, as there are still unthawed ice crystals within his blood vessels. The assailant possesses formidable strength and has likely cultivated a cold attribute technique or employed a cold attribute artifact." Lord Jiang was at the 7th level of spirit refinement, indicating that his killer is no ordinary individual. However, to my knowledge, there are no experts in cold attribute techniques within the territory of Cangyun City. The sole individual capable of forging cold attribute artifacts in Cangyun City is myself. Hence, I must personally ascertain which artifact was responsible for Lord Jiang's demise. Once the type of artifact is identified, locating the perpetrator will become significantly easier. Upon overhearing their conversation, Zuixian finally comprehended why Madame Han had come to examine the deceased lord. As her inspection progressed, Madame Han's expression grew increasingly grave. Curiously, the cold aura emanating from Lord Jiang's corpse did not appear to be of the same nature as the cold damage inflicted by artifacts. Could it be that the damage was not caused by an artifact? At this, Zuixian's expression shifted. He stepped forward, covering his nose, and inquired, "Could the presence of Yin energy account for such a damaging effect?" Madame Han pondered his question for a moment before responding. "Are you referring to the little fairy from the Happy Forest? If it were merely ordinary Yin energy, it would not be capable of inflicting such harm. Unless what?" Madame Han lowered her voice, saying, "If a Yin body cultivates the Yin spirit, enters the ghost gate, and becomes a Yin ghost cultivator, then the Yin energy would be tainted with the chill of the yellow springs, sufficient to cause such lethal effects." After speaking, Madame Han added, "However, this is merely my conjecture. I cannot yet prove the origin of the cold energy within Lord Jiang's body, and I must refrain from making hasty judgments." Zuixian nodded in understanding. He approached Lord Jiang's corpse, crossing his arms over his chest, while discreetly slipping his hand into his clothing to grasp the blazing sun talisman. He held the talisman in his palm, feigning observation while subtly bringing it closer to the corpse. In an instant, a warm sensation emanated from the talisman. Was there a reaction? The fact that the talisman responded suggests the presence of sinister energy within the Lord's body. Suddenly, Zuixian had an epiphany and dashed out of the Lord's residence. making his way directly to the outside where Xiaobai and Xiaoqing awaited. He took them with him and departed in a horse-drawn carriage, not returning to the Zuixian, but instead heading back to the Baishao Wu. Upon entering the tavern, Yi Xian, disinterested in idle chatter, produced a silver note and slammed it onto the counter. The drowsy attendant immediately perked up, beaming as he accepted the note and opened the passage to the underground chamber. Once in the basement, Yi Xian declared, "I require all the information regarding Wen Xiaoyi." After a prolonged silence from the wall, a voice finally responded, 500,000 taels. Is it truly so exorbitant? Take it or leave it. Yi Xian, disinclined to engage in further discussion, swiftly produced 50 notes of 10,000 taels each and pressed them forward. Upon receiving the payment, silence ensued. After a considerable wait, a bamboo tube was finally handed over. Yi Xian promptly extracted the intelligence contained within. So it was true. My premonition has come to fruition. Departing from the tavern and stepping out of the alley, Yi Xian mounted the carriage. Where are we headed now, young Master Yi? To the western suburban cemetery, replied Yi Xian. Xiaobai immediately directed the carriage toward the west. Xiaoqing trembled. In the dead of night, to a cemetery? Young master, are you serious? You, the illustrious dragon, are afraid of ghosts? With hands on her hips, Xiaoqing mustered her courage, saying, what a joke. I, Xiaoqing, fear neither heaven nor earth. It's merely a cemetery. Had I brought a tent, I'd dare to stay the night alone. Xiaobai, being far more astute than Xiaoqing, seemed to sense something and inquired, young Master Yi, have you discovered something? It remains unclear. We shall find out soon. The western suburban cemetery was the resting place of Wen Xiaoyi's parents after their demise. Contrary to the belief that she was abandoned and subsequently adopted by the Xiantian sect, her parents were, in fact, murdered. The perpetrator was a disciple of the Xiantian sect named Jiang Yuan, the very same Jiang City lord who had recently passed away. With the sound of hooves echoing, the carriage arrived at the cemetery after half an hour. It was nearly 2 a.m. The night was dark and windy, enveloped in silence. Upon entering the cemetery, Yi Xian was immediately struck by a bone-chilling cold. The talisman of the blazing sun in his pocket activated spontaneously, radiating continuous warmth that dispelled the surrounding chill. Xiaoqing clung to Yi Xian's arm, exclaiming, you are warm, young Master Yi. Xiaobai had already assumed a vigilant stance. Yi Xian maintained a steady gaze as he traversed the cemetery, passing countless gravestones, gradually making his way to the depths of the grounds. Suddenly, the moonlight that had illuminated the cemetery vanished, plunging the area into utter darkness, rendering it nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face. Bright light spell, Xiaobai suddenly uttered, forming a hand seal. Although no flames were visible, a gentle light began to emanate around them, illuminating a radius of 10 meters with a soft glow that spread outward. Having walked less than 100 meters, Yi Xian abruptly halted. He sensed the temperature of the blazing sun talisman rising rapidly, becoming quite hot, as if it were on the verge of igniting. This was the manifestation of the talisman's power, indicating that the malevolent energy in this place had grown exceedingly dense. Without the protection of the talisman, given his current condition, remaining here for even a second longer could lead to a prolonged illness. Miss Wen, there is no need to conceal yourself. I am aware of your presence here. Yi Xian suddenly called out into the darkness ahead. To think that young Master Yi could find his way here. I am quite impressed, responded a voice as, with the spreading light, a figure dressed in a flowing red gown, with skin as pale as snow and long hair cascading like a specter, gradually emerged into view before Yi Xian and his companions. As Yi Xian was still in awe, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm and irritably pried apart the tightly clasped fingers of little Qing. Do you intend to crush me? Little Qing trembled as she pointed at the little immortal concubine. Are you a ghost? Yes, and yet, not entirely so, the little immortal concubine replied, a stunning smile gracing her lips. 5 months ago, I was indeed buried alive as a sacrificial offering to Hirue, the sect leader. However, they were unaware that cultivating the Yin spirit is no simple task. Hirue sought to use me to attain his own mastery over the ghostly path, which was utterly impossible. Yet, I have turned my misfortune to my advantage. Though I was buried alive, I absorbed most of Hirue's remaining spiritual energy, allowing me to break through to the ghostly cultivation. Now, though I exist in a liminal state between life and death, I possess strength that was once beyond my reach. Chapter 44. Confession. Fierce battle thus. With your newfound power, you avenged your parents who perished at the hands of the city lord? Yi Xian sighed softly, contemplating the tragic entanglement. For the past 5 months, I have continuously absorbed the residual spiritual energy of the sect leader. Coupled with the assistance from young Master Yi in dispelling the stagnant death energy within me, I have finally achieved the Xian spirit body. Vengeance was inevitable. I simply did not anticipate that you would delve into the depths of Xian Sect today and disrupt my meticulously laid plans. Death energy? So, your earlier invitation for dual cultivation was actually motivated by this. Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, but rest assured, young Master Yi, I harbored no intentions of harming you. You are not a cultivator. That death energy poses no threat to you and will merely dissipate naturally. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's brow eased somewhat. It was true. He had previously consulted the system and understood that he would incur no injury. Otherwise, he would not have so recklessly accepted the little immortal concubine's invitation. Then, had I not interrupted your plans today, what were your intentions? Yi Xian inquired. The little immortal concubine smiled and replied, I have long since used ghostly secret arts to control the second elder, Gu Ying, inciting discord within the Xian sect. Over these past months, with Gu Ying's covert assistance, I have been steadily relocating the sect's assets. To date, He Rui has amassed a fortune over 500 years, much of which is now under my control. According to my plan, once I have completely transferred the assets of Xian sect, I shall begin my revenge against those who conspired against my parents. First, the despicable Chen Yang and Hu Zhongtian, then the city lord Jiang Yuan, a mere lapdog of the sect, along with the remaining 20 or so high-ranking members of Xian sect. All will descend into hell to accompany my parents in death. However, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. I did not anticipate that you would take matters so seriously and venture into the Happy Forest to audit the accounts. Fortunately, Aunt May was somewhat perceptive and chose to leave first, sparing me the trouble of silencing her. Barring any unforeseen events, once my vengeance is fulfilled, I will depart from Cangyun City with the accumulated wealth of the Xian sect, seeking a place eternally shrouded from the sun, where I shall dedicate myself to the path of spiritual ghosts. The only regret lies in the fact that He Rui perished of old age, depriving me of the satisfaction of ending his life with my own hands. Nevertheless, the power and wealth he accumulated throughout his life ultimately fell into my possession, which could be seen as the justice he deserved. By the way, young Master Yi, the red cord you previously observed was not intended to bind me. Rather, it is an artifact I utilized to absorb the spiritual energy from He Rui's corpse. Upon hearing the words of the little fairy, Yi Xian and his companions fell into a profound silence, profoundly impacted by her intense desire for vengeance and meticulous scheming. This woman is far from ordinary. Regaining his composure, Yi Xian remarked, avenge one's parents is a matter of utmost righteousness. I hold great respect for Miss One. If those you have slain are indeed deserving of their fate, I am willing to keep this matter hidden for you. After considerable hesitation, Yi Xian concluded that this was the most prudent course of action. After all, given the circumstances, with even the city lord deceased, pursuing the little fairy for her transgressions seemed utterly unnecessary. Yi Xian was not naive. Had he been in her position, his retribution might have been even more fervent, likely leading him to not rest until the Xian sect was utterly eradicated. Despite her earlier nonchalance, it was difficult to fathom the years of restraint she had endured. Concealment? The little fairy suddenly giggled. There is no need for young Master Yi to trouble himself. Only the dead can keep secrets. At this declaration, Yi Xian's expression shifted to one of wariness. Do you intend to kill us? The little fairy replied. Cultivators of the ghostly path are reviled by the world. Should my affairs become known to the 3 great sacred sects, they will undoubtedly dispatch experts to eliminate me. I apologize, but to survive, I must resort to these measures. Xiaobai interjected. Yi Xiao, there is no need to engage her further. This female specter has irrevocably descended into the ghostly path and will inevitably transform into a malevolent spirit. Regardless of her past innocence, she must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, she will bring endless calamity. No sooner had she spoken than Xiaobai moved with lightning speed, appearing before the little fairy to launch an attack. Although Xiaoqing was filled with trepidation, witnessing her sister's resolve spurred her to steady her emotions. Yi Xiao, take care of yourself. I must assist my sister. With that, Xiaoqing's form trembled, and she transformed into a fearsome azure serpent, gliding close to the ground and disappearing into the darkness. Yi Xian had not anticipated such a turn of events. The little fairy had turned against them with alarming swiftness. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman, the more unreliable she seemed to be. Lacking any cultivation himself, he realized that advancing would only complicate matters. He swiftly retreated, seeking refuge behind a gravestone. Retrieving the heavenly dragon Bater to prepare for action. After midnight, The heavenly dragon Bater automatically generated a dragon breath bullet, although unsure of its efficacy against the little fairy. Now transformed into a ghostly figure, Yixian resolved to test it if the opportunity arose. Activating the night vision function of the scope, he began to observe the unfolding confrontation. However, the clarity of the battle eluded him. Xiao Bai's agility rendered her movements a mere blur. "Sister, I've ensnared her. You must act swiftly," Xiaoqing suddenly exclaimed, emerging from nowhere, entwining the body of the little fairy with her serpentine tail. It turned out they were two demon serpents, which explained their formidable prowess. The little fairy furrowed her delicate brows, a wave of chilling aura emanating from her as she met the onslaught of Xiaobai. Such formidable dark Yin energy. Xiaobai was repelled by the force, glancing at her frost-laden hand, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. "Your strength must have ascended to the golden core stage," she remarked. "To be precise, it is the spirit ghost realm, where ghost cultivators refine their spiritual bodies rather than golden core infants." The little fairy spoke with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly breaking free from Xiaoqing's grasp. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing lay motionless on the ground, her face covered in frost, trembling from the cold, utterly devoid of strength to continue binding the little fairy. The little fairy advanced step by step towards Xiaobai, stating, "I bear no malice towards your kind, but now that you are aware of my secret, you must perish." At that moment, the dark Yin energy surged through her palm, relentlessly invading Xiaobai's meridians. Already injured, Xiaobai felt her shattered golden core endure the agonizing intrusion of the dark Yin energy, causing her complexion to grow increasingly pallid as she pressed firmly against her abdomen and retreated step by step. "You are indeed a great demon of the golden core stage? What a pity, your golden core lies shattered, rendering your power diminished. In your prime, I might not have withstood even a single blow from you," the little fairy declared, her steps unwavering, as a mist of cold enveloped her hand, striking towards Xiaobai's forehead. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot echoed, striking the little fairy squarely in the chest with a bullet infused with dragon's breath. The tremendous impact caused her to lean back, her form contorted in a peculiar stance. Has it succeeded? Yi Xian's expression brightened, but the next instant, he beheld the little fairy's raven hair thrashing wildly, her complexion growing even paler, accompanied by ominous creaks from her body as she forcibly rose to her feet. Beneath her billowing black hair lay a visage that was both eerie and enchanting, brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 45. Confession and capture. If the little fairy appeared somewhat human moments ago, now she resembled the specter Yi Xian had envisioned. Is this truly her true form? Fierce, malevolent, cruel, and filled with resentment, it seemed all negative emotions coalesced within her. "Die!" A rasping voice emanated from the little fairy's being, disregarding Xiaobai as she floated directly towards Yi Xian's direction. The crimson dress billowed, black hair danced, and Yi Xian, gazing through the scope, was nearly paralyzed with fear. As an ordinary person who shies away from horror films at night, the impact of this scene upon him was unparalleled. "Yi, run!" Xiaobai shouted, valiantly enduring her pain to chase after the little fairy, but she was still a step behind. It was over. Both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing were filled with despair. Yi Xian was merely an ordinary individual who had yet to break through the qi refinement stage. Confronted with a spirit like the little fairy, he would be incapable of withstanding even a single strike. In fact, there was no need for an attack at all. Just the proximity of the little fairy, with her chilling Yin energy, could be lethal to him. Flee. The thought was swiftly dismissed in Yi Xian's mind. Could he possibly outrun the little fairy? Clearly, that was impossible. Yet, to sit idly by was equally unthinkable. Yi Xian promptly retracted his sniper rifle and firmly grasped the Sunny Sun talisman in his hand. Perhaps this talisman was his only chance of salvation. But how could he affix the talisman to the little fairy's body? Her reactions were so astute that she might not grant him the opportunity to act. He needed a strategy to divert her attention, creating a suitable moment for himself. 50 meters, 20 meters. As the little fairy gracefully approached, Yi Xian could distinctly see her eyes, which glowed with an eerie red light, brimming with murderous intent. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled himself, refusing to dodge or evade. Instead, he spread his arms wide and lunged directly toward the little fairy. "Little fairy, I adore you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I fell hopelessly in love. Even if you transform into a malevolent spirit, my heart shall remain unchanged. Please, in my life, beneath the yellow springs, I wish to dwell with you, united in spirit, never to part." When the little fairy was less than 2 meters away, Yi Xian's sudden confession caught her off guard, rendering her momentarily speechless. Now was the moment. He recklessly launched himself at the little fairy, simultaneously tearing open his shirt to reveal the Sunny Sun talisman upon his chest. With a resounding thud, Yi Xian's chest collided with the little fairy's frigid form, and the talisman adhered to her breast. In an instant, the talisman radiated an overwhelming brilliance, its light as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the cemetery as if it were day, accompanied by a tremendous wave of heat. The little fairy, enveloped in the radiant light, emitted a piercing scream, her form gradually becoming dim and transparent, as if the Sunny Sun talisman were absorbing her essence. Within mere breaths, the little fairy's figure vanished entirely, while the talisman burned down to a fraction of its original size, fluttering gently to the ground. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Xiaobai rushed over, her face a mask of astonishment. Yi Xian shook his head. "I am fine." He stepped forward to retrieve the remaining fragment of the talisman. To his astonishment, he discovered that the talisman now bore an image, one that perfectly depicted the little fairy. "What is happening?" Yi Xian inquired. Xiaobai glanced at it, equally taken aback, and pondered aloud. It seems that this Sunny Sun talisman has sealed the little fairy's spirit. As an embodiment of extreme yang energy, it possesses a formidable restraining effect on spirits and apparitions. "Does that mean the little fairy is not dead?" Yi Xian asked again. Unbeknownst to him, the sudden eruption of the fierce sun was overwhelmingly intense. Ordinarily, any spirit would likely dissipate in an instant upon encountering it. However, the celestial fairy, being a spirit entity herself and having absorbed 5 centuries of the Xiantian sect masteress powers, possessed an exceptionally formidable spiritual body, making her unlikely to perish so easily. Yi Xian nodded, placing the remnants of the fiery talisman into his system's storage space. He then joined Xiaobai in searching for the recently revived Xiaoqing, and the trio prepared to depart from the mausoleum. "Xiaobai, do seek out the city lord's head, it should be nearby. Destroy it to prevent discovery," Yi Xian instructed. Xiaobai paused momentarily, seemingly grasping Yi Xian's intent, and promptly nodded in agreement, delving deeper into the mausoleum. Before long, Xiaobai returned. "It has been taken care of." "Excellent, let us return then." The sound of hooves echoed as their carriage came to a halt at the entrance of the drunken Immortal Pavilion. The dawn sky was already tinged with pale light. As Yi Xian disembarked, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of weakness, nearly losing his balance. He had not felt anything amiss before, but now, as he calmed his thoughts and reflected, a sense of dread washed over him. Had his bold declaration of affection failed, he might very well have met a grim fate. It was far too perilous. Upon returning to room number 1, Yi Xian sought solace in a bath, followed by a deep slumber. When he awoke, dusk was approaching. As he rose, a rumbling hunger gripped him. After washing his face, he descended to the kitchen, eager to prepare a meal. However, upon entering, he discovered the drunken Immortal Pavilion eerily devoid of patrons. Not a single soul was present, yet a considerable number of heavily armored cavalrymen had gathered. Ma Yin sat downstairs, seemingly awaiting Yi Xian's arrival. "Boss Yi, you look radiant. It appears you have rested well," Ma Yin greeted, his tone a blend of mockery and curiosity. Yi Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What brings you here, Commander Ma?" "It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to inquire where you ventured after leaving the city lord's estate last night. Is that any of your concern?" "I simply took a stroll outside the city to alleviate my boredom," Yi Xian retorted. Ma Yin's expression darkened suddenly. "Strolling in the western outskirts mausoleum at such a late hour? Boss Yi certainly has exquisite taste." "Speak plainly, Commander Ma. There is no need for circumlocution," Yi Xian insisted. "I suspect you are connected to the city lord's demise. Please accompany me to the government office," Ma Yin declared. Bold statement. As Ma Yin finished, Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, Shangyu, and Duan Hui rushed from the kitchen, forming a protective barrier around Yi Xian. Ma Yin frowned. "You must consider your actions carefully. This is tantamount to defying the authorities." Xiaoqing retorted fiercely, "Enough of your prattle. If you dare take Yi Xiao away today, my sister and I shall raise your cavalry camp tomorrow." Impudent. Ma Yan's anger flared, ready to retaliate when suddenly, a fragrant breeze swept through the doorway. "Ma Yan, step aside." The newcomers were Madame Han and Han Xiaomo. Upon the unexpected arrival of Madame Han, Ma Yan's expression shifted subtly as he inquired, "Madame Han, is it truly your intention to intervene in the affairs of my Iron Cavalry camp? I have instructed you to withdraw. Do you not comprehend human language?" Madame Han met Ma Yan's gaze with unwavering composure, exuding an air of authority. Despite the tension, Ma Yan, with a pale visage, refrained from inciting her wrath and waved his hand to order a retreat. As they departed from the Zuixian, Ma Yan cast a glance back at Yi Xian, saying, "Young man, regardless of whether you are the one who killed the city lord, this matter is inextricably linked to you. I advise you to tread carefully. Chapter 46. The magnanimous. On the 5th floor of Xingzhou, in the tea parlor, Yixian sat face to face with Madame Han. While Han Xiaomu was in the courtyard, captivated by the agile wind tiger, her laughter echoing in the air. I am grateful for your timely intervention today, Madame Han. Yixian began, breaking the tranquil silence. Madame Han delicately savored her tea before setting down her cup and inquired earnestly. Is it true that it was Wen Xiaoyi who killed City Lord Jiang? Such a direct question, Yixian replied, feigning confusion. What do you mean by that, Madame Han? There is no need for concealment. Do you think I am unaware of by Xiao Wu? She retorted, coughing lightly. Yixian, realizing he had been seen through, conceded, indeed. It was Wen Xiaoyi. However, you need not worry, Madame Han. She is already deceased. The intricacies of this matter are convoluted, and I believe it would be prudent to refrain from publicizing it. Upon hearing Yixian's words, Madame Han appeared to grasp the situation. So, it seems that the one responsible for the murder of Wen Xiaoyi's parents was indeed City Lord Jiang? Yixian nodded slightly. How did she manage that? Madame Han pressed. Yixian, not wishing to withhold the truth, recounted how Miss Wen was buried alive as a sacrificial offering by the sect master of Xiantian sect, He Ruizong. How she perished and was subsequently resurrected, in her meticulous plan for revenge against Xiantian sect. He believed that if Madame Han were to investigate earnestly, she would uncover the truth, thus rendering deception unnecessary. After listening to Yixian's narrative, Madame Han's previously serene countenance betrayed a flicker of emotion. I cannot believe Xiantian sect has fallen to such depths. The sect master, once a paragon of wisdom and valor, ultimately succumbed to the enigma of life and death. And with one misstep, 5 centuries of reputation has been obliterated. Wouldn't it seem somewhat hypocritical for you to express such sentiments from the standpoint of Luoshui sect? Yixian remarked with a hint of a smile. Madame Han, unperturbed and instead amused by his boldness, replied, You are quite audacious, young man, but you speak the truth. The decline of Xiantian sect will undoubtedly benefit the other 4 major sects, as the assets controlled by Xiantian sect are a veritable prize that many would covet. Is that the purpose of your visit, Madame Han? As far as I understand, the assets of Xiantian sect have already been covertly transferred by Wen Xiaoyi. Since you claim to have killed her, I shall not inquire how you accomplished that, but surely you must have some knowledge regarding the whereabouts of the assets she relocated? Yixian shrugged. I am truly sorry, but I am not privy to such information. The fact that I am still alive to converse with you, Madame Han, is already an immense fortune. Do you genuinely not know? Allow me to remind you that this is not a possession you can covet. Should you choose to collaborate with me, there may be a share of fortune that could grant you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. However, should you entertain any ulterior motives, the consequences could be dire. Despite Lady Han's overt threats, Yixian remained unfazed. You overestimate my abilities, Lady Han. As you have observed, I possess no cultivation. I am merely immortal. What audacity would I have to seize the treasures of the Xiantian sect? Indeed, Lady Han nodded in agreement. Yixian's strength was undeniably feeble. Although he was accompanied by 2 formidable experts, it was insufficient to support such grand ambitions. If Yixian dared to monopolize the assets of the Xiantian sect, he would not only face the wrath of the other 4 major sects, but even the remnants of the Xiantian sect would suffice to ensure his demise 100-fold. Is it true that Wen Xiaoyi has perished? Yixian replied with a bitter smile. If she were alive, it would be I who had met my end. Lady Han, somewhat disheartened, shook her head and prepared to take her leave. Yet, Yixian suddenly called out, Lady Han, please wait. What is it? She inquired. Yixian continued. The Luoshui sect is renowned for its mastery in refining, and it must have a substantial demand for spiritual minds. I wonder if Lady Han would be interested in jointly developing a secret silver mine with me? Lady Han's expression shifted with surprise. You possess a secret silver mine? Yixian produced a land deed and placed it before her. Madam, please take a look. The deed was indeed authentic. But how could she ascertain that the mountain harbored a silver mine? You could send someone to investigate, and the truth will be revealed, Yixian suggested. This young man spoke with such conviction. Could it be that he truly owned a silver mine? Lady Han's gaze sharpened as she resumed her seat, saying, Let us discuss your terms. I can authorize the Luoshui sect to extract from this silver mine, with 70% of the yield to me. 70%? You have quite an appetite. Do you understand that mining requires substantial manpower, resources, and finances? Do you expect the Luoshui sect to labor for you? Even so, the Luoshui sect would still stand to gain significantly. Should I opt to partner with the chaotic Immortal Sect, or even the Xiantian sect, they would certainly welcome the opportunity. Especially the Xiantian sect, which is currently in dire straits. Securing the rights to a silver mine would undoubtedly aid them in their immediate crisis. Lady Han could not help but regard Xuan with renewed interest. This young man, lacking any cultivation, spoke with remarkable confidence. He was no ordinary individual. It was worth noting that he had previously been a destitute student at the Qingting Academy, yet he suddenly acquired the Zuixian residence and the Hay Longhorse Ranch, ascending to the ranks of the affluent in Cangyun City. It was implausible to assert that he possessed no connections. 60-40 split, if you agree. I can sign a contract with you immediately, Lady Han proposed. Xuan smiled and shook his head. 70-30, no compromise. Lady Han fell silent once more. After a brief moment, Madame Han spoke. If we must adhere to a 70-30 split, it is not impossible. However, the entirety of the secret silver mine must belong to the Luo Shui sect. I can convert 70% of the silver into cash and provide you with the equivalent amount directly. Xuan pondered for a moment. The secret silver held little significance for him, as he had no talent for weapon forging. Thus, receiving cash would indeed be more convenient and practical for him. Very well, it is settled then. Xuan took out paper and ink, meticulously drafting a contract for half an hour, delineating the rights and obligations with utmost clarity and detail before presenting it to Madame Han for her signature. Madame Han read the contract carefully, confirming its contents before picking up the pen, infusing spiritual energy into its tip, and dipping it into the ink to inscribe her name, Han Yurong. A beautiful name, indeed, embodying humility and grandeur. Looking up, Xuan remarked, "Yes, it is quite grand. Mr. Yi, I wish for a pleasant collaboration between us," Madame Han said with a smile. Extending her hand, Xuan reciprocated, shaking her delicate hand lightly. Observing Xuan's proper demeanor, Madame Han regarded him with newfound respect and added, "I will promptly inform my elder brother at the Luo Shui sect about this matter. If all goes well, we shall commence the excavation in the coming days, and I will invite you to visit." All right. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Han Yurong took her leave, though Han Xiaomu seemed reluctant to part, lingering in the cat house to pet the large cat until Han Yurong tugged her ear and led her away. After a prolonged delay, Xuan's hunger was insatiable, prompting him to head straight to the kitchen. Chapter 47, Tenfold Speed Cultivation, Earth Yellow Pill. Xiao Bai, please prepare some food for me. Certainly, young Master Yi. Xiao Bai inquired with concern. Did Madame Han cause any inconvenience to you? Not at all, everything is well. Suddenly recalling something, Xuan asked, "What is Madame Han's status within the Luo Shui sect?" Han Yurong is the fifth miss of the Han family, the younger sister of sect master Han Xiaobei. Her cultivation level is modest, only at the third level of the spirit refining stage, yet she excels in the art of weapon forging and is a second-tier weapon refiner, overseeing the crafting and external sales of the sect's magical implements. And what of her husband? Xuan inquired further. It seems he was a scholar who passed away from illness at a young age. What a pity. As they spoke, Xiao Bai brought forth a generous portion of roasted spiritual meat, placing it before Xuan. He immediately indulged, consuming 3 pounds of the delicacy before finally feeling satiated. Having filled his stomach, Xuan felt no inclination to take a stroll outside. Instead, he ascended to his room to practice the innate perception technique. Without strength to rely upon, he knew he must expedite his cultivation to achieve a perfect innate body and swiftly advance beyond the qi refining realm. Unbeknownst to him, the night deepened. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing returned, and the two sisters once again assisted Xuan in refining his meridians while engaging in light conversation. The atmosphere warm and harmonious, as if the events of the previous night had dissipated like mist. Indeed, the demon clan possesses hearts of great resilience. After the conclusion, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing felt fatigued. Xuan instructed them to return to their quarters for an early rest while he continued to cultivate the innate perception technique. Unbeknownst to him, the night slipped into dawn, allowing him to sign in. Ding! Sign-in successful. He obtained a tenfold speed cultivation card. The very name thrilled Xuan, prompting him to immediately retrieve the card from the system's storage space and examine its description. Tenfold speed cultivation card. Upon use, the efficiency of cultivation will be multiplied by 10 within a 24-hour period. The purpose of this card is quite straightforward. It accelerates cultivation efficiency. Utilizing this card means that a single day of cultivation equates to the effects of 10 days' worth of practice. This prospect held significant allure for Xuan. However, it was still insufficient. He aspired to break through to the qi refinement realm, which necessitated the cultivation of a perfect innate body. Given his current progress, he estimated that it would take at least another month. While shortening this period by 10 days was not without merit, its impact seemed somewhat limited. Nonetheless, it was undoubtedly a valuable item, and Xuan was genuinely pleased. He promptly activated the tenfold speed cultivation card and began his secluded practice. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved paper and pen, inscribing the words "Do not disturb" and affixed it to his door before formally commencing his retreat. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Xuan opened his eyes, it was already the early hours of the following day, and he was once again able to sign in. Strangely, during his previous cultivation, he had been somewhat distracted, yet after employing the tenfold speed cultivation card, it felt as if all extraneous thoughts had vanished. His efficiency in cultivation had markedly increased. It seemed as though he had achieved a tenfold speed. But the actual gains from his practice might surpass those of 20 days of normal cultivation. At this moment, the innate energy within him had surged significantly. It had nearly permeated every corner of his being. Although he had not yet attained the level of a perfect innate body, he was very close. The concentration of his innate energy was now comparable to that of a 3- or 4-year-old child. Thus, his current status in the Qi refinement realm could be likened to that of a 3- or 4-year-old breaking through, a remarkable potential indeed. Of course, having reached this point, Xuan was resolute in not attempting to break through just yet. He decided to endure for another 10 days, certain that he could achieve a perfect innate body by then. Gurgle. His stomach growled again. After all, he had not eaten all day. Time for sign-in. What if he were to obtain another tenfold speed cultivation card? That would be delightful. Ding. After a week of sign-ins, he received a bottle of 16-flavored Dihuang pills. What was this? Dihuang pills. As a solitary individual, what use did he have for such a thing? Yet, curiosity compelled Xuan to retrieve the bottle from the system S space and inspect it. 16-flavored Dihuang pills, a third-grade spiritual medicine, crafted from 16 potent herbs. It nourishes yin and supplements yang. When taken by men, it enhances vitality, allowing them to indulge in the company of 10 women without fatigue. For women, it beautifies the skin and enhances charm. This was indeed a remarkable item, befitting the reward for a weekly sign-in. The value of the third-grade spiritual medicine is truly remarkable, likely worth over 10 million taels of silver. Should I sell it? However, upon reflection, it might prove useful someday. Perhaps I should keep it. By the way, these 16-ingredient Rehmannia pills are also beneficial for women. I shall give 2 to Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Xuan opened the bottle and poured out the Rehmannia pills for inspection. There were quite a number, totaling 30. It remains uncertain whether one pill suffices or if consuming them all yields the best results. I will store them for now and decide in the morning. Xuan descended the stairs, only to find that the drunken Immortal Tavern had closed for the night, leaving the lower floor deserted and the kitchen empty. Not wanting to disturb Xiaobai for a meal, he searched around and managed to prepare some marinated meat and cucumber, dipping it in a secret sauce to satisfy his hunger before returning upstairs to continue his cultivation. The following morning, as Xiaobai stepped out of her room, Xuan opened his eyes and promptly sought her out, presenting her with a Rehmannia pill. This is a third-grade spiritual medicine, Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. Xuan, with an air of mystery, replied, a wonderful tonic for nourishing yin and invigorating yang. You should consume it quickly. Thank you, young Master Yi, Xiaobai said, swallowing the Rehmannia pill with haste. Xuan then handed her another, saying, save this one for Xiaoqing. Of course, young Master Yi. Xiaoqing is quite vain. She will surely be delighted. After a brief conversation, Xuan went downstairs for breakfast. While enjoying his meal, Duan Hui approached him. Young Master Yi, I must return to the Black Dragon Ranch. Supervisor Tan has sent word that he has discovered traces of a spiritual beast and requires my assistance in tracking it. Is it a beast that can be tamed as a mount? Xuan inquired. Indeed, we only concern ourselves with beasts that can be conditioned. Our ranch's tamers only engage when conditions allow, as taming a spiritual beast can yield substantial profits for the ranch. Very well, be cautious, Xuan responded. Although he was tempted to join in the excitement, tracking a spiritual beast sounded arduous and potentially perilous. With his current abilities, he would only hinder Duan Hui's efforts. Thus, he resolved to remain home and cultivate diligently. After finishing his breakfast, Xuan returned to the dormitory. With Duan Hui gone, the responsibility of feeding the cats fell upon him. He fetched a large bucket of meat that Duan Hui had prepared from the cold storage and entered the cat house. Holding a sizable piece of meat, he waved it at the slumbering windstorm tiger. The tiger, without opening its eyes, lunged at him, drawn by the aroma. Careful now. Don't nibble my hand off. Xuan chuckled, patting the great cat's head as he emptied the entire bucket of meat into its food bowl. The great cat preferred cleanliness. It demanded that the bowl be impeccably washed after each meal, showing disdain for even a hint of stale meat. Observing the great cat devour its meal was quite an amusing spectacle. Witnessing the bowl of meat vanish at a remarkable pace, far more thrilling than any competitive eating broadcast. Chapter 48. The Legacy of Wen Xiaoyi. After attending to the large cat, Xuan ascended the stairs to continue his cultivation of the innate induction technique. A whole day passed in this endeavor. Stretching his limbs, Xuan intended to have a bite to eat. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing engaged in a game of chess in the living room. "Young Master Yi, I have prepared dinner for you. Please wait a moment while I heat it up," Xiao Bai remarked, retrieving a generous portion of roasted meat accompanied by an assortment of vegetables and fruits, a truly lavish spread. The method of heating was straightforward and rather forceful. Xiao Bai summoned her spiritual energy, employing the warmth generated by its flow to heat the meal thoroughly. The food, warmed in such a manner, not only tasted exquisite, but was also imbued with spiritual energy. Xuan indulged heartily, all the while casting curious glances at Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. "Do you have any good news today? You both seem radiant." Xiao Qing chuckled. "It's all thanks to the Earth Huang pills you gifted us, young Master Yi. After consuming them, my sister and I feel as though we have regained centuries of youth." "Really? The effects are that remarkable?" Xuan responded, surprised. Xiao Bai added, "A third-grade spiritual herb is a rarity, and a single pill is worth millions. The 2 Earth Huang pills you bestowed upon us are worth more than the entire Xingzhou. We were just discussing how we could possibly repay you." Suddenly, Xiao Qing exclaimed, "Oh, I have an idea. Let us each offer young Master Yi a drop of our dragon blood." Xiao Bai's eyes brightened at this suggestion. What a splendid idea. Xuan was momentarily taken aback. Memories of the previous occasion when Xiao Qing had offered her blood flooding his mind, causing a rush of exhilaration. Could it be that another fortuitous event was on the horizon? Soon, he observed Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing approaching him, with eager anticipation in his gaze. He watched as the sisters simultaneously drew daggers and pricked their fingers, allowing several drops of crimson blood to fall into a teacup, which they then presented to Xuan. "Well, I suppose I was overthinking it," he said. "Cheers." Xuan lifted the teacup and drank it in one swift motion. After swiftly finishing his meal and taking a shower, Xuan lay comfortably in bed. Under the influence of the dragon blood, a warmth enveloped his body. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing joined him, assisting in the refinement of his meridians. In this state, Xuan continued his cultivation of the innate induction technique, the innate energy flourishing within him. While the efficiency could not compare to the effects of a tenfold cultivation card, it was not significantly slower either. Within a mere hour, he achieved results akin to 2 days of diligent practice. "Sister, have you noticed? Young Master Yi's body seems to be reverting to its innate state. Could our dragon blood truly be that potent?" Xiao Bai mused, perplexed. "I'm not certain," Xiao Bai replied thoughtfully. "But I suspect young Master Yi may be practicing some unique technique. However, let's not pry. He has his own secrets. Our task is simply to manage Xingzhou well." After a restful slumber, Xuan awoke to the dawn of a new day, stretching his limbs once more. "Last night, after being pampered by my 2 sisters, I fell into a deep slumber post my training. Upon awakening, I first assessed my physical condition and was astonished to find that my innate energy had increased during my sleep. My congenital physique had now reached the level of a 2-year-old infant, with scarcely any impurities within, rendering me as pure and unblemished as can be. Furthermore, thanks to the influence of the dragon's blood, my physique had been considerably enhanced. My muscles now displayed a more robust definition, exuding a power akin to that of a cheetah. Gazing at my reflection in the mirror, I could not help but marvel at my own form. To my delight, I also discovered that I seemed to have grown taller. At 25 years of age, my physical development had long since ceased, yet here I was, seemingly experiencing a second growth spurt. How utterly astonishing. If I could reach a height of 1.90 meters, it would be sheer bliss. Currently, I stand at 1.80 meters, which is merely average in a world teeming with practitioners. My companions, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, each stand at 1.75 meters, while Shangyu towers near 2 meters. It is imperative that I attain at least a commendable height. "Good morning, young Master Yi." As I pondered my reflections, the bathroom door suddenly swung open, revealing Xiao Qing, bleary-eyed and disheveled. Upon spotting me clad only in shorts, she displayed no surprise, greeting me with remarkable composure. My eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Had she lost her senses in slumber? "Xiao Qing, your attire," I exclaimed. Xiao Qing instinctively glanced down, only to freeze in place, seemingly entranced. Just then, Xiao Bai emerged from her room, and upon entering the bathroom, was taken aback by the scene before her. Without uttering a word, she seized Xiao Qing by the ear and forcibly dragged her away. I was left in a state of utter confusion. Hastily completing my morning routine, I returned to my room to dress and began my daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. You have inherited all of Wen Xiaoyi's assets. What? I was utterly astounded. Did this mean that all the wealth she acquired from the Xuan was now mine? The prospect of sudden wealth was exhilarating. I promptly accessed the system's storage space. To my astonishment, it had expanded considerably. As I extracted the newfound assets, I conducted a thorough inventory. There were 39 property deeds, all pertaining to prime commercial establishments and luxurious residences within Cangyun City, previously owned by Xuan, but now under my name as personal property. A thick stack of silver notes awaited me, and after meticulous counting that lasted several minutes, I totaled an astounding 247 million taels of silver. I had instantaneously become wealthy beyond measure. In addition to the silver notes, I also discovered a considerable amount of gold. Having casually weighed the situation, it became evident to Xuan that the gold amounted to no less than 200 jin. A considerable fortune indeed. Yet, this was of secondary importance. What truly captivated Xuan's attention among this inheritance were the numerous magical artifacts, over a dozen in total. These artifacts appeared to surpass even those sold at Immortal Pavilion in quality. Their worth was likely to be astonishing. However, selling them posed a challenge, as each bore the mark of Xuan. Should I attempt to sell them, it would undoubtedly attract the immediate notice of Xuan. Nevertheless, this was a minor issue. It could be addressed at a later time. In addition, Xuan discovered several scattered trinkets. What is this shimmering stone? It seems to be infused with a rich spiritual essence. And these vials of elixirs, what purpose do they serve? Ah, this jade bracelet looks remarkably familiar. It is indeed the jade bangle previously worn by the little fairy. The moment Xuan grasped the jade bracelet, he suddenly sensed a wave of warmth emanating from the half-damaged sunfire talisman in his pocket. Chapter 49. The unequal contract. How peculiar. Why did the sunfire talisman activate suddenly? Curiously, Xuan extracted the talisman, only to discover that it was not the talisman itself that had been triggered, but rather the image of the little fairy upon it that had come to life. At some unknown moment, the portrait had become vividly animated, as if the little fairy resided within it, moving gracefully. In the background, Xuan vaguely heard a voice. Young Master Yi, young Master Yi. Leaning closer to the sunfire talisman, he distinctly heard the little fairy calling out to him. Startled, Xuan hastily tossed the talisman to the ground, fearing that the spirit of the little fairy might suddenly emerge. As fate would have it, the talisman landed precisely upon the jade bracelet. To his astonishment, the little fairy's image on the talisman vanished, while the jade bracelet began to emit a radiant glow. Xuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that the little fairy had broken free from the talisman's seal? Just as unease crept in, and he prepared to summon Xiaobai for assistance, the voice of the little fairy returned, this time much clearer. Young Master Yi, do not harm me. The little fairy acknowledges her mistakes. Upon hearing her plea, Xuan's brow knitted in concern. Summoning his courage, he reached for the jade bracelet, peering inside. Through the translucent jade, he caught a glimpse of the little fairy's spirit swirling within. Sensing potential treachery, he refrained from responding directly and instead hurried to Xiaobai's room, clutching the bracelet tightly. Upon finding Xiaobai, Xuan promptly recounted the events that had transpired, presenting her with the jade bracelet as well. Xiaobai also noticed the remnant soul of the little fairy within the jade bracelet and was quite astonished. It was peculiar that the remnant soul of the little fairy had lost its ghostly essence. It now existed solely as a pure spiritual entity. From my observation, it is likely that the solar talisman incinerated the little fairy's ghostly form, eliminating the darker aspects of her spirit and preserving only the purest essence. In other words, the little fairy is no longer a ghost. One could certainly say so. Upon hearing this, Xuan felt a modicum of relief. At that moment, the voice of the little fairy echoed from the jade bracelet. Young Master Yi, please grant me another chance. I am willing to stay by your side, to serve you faithfully and amend my ways. I implore you, do not take my life. Xuan furrowed his brow and replied, I have not declared my intention to kill you. Since you are no longer a ghost cultivator, there is no need for me to confine you. I can restore your freedom. No, young Master Yi, I am but a wisp of remnant soul now, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Without your protection, I would meet a most tragic end. I beseech you, show me mercy and allow me to remain by your side. What do you wish to do by my side? What can you offer? I am uncertain of what I can still do for you, young master. Xiaobai suddenly had a thought and spoke to Xuan. Perhaps you should consider keeping her. A pure spiritual entity is a rare find. With proper nurturing, it is possible to cultivate the little fairy into a spirit of a magical artifact. A spirit of a magical artifact? Xiaobai elaborated. much like a sword spirit. A skilled swordsman who cherishes their flying sword can, through continuous refinement, awaken the sword's consciousness. Once it reaches a certain quality, it can give birth to a sword spirit, which is a type of artifact spirit. Some powerful artifact spirits can even manifest the intangible into reality, forming a corporeal body and potentially evolving through self-cultivation. Although the little fairy is not yet capable of becoming an artifact spirit, her soul is exceptionally pure and highly malleable. With proper cultivation, she may well become a formidable artifact spirit in the future. Hearing this, Xuan felt a stir of interest. The little fairy hurriedly added, "Yes, yes, young Master Yi. If you keep me by your side, I shall faithfully obey your every command. If you still doubt my intentions, I can sign a soul contract with you, ensuring that you can control my soul and will, and I shall never defy your orders." The little fairy's demeanor was one of utmost humility. Her only path to survival now lay in her dependence on Xuan. Without his protection, she would likely dissipate like smoke at a mere gust of wind. What is a soul contract? Is it reliable? Xuan inquired of Xiaobai. Once a soul contract is signed, it leaves a spiritual imprint deep within the soul. Any violation of the contract will result in severe punishment, potentially threatening one's life. The little fairy's willingness to enter into a soul contract indicates her sincerity, Xiaobai explained. In that case, the soul contract seems quite trustworthy. Xuan had to exercise caution. For the little immortal concubine was a woman who had once fallen into the path of ghostly cultivation. Should she harbor any ulterior motives or cunning schemes, it would not bode well for Xuan, who would be left with no one to turn to in despair. However, the assurance of a soul contract rendered the decision to shelter the little immortal concubine far more reassuring. Moreover, Xuan had another consideration. Having recently acquired a substantial inheritance from the little immortal concubine, he had more than enough funds to serve as her establishment fee. Assisting her would ensure that he felt more at ease with the money in his possession. Very well, little immortal concubine. As long as you sign the soul contract, I shall take you under my wing. Thank you, young Master Yi, the little immortal concubine exclaimed joyously, promptly channeling the remnants of her profound Yin energy to forge a soul contract. Young Master Yi, simply let a drop of your blood fall upon this jade bracelet to complete the contract. Xuan and Xiaobai both scrutinized the contract's content, and once they were satisfied, Xuan swiftly pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the jade bracelet. In an instant, the bracelet absorbed his blood, and concurrently, the contract took effect. Xuan could distinctly feel an invisible contract manifesting within his mind, directly linking to the little immortal concubine's spiritual essence. Through this bond, Xuan could even wield the power to control her very existence with mere thought. At this moment, the little immortal concubine had essentially signed a contract of servitude, one even more binding than a typical contract of sale, for unlike a conventional agreement, she would receive no compensation, merely serving Xuan indefinitely, akin to being taken advantage of for a lifetime. Nevertheless, Xuan was not the type to exploit her mercilessly, should the little immortal concubine prove her worth. He would prioritize her for any treasures capable of enhancing her spiritual essence. After all, cultivating her into a spirit tool would greatly benefit him, an arrangement that could be deemed mutually advantageous. Congratulations, young Master Yi. The little immortal concubine possesses a pure spiritual essence with extraordinary potential for growth. She may one day evolve into a formidable spirit tool, Xiaobai congratulated. Xuan, elated, casually handed a stack of silver notes to Xiaobai. Here, take this as a reward. What is money? Only that which is spent truly constitutes wealth. What remains is merely a heap of worthless paper, hardly fit for even wiping. However, Xiaobai held a different perspective. Upon seeing the considerable sum Xuan had offered, estimating it to be at least 200,000 to 300,000 taels, she hurriedly declined. Young Master Yi, I cannot accept this without merit. Xuan, adopting a commanding tone, replied, do as I say, and accept it. But there are no buts. If I deem it acceptable, then it is so. Very well, Xiaobai murmured, her head bowed and cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Oh, it seems Xiaobai is quite taken with the domineering CEO persona. Noted. Unfair. Why is there none for me? Xiaoqing suddenly appeared from nowhere, having now donned her attire. Without uttering a word, Xuan produced a stack of silver notes and handed them to Xiaoqing, saying, this is a reward for you. Go and spend it. Such generosity from young Master Yi. The three of them descended the stairs together. Today, Xiaobai was tasked with preparing a new batch of secret sauces, while Xiaoqing had numerous matters to attend to. Duan Hui had yet to return from the horse farm, and Shan Yu was responsible for leading the riders to promote the takeout business of Zuixian Pavilion. Everyone seemed to be bustling with activity, leaving Yixian, the carefree manager, feeling rather idle. After tending to the large cat, Yixian decided to ride it out for a stroll. One cannot be cooped up at home practicing all day. A bit of relaxation was necessary, and the large cat also required some exercise. Otherwise, with its constant cycle of eating and sleeping, it might indeed become quite plump. As he leisurely rode the large cat through the streets, Yixian took the opportunity to check on the residential and commercial properties listed in the land deed. Upon inspection, he noticed that most of these shops were closed, seemingly uninhabited for quite some time, which felt rather unfortunate. He retrieved a jade bracelet and inquired of the small fairy within, "How did you acquire these properties?" Replying to the master, these properties were purchased by the small fairy using cash, originally intended for hiding in Cangyun City after dealing with the Xuan sect, she explained. "Oh, a clever rabbit has 3 burrows. So, these properties are secure?" "Indeed, master. Apart from me, no one knows the origin of these properties." "Very well, then. Since the Xuan sect is unaware, these properties are clean and can be utilized. However, with so many properties, managing them alone would be somewhat cumbersome. Selling them all would be a pity." Yixian felt it best to retain a portion for personal use and rent out the remainder. He was not particularly concerned about the rental income, but empty houses could deteriorate if left unoccupied for too long. They needed occupants for maintenance. He examined the property deeds and discovered that the most valuable estate was a courtyard located on Cangyun Avenue in the inner city, conveniently near the city lord's mansion and adjacent to Xingzhou Pavilion. Without hesitation, Yixian rode the swift tiger towards Cangyun Avenue. After a brisk ride, he soon arrived at the courtyard's entrance. The courtyard, adorned with red walls and green tiles, radiated grandeur, covering an area exceeding 2,000 square meters, with 4 grand entrances facing the cardinal directions. The main gate faced south, mere meters from the bustling Cangyun Avenue, with Xingzhou Pavilion right next door, from an elevated position. One could easily overlook the pavilion's rear garden. Yixian produced a key, unlocked the door, and entered. Although it had been a long time since anyone had resided there, the house was regularly cleaned, and everything inside was remarkably tidy, almost spotless. This was likely due to the small fairy's fastidiousness. She wouldn't tolerate a subpar environment in her living quarters. "You certainly know how to indulge. Acquiring this estate must have cost quite a fortune," Yixian remarked. The small fairy replied awkwardly, "It cost approximately 15 million taels. Indeed, quite a sum." Upon entering the estate, Yixian began to wander aimlessly, and one could not help but remark that this residence far surpassed his first-class abode in both elegance and grandeur. The surroundings were simply breathtaking, particularly the courtyard, which boasted a pine tree that had stood for at least a century. There was even a koi pond fed by fresh water from the outside, home to dozens of splendid koi that made Yixian ponder the prospect of residing here. However, for convenience, living at the Drunken Immortal Inn was still preferable, given the abundance of food and drink, not to mention the company of 2 beautiful demon roommates. Residing alone in such a vast mansion would be too desolate. Yet, experiencing this serene environment occasionally would be quite delightful, as it was far more suited for seclusion and cultivation than the inn. After exploring the estate, Yixian planned to bring Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing along next time. If they found it appealing, he would procure some new bedding and daily necessities, making it easier to stay for a few days, even if infrequently. Securing the door, Yixian mounted his swift tiger, intending to visit the Xingzhou Pavilion when he suddenly spotted the Iron Cavalry Camp's Iron Cavalry Gate appearing on Cangyun Avenue, numerous in number as they escorted an ornate carriage towards the city lord's mansion. This carriage, adorned with gold and jade, was extraordinary and astonishingly. It was drawn by a black goat. Yet, this was no ordinary goat. It was massive, more than twice the size of the swift tiger, standing at least 4 meters tall. As it passed close by, it loomed like a mountain before Yixian. As it brushed past the swift tiger, the black goat suddenly turned its head, casting a glance. Yixian could distinctly sense the swift tiger trembling with fear. A 3rd-grade spiritual beast, reduced to such a state by merely a stare from a black goat. Where was the promised bloodline suppression? This goat was undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be a 4th-grade spiritual beast? A 4th-grade beast would possess power equivalent to the peak of the divine refinement realm. If it were 5th grade, it would be akin to the core formation realm. To have such a formidable spiritual beast pulling a carriage, one could only wonder who occupied the carriage. Could it possibly be the newly appointed city lord? Yixian had heard at the Drunken Immortal Inn that the Star City was aware of the city lord's assassination and had dispatched a new lord to Cangyun City. The speed of this transition was rather astonishing. Shaking his head, Yixian dismissed further thoughts, as it bore little relevance to him. Upon arriving at the Xingzhou Pavilion, Xian dismounted and strode inside. Wow, a big cat. Han Xiaomu ignored Xian and immediately dashed towards the swift tiger outside, ruffling its soft fur. Enough already. If you keep this up, the big cat will be bald, Xian remarked with slight irritation. Reluctantly, Han Xiaomu released her grip. Upon returning to the Lingbao Pavilion, Han Xiaomu regarded Xian warily. What brings you here? My mother is not here. You must have come to the wrong place. Xian was taken aback, puzzled as to when he had offended this young lady, leading her to speak so brusquely. I am not seeking Madame Han. Rather, I wish to explore what magical artifacts may be available for purchase. Very well. Han Xiaomu opened the door to the inner chamber and led Xian inside. Now that Xian possessed some wealth, he intended to procure several magical artifacts for self-defense. Of course, there was another matter at hand. Please close the door first. I wish to show you a remarkable treasure. Xian chuckled as he spoke to Han Xiaomu. You rogue. Han Xiaomu evidently misunderstood his intentions, instinctively covering her chest as she scolded him vehemently. Chapter 51. The new city lord Xian was taken aback by Han Xiaomu's outburst. How did I become a rogue? He retorted with irritation. What are you thinking, you little girl? I was referring to the magical artifacts. Magical artifacts? Han Xiaomu paused, realizing her misunderstanding. However, her defensive posture remained unchanged as she continued to regard Xian with suspicion. Xian shook his head in exasperation, retrieving 3 flying swords, a purple gold gourd, a flame-patterned saber, and a wolf-toothed club from his storage space. These 6 magical artifacts were indeed the legacy left by the little fairy, and after inquiry, Xian discovered that although they were manufactured by the Cangyun sect, they had long been sold and could circulate freely in the market, allowing him to sell them without issue. The remaining 8 artifacts belonged to the Cangyun sect and were not suitable for liquidating, at least not at this moment. Thus, Xian planned to keep them for personal use. So many magical artifacts? Han Xiaomu's eyes widened in astonishment. Will you accept them? Xian inquired. Of course, but are you certain you wish to sell? Isn't that obvious? Why else would I bring them out? Han Xiaomu replied without hesitation, promptly closing the door and examining each artifact in turn. 5 second-tier artifacts and 1 third-tier artifact, priced at 2,750,000 taels. What do you think? Han Xiaomu stated. Xian calculated briefly and realized that Han Xiaomu had offered the minimum prices, 15,000 for each second-tier artifact and only 200,000 for the third-tier artifact. She was quite the shrewd merchant. The little fairy had mentioned that the market value of these 6 artifacts totaled 4 million taels, making them quite sellable. Xian decided that at the very least, 350,000 taels was a fair price. 380,000 taels, Xian declared boldly. Just as Han Xiaomu was about to respond, he continued, I only require 350,000 taels. The remaining 30,000 taels can be considered your commission. Han Xiaomu's eyes sparkled at this deal. This little girl was quite adept at negotiating with her own family. She truly was a talent to be nurtured. Upon the exchange of gold and artifacts, Han Xiaomu carefully concealed her share and warned Xian with wide eyes, you must not tell my mother about this. Rest assured, I do possess some integrity. By the way, do you have any defensive artifacts available? I would like to purchase 2 for protection. Han Xiaomu contemplated for a moment and remarked, you have arrived at a fortuitous time. My mother recently crafted a 3rd-grade talisman for protection, which I initially intended to keep for myself. However, if you desire it, I can transfer it to you for a mere 3 million taels. A talisman? It appears to be a type of artifact inscribed with a unique array. Previously, Xingzhou utilized a similar artifact to evade death beneath the Sword of Gloom Shadow. This indeed is a valuable item, and 3 million is not exorbitant. Please, let me see it. Han Xiaomu promptly removed a piece of blue jade that hung around her neck and tossed it into Xian's hands. As he caught the jade, still warm from Han Xiaomu's touch, he discerned its exquisite quality. The jade was hollow, and within it, he could faintly perceive mist swirling, likely a protective formation. Though Xian could not fully comprehend it, he was confident that Han Xiaomu would not deceive him, for it was crafted by Han Yurong herself. A simple inquiry to Han Yurong would reveal its true worth. Very well, I shall take it. Xian readily paid the sum and donned the talisman around his neck. Upon receiving the substantial amount, Han Xiaomu's face lit up with joy. She paid no heed to her shop, and, pushing Xian out the door, swiftly closed it behind them before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. What a wild girl, Xian mused, shaking his head as he rode his large cat back home. Upon returning to the drunken immortal residence, Xian discovered that Duan Hui had returned, albeit injured. He sat in the backyard conversing with Shang Yu and several other associates, indicating that his wounds were likely not severe. As Xian arrived, everyone stood to greet him. Greetings, young Master Yi. Yi Xian inquired, Master Duan. I thought you were out capturing spirit beasts. What happened to you? Duan Hui's expression was one of shame. I was careless. The colorful mountain chicken appeared to be merely a second-grade spirit beast, yet its ferocity was formidable. It possesses remarkable speed and vigilance. The beast tamers from the ranch were all deployed, setting numerous traps. Ultimately, we succeeded in slaying the colorful mountain chicken, but its value significantly diminished, rendering it unsuitable for training as a mount. Steward Tan instructed me to bring it back as a tribute to you, young master. A tribute for me? Yi Xian was momentarily puzzled. Duan Hui explained, the colorful mountain chicken contains a trace of phoenix blood. Its blood is highly nourishing, and the meat is regarded as a delicacy among second-grade spirit beasts. So it is for my consumption? Where is it? It has already been entrusted to Miss Bai for preparation. She mentioned she would simmer it into a nourishing chicken soup for you. Yi Xian immediately headed toward the kitchen. And even before arriving, an enticing aroma of chicken soup wafted toward him. How fragrant! Yi Xian exclaimed. Miss Bai smiled gently. Welcome back, young Master Yi. The meat of the colorful mountain chicken is quite good, but it requires a long, slow simmer of 5 hours to fully tenderize and infuse with flavor. I have also added some ginseng threads from the white jade purple gold ginseng, which need additional time to release their medicinal properties. You will likely have to wait until evening to savor it. I shall eagerly anticipate that. After lingering for a while, Yi Xian ascended to his chamber to cultivate, and in the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. Yi Xian descended the stairs with eager anticipation, intent on savoring the chicken soup. The night had fallen. Yet the patrons of Xingzhou had not diminished. In fact, they appeared to be multiplying, with many arriving in groups to partake in revelry. Naturally, with the closure of Kuaihualin, the residents of Cangyun City found themselves devoid of vibrant nightlife, thus gravitating towards various taverns for solace. Brother Yi. As Yi Xian was about to venture into the kitchen, he suddenly heard Sun Zhua's voice calling from outside. He stepped forward to greet him, only to discover that Sun Zhua was not alone. He accompanied a young nobleman clad in luxurious brocade, exuding an air of nobility. This young gentleman appeared distinguished, flanked by several bodyguards, and Yi Xian found him somewhat familiar. Upon closer reflection, he recognized him as one of Ma Yan's subordinates he had seen previously at Kuaihualin. What brings this young lord here? Sun Zhua, a rare visitor indeed, exclaimed, Please, come inside and take a seat. Shaoqing, prepare a private room for young Master Sun. Sun Zhua chuckled heartily. Brother Yi, you are too polite. We are like family here. Leaning closer to Yi Xian, Sun Zhua whispered, This is the newly appointed city lord, Lord Lu Rong, the direct grandson of the Lu family from Yunhai City. Do not think me ungracious, for Lord Lu expressed a desire to tour Cangyun City, and I promptly brought him to your esteemed establishment. Yi Xian paused momentarily. The Lu family of Yunhai City? The same family as Lu Jianli? But why would the young master from Yunhai City come to Cangyun City to assume the position of city lord? Does the Lu family wield such formidable connections? You must be Yi Xian, Lu Rong remarked, waving a folding fan with a smile that felt as refreshing as a gentle breeze. I have heard of you from my cousin. Indeed, Yi Boss is quite the remarkable figure. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. The cousin he referred to could only be Lu Jianli, and this was deliberate. Chapter 52, The Resurgence of Royal Authority. The Phoenix ascends the throne. Sun Zhua, oblivious to the underlying tension, observed Lu Rong's familiarity with Yi Xian and chuckled. It seems young Master Ye's reputation precedes him. Lord Lu, let us not linger outside any longer. Please, come upstairs. You too, young Master Yi, come up and raise a toast to Lord Lu. Sun Zhua nudged Yi Xian with a knowing glance. This fellow was indeed a loyal friend, creating an opportunity for Yi Xian. For with Lu Rong now the city lord of Cangyun, forging a connection could lead to elevated prospects and future conveniences. Yet how could he fathom the true circumstances? Lu Rong's immediate recognition of Yi Xian and mention of Lu Jianli carried a hint of intimidation. Would crossing the Lu family lead to a life of ease? Perhaps Lu Rong was merely waiting to witness Yi Xian's predicament unfold. Nonetheless, would Yi Xian be perturbed? The city lord could easily manage a mere tavern owner. Yet Yi Xian's identity transcended that of a mere proprietor. As the clandestine proprietor of the Starry Sanctuary, one of the 3 sacred lands. If one were to assess his status and standing across the entire Star Continent, it is likely that only the leaders of the other 2 sacred lands could rival him. Does Yi Xian truly need to concern himself with a mere member of the Lu family? Such a thought is overly ambitious. However, it is essential to note that this is merely Yi Xian's speculation. Lu Rong is not Lu Jianli, and since he harbors no direct grievances with him, it is possible that he is not here to instigate trouble. It would be prudent to observe the situation before making any judgments. After all, although Yixian holds the title of the leader of a sacred land, he is currently in Cangyun City, where the authority of the emperor feels distant. Even if he were to reveal his identity, it is doubtful that anyone would believe him. Ascending to the private room, Yixian instructed Shaoqing to prepare some food and drinks. During this time, Lu Rong did not engage with Yixian, but instead wandered around, casually chatting with Xingzhou about matters concerning Cangyun City. Only when the food and drinks were served did Yixian invite the two to take a seat. Xingzhou first toasted Lu Rong, saying, "City Lord Lu, your journey from afar must have been arduous. My Sun family holds a certain influence within Cangyun City, and should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Xingzhou, shall not shy away from any effort." This sycophant was hard for Yixian to bear. Lu Rong smiled slightly, replying, "I, Lu, am merely carrying out the will of heaven. It is an honor to be recognized by the royal family. There is no talk of hardship here. However, I will certainly remember your words, young master son. This is my first visit to Cangyun City, and my understanding of the situation here is limited. In the future, while governing this territory, I will indeed require the cooperation of various influential families." Lu Rong's words were quite courteous. However, the fact that he was appointed as the city lord of Cangyun City by the royal family was a surprise to Yixian. The influence of the royal family in the Star Continent has waned significantly and can be said to be nearly non-existent. Logically, the appointment of a city lord is a matter of great importance and should be under the purview of the three sacred lands. How could the royal family still have a say in this? Xingzhou seemed curious as well and inquired, "Isn't City Lord Lu's appointment to Cangyun City a delegation from the three sacred lands?" Lu Rong responded, "Yes and no. I am originally an inner disciple of the Starry Sanctuary. This appointment reflects the wishes of the Starry Sanctuary. However, as you may know, the Starry Sanctuary has the backing of the royal family. Although the royal family's status is not what it once was, in recent years, a remarkably talented empress has emerged, regaining some power for the royal family. There are signs of a resurgence in royal authority. Now I understand. I believe I have heard of this empress, known as the Phoenix Calling Empress. It is said that when she was born, there were celestial phenomena, and the sound of a phoenix echoed from the heavens. Some claim she is the reincarnation of a phoenix, though I cannot ascertain the truth of such claims." Lu Rong chuckled. When the empress was born, indeed, there were celestial phenomena. However, whether she is the reincarnation of a phoenix remains uncertain. I have only seen her from a distance. Nevertheless, the empress is undoubtedly a prodigy in cultivation. At merely 16 years of age, she has already reached the core formation stage, making her the youngest to achieve this in a millennium on the Star Continent. With her innate talent, it is likely that she will break through to the golden core stage in a few years, and at that time, the power of the royal family will surely amplify further. Upon hearing Lu Rong's words, Yixian found himself caught between laughter and tears. To think he was a disciple of the Starry Sky Sacred Ground? Did that not make him an ally? Does Bossy have any questions? Lu Rong inquired. Noticing Yixian's peculiar expression, Yixian chuckled. "I have heard that young Master Lu Jianli has been recruited by one of the three great sacred grounds. Could it possibly be the Starry Sky Sacred Ground?" With a sense of pride, Lu Rong replied, "Indeed. My Lu family secures a spot for internal recruitment from the Starry Sky Sacred Ground every few years. Having just graduated from the Sacred Ground myself, I recommended Jianli to represent our family in further studies there." At this juncture, Lu Rong's tone took on a more intriguing quality. Boss Yi, lacking any cultivation, may not fully grasp the concept of a sacred ground disciple. Although my mediocre cousin's talents are rather unremarkable, spending just 3 years in the sacred ground ensures that, even without any growth in strength, he could easily attain the position of a city lord or general. One must sometimes acknowledge that there exists a disparity among individuals. Indeed, Yixian nodded in agreement. After all, he had yet to break through the qi refining stage and was already the sovereign of the Starry Sky Sacred Ground. Such an inequality was indeed hard to fathom. Seeing Yixian nod, Lu Rong assumed he had grasped the subtle undertone of his words and thought that this fellow might possess some awareness, which would spare him the need to resort to force. Initially, when Lu Jianli had come to him in distress, Lu Rong had felt quite displeased, given his current status. What need did he have to contend with an ordinary merchant devoid of any cultivation? It would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, unexpectedly, the royal family had issued an order, inexplicably assigning him to serve as the city lord of Cangyun City, citing some forthcoming important task without disclosing any specifics. His intention had been to return to Yunhai City as its lord, for it was the stronghold of the Lu family. Cangyun City, being a remote and impoverished locale, offered little in terms of benefit. How could Lu Rong dare defy the royal decree? Especially when he had gleaned that this appointment had received the personal approval of Her Majesty, the Empress? Thus, he had complied and assumed his duties in Xuan City. Were it not for these circumstances, he would have had no interest in visiting the drunken Immortal Pavilion to confront Xuan, as dealing with someone so lacking in cultivation was simply devoid of amusement. Moreover, given his esteemed status, he could not overtly resort to violence. Thus, he opted for veiled insinuations, keeping his remarks subtle. "It is good that Boss Yi understands," Lu Rong said with a faint smile, as if he had already achieved his objective. Having made such reminders, should Xuan dare to grow too close to the young lady of the Zhou family, he would truly be courting disaster. At that moment, the door to the private room was abruptly pushed open, and amidst a retinue of guards, Madame Han Yurong entered with a radiant smile. Accompanying her was a middle-aged man with sharp brows and an extraordinary demeanor. With a sudden thud, Sun Zhua's expression changed, and he fell heavily to his knees. "I pay my respects to the esteemed sect master." The man was none other than Han Xiaobei, the sect master of the Luo Shui sect. Lu Rong's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly rose to his feet. Chapter 53. The arrival of Master Han at the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Han Xiaobei, the leader of the Luo Shui sect, age 46, had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the divine refinement realm. The Luo Shui sect, under his command, stood as the second most prominent sect within the domain of Cangyun City, boasting thousands of disciples. With the death of the Xintian sect's leader and the ensuing internal strife that significantly weakened its power, the Luo Shui sect stood on the brink of a remarkable opportunity to potentially usurp the Xintian sect and ascend as the preeminent force in Cangyun City. Although Lu Rong had just assumed his position and had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of Cangyun City, he had certainly done his due diligence regarding the intelligence of the 5 major sects, allowing him to promptly recognize Han Xiaobei's identity. In this world dominated by cultivators, the title of City Lord ultimately bore little weight. The sects were the true puppeteers behind the scenes. His status as City Lord, when placed before the master of the Luo Shui sect, was not entirely devoid of value but certainly lacked substantial influence. Lu Rong had intended to familiarize himself with the city's affairs over the next few days before proactively visiting the major sections. However, he could never have anticipated that Han Xiaobei would personally appear at the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Was it possible that he was aware of Lu Rong's recent appointment and had come specifically to seek him out? While this notion seemed somewhat implausible, it appeared to be the only reasonable explanation. Although Sun Zhuo was a disciple of the Luo Shui sect, he was merely a frivolous playboy, a mere figurehead within the sect, disregarded even by his own father. How could the esteemed Master Han possibly come to seek him out? As for Xuan, he was nothing more than an unremarkable merchant devoid of any cultivation. In the eyes of these sects, an ordinary person lacking in prowess was scarcely different from an ant. Han Xiaobei's presence here could only signify a visit intended for Lu Rong. In that moment, Lu Rong felt a surge of vanity. Although he had only recently broken through to the divine refinement realm, and his cultivation was insignificant compared to the renowned Han Xiaobei, he had emerged from the starry sacred land as a practitioner. As a disciple of a sacred ground, he enjoyed certain privileges in the outside world. Indeed, even the master of the Luo Shui sect had taken the initiative to meet him, which underscored his importance. Lu Rong endeavored to maintain a demeanor of gentle humility as he strode towards Han Xiaobei, extending his hand warmly. Lu Rong pays his respects to Master Han. However, before he could finish his sentence, Han Xiaobei appeared to disregard him entirely, striding past him and approaching Xuan instead. Lu Rong's heart sank. What was happening? The master of the sect was ignoring him and directing his attention towards Xuan. How could this be possible? "Bossy, it is an honor to finally meet you in person," Han Xiaobei said courteously, extending his hand with grace. Though Xuan was somewhat taken aback by Han Xiaobei's personal visit, he surmised it was likely related to the matter of the secret silver mine. Thus, not feeling particularly surprised, he extended his hand to shake with Han Xiaobei, smiling as he said, "The esteemed leader of the Han sect graces my humble drunken immortal residence, illuminating this small establishment." Sun Zhuo, kneeling nearby, raised his head in astonishment. He had assumed that Han, the sect leader, was there to meet Lord Lu, yet why did he ignore Lord Lu and instead greet Xuan? Moreover, he employed a handshake, treating Xuan as an equal. But who was Han Xiaobei? He was the leader of the Luo Shui sect. Even his father, the head of the Sun family, and the second elder of the Luo Shui sect, Sun Lianqing, would bow in reverence upon encountering the sect leader. Sun Zhuo found himself utterly confounded, unable to comprehend the situation. "Bossy, you are far too gracious. In this collaboration, Our Luoshui sect has gained considerable benefits from you. And I, as the sect leader, must come to express my gratitude. Otherwise, I would feel remiss, Han Xiaobei remarked, casting a glance at Han Yurong. Han Yurong immediately stepped forward, presenting a white jade porcelain vial to Yi Xian, stating, "This is a spirit induction pill from the sect leader, which will aid you in cultivating your qi perception and help you break through to the refining qi realm." Yi Xian accepted it with a smile, saying, "I sincerely thank sect leader Han for your kindness." Xingzhou was once again taken aback. Although the spirit induction pill was merely a second-tier elixir, its unique effects made it highly valuable, even among second-tier pills. The difficulty of its refinement was considerable, often requiring more time and effort than some third-tier elixirs. Its worth was immense. Just this one spirit induction pill was estimated to be valued at no less than 500,000 taels of silver. A pill worth 500,000 taels was given to Yi Xian by the sect leader? What did the sect leader mean by collaboration? The fact that the leader personally delivered the spirit induction pill indicated that this collaboration was undoubtedly significant, with economic value far exceeding 500,000. At that moment, Lu Rong suddenly cleared his throat to assert his presence. Han Xiaobei glanced at Lu Rong and inquired of Yi Xian, "Who is this person?" Lu Rong nearly gasped in disbelief. To think that Han Xiaobei was unaware of his identity. Yi Xian explained, "This is the newly appointed Lord Lu Rong. The Lu family from Yunhai City? What brings you to our Cangyun City to assume the role of Lord? Are you quite idle?" Han Xiaobei's words rendered Lu Rong speechless. Yet he dared not show displeasure, instead forcing a smile as he explained, "I have come to serve in Cangyun City by the decree of the Starry Sky Holy Land." In truth, the directive for him to take office in Cangyun City came from the royal family. But Lu Rong discreetly omitted this intermediary and framed it as an order from the Starry Sky Holy Land. Clearly understanding that the royal family was currently in a weakened position, overshadowed by the immense influence of the Starry Sky Holy Land in the cultivation realm. With the Starry Sky Holy Land as his backing, Han Xiaobei would surely regard him with greater esteem. Han Xiaobei nodded, and then turned back to Yi Xian, saying, "Boss Yi, the mines will commence operations tomorrow, and I would like to invite you to accompany me for a visit, if that is agreeable." "Of course. That would be no problem." "Very well. I shall have Yurong come to fetch you tomorrow morning." Having spoken, Han Xiaobei took his leave with Han Yurong. At that moment, Lu Rong's face was marred by embarrassment and discomfort. Was he dismissed with just a casual acknowledgement? As a disciple of the illustrious Starry Sanctuary and the Lord of Cangyun City, was he truly regarded as less significant than an innkeeper in Han Xiaobei's eyes? Lu Rong felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his indignation, and with a dark expression, he declared, "It is getting late. I must take my leave without the need for escort." With that, Lu Rong turned and departed, determined to investigate Yi Xian's background thoroughly. "Young Master Sun, why are you still kneeling? The others have already left." "Oh." Xingzhou finally regained his composure, rising quickly to ask, "Brother Yi, what just transpired? What kind of collaboration did you have with Sect Master Han? Why was he so amicable toward you?" "It's nothing much. Merely a joint venture with the Luoshui sect to develop a secret silver mine." Xingzhou was taken aback. "Wait, are you saying that secret silver mine belongs to you, Brother Yi? Developing new mines is a significant matter, and my father has been summoned back specifically to handle this. I never imagined that the mine would belong to Yi Xian. How astonishing. Is there a problem?" Xingzhou gazed at Yi Xian with obsequious admiration. "Brother Yi, no? Brother Yi, from now on, I shall follow you. You are like a brother to me." Yi Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation, but suddenly considered that, although Xingzhou lacked great talent, his extensive experience in the bustling entertainment district made him far more familiar with the joyful forest than Yi Xian himself. Perhaps it would be prudent to entrust the management of the joyful forest to him. Chapter 54. Perfect Innate. Ascending to the Qi refinement realm, really? Xingzhou's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Yi Xian's proposal. Of course, it is true. A business as substantial as the joyful forest cannot remain closed indefinitely. Yet my knowledge of it is limited. I believe you are the most suitable candidate to manage it. After all, specialization is key. Xingzhou emphatically patted his chest. "Brother Yi, you can rest assured. Give me a month, and I promise to breathe new life into the joyful forest. Since I have chosen you, I shall place my trust in you. Now, let us finalize this." With that, Yi Xian produced the document of his shares in the joyful forest, intending to transfer his 1% stake to Xingzhou. "Brother Yi, this is unnecessary. It is a blessing to serve you. How could I possibly accept your shares? Giving you these shares is meant to empower you to act freely and confidently. Moreover, this stake is not entirely yours. You will only receive the annual dividends. Should you wish to sell, it must be to me alone, with no transactions allowed with others." There was another reason for this arrangement. The remaining 90% of shares were part of the inheritance reward from the previously signed Wen Xiaoyi. Even if he transferred this 1% to Xingzhou, the joyful forest would still ultimately be under his control. I understand, Brother Yi. Rest assured, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. Work diligently. You wouldn't want to be looked down upon by your family, would you? Yi Xian gently patted Xingzhou on the shoulder. This lad bore quite the unfavorable reputation in Cangyun City, even among his own kin in the Sun family. It was said that his father held little regard for him, which is why he had spent most of his time in the happy forest, seldom returning home. Ultimately, it stemmed from the perception that he was idle and lacked ambition. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Xingzhou's eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears. He wished to conceal his embarrassment from Yi Xian, quickly inhaling to compose himself, and declared, Brother Yi, your kindness is beyond words. Just wait and see my performance. With that, Xingzhou hurriedly departed from the Zuixian, making his way directly to the happy forest. Descending the stairs, Yi Xian headed straight for the kitchen. Young master, the chicken soup is ready. Xiaobai said with a radiant smile. Please serve it quickly. I am positively famished. Soon, Xiaobai brought forth a generous bowl of chicken soup. The meat tender and succulent, infused with the aromatic essence of ginseng. Yi Xian scooped a hearty spoonful and savored the delightful flavors. Ah, what bliss! As the warm liquid flowed down, he felt his body temperature rise, as if his veins and arteries were opening up, allowing for easier breaths. He called over Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and Duan Huishangyu, and together they polished off the entire pot of chicken soup. After satisfying their hunger, as the Zuixian prepared to close for the night, Yi Xian ascended the stairs with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, ready to refine his meridians. By the way, Xiaobai, could you examine this qi induction pill? Am I ready to take it? After a careful inspection, Xiaobai replied, the quality of the pill is commendable. It is indeed a qi induction pill. While it cannot directly aid your breakthrough to the qi refinement stage, it will enable you to sense the surrounding spiritual energy, overcoming the greatest obstacle to your advancement. Without this barrier, your breakthrough will be considerably easier. Seeing its potential, Yi Xian wasted no time and swallowed the qi induction pill. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing exchanged glances and offered him another cup of blood. Young master, drink this. It will enhance the pill's efficacy. Yi Xian graciously accepted the cup and downed it in one go, then reclined on his bed to indulge in the soothing massage from the two sisters. This approach was nothing short of a trifecta: the qi induction pill, the dragon's blood, and the refinement of his meridians. Under this triple influence, Yi Xian's cultivation efficiency soared to unprecedented heights, as a steady stream of innate energy flowed from his spiritual platform into his limbs and bones. Initially, Yi Xian believed he might require several more days to break through to the qi refinement stage. However, in light of his current condition, it seemed plausible that he could achieve it tonight. Yi Xian focused intently, immersing himself in the cultivation of the innate sensation technique. As abundant innate energy gathered and coalesced within him, permeating his meridians and organs, leaving him just a step away from achieving innate perfection. He became oblivious to the passage of time, and suddenly, he sensed that the world around him had transformed. Though his eyes were firmly shut, he could perceive the gentle flow of the wind nearby. It is not the wind, rather, it is the ethereal essence of the universe flowing through the heavens and the earth. He has awakened to a sense of vitality, capable of perceiving the existence of this celestial energy. Prior to this moment, Yi Xian could only faintly sense it in areas rich with spiritual energy, unable to detect the subtle presence of this essence. Yet now, a transformation has taken place, as if the entire world has undergone a profound upheaval. It seems that Yi Xian has drawn closer to the very essence of existence. However, he has no time for elation. He suppresses his excitement and continues to cultivate the innate sensing technique. It is nearly complete. With the accumulation of over 100 strands of innate energy, his innate essence is on the verge of reaching a state of overflow, heralding the imminent perfection of his innate constitution. With each breath, the celestial energy circulates within his lungs, a portion of it beginning to be retained, coursing through the capillaries of his lungs, entering his bloodstream, and then dispersing throughout his body. This sensation is reminiscent of the time he engaged in dual cultivation with the little fairy. Although the energy circulating within him is scant, almost negligible, it marks a moment of historical significance for Yi Xian. At this instant, although he has yet to break through to the qi refinement stage, his body has begun to absorb the celestial energy, signifying that he has officially become a practitioner. If he so desires, he could break through to the qi refinement stage at any moment. Yet, he decides to hold back for now. allowing the innate sensing technique to continue its operation. Perhaps aided by the influx of energy, the birth of innate essence is accelerating. He requires just an hour, no, perhaps merely half an hour. Xuan is wholly focused, his mind taut with concentration, leaving no room for relaxation. Strands of innate energy converge within him, compressing and solidifying. At last, when the concentration of innate energy reaches a critical point, a transcendent sensation emerges from deep within his being. It is as though, in the depths of the void, the cry of an infant resonates. Is this the Yuaning? No, he is yet to break through the qi refinement stage. How could he possibly condense a Yuaning? This must be the sound emitted by a perfect innate constitution, for such a constitution signifies the moment of an infant's birth. This cry presages that Xuan's body has attained the realm of perfect innate being. The east wind has gathered. It is time to challenge the qi refinement stage. Inhale. Xuan takes a deep breath, and the surrounding celestial energy rushes into him as if it has found an outlet. As the energy enters his body, it begins its circulatory cycle. Yet, why is it insufficient? Suddenly, Xuan realizes that with just one breath, the celestial energy surrounding him seems to have been completely drained, leaving him unable to sustain a full cycle within his body. Why is this so? Chapter 55, Breakthrough. Blazing rose for the endeavor of transcending into the qi refinement realm. Xuan had meticulously prepared for 3 whole years, mastering every detail with utmost clarity. Ordinarily, when a practitioner aims to break through to the qi refinement stage, they must guide spiritual energy into their body and perform 3 circulatory cycles. Once these cycles are successfully completed, a stable flow of spiritual energy is established, allowing one to attain the first level of qi refinement. Typically, the consumption of natural spiritual energy during this breakthrough is minimal, as the ambient concentration of spiritual energy suffices. A shortage would only occur if numerous individuals attempted to break through simultaneously at the same location. Even under such circumstances, the spiritual energy itself is in a state of constant circulation, with any consumed portions promptly replenished from surrounding areas. However, after just a single breath, Xuan found the surrounding spiritual energy seemingly exhausted. He had never heard of a perfected innate body experiencing such a phenomenon during a breakthrough. Suddenly, Xuan recognized a critical oversight. Other perfected innate bodies typically break through during infancy, a phase where they passively absorb spiritual energy without any conscious effort to control the breakthrough process. In contrast, Xuan, in actively seeking to absorb more spiritual energy to invigorate his meridians, had inadvertently drained the nearby spiritual energy. This scenario was likely to be encountered only by those who cultivated the innate induction technique and transitioned into a perfected innate body, making it a rare occurrence. Not enough spiritual energy. Xuan opened his eyes and addressed Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, who had been patiently waiting nearby. Aware of his preparations for the qi refinement breakthrough, they had remained at his side, guarding him against any unforeseen events. Upon hearing Xuan's words, both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing recognized the gravity of the situation. The concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity had plummeted to a critical low. Xuan's consumption rate was far too rapid, and the influx of external spiritual energy could not keep pace with his demands. What should we do? Xiao Qing inquired anxiously. Xiao Bai furrowed her brow. It's too late to set up a gathering formation. This is troublesome. If only we had some spirit stones. At that moment, Xuan's jade bracelet unexpectedly resonated with the voice of the little fairy. Master, I have 10 spirit stones with you. Taken aback by her words, Xuan accessed the system's storage space and retrieved 10 gleaming stones. Is this it? Indeed, those are spirit stones. They contain a substantial amount of spiritual energy. The little fairy confirmed. Xiao Bai's expression brightened. With these 10 spirit stones, they should be sufficient. Without hesitation, she shattered one of the stones, releasing an abundant surge of spiritual energy. Yet, before it could disperse, Xuan's body absorbed it entirely. It's all gone, Xiao Bai remarked. Xiao Qing promptly assisted in breaking the spirit stones. All 10 stones shattered, unleashing a vast quantity of spiritual energy. As Xuan inhaled deeply, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged into his body, flowing into his meridians and commencing a cyclical rotation. Success! Upon witnessing the formation of the spiritual energy cycle within Xuan, Xiao Bai finally let out a sigh of relief. Once 3 cycles were complete, Xuan would officially break through to the first level of qi refinement. Curiously, does breaking through to the qi refinement stage truly require such an abundance of spiritual energy? Xiao Qing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao Bai, equally perplexed, responded, typically, The spiritual energy contained within a single spirit stone suffices for hundreds to simultaneously achieve the Qi refinement stage. Yet Yi Xian alone consumed 10 spirit stones, equivalent to the energy required for 1,000 individuals to break through. Moreover, the influx of such immense energy into one's body is something most individuals could hardly withstand, yet Yi Xian seemed entirely unaffected. This is indeed remarkable. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled as she remarked, I suspect that Yi Xian has attained a perfect innate body. Only a perfect innate Qi refiner would consume such a vast amount of spiritual energy during a breakthrough. A perfect innate body. Isn't that the pinnacle of genius? Breaking through the Qi refinement stage at birth? Among the human race, I have heard no tales of such beings existing. Even among the demon race, only those with supreme bloodlines are capable of achieving a breakthrough at birth, and such instances are exceedingly rare. I have only read about them in ancient texts. Xiao Bai continued. Regardless of the truth, the magnitude of Yi Xian's breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage foretells an extraordinary path ahead in his cultivation journey. It is difficult to fathom the extent of his potential. Perhaps one day, he will evolve into an existence we must look up to. The 3 cycles swiftly concluded. Although they ended, the spiritual energy continued to flow within Yi Xian's body, circulating autonomously through his meridians. With each cycle, portions of energy dissipated into his internal organs and muscles, automatically enhancing his entire being. This is the essence of the Qi refinement stage. This is what it means to be a cultivator. No matter how diligently an ordinary warrior may train or strengthen their physique, the process is painstakingly slow and requires immense effort. Conversely, for cultivators, bodily refinement is an ongoing process that occurs effortlessly at any time and place. The energy of heaven and earth continually assists cultivators in fortifying their physical forms, yielding superior results with remarkable efficiency. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Yi Xian rose from the bed. Congratulations, young Master Yi, on your breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage. Xiao Bai beamed with a smile. Xiao Qing affectionately linked her arm with Yi Xian's. Young Master Yi, Brother Yi, as you ascend to greatness, do not forget about Xiao Qing. I wish to serve you for a lifetime, even if it means being a humble maid. So soon to be seeking favor? Yi Xian chuckled, playfully squeezing Xiao Qing's soft cheek, and jested, a maid for cleaning is out of the question. However, if you wish to be a maid for warmth, I might consider it. That is what you said. In a flash, Xiao Qing dove into Yi Xian's bedclothes. Yi Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. Thoroughly amused by Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai tugged at Xiao Qing's ear and said, Young Master Yi, you should rest well. Xiao Qing and I will head downstairs to get to work. It was then that Yi Xian realized dawn was approaching, and he surmised that Han Yorong would soon arrive. After Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing departed, Yi Xian entered the bathroom for a shower, simultaneously completing his daily check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. A bouquet of blazing roses. Roses? Yi Xian opened his storage space and retrieved a stunning bouquet of vibrant red roses, feeling somewhat bewildered. This item could be purchased for merely 1 or 2 silver coins. Could it truly be considered a reward? Blazing roses. Gifted to a member of the opposite sex, it grants an additional 20 points of affection. Oh, it has an added effect. 20 points of affection is not a trivial amount. But to whom should he present it? There was only one bouquet. Yet Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were 2 individuals. It would certainly be inappropriate to give it to just one. Could he split the bouquet? Yi Xian inquired of the system. Yes, it can be split for gifting, but the effect will be halved. That works. Yi Xian divided the bouquet of 20 roses into 2 smaller bouquets of 10 and took them downstairs, intending to gift them to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. What beautiful flowers. Are they for me? Han Yorong's voice suddenly rang out. She had come to fetch Yi Xian. Chapter 56. The peculiarity of Madame Han. Yi Xian was taken aback. How should he respond? Although in this world roses did not symbolize romantic affection, the blazing roses in his possession would indeed enhance affection. He found it difficult to envision what might transpire when Han Yorong received the roses. However, since she had taken the initiative to speak, it would seem rather stingy not to offer them. After all, he anticipated numerous collaborations with the Luo Shui sect in the future, and it would be unwise to offend Han Yorong. In the end, what harm could there be in giving her a bouquet? It would merely increase her affection by 10 points, which should not pose a significant issue. If Madame Han does not mind, please accept this. Yi Xian presented the bouquet of blazing roses to Han Yorong, who graciously accepted it. She had a fondness for various flowers and plants, and upon seeing the roses in Yi Xian's hands, she had instantly fallen in love with them. Madame Han, please have a seat for a moment while I visit the kitchen. Yi Xian, resigned, took the remaining 10 blazing roses and split them into 2 bouquets. delivering them to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing in the kitchen. As expected, there were no notable changes. Each individual received an increase of 5 points in affection, which indeed seemed insufficient to yield any tangible effect. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Xian, as he departed, Han Yorong's expression shifted dramatically. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she dared not gaze at Yi Xian's retreating figure, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. After a while, Yi Xian emerged from the kitchen, and although Han Yorong had regained her composure, she still dared not look Yi Xian in the eye. "Madam Han, shall we set off?" Han Yorong nodded and stepped out of the Zuixian, boarding a rhinoceros cart outside. Yi Xian followed suit and noticed that Han Xiaomu was also present. "Oh, mother, why is your face so flushed?" Han Xiaomu keenly observed her mother's unusual appearance and inquired. Han Madam, taken aback, hurriedly explained, "It must be the warm weather. It's nothing to worry about. Let us be on our way." The driver urged the rhinoceros onward, and they began to dash towards the outskirts of the city. Despite its seemingly clumsy demeanor, the rhinoceros moved swiftly, likely reaching the mine in about an hour. However, the atmosphere within the carriage felt inexplicably tense. After boarding, Han Madam closed her eyes in quiet contemplation, saying nothing. Han Xiaomu assumed her mother was in a foul mood and refrained from speaking, casting accusatory glances at Yi Xian, suspecting he might have done something to upset her. Yi Xian, bewildered, failed to grasp the situation, but he did not dwell on it. Instead, he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Especially after leaving the city, Yi Xian could distinctly sense an increase in the concentration of spiritual energy around him, allowing for more efficient absorption. How peculiar, he mused. My rate of absorbing spiritual energy seems significantly faster than that of a typical Qi refinement stage practitioner. Ordinarily, those who have just broken through to this level can only absorb a meager amount of spiritual energy each day, as their bodies cannot withstand the pressure. Excessive absorption causes their meridians to swell. Yet, I have taken in a substantial amount without experiencing any discomfort. Yi Xian reflected, gradually understanding the disparity between innate Qi practitioners and ordinary ones. Particularly for someone like him, a perfect innate practitioner, the gap was even more pronounced. No wonder some individuals progress effortlessly in their cultivation while others struggle to advance, regardless of their efforts. The inherent differences have an immense impact on one's subsequent development. After a considerable time, Han Yorong seemed to feel that silence could no longer prevail. She finally opened her eyes and looked towards Yi Xian. "Oh, young Master Yi, have you broken through to the Qi refinement stage?" Han Yorong asked in surprise. Yi Xian smiled and nodded. "Thanks to the Qi induction pill from Sect Master Han, I fortuitously broke through to the first level of Qi refinement last night." "Congratulations, young Master Yi," Han Yorong responded warmly. Breaking into the Qi refinement stage is a significant milestone. Once you step into this realm, regardless of what lies ahead, you are no longer an ordinary person. Her words were quite tactful, as typically, someone of Yi Xian's age reaching the Qi refinement stage with the aid of a Qi induction pill would not leave much room for praise regarding their aptitude. Han Xiaomu, however, was more direct, stating, "What is there to be proud of, breaking through to Qi refinement in your 20s? Han Yorong playfully smacked Han Xiaomu on the forehead, saying, "What nonsense. Apologize to young Master Yi at once." Taken aback by her mother's sudden reprimand, Han Xiaomu's face turned pale with fear and feeling wronged. She lowered her head to Yi Xian, saying, "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong. Respect the title, young man. You should call me Uncle Yi." "Oh, Uncle Yi. I apologize, I was wrong," Xiaomu replied. Yi Xian responded, "Why does it feel like I've lost out? The young man has transformed into an old uncle. Do I appear so aged? But that cannot be. I possess the perfect innate energy. My skin is as supple as that of a newborn, even more so than the freshest of youths. I am not an old uncle." As they conversed casually, they found themselves at the foot of the mountain before they knew it. Although it had been only a few days since their last visit, the site had undergone a remarkable transformation. The underbrush and weeds had been entirely cleared and the topsoil removed, exposing the underlying rock. At this moment, workers were already drilling and digging on the mountain, while others transported materials and constructed roads and buildings at the base, all with impeccable organization. The Luo Shui sect indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. In just a single day, considerable progress had been made. After disembarking from the rhinoceros cart, Madame Han led Yi Xian and Han Xiaomu up the mountain. Noticing Yi Xian's struggle, she reached out to support his arm, swiftly guiding him to the summit before releasing her grip. Yi Xian cast a glance at Madame Han, feeling somewhat uneasy. Although she was a widow, her casual physical contact with another man seemed inappropriate. Yet, her demeanor was so natural that if he dwelled on it too much, It would only make him appear overly sensitive. Perhaps it was simply Madame Han's warm and carefree nature. He need not overthink it. After all, the fiery rose had merely increased his favorability by 10 points, an effect that was ultimately limited. It was unlikely that such a slight increase would lead Madame Han to develop an infatuation with him. Boss Yi has arrived. At that moment, Han Xiaobei was at the summit with several other prominent figures, constructing an altar. Upon seeing Yi Xian approach, he remarked, "Please wait a moment. The heavenly sacrifice ceremony is about to commence." Initiating a mining project is a significant undertaking, and according to tradition, a heavenly sacrifice must precede such endeavors. Only if the ceremony proceeds smoothly can the work officially begin. The cultivation community places considerable importance on this matter, for they believe that the divine exists just beyond 3 feet above, a truth that is not merely a matter of belief, but an observable reality. Chapter 57. A great consumer of spiritual energy. The process of the heavenly sacrifice ceremony was not intricate. It primarily involved offering sacrifices, lighting incense, and constructing the altar, which took half a day. However, the actual ceremony lasted only a few minutes. Fortunately, the entire process went smoothly. Following this, the blasting of the mountain commenced. Yi Xian observed as a dozen robust men lifted metal rods as thick as a thigh and weighing several hundred pounds, inserting them into pre-drilled holes, which were then sealed with stone materials. These metal rods were likely the detonators, albeit different from Yi Xian's initial expectations. The device known as the Thunderbolt is, in essence, a type of magical instrument. It is filled with high-pressure sealed gunpowder and a unique combustive agent that amplifies the explosive power of the gunpowder by several dozen times. While the Thunderbolt's explosion is not particularly formidable under normal circumstances, it exhibits remarkable expansion when detonated underground, easily shattering thick layers of rock. Han Yurong explained this to Yi Xian and then added, "Let us descend the mountain. It would be prudent to maintain a safe distance. Once it detonates, debris will scatter in all directions, and one might sustain injuries from falling rocks." Yi Xian nodded, and the 3 of them promptly made their way down the mountain, taking a rhinoceros cart to distance themselves by 3 or 4 li. After a brief wait, a muffled rumble resonated from the earth below. Almost immediately, the ground trembled, and a portion of the secret silver mine was explosively breached, sending a vast array of rubble and soil soaring into the sky, which then descended like meteorites. The area affected was extensive, impacting even the nearby village. Fortunately, the villagers had already been evacuated the previous night. Now that the explosion has occurred, can we commence mining? Yi Xian inquired. Han Yurong nodded. Indeed, while blasting the mountain is a straightforward task, the process of mining is intricate, especially when it comes to spiritual mines. It is not merely a matter of excavating and crushing the ore for smelting. There are numerous complex procedures involved. Would Master Yi be interested in observing? Yi Xian shook his head. I think I will pass. I shall leave the subsequent matters to you all at the Luoshui sect. My sole responsibility is to collect the payment when due. Han Yurong smiled. Very well, then allow me to escort Master Yi back to the city. It is no trouble. Upon returning to the drunken immortal residence, it was nearly noon. Yi Xian took the liberty of inviting Han Yurong and Han Xiaomu to stay for lunch. Han Yurong accepted with a hint of reluctance, yet seemed quite eager to share a few drinks with Yi Xian. For Han Xiaomu, it was her first experience tasting the secret recipe mini burgers, and she was utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief at their deliciousness. After satisfying her appetite, Han Xiaomu spent some time in the back courtyard playing with the windstorm tiger before departing with Madame Han. Once back in room 1, Yi Xian intended to delve into the transformation of his body through spiritual energy. Having just broken through to the qi refinement stage, he was filled with curiosity and confusion regarding cultivation matters, necessitating a thorough examination. After about half an hour, a knock resounded on his bedroom door. "Young master, may I enter?" "Come in," Yi Xian responded. Upon seeing the entrance of Xiaobai, he smiled and inquired, "What brings you here?" Xiaobai replied, "I thought that now that you have just broken through to the qi refinement stage, you might have many questions. I came to see if there was any way I could assist you. You have come at a fortuitous time, for I do wish to ask you about cultivation. Although I can now absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, I have noticed that my rate of absorption is exceedingly rapid, and the external spiritual energy cannot meet my consumption needs. How should I address this?" Xiaobai settled down and spoke. Typically, a qi refinement practitioner does not consume spiritual energy rapidly. The usual concentration of spiritual energy suffices for their daily needs. However, your situation is somewhat unique. To acquire more spiritual energy, one must establish additional avenues for its procurement, such as constructing a spirit gathering formation to concentrate the surrounding spiritual energy for cultivation. A spirit gathering formation? Yi Xian, unfamiliar with the intricacies of formations, inquired, "How is it arranged?" "It is still too early for you to learn the art of formation. So let me handle it," Xiaobai replied. "I have studied some basic formations, and setting up a small spirit-gathering formation should pose no challenge." "Really? Then I appreciate your effort. Please let me know what you require." The materials for a small spirit-gathering formation are not demanding. The fragments of spirit stones consumed last night will suffice, with no need for additional resources. However, the effectiveness of a small spirit-gathering formation is limited, only capable of attracting spiritual energy within a radius of 100 meters. Given your rate of absorption, I estimate it will soon prove insufficient. "Are there larger spirit-gathering formations available?" Yi Xian inquired. "Indeed, there are, and I could manage to set one up, albeit with a caveat. It is not suitable to establish a large spirit-gathering formation within the city. A large formation can gather spiritual energy within a kilometer radius, but doing so would essentially seize energy from other locations. The number of practitioners within the city is considerable, and monopolizing their spiritual energy would undoubtedly incite grievances." Yi Xian nodded, acknowledging the concern. "That is indeed a dilemma. How do you and Shaoqing usually cultivate? Both of you are at the spirit refinement stage, which must consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. Our cultivation is characterized by a steady, continuous absorption of spiritual energy," Xiaobai explained. "We do not absorb large quantities in a short span, but rather sustain a consistent flow. Coupled with our modest daily consumption, this method sufficiently compensates for our needs, resulting in a significantly lower overall consumption compared to yours." Yi Xian was taken aback. "Do I truly consume that much spiritual energy?" Xiaobai nodded. "Your consumption is likely equivalent to that of 1,000 ordinary qi refinement practitioners." Yi Xian was at a loss for words. When did he become such a glutton? Was the consumption of a perfect innate qi practitioner truly that daunting? "So, according to your assertion, must I retreat to a desolate area outside the city to secure ample spiritual energy for my cultivation?" he asked. Xiaobai shook her head. "That is unnecessary. In fact, beneath Cangyun City, there exists a spiritual vein. If we can channel the energy from this vein to Xingzhou, it would be more than sufficient to meet your daily cultivation needs." "A subterranean spiritual vein?" Yi Xian recalled having heard of such things. Spiritual veins are akin to underground rivers, serving as sources of spiritual energy. The entire star continent is home to a vast network of spiritual veins, and the establishment of the nation here was largely predicated on the presence of this major spiritual vein. After founding the nation, the 100 principal cities were strategically located above these veins, ensuring that each city is situated atop a branch of the spiritual vein. The vast underground spiritual vein, tirelessly releasing spiritual energy, has nourished the practitioners of Xingzhou for millennia. To these cultivators, the underground spiritual vein serves as a maternal river. Without its existence, it would be exceedingly challenging to cultivate a flourishing realm of cultivation solely relying on the normal concentrations of natural spiritual energy. But how can one draw the spiritual energy from the vein into the Xingzhou? While it may seem difficult, it is not insurmountable. The spiritual vein is primarily controlled by the city Lord's manor. With the proper authorization from the manor and the setup of a spiritual extraction array, the energy from the underground vein can be successfully extracted. However, obtaining the city Lord's approval? Yi Xian furrowed his brow, sensing the challenge ahead. What would happen if one were to privately construct a spiritual extraction array without the city Lord's consent to absorb the energy from the underground vein? Yi Xian inquired. Misappropriating the spiritual vein is considered a grave offense in Xingzhou, and if discovered, the consequences could be as severe as the death penalty. Yi Xian frowned, realizing the predicament he faced. "Master, I have a solution," a voice suddenly chimed in. In that instant, a dim light emanated from the jade bracelet, coalescing into a transparent figure before Yi Xian. It was none other than Xiao Xianfei. "Your spiritual form can move?" Yi Xian asked in astonishment. Xiao Xianfei nodded. "When you broke through to the qi refinement stage, I absorbed some spiritual energy as well. My previously fractured spiritual form has recovered considerably. I can now barely leave the bracelet. As long as I don't stray too far, my form will not collapse." Despite her words, the sight of the semi-transparent Xiao Xianfei fluttering before him stirred a sense of unease within Yi Xian. "You mentioned you have a solution? Pray, tell me," he urged. Xiao Xianfei explained, "Applying for official permission anew will undoubtedly be challenging. However, there are still many previously issued permits lying idle. You might consider exploring the black market. It is possible to acquire a permit there. Is that feasible?" Xiaobai remarked, "I've never been to the black market, but I've heard it sells everything. Perhaps the young master could try his luck." "Where's the black market?" Despite residing in Cangyun City for 3 years, Yi Xian had never heard of such a place, indicating its secretive nature. Xiao Xianfei replied, "It's located near the Happy Forest, but the black market only operates for 3 days each month, specifically on the 4th, 14th, and 24th, and exclusively at night. Today is the 13th, thus, it will open tomorrow evening. Xiaobai, accompany me there to take a look." "Of course, young master." After a few more exchanges, Xiao Xianfei grew weak and returned to the jade bracelet to rest. Yi Xian then sought guidance from Xiaobai regarding various cultivation matters, to which Xiaobai responded in kind. "By the way, young master, since you have now broken through to the Qi refinement stage, allow me to teach you a set of sword techniques for self-defense." "Sword techniques? Splendid. Most cultivators excel in swordsmanship, and flying swords are nearly considered a core curriculum." Yi Xian harbored a beautiful aspiration of traversing the world with his sword. Moreover, he possessed a finely crafted flying sword in his grasp. With a mere thought, he drew forth the blade. This exquisite weapon, emerald green and reminiscent of bamboo segments, was aptly named the Bamboo Segment Sword. Despite its unassuming name, it was a genuine third-grade magical artifact, pilfered by the little fairy from the Xiantian sect. The design of the Bamboo Segment Sword was particularly unique, akin to bamboo. Its interior was hollow, and the blade was composed of 7 detachable segments, with 3 additional spare segments included. When fully assembled, the sword could extend in length, and when disassembled, it could transform into a short sword or a dagger. Another remarkable trait of the Bamboo Segment Sword was its remarkable lightness. This was not due to the materials used, but rather because of a special levitation array inscribed upon the blade, which counteracted its own weight. The Bamboo Segment Sword was ill-suited for heavy strikes, instead favoring agile, precise kills. "Young master, the swordsmanship I wish to impart to you is called the Meteor Butterfly Sword. I learned it during my time at the Fox Fairy Pavilion. Although I have only mastered the first form, this is a terrestrial-level sword technique, and even a single form is sufficient for you to utilize at your current level." Terrestrial-level sword technique? That is a formidable existence, second only to celestial-level techniques. "I must trouble you, Xiaobai." "Young master is too courteous," Xiaobai replied, positioning herself behind Yi Xian to guide him through the most rudimentary sword postures. "Too close, too close." Yi Xian felt the warmth of Xiaobai's body brushing against his back, leaving him momentarily parched and nearly losing his composure. Yet, Xiaobai appeared completely unfazed, even grasping his hand to lead him through the motions, repeatedly helping him familiarize himself with the techniques. Initially, Yi Xian's mind wandered, unable to concentrate. However, witnessing Xiaobai's earnestness, he gradually quelled his distractions and began to attentively follow her instructions. After an entire afternoon of practice, Yi Xian had roughly grasped several complete sword techniques, demonstrating a commendable proficiency. "Young master's learning ability is truly remarkable," Xiaobai exclaimed playfully, leaving it unclear whether her praise was sincere or merely encouragement for Yi Xian. "Have I truly learned it already? Is terrestrial-level swordsmanship this simple?" Xiaobai smiled gently. "I have yet to begin teaching you the Meteor Butterfly Sword. Today was merely to familiarize you with some foundational techniques, to help you cultivate your sword sense. Only after you develop a sense for the sword can we commence proper instruction." Yi Xian chuckled awkwardly. "All right, perhaps I've been overthinking this ISNTA systems and lightning experience. How could I master it all at once?" "Then Xiaobai, please demonstrate it for me," Yi Xian requested, extending the bamboo segment sword towards her. As Xiaobai took hold of the sword, her entire demeanor transformed, her gaze sharpening with intensity. She began to wield the bamboo segment sword, stating, "The first form of the Meteor Butterfly Sword is called Piercing Through the Autumn Waters. It is an exquisitely agile technique, appearing gentle yet concealing lethal intent, capable of catching enemies off guard." While executing the sword technique, Xiaobai meticulously deconstructed the movements, providing Yi Xian with a detailed explanation. Yi Xian observed intently, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was surprised to discover that his comprehension abilities seemed to have significantly improved. The sword techniques he was witnessing were undeniably intricate, as they belonged to a higher tier of martial arts, incomparable to ordinary swordplay. Nevertheless, after watching Xiaobai perform the movements, Yi Xian astonishingly committed every action to memory. Although his foundational skills were insufficient to master the techniques in a single viewing, he felt a profound confidence that it was not overly challenging. Could this be the advantage of a perfect innate Qi practitioner? Both his understanding and learning capabilities far surpassed those of an average person. Such is the nature of genius. Perhaps, unable to contain his delight, Yi Xian erupted into laughter. "What's wrong, young master?" Xiaobai inquired, puzzled. "Nothing at all. Please continue your demonstration," Yi Xian replied with a smile. "Of course." Xiaobai resumed her display with the bamboo sword, gradually increasing her speed. To an outsider, it appeared as though her figure had become imperceptible, resembling a white butterfly dancing gracefully, a sight of exquisite beauty. I understand now. This must be the essence of the meteor butterfly sword. The sword intent is indeed extraordinary, Yixian mused. After a brief moment, Xiaobai came to a halt. Would you like to give it a try, young master? She offered, handing the bamboo sword back to him. Yixian nodded, closed his eyes, and mentally rehearsed the movements before wielding the sword. Instantly, the sword light flickered, and butterfly shadows danced in the air, leaving Xiaobai utterly astonished. Young master, you've completely mastered it after just one viewing? Xiaobai gazed at Yixian with a newfound admiration. The performance of the entire sequence lasted merely 3 minutes and 20 seconds, even faster than Xiaobai by several seconds. Yixian exhaled deeply. Although he had executed the movements swiftly, the exertion was considerable. While Xiaobai appeared unfazed, he found himself quite fatigued. Indeed, his strength was still lacking. Having just broken through to the Qi refinement stage, he aspired to surpass the pinnacle of the divine refinement stage, a truly fanciful ambition. Regaining his breath, Yixian finally asked, "What do you think? It embodies both form and spirit. With further practice, you should achieve complete mastery. However, the sword intent requires more refinement. Yet, considering this is your first attempt, achieving such a level is miraculous. Many swordsmen may practice for 3 to 5 years without reaching the proficiency you displayed in a single attempt," Xiaobai responded. While her words may have contained an element of exaggeration, the reality was not far from it. In her experience, she had never encountered someone with such prodigious talent. "It's manageable, even easier than I anticipated," Yixian remarked as he sheathed the bamboo sword. "Are there any other techniques you could teach me?" "Other techniques have level requirements, and since you have just broken through to the first level of Qi refinement, it would be best to wait for some time. However, I can teach you some techniques involving punches and kicks, which are highly practical in combat," Xiaobai replied. "Sounds good. I shall first change into a different outfit." Xiaobai entered the bedroom and emerged shortly thereafter, adorned in a pristine white training uniform, her hair neatly tied up, exuding an aura of elegance that could hardly conceal her beauty. The fitted nature of the uniform accentuated her curvaceous figure far more than a long skirt would. Under the scrutiny of Yixian's gaze, Xiaobai felt a warmth rise to her cheeks, and said, "Young master, allow me to teach you a technique known as the 8 Extremes Burst Fist. This martial art harmonizes both softness and strength, utilizing spiritual energy to empower both arms and fists, thereby maximizing the technique's potency." Yixian steadied his mind and promptly began to learn under Xiaobai's guidance. The martial arts were surprisingly easy to grasp. After practicing the technique alongside Xiaobai, Yixian quickly memorized the movements and was even able to deconstruct and optimize them independently. He then proceeded to learn the inch punch, 8-section brocade, and arhat fist. Naturally, he did not neglect leg techniques, practicing everything from the snap kick to the whirlwind kick and the diamond leg. Furthermore, he was eager to learn about body movements and footwork. He wished to absorb every technique Xiaobai could impart. Yet, despite the extensive training, it took merely a little over an hour. Exhausted and breathless, Yixian finally ceased his efforts. Xiaobai, wiping the sweat from her brow, noted that her training attire was thoroughly soaked. "Sister, I would like some fried meat patties for dinner." Xiaoqing suddenly burst into the room, and upon witnessing the scene before her, she was momentarily stunned. A man and a woman, alone in a room, panting and drenched in sweat. It was undeniably stimulating. Xiaobai, feeling drained, replied, "I'm tired and have no time to prepare food for you. I plan to rest early tonight." With that, she retreated to her room. Yixian, equally fatigued, could barely muster the strength to speak. He hastily took a shower and collapsed into bed for a deep slumber. Xiaoqing stood alone in the disheveled living room. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. As he rose, Yixian felt every muscle in his body ache. Well, yesterday's display of bravado had indeed been enjoyable, but the excessive exertion left him fearing he would accomplish little today. First, he decided to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 2 maid outfits. What on earth? Maid outfits? Yixian hastily opened the storage space, where 2 maid outfits were prominently displayed, one white, the other green. Clearly tailored for Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, the sizes were identical. Special maid outfit. Wearing it grants a charm value of 3, loyalty of 10, ability value of 5, and mobility of 7. These attributes were rather surprising. The maid outfits were far more formidable than he had anticipated. The charm value was self-evident, as wearing it would undoubtedly enhance allure. As for loyalty, it was impressive. Donning the maid outfit would render Xiaobai a most obedient maid. sure to comply with his wishes. The range of abilities is indeed vast. Combat prowess, culinary skills, and even arithmetic are all forms of capability. Enhancing one's abilities should allow for a balanced improvement across various domains. The concept of action is also quite straightforward, referring to efficiency in executing tasks. If one were to have Xiaobai and Xiaoqing don these two maid outfits, the benefits would be undeniably apparent. However, how might one persuade them to wear such attire? Should it be approached directly? Yi Xian raised his voice, calling out, Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, come here for a moment. Before long, the two sisters, just risen from slumber, arrived in Yi Xian's bedroom. Wow, what beautiful garments! They truly suit my temperament, exclaimed Xiaoqing, her eyes alighting upon the azure maid outfit, eagerly reaching out to touch it with delight. Xiaobai's gaze was drawn to the white maid dress. Though it was slightly short, its layered design rendered it quite fluffy, ensuring modesty while also being acceptable. Master, is this our work attire? Xiaobai inquired. Yes, indeed, it is your work attire. Please change into them, Yi Xian replied. The sisters took the maid dresses and retreated to their rooms to change, soon returning to Yi Xian's bedroom. His eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, stunning, absolutely stunning. Both sisters were already breathtakingly beautiful and adorned in the maid outfits. They not only provided a fresh experience, but also gained an additional 3 points in charm, yielding remarkable effects. Yi Xian found himself swallowing hard at the sight. How peculiar. The fabric of this dress is quite unique. Though it is not a magical artifact, wearing it feels as if my strength has been somewhat enhanced, Xiaobai murmured. Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, it feels somewhat different. However, since this is something the master provided, it must be extraordinary. Master, this clothing must be quite expensive, no? Yi Xian was unsure about that detail. After all, it was a gift from the system. Feel free to wear them, without concern for the price. Should there be even finer garments in the future, I will certainly allow you to try them first, he assured them. Given the system's nature, it was likely that a myriad of unexpected items would be bestowed upon him in due course. Master is so kind, Xiaoqing giggled, playfully wrapping her arms around Yi Xian's. Xiaobai, shaking her head in exasperation, tugged at Xiaoqing's ear, pulling her away. Master, Xiaoqing, and I will head down now. Is there anything you would like to eat? I'll bring it up shortly. Anything is fine, as long as it's made by Xiaobai. Everything she cooks is delicious. Yi Xian replied with a grin. Xiaobai's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly nodded before leading Xiaoqing out. Is this the effect of a loyalty level of 10? Sigh, it's a bit of a headache. Xiaobai is gentle and nurturing. Having her by my side would undoubtedly provide a deep companionship. Yet Xiaoqing is lively and charming, her enthusiasm bringing joy to the atmosphere. How should I choose between them? Perhaps I could have them both? After all, this is another world. And there are no stringent regulations regarding marriage. Even if there were, it likely wouldn't apply to beings of the demon race, would it? Shaking his head, Yi Xian decided not to dwell on the matter, as such decisions were not solely his to make. They depended on timing. As the day swiftly passed and nightfall quietly descended, Yi Xian spent the entire day at the drunken Immortal Inn, unable to venture elsewhere due to fatigue and soreness in his waist and legs. Throughout the day, he refrained from practicing, indulging instead in food and drink, playing chess with Xiaobai, and engaging in light conversation with Xiaoqing. He also took the opportunity to mentally rehearse the meteor butterfly sword technique and the martial arts he had learned the previous day. It was only after enjoying a warm bath in the evening that the aches in his body began to dissipate. After dinner, Yi Xian, accompanied by Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, set out in a carriage towards the joyful forest. However, their destination was not the joyful forest itself, but rather the black market situated nearby. Having entrusted the management of the joyful forest to Xingzhou, Yi Xian had no intention of interfering. He preferred to let it develop for a while. Once the establishment reopened, he would assess its performance. If Xingzhou proved inadequate, Yi Xian would not hesitate to dismiss him. Conversely, if Xingzhou performed satisfactorily, even if not outstandingly, as long as he met the acceptable standard, Yi Xian would consider retaining him. The sound of hooves echoed as the carriage swiftly approached the vicinity of the joyful forest. Although Yi Xian remained indifferent, he took a moment to observe from a distance. The joyful forest had yet to open, but numerous workers were evident, engaged in renovations and repairs. The clanging of tools resonating continuously. It appeared that Xingzhou was indeed putting forth considerable effort. Navigating around the joyful forest, they arrived at a section of the neighborhood behind the gardens, where no residents were present, only a few coffin shops and paper offering stores. Shrouded in darkness and devoid of light, creating an eerie atmosphere that deterred ordinary citizens from wandering there at night. Typically, this street was quite tranquil. However, this evening, The foot traffic had noticeably increased. Xian could distinctly sense that the majority of these individuals were cultivators. Previously, he had been unable to differentiate between cultivators and ordinary people, but after breaking through to the qi refinement realm, he could perceive fluctuations and changes in spiritual energy, making it quite easy to distinguish between the two. Of course, there were some individuals whose identities remained indiscernible, either due to special artifacts they wore or techniques, like Xiaobai's, that concealed their presence. Nevertheless, such cases were rare. The majority of cultivators could not hide their aura and had no need to, as they were generally disciples of sects, backed by formidable foundations, dissuading ordinary folk from provoking them. As they ventured deeper into the street, the crowd thickened, and the path narrowed, making it challenging for the carriage to proceed further. Xian found a vacant spot to tether the carriage, and he, along with Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, continued on foot. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, still clad in maid outfits, drew considerable attention with their captivating beauty. However, Xiao Qing did not conceal her aura, and others quickly recognized her as a master of the god-refining realm, causing them to shy away and refrain from approaching Xian and his companions. It appears that not hiding one's presence has its own advantages, Xian remarked with a smile. Xiao Qing chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "To be honest, I didn't wish to reveal myself, but I have never mastered my sister's concealment technique." As they spoke, Xian noticed that the lanterns lining the street began to glow, emitting a faint green light that appeared somewhat eerie. "The black market is now open," Xiaobai announced. With his companions flanking him, Xian strode confidently into the black market. He did not rush to inquire about the spirit summoning array's authorization. Instead, he leisurely wandered through the bustling market. Numerous stalls lined the market, with some open spaces available for vendors to set up shop. The cultivators present were a mix of buyers and sellers, and Xian was keen to observe the private transactions taking place, hoping to uncover a few treasures for himself. Upon careful observation, Xian discovered that the most common items for sale were elixirs, constituting nearly half of the offerings. The remaining items included various refining materials, spiritual ores, herbs, and magical artifacts, though their quantities were relatively scarce. Even when available, their quality appeared mediocre, far inferior to those found in the spiritual treasure pavilion. Most of the treasures were of first or second grade, with third-grade items being exceedingly rare. After a cursory glance around, Xian quickly lost interest. Everything seemed like low-quality merchandise, particularly the unnamed elixirs, which he feared might have adverse effects if consumed. As he continued to browse, Xian suddenly stumbled upon a stall that did not sell magical artifacts, but instead displayed an array of documents and contracts. Perhaps here he might find what he sought. The stall owner, noticing Xian's approach and the two women accompanying him, immediately recognized a potential big spender and greeted him with a sycophantic smile. "Esteemed sir, how may I assist you? I have everything you might need. Do you have the authorization for the spirit summoning array?" Xian inquired tentatively. "Of course." The stall owner promptly opened a thick stack of documents and retrieved a yellowed authorization. Xian gazed intently. Indeed, it was genuine. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was somewhat dated, issued over 20 years ago, with a validity of only 25 years. "This will expire in 5 years. Are you really selling it?" Xian asked. The stall owner chuckled. "I have 20-year ones as well, but they will take a few days to procure." Xian pondered, considering that in 5 years, he might not even be in Cangyun City, and he might not require such a minor branch of a spiritual vein by then. Hence, 5 years seemed inconsequential. "What is the price for this authorization?" 200,000 taels. 20,000. If not, then I shall take my leave." Xian countered sharply, catching the stall owner off guard. "Fine, I will take a loss. 20,000 it is," the stall owner surprisingly agreed. Xian's lips curled slightly. "Damn, I should have asked for a higher price," he mused. "It's true that buyers are not as shrewd as sellers. However, it matters little. I am not short on funds." He promptly produced 2 silver notes, handed them over, and successfully obtained the official document. After meticulously examining it to confirm its authenticity and lack of restrictions, he prepared to depart with a cheerful demeanor. "Wait a moment, young master. I still need to purchase some array materials. Once I have everything ready, I can set up the spirit summoning array tonight. All right, let us walk and browse. Just speak up if you need anything." As they strolled, a voice suddenly called out to Xian. Turning around, he spotted a chubby young man with a fair complexion approaching him with delight. "It's really you, Xian. I thought I was mistaken. Dongqi, I thought you had gone to the Swordsmith Pavilion." Xian replied, equally astonished. This chubby fellow had been his classmate at the Qingting Academy, known for his honesty and straightforwardness, one of the few individuals Xian could connect with during his studies. Dong Qi had performed admirably in academics and had familial ties to the Swordsmith Pavilion, nurturing a passion for forging since childhood. Yi Xian had assumed he had already apprenticed there, so encountering him in the black market was unexpected. Chapter 61. The Stolen Longyin Sword Outside the Black Market. In an unassuming yet pleasant noodle shop, Dong Qi was noisily slurping his noodles. So, you have indeed apprenticed at the Swordsmith Pavilion and been accepted as a direct disciple by the Third Elder? Yi Xian inquired. Yes, Yi Xian, you wouldn't believe it. I almost regret choosing to study forging. It's incredibly costly. Within just a few days of beginning, I've already squandered tens of thousands of taels. Although my family has some wealth, it cannot sustain such expenditures indefinitely. If I cannot successfully forge a magical item this year, I will absolutely never touch forging again. Dong Qi lamented. Forging, alchemy, and array formation are notorious for their exorbitant costs. Despite the substantial profits in later stages, the initial investments are monumental. Particularly in forging and alchemy, where considerable funds must be poured into gaining experience. A single failure can result in a significant financial loss, making it unmanageable for ordinary families. Dong Qi's family was relatively well off at Qingting Academy, even superior to the infamous young Master Huang. Yet, even someone from his background found it challenging to cope with such financial strains, highlighting the harsh reality of these professions. Of course, innate talent is also a crucial factor. Those with exceptional gifts can learn swiftly and thus require far less investment. Yi Xian suddenly pondered whether, given his current learning efficiency, pursuing alchemy and forging might yield similarly fruitful results. He resolved to seek an opportunity to experiment with this notion. What brings you to the black market? Yi Xian asked once more. Just as Dong Qi was about to respond, he glanced around warily and then at the two small creatures, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Beside Yi Xian, this kid seems to be up to something. Could he be hiding a secret? Do not worry, we are all on the same side. Yi Xian reassured him. Yi Xian, you are quite impressive. Having just graduated, you have already wed. In all my years, I have yet to even hold a girl's hand. Upon hearing Dong Qi's words, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing's cheeks flushed, and they became bashful. Yi Xian merely smiled, offering no explanation. Dong Qi lowered her voice and said, The reason I have come to the black market is due to a secret mission. Our sword forging pavilion was recently robbed. Someone has stolen our treasured Longyin sword. A 5th grade flying sword. It is the only 5th grade flying sword in Cangyun City, crafted from a piece of dragon bone acquired by our first-generation patriarch. And it is worth a fortune. A 5th grade flying sword? Indeed, it is priceless. How could something so significant be stolen? But what does this have to do with the black market? Do you really believe that the thief would bring such a treasure to sell? That would be exceedingly foolish. Even 3rd grade spiritual treasures are rare in the black market. If a 5th grade treasure were to appear, it would surely cause an uproar. Unless the thief is seeking death. The logical course of action would be to leave Cangyun City as swiftly as possible. It is hard to believe. The Longyin sword vanished right under our sect master's nose. The thief even left a note, stating that he would hide the sword in Cangyun City for 10 days. And if the sword forging pavilion could not retrieve it within that time, he would take the sword and flee. Upon seeing the note, our sect master was furious, nearly demolishing the mountain gate. Thus, we disciples were dispatched to conduct secret searches throughout Cangyun City. It has been 5 days, yet we have found nothing. Yi Xian was taken aback. This thief is audacious indeed. Are you certain he speaks the truth? Perhaps it is merely a ruse, and he has already absconded with the Longyin sword. That is unlikely. The sword forging pavilion possesses specialized positioning arrays that allow us to locate the Longyin sword once a day, Dong Qi replied. Yi Xian inquired. Was the last known position in the black market? No, it was in a nearby location. However, our senior brothers have already searched there. As new disciples, we are patrolling the vicinity. I thought the black market, with its myriad of characters, would be a suitable place to hide treasures. So I came here in hopes of striking luck. Have you made any discoveries? Yi Xian asked. Dong Qi shook her head. Not a single lead. But thank you for treating me to the delicious noodles. I must continue my search nearby. Next time I have a chance, I will visit Zuixian Pavilion to find you. You, without a word, have earned a fortune and married a beautiful wife. Next time, I shall treat you to a grand meal. With that, Dong Qi wiped her mouth and departed. Yi Xian and the others climbed onto the carriage and returned to Zuixian Pavilion. On the way, Xiao Bai noticed Yi Xian's furrowed brow and asked, Young master, are you still thinking about the Longyin sword? Yi Xian replied, It is a 5th grade flying sword. It would be a great loss if it were stolen so easily. However, I am curious about how one could conceal a 5th grade artifact like the Longyin sword, given its potent spiritual energy fluctuations, so that no one would detect its presence. Some magical artifacts do not inherently store spiritual energy. They only unleash their power when infused with it. Additionally, certain techniques conceal or obscure spiritual energy fluctuations. Although concealing a 5th-grade magical artifact is not an easy feat, it is not insurmountable, and I am capable of accomplishing it, Xiaobai elucidated. Never mind. It is of no concern to us. The sword-casting pavilion will surely devise a means to apprehend the thief. Shaking his head, Yi Xian chose to ponder it no further. Upon returning to the drunken, immortal residence, Xiaobai gathered the materials required for array formation and descended to the underground ice cellar to set up a spirit-conducing grand array. Yi Xian observed and learned from the sidelines. Noticing Yi Xian's curiosity, Xiaobai began to explain as she arranged the formation. An array, in essence, alters the flow of celestial spiritual energy using special spiritual treasures, thereby producing effects such as binding, illusion, and guidance. The purpose of the spirit-conducing grand array is to channel energy. It utilizes uniquely shaped jade stones to create a miniature vortex of spiritual energy. Depending on the arrangement, if this vortex is directed towards the sky, it becomes a gathering array, capable of concentrating the ambient spiritual energy. If directed underground, it transforms into a spirit-conducing array, akin to drilling for water, drawing the energy from the subterranean veins to the surface. Xiaobai's explanation was remarkably detailed, and Yi Xian grasped it effortlessly. He even seized the opportunity to learn a few foundational array structures from her. The more he studied, the more he perceived the intricacies of spiritual energy. Though it is gaseous, spiritual energy exhibits a stark contrast to ordinary air. It is far more vibrant and intelligent, seemingly possessing self-awareness, producing wondrous effects in response to environmental changes. After approximately an hour of diligent work, Xiaobai completed the arrangement of the spirit-conducing array and commenced the infusion of spiritual energy into it. This process is akin to filling a water pump with water to initiate its operation, establishing a connection between the array and the underground spiritual veins, thus creating a stable pathway for the flow of spiritual energy. Once the pathway is established, it requires no further intervention. The spiritual energy from the subterranean veins will continuously surge forth, forming a reliable fountain of spiritual energy. Naturally, the volume of energy that can be drawn depends on the quality of the underground veins. If the spiritual energy content is high and the pressure sufficient, the output will be substantial. However, the spiritual veins beneath Cangyun City are relatively modest, being merely a small branch of the primary vein beneath Xingzhou. The vein beneath the drunken immortal residence is even less significant, akin to a capillary in the human body. Thus, the amount of spiritual energy that can be extracted will undoubtedly be limited. Nevertheless, it should suffice to meet Yi Xian's daily cultivation needs. Chapter 62. Renovation Style. I have another question. If the spiritual energy flows directly into the ice cellar, does that mean I will have to cultivate there in the future? While the environment is pleasant and quiet, it is rather cold, and I fear I might catch a chill, he remarked. Xiaobai chuckled and replied, that is easily resolved. We can arrange a small gathering array in your room, allowing the spiritual energy from the ice cellar to accumulate directly in your bedroom. Indeed, there exist such clever tactics. Yi Xian could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of formations. Moreover, these formations can be combined, and the interplay of various formations can yield diverse effects. Upon returning to room 1, Xiaobai commenced the arrangement of a small gathering spirit formation in Yi Xian's bedroom. This particular formation was relatively easy to set up, utilizing the remnants of shattered spirit stones from before. The gathering spirit formation was placed beneath Yi Xian's bed, and as the formation took shape, Yi Xian immediately sensed an influx of spiritual energy converging from within 100 meters, primarily drawn from the underground ice cellar, which contributed significantly to the rich spiritual essence. As this essence surged into Yi Xian's room, it even formed a delicate mist within the confines. Rather than hastily absorbing this spiritual energy, Yi Xian chose to observe intently. He discovered that once the spiritual energy accumulated to a certain degree, it would be stored at the center of the gathering spirit formation, coalescing into a mass of vapor. If the accumulation continued, it might even condense into droplets. Could this be spiritual liquid? Yi Xian pondered in astonishment. Xiaobai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is spiritual liquid. But this particular liquid tends to contain numerous impurities and cannot be utilized directly. It requires a series of purification processes. However, I recommend that you, young master, absorb the spiritual energy directly for your cultivation, as there is no need to wait for the spiritual liquid to condense. For the liquid lacks the penetrative quality of pure spiritual energy. Penetrative quality? This refers to the body's capacity to absorb spiritual energy. During the qi refinement stage, the body has a high demand for spiritual energy, as it relies on this energy to nourish and strengthen itself, enhancing corporeal robustness. Naturally absorbed spiritual energy can permeate every corner of the body more effectively, whereas directly consuming spiritual liquid results in absorption solely into the meridians. Although this may appear to be a more efficient method, it ultimately necessitates the subsequent dispersal of spiritual energy throughout the body, thus introducing an unnecessary step in the absorption process. I see now, Xiaobai, your understanding is indeed profound. When I was at Xingzhou Academy, my teachers never imparted such knowledge. There are numerous subtle techniques in cultivation. I learned these while studying at the Zuixian Pavilion in the South Sea. For a practitioner, having a seasoned mentor can lead to remarkable efficiency in learning. This is why cultivators flock to renowned sects, for it is within these esteemed establishments that true masters reside. Imparting genuine skills. Xiao Bai's words prompted Yi Xian to ponder deeply. This indeed was a valid point. Having Xiao Bai as a guide on his cultivation journey had alleviated many troubles and helped him avoid numerous detours. If he were to find an even more formidable master to instruct him, would he not progress at a swifter pace? Young master, there is no need to be overly concerned. I merely speak in general terms. After all, a mentor opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. While one may encounter detours through self-exploration, the cultivation system is not constructed in a single day. Even to this day, the system continues to evolve and improve through exploration. Xiaobai said with a smile. Yi Xian chuckled heartily, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, who said that one must necessarily seek a master to acquire skills? The system itself is quite appealing, is it not? The sign-in system at hand offers daily surprises, unlike the monotonous and regimented cultivation experienced within a sect. With a tranquil mind, Yi Xian took a refreshing bath and then reclined upon a bed infused with spiritual energy, indulging in a rejuvenating slumber. On the following morning, a chime echoed, signaling a successful sign-in. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a renovation card. A renovation card? Yi Xian found himself somewhat perplexed. The rewards from the system were indeed varied and inscrutable. He retrieved the renovation card and examined the accompanying description closely. Renovation card. Upon use, a specified amount of currency will be deducted to comprehensively renovate a designated building in a chosen style. Available styles include classical, pastoral, garden, modern, futuristic, and wasteland, each offering 100 design blueprints to select from. So it truly involves renovation, and I must bear the costs myself? What a predicament. Yi Xian was nearly incensed enough to cast aside the renovation card, but then he recalled his intention to refurbish the adjacent courtyard of the Lingbao Pavilion. Perhaps this renovation card could yield some beneficial results. Rising from bed without partaking in breakfast, Yi Xian swiftly mounted his swift-wind tiger and made his way to the courtyard on Cangyun Avenue. Upon entering the courtyard, he produced the renovation card and chose to activate it. Instantly, a holographic display materialized before him, showcasing a plethora of renovation styles, complete with comprehensive design blueprints and rendered visualizations. Garden pavilions and gazebos were mere fundamentals among the options. Seizing this rare opportunity, he decided to opt for a futuristic sci-fi style, hoping to incorporate some high-tech elements. Yi Xian promptly selected the futuristic style and picked a blueprint that appealed to him. Ding! Insufficient balance. Yi Xian was taken aback. How could he be informed of insufficient funds when he possessed a fortune exceeding 10 million? He was determined to ascertain the cost. Upon reviewing the amount, Yi Xian was rendered speechless. This renovation scheme was valued at an astronomical 9 billion taels of silver. Was this a jest? Even if he were to liquidate all his assets, 1 billion would be unattainable. This near trillion figure would likely require the entire Cangyun City to be sold to cover. Never mind, perhaps he should explore other options. To clarify the situation, Yi Xian scrutinized every available style. Indeed, the futuristic sci-fi style proved to be the most expensive, followed closely by the classical palace style at 990 million. The garden and modern styles were considerably more affordable, requiring only 99 million taels of silver. The most economical options were the wasteland and battlefield styles, achievable for merely 900 taels of silver. However, did Yi Xian need to use the renovation card for such styles? Could he not simply demolish the courtyard himself to achieve the desired effect? Thus, he had limited options. Only the garden and modern styles fell within his consideration. The garden style felt too commonplace, as courtyards abounded in Cangyun City, leaving Yi Xian with little interest. One must inevitably opt for a modern style. However, The notion of modern decor within the confines of Cangyun City appears somewhat incongruous, likely to attract unwarranted attention. Ah, this is intriguing, a modernized garden that, from the outside, resembles an ordinary landscape, yet its interior is purely modern in design. The added allure lies in the provision of a complete set of household appliances, along with a continuous supply of hot water and a fully functional drainage system. Only by addressing the issues of water, electricity, and waste disposal can one truly consider it a modern luxury villa. In this light, the price of $9.99 million seems remarkably reasonable. Nevertheless, the more I ponder, the more I am captivated by the futuristic sci-fi design proposal priced at $99.99 billion. What a lofty ambition. Regardless, I shall make do for now. Upon confirming the payment, a curious stillness enveloped the room. As Xuan looked up, he was astounded to discover that the renovations had already been completed, resulting in a dramatic transformation of the entire courtyard. Chapter 63. The stunning counterattack of Xiaobai. What astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the renovations were finished. Moreover, Xuan noticed that the renovation card in his possession had not vanished. It was not a one-time use card, but one that could be utilized repeatedly. How delightful. It seems I could pursue a career in renovation brokering, assisting the affluent in decorating their luxury homes. Imagine completing 10 or 8 renovations in a single day. The profit would be staggering. Of course, such musings were merely whimsical. The sight of an entire house being completed in an instant would surely lead others to suspect something supernatural was afoot. Regaining his composure, Xuan confidently strode into the main living area. The entrance hall, with its 3 open sides, revealed a small koi pond, home to several lively fish. While directly opposite stood a majestic ink wash landscape screen, exuding a sense of tranquility. The living room was expansive, adorned with a combination of high-end ceramic tiles and solid wood flooring. To the left lay a grand sectional sofa, complemented by a plush carpet, while the right side housed a tea room. Further in, the kitchen boasted a complete array of appliances, including an oven and dishwasher, alongside an impressively large refrigerator filled with an assortment of fresh and frozen fruits, vegetables, and meats, even stocked with an abundance of milk, beverages, and beer. One can only imagine Xuan's astonishment at encountering such delights in this alternate realm. Having traversed to another world, he was still able to enjoy the pleasures of Fat Boy's happy water. The system is truly remarkable. Aside from the absence of internet connectivity and television, the living experience within this modern luxury abode is likely not dissimilar to Xuan's life before his journey. No, it is evidently superior. After all, a villa of this caliber would have been beyond his reach in his previous life. Grasping a chilled bottle of Fat Boy's happy water, Xuan downed it in one swift motion, reveling in the refreshing sensation. After exploring the first floor, he ventured into the basement, which featured a compact gym, an indoor swimming pool, and a garage capable of accommodating 7 or 8 vehicles. Most astonishingly, the garage came complete with a car. It is merely an unlicensed electric bicycle. However, even the smallest of ants is still a morsel. If I were to possess a racing car, given the road conditions of Cangyun City, I doubt I could make proper use of it. Conversely, this little electric steed proves far more practical, and riding it through the streets poses no significant issue. If anyone inquires, I shall simply claim it to be a novel type of magical artifact. The swimming pool is vast, with water maintained at a constant temperature. Xuan could not resist diving in for a few laps, and then, draped in a damp bathrobe, he ascended the stairs to continue his exploration. The second floor comprises a master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms, yet the master bedroom's expanse surpasses that of the 3 secondary ones combined. Its decor elegantly marries modernity with a hint of classical charm, presumably to harmonize with the exterior garden's essence. In 2 words, I am utterly satisfied. Previously, Xuan had deemed the environment of room number 1 to be quite commendable. However, when compared to this master bedroom, it pales in significance. Unable to contain himself, Xuan swiftly exited, mounting the Wind Tiger to return to Zuixian, intending to fetch Xiaobai and Xiaoqing to settle into their new home that very night. Upon his return to Zuixian, Xuan was taken aback to find the establishment surrounded by a throng of people. Is the little hamburger truly selling that well? Xuan's brows furrowed in confusion. Something was amiss. These individuals were all cultivators, each wielding a flying sword. Dongqi. Xuan suddenly spotted Dongqi among them. Breathless, Dongqi hurried over. Where did this big tiger come from? Your steed, by the way, I was just about to inform you. This morning, the sect master detected the dragon's cry sword's location within Zuixian. Now, the Grand Elder has led a group to surround the place. You won't be able to work here today. You should leave quickly. The Dragon's Cry sword has appeared in Zuixian. Yi Xian frowned, promptly patting the wind tiger. The beast understood Yi Xian's intention and let out a roar, charging forward. The disciples of the sword-casting pavilion were startled by the sight of the spirit beast tiger and hastily brandished their flying swords to block its advance. At that moment, Shan Yu burst from the building, calling out, "Everyone, step aside. Our boss Yi has returned." Boss Yi? Dong Qi and the gathered disciples of the sword-casting pavilion were taken aback. This young man was indeed the proprietor of Zuixian. Yi Xian leaped gracefully, landing at the entrance with an airy stride. Shan Yu immediately began to explain the current situation in hushed tones. The man with the goat beard is the Grand Elder Zhou Chong of the sword-casting pavilion. He insists that the treasure Dragon's Cry sword is concealed within our Zuixian and has brought his disciples to search the premises. Thankfully, you returned just in time, or I would have struggled to hold them back. Given that he is the Grand Elder of the sword-casting pavilion, it is entirely normal that you found it difficult to stop him. Do not blame yourself, Yi Xian replied, striding purposefully towards Zhou Chong. Elder Zhou, it is indeed unfortunate that your Dragon's Cry sword has gone missing, but you cannot simply search Zuixian without my consent. Who do you think you are? Insolent brat? If I wish to conduct a search, even the lord of the city must open his doors, Zhou Chong proclaimed, exuding an air of authority as he sat calmly, striking the wooden table with his hand. The solid wooden surface shattered into splinters, scattering across the floor. This seemingly unremarkable gesture concealed a formidable sword intent. Truly remarkable. Zhou Chong, as the Grand Elder of the sword-forging pavilion, undoubtedly possessed strength surpassing the 5th level of divine refinement. However, to come onto my territory and flaunt his power, Zhou Chong was rather presumptuous. Yi Xian retorted coldly. Presumptuous? Well said. In my eyes, you are nothing but a mere child, Zhou Chong declared, raising his palm. Suddenly, the scattered wood shavings levitated into the air, transforming into a torrential rain of debris aimed squarely at Yi Xian. The speed of the flying shavings was astonishing. While they might not be lethal, they would certainly be unpleasant upon impact. Yet, Yi Xian remained utterly unmoved, his expression unchanged. He understood that these splinters posed no threat to him whatsoever. As anticipated, at that moment, 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in blue, appeared before Yi Xian. With a mere flick of their hands, the wood shavings erupted in midair, dispersing into a cloud of dust that flew back. Zhou Chong was caught off guard, his face and clothes speckled with wood dust, rendering his imposing image utterly diminished. You seek death, Zhou Chong roared in fury, gesturing with his hand as the sword box behind him clicked open. 3 flying swords soared into the air, and as Zhou Chong formed a sword technique, the swords emitted a thunderous hum, shattering nearby glassware and ceramic vessels. The sword technique. The flying swords advanced with an unstoppable momentum, poised to cleave through anything in their path. With a swift motion, Xiao Bai effortlessly swatted the flying swords aside, shattering them into pieces, the razor-sharp fragments embedding themselves into the ground beneath Zhou Chang's feet, forming 2 glaring characters. Waste material. Chapter 64. The unashamed garment. Xiao Bai's counterattack was executed with such swiftness that it transpired in the blink of an eye. Those who were slow to react might not have grasped what had occurred before it was all over. Yet, Yi Xian witnessed every moment with clarity. Xiao Bai had always possessed the ability to swat away flying swords. Previously, at the Cangyun Sect, she had similarly batted away Gu Ying's Qin Gang sword with her bare hands. One must acknowledge that such a strike from Xiao Bai would likely leave few unscathed. Despite her gentle demeanor, her hand was remarkably decisive and swift when unleashed. How endearing. Grand Elder Zhou. After several moments, the disciples of the sword-forging pavilion outside finally reacted, rushing forward to protect Zhou Chong. However, Xiao Bai had not actually targeted him. All the fragments of the flying swords merely fell harmlessly to the ground. Nevertheless, Zhou Chong was left gasping for breath, his face pale as he stared at the ground where the shattered sword fragments had formed the glaring words waste material, a mix of shame and fear washing over him. Underestimated, he never anticipated the astonishing prowess of the woman in white. With a mere slap, she shattered a 3rd-grade flying sword, a display of strength that was truly fearsome. Just wait. If I discover that the longing sword is concealed within this tavern, you shall face dire consequences. After leaving this ominous warning, Zhou Chong hastily fled from the drunken Immortal Pavilion. In his haste, he stumbled over the threshold, losing a shoe without even noticing, and vanished in a flash. The group of disciples from the sword-forging pavilion were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how their esteemed elder had fled in such a manner. Do any of you wish to stay for lunch? Yi Xian inquired with a smile. Instantly, the horde of disciples surged out the door. It was no joke. The elder had nearly been defeated in an instant, and remaining here would be tantamount to courting death. No matter how significant the longing sword was, it paled in comparison to their own lives. Dongqi stood at the entrance, staring at Yi Xian in astonishment. Well then, Yi Xian, I shall take my leave for now and come visit you another day. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Go ahead. Sister, that slap was incredibly powerful. What technique was that? Please teach me. Xiaoqing excitedly grasped Xiaobai's hand, inquiring. Xiaobai chuckled wryly and explained, it's not a special technique, merely an ordinary slap. However, even a simple slap can yield such results if executed with sufficient speed and strength. One force can shatter myriad techniques. I understand. Yi Xian expressed with a look of enlightenment. Xiaobai laughed softly. Young master, you mustn't emulate me. The physique of humans differs from that of the demon race, making pure brute force an impractical approach. It is far wiser to rely on magical artifacts and techniques. Indeed, the human physique has always been known for its frailty. Competing in strength with the demon race is quite unwise. Humans excel in their formidable souls and adept control over spiritual energy, making them more suited to wielding artifacts like flying swords for defense and combat. While there are practitioners who specialize in physical cultivation, they are exceedingly rare. The path of physical cultivation, though not demanding high qualifications, is immensely costly. It requires the daily consumption of vast quantities of spiritual herbs to enhance the body, alongside substantial amounts of spiritual meat and considerable time dedicated to tempering the physical form. Ordinary cultivators cannot sustain such expenses, even if they could afford it. They might not endure the accompanying hardships. At that moment, Shangyu, Duan Hui, and other staff members of the drunken Immortal Pavilion gathered around. Yi Xian instructed, no need to worry, just tidy up the hall and continue normal operations. Afterward, Yi Xian led Xiaobai and Xiaoqing to the third floor. Is the longing sword truly hidden within the drunken Immortal Pavilion? Yi Xian asked with a serious expression. Xiaobai replied, I have not sensed any unusual spiritual energy fluctuations within the drunken Immortal Pavilion. However, due to the heavy foot traffic and the existence of over 100 guest rooms, it would be quite challenging to detect if the thief who stole the longing sword is among the many who come and go. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, let us not dwell on this for now. We shall reassess tomorrow. If the sword forging pavilion continues to insist that the longing sword is indeed at the Zuixian residence, we may find it difficult to remain uninvolved and will have to conduct a thorough internal search. Understood, young master. Both Xiaobai and Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. Yi Xian chose not to elaborate further on the matter, instead revealing a mysterious smile as he remarked, come with me. I wish to take you to a delightful place. 20 minutes later, upon entering the opulent mansion on Cangyun Avenue, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. Young master, is this your new residence? The location is indeed commendable, and the environment is quite pleasant, though it seems less convenient than Zuixian residence, they commented. With a sly grin, Yi Xian replied, step inside and you shall see. He placed his hand on the front door, and with a crisp sound, the fingerprint lock engaged, causing the door to swing open automatically. What kind of magical artifact is this? It opens on its own. Are there hidden mechanisms inside? Xiaobai exclaimed, her expression filled with astonishment. As they followed Yi Xian into the foyer, they beheld the koi pond and the grand screen, leading to another round of exclamations. How fascinating. They have even constructed a koi pond indoors, and it flows with fresh water. There must be concealed mechanisms beneath, they marveled. What an expansive living room. Is this floor covered in jade? It is remarkably smooth and level. Have they waxed the wooden boards? They reflect light like mirrors. Such large chairs. They are so soft and comfortable, one could easily sleep on them. Is this the kitchen? Why is there no stove? How is the fire generated? The ability to control its size is incredibly convenient. What could be in this large chest? It feels so cold. Is it an ice cellar? There are no ice blocks, yet chills emanate from it. The two sisters were like Lu Lao Lao exploring the Grand View Garden, filled with excitement and curiosity. After merely touring the living room, they were utterly enamored with everything it had to offer, especially Xiaobai, who, upon entering the kitchen and spotting the refrigerator, was reluctant to leave. She was practically itching to whip up a few dishes on the spot. Patience, there's more to see. Let us venture upstairs. Leading the two sisters up, Yi Xian showed them his master bedroom and then arranged for each of them to have a guest room. This bed is so large and soft, and it feels pleasantly cool. There's even a vent that blows out cool air. The bathroom can dispense hot water. Could there possibly be a hot spring here? Look at all these beautiful clothes. Young master, are these meant for us? Yi Xian noticed that the wardrobe in the guest room was stocked with an array of women's outfits, including some suitable only for home wear, alongside various high-heeled shoes, stockings, perfume sachets, and cosmetics, all complimentary from the renovation. This money was well spent, Xuan declared with great generosity. Indeed, these are all prepared for you. Feel free to make use of them. Blushing, Xiaobai timidly presented a delicate lace dress, as ethereal as gossamer, murmuring, "Young master, this garment lacks modesty." Xuan felt a flush of embarrassment. His dear Xiaobai was truly innocent and endearing. Chapter 65. The beautiful swimsuit maiden in the underground pool, under the encouragement of Shaoqing. Xiaobai donned a white swimsuit, hesitantly approaching, half-concealed. Xuan, clad only in shorts, reclined on a lounger, engrossed in a handheld gaming console he had brought from the entertainment room. When he glanced up and saw the two swimsuit-clad beauties approaching, his eyes sparkled with delight. "How stunning!" Xuan exclaimed sincerely. Though Xiaobai had chosen a more conservative style for her swimsuit, her alluring figure rendered it captivating. The curves on display before Xuan were nothing short of breathtaking. Shaoqing, bolder in her choice, wore a blue and white porcelain bikini, nearly causing Xuan to swoon. Unable to contain his admiration, he was compelled to offer Shaoqing a resounding compliment. Feeling bashful under Xuan's gaze, Xiaobai stammered, "Young master, you have some drool." Xuan quickly wiped the corner of his mouth, striving to regain composure. "I must remain calm. Such trivial scenes cannot fluster me. Can you swim?" he inquired. Shaoqing giggled. "Young master, have you forgotten? My sister and I are like dragons. The water is our territory." With that, she leaped into the pool, vanishing beneath the surface, only to resurface moments later, a golden tail breaking the water's surface, creating a tumultuous swirl. Coughing, Xuan felt a twinge of apprehension despite being somewhat prepared. Knowing was one thing, seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he had a unique perspective. Others might have fainted at such a sight. For human cultivators, typically recoiled from the demon race. Xiaobai chose not to enter the water, but sat beside Xuan. "Shaoqing, hurry and transform back. Don't frighten the young master." Xuan shook his head. "It's fine. I am quite curious about your demon forms. Additionally, how do you switch between your demon and human forms? It seems to defy the law of conservation of mass." "What is the law of conservation of mass?" Xiaobai blinked, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Xuan. Ah, that expression, that demeanor. Xuan nearly lost his composure once more. Despite Xiaobai's innocent appearance, there was an alluring aura about her that she seemed oblivious to. Essentially, a single entity, regardless of its form, maintains a constant mass. Yet, your demon forms appear significantly larger than your human forms. Where does this additional mass originate? Xuan pondered aloud, finding the concept rather astonishing. Guarded by two stunning beauties in swimsuits, I found myself inexplicably delving into scientific discourse. Am I losing my mind? Yet, Xiaobai spoke with utmost seriousness. The transformation of the demon race does not merely involve altering the body to resemble that of a human. Rather, it encompasses the utilization of spiritual power to regenerate a corporeal form imbued with human bloodline essence. Thus, post-transformation, one possesses two bodies when adopting a human form. The original demonic form retracts into the soul, and vice versa. Ah, that elucidates why I have never sensed the essence of the demon race emanating from you. Xiaobai continued. In truth, sufficiently powerful practitioners can still detect it. Therefore, we must inhabit populous areas, leveraging the surrounding human aura to better conceal our demonic presence. Xuan nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Can your two forms manifest simultaneously?" "That is not feasible, for the soul is singular. However, when our human form sustains fatal injuries, the demonic form instinctively releases, essentially granting us an additional life." "That is indeed advantageous," Xuan remarked. He then questioned, "But I noticed that Shaoqing currently possesses a human upper body while her lower half remains in demonic form. How does that occur?" "This is quite simple. By controlling the degree to which the demonic form manifests, one can display merely half of the demonic appearance, resulting in a half-human, half-demon state." As she spoke, Xiaobai extended her slender legs, and suddenly, Xuan beheld her legs vanish, replaced by a resplendent serpentine tail. "What a beautiful tail!" Xuan exclaimed in awe, genuinely captivated by the elegance of Xiaobai's tail, which shimmered like jade, exuding both softness and strength. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, "May I touch it?" Xiaobai's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly nodded. Without hesitation, Xuan reached out to caress her tail. It was warm, indeed not cold-blooded. It was more akin to that of a dragon than a mere serpent. This sensation left him wanting more, so he leaned in closer. Tracing his hand along the tail from its tip, reveling in the delightful texture, akin to embracing an oversized pillow. If I could snuggle with this while sleeping, it would surely be most comforting, Xuan instinctively remarked. Xiao Bai's face flushed deeper, and she stammered, if the young master enjoys it, then that is sufficient. Does that mean you consent? Suddenly, a large splash erupted from the swimming pool as Xiao Qing's head emerged from the water, calling out, young master, sister. Why are you dawdling? Come down and play with me. Wait for me, I'm coming. Xuan wiped his face and leaped into the pool, seizing Xiao Qing's tail and climbing up along it. Oh no, young master, that tickles. Xiao Qing protested. Be gentle with the young master. Xiao Bai hurriedly jumped into the pool, anxious that Xiao Qing's playful exuberance might inadvertently harm Xuan. Amidst a delightful frolic, the sun had set before they realized it. The trio dressed themselves, and Xiao Bai planned to prepare a sumptuous dinner in the new kitchen, much to Xuan's anticipation. With nothing pressing to do, he and Xiao Qing made their way to the living room, where they activated the 90-inch 4K high-definition television and engaged in a spirited arcade battle. Just as they were immersed in the game, the doorbell rang, and the screen displayed the surveillance footage from outside. To their surprise, the visitor was none other than the little girl, Han Xiaomu. Xuan set down the gaming controller and opened the door to greet her. Indeed, it's you, Han Xiaomu exclaimed, not waiting for an invitation, as she stepped into the foyer and made her way into the living room. However, the next moment left her utterly astonished. This house is exquisitely decorated, she marveled. Although the Han family was among the elite in Cangyun City, she had never encountered such a unique style of decor, which truly opened her eyes. Her attention was soon captured by the vividly colorful television, and she rushed towards it, exclaiming, what kind of magical device is this? It can display moving images on glass. Oh wait, is this not glass? My goodness, I've never seen this kind of material before. Observing Han Xiaomu's curious exploration of the living room, Xuan asked somewhat impatiently, what brings you here? Realizing her distraction, she composed herself and replied, I saw the big cat here and surmised that this house might be yours, so I came to take a look. But that is not important. You must explain to me what these magical devices are and how they work. That can be arranged. But is this how you approach someone for knowledge? Xuan retorted. Without missing a beat, Han Xiaomu playfully clung to Xuan's arm, swaying and begging, Brother Yi, kind brother, please show me some mercy and enlighten me. Chapter 66. Xiao Bai's intoxication. This little imp, despite her tender age, was adept at charming others, undoubtedly having practiced her skills on Han Yuan countless times. Xuan chuckled, pinching Han Xiaomu's soft cheek affectionately. Little sister Xiaomu, you are truly adorable. Come, let me give you a tour of my new home. Excited and thrilled, Han Xiaomu followed Xuan as they explored the house from top to bottom. Although she still did not fully comprehend how these magical devices were crafted or the peculiar functions they possessed, she was nonetheless quite satisfied and had grown fond of the place. Spotting a vacant room, Han Xiaomu cheerfully asked Xuan, Brother Yi, may I occasionally stay here? After all, the room is empty, and you don't live here every day. I am always at Lingbao Pavilion, ready to come over and help tidy up. I'm quite diligent, and with me around, this place will remain spotless. After considering her proposal, Xuan concluded that it was not an unreasonable suggestion. His primary focus was still on cultivation. Enjoying leisure was secondary, since he wouldn't be residing here daily. Having Han Xiaomu to look after the luxurious abode would certainly give him peace of mind. Very well, the empty guest room shall be arranged for you. However, dear Xiaomu, you must understand that the possessions in my home are quite valuable. Should anything be damaged, you will be held accountable. Han Xiaomu patted her unremarkable chest, declaring, Xiaomu has wealth. I nearly forgot that she is indeed a little heiress. Young master, dinner is ready, Xiao Bai announced, as the evening meal was prepared. Initially intending to take her leave, the enticing aroma captivated Xiaomu, compelling her to stay for dinner. As she savored the meal, she lavished praise on Xiao Bai's culinary skills, which significantly endeared Xiaomu to her. Once satiated, Han Xiaomu reluctantly took her leave, pausing to pet the large cat in the courtyard before departing. After tidying the dining table, Xuan retrieved a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet and, along with Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, ascended to the rooftop terrace to enjoy the moonlight and wine. This wine is rather lackluster, far inferior to our home-brewed spirit, Xiao Bai remarked, showing little interest in the red wine. Xiao Qing, on the other hand, was not picky and consumed whatever was presented to her without hesitation, seemingly unaware of the flavor. Wait a moment, Xuan said as he descended to fetch a bottle of sauce-flavored mitai from the cabinet. Upon seeing it, Xiao Bai's eyes brightened. This one is quite good. In no time, she downed an entire bottle of mitai in one go, barely pausing for breath. Xuan watched, his legs trembling slightly. realizing that drinking with Xiaobai might not have been the wisest choice. Young master, is there more? Xiaobai gazed at Yixian expectantly, unable to resist. He promptly fetched an entire case of assorted spirits, which included a bottle of 96-degree vodka, colloquially known as the water of life. Xiaobai, as if discovering a treasure, began sampling each one, liberating her true self without a care for appearances. She drank with reckless abandon, her exuberance leaving Yixian in a state of astonishment. Initially intending to join her in a few drinks, he soon concluded that perhaps fruit juice would be more suitable for him. One must concede decisively. Before they knew it, the night had deepened. Xiaoqing had retreated to her room at some point, while Xiaobai had polished off an entire case of spirits, leaving not a drop behind. Young master, she said, despite her considerable consumption, her tone devoid of intoxication, only tinged with shyness. Yixian clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Miss Xiaobai, your capacity is remarkable. I am truly enlightened. Xiaobai smiled gently, poised to rise when suddenly her footing faltered, and she swayed unsteadily toward Yixian. He caught her securely in his arms, realizing that she had indeed succumbed to inebriation, her gaze dreamy and her speech disjointed. Allow me to escort you to your room for rest, he said, adopting a commanding demeanor as he lifted Xiaobai effortlessly, carrying her back to her bedroom. As Yixian was on the verge of departure, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Glancing down, he discovered that the long tail of Xiaobai had ensnared him without his notice. Turning around, he beheld a magnificent white serpent, its crimson tongue flickering as it gazed intently at him, its vertical pupils radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Although it was Yixian's first encounter with Xiaobai's complete demonic form, he felt no fear. Rather, he perceived a certain elegance in the creature's essence. Its pristine whiteness, as translucent as jade, even emitted a gentle glow in the darkness of night. Xiaobai, please loosen your grip. I can hardly breathe, Yixian implored helplessly. Yet Xiaobai did not relent. Instead, she continued to entwine him, wrapping him tightly like a zongzi. Fortunately, she maintained a degree of awareness, controlling her strength, for with her power, Yixian could have easily been reduced to a mere pulp. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of panic, regretting his decision to let Xiaobai indulge excessively. Young master. Xiaobai's head suddenly nestled against Yixian's shoulder, exhaling warm breath into his ear, her forked tongue brushing against the contours of his ear. The sensation sent shivers through his entire being, as if his very soul were on the verge of taking flight. Xiaobai, you've had too much to drink. I have not. In an instant, Xiaobai transformed, her upper body reverting to human form. She draped herself over Yixian's back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her eyes glazed with intoxication, nuzzling her cheek against the back of his head and occasionally blowing warm air into his ear. Yixian attempted to struggle, but Xiaobai's tail held him firmly in place, rendering him immobile. Xiaobai, stop it. Burp. Xiaobai let out a tipsy belch, her cheeks flushing deeper. She twirled her serpent tail, leading Yixian from the bedroom downstairs to the underground swimming pool. Young master, accompany me for a bath. Really? That request is a bit excessive, Yixian thought. As a virtuous gentleman, how could he possibly refuse? All right, let's wash. I can scrub your back. But you must release me first. If you don't, you might break something. Yet Xiaobai did not loosen her grip. She transformed entirely back into her human form, her long legs entwining around Yixian's waist. With a sudden pull, she executed a backflip, plunging them both into the pool, creating a splash. Young master, you look so splendid, Xiaobai exclaimed as she swam before him, her gaze dreamy and affectionate as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Hearing the first part, Yixian felt a twinge of flattery, but the latter remark about looking splendid left him perplexed. While he acknowledged his attractiveness, he certainly did not rely on his looks for sustenance. Furthermore, to describe a man as handsome was typically reserved for youthful charm. Yixian considered himself more of a radiant gentleman. Chapter 67. The Dragon's Roar Sword acquired in the quiet of the night, within a luxurious mansion by the pool. A man and a woman shared an intimate moment. Half an hour had elapsed, and under the invigorating chill of cold water, Xiaobai's consciousness gradually began to awaken. Kneeling before Yixian, her face flushed with shame, she said, Young master, I acknowledge my mistake. I should not have consumed so much. Observing Xiaobai's expression of guilt and self-reproach, Yixian felt a slight sigh of relief, yet an inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered in his heart. Reflecting on the rare opportunity that had just slipped away, he mused that perhaps he was simply not cut out to be a scoundrel. Seated in a beach chair, Yixian noticed the red imprints left on his skin and shook his head in resignation. It's of no consequence. Fortunately, it was you. Had it been Xiaoqing, I doubt I would have made it this far. Xiaobai felt even more remorseful upon hearing this. Suddenly, she lightly bit her lip, as if making a momentous decision, and declared, "Young master, those who err must face punishment. Otherwise, I would have no face to remain by your side. Please, young master, impose a severe penalty upon me so that I may learn my lesson. Who would willingly seek punishment? A masochist, perhaps." Just as Xuan was about to decline, he noticed the unwavering determination in Xiaobai's gaze. It seemed that if he did not punish her, she would truly depart. After a moment's contemplation, Xuan relented. "Very well. Then, I shall impose upon you the task of giving me a massage for the entire night." Xiaobai's cheeks flushed, and with a bashful nod, she replied, "As you wish. Young master, I accept my punishment." Before long, Xuan returned to his master bedroom, and Xiaobai followed suit. At Xuan's request, she donned a white nurse's uniform from the wardrobe, complemented by pristine stockings. Ahem, this was merely a personal preference of Xuan's, inconsequential and unworthy of mention. Reclining on the bed, Xuan allowed himself to fully relax. "Let us begin." Xiaobai nodded and positioned herself beside him, her slender fingers deftly massaging his body. This simple massage, unlike the intricate techniques she had employed in the past to cleanse his meridians, provided a far superior experience. In no time, Xuan felt his eyelids growing heavy and succumbed to a comfortable slumber. Even after he had fallen asleep, Xiaobai showed no signs of fatigue, diligently massaging him throughout the night, her hands never pausing for a moment. The following day, as sunlight streamed through the curtains and graced Xuan's face, he awakened from his delightful dreams. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Xiaobai, still clad in her nurse's attire, beside him. She had not slept a wink. "Xiaobai, you have already been punished. Now, go and rest," he urged. "Yes, young master," Xiaobai replied, her face flushed as she hurriedly departed. After dressing, Xuan stepped onto the balcony to stretch lazily, curious about what treasures today's sign-in might yield. Ding. Sign-in successful. "Congratulations, host. You have received information regarding the Longyin sword. Is that even possible?" Xuan retrieved the information and took a glance. Dragon's Whisper, a 5th-grade flying sword imbued with the essence of fire, crafted from the bones of a crimson fire dragon, is a treasured legacy of the sword forging pavilion. For days prior, it was illicitly appropriated by the notorious thief Tang Hao and is now concealed in the sandy pit at the southwestern corner of the cat house in the courtyard of Drunken Immortal Residence. The Dragon's Whisper is indeed hidden within Drunken Immortal Residence, and the location is rather peculiar, a sand pit. How outrageous. The cat house's sand pit essentially serves as a litter box for the Gale Tiger, which consumes copiously and thus requires a dedicated sandy area for its waste. After relieving itself, the large feline buries its droppings within the sand pit. To think that a thief would conceal such a formidable 5th-grade artifact within the litter box of a Gale Tiger. If the sword forging pavilion were to discover this, they would surely be distraught. It is likely that the people from the pavilion will visit Drunken Immortal Residence today. I must return promptly. Xuan did not disturb the peacefully slumbering Bai, but instead, he roused the newly awakened Qing and swiftly rode the Gale Tiger back to Drunken Immortal Residence. The representatives from the sword forging pavilion had not yet arrived. Xuan rode straight back to the cat house and hesitated as he gazed at the sand pit. "Young master, allow me," Qing offered confidently. With a gentle pat on her chest, a silvery thread emerged from her sleeve, diving into the sand pit and swirling about, soon ensnaring a long wooden box which she extracted. Xuan immediately rinsed it with water before transporting it to the underground ice cellar, where he finally opened it. The ice cellar contained a spirit-conducting array, continuously drawing vast amounts of spiritual energy from the subterranean veins, resulting in an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual essence that effectively masked the energy fluctuations of the Dragon's Whisper. Upon opening the wooden box, it revealed, as anticipated, a silvery sword blade adorned with dragon engravings, quietly resting within. It was indeed the Dragon's Whisper. The authenticity of the dragon bone was beyond question, with its latent dragon essence palpable, albeit diminished over time, likely due to the gradual dissipation of its once mighty presence. Qing remarked, leaning in to inhale deeply, her expression one of rapture. "Isn't it foul?" Xuan inquired, furrowing his brow. "Young master, I am a flood dragon, and my greatest aspiration is to evolve into a true dragon. Although the dragon essence within this bone is scant, it remains a substantial boon for me. Who cares about the scent? I simply yearn to absorb the dragon essence contained within." That is a valid point. However, if you deplete this dragon essence, will it affect the quality of the Dragon's Whisper? Xuan questioned. "Certainly, there will be some impact," Qing replied with a grin. "After all, The power of the dragon's whisper is primarily derived from the dragon's might within it. Once the dragon essence is exhausted, the dragon's might will inevitably fade, rendering it merely an ordinary bone sword. Nevertheless, the dragon bone itself is a fine material for crafting, so the dragon's whisper will at least retain its 4th grade artifact status. Albeit without its former value, then there is no cause for concern. Continue to absorb it. It would be best to deplete all the dragon essence within, Xuan encouraged. To the Forging Sword Pavilion, the longing sword serves more as a symbol than a practical weapon, with little distinction between the 5th and 4th grades. It would be more advantageous to give it to Xiaoqing. Furthermore, another reason is that Zhou Chang's demeanor yesterday was excessively arrogant, exhibiting a blatant disregard for others. Although Xuan would not claim ownership of the longing sword, returning it directly to the Forging Sword Pavilion would be far from wise. The dragon energy within the sword could be considered a form of compensation for Zhou Chang's unruly behavior at the Drunken Immortal in yesterday. In Chapter 68, the thief Tang Hao, Xiaoqing swiftly absorbed all the dragon energy from the longing sword. She appeared somewhat intoxicated, her cheeks flushed and her eyes slightly glazed. As she let out a satisfied burp, "Young master, I'm full now. I shall return to my room to refine this dragon energy. Go ahead." After Xiaoqing departed, Xuan picked up the longing sword and scrutinized it once more. Externally, there seemed to be no change in the sword, yet the previously commanding aura had dissipated. The drop from 5th to 4th grade was a significant decline, as the value of magical artifacts can differ by at least tenfold with a mere grade change. The people from the Forging Sword Pavilion would likely be arriving soon. Xuan stored the longing sword in the System S storage space. Although he had no intention of keeping the sword hidden, the Forging Sword Pavilion could not simply retrieve it without paying a price. Another matter puzzled him. Why had the thief named Tang Hao hidden the longing sword in the Drunken Immortal Inn? Was he himself perhaps concealed within its walls? Regrettably, the information provided offered no insight into Tang Hao's identity, merely mentioning his name. Xuan made his way to the main hall and called for Shangyu, inquiring, "Have any suspicious individuals checked in over the past couple of days?" With a simple smile, Shangyu scratched his head and replied, "Young Master Yi, you know our Drunken Immortal and keeps its doors open for business, never questioning our guests' origins. As long as they are not demons or monsters, we welcome anyone who wishes to stay." Indeed, this was true. The operational style in many places within the cultivation world remains quite rudimentary. The household registration system, for instance, is exceedingly backward. Locals typically recognize one another by sight, with no census or registration of vagrants in place. In a vast city like Cangyun City, even the officials struggle to ascertain the exact number of citizens living there, and frankly, no one seems to care. Most cases of disappearances, robberies, and thefts remain unresolved. This is not solely due to the overwhelming number of cultivators and the inefficiency in solving cases. It is also deeply intertwined with the environment of Cangyun City itself. In fact, among the top 100 main cities of Xingzhou, most are directly managed by various sections. Many main cities have only one sect residing within them. Unlike Cangyun City, which is surrounded by 5 major sections. The strict regulations of these sects enable effective governance and maintenance of local order, yet in Cangyun City, despite the presence of 5 sects, the rivalry among them is rife with both overt and covert conflicts. Managing the order within the city is a challenge. It is often regarded as a blessing if they are not engaged in brawls daily. Consequently, Cangyun City is notoriously known for its abysmal public safety throughout the entire Star Continent, being a favored haunt for various rogues and unsavory characters. In the past, these brigands would typically confine their thievery to the opulent estates of local magnates. However, the audacity of Tang Hao, who dared to target the legendary treasures of the Forging Sword Pavilion, undoubtedly surpasses that of an ordinary thief in both strength and courage. Xuan truly wished to avoid such troubles. Even if Tang Hao resided in the Zuixian, he could only turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. After all, attracting the attention of such a notorious thief would assuredly lead to a life fraught with difficulties. While the prowess of Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing was formidable, the master of the Forging Sword Pavilion was no ordinary individual. The theft of the longing sword right beneath his nose suggested that Tang Hao's capabilities were likely at the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm. Lost in thought, Xuan felt a pang of hunger and requested the attendant to bring him some breakfast. As he was enjoying his meal, a guest descended from the upper floor, plopping down in front of Xuan and exclaimed, "Attendant, bring me 10 of your secret special hamburgers, with spirit meat added." Xuan chuckled. This fellow was quite the affluent one. A single order of hamburgers with spirit meat cost 2,000 taels of silver, making 10 orders a staggering 20,000 taels. To spend such an extravagant amount on breakfast was not something an ordinary wealthy person would do. It was the hallmark of a true tycoon. Your generosity is commendable. May I inquire your name? Yi Xian initiated a conversation. As the proprietor of the tavern, it was prudent to cultivate rapport with such a distinguished patron. Should he become a frequent visitor, it would yield significant profits. Who are you? The tycoon furrowed his brow. I am Yi Xian, the owner of this Xingzhou. He replied. So it is ye, boss, my apologies. You are quite humble, indulging in such fare so early in the morning. Can you truly fill your stomach? The tycoon glanced at Yi Xian's bowl of congee and fried dough sticks, his gaze tinged with sympathy. Yi Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. Here he was, a tavern owner who daily feasted on spirit meat, yet he was met with pity. Had he perhaps been too low-key? Not at all. I prefer a light breakfast for my health, Yi Xian smiled. At that moment, the tycoon's 10 spirit meat hamburgers were served. He devoured one in a single bite and declared, for practitioners, what is the need for a light diet? If one wishes to live a life of plain fare, they might as well renounce the world and become a monk. As cultivators, we ought to indulge in hearty meals and fine wines, living for today without a care. That is what true fulfillment is. Astonishingly, this individual spoke with a certain wisdom. Yet, someone who could utter such words surely had an extraordinary past. Yi Xian's thoughts stirred, and he cautiously probed. Indeed, Brother Tang, you embody the spirit of a true connoisseur. I am in admiration. The tycoon let out a hearty laugh. You flatter me. Ye boss. Suddenly, the tycoon appeared alarmed. How did you know my surname? Indeed, it was he. This tycoon was most likely the infamous thief, Tang Hao. So, a false tycoon, but a genuine thief. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Tang, do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inform you that the members of the Forging Sword Pavilion are about to arrive. Despite appearing calm on the surface, Yi Xian was in a state of inner turmoil. Moments ago, an epiphany had struck him, prompting a bold test, the results of which he had not anticipated. Now, however, the stakes had escalated considerably. Tang Hao, audacious enough to steal the Longyin sword, was no mere novice. With Xiaobai absent from the Zuixian and Shaoqing retired for the night, Yi Xian found himself accompanied only by Shang Yu and Duan Hui, both of whom lacked sufficient combat prowess. Even if one were to include the swift wind tiger in their ranks, it was doubtful they could stand against Tang Hao. Should Tang Hao, in desperation, resort to violence to silence potential witnesses, Yi Xian would find himself in grave danger. Thus, with a spark of ingenuity, Yi Xian feigned composure and uttered his previous words, knowing that Tang Hao, witnessing his calm demeanor, would hesitate to act against him. Moreover, upon learning of the imminent arrival of masters from the sword forging pavilion, Tang Hao would undoubtedly be compelled to devise a timely response. Otherwise, he risked being cornered. With no escape in sight, although Tang Hao had toyed with the sword forging pavilion in recent days, a direct confrontation was not in his interest. If he possessed genuine strength, he would not need to resort to thievery. It would be far more advantageous to employ brute force to compel the sect's leader to present the Longyin sword willingly. As anticipated, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Tang Hao's brow furrowed, and he fled through the window with the speed of lightning. Yi Xian couldn't help but think, he hasn't even paid yet. Chapter 69. An apology is in order. Coincidentally, just as Tang Hao made his escape, members of the sword forging pavilion arrived at the scene. Though few in number, they were all formidable experts, with Zhou Chong among them. You lot, go after him, Zhou Chong bellowed, his gaze fierce as it settled on Yi Xian. I caught you red-handed. Indeed, you have been shielding Tang Hao? What do you have to say for yourself now? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. Are you truly this dim-witted? What do you think your eyes are for? Shielding Tang Hao? Do you believe I have nothing better to do? You, a senior elder of the sword forging pavilion, cannot defeat a mere chef from my establishment, and you fail to apprehend anyone. I truly wonder what purpose your sect leader has in keeping you around. Are you merely a mascot for the sword forging pavilion? With your appearance, you hardly inspire good fortune. Zhou Chong was left flabbergasted by Yi Xian's scathing remarks. As a distinguished elder of the sword forging pavilion, he had never before endured such humiliation, his face turning an ashen hue with fury as he nearly drew his sword to strike Yi Xian. But at that moment, a deep and powerful voice resonated. Elder Zhou, stand down. Yi Xian turned toward the entrance to see a towering figure clad in a loose azure robe, exceeding 2 meters in height, bearing a massive broad-bladed sword on his back. The weight of the sword was such that, as the giant strode into the Xingzhou, cracks began to form in the tiles beneath his feet, accompanied by the sounds of splintering. Moreover, the sword intent radiating from this individual was even more formidable than that of Guing. Without a doubt, this man was none other than Xuan, the leader of the sword forging pavilion. I have the honor of meeting you, sect leader Xue, Yixian said, bowing respectfully. Zhou often witnessed the arrival of the sect leader and promptly spoke. Sect leader, this fellow is no good. We had already pinpointed Tang Hao's whereabouts, waiting for him to fall into our trap, yet this rascal leaked the information, allowing Tang Hao to escape. He cannot evade capture for long. Xue Tian replied nonchalantly, extending his arm to the heavens. The massive sword behind him erupted with a thunderous hum, soaring into the sky, slicing through the air while emitting a piercing shriek. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. Yi Xian's expression shifted in surprise. The wail belonged to Tang Hao. Moments later, a group of sword-casting pavilion disciples emerged, dragging a blood-soaked man towards them. It was indeed Tang Hao, his abdomen marred by a gruesome wound, an injury inflicted by Xue Tian's colossal sword. Impressive, Yi Xian marveled inwardly, astonished by Xue Tian's formidable prowess. Kneel. Several disciples of the sword-casting pavilion forcibly pressed Tang Hao to the ground. Despite the severity of his wound, Tang Hao, a man of great tenacity, fought to remain conscious, glaring fiercely at Xue Tian. Xue Tian, if you have the guts, kill me. As long as I live, I will one day make you pay with your life. Such animosity. Does Tang Hao harbor a grudge against sect leader Xue Tian? Xue Tian furrowed his brow in silence, approaching Tang Hao and seizing his shoulder, lifting him as one might a mere chick. Placing a hand upon Tang Hao's abdomen, he began to channel spiritual energy to heal him. Spare me your false compassion. Tang Hao struggled with all his might, yet his efforts were futile against Xue Tian's overwhelming strength, akin to a mere ripple in the ocean. After a brief moment, the wound on Tang Hao's abdomen began to mend, the bleeding ceased. Although this strike would undoubtedly leave him gravely weakened, it did not claim his life. Yi Xian also noted that, despite the apparent severity of the injury, no vital organs or the spine had been damaged. Otherwise, such swift healing would be impossible. Sect leader, what is the meaning of this? Zhou Chang and the other disciples of the sword-casting pavilion were left in bewilderment at the sight of their leader tending to Tang Hao. Xue Tian released Tang Hao and offered no explanation, instead turning to Yi Xian and saying, I kindly request the return of the longing sword. Zhou Chang was taken aback, exclaiming in anger, the longing sword is in this rascal's possession? Yi Xian, unfazed, nonchalantly retrieved the longing sword. However, he did not hand it over immediately, stating, Sect leader Xue, your esteemed elder Zhou Chang here caused quite a stir yesterday in my presence. I helped you reclaim the longing sword from Tang Hao. You should at least show some appreciation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang became infuriated, urgently addressing Xue Tian, sect leader, this scoundrel is undoubtedly in cahoots with Tang Hao. Otherwise, how could the longing sword possibly be in his hands? Sitting on the ground, Tang Hao gazed at Yi Xian with an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the longing sword in Yi Xian's grasp. Old fool, he thought, how can you be so oblivious to your own foolishness? A mere novice at the first level of qi cultivation, and you presume I am allied with the notorious thief Jiang Yang? Only you could conceive such nonsense. And how do you explain the longing sword being in your possession? Zhou Chang fumed, his anger palpable. Had it not been for the presence of the sect leader, he might have been tempted to strike down this insolent youth. Yi Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Tang Hao merely buried the longing sword in the Xingzhou. I simply happened upon it. What is so peculiar about that? Zhou Chang opened his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by Xue Tian. Boss Yi, I am inclined to believe your words. What will it take for you to return the longing sword? Yi Xian settled into a seated position, crossing his legs with a casual air. It's quite simple. If Elder Zhou offers me an apology, I shall willingly return the longing sword to the sword-forging pavilion. Elder Zhou Xue Tian turned his gaze towards Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang trembled, his expression contorted in dismay. Sect leader, the longing sword is a treasure of our sword-forging pavilion. Why should we heed this brat? Why not simply allow me to take it? Xue Tian cast a cold glance across the street, his voice sharp, apologize. The impatience in the sect leader's tone struck Zhou Chang with fear, rendering him mute. He forced a smile, one that resembled a grimace more than a grin, and addressed Yi Xian, Boss Yi. I sincerely apologize for trespassing into Xingzhou and for my disrespectful words. I kindly request you to return the longing sword, and in the future, I shall ensure to make amends. Don't wait for the future. Pay up now, Yi Xian interjected. I want to demand compensation for the damaged chairs. But the shattered jars of fine wine are exquisite goods. Charging you 100,000 taels of silver per jar is not unreasonable, is it? 20 jars in total. So 200,000 should be presented forthwith, and I will promptly return the longing sword. Why you're being overly demanding? Zhou Chang, still wearing a forced smile, felt the weight of the situation. The sum Yixian demanded was exorbitant, even for him, comparable to the price of a typical third-grade magical item. Pay him, Xue Tian stated indifferently. With a mournful expression, Zhou Chong gritted his teeth and produced a stack of banknotes, tossing them onto the table. Yet Yixian refused to accept them, saying, "Pick them up, neatly stack them, and place them down again." Both Zhou Chong and Yixian felt the urge to weep. The youth showed no mercy whatsoever. With no other choice, under the watchful eye of sect leader Xue Tian, Zhou Chong begrudgingly gathered the banknotes, counting them meticulously before presenting them in a tidy manner atop the table. "Take it away." Only then did Yixian toss the Longyin sword to Zhou Chong. Chapter 70. The Starry Nebula Secret Realm. Seeing the Longyin sword secured, Xue Tian wasted no time, commanding, "Bring Tang Hao and return to the Sword Forging Pavilion." A throng of Sword Forging Pavilion disciples departed in a grand procession. However, Zhou Chong left with a rather dismal countenance, a flicker of resentment lurking in his eyes. "Young Master Yi, are you unharmed?" Shang Yu and Duan Hui hurriedly approached. Previously, the two had arrived, yet faced with the formidable presence of Xue Tian, they found it utterly impossible to approach. "What can I possibly do?" Yixian tucked away the silver note and stepped out of the drunken Immortal Pavilion, crossing the street to enter a nearby bookstore. "Thank you, Madame Han." When Xue Tian visited the drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yixian had noticed Han Yurong's figure. It was precisely because of her presence that Xue Tian had been so accommodating. Otherwise, as the Grand Master of the Sword Forging Pavilion, he would hardly concern himself with the feelings of a mere rookie cultivator like Yixian. It was Madame Han's arrival that applied pressure on Xue Tian, compelling him to lower his stance. Of course, Han Yurong had yet to possess such influence, but as the younger sister of Han Xiaobei, she commanded a level of respect that deterred Xue Tian from provoking her lightly. Han Yurong smiled gently. "Young Master Yi, your drunken Immortal Pavilion seems to stir up trouble quite frequently. Could it be that the feng shui is unfavorable? Shall I find someone to assess it for you?" "Madame Han, you jest," Yixian replied. "Come, we haven't had breakfast yet. Having assisted you with such a significant matter, you should certainly express your gratitude." Yixian chuckled. "Of course, the drunken Immortal Pavilion will always welcome Madame Han. In the future, whenever you dine here, it shall be complimentary." "Really? Are you not worried I might eat you into bankruptcy?" Madame Han blinked playfully, her demeanor quite charming. "Not at all. If you truly consume everything here, I shall simply visit the Luoshui sect for meals. With your kind heart, Madame Han, I am certain you wouldn't want to see me starve." Arriving at the drunken Immortal Pavilion, Yixian instructed his staff to prepare some pastries and deliver them to a private room on the second floor. Once seated, he inquired, "Madame Han, what brings you here today?" Han Yurong produced a delicate sandalwood box, placing it on the table and opening it to reveal several glimmering, transparent stones. "Spirit stones?" "Indeed. There are 24 first-grade spirit stones here, valued at 24 million taels of silver. This is the first batch extracted from the secret silver mine, calculated as your share. Knowing you likely have no shortage of silver notes, I converted it into spirit stones, which will be beneficial to you as a cultivator." "One spirit stone is worth 1 million taels of silver?" Yixian was somewhat taken aback. "Then, when I broke through earlier and burned 10 spirit stones, did that mean I incinerated 10 million taels?" "Indeed, the cost of cultivation is exorbitant," she replied. "This reflects the value of first-grade spirit stones. As the quality of spirit stones increases, their value multiplies tenfold for each grade." "I see, so spirit stones are indeed categorized by quality. How does one distinguish the quality of these stones?" Han Yurong held up a spirit stone, explaining, "Observe closely. Within this stone, you can discern a snowflake-shaped crystal. One crystal signifies a first-grade spirit stone. 2 crystals denote a second-grade stone, with the highest being 10th grade. A single 10th grade spirit stone is equivalent to 1 billion first-grade stones. However, 10th grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare. The highest quality I have encountered is merely 5th grade. Upon hearing your words, I feel as though my 24 first-grade spirit stones have lost their value." Yixian chuckled wryly but nevertheless accepted the 24 spirit stones. Han Yurong softly laughed, remarking, "If what you say is true, then even if we were to bundle together both the people and the land of our Luoshui sect, it would still not amount to a single 5th-grade spirit stone. Haha, once I am wealthy, I shall certainly purchase the entire Luoshui sect." Curiously, Han Yurong inquired, "And why is that?" "Because Mrs. Han is worth it," he replied. Han Yurong's cheeks flushed, and she could not help but cast Yixian a playful glare. "You little rascal, it's evident you are not a serious person. I must ensure that Xiaomu keeps her distance from you." "Ah, Mrs. Han, I truly apologize. Your daughter." Han Xiaomu, was insisting on cohabiting with me last night. The truth is, I even agreed. I am a beast, not a human. Mrs. Han, I wish to inquire about something. Is it true that Tang Hao harbors a grudge against Sect Master Xuetian? Han Yurong replied, You have noticed, haven't you? It's not exactly a secret. Tang Hao's father, Tang Guqiu, was the second elder of the Sword Forging Pavilion. Approximately 5 years ago, when the Nebula Secret Realm was opened, Xuetian took Zhou Chang and Tang Guqiu to gather a rare forging spirit iron. As a result, Xuetian and Zhou Chang returned safely, but Tang Guqiu perished within the Nebula Secret Realm. Since then, Tang Hao, who was a true disciple of the Sword Forging Pavilion, has been missing. Oh, so he seeks vengeance for his father. The youthful fervor, albeit reckless, is indeed worthy of sympathy. Mrs. Han, what exactly is this Nebula Secret Realm? The Secret Realm is located in the northern border of Xingzhou, an uninhabited area spanning over 1,000 miles. It is said that millennia ago, a nebula fell here, bringing with it a plethora of celestial iron and various rare treasures scattered throughout the realm. At the inception of the Xingzhou nation, it was the wealth derived from this Nebula Secret Realm that allowed it to establish a foothold in this ruthless cultivation world. Oh, so it is essentially a star mine, Yi Xian remarked. During his time at Qingting Academy, he had learned about this subject, understanding that the star mine could be considered the foundation of the Xingzhou nation, with the source of the primary spiritual vein beneath Xingzhou originating from this vast star mine. Indeed, the Nebula Secret Realm is also referred to as the star mine. However, very few venture there to mine nowadays. In recent centuries, the dark spirits within the Nebula Secret Realm have been stirring frequently, causing numerous anomalies and natural disasters. Ever since a mining expedition of over 10,000 individuals vanished deep within the Nebula Secret Realm a century ago, with no survivors, the royal family ordered the core area of the Nebula Secret Realm to be sealed off. Since then, the royal family has gradually declined. This incident is quite well known in the annals of Xingzhou history, and Yi Xian was not unfamiliar with it. However, the specifics of what transpired at that time were not detailed in the texts, and Yi Xian found himself intrigued, immediately seeking further enlightenment from Han Yurong. Young Master Yi, given your interest in the Nebula Secret Realm, would you care to visit it in person? Yi Xian was taken aback, uncertain as to why Han Yurong would suggest such a thing. Han Yurong smiled gently and said, In truth, our Luo Shui sect dispatches several disciples each year to the fringes of the Nebula Secret Realm to gather rare spiritual ores that can only be found within the depths of the realm. The time for our departure is approaching, and this year, I have the honor of leading the expedition. If you wish to join, I can arrange a spot for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had spent 3 years in Cangyun City without venturing far from home. The vastness of the star continent beckoned him, and the chance to explore was indeed enticing. However, the Nebula Secret Realm appeared rather perilous. And considering he had only just broken through to the Qi refinement stage, he felt it might not be the right time for such adventures. Han Yurong chuckled. The departure date has yet to be determined, so there is no need for you to rush your decision, young Master Yi. We can assess the situation when the time comes. Chapter 71. Do not inform sister. After finishing her breakfast, Han Yurong took her leave. Yi Xian did not dwell on the matter of the Nebula Secret Realm. He decided to take things as they came. For now, he needed to focus on enhancing his cultivation. Being at the first level of Qi refinement was quite unsatisfactory. He aimed to ascend several levels. Returning to room 1, Yi Xian discovered that the spirit gathering array had accumulated a substantial amount of spiritual energy. He promptly sat cross-legged to absorb this energy. Within less than 2 hours, he had completely consumed the gathered spiritual energy. The efficiency was truly remarkable. As a perfect innate Qi refiner, his ability to absorb spiritual energy was likely hundreds, if not thousands, of times greater than that of an ordinary Qi refiner. Yet, despite having absorbed such a significant amount of spiritual energy, he saw no signs of a breakthrough. Yi Xian had a general understanding of the breakthrough process within the Qi refinement stage. It was not overly complex. As long as the spiritual energy within one's body accumulated to a sufficient level, a breakthrough would occur naturally. However, since his breakthrough, the total amount of spiritual energy he had absorbed likely surpassed that which other Qi refiners consumed to break through several levels. Yet he felt no inclination towards advancing to the second level of Qi refinement. Could it be that, due to his perfect innate body, the requirements for his breakthrough had also increased? Nevertheless, this was not necessarily a disadvantage. Generally speaking, there is a limit to the amount of spiritual energy that can be sustained within a fixed realm. The fact that Yi Xian could absorb so much spiritual energy without breaking through indicated that his capacity was exceptionally high, far exceeding that of his peers at the same level. This was undoubtedly a substantial advantage for any cultivator. The only drawback was the excessive consumption of spiritual energy. Relying solely on the natural spiritual energy was insufficient to sustain his cultivation. Even with the Spirit Guiding Array and Spirit Gathering Array, the accumulated spiritual energy would only suffice for 1 or 2 hours of practice each day. Initially, he had thought that a single Spirit Guiding Array would meet his cultivation needs within the Qi refinement stage, but it had become evident that one was far from sufficient. He would need at least 10 to fully satisfy his requirements. It seemed he would have to obtain several more permits for Spirit Guiding Arrays. Devoid of spiritual energy, Xuan found himself lacking the motivation to continue his cultivation. He made his way to Xiaoqing's room, curious about her condition. Earlier, while he was practicing, he had heard some commotion emanating from her quarters, leaving him wondering what she was up to. After knocking on the door with no response, he casually pushed it open, finding it unlocked. Upon entering, Xuan was taken aback. There lay Xiaoqing, utterly unadorned, on the bed, her supple form writhing like a serpent in water. Her skin glowed with an unusual crimson hue, and even from a distance, he felt a wave of scorching heat wash over him. "Xiaoqing, are you all right?" he asked, disregarding any notion of impropriety as he rushed to her side with concern. Xiaoqing seemed disoriented, her consciousness barely present, and she failed to hear his words, only twisting in increasing agony. The scene was undeniably provocative, yet Xuan had no time to indulge in such thoughts. He swiftly lifted her from the bed and hurried to the bathroom. The heat radiating from Xiaoqing was alarming. Her pulse thundered like a drum, resonating with a powerful rhythm. Without hesitation, Xuan plunged her into the cool water of the bath, turning on the cold tap to alleviate her fever. The icy cascade brought some relief, and her pained expression began to ease as she lay quietly in the tub. Still wary, Xuan continued to pour cold water over her for a full half-hour until her temperature returned to normal. After a careful examination, he noted that her body temperature, breathing, and heartbeat had stabilized, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He dried her off and carried her back to her room, thoughtfully dressing her in a nightgown to spare her any embarrassment upon regaining consciousness. After a brief period, Xiaoqing finally stirred awake. "How do you feel?" Xuan inquired with genuine concern. As she opened her eyes, her expression was still somewhat dazed, but upon recognizing Xuan's figure, she recalled something. That was close. The dragon energy within the Longyin sword was overwhelmingly fierce, nearly reducing me to ashes. I vaguely remember someone giving me a cold water bath to suppress the fiery dragon essence. Could that person be you, young master? Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Seeing your dire state, I acted without a second thought. Hee, you truly are kind to me, young master. Thank you for saving my life. Otherwise, I would have certainly been burnt to the point of losing my sanity, Xiaoqing said with a playful smile, affectionately wrapping her arms around his. Xuan gently brushed his hand across her forehead, noting, "You're a bit warm again. It's all right. Most of the dragon energy has been refined by me, and the remaining traces are negligible. This time, my gains are substantial. With this dragon energy, while I may not reach the heights my sister once achieved, catching up to her current realm should be within my grasp. If luck is on my side, I might even break through to the core formation stage directly. That would indeed be splendid. If Xiaoqing were to break through to the foundation establishment stage, then Xuan would undoubtedly be able to stride confidently through Cangyun City." At this moment, Xiaoqing playfully winked and affectionately wrapped her arms around Xuan's neck. "Young master, you have saved my life. Allow me to repay you in kind," she said. After speaking, Xiaoqing bit her tongue and leaned in for a kiss. A rush of sweet and metallic essence instantly spread through Xuan's mouth, causing him to shudder slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he embraced Xiaoqing and indulged in the fervor of their connection. The scorching dragon blood surged into Xuan's body, elevating his temperature significantly. The more he consumed, the thirstier he felt. After a few minutes, they finally parted. Xiaoqing, her cheeks flushed, whispered, "Don't tell sister, okay?" With that, she covered her face and dashed away. Xuan swallowed hard, secretly marveling at the fact that even someone as carefree as Xiaoqing could feel shy. Returning to his room, Xuan sat cross-legged, beginning to refine the dragon blood within him. He had absorbed quite a bit, but regrettably, he could not continue practicing the innate induction technique to cultivate any innate energy. Nevertheless, the benefits were substantial, under the dual nourishment of the dragon blood and spiritual energy. His internal organs and limbs received significant enhancement. The effect of the dragon blood on his physical strength was particularly formidable. He could feel his power increasing with every passing moment. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his physical prowess alone was sufficient to overpower many Qi refining practitioners. Before he knew it, Night had fallen. Xiaobai returned, having heard about the events at Zuixian that day, feeling quite remorseful. She rushed before Yixian to offer her apology. An apology? Very well. Then I shall punish you to continue massaging me throughout the night. Yixian chuckled. The following day, as Yixian opened his eyes, he found Xiaobai in a maid's outfit attending to him, gently caressing his body with utmost care, as if afraid to disturb his slumber. You really did stay up all night, Yixian said with a wry smile, bemused by her earnestness. Xiaobai smiled back. As long as young master sleeps comfortably, Xiaobai is very happy. Foolish girl, lie down and rest for a while, Yixian insisted, offering her the warmth of his blankets. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaobai obediently snuggled in, her cheeks reddening as she felt the lingering warmth left by Yixian. She dared not look at him and pretended to sleep with her eyes closed. Shaking his head, Yixian got up to wash and began today's sign-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Reward, skill book, first class alchemy. A skill book? And its alchemy? Though it is only first class, it is certainly a valuable treasure. The art of alchemy is notoriously challenging to master, and finding a dedicated mentor in this craft is no easy feat. The requirements for learning alchemy are quite stringent, demanding considerable time, effort, and financial resources. Most cultivators without connections find themselves ill-equipped to pursue this knowledge. Yixian promptly retrieved the skill book. This seemed strikingly similar to a subpar skill book from a mediocre online game, vastly different from the previous supreme infinite Xintian technique. He couldn't help but express his disappointment. Yet he eagerly began to peruse its contents. After a brief examination, Yixian furrowed his brow. The complexities were far greater than he had anticipated. Alchemy is not merely the process of transforming spiritual herbs into pills. It encompasses various pharmacological principles. A qualified alchemist must also be an exceptional herbalist, well-versed in the properties of different herbs, understanding their interactions, and knowledgeable about the specific growth environments and extraction methods of each spiritual herb. The idea that one could simply follow a recipe and toss herbs into an alchemical furnace to produce a glowing pill is utterly unrealistic. It is no wonder that alchemists are considered highly skilled individuals. This craft is indeed not something that just anyone can master. As Yixian pondered this, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Detected that the host possesses the skill book first rank alchemy. Would you like to receive enlightenment? Absolutely necessary. In the next moment, Yixian felt a jolt in his mind, akin to being struck by a heavy blow. It took him a full 5 minutes to regain his composure. Wow, that was quite intense. Yixian rubbed his head, beginning to organize the newfound information swirling in his mind. Ah, now I understand. He nodded repeatedly. Just moments ago, he had thought alchemy to be intricate and perplexing, but upon reflection, these foundational alchemical concepts seemed astonishingly simple, akin to the basic acts of eating and drinking. There was no need for deliberation. Thoughts flowed effortlessly, and solutions emerged spontaneously in his mind. Eager to put this newfound knowledge to the test, Yixian hurried downstairs, mounting his windstorm tiger, and made his way to Cangyun Avenue, arriving at a shop named Spirit Pill Hall. This was the only establishment in Cangyun City that sold spiritual herbs and pills. The cleansing pill that Xiaoqing had previously purchased for him originated from here. The Spirit Pill Hall, located not far from the Lingbao Pavilion, was even more expansive. Upon entering, Yixian was greeted by an invigorating aroma of medicinal herbs. The hall was remarkably spacious, flanked by tall sandalwood shelves, elegantly designed with over 300 drawers, each equipped with formations to dispel dampness and purify dust. Spiritual herbs are exceedingly precious and challenging to preserve, requiring specific environmental conditions. Without these protective formations, the herbs would be easily damaged. What can I assist you with today? A clerk approached Yixian. Just as he was about to respond, a familiar voice resonated nearby. Ah, is that not the esteemed Yixian? What brings you to our spirit elixir hall? Are you unwell? Would you like me to take a look? Given our past as classmates, I could offer you a discount. This was the voice of Huang Qi. Following the sound, Yixian indeed spotted the figure of the illustrious young Master Huang, clad in the uniform of an inner disciple from the creation Immortal Sect, strutting towards him. The attendant nearby quickly donned a sycophantic smile, greeting, "Good morning, Master Huang. Step aside, for this gentleman is my old classmate, and I must entertain him properly," Huang Qi declared. His gaze filled with pride as he flaunted the robes draping over his form. After a few days apart, Huang had transformed into a master of elixirs, truly impressive. Yixian chuckled softly, noting that this fellow had fared well within the creation Immortal Sect. To be a master of elixirs essentially meant serving as an apprentice to an alchemist, assisting in their work. Though this may seem menial, Being able to serve an alchemist conferred a degree of status within the sect, for alchemists typically held a high rank, often as elders. Assisting an elder and learning under their guidance was akin to receiving the treatment of a true disciple. To afford Huang Qi the opportunity to study alchemy, it was likely that the Huang family had invested considerable resources. Huang Qi, mistaking Yi Xian's comment for flattery, burst into boisterous laughter. Needless to say, even my master has recognized my potential in alchemy, stating that with diligence, I could undoubtedly become a first-grade alchemist within a decade. Yi Xian could not help but laugh aloud. A first-grade alchemist in 10 years? Young Master Huang, are you certain your master is affirming your abilities rather than subtly advising you to abandon this path? While entering the alchemist profession is challenging, it does not typically require a decade to achieve such a rank. A first-grade alchemist can only concoct basic elixirs, which do not yield substantial wealth, to truly profit. One must at least attain the rank of third-grade alchemist. Given Huang Qi's aptitude, it is doubtful he would live long enough to see himself break through to that level. You seek your own demise. This is the Spirit Elixir Hall, the domain of the creation Immortal Sect, not your drunken abode. Huang Qi's eyes widened in fury as he raised his hand to strike Yi Xian. Still resentful from their previous encounter at the Drunken Immortal Inn, Huang Qi was determined to teach Yi Xian a lesson, especially after the latter's disparagement of his alchemical talents. Though Huang Qi's cultivation was not particularly high, he had reached the 4th stage of qi refinement. In his mind, he envisioned Yi Xian kneeling before him, begging for mercy. However, Huang Qi suddenly realized that his arm was suspended in midair, unable to descend. It was Yi Xian, whose reflexes were astonishingly swift, able to intercept his attack before it could land. This was not the feat of an ordinary individual. Had Yi Xian perhaps broken through to the qi refinement stage? Huang Qi had no time to ponder, for he gradually sensed the increasing pressure on his wrist. Ah, stop. Let me go? The next moment, Huang Qi let out a piercing scream, tears streaming from his eyes due to the pain. Chapter 73. A murder when Huang Qi suddenly attacked. Yi Xian instinctively felt a twinge of panic. Yet, in mere moments, he realized that Huang Qi's assault posed no threat whatsoever. His speed was simply too sluggish. A practitioner at the 4th level of qi refinement should, in theory, possess significantly greater speed, especially compared to Yi Xian, who had just broken through to the qi refinement stage. However, the remarkable enhancement of Yi Xian's physical prowess had also greatly amplified his reflexes. As a result, Huang Qi's movements appeared exceedingly slow in Yi Xian's eyes. How could such a feeble attack possibly endanger him? Is this all you've got? Yi Xian scoffed, gradually tightening his grip. Huang Qi struggled frantically. But Yi Xian's hold was as unyielding as iron pincers, rendering him unable to escape. Furthermore, Yi Xian had grasped the blood vessels in Huang Qi's arm, and before long, Huang Qi's hand turned an alarming shade of purple, as if it might burst. Kid, stop this at once. Just then, an elderly man with a goat-like beard, alerted by his subordinate's report, hurried over. His voice was robust and resonant, his white hair billowing as he charged towards Yi Xian, wielding a dragon-headed cane. With a swift motion, he aimed it at Yi Xian with lethal intent. The tip of the cane was razor-sharp. Should it strike, it could undoubtedly pierce Yi Xian's body. This old man is quite ruthless. Yi Xian frowned and, with a decisive motion, hurled Huang Qi away, positioning him directly in the path of the approaching cane. Thud! The cane struck Huang Qi squarely, penetrating his thigh. Huang Qi screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness. The elder, witnessing this, rushed forward to support Huang Qi, preventing him from collapsing while channeling his spiritual energy to seal the blood vessels in Huang Qi's thigh and extricating the cane. Another wail escaped Huang Qi's lips. Beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, his lips pale, and he appeared utterly drained, completely bewildered. What sins have I committed to endure such suffering? You little beast. You seek death. The elder, incensed, brandished the cane once more, launching another assault on Yi Xian. The elder's speed far surpassed that of Huang Qi, and before Yi Xian could react, the cane was already sweeping perilously close to his neck. Fortunately, Yi Xian's quick reflexes, honed through training with Xiaobai, endowed him with agility. Otherwise, this strike could have claimed his life. As he dodged, a glimmer of murderous intent ignited in Yi Xian's eyes. The old man struck with great ferocity. If there was no counterattack, even if he survived, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to exit the spirit pill hall unscathed. In an instant, Yi Xian made a swift judgment in his mind. A flash of green light signaled the appearance of the bamboo sword in Yi Xian's hand. Rather than fleeing from the old man's pursuit, he executed a nimble maneuver in midair, returning with unparalleled agility. swinging the bamboo sword with intent to strike the old man's face. Xuan initially intended to perform the first move of the meteor butterfly sword, piercing autumn waters, but being suspended in midair and facing an opponent who was no mere target, he found himself unable to find the opportunity to execute the technique in haste. Thus, he resorted to wildly swinging the bamboo sword, leveraging its inherent flexibility to extend his attack range. It can be said that real combat is distinct from practice. The two cannot be equated. Fortunately, Xuan's quick reflexes allowed him to exploit even his chaotic swings, catching the old man off guard. The old man, evidently unprepared, did not anticipate that a mere novice at the first level of Qi cultivation would dare to counterattack rather than retreat in the face of his pursuit. Although advanced in age, he had once been a formidable practitioner at the 9th level of Qi, despite his current diminished vitality and diminished cultivation. He could not fathom the audacity of a junior wielding a sword against him. The adage holds true: a flurry of erratic punches can fell a seasoned master. Unpredictable in his improvised counterattack, the old man was completely caught off guard. Despite his best efforts to evade, he still suffered a glancing blow from the bamboo sword, which resulted in a deep gash on his arm, blood pouring forth like a fountain. "You seek death," the old man bellowed in fury, stifling a groan as he willed his arm's muscles to staunch the bleeding, simultaneously launching his cane forward. Xuan dodged just in time, but still felt the impact of the cane strike him. It felt as if he had been slammed by a small cart, sending him hurtling backward against the wall. Coughing, Xuan hastily scrambled to his feet, initially fearing he had sustained serious injury. However, upon inspection, he found no blood. Indeed, it was the dragon whisker armor that had shielded him. The cane had failed to penetrate its defense. This second-grade magical artifact, the dragon whisker armor, was of commendable quality, a testament to the painstaking efforts of Han Yorong in its creation. Moreover, at the moment of the attack, the talisman hanging from his neck had also activated an invisible spiritual energy shield, absorbing a substantial portion of the force of the assault. Without such protection, even with the dragon whisker armor to mitigate the piercing damage, the impact alone would have been sufficient to make Xuan spit blood. Yet now he merely coughed twice lightly, illustrating the remarkable efficacy of the dual protection provided by the talisman and the armor. Seeing Xuan emerge unscathed astonished the old man, but he quickly regained his composure, extending his hand to retract the cane. "You are still unwilling to concede?" Xuan squinted his eyes as the heavenly dragon battle materialized in his grasp. Raising the sniper rifle, he found himself so close that he didn't even need to activate the scope. He simply pulled the trigger. Bang! Sparks flew as the dragon breath bullet soared forth, striking the elder squarely in the abdomen and creating a gaping wound. The elder's face contorted in disbelief, and he promptly collapsed. A life was extinguished. Yet, Xuan felt no remorse, for he understood that if he were to retrieve the cane, this old man would not spare him either. Suddenly, Xingzhou Huangqi awoke, witnessing the elder's fall and turning pale with fear. "Xuan, you have killed Manager Hu. You are doomed." Manager Hu is an elder of the 6 halls of the creation Immortal Sect and my master's own brother. Prepare to face your end. At that moment, a graceful figure entered the spirit elixir hall. It was Han Xiaomu. Her spirit treasure pavilion was nearby, and having heard the commotion, she had come out of curiosity, only to stumble upon this scene. Xuan furrowed his brow and lowered the gun aimed at Huangqi as Han Xiaomu rushed towards him. Grasping Xuan's arm, Han Xiaomu hurriedly led him out of the spirit elixir hall and swiftly into the spirit treasure pavilion. Gasping for breath, she patted her chest and said, "Let us not dwell on what has happened. You must stay inside the spirit treasure pavilion and not venture out. I will find someone to notify my mother, so she can handle this. Are you helping me?" Xuan was taken aback, surprised by Han Xiaomu's unexpected kindness. "Don't think too much of it. It's not that I like you. I merely harbor a strong dislike for the creation Immortal Sect," Han Xiaomu replied with a haughty expression. Chapter 74. We're in trouble before long. News of Mr. Hu's murder in the Spirit Elixir Hall had spread. The Spirit Treasure Hall held a formidable reputation within Cangyun City. Though Mr. Hu was merely an administrator dispatched by the creation Immortal Sect and was not particularly renowned as an alchemist, his elder brother was none other than Hu Changsu, the 6th elder of the sect. The death of Hu Shangsu's brother, especially within the Spirit Elixir Hall, constituted a significant event. It would not be long before officials and representatives from the creation Immortal Sect began to converge. As the incident unfolded, a crowd of onlookers had already gathered at the Spirit Elixir Hall. Meanwhile, Han Xiaomu had dispatched someone to convey the news to the Luoshui sect, and it was anticipated that word would spread rapidly. Xuan, accompanied by Han Xiaomu, exited through the back of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and arrived at his luxurious courtyard residence. Han Xiaomu, treating him as if he were family, made a beeline for the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and guzzled down a bottle of soda. "Brother Yi," she said, "there's no need to panic. The creation Immortal Sect has always been our sworn enemy. Now that you are allied with the Luoshui sect, my second uncle will definitely not turn a blind eye to this. With that secret silver mine, the Luoshui sect will surely protect you." Yi Xian reclined on the sofa and replied, "Do I appear to be in a state of panic? Even without the protection of the Luoshui sect, what could it matter? Xiaobai and Shaoqing are certainly not to be underestimated. With Xiaobai having attained the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, she exemplifies peak combat prowess within the boundaries of Cangyun City. Unless the creation Immortal Sect can summon a formidable cultivator of the core formation realm, they would find it nearly impossible to subdue Yi Xian. The one thing that truly concerns Yi Xian is not the creation Immortal Sect, but rather the newly appointed city lord, Lu Rong. If this young man were to exploit the situation to create obstacles, it would indeed pose significant complications. While Lu Rong alone may not be fearsome, he is the city lord appointed by the royal family, representing official authority and wielding command over thousands of valiant troops. Should he seize this opportunity to act against Yi Xian, even if the Luoshui sect wishes to safeguard him, they would inevitably have to weigh the consequences and could not disregard the repercussions entirely. Moreover, can the Luoshui sect truly be trusted? The collaboration surrounding the secret silver mine appears to bind Yi Xian to the Luoshui sect. However, what if Yi Xian were to perish? Wouldn't the Luoshui sect then be able to claim the secret silver mine for themselves? Although Han Xiaobei is a decent individual and Han Yorong has treated him with considerable kindness, human nature is most susceptible to the corruption of interests. Nevertheless, Han Xiaomu currently seems trustworthy, as she is still young and devoid of ulterior motives, being merely a little greedy and playful. I see you are putting on a facade of calmness. You previously crippled the inner disciple Wen Yuan, and now you have personally slain Elder Hu's family. The creation Immortal Sect must surely regard you as a thorn in their side. If they fail to act against you now, they would lose all face. Thus, it seems you are indeed trapped and must confront the creation Immortal Sect head-on. Yi Xian could not help but cast another glance at Han Xiaomu. This young girl, while appearing somewhat naive, displayed remarkable insight in her analysis. Crucially, her assertions were not without merit. Following Yi Xian's crippling of Wen Yuan, the creation Immortal Sect has accumulated a considerable amount of anger. However, since Wen Yuan lacked significant backing and did not perish, coupled with the fact that Yi Xian is no easy target, the sect opted for a more conciliatory approach. Yet this time, Yi Xian finds little chance of resolving the conflict peacefully. War is the only means to settle this dispute. Yet, Yi Xian stands alone. While the creation Immortal Sect is a formidable sect, to confront an entire sect single-handedly is no trivial matter. Since you are already aware, why not hasten to the drunken immortal residence and help me notify Xiaobai and Shaoqing? Yi Xian instructed. Han Xiaomu chuckled. I'm not foolish. I have already sent someone to the drunken immortal residence. Xiaobai and Shaoqing will likely arrive shortly. As if on cue, just after Han Xiaomu spoke, Xiaobai and Shaoqing rode in on the Wind Tiger, vaulting over the outer wall and landing gracefully in the courtyard. Yi Xian opened the door to welcome them inside and, without further ado, recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's expression turned grave as she remarked, "On my way here, I noticed that disciples from the Transformation Immortal Sect have already gathered at the Spirit Pill Hall, and the city patrol from the Iron Cavalry has also arrived. That Huang Qi is aware of your identity, young master, and it is likely he will soon trace it back to the drunken immortal residence. Fortunately, outsiders are unaware of this, so we should be relatively safe for now." Shaoqing, with her carefree demeanor, retorted, "What is there to fear from a mere Transformation Immortal Sect? Sister, let us charge in tonight and force them to surrender." Xiaobai promptly delivered a light smack to Shaoqing's head, causing her to see stars as she pouted. "Did I say something wrong?" She quickly recalled their identities, realizing that they were of the demon race. If their true nature were to be revealed during a battle, it could lead to dire consequences. Once the cultivators of Cangyun City learned that Yi Xian was harboring 2 members of the demon race, he would undoubtedly become a target for all. Even the Luoshui sect would hastily distance themselves from him. In the realm of human cultivation, the demon race is a taboo. Once discovered, they would be met with collective hostility irrespective of the circumstances. Should the 5 major sects unite, even if the sisters possessed great strength, they would be outnumbered and face certain defeat. Yi Xian understood this principle as well. He would not choose to engage in open conflict with the Transformation Immortal Sect unless absolutely necessary. Even if victorious, troubles would inevitably follow. unless he revealed his identity as the master of the Starlight Sacred Land. Though the thought stirred some excitement within him, Yixian's current strength was still insufficient. Revealing his status would only invite further complications, and unless compelled, he was not inclined to disclose it. Had he possessed the pinnacle cultivation of the divine spirit realm like Xiao Bai, or even the prowess of the core formation or golden core stages, he would have no such concerns. The trio conversed for a while, but could not devise a comprehensive plan. However, before long, Han Yurong arrived in a flurry. As she entered, she was brimming with words to express, but upon steadying herself, her attention was immediately captivated by the novel decor and furnishings of the mansion. Her expression mirrored that of Han Xiaomu upon her first visit. "Young Master Yi, what are these magical tools? I have never seen such exquisite and practical items before. Could you introduce them to me? I wish to purchase some for myself," Han Yurong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she surveyed the house. Particularly taken with the air conditioning, refrigerator, and kitchen appliances, she became completely engrossed in their functions. "Mother, why not move in with me? Living alone at the Luoshui sect must be quite lonely," Han Xiaomu suggested with a playful tone. As soon as the words left her lips, Han Yurong's expression shifted, her gaze turning serious as it fell upon Yixian. A sense of foreboding gripped Yixian's heart. He realized they were in deep trouble. Chapter 75. The instant master-apprentice ceremony. The atmosphere in the living room abruptly fell into silence. It was only then that Han Xiaomu realized she had inadvertently let something slip. Casting an awkward glance at Yixian, "Young Master Yi, do you not wish to offer me an explanation?" Han Yurong regarded Yixian with a half-smile, her tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. For Han Yurong, her daughter was her Achilles heel, the embodiment of all her hopes. She would never permit anyone to harm Han Xiaomu. Yixian forced a wry smile. "Madam Han, please allow me to explain. This residence is not, in fact, mine." "Not yours?" Han Yurong raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Whose, then?" "Xiao Xinfei's." Han Yurong's expression shifted, as if she had grasped something significant, and she exclaimed in astonishment. "You have uncovered the inheritance left by Xiao Xinfei?" It was well known that Xiao Xinfei had nearly depleted the accumulated wealth of the Xuan over the past 5 centuries. This matter had spread throughout Cangyun City, with many discreetly seeking information. Various sects were coveting this fortune. After all, it constituted a substantial portion of the Xuan assets. Whoever could lay claim to this inheritance would be set for life. Yixian shrugged. "In truth, it is not the entirety of the inheritance. During my search in the Happy Woods, I stumbled upon several property deeds. I only discovered this residence yesterday. And who would have thought it would be fortuitously encountered by your esteemed daughter? She has since leveraged this to coerce me into sharing part of the property with her, promising not to expose me in return." "Han Xiaomu." Han Yurong turned, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Han Xiaomu. Han Xiaomu's face drained of color and fear. She glanced at Yixian, who signaled her with his eyes. Suddenly enlightened, she adopted an air of superiority and declared, "Mother, did you not always teach me that one must never suffer losses at their own expense? This residence is ill-gotten gains. Those who see it should share in it. What harm is there in me taking a little?" Han Yurong was left speechless, taken aback by her daughter's reasoning. So it turns out, this was the wisdom she had imparted? Yixian interjected quickly, "Madam Han, please do not be angry. I have my own considerations as well. The value of this residence is considerable, and if I were to monopolize it, it would indeed be quite burdensome. Thus, I agreed to Xiaomu's proposal, believing that with her residing here, others would assume this property belongs to the Luoshui sect and would not trace it back to me. You are indeed quite clever." "Young Master Yi," Han Yurong sighed in resignation. "Very well, this residence is indeed commendable. Since you have fortuitously acquired it, it is your blessing. I shall assist you in keeping this secret." Yixian smiled. "I am grateful, Madam Han. I do not often stay here, so if you wish, you may come and reside here at any time. Consider it an additional retreat. That may be acceptable." Han Yurong reminded herself that this was certainly not cohabitation with Yixian, but rather a measure to ensure Han Xiaomu's safety. Furthermore, she truly adored this residence. "Young master, you continue your conversation. I shall prepare the meal," Xiao Bai said with a smile. Yixian nodded, inviting Han Yurong to take a seat, and thus began discussing matters of importance. "I am well aware of the situation. Indeed, manager Hu of Lingbao Hall has passed away, with eyewitnesses to the event. Notably, one of these witnesses is your classmate from Qingting Academy, and many of Lingbao Hall's employees were also present at the scene. Therefore, your suspicion of murder cannot be easily dismissed. However, this matter is complex yet manageable, provided that the city lord's mansion entrusts this case to the Luoshui sect for arbitration. We can avert judicial intervention, effectively minimizing the gravity of the situation. I possess some knowledge regarding the arbitration by sects, as conflicts among disciples are frequent, with brawls and altercations being commonplace, and fatalities do occur from time to time. Such incidents often involve disputes between sects, which is why the authorities are reluctant to intervene, typically leaving it to the sects for internal arbitration. In essence, it boils down to the dynamics of sects negotiating among themselves. The sect with greater strength gains the upper hand. Transforming personal disputes into sectarian conflicts may appear to escalate tensions, but in reality, it is a commonly employed mediation strategy. Although inter-sect disputes may seem intense, they rarely ignite into full-blown confrontations. Sects harbor greater apprehensions and are unlikely to engage in all-out war with rival factions. Essentially, as long as the matter does not pertain to the survival or decline of a sect, most conflicts can be resolved. However, I am not a disciple of the Luoshui sect. Can I still engage in their arbitration? This is indeed feasible. By joining the Luoshui sect now, you can accomplish it. Joining the Luoshui sect now? Han Yurong nodded and said, I happen to be looking for a disciple to pass on some crafting techniques, and I find your aptitude quite commendable. If you were to call me master, it would naturally position you as a disciple of the Luoshui sect. Moreover, as I am the 5th elder of the Luoshui sect, your acknowledgement of me as master would make you a direct disciple, thus rendering the judicial authority of the steward in Cangyun City ineffective, allowing for sectarian arbitration instead. How clever. Normally, joining a sect requires various assessments. And given Yi Xian's performance in the Xianmin Grand Examination, he would not even qualify for menial tasks as a servant in the Luoshui sect. Yet, with an elder personally accepting a disciple, one could instantly become a true disciple, gaining access to the core circle of the sect without any procedural hurdles. Han Yurong, noticing Yi Xian's astonishment, chuckled and added, Of course, this is merely a temporary arrangement. We will only have the titles of master and disciple, without the actual mentorship. Han Yurong demonstrated such sincerity to assist Yi Xian, which stirred a sense of gratitude in him. He rose and respectfully bowed to Han Yurong. Disciple, Yi Xian pays his respects to master. Han Yurong helped him to his feet and said, Let us proceed directly to the Lingdan Hall to resolve this matter swiftly. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Yi Xian nodded. After you, master. Han Yurong shot Yi Xian a playful glance and teasingly pinched his waist. Mischievous. When it's just the two of us, you can still call me Han Jia. I am only a few years your senior. The gesture was subtle and not painful. Yet Yi Xian couldn't help but pause in surprise. Why does Yi Xian feel as though he is being toyed with? A group of individuals stepped out of the courtyard and swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Spirit Pill Hall. It is he. Indeed, it is him. Huang Qi trembled as he pointed at Yi Xian. The gazes of a throng of disciples from the Creation Immortal Sect were drawn towards him. I recognize this person. It was he who rendered senior brother Wen Yuan's meridians useless. Several disciples from the Creation Immortal Sect immediately identified Yi Xian. An elder, resembling the proprietor of the Spirit Pill Hall, slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing within them. You have crippled my disciple and slain my brother, vile wretch. Today, I, Hu Changsu, shall exact justice and see you cleaved into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 76. A direct confrontation. This elder was Hu Changsu, the 6th elder of the Creation Immortal Sect, his spiritual energy immensely formidable. The moment his fury erupted, it even emanated a subtle pressure towards Yi Xian. However, the pressure lasted but a fleeting moment. A gentle wave of Little White's hand dispelled it entirely, causing Hu Changsu to cough violently and stumble back several steps. How powerful! Hu Changsu was inwardly astonished, intimidated by Little White's strength, and refrained from making any rash moves. At that moment, Ma Yan, clad in military attire, approached. Bossy, it appears we meet again. Come with me for a moment. This time, you have committed murder in broad daylight, with witnesses and evidence aplenty. Surely you will not attempt to concoct any excuses? Having been humiliated last time at the drunken Immortal Pavilion, Ma Yan harbored lingering resentment. He could not have anticipated that Yi Xian would get into trouble so swiftly again. This young man was certainly not one to be restrained. Perfectly. This time presents an opportunity to apprehend Yi Xian, linking it to the previous incident for thorough interrogation. Ma Yan was quite confident in his abilities of coercive interrogation. With Yi Xian in his grasp, he had a myriad of methods to extract a confession. Yi Xian cast a languid glance at Ma Yan, utterly disregarding his words. Han Yurong interjected, I beg your pardon, Commander Ma, but Yi Xian is my disciple. This matter ought to be adjudicated by the sect, and does not warrant your interference. Ma Yan was taken aback. When did Yi Xian become a disciple of Lady Han? The disciples from the Creation Immortal Sect were equally astonished upon hearing Lady Han's words. Hu Changsu furrowed his brow tightly. Han Yurong, are you truly resolute in shielding this scoundrel? As a master, is there any fault in protecting one's own disciple? Han Yurong wore a proud expression, reveling in her defense of Yixian, frustrating Hu Changsu to the point of fuming yet powerless to act. He was acutely aware of Han Yurong's stature and would never dare to confront her directly. It was well known that the Han family was renowned for their fierce protection of their own, especially Han Xiaobei. Were he to learn that his sister had been wronged, he would not hesitate to take drastic measures. In an instant, tranquility enveloped the Spirit Pill Hall. The once fervent and aggressive disciples of the Creation Immortal Sect found themselves rendered speechless. Huang Qi wore an expression of disbelief. Yixian, a destitute failure who failed the examination for the Immortal Sect, unexpectedly joined the Luo Shui sect and even became a direct disciple of Madame Han? How could this be possible? Madame Han, as a person of considerable stature, should not tarnish her reputation for the sake of a worthless individual. Huang Qi abruptly stepped forward from the crowd, pointing at Yixian and declared, "This waste has lingered at the Qingting Academy for 3 years without breaking through the Qi refinement stage. What qualifications does he possess to be your direct disciple, Madame Han? Has the recruitment standard of the Luo Shui sect diminished to such an extent?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards Han Yurong. Indeed, Huang Qi's words struck a chord. The Luo Shui sect had always been renowned for its rigorous standards. In the Immortal Sect examination, the admission scores of the Luo Shui sect were second only to the Xintian sect, coupled with a strict cap on new recruits, no more than 100 disciples per year, making it the sect with the fewest and most stringent recruitment criteria among the 5 major sects of Cangyun City. This high standard rendered the entry slots of the Luo Shui sect exceedingly precious, attracting many young cultivators. However, if the news of Madame Han accepting a worthless disciple were to spread, it would undoubtedly have a detrimental impact on the reputation of the Luo Shui sect. Huang Qi was acutely aware of this. His intention was to undermine Yixian in order to tarnish the Luo Shui sect's stature. He was oblivious to the methods Yixian employed to garner Madame Han's protection. But he believed that if Madame Han could be made to realize that shielding Yixian would damage the Luo Shui sect's reputation and future recruitment, she might reconsider her stance. Without Madame Han as protection, even if Yixian were a remnant of the famed drunken immortal abode, he would merely be a merchant at best, easily extinguishable like an ant. Madame Han furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze suddenly turning cold as ice. Under the chilling stare of Madame Han, Huang Qi's face paled in fear, and he quickly retreated back into the crowd, too intimidated to speak further. Nevertheless, Huang Qi's words had already stirred the crowd, which began to murmur among themselves. A few of Huang Qi's sycophants, mingling in the crowd, began to whisper as well. "I recognize this Yixian. He is the notorious waste from Qingting Academy, unable to break through the Qi refinement stage in 3 years. Yet, overnight, he becomes Madame Han's direct disciple? There must be some clandestine dealings at play." One remarked, "To be fair, Yixian is somewhat handsome. Perhaps Madame Han has taken a liking to him. A widow paired with a pretty boy truly makes for a perfect match." These comments reached Han Yurong's ears, almost igniting her temper. At that moment, Yixian suddenly stepped forward with a smile. "Little waste, do you have anything else to say?" Hu Changsu coldly inquired. Yixian chuckled. "You have all sung your verses to the fullest. What more is there for me to say? Although the Creation Immortal Sect bullies others with its might, I, Yixian, am not a fish on the chopping block for you to slaughter at will. As a customer, I visited your Lingdan Hall solely to purchase some alchemical materials. However, Manager Hu, without discerning the situation, resorted to violence against me. In self-defense, I had no choice but to retaliate, resulting in the unfortunate demise of Manager Hu. What fault lies with me?" Hu Changsu retorted, "Your words are nothing but nonsense. You were the one who initiated the attack on Huang Qi, prompting Manager Hu to respond. Huang Qi's arm is fractured, and that is the consequence of your actions." Hearing this, Huang Qi hastily rolled up his sleeve to reveal a bruised arm, lamenting, "Yixian is inhumane. After 3 years of camaraderie, I merely greeted him with good intentions, and he retaliated with such cruelty." Witnessing Huang Qi's injuries, the crowd began to murmur accusations towards Yixian. Even Ma Yin chimed in, "The injuries are indeed recent. The cause of Manager Hu's death was due to a particular hidden weapon, which has been confirmed to be the work of Yixian. Yet, Yixian bears no wounds himself. He possesses merely the 1st level of Qi training, while Manager Hu was a master at the 9th level. In a normal confrontation, Yixian could not have possibly retaliated against Manager Hu. The only way for Yixian to have killed Manager Hu would be through a sneak attack, which cannot be justified as self-defense. clapping his hands. Yi Xian remarked with a smile, General Ma, according to your reasoning, does it suffice to establish my capability for self-defense against manager who, if I can demonstrate the strength to contend with a master of the 9th level? Prove it. What will you use as proof? Please enlighten me. Chapter 77. I am an alchemist. As Yi Xian finished speaking, his movements were as swift as a streak of light. Stepping directly in front of Ma Yan, a bamboo sword materialized in his hand as he channeled his entire spiritual energy into it, unleashing a thunderous roar as the sword sang, slicing toward Ma Yan's neck. With confidence in his stationary output, Yi Xian unleashed the vast majority of his sword intent. In an instant, Ma Yan felt an overwhelming threat of death. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly retreated to evade. But he was caught off guard by Yi Xian's successive sword strikes, forced back until he found himself cornered against the wall. With a swift motion, the bamboo sword grazed past Ma Yan, cleaving through the wall with a resounding crash. The scene left everyone in awe. Yi Xian's speed was astonishing. The booming sword energy even causing many to feel a shiver down their spines. Could such feats truly be accomplished by a practitioner of merely the 1st level of qi training? Ma Yan, still in shock, instinctively swallowed hard. Hu Changsu furrowed his brow, equally incredulous. Meanwhile, Madame Han's eyes sparkled with intrigue, realizing, indeed, I did not misjudge. This young man is no ordinary individual. As Yi Xian sheathed his bamboo sword, he offered Ma Yan a faint smile, saying, General Ma, does this now serve as proof of my capability to engage in direct combat with manager who of the 9th level and to retaliate successfully? Under the watchful gaze of so many, Ma Yan felt utterly humiliated. Despite being a formidable practitioner at the 2nd level of the spirit refinement realm, he had been cornered by Yi Xian, a mere 1st level qi refinement cultivator, as if a majestic lion had been frightened away by a small wildcat. His dignity lay in shambles. When had this young man become so formidable? Nevertheless, this did not absolve him of suspicion. After all, he was not an alchemist. What could possibly explain his sudden appearance in the alchemy hall? Ma Yan pressed on with his inquiry. Yi Xian's lips curled into a smirk. Who said I am not an alchemist? The room fell silent in astonishment, all eyes fixated on Yi Xian. Even Madame Han and Han Xiaomu were left speechless. Could this young man truly be so boastful? While they had to concede that Yi Xian's recent display of swordsmanship was undeniably impressive, so much so that even Han Yorong was nearly swayed, alchemy was an entirely different matter. Mastery in this art was not something one could achieve through mere study. Even with exceptional talent, years of dedicated research were essential to become an alchemist. In some respects, the threshold for becoming a blacksmith was lower, as even subpar artifacts could still be utilized to some extent. However, potions were a different story. Any mistake could prove fatal. Among the multitude present, only 2 individuals could genuinely be considered alchemists, Hu Changsu and Xiao Bai. Even Xiao Bai was taken aback, unaware that Yi Xian possessed such skills. Hu Changsu, on the other hand, scoffed derisively. You speak with such bravado, young man. If you truly are an alchemist, I shall retire from the field and never concoct another potion. Yi Xian replied with a playful challenge. Elder Hu, do you dare to wager with me? Why would I hesitate? Hu Changsu was unperturbed, having investigated Yi Xian's background. The young man had had no exposure to alchemy during his time at the Qingting Academy. And even if he had crammed for knowledge after the celestial examination, it had been less than a month since then. To think that within such a short span, Yi Xian could both ascend in cultivation and master alchemy was nothing short of a fantasy, impossible even for the mightiest of beings. Thus, Hu Changsu was convinced that Yi Xian was merely boasting. Do not presume that you can casually concoct substandard potions and call yourself an alchemist. You underestimate this profession gravely. Ma Duzhong, I would appreciate your role as a witness, Yi Xian requested of Ma Yan. Certainly, Ma Yan replied, feeling compelled to oblige, as Yi Xian's earlier sword strike had nearly left him with a psychological scar. Let me serve as the notary. Just then, a colossal black goat strode forth from the direction of the city lord's residence, upon which the newly appointed city lord, Lu Rong, was seated. Ma Yan promptly bowed in greeting. We welcome you, city lord. Your personal testimony would undoubtedly carry greater authority than mine. Lu Rong approached with a smile and addressed Yi Xian. Do you have any objections, boss Yi? None whatsoever, came the reply. Yi Xian nodded slightly, refraining from further idle chatter, and directly stated, prepare for me 2 tails of black blood deer antler, 12 stalks of 9-petal lotus stamen, 3 coins of thumb monkey peach root, 1 plant of peiyuan grass, and also arrange a dan furnace with a black sand inner lining. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, the crowd present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Lacking the expertise of an alchemist, They could not fathom what elixir Xuan intended to concoct. However, Hu Changsu and Xiao Bai immediately grasped Xuan's intentions, leaving them both astonished. Su Changsu furrowed his brow. You intend to refine the blood condensation Peiyuan pill? The mention of the blood condensation Peiyuan pill startled many of the cultivators present, including Han Yurong. This pill, a variant of the Peiyuan pill, is renowned as one of the most challenging to refine among first-grade elixirs. Its extraordinary restorative properties are especially beneficial for cultivators who have suffered from the depletion of vital energy and blood, proving invaluable for those gravely injured in battle or experiencing significant blood loss. For such severely wounded individuals, possessing a blood condensation Peiyuan pill could mean the difference between life and death. However, the complexity and intricacy involved in refining this pill render it a formidable task. It is not merely beyond the capabilities of first-grade alchemists, but is also rarely attempted by many second- or even third-grade alchemists due to the exceedingly low success rate. Alchemists place great emphasis on their success rates, often avoiding elixirs that lie outside their expertise, particularly those with a high failure rate, as a single botched attempt would not only result in the loss of precious materials, but also tarnish their reputation. I never anticipated that Boss Yi would dare to attempt the blood condensation Peiyuan pill. What audacity! My anticipation for the outcome grows ever more fervent. Lu Rong laughed heartily. His intentions unclear, whether he admired Xuan or awaited his potential misstep. After all, it is common knowledge that such a high-difficulty elixir requires decades of immersion in the art of alchemy to approach with any confidence. Xuan is still so young. Having barely studied alchemy for a few days, he dares to challenge such a demanding elixir, truly a display of reckless bravado, bound to become a source of amusement. Even Madame Han deemed Xuan somewhat overconfident. It was evident that he could simply refine a basic first-grade elixir to clear his name. Why then would he exert himself in the arduous pursuit of the blood condensation Peiyuan pill? Was he not merely courting folly? Nevertheless, Han Yurong resolved to support Xuan. After all, his recent display of astonishing swordplay had already proven him to be far from a mere failure. Indeed, he could be considered a genius. Thus justifying her decision to take him as a disciple, no one dared to dispute this. Once it was established that Xuan was a disciple of the Luoshui sect, the remaining matters would be easily resolved. Chapter 78. Who says I will fail in refining? Elder Hu. Huang Qi glanced anxiously at Hu Changsu. Although he found it hard to believe that Xuan was truly an alchemist, witnessing Xuan speak with such conviction left him somewhat unsettled. What if Xuan actually succeeded in refining the blood condensation Peiyuan pill? Hu Changsu furrowed his brow and signaled Huang Qi with a glance. Go prepare the medicinal materials and the alchemical furnace. Huang Qi, quick to respond, said, Yes, master. However, Xuan interjected unexpectedly. Perhaps it would be prudent to have someone else gather the materials. I do not trust this individual. Huang Qi trembled, his countenance darkening considerably. Indeed, he had intended to tamper with the ingredients, confident that even if Xuan were a genuine alchemist, the flawed materials would ensure failure. To his astonishment, Xuan saw through his scheme in an instant. Allow me, smiled Lord Lu Rong, addressing Xuan. I will procure the medicinal materials and the alchemical furnace. You have no objections, I trust? Of course, I appreciate your assistance, Lord Lu. In truth, Xuan harbored no concerns regarding who prepared the materials. Even if they were tampered with, he would certainly discern any discrepancies. His refusal to allow Huang Qi to intervene stemmed purely from a desire to frustrate him. Lu Rong nodded, personally gathering the required materials for Xuan and selecting a suitable alchemical furnace from the Spirit Pill Hall's refining chamber. There exists a diverse array of alchemical furnaces, each tailored for the crafting of different types of pills. The more aligned a furnace is with the properties of the materials, the higher the success rate of the concoction. Everything is ready. Young master, you may commence the alchemical process, Lu Rong announced. All eyes turned to Xuan, eagerly awaiting his performance. Taking a deep breath, Xuan's expression grew serious and contemplative. He examined the materials thoroughly, and upon confirming their integrity, he placed the furnace delicately in the palm of his hand. This particular furnace was quite small, easily supported by one hand, with no flame source beneath, relying solely on spiritual energy to heat and refine the materials. With Xuan possessing merely the first level of qi refinement, could his spiritual energy suffice for alchemical creation? It seemed unlikely. Had they not realized that Xuan had been putting on an act the entire time? His previously displayed sword technique, though impressive in appearance, lacked any real lethality. I suspect that the cavalry commander is in collusion with Xuan. Perhaps Ma Yan is also aligned with the Luoshui sect. Indeed, I am familiar with this lad. During his time at the Qingting Academy, he was deemed a failure, ranking at the bottom in the sect's grand examination. With such a level of skill, how could he possibly create pills? I could craft a clay pellet with greater ease than he. I beg to differ, interjected Madame Han. Her judgment cannot be so poor. The fact that she accepted Yi Xian as her disciple indicates he possesses some unique qualities. Even before Yi Xian commenced his alchemical endeavors, a heated debate erupted around him. Silence. Han Yorong's piercing gaze swept across the crowd, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly. Although she herself harbored doubts about Yi Xian's ability to concoct the blood condensation and essence cultivation pill, she was resolute in preventing any disturbances during his process. Yet, Yi Xian remained remarkably composed. The system's profound insights into first-level alchemy encompassed all knowledge pertinent to that realm. Among first-level alchemists, he undoubtedly belonged to the most theoretically and experientially adept, with the only gap being practical application. However, Yi Xian had previously studied swordsmanship and martial arts with Xiaobai, demonstrating his extraordinary capacity for learning. In practice, Yi Xian felt no pressure whatsoever. Although he had yet to commence alchemy, he had already mentally rehearsed the entire process of crafting the blood-condensing pill several times, with each step meticulously timed to the millisecond. Provided he adhered to the correct procedure, the likelihood of failure was virtually non-existent. The sole factor that could potentially influence Yi Xian was the availability of spiritual energy. Alchemy was an endeavor that consumed substantial amounts of spiritual energy. Should it be depleted midway, the chances of failure would significantly increase. However, despite being at the first level of qi refinement, the reservoir of spiritual energy within Yi Xian far surpassed that of other practitioners at the same level. With such an abundance of energy, crafting a first-grade pill should pose no significant challenge. Nonetheless, to be prudent, Yi Xian retrieved a few spirit stones, holding them in his hand as a contingency for any potential shortfall in energy. With all preparations complete, Yi Xian commenced the alchemical process. First, he vigorously channeled his spiritual energy, infusing it into the interior of the alchemical furnace, heating the walls and the surrounding air with fervor. The furnace was constructed from a unique material known as black sand iron, which, upon absorbing spiritual energy, rapidly elevated in temperature. Within moments, wisps of smoke began to waft from the top of the furnace. Yi Xian counted silently, and after 37 seconds, he observed the air around the furnace beginning to distort, signaling that the temperature had reached the optimal level. He swiftly seized the black deer antler, crushed it, and cast it into the furnace. Instead of sinking immediately, the fragments of the antler hovered in midair, swirling under the influence of the spiritual and thermal energy. Under the intense heat, the moisture within the antler evaporated in mere seconds, while some remnants were reduced to ash, leaving behind a viscous black substance that continued to condense into a spherical form. Subsequently, Yi Xian focused intently, adding the remaining ingredients to the furnace in sequence at precise intervals. Each step demanded utmost caution. Any misstep could ruin the entire batch. Witnessing this, the onlookers, who had initially gathered out of mere curiosity, could not help but shift their expressions to one of grave seriousness. This was astonishing. Yi Xian was indeed concocting a pill, and he was executing each step with remarkable fluidity, as if he had undergone countless trials to perfect his craft. Huang Qi's face had turned ashen, while Hu Changsu wore an expression of disbelief. Han Yorong's eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. Even Han Xiaomu was entranced, though her attention was entirely fixated not on the alchemical furnace but on Yi Xian's face, unable to divert her gaze from her earnest and focused elder brother, who was surprisingly handsome. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated from within the furnace. What was happening? Had the pill exploded? Indeed, it seems that achieving success is still beyond reach. Ha! Yi Xian is exceedingly arrogant. This blood condensation pill is something even elder who might struggle to concoct, although he is a first-grade alchemist. Attempting to refine the blood condensation pill is akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that Yi Xian is indeed a first-grade alchemist. As evidenced by his actions, such a level of skill cannot be attained without at least 20 years of experience in alchemy. How old is Yi Xian with just 20 years of experience? Has he been refining pills since he was in the womb? What a pity it would be if this blood condensation pill were successfully produced. It could fetch no less than 3 million taels of silver. Who says I will fail in my attempt? At that moment, a confident smile graced Yi Xian's lips. With a sudden tremor of his palm, a mystical mist, shimmering with an extraordinary radiance, erupted from the alchemical furnace, and a crimson pill soared into the air, radiating a peculiar red light as it blossomed in midair. Chapter 79. Pill Clouds Ascend. Astonishment engulfs the crowd. The instant the mist appeared, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. What phenomenon is this? It has never been heard that a successful alchemical process would yield a glowing mist. Only a select few, including Hu Changsu, Lu Rong, and Xiao Bai, were profoundly shocked by this sight. Pill clouds are ascending. Indeed, pill clouds are ascending. Such extraordinary skill. I never imagined that there could truly be someone capable of producing the phenomenon of ascending pill clouds. Today, I am profoundly enlightened. At that moment, an elderly man with white hair, yet youthful features entered the alchemist hall. Upon seeing this venerable figure, the crowd was taken aback, hastily stepping forward to bow in greeting. We pay our respects to the esteemed Dr. Hong. Yi Xian, having secured the blood condensation pill, turned to look at the elder. The old man was entirely white-haired. Yet his face bore no wrinkles, giving him an almost handsome appearance. If his hair were dyed black, no one would discern his true age. At this time, Han Yurong and others had also arrived at Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian inquired, "What is the background of this Dr. Hong?" Han Yurong explained, "His name is Hong Dan, the most renowned physician in Cangyun City, and he is also the only fourth-grade alchemist in the city. In his youth, he studied in a sacred place and then spent 50 years traveling across the continent before returning to Cangyun City in his later years. A fourth-grade alchemist is indeed a significant figure in Cangyun City. Dr. Hong, your presence graces us. I apologize for failing to offer a proper welcome." Hu Changsu, upon spotting Hong Dan, became somewhat agitated, hurriedly stepping forward to pay his respects. However, Hong Dan seemed entirely oblivious to Hu Changsu, striding directly toward Yi Xian. Seizing Yi Xian's hand, he exclaimed, "Young sir, might you sell this blood condensation pill to me? I am willing to offer 10 million taels of silver." What? If the gathered crowd was merely astonished at Yi Xian's successful alchemy moments ago, they were now utterly astounded and in an uproar upon hearing that Dr. Hong was willing to pay 10 million taels for the blood condensation pill. 10 million taels. To think it would be used merely to purchase a first-grade pill. Could this truly be real? Had it not been for the extraordinary identity of divine physician Hong, one might have assumed that Yi Xian had intentionally summoned a stooge. Yi Xian's expression remained largely unchanged. A sum of 10 million taels, which might have once brought him joy, now seemed rather trivial. Naturally, he welcomed the generous offer, promptly handing the blood-condensing and yuan cultivating pill to divine physician Hong with a courteous acknowledgement. Divine physician Hong, in turn, was straightforward, producing 10 first-grade spirit stones to exchange with Yi Xian, then reverently examining the coveted blood-condensing and yuan cultivating pill, his admiration evident as he scrutinized it, repeatedly exclaiming in awe. The pill bore patterns, unmistakably indicating its quality. This was indeed a top-tier elixir, a genuine treasure of the highest order, featuring 3 intricate patterns. And the fact that it was such a notoriously difficult pill to concoct made it all the more remarkable. To acquire such a rare pill for a mere million taels was an extraordinary fortune. Witnessing divine physician Hong's self-muttering, the onlookers were left bewildered. To spend 10 million on a first-grade elixir and proclaim oneself fortunate was beyond comprehension. Surely, divine physician Hong had lost his senses. However, those with even a modicum of understanding of alchemy immediately recognized the pill's value, which undoubtedly justified the exorbitant price. Elixirs are not only categorized by quality, but also distinguished as upper, middle, and lower grades. The price of a top-grade elixir could easily be several or even dozens of times higher than that of a lower-grade counterpart. Beyond the top-grade elixirs lies the rarest category of supreme elixirs, identifiable by their unique patterns. Even a single pattern qualifies an elixir as supreme. Yet this blood-condensing and yuan-cultivating pill boasted 3, making it truly exceptional, and its worth nearly beyond comprehension. Yi Xian, unfazed by the astonishment surrounding him, addressed Lord Lu Rong. "Shall we declare the verdict now?" Lu Rong, finally recovering from his surprise, cleared his throat and stated, "The successful creation of a supreme blood-condensing and yuan-cultivating pill validates Yi Xian's alchemical prowess. Elder Hu, do you have any final words?" Hu Changsu, deflated like a punctured balloon, responded despondently, "I concede. I humbly admit defeat. From this day forth, I, Hu, shall wash my hands of alchemy and never craft another elixir again." Master Huang Qi and the disciples of the creation Immortal Sect gazed at Hu Changsu with sorrowful expressions. Accepting defeat, they withdrew. With no face left to continue, Hu Changsu departed with his disciples. As for the vendetta against his brother, it was futile to pursue it further. With Yi Xian's evident talent, the Luoshui sect would go to great lengths to protect him, even at the cost of conflict with the creation Immortal Sect. Furthermore, the sect leader would consider Yi Xian's future potential and refrain from creating enmity with him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances surrounding his brother's demise, the matter could no longer be investigated. With events having unfolded as they did, there was no further recourse available. As Xingzhou departed with the disciples of the creation Immortal Sect, a wave of sighs and reflections swept through the crowd. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? Yi Xian turned to Ma Yan and inquired, "Commander Ma, do you still intend to apprehend me?" Ma Yan, his gaze averted, dared not meet Yi Xian's eyes and promptly led his team away. Lu Rong stated, "Given that the suspicions surrounding young Master Yi have been dispelled, I believe it prudent to conclude this matter as an act of legitimate self-defense rather than submitting it for sect arbitration. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Lord City Master," Yi Xian replied with a faint smile. He had little faith in Lu Rong's benevolence. However, even if the matter were to be handed over to sect arbitration, Yi Xian would undoubtedly receive the protection of the Luoshui sect and suffer no repercussions. Lu Rong's words were merely a recognition of the situation's irreversibility, a gesture of goodwill towards Yi Xian. As Lu Rong departed, the crowd began to disperse. Only the esteemed physician Hong remained, fixated on the blood condensation and vitality cultivation pill. "Physician Hong, I must take my leave," Yi Xian announced, preparing to return. Yet, Physician Hong suddenly had a thought, blocking Yi Xian's path and addressing him earnestly. "Young Master Yi, your prowess in alchemy has left me in awe. I can confidently assert that you are among the most promising alchemists in the Star Continent. Might I inquire if you would be interested in joining the Medicine King sect?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xian had yet to respond when Han Yorong's expression shifted dramatically, and she quickly interjected, "Physician Hong, this is inappropriate. Yi Xian is my newly accepted disciple. Precisely because of that, you must cherish young Master Ye's future. He is undeniably a natural-born alchemist. Should he join the Medicine King sect, I assure you, within a decade, he will surely rise to prominence as a 5th or even 6th grade alchemist." Chapter 80. Declining Physician Hong. In light of Physician Hong's words, Han Yorong found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Medicine King sect was the largest alchemical sect in the Star Continent. Although its strength did not match that of the 3 great holy sects, it was nonetheless a first-rate sect within the entire Star Continent, far beyond the humble Luoshui sect. Physician Hong had once been a disciple of the Medicine King sect, and with his recommendation, Yi Xian could easily join. Once part of the Medicine King sect, Yi Xian would undoubtedly gain a measure of renown in the alchemical community of the Star Continent within 10 years, a future that Luoshui sect could not provide. Moreover, she was merely a temporary mentor, with little to impart to Yi Xian. What right did she have to dictate his future? Yi Xian suddenly spoke. "I appreciate Physician Hong's goodwill, but I have no genuine interest in the art of alchemy. I only dabble in it casually and do not intend to pursue it as a primary career." The reactions of Physician Hong, Han Yorong, Han Xiaomo, and the twin spirits Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were one of astonishment. He had declined. Yi Xian had actually refused to join the Medicine King sect, expressing disinterest in alchemy. "Oh, dear, young Master Yi, you are mistaken. With your innate talent in alchemy, you are destined to become an illustrious grandmaster of the art, revered by practitioners across the realm. How could you possibly forsake such a promising future?" Dr. Hong wore an expression of frustration and disappointment, clearly dismayed by the situation. Yi Xian shrugged nonchalantly, asserting his lack of interest. "There is no need for further discussion, Dr. Hong. Master, let us be on our way." Grasping Han Yorong's arm, the group hastily departed from the Spirit Pill Hall and returned to the opulent residence behind Lingbao Pavilion. Once seated on the plush sofa, Han Yorong remained in a state of bewilderment. She turned to Yi Xian and inquired, "Did you truly reject Dr. Hong? The Medicine King sect is one of the premier sects in Xingzhou. Even the 5 great sects of Cangyun City combined do not measure up to it by even a fraction." Yi Xian took a hearty swig from a bottle of sugary soda and replied with a grin, "Master, you've only just accepted me as your disciple, and now you wish to cast me out? Since the matter has been resolved, there is no need for you to continue mentoring me. However, this opportunity is rare indeed, and your refusal makes me feel a sense of loss on your behalf. What is there to lament? I wish to learn the art of alchemy, and I do not need to seek instruction from others." Yi Xian's confidence radiated in his words. This was indeed true, with a few more sign-ins. He might acquire higher-level alchemy skills, making the enhancement of his abilities a matter of moments. Why toil in pursuit of knowledge when he already possessed wealth, a career, and a beautiful companion? "Dear mother, you still do not understand Brother Yi. I can see it clearly. He must have a formidable backing and clearly looks down upon the Medicine King sect," Han Xiaomu chimed in playfully. Han Yorong was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the validity of this observation. Indeed, just a few days prior, Yi Xian was an ordinary person without any cultivation. Yet, after only a brief period. He had not only broken through to the qi refining stage, but had also excelled in swordsmanship and become an alchemist. Such feats were beyond the reach of the average individual. If Han Yurong were to believe that Yi Xian had achieved this without guidance from an extraordinary mentor, she would certainly be skeptical. The reason Yi Xian declined Dr. Hong's offer was precisely because he understood that his backing far surpassed that of the Medicine King's sect. Why reach for the distant when the near was sufficient? Ah, I see. You are quite the enigma, my young friend. It seems that our Luoshui sect must cultivate a good relationship with you. Who knows? One day you may soar to great heights, Han Yurong remarked approvingly. Yi Xian felt a wave of embarrassment. Indeed, Han Xiaomu's words held some truth. He did possess a formidable support system, albeit it was not a person but rather the sign-in system itself. Nevertheless, since Han Yurong had already formed a misunderstanding, Yi Xian had no intention of clarifying. Having an imaginary powerful ally backing him could intimidate many and save Yi Xian a great deal of trouble. Xiaobai, please prepare a meal. I am quite hungry, Yi Xian instructed. Xiaobai smiled brightly. Certainly, young master. What would you like to eat? By the way, there's a barbecue grill in the storage room. Shall we have barbecue today? Very well, Yi Xian agreed. He added, Master, Xiaomu, you have both assisted me greatly today. Please stay and join me for dinner. Han Yurong cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xian, saying, Didn't you mention that I need not be addressed as master any longer? Hee. I merely think it rather delightful to have a beautiful master. The feeling of being protected by such a figure is truly splendid, Yi Xian chuckled in response. Han Yurong smiled gently. Very well, call me as you wish. Having a prodigious disciple like you allows me to bask in your glory. After enjoying their lunch, Han Yurong took her leave, taking along Han Xiaomu as well. The three of them rested for a while before returning to the drunken immortal residence. This morning had indeed been eventful, and now with his spirits relaxed, Yi Xian felt a twinge of apprehension. His fear stemmed not from any trivial matter, but rather from the perilous confrontation with Manager Hu. It had been exceedingly reckless to oppose someone at the 9th level of qi refinement while he was merely at the 1st. In retrospect, it seemed a rather unwise decision. Without the dragon beard armor, the talisman for protection, the martial arts taught by Xiao Bai, and the heavenly dragon battle ray, Yi Xian would have never succeeded in his counterattack. However, relying on external aids is ultimately fraught with limitations. Entrusting one's life to such externalities offers little peace of mind. Thus, it is imperative to dedicate oneself to elevating one's own cultivation. Only through genuine progress in one's realm can a practitioner truly establish themselves. Everything else is ephemeral. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Xian wasted no time and commenced his secluded meditation. As spiritual energy surged into his body, the circulation speed within his meridians quickened. The influx of energy caused a significant increase in pressure within his meridians, akin to a rise in blood pressure. Naturally, once the concentration of spiritual energy reached a certain threshold, a breakthrough would follow. At this moment, Yi Xian vaguely sensed that he was on the cusp of touching the threshold of the 2nd level of qi refinement. In truth, had it been anyone else absorbing such a vast quantity of spiritual energy, they would have likely surpassed the 5th or 6th level by now. Yet, Yi Xian felt it was still insufficient, lacking just a bit more. Once the spiritual energy from the gathering array was depleted, relying solely on the surrounding natural energy proved quite challenging for Yi Xian. If he wished to make a decisive leap into the 2nd level of qi refinement, he would need to resort to using spirit stones. With a decisive motion, Yi Xian crushed 2 spirit stones, releasing a substantial amount of spiritual energy to continue his absorption and refinement. Time seemed to slip away, and after an indeterminate period, upon surpassing a certain threshold of energy concentration within himself, he distinctly felt the purity of the spiritual energy begin to soar. With a deep breath, Yi Xian exhaled a gray mist, a representation of the impurities contained within the spiritual energy. It was accomplished. Expelling this turbid air was indicative of a breakthrough within the realm of qi refinement. The expulsion signified that the purity of spiritual energy within Yi Xian had advanced further, officially entering the 2nd level of qi refinement. Cultivation appeared less daunting than anticipated. The sole challenge lay in the scarcity of spiritual energy. Were there an endless supply of spiritual energy available for my consumption? I estimate that I could achieve the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement in merely a few days. Chapter 81. Pet Egg, Divine Archangel. The following day, early in the morning, Yi Xian awoke and stretched lazily, suddenly recalling that today marked another week of sign-ins. The rewards for weekly sign-ins were undoubtedly far superior to those of regular sign-ins. He wondered if today would hold any delightful surprises. Upon signing in, A notification chimed. Congratulations on 3 weeks of perfect attendance. You have received a mysterious pet egg. A pet egg? Yi Xian's expression turned peculiar as he accessed his system storage, discovering indeed that a large egg had appeared within. It was an impressive specimen, round and hefty, measuring nearly 1 meter in diameter, with a shell as pure and white as jade, thick and robust. When he tapped it, it produced a metallic resonance. He carefully placed the pet egg on his bed and sat cross-legged, staring at it in a daze. Was it meant to be hatched? Simply drop a drop of blood to acknowledge ownership, and the pet egg will be activated, the system prompt announced. How cliché, Yi Xian thought with a wry smile. Yet he retrieved a dagger and made a small incision on his palm. Blood oozed forth, and he promptly pressed his hand against the pet egg, leaving a distinct blood print. However, the imprint was swiftly absorbed by the egg, leaving no trace behind. Just as Yi Xian pondered the mechanics of this blood acknowledgement, a powerful heartbeat suddenly resonated from within the egg. Following that, the shell began to crack, fissures forming as something inside appeared to struggle to break free. With a loud crack, a piece of the shell shattered, striking Yi Xian's face with surprising force. It hurt quite a bit. It seemed this little creature possessed considerable strength. Yi Xian leaned closer, eager to discover what his new pet would be. At that moment, the shell completely shattered. Before him unfolded a magnificent pair of pristine, slightly damp wings. What an impressive wingspan. Surely, it exceeded 2 meters. Could it be an eagle? Yet, as Yi Xian continued to observe, he found himself utterly astounded. Emerging from the shell was not a pet at all, but a living girl. With wings adorning her back, she shook her flowing golden hair, revealing a pair of emerald green eyes that sparkled like jewels, sitting among the remnants of the eggshell with a duck-like posture. She blinked at Yi Xian and reached out her hands. Master, hug me. Yi Xian stood frozen for a moment, unsure how to respond. The girl, seemingly displeased, stood up. Her height around 1.5 meters, and wobbled towards him, embracing him tightly. Master, don't you like Xuan? The little girl said with a pitiful tone. Yi Xian swallowed hard, hastily draping a coat over Xuan's petite form, and asked, Are you an angel? Xuan nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Truly an angel? Yi Xian then scrutinized Xuan closely. Her skin, as luminous and delicate as milk, her hair, more luxurious and noble than strands of gold, her wings, softer and whiter than the clouds, and her features, exquisitely perfect, exuding an expression of innocent distress that evokes deep affection. At that moment, a system introduction appeared in Yi Xian's vision. Mi Shui, holy archangel in juvenile form, possessing the first level of divine realm cultivation, endowed with extraordinary talent and potential. The embodiment of purity and light, capable of purifying all malevolent forces. With careful nurturing, one may reap astonishing rewards. Initial loyalty is at 80, should loyalty fall below 30. She may defect. A holy archangel, emerging from her shell with the cultivation of the divine realm, capable of purifying evil. Yi Xian was utterly astonished. This pet was simply extraordinary. Suddenly, Xuan tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve. Xuan feels so sticky. Could Master help Xuan take a bath? Ah, of course. Yi Xian took Xuan's soft little hand and led her into the bathroom, allowing her to soak in the tub. At that moment, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing also awoke. Upon entering the bathroom, they stood there in shock. Yi Xian was busy soaping Xuan's body when Xiao Qing exclaimed, Young master, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Xiao Bai, however, was entirely focused on the 2 pairs of folded, snowy wings behind Xuan. A demon race? Yi Xian awkwardly explained. Her name is Xuan, a birdman entrusted to me by a friend. In a way, she could be considered my distant cousin. He fabricated an excuse, as it was difficult to explain such an extraordinary transformation otherwise. Master is naughty. Xuan is not a birdman. Xuan is an angel, Xuan declared, hands on her hips, pouting. Yi Xian, flustered, replied, All right, Xuan is an angel, not a birdman. Xiao Bai was even more puzzled. She had never heard of either the birdman or angel races. Xiao Qing then said, Young master, Xuan is a girl. How can you bathe her? You should leave this to me and my sister. With that, Xiao Qing pushed Yi Xian out of the bathroom. Yi Xian, looking at his soapy hands, could only feel speechless. What was wrong with bathing his own pet? Admittedly, Xuan's appearance did not exactly align with the notion of a pet. After waiting in the living room for quite some time, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing finally emerged with Xuan. After her bath, Xuan's beauty was fully revealed, illuminating the entire room as if it were brighter than usual. Though she wore Yi Xian's oversized jacket, the loose fit exuded a unique charm. Not just Yi Xian, but both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were entranced. Xiao Qing could not resist ruffling Xuan's hair. Xuan, how can you be so adorable? However, Snowball displayed a rather unwelcoming attitude towards Little Green. She broke free from her grasp and dashed straight into Yixian's arms, exclaiming, "Master, I do not like these two elderly ladies." Snowball, having just been born, felt unjustly separated from her master by the two older women, thus deeming them untrustworthy. Little White and Little Green were taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief. It was the first time they had ever been addressed in such a manner, their hearts momentarily overwhelmed with the urge to cry. Yixian, feeling rather awkward, quickly interjected. "Snowball, do not speak nonsense. These two are your sisters, Little White and Little Green, and they are the most trusted individuals by your master. You must listen to them from now on, understood?" Reluctantly, Snowball nodded, her small hands clasped tightly as she approached, "Sister Little White, Sister Little Green. I was wrong just now. I apologize, can you forgive me?" Her bright green eyes sparkled with innocence, radiating a charm that was utterly disarming. Little White and Little Green found it difficult to withstand her sincerity, their hearts softening in an instant. Snowball is truly well behaved. From now on, Sister Little Green will protect you, and if anyone dares to bully you, I shall confront them fiercely. Chapter 82. Take off Snowball, though somewhat outspoken, possessed a heart that could only be described as pure and kind. Before long, Little White and Little Green had formed a bond with her. Seizing this opportunity, Yixian stepped out to procure several outfits for Snowball. However, when it came time to dress her, the three were met with a dilemma. Snowball's large wings posed a significant challenge, making it difficult to put on any clothing. They would need to be tailored anew to accommodate two openings in the back. Moreover, considering Snowball's appearance, Yixian harbored a concern. If she ventured outside, would she be mistaken for a member of the demon clan? "Snowball, can your wings be concealed?" Yixian inquired suddenly. Snowball sweetly replied, "No, master, but I can make my wings smaller." With a determined effort, her face reddening with concentration, Snowball's wings indeed began to shrink. In a short while, they had diminished to the size of two small palms, snugly resting against her back. With a fluffy garment, she could successfully hide her wings. Thus, it became manageable. Little White and Little Green led Snowball to their bedroom to begin the dressing process. Before long, a charming Snowball appeared before Yixian, adorned in a light green floral dress. How adorable! Seeing Snowball flash a sweet smile in his direction, Yixian felt his heart nearly melt, and he instinctively opened his arms wide. Snowball, ever cooperative, leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her small head against his chest in sheer delight. Little White and Little Green watched this scene with a twinge of jealousy. Was Snowball truly just the distant cousin of the young master? How could she be so affectionate towards him? "Sister, did you not hear? Xuan addresses the young master as master, which is a perfectly normal form of address for siblings, is it not? In my opinion, Xuan is most likely a slave from the demon clan that the young master has brought home. Xiaoqing, you must not speak recklessly. The young master is not that kind of person. There must be some fortuitous circumstance that led him to take in Xuan. I suspect her past is indeed tragic." Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing began to gossip on the side. Yixian stood up, holding Xuan's small hand, and said, "I will take Xuan out for a stroll. Do you wish to join us?" Just as Xiaoqing was about to agree, Xiao Bai shook her head. "Young master, you go ahead. Xiaoqing and I need to stay behind to tend to the shop. We have received a surge of takeout orders, and we must process a large batch before noon. I fear the kitchen may become overwhelmed." "Very well, I appreciate your hard work." With that, Yixian led Xuan out the door. Xiaoqing, filled with jealousy, exclaimed, "Sister, don't you feel any sense of crisis? Now that the young master has Xuan, he neglects us sisters. Our standing will diminish day by day." Xiao Bai, annoyed, tapped Xiaoqing on the forehead. "What nonsense are you spouting? Xuan is still just a child." Though she said this, it was impossible for Xiao Bai to harbor no concerns. Meanwhile, Yixian had already mounted the swift wind tiger with Xuan, wandering leisurely through the streets. Xuan, like a curious child, tugged at Yixian, asking numerous questions, and he patiently imparted to her much knowledge. Having just entered this world, it was all a blank slate for Xuan. Yixian was not only her master, but also her guide, and he naturally bore the responsibility. Before they knew it, they had spent the morning wandering, and now, Yixian and Xuan had left Cangyun City, arriving in a remote mountainous area on the eastern outskirts. Yixian wished to test Xuan's flying abilities here, as the angelic clan was known for their aerial prowess, and flight was her most formidable skill. With a determined huff, Xuan blushed as she expanded her wings. Perhaps due to their previous dampness, they had now dried completely. Once fully unfurled, their span exceeded 2 meters, nearly reaching 3. The 3-meter-wide, pristine white wings shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a remarkably pure radiance. Yixian couldn't help but reach out to touch them. Xuer's feathers felt far more resilient than they appeared. Master, do you want to fly with Xuer? She asked playfully. Yixian was taken aback. Can you carry me? Of course. Don't be deceived by my small size. I am quite strong. Indeed, Xuer had been born with the cultivation of the divine refinement realm. Her strength likely surpassed Yixian's by a considerable margin. Very well. Yixian replied with eager anticipation. Xuer flapped her wings, and despite the lack of any significant wind, her body effortlessly lifted off the ground. Once airborne, she found she could hover in midair without needing to continue flapping her wings. Yixian was momentarily taken aback. What method do you use to fly? He inquired. The bodies of the angelic race possess wind attributes, allowing them to ascend with the buoyancy of the air. The wings serve merely to take off, land, maintain balance, and alter direction, Xuer elucidated. Ah, I see. The angelic race is indeed quite extraordinary. Xuer had already circled behind Yixian, grasping his arms. With a powerful flap of her wings, Yixian felt his feet leave the ground. And before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself soaring hundreds of meters above the earth, surrounded by fluffy, cotton candy-like clouds. As he gazed down, he beheld a vibrant tapestry of green trees and blooming flowers, the lake reflecting the sky, while a refreshing breeze caressed his skin. The sensation was undeniably delightful. The only drawback was the instinctual unease of being suspended in midair without any support beneath him. Just then, Xuer unexpectedly spun around in the air, tilting her body skyward. Due to the change in posture, Yixian found himself positioned above her, and with a slight shift, he seated himself upon Xuer's delicate abdomen. Xuer, what are you doing? He asked. Isn't it more comfortable for you now, master? Xuer giggled. Indeed, it was quite comfortable, albeit a tad peculiar to use Xuer's gentle form as a seat. It bore a resemblance to flying on a sword, or rather, flying with an angel. That said, Xuer, are you not uncomfortable? Yixian inquired. Xuer replied, not really. It's just that my wings cannot be obstructed. Otherwise, it would be easier for me to carry you. However, this is fine too, as I have a slight fear of heights. You, an angel, have a fear of heights? Yixian found himself at a loss for words. After flying for about 10 minutes, Xuer began to tire and gracefully descended back to the ground. Master, I am so sleepy, she murmured, leaning against Yixian and falling asleep. It seemed that flying was quite exhausting for her, especially since she had only just been born that day. It would be wise to refrain from letting her fly recklessly for now. Chapter 83. The Spirit Pill Hall acquired upon returning to the drunken immortal residence. Night had fallen. Having enjoyed a rare outing, Yixian had indulged in a day filled with adventure, hiking, swimming, and even taking Xuer to the lake to catch fish for a barbecue, reminiscent of childlike joy. Consequently, the already fatigued Xuer had fallen into a deep slumber. Young master, how could you be out for so long? It is far too dangerous. You have offended the sword-forging pavilion, the Fortune Immortal Sect, and the Xiantian Sect all at once. If anyone intends to harm you, neither I nor Shaoqing could rush to your aid in time. Xiaobai scolded sternly as soon as they returned. Yixian offered a wry smile and rubbed his nose, humbly acknowledging his error. I apologize, I was too careless. I promise to take you all with me next time. Seeing Yixian's sincere attitude, Xiaobai's expression softened, and she brought forth a sumptuous dinner. Young master, please enjoy your meal. The hot water is already prepared. After dining, you can indulge in a relaxing bath. Yixian was deeply touched as he grasped Xiaobai's hand, exclaiming, Xiaobai, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Instantly, Xiaobai's cheeks flushed a bright crimson, her head lowering in shyness as she murmured, it is an honor for me to serve the young master. With that, she hurriedly scampered back to her room, her small steps quickening. Yixian couldn't help but smile, finding amusement in teasing Xiaobai and cherishing her bashful demeanor. After finishing his meal and enjoying a bath, Yixian returned to his room to commence his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. As Yixian opened his eyes to gaze at the morning light streaming through the window, he shook his head with a sigh, lamenting, the lack of spiritual energy is truly stifling. Cultivating has become rather arduous. Moreover, utilizing spirit stones for cultivation is excessively extravagant. Where can I possibly acquire more spiritual energy? Regardless, he decided to check in first. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 ownership of the Spirit Pill Hall. Alas, to think it was the Spirit Pill Hall, and that he now possessed complete ownership. This signified that the Spirit Pill Hall had become Yixian's private estate. Engaging in the trade of elixirs was indeed a lucrative venture. The Spirit Pill Hall was the largest elixir trading hub in Cangyun City, with nearly 70% of the elixirs and medicinal herbs traded there. This was undoubtedly the most profitable enterprise of the Creation Immortal Sect, without exception. Xuan was curious about how the Creation Immortal Sect would transfer the Spirit Pill Hall into his hands. After all, upon checking, he found no stock transfer documents within the system's storage space, indicating that the paperwork was still en route. "Young master, someone is looking for you." Xiaoqing suddenly entered, interrupting his thoughts. "Is it someone from the Creation Immortal Sect?" Xuan inquired. Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Young master, you truly possess remarkable foresight. It is indeed someone from the Creation Immortal Sect, and of considerable stature. It appears to be the Grand Elder." "Have him wait," Xuan replied, striding directly into the bathroom, intending to freshen up and change before descending. Xiaoqing was left in awe, thinking, "Young master, how audacious of you. Knowing full well the significance of the visitor, you still have him wait." Yet, she found herself quite fond of this domineering aspect of Xuan's demeanor, her cheeks reddening as she made her way downstairs. On the third floor of the drunken immortal residence, in the reception tea room, the Grand Elder of the Creation Immortal Sect, Yang Jing, had been waiting for quite some time. "Master, that Xuan is exceedingly arrogant. You personally came to visit, and he has yet to grace you with his presence." "Indeed, master, what is the necessity of this? Xuan is merely a first-grade alchemist. What is so remarkable about him?" The two disciples accompanying Yang Jing, witnessing their master being so disregarded, were filled with indignation, practically wishing to demolish the drunken immortal residents in their fury. "Silence." Yang Jing's eyes opened, his authority radiating as he declared, "You know nothing, a bunch of worthless fools. If only you possessed even a fraction of Xuan's talent, I would die with no regrets." Chastened by their master's reprimand, the two disciples fell silent, their faces etched with grievance. "My sincerest apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed elder." Xuan finally arrived after a considerable delay. He had just finished his breakfast in the kitchen and had also taken a moment to relieve himself. Upon seeing Xuan, Yang Jing's expression grew intricate. He rose to greet him, saying, "Indeed, young Master Yi is a remarkable talent. I am Yang Jing, the Grand Elder of the Creation Immortal Sect. I have already come to understand the events that transpired yesterday. It is all due to my negligence in managing those under me that such a grave error occurred. I sincerely hope you can forgive me, young Master Yi." Xuan chuckled heartily. "Elder Yang, you flatter me. I wonder what brings you here today." Yang Jing wasted no time and directly handed a transfer document to Xuan. It was indeed the transfer document for the Spirit Pill Hall. Although Xuan was already aware, he feigned surprise and inquired, "What does this mean, Elder Yang?" "This is the will of our sect master. The incident yesterday was a consequence of the laxity and discipline within the Creation Immortal Sect, nearly endangering a future master alchemist. This Spirit Pill Hall is but a modest compensation from our sect to you, young Master Yi. I sincerely hope you will accept it." As he spoke, Yang Jing could not help but feel a pang of regret. This was hardly a small compensation. It was akin to carving flesh from the Creation Immortal Sect. Xuan, however, was not one to refuse such an offer. With swift strokes, he inscribed his name on the transfer document and laughed. "Then I shall graciously accept. There is one more matter. The sect master invites you, young Master Yi, to visit the Creation Immortal Sect. Might you be interested? I shall consider it when I have time. The weather has been quite oppressive lately, and I prefer not to venture out." Though Xuan had spent the previous day frolicking under the scorching sun, Yang Jing did not take offense, saying, "The doors of the Creation Immortal Sect are always open to you, young Master Yi." With that, he took his two disciples, who had been exchanging bewildered glances, and took his leave. Xuan stretched lazily and called for Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing. "Come with me to the Spirit Pill Hall." In a short while, they arrived at the tightly locked entrance of the Spirit Pill Hall. Utilizing the key left by Yang Jing, Xuan unlocked the door and stepped inside. The Spirit Pill Hall had been tidied up, yet all the medicine cabinets remained intact, and the alchemical furnaces were untouched. Aside from the personnel having vacated, everything else was entrusted to Xuan, including a considerable sum of over 5 million silver coins in the storeroom, clearly left intentionally. Xiao Bai and Xiaoqing were still somewhat dazed. "So, the Creation Immortal Sect has given the Spirit Pill Hall to you, young master?" Xiao Bai asked. Xuan shrugged. "In truth, the Creation Immortal Sect is more astute than I had anticipated. By gifting me the Spirit Pill Hall today, it may seem like a sacrifice, yet in reality, they are averting a potential crisis. Otherwise, the price they would have to pay in the future would surely exceed the worth of a mere Spirit Pill Hall." "Oh, I see. It seems your potential has already instilled fear in the Creation Immortal Sect." Xiaoqing teased. Xiao Bai gazed at the array of herbal materials and asked, "Young master, May I take charge of managing the spirit pill hall? That was precisely my intention, Xuan replied. It truly seems a travesty to assign Xiao by the role of a mere cook. Her talents in alchemy are undeniable, making her the most suitable candidate to oversee the spirit pill hall. With a graceful smile, Xiaobai expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master. Since I am to take charge of the spirit pill hall, it is imperative to rename it. In my opinion, spirit pill hall lacks a grounded essence. Herb hall would be far more fitting. As you wish, Xuan replied, his face radiating affection. Chapter 84. Determined to depart, the trio spent half an hour thoroughly inventorying the herb hall before commencing the recruitment of workers, contacting herbal gatherers, and replacing the signboard. It was anticipated that within 2 days, they would be on the right track. Naturally, it was primarily Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing who were industriously engaged, while Xuan merely observed. After a brief period, Xuan's patience wore thin, prompting him to venture next door to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in search of Han Xiaomu. He found her busily packing her belongings. Curiously, he inquired, "Are you preparing to leave?" "Indeed. In 3 days, I shall embark on my journey to the Starry Cloud Secret Realm. This marks my first venture beyond familiar territories. I was so exhilarated that I could hardly sleep a wink last night," Han Xiaomu exclaimed, her excitement reminiscent of a child anticipating an outing. In 3 days, Xuan pondered whether he should accompany her. The danger was secondary. More crucially, he had no inclination for mining. What purpose would it serve? As for opportunities, he remained indifferent. With his signing-in system, each awakening brought forth a treasure trove of chances, coveted by other cultivators, yet easily obtained by him. Suddenly, Han Xiaomu remarked, "Brother Yi, are you aware that the Starry Cloud Secret Realm is the origin of the main spiritual vein of the Star Continent? The spiritual energy there is said to be 100 times denser than in the outside world. Moreover, it is rumored one might stumble upon high-quality spirit stones. Once, someone discovered a 16th-grade spirit stone there, becoming immensely wealthy overnight. With my fortune, it's not impossible that I might find a few high-quality spirit stones myself." "Is that so?" Xuan, intrigued, resolved without hesitation. "Return to inform your mother. I shall accompany you to the Starry Cloud Secret Realm." "Really? Brother Yi, you're going too? That is splendid. You must bring the big cat along. That way, I can lavish attention on it throughout the journey." Ahem. That statement felt somewhat peculiar. Departing the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, Xuan promptly relayed the news to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. He intended to bring them along, necessitating an advance notice to amend their plans. The Herb Hall could not reopen immediately, as the duration of their expedition to the Starry Cloud Secret Realm remained uncertain. However, upon hearing his intentions, Xiao Bai's expression turned troubled. "Young master, Xiao Qing and I may not be able to accompany you." "Why not?" Xuan was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated Xiao Bai's refusal. Xiao Bai explained, "The Starry Cloud Secret Realm is a desolate area, scarcely frequented by humans, lacking the essence of humanity. If Xiao Qing and I were to venture there, we might struggle to maintain our human forms due to the absence of human presence." "Ah, indeed. How could I have overlooked such a significant detail?" Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing chose to remain concealed within the bustling and vibrant Cangyun City, primarily to maintain their human forms. "Very well, you shall stay here to guard the house. After all, I am accompanying the Luo Shui sect on this journey, and Han Xiaobei will be present as well. Thus, safety should not pose a significant concern," Xuan remarked. Xiaobai suggested, "Young master, you might consider bringing Sister Xuer along. Should any danger arise, she could assist you in fleeing." Xuan nodded in agreement. That is a good idea. He had indeed intended to take Xuer with him, as she had just been born. Leaving her alone at home was out of the question. Xiaobai inquired, "When do we depart, young master?" "Approximately 3 days hence," he replied. 3 days should suffice. During this time, I will reside at the Baichao Hall, endeavoring to concoct some elixirs for you to take along. It is always prudent to be well prepared when venturing out. Fortunately, Baichao Hall is currently stocked with a plethora of readily available herbs. "Is that truly necessary?" Xuan questioned, somewhat exasperated. He was merely going to partake in the festivities and perhaps engage in some cultivation, not embarking on an adventure. Xiaobai insisted earnestly. "The Starry Cloud Secret Realm is fraught with peril, and it is a place where danger lurks amidst a melange of characters. Incidents of murder and treasure theft are not uncommon. Preparation is essential." "Very well, I shall heed your advice." Upon departing from Baichao Hall and en route back to Zuixian, Xuan made a stop at the bookstore across the street. Ah, what a rare visitor. The shopkeeper, Boss Yi, greeted him warmly. "Do you have any books concerning the Starry Cloud Secret Realm?" Xuan inquired. "Are you planning to venture to the Star Mine? You must peruse this tome, Starry Cloud Secret Record, and this one, Starmine Illustrated Exposition. The former provides an in-depth overview of the secret realm's environment and terrain, featuring the most detailed map currently available, along with markings of hazardous areas. The latter contains detailed information on thousands of minerals found within the realm, complete with clear illustrations and property values. Yixian accepted the recommendation, promptly paid, and took both books with him. Upon returning to Zuixian, Yixian had scarcely entered his room when he was greeted by the sound of Shui'er crying. He hurried inside to investigate. Shui'er leaped into Yixian's arms, exclaiming, "Master, I thought you had abandoned me." It turned out that this little angel had awakened that morning, found Yixian absent, and, too timid to venture outside on her own, feared she had been forsaken. Yixian, finding the situation amusing, realized it was quite understandable given that this was only the second day since her birth. Wiping away her tears, he cradled her cherubic face and said, "It is my fault, dear one. I should not have left you alone at home. How about I treat you to a grand feast as an apology?" At the mention of food, Shui'er's tears instantly ceased, her face lighting up with joy. Hooray! A grand feast. Children are indeed easily appeased, and a meal was all it took to win her over. Yixian promptly took Shui'er downstairs and instructed the kitchen to prepare some special mini burgers and other dishes suitable for her palate. Watching Shui'er relish her meal brought Yixian immense delight. This little angel exudes an undeniable charm in whatever she does, truly endearing. After finishing her meal, Snow fell asleep again, and Yixian escorted her back to her room. He did not leave, but began his own cultivation nearby. When night fell, Xiaoqing returned alone. Xiaobai was still in the herb hall refining elixirs. She had already crafted several pills that afternoon, but deemed it insufficient and wished to produce more for Yixian. The next morning, a notification chimed, signaling a successful check-in. "Congratulations, host. You have received a tenfold speed cultivation card. What a splendid item. Just in time for the journey to the great secret realm, where spiritual energy abounds." If he could discover a place that offers an unlimited supply of spiritual energy, this tenfold speed cultivation card would yield immense value. As he pondered, Yixian suddenly noticed something stirring beneath the covers. Upon lifting the blanket, he found that Snow had somehow snuggled into his bed and was sleeping soundly while clutching his leg. What a clingy little angel. Though Yixian was not particularly fond of being attached to someone every day, how could he resist such cuteness? As long as she was adorably endearing, the other issues could be overlooked. Chapter 85. Yi family affectionate words. As Yixian and Snow descended the stairs, they spotted Han Yorong and a middle-aged man in a green robe with a square face, resembling Xingzhou somewhat, having breakfast in the lobby. "Master." Yixian greeted with a smile, glancing at the man in the green robe. This must be Elder Sun from the Luo Shui sect. Sunhe, the third elder of the Luo Shui sect, was Xingzhou's father and the head of the Sun family, a master in the art of poison and insect cultivation. He was somewhat renowned in Cangyun City, rumored to always carry hundreds of venomous insects, which deterred many from approaching him. Han Yorong nodded and smiled. "Elder Sun will join us on our journey to the Xingyun Great Secret Realm. He happened to pass through here today, so I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to meet." Sunhe nodded at Yixian. "Young Master Yi, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Please accept this small token of my esteem." With that, he handed a small box to Yixian. Upon opening it, Yixian was startled to find a creature resembling a cockroach inside. "What in the world?" he exclaimed, hastily closing the box. Was Elder Sun jesting with him? Han Yorong chuckled. "Do not underestimate this little creature, Yi. This is Elder Sun's precious spiritual insect, known for its acute sensitivity to spiritual energy. It is an excellent companion for treasure hunting, and once we arrive at the Xingyun Great Secret Realm, we will rely on it to locate rare spiritual mines." "Oh, so it possesses significant value. In that case, the insect did not seem so repulsive after all. Upon reflection, it even appeared somewhat charming." "Thank you very much, Elder Sun," Yixian said with a smile as he accepted the gift. Just then, Han Yorong noticed Snow hiding behind Yixian and curiously inquired, "Who is this little girl?" "My distant cousin, Shui'er, is currently residing with me. By the way, Master, I intend to take her with us to the nebula's great secret realm." Han Yorong expressed surprise. "Are you certain? Although we will only be visiting the periphery of the secret realm, which poses minimal danger, Miss Shui'er appears younger than little Mu. It may not be suitable for her to accompany us." Yixian smiled and replied, "Master, do not be deceived by Shui'er's timid demeanor. She is indeed a genuine adept at the divine refinement realm." "Oh, is that so?" Not only Han Yorong, but Sunhe also brightened at this revelation. Encountering such a youthful practitioner of the divine refinement realm was unprecedented for them. Yixian gently ruffled Shui'er's hair, saying, "Shui'er, dear, they are friends of your brother." There is no need to be afraid. Upon hearing Yixian's reassurance, Xuan relaxed her guard slightly, peeking out from behind him to glance at Han Yurong and Sun He. "What beautiful eyes!" Han Yurong exclaimed, unable to resist approaching and bending down to pat Xuan's head. Yixian quickly cleared his throat twice. Realizing her indiscretion, Han Yurong immediately covered her collar and stood up. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Yixian a discreet glare, as if warning him. At that moment, Sun He was studying Xuan intently and had not noticed the subtle exchange between Yixian and Han Yurong. The more he observed, the more astonished he became, exclaiming, "This little girl indeed emanates an aura characteristic of the divine refinement realm. She must have recently broken through. How extraordinary. May I inquire how old she is?" 16. Yixian casually replied. It would be absurd to claim that Xuan had just been born 2 days prior. A 16-year-old in the divine refinement realm is simply incredible. Han Yurong echoed. Her curiosity about Xuan's background piqued. However, Yixian was tight-lipped, revealing little information, leaving her feeling somewhat frustrated and at a loss. Well then, let us allow Xuan to accompany us to the great secret realm. She sought more opportunities to interact with Xuan. If they could recruit such a prodigious young lady into the Luoxue sect, the sect's growth would be assured. After bidding farewell to Han Yurong and Sun He, Yixian treated Xuan to a sumptuous breakfast. He then mounted his windstorm tiger, intending to procure some supplies. Primarily, he needed to buy items for Xuan, as her entire belongings consisted of merely 2 outfits. While this was manageable at home, embarking on a journey necessitated some essential supplies for her. After all, his system's storage space could accommodate items, so preparing extra would not be a burden. Before long, 2 days had passed, and it was now morning. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 charm point. Back again. Yesterday's sign-in yielded charm points, and today I received the same. What is this? Do they wish for me to debut as an idol? Though he grumbled, gazing at his increasingly handsome reflection in the mirror, Yixian found the prospect rather appealing. Young master, your luggage is ready. I have dried some spiritual meat for you to take on your journey, along with several bottles of my special sauce. When traveling, conditions differ from home, so you must take good care of yourself and ensure you eat and rest well. Xiaobai reached out to adjust Yixian's clothing, her concern for his impending journey evident. Sister, you sound just like an old woman, fussing about, Xiaoqing said, leading Xuan, who had just changed into new clothes. Over to them. Xiaobai playfully delivered a sharp slap to Xiaoqing's shoulder and then tied a small sachet around Xuan's waist. Xuan, this sachet contains dried fragrant leaves and flowers I prepared, which can ward off insects, calm the spirit, and dispel evil. You must keep it safe. Thank you, Sister Xiaobai. Xuan replied sweetly, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on Xiaobai's cheek. Yixian couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Who wouldn't desire the sacred kiss of an angel? At that moment, the sound of bells echoed from downstairs, followed by Han Xiaomu's loud voice. The carriage has come to pick us up. Yixian took Xuan's hand and addressed Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. During my time away, please take care of yourselves and don't overexert. If I return to find you both looking thin, I will be quite upset. Yixian's warm yet domineering admonition left the 2 sisters momentarily stunned, watching his departing figure with a sigh. The young master's charm is becoming increasingly irresistible. Outside Zuixian, Han Xiaomu scolded the black rhinoceros pulling the cart. You lazy creature, all you do is eat. After you finish, you just relieve yourself. Can't you aspire to something greater? Yixian was puzzled by her irritation until he noticed a large mound of fresh dung left by the black rhinoceros. Don't worry. The staff of Zuixian will clean it up shortly. Yixian boarded the carriage with Xuan, stowing their luggage and greeting Han Yurong and Han Xiaobei, who were already seated inside. Suddenly, Han Xiaobei fixed his gaze on Xuan, eyes wide with fascination, akin to an ant drawn to honey, nearly drooling. Ahem, second brother. Mind your image. Han Yurong awkwardly coughed to remind him. Chapter 86. The first journey as the leader of a sect, Han Xiaobei bore considerable pressure. With the aspirations of thousands of disciples resting upon his shoulders, each day began with thoughts on how to elevate the Luoxue sect, sustain numerous disciples, and maintain an edge over rival sections. Each contemplation filled him with anxiety for the future of the Luoxue sect. He could devise ways to earn wealth for the sect and uphold its status, yet one aspect remained beyond his control, the potential of his disciples. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Only a select few can persevere and become true geniuses. However, geniuses are indeed rare. Which sect leader does not yearn for an abundance of prodigious talents beneath their wing, individuals endowed with exceptional spiritual roots and unique bloodlines? Yet, such prodigies are seldom born in a modest place like Cangyun City, even if they do emerge. They are swiftly claimed by the three great holy sects and other major factions, leaving the smaller sects with no chance to intervene. This is precisely why Han Xiaobei's eyes sparkled with admiration upon seeing Xuan. Her appearance was not his primary concern. The crux of the matter lay in her being a 16-year-old at the refining spirit realm. Merely this fact would entice the three great holy sects to extend an olive branch with enthusiasm. If the Luoshui sect could secure such an infinitely promising genius, what monumental benefits would it bring to their future? Han Xiaobei dared not dream of it, for he understood that all of this was but a fanciful delusion. A talent of her caliber could hardly be lured by a mere Luoshui sect, unless they were willing to relinquish the position of sect leader to her. Suddenly, an idea struck Han Xiaobei, and he gazed intently at Xuan, inquiring, "Miss Xuan, would you be interested in playing the role of a sect leader?" His unexpected proposition astonished both Han Yurong and Yi Xian. "Sure," Xuan replied innocently, her large, innocent eyes blinking as she casually agreed. Yi Xian, both amused and bewildered, interjected, "Xuan, don't jest. Being a sect leader is far from simple. Is it really that difficult?" "Then I won't do it," Xuan responded in her cherubic tone. Han Xiaobei grew anxious. "No, please. Yi Xiao, let us discuss this amicably. I was quite serious earlier. If Xuan wishes to avoid any hassle, she could initially assume the title of honorary sect leader, merely a nominal position without the burdens of actual governance. She would receive the sect's offerings monthly and have the privilege of selecting treasures before anyone else. Furthermore, the honorary sect leader could issue directives to the sect's disciples alongside the sect leader, wielding significant authority." Elder brother. Upon hearing Han Xiaobei's words, Han Yurong was utterly astounded. This was not merely an honorary title. It was akin to being a sect leader, possessing all the rights without the responsibilities of management. This was tantamount to handing over the entire Luoshui sect without a fight. However, as Han Yurong rapidly regained her composure, she began to discern Han Xiaobei's intentions. He aimed to secure the Luoshui sect to the vessel of Xuan before she fully matured. He was betting on the potential of Xuan, which far surpassed the value of the Luoshui sect itself. This was indeed a gamble, but should it succeed, the Luoshui sect might soar to prominence, evolving into a first-rate faction in the Star Continent. Initially, Yi Xian was taken aback by Han Xiaobei's sincerity, but upon further reflection, he could not help but admire Han Xiaobei's decisiveness and audacity. Such a wager was not one that ordinary individuals would dare to take. To ascend as a sect leader, it was evident that no one was a mere trifler. Xuan lifted her gaze to glance at Yi Xian, seemingly seeking his counsel. She appeared quite intrigued by the prospect of this sect leader identity. Children, after all, do not ponder deeply. It is likely that in Xuan's eyes, this is merely a child's play, a game of house. Yi Xian chuckled. "Since Master Han is so courteous, Xuan, do agree. As your elder brother, I too shall bask in the glory of your honorary title." He held a profound admiration for Han Xiaobei's audacity. If he dared to invest, Yi Xian saw no harm in offering him an opportunity for fortune. "Wonderful. Once we return from the nebulous secret realm, I shall announce this to the Luoshui sect." Han Xiaobei was exceedingly exhilarated, immediately regaling Xuan with tales of the Luoshui sect, his words even hinting at a desire to take her as a disciple. However, Xuan was unable to grasp the convoluted nuances of Han Xiaobei's speech. Finding it tedious, she succumbed to fatigue and ignored him, curling up in Yi Xian's embrace. Drifting into slumber, the young lady indeed relied heavily on Yi Xian. Han Xiaobei's lips curled slightly. He suddenly questioned whether Xuan was truly Yi Xian's distant cousin, for their appearances bore little resemblance to one another. Yet, he deemed it inappropriate to inquire further. Nevertheless, he was certain of one thing. To retain Xuan within the Luoshui sect, he must first secure Yi Xian's consent. Contemplating this, Han Xiaobei cast a glance at Han Yurong and then at Han Xiaomu, uncertain of their intentions. Unbeknownst to them, the rhinoceros cart had already arrived at the outskirts of the city, joining forces with the main contingent of the Luoshui sect. This expedition into the nebulous secret realm was of utmost importance to the sect, organizing over 100 elite disciples, all possessing cultivation levels above the 5th stage of qi refinement, alongside Han Xiaobei, Han Yurong, and Sun He, 3 formidable figures in the god refinement stage, thus boasting considerable combat strength. Once assembled, the caravan comprised no less than 15 horse-drawn carriages, with an additional 5 for transporting provisions, indicating thorough preparations. "Let us set forth." With Han Xiaobei's command, the caravan entered the official road, heading northward. Though the road was smooth, the steel wheels of the carts proved harsh, leading to a jarring experience. The limited space within the cart necessitated sitting, and Xuan stubbornly clung to Yixian, adding to his discomfort. After a prolonged journey, Yixian found himself increasingly uncomfortable. As dusk approached, the caravan halted beside a pond nestled within a mountain gorge, setting up camp. Yixian promptly awakened Xuan and descended to stretch his legs. "Are we not traveling tonight?" Yixian inquired of Han Yurong. Han Yurong elucidated. "Beyond this point lies the territory of Ghost Cry Mountain, where the night is rife with sinister energies and miasma. It is said that malevolent spirits dwell there, compelling passing merchants and travelers to avoid traversing Ghost Cry Mountain after dark." Ghost Cry Mountain? Have we truly come this far? At that moment, the disciples of the Luo Shui sect had begun to disembark from the carriages, collaborating to pitch tents, kindle fires, prepare meals, and scatter herbs to ward off insects. Yixian, finding himself of little assistance, decided to take Xuan for a stroll nearby, followed closely by Han Xiaomo. "Do not wander off," they warned. "It is said that many fierce bandits reside near Ghost Cry Mountain, frequently robbing passing caravans. Brother Yi, you possess such delicate features, and Sister Xuan is exceptionally beautiful. If those bandits were to catch sight of you, they would surely abduct you." Chapter 87. A world where strength commands respect. Bandits? Aren't there supposed to be malevolent spirits roaming Ghost Cry Mountain? One queried. What kind of audacious bandits would dare dwell in such a place? Han Xiaomu remarked. There are always those who fear nothing. Perhaps there are even ghostly cultivators among them. At that moment, Yixian's jade bracelet stirred slightly, and the little fairy conveyed a message to him. "Master, I am familiar with Ghost Cry Mountain. Indeed, there exists a ghostly sect known as the Wind Hall, presided over by a corpse king of the Yin Mountain, who possesses formidable skills at the Golden Core stage." Golden Core stage? We certainly cannot provoke such a being. With that thought, Yixian lost interest in lingering about and returned to the campsite with the two lovely ladies to assist in setting up the tents. Once the tents were erected and the communal pot of food was ready, an aroma was conspicuously absent. Yixian noticed a disciple from the Luo Shui sect wielding a bag-like artifact, busily absorbing the fragrance from the surroundings. Noting Yixian's curious expression, Han Yurong explained. When camping in the wild, one must exercise caution. If the scent of smoke and food wafts away, it may attract spiritual beasts. Although we are numerous and can handle a few ordinary beasts, it is wise to remain vigilant. Yixian nodded in agreement. This was indeed a survival lesson for lower-tier cultivators. After finishing the communal meal, they designated night watchmen while the others retreated to their tents to rest. Those unable to sleep could practice their cultivation since the spiritual energy in the wilderness was far more abundant and pure than in most places. However, Yixian refrained from cultivating. If he did, the others would find it impossible to absorb any spiritual energy. Just as Yixian was about to drift off to sleep, Han Xiaomu burst in, seizing Xuan's arm. "Sister Xuan, come sleep in my tent." Xuan, of course, was unwilling, casting an eager glance at Yixian, hoping for his intervention. Yet, Yixian could only shake his head helplessly. Go on. Although Xuan was his pet, outsiders were oblivious to this fact. To them, she appeared as a lovely 16-year-old maiden. If she were to share a tent with Yixian, gossip would surely ensue. Without waiting for Xuan to respond, Han Xiaomu promptly whisked her away. Once in her own tent, she earnestly grasped Xuan's hand and said, "Sister Xuan, we girls must learn to protect ourselves and not let men take advantage of us. Tell me, has Brother Yi ever bullied you? For instance, has he shown undue affection, helped you undress, or offered to bathe with you?" If Yixian had been present, he would have surely been infuriated by Han Xiaomu's words. How had he, a paragon of virtue, become portrayed as a lecherous uncle in her eyes? Fortunately, Xuan was quite clever and recognized Han Xiaomu's probing nature. With a playful smile, she replied, "Brother is very kind. I like him the most. One day, I shall marry Brother and become his bride." Han Xiaomu felt utterly speechless. This Sister Xuan, who appeared so enchanting, was, in fact, a lovesick fool. The night passed in tranquility. Yixian awoke naturally, stretched lazily, and began his daily check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. He obtained a thunderstruck peachwood sword. The thunderstruck peachwood sword? Yixian retrieved the sword and focused his attention to discern its attributes. Thunderstruck peachwood sword, a 4th-grade magical artifact, crafted from a millennium-old thunderstruck peach wood. It contains 4 intricate formations for exorcising, pacifying, stabilizing, and controlling malevolent entities, bestowing additional thunder attribute damage against all sinister and ghostly beings. To think it was a 4th-grade artifact. The value of this thunderstruck peachwood sword was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, as they were about to enter Ghost Cry Mountain, possessing this sword rendered Yixian unafraid of any lurking malevolence. Upon exiting the tent, the sun beamed down upon his face, and he noticed that the other disciples of the Luo Shui sect were already packing their belongings. Xiaoyi, I've left a bowl of meat porridge for you. Drink it while it's hot, Han Yurong said, presenting a bowl brimming with meat-laden rice porridge to Yi Xian. Master, you are truly wonderful, Yi Xian exclaimed as he accepted the porridge and took a hearty sip, grinning broadly at Han Yurong, showering her with compliments. Greasy, Han Xiaomu remarked unexpectedly, having appeared from nowhere. Yi Xian felt a flush of embarrassment, while Han Yurong shot a fierce glare at Han Xiaomu, causing her to scurry away to the carriage in fright. 10 minutes later, the caravan set off again. Elder son, he stood atop the front carriage's canopy and declared, "Today is bright and sunny, with few clouds and no rain in the air. We may enter the mountain. Prepare to enter the mountain. All disciples, remain vigilant." Han Xiaobei instructed. Master, there are people ahead. Son, he announced. They are approaching from the official road of Cangyun City, if I am not mistaken. They are members of the White Elephant Sect, likely with the same destination as us, the Nebulous Secret Realm. The White Elephant Sect? Yi Xian knew that it was the foremost sect of Cangyun City and the only cultivation sect therein, boasting considerable strength. Peering through the window, he indeed spotted a group of cultivators riding along another official road. There were not many of them, only a single carriage, while the rest were mounted. At the forefront, a burly man rode atop a white elephant. Though its size was modest, it exuded an extraordinary presence, radiating a pearlescent glow. Han Xiaobei's expression grew grave as he commanded, "Halt, let them pass first." Ahead lay the juncture of two official roads. Should they proceed, the two parties would inevitably converge. Han Xiaobei's order to pause was clearly an attempt to avoid provoking the White Elephant Sect. At that moment, the cultivators of the White Elephant Sect also noticed the Luo Shui sect's procession. They showed no inclination to yield, and instead accelerated, merging onto the road with haste, kicking up a cloud of dust that enveloped the disciples of the Luo Shui sect. Master Han, is the White Elephant Sect truly that powerful? Yi Xian inquired. Han Xiaobei remarked, the White Elephant Sect has ruled Cangyun City for 7 centuries. Once, there were several sects in Cangyun City, but they were gradually absorbed by the White Elephant Sect. Today, the White Elephant Sect stands as one of the largest sects in the northeastern region of Xingzhou, boasting disciples numbering in the thousands, with nearly 100 at the divine refinement stage. The sect master, Lord White Elephant, is a peak expert at the Golden Core stage. Uncle, was that white elephant just now the sacred beast of the White Elephant Sect? Han Xiaomu inquired. Han Xiaobei shook his head, not quite. The sacred beast of the White Elephant Sect is a 5th-grade spiritual beast, comparable in strength to an expert at the Golden Core stage. However, due to its old age, it cannot possibly leave Cangyun City. The white elephant we encountered earlier is likely a descendant of the sacred beast, a 3rd-grade spiritual beast. Indeed, the cultivation world reveres the strong, Yi Xian suddenly remarked. Han Xiaobei's expression grew complex as he sighed. The principle of the strong prevailing over the weak is an unchanging law in the cultivation world. Our Luo Shui sect cannot even claim the title of the foremost sect in Cangyun City, let alone exert any influence in the outside world. Thus, we must endure in every circumstance. Otherwise, a careless mistake could easily provoke those powerful factions and bring about dire consequences. Chapter 88. The arrival of the White Mist. At this moment, Yi Xian understood why Han Xiaobei would willingly relinquish the position of sect master and was determined to recruit Xuan into the Luo Shui sect. This reflects the harsh reality of the cultivation world. Weakness is an original sin. A sect may appear prosperous, yet without true power to support it. Such prosperity is merely an illusion. A single stone cast by a strong individual can stir a tempest. From this, it is evident that Han Xiaobei is indeed a responsible and commendable sect master. If he were indifferent to the future development of the sect, solely aiming to enhance his own power during his tenure while unwilling to allow any benefits to flow outward, such a ruler would hardly care for the long-term development of the sect. Once the White Elephant Sect's entourage departed, Han Xiaobei ordered the continuation of their journey. Soon, the group entered the treacherous terrain of Ghost Cry Mountain via the official road. Ghost Cry Mountain is a complex mountain range spanning 200 to 300 miles, with undulating hills in the outer regions and increasingly towering, steep peaks as one ventures deeper. Fortunately, the official road traverses the entirety of Ghost Cry Mountain without interruption. As long as they follow the official road, they will surely find their way out of this intricate mountain range. Han Yurong expressed her relief. It is fortunate that the royal family funded the construction of this mountain road and established numerous formations along it to effectively ward off the miasma that pervades Ghost Cry Mountain. Otherwise, traversing Ghost Cry Mountain safely would not be an easy task. In the past, when this road had yet to be completed, many would enter the mountains only to never return. This road was constructed by the royal family? Han Xiaobei nodded. In the days when the royal family had yet to decline, the late emperor was in power, diligently governing and accomplishing numerous significant tasks. The official roads spanning 80% of the entire Star region were constructed under his auspices, including the very mountain path we currently traverse, which was also ordered by him. At that time, the late emperor held a remarkable reputation in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, he met with an untimely death, and the subsequent emperors have achieved little, leading to the gradual decline of the once glorious royal family that brought splendor to the Star region. It is indeed quite a pity. As they engaged in casual conversation, they were unaware that midday had approached. The caravan had now entered the core area of Ghost Cry Mountain. Gazing through the window, one could see towering cliffs surrounding them, the mountain appearing ink-like, with greenery darkening. Occasionally, eerie sounds echoed from the mountains, resembling the cries of ghosts and wolves, sending shivers down one's spine. Han Xiaomu trembled. How terrifying. Fortunately, it is noon now, and the sunlight can penetrate directly overhead, preventing the miasma from spreading under the fierce sun. If we maintain our current speed, we should be able to safely depart from Ghost Cry Mountain, Han Xiaobei remarked. Yet, Yi Xian felt an unsettling premonition, sensing that something might transpire. Master, there is an anomaly, son, he suddenly interjected, whispering. I just scouted ahead and discovered that the traces of the White Elephant Sect have abruptly vanished. At this, Han Xiaobei furrowed his brow. That shouldn't be the case. The White Elephant Sect was clearly ahead of us, and there is only one path through these mountains. It is impossible for them to have taken a different route. Surely they wouldn't abandon the mountain path for a lesser trail? Regardless of the danger, the official road is undoubtedly more convenient. Yi Xian, too, was filled with curiosity. There was but one path, and the two teams were not far apart. How could the White Elephant Sect simply disappear? Had they encountered some unforeseen circumstance? Yi Xian was aware that a powerful ghostly sect resided within Ghost Cry Mountain, and if they had abducted the White Elephant Sect, then the Luo Shui sect would surely be in peril as well. Just as Yi Xian was about to alert Han Xiaobei, a sudden commotion arose from the front of the caravan. Yi Xian instinctively leaned out to investigate. Fog is rising. How could this be? It's midday. Han Xiaobei hastily exited the carriage and looked ahead, instantly taken aback. Indeed, fog was rising. A thick blanket of white mist was rolling in from the front, resembling a slow-moving tidal wave. Though its pace was not swift, there was only one road here, flanked by steep cliffs. Retreating was their only option, as there was nowhere else to escape. Yet, witnessing the encroaching fog, Han Xiaobei could not remain idle. He promptly commanded a change in direction and ordered a complete withdrawal. Fog rising at midday, irrespective of any danger, was an anomaly that demanded caution. Even if today turned out to be a fruitless journey, safety must be prioritized, and risks should not be taken. Yi Xian silently nodded, recognizing the correctness of Han Xiaobei's decision. Such matters required utmost prudence. But would they truly be able to exit safely? Yi Xian discreetly drew out his lightning-struck peachwood sword. If there truly are specters within the white mist, this peachwood sword is far more useful than the heavenly dragon's battle ray. Master, trouble approaches. More white mist is surging from behind. We are surrounded. A cry echoed from the rear of the group. This was a dire situation. Han Xiaobei's greatest fear had materialized. Yet, as the leader of the sect, he knew he could not afford to panic. Everyone, abandon the carts and supplies. Gather the personnel. Elder Son, unleash the venomous insects. You, Rome, remain in the cart and tend to little Mu and Miss Xue. Yi Xiao, you two stay in the cart. No matter what happens, do not emerge. With that, Han Xiaobei leapt from the cart, rallying the disciples of the Luo Shui sect to form a protective circle around the cart, brandishing their flying swords outward. At this moment, the white mist had engulfed the front and rear carts, gradually obscuring the sunlight, casting an eerie shadow over everything. Move. Something stirs within the mist. A ghost. Han Xiaobei steadied his breath and shouted, do not panic. Even if the sky were to fall, your sect leader shall bear the brunt of it. At the same time, son, he was not idle. His black robe billowed as a swarm of dark venomous insects erupted from his sleeves, buzzing around, while several black beetles ventured into the mist to scout the situation. Yet, this action seemed to incite the mist, which transformed from a languid flow into a torrent, surging forth like a flood to completely engulf the caravan. A scream pierced the air, but with the dense fog rendering visibility next to nil. Yi Xian could not discern what transpired outside. However, it was evident that something sinister lurked within the mist. Gripping his peachwood sword tightly, Xuan prepared to disembark, when suddenly, a mist resembling a great white python surged into the cart. Instinctively, Xuan swung his sword at it. With a crackle, as the sword met the mist, a layer of brilliant blue lightning surged along the blade, channeling into the fog, electrifying the very air around the cart, accompanied by a series of pops and crackles. Damn it! A curse erupted from within the mist, and immediately, the surrounding fog, as if startled, dispersed and retreated. Chapter 89. The Ruthless Little Angel. What transpired? What happened? Yi Xiao? Observing Xuan emerge from the cart wielding the peachwood sword, Han Xiaobei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had just noticed that the lightning had emanated from within the cart. Could it be that Xuan had repelled the mist? Xuan had no time for explanations. He climbed atop the cart's canopy and surveyed the surroundings, noting that while the mist had receded, it remained perilously close, only 20 meters away. Clearly, the threat had not yet dissipated. The earlier sound had originated from the mist, suggesting that someone was manipulating it. But what could their intentions be? A robbery? Or a demand for hostages? As Xuan grappled with his confusion, the voice of the little fairy maiden reached his ears. Master, if my conjecture is correct, the entity within the white mist should be the second in command of the Wind Hall, known as the Spirit Mist Envoy. His spiritual form is quite unique, capable of transforming into white mist to ensnare his foes. Oh, do you know what realm this Spirit Mist Envoy belongs to? His power is likely not formidable, only at the initial stage of the Spirit Refinement realm. However, being one with the mist, it is exceedingly challenging to eliminate him unless the entire expanse of white mist is dispelled. In some respects, he may prove even more troublesome than those in the core formation realm, the little fairy maiden explained. Thus, it appears the Spirit Mist Envoy is indeed quite a dilemma. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose from the carriage enveloped in white mist. Not good, someone is plundering our supplies. Sun He's expression changed drastically. The loss of their provisions would be catastrophic. With that, Sun He attempted to rush forward to intervene. Sun Elder, do not be reckless. Han Xiaobei urgently restrained him. The loss of supplies is a minor issue. Your life is of utmost importance. Although Sun He heeded the warning and halted, his anxiety was palpable. Master, the mining tools are up ahead. If those tools are taken, all the preparations we have made over the past 2 years for this exploration of the nebulous secret realm will be in vain. Han Xiaobei found himself ensnared in a dilemma as well. The Luoshui sect had invested considerable resources into this operation. While the quality of the mining tools was not exceptional, their quantity was substantial. Over the past 2 years, nearly all the wealth the Luoshui sect had accumulated had been funneled into this endeavor, aiming to extract rare spiritual ores within the nebulous secret realm and secure a handsome profit. If these tools were to be stolen, the Luoshui sect would surely suffer a grave setback. I will give it a try. Xuan suddenly leapt down from the carriage. Armed with a peachwood sword, he strode directly towards the white mist. Yi Xiao, do not act rashly. Han Xiaobei shouted in haste. Xiao Yi, come back. Han Yuan called out urgently. Yet, Xuan did not falter. He continued his advance towards the white mist, soon arriving at its edge. The mist before him resembled an impenetrable white wall, visibility reduced to less than a meter. Xuan tentatively swung his peachwood sword at the mist. With a sharp sound, electric arcs danced and crackled as they surged into the depths of the white mist. A scream echoed from within, and the white mist swiftly receded several meters. A glimmer of joy illuminated Xuan's face as he raised his peachwood sword once more to strike forward. Once again, a scream erupted from the depths of the mist. Xuan's actions seemed to provoke the Spirit Mist Envoy, who bellowed in fury. Kid, don't push your luck. If you value your life, get the hell away from me. Xuan chuckled lightly. On the contrary, I intend to press forward. As he spoke, the peachwood sword slashed out once more, and another scream resonated through the mist. Don't come any closer. The white mist continued to retreat, showing no inclination to resist, indicating that the peachwood sword's restraining effect was even more pronounced than Xuan had anticipated. The group from the Luoshui sect stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the absurdity of the scene unfolding before them. How could it become increasingly comical? Only Xuan, possessing merely the cultivation of qi refinement, wielded a peachwood sword and forced the white mist to retreat continuously, reminiscent of a mouse fleeing from a cat. Just moments ago, the mist had exuded an air of arrogance. Xuan coldly commanded, leave at once, and I shall spare your life. Suddenly, the white mist fell silent, seemingly in hesitation. After a brief pause, it began to swiftly retreat towards the mountains on either side, vanishing in an instant, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the road. Had it truly retreated? Han Xiaobei and Sun He watched in astonishment, while the disciples of the Luoshui sect regarded Yi Xian with awe. When the mist first appeared, it had terrified them all, leaving even the sect leader and elders at a loss for a response. Yet, it had been so easily frightened away by Yi Xian. What could this possibly mean? The supplies remained untouched. Upon noticing that the goods in the cart had not yet been relocated, Sun He sighed with relief and hurriedly approached to take inventory. Han Xiaobei, unwilling to linger any longer in this perilous place, commanded all disciples to depart immediately. Yi Xian leisurely strolled back towards the cart, contemplating that the mountain spirits and ghosts were hardly worth mentioning. With the fourth-grade thunderstruck peachwood sword in hand, he mused, even the formidable corpse king of Yinshi, who had attained the golden core stage, would think twice before making a move against him. Master, be cautious. The voice of the little fairy suddenly echoed in his ears. Before Yi Xian could react, a chilling wind swept from behind, and a concentrated arrow of white mist surged forth from the mountainside, aiming directly for his back. Just as the mist arrow appeared poised to strike, a dim golden radiance erupted from Yi Xian, unleashing a wave of masculine vigor that swiftly dispersed the white mist. Yi Xian hurriedly retreated to the side of the cart, reaching into his robe only to find that the already damaged Sunfire talisman had turned to ash. He patted his chest, his heart racing. That was close. Thankfully, he had preserved some defensive measures. Otherwise, he would have been in grave danger. Yet, the threat was far from over. In an instant, countless arrows of condensed white mist surged towards the cart once more. Everyone be alert, Han Xiaobei bellowed. Taking the lead to summon his flying sword and cleave at the incoming arrows, the sword whistling through the air, accompanied by a swirling cyclone. This was Han Xiaobei's renowned technique, the wind-cleaving sword style. Being a peak practitioner of the 9th layer of spirit refinement, his sword strike was immensely powerful, shattering the incoming arrows of white mist with ease. Heat explosion bug. Elder Sun He was equally undeterred. He summoned a red beetle the size of an infant's fist, which lunged forward and detonated midair, creating a wave of scorching heat. The intense temperature instantly withered the surrounding vegetation, while the white mist arrows were vaporized in an instant. However, as one wave of attacks was just repelled, a second barrage of white mist arrows came rushing in once again. As the crowd found themselves in a predicament, a petite figure suddenly leaped down from the carriage, dashing forth with astonishing speed along the official road, racing up the hillside. It was Xuan. Her velocity was so remarkable that Yi Xian barely had time to react before she had already covered several dozen meters. You vile creature, how dare you bully my brother? Just wait until Xuan gets her hands on you. Her youthful voice, tinged with a hint of indignation, echoed from the slope, soon followed by a series of heart-wrenching cries. Spare me, fair hero, spare me. Chapter 90. Another twist of fate upon hearing the calls from the mountain. Yi Xian and the members of the Luoshui sect stood in stunned silence. Just as Yi Xian was about to rush over, he saw Xuan descending the mountain, dragging a pale, gaunt man in a white robe, whose complexion resembled that of someone who had been coated in layers of powder. With a casual flick, Xuan tossed the man aside like refuse and, brushing her hands together, turned to Yi Xian with a playful grin. Brother, wasn't Xuan amazing? Indeed, Xuan is truly remarkable. Yi Xian replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Han Xiaobei observed the incapacitated Lingwu envoy on the ground and felt increasingly validated in his earlier decision. With Xuan by their side, the Luoshui sect had nothing to fear about their rise to prominence. Master, how should we deal with this man? Sun He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Han Xiaobei responded, I have heard whispers of a ghostly sect hidden within the Ghost Cry Mountain. This man is likely one of their practitioners. Although we have captured him, we cannot be certain that there are no other formidable foes lurking behind him. It would be unwise to linger here. We must hasten our departure from the Ghost Cry Mountain. Sun He's brow furrowed at the mention of the previously vanished Baixiang sect. Han Xiaobei remarked, the fate of the Baixiang sect is of no concern to our Luoshui sect. They have shown us nothing but disdain. Nevertheless, there lingered a fear that the Baixiang sect might seek retribution, potentially accusing the Luoshui sect of ambushing their party, making it difficult for them to extricate themselves from blame. Han Xiaobei's brow knitted in worry. Given the Baixiang sect's domineering nature, they could very well vent their anger upon us. Yi Xian, noting Han Xiaobei and Sun He's evident trepidation towards the Baixiang sect, suggested, in that case, let us rouse this man and ascertain the current situation of the Baixiang sect. Yi Xian is correct. The sudden disappearance of the Baixiang sect's practitioners must be related to this ghostly practitioner, Han Xiaobei concurred, promptly instructing someone to bring forth a segment of magical chains to bind the Lingwu envoy. After dousing him with a bucket of cold water, they succeeded in waking him. As the Lingwu envoy opened his eyes, before he could utter a word, Sun He stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap that left the man dazed. Yi Xian had not anticipated this maneuver, only then realizing Sun He's intent. This was a classic case of seizing the initiative. Experience bore its fruit. Regardless of the Lingwu envoy's background, a swift slap would swiftly convey his precarious situation, thus establishing a psychological advantage for the ensuing interrogation. Yi Xian felt that there was still much to learn. Each field has its own expertise. Matters of inquiry should be left to Sun He, allowing Yi Xian to remain a mere background figure. Initially, the Spirit Mist envoy was quite obstinate, unwilling to divulge anything. However, upon Elder Sun summoning a swarm of tiny insects that began to gnaw at the Spirit Mist envoy's skin, he quickly capitulated. The situation was not overly complicated. With the recent opening of the nebulous secret realm, various sects from the northern regions of Xingzhou were hastening towards it. The Yianwen Hall, sensing an opportunity, sabotaged the formations along the official roads of Ghost Cry Mountain, lying in wait to ambush the traveling sections. Although the Spirit Mist envoy was not particularly powerful, his spiritual form could transform into an endless expanse of white mist. Even cultivators at the peak of the spirit refinement realm could easily become lost within it. Taking advantage of this, the Spirit Mist envoy would then commit robbery and murder. Are you saying you have already slain the Baixiang sect's party that passed through earlier? Han Xiaobei inquired. The Spirit Mist envoy quickly shook his head, saying, I intended to attack them, but as soon as I summoned the mist, the Baixiang flew away with their carriage and those cultivators. The Baixiang is exceptionally swift. I could not catch up. Ah, so they escaped. Han Xiaobei admitted he felt a pang of jealousy. A flying spirit beast was indeed something to envy. Yi Xian was also somewhat surprised. It seemed these major sects truly had their merits. Master, this fellow is not of good character. Should we not eliminate him for the sake of the people? Sun He suggested. Before Han Xiaobei could respond, the Spirit Mist envoy, clearly frightened, hastily declared, I am the second in command of the Yianwen Hall. If I perish, the corpse king of Yin Mountain will surely be furious and will not allow you to leave Ghost Cry Mountain easily. However, if you spare my life, I can guide you safely out of Ghost Cry Mountain. Be aware that many mountain spirits and ghosts will obstruct your path, but with my protection, they will not dare to disturb you. His desperation for survival was evident, instantly transforming him into a guide. After a moment's contemplation, Han Xiaobei said, while traveling, it is unwise to create enmities. As long as we can safely exit Ghost Cry Mountain, I shall grant you a reprieve. He then glanced at Yi Xian and added, What do you think, young Master Yi? Yi Xian replied, It is up to Sect Master Han to decide. Although he wielded the Thunderstrike Peachwood sword and was unafraid of malevolent spirits, the corpse king of Yin Mountain was, after all, a formidable cultivator. Avoiding conflict was undoubtedly the wisest course. The Spirit Mist envoy was overjoyed, realizing his life had been spared. Sun He promptly escorted the Spirit Mist envoy to lead the way ahead of the caravan, while Yi Xian and the others returned to their carriage. Once back on the road, with the Spirit Mist envoy guiding them, their journey was remarkably smooth. After nearly an hour, the surrounding terrain began to level out, indicating they would soon exit the domain of Ghost Cry Mountain. Boom. At that moment, a sudden loud noise erupted ahead, startling Yi Xian from his meditative state. As the crowd hastily disembarked and approached, they were met with the startling sight of a white elephant standing before them. Elder Sun, he lay sprawled on the ground, while the Spirit Mist Master was ensnared by the elephant's long trunk. Upon the back of the majestic beast sat a burly man with a stern countenance, wielding a gleaming axe. Without a flicker of hesitation, he brought the axe down, cleaving the Spirit Mist Master in two, resulting in an instant dissolution of the spirit, who perished in that moment. The abruptness of the event left no opportunity for intervention. It had transpired in the blink of an eye. Han Xiaobei was the first to regain his composure, rushing forward to assist Elder Sun He, administering a healing pill into his mouth. Yet, the elder's injuries were too severe. He had succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Han Xiaobei harbored trepidation towards the White Elephant sect, witnessing the assault on his elder ignited a fierce anger within him. Why do you harm others without cause? He demanded. The burly man retorted with scorn, You vermin, colluding with ghostly cultivators and attempting to rob my White Elephant sect. Do you dare question me about unprovoked violence? Do you truly think me an easy target? The man's words nearly caused Han Xiaobei to choke on his own blood. He quickly clarified, This is a misunderstanding. The ghostly cultivator just ambushed us at the Luo Shui sect, and we subdued it, compelling it to guide us away from the Ghost Weeping Mountain. We are in no way colluding with this entity. Without evidence, your words are but empty claims. I only trust in the truth that my own eyes behold. No more needs to be said. The burly man dismissed the explanation with a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at Han Xiaobei. The Luo Shui sect, is it? A mere insignificant faction. Encountering me is your misfortune. If you wish to preserve your lives, surrender all your mining artifacts, and I shall allow your departure. Chapter 91. The emergence of the Corpse King of Yin Mountain. Han Xiaobei's expression shifted as realization dawned upon him. The assailants were not targeting the Spirit Mist Master after all, but rather using the situation as a pretext to rob the Luo Shui sect. True to his apprehensions, the moment the burly man finished his proclamation, a throng of disciples from the White Elephant sect surged forth from either side of the path, encircling the entire Luo Shui sect caravan. These disciples exuded an air of menace, their artifacts gleaming ominously, clearly indicating that should the Luo Shui sect refuse to relinquish their mining tools, they would not relent. Observing the scene, Yi Xian mused to himself, such is the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. The cruelty of the cultivation world surpasses my expectations. This unforeseen development left the disciples of the Luo Shui sect bewildered, momentarily frozen in place, rendered helpless. Han Xiaobei contemplated resistance. Yet the overwhelming strength of the White Elephant sect left him feeling utterly devoid of confidence. The average cultivation level of the White Elephant sect's practitioners far exceeded that of the Luo Shui sect, boasting at least 10 formidable masters within their ranks. Particularly, the burly man atop the elephant, though at the same 9th level of the spirit refinement realm as Han Xiaobei, emanated a far more potent aura. Clearly having reached the pinnacle of that level, mere steps away from the Dan formation realm. In contrast, the Luo Shui sect could muster only 4 fighters, even including Miss Xuer, with elder son still unconscious, leaving merely 3 capable combatants. The disparity in combat prowess was stark. A reckless confrontation would likely result in a devastating defeat. To live in misery is preferable to a good death, and Han Xiaobei immediately resolved to take action. Very well. All the magical artifacts shall belong to you. Allow us to depart. I have always enjoyed dealings with those who are perceptive, and this is indeed agreeable. The burly man nodded in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a tremor resonated within the Ghost Cry Mountain, followed by a howling wind, causing birds to flee and beasts to scatter. A dark cloud swiftly approached from the horizon, rapidly shrouding the sky and sun, unleashing a violent tempest. The stench of powerful corpses filled the air. The burly man's brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he mounted his white elephant and turned it around, galloping towards the exit of Ghost Cry Mountain. This man was not merely decisive. He discarded the magical artifacts he had just acquired and abandoned the other disciples of the White Elephant sect. In an instant, the remaining disciples were left dumbfounded. But soon they regained their senses and hurried after the White Elephant. The members of the Luo Shui sect, witnessing this, collectively sighed in relief. Yet, the ominous clouds drew nearer, heralding an even greater peril. Han Xiaobei dared not linger. He commanded, "Flee Ghost Cry Mountain at full speed." The disciples quickly climbed onto the carriages, urging the horses to race forward. However, the encroaching clouds moved with greater swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped the land. Despite the sun being high in the sky, not a single ray of light could penetrate the ominous clouds, as if an invisible, black hand had obscured the heavens, swallowing the Luo Shui sect whole into an abyss of darkness. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the air ahead. "Halt!" Han Xiaobei shouted urgently. He leaped onto the roof of the carriage, conjuring a perpetual lamp that flickered, illuminating the surroundings. Yi Xian peered ahead and was taken aback to see several disciples of the White Elephant sect, bloodied and frantic, racing towards them as if fleeing for their lives. A roar echoed in the distance, emanating from the White Elephant, clearly indicating danger ahead. "This is troublesome." Han Yorong's face drained of color. She could never have anticipated such a scene before her arrival. Han Xiaomu trembled in fear, shrinking into her mother's embrace, not daring to peek out. Despite her usual spirited demeanor, she was but a 14-year-old girl. Conversely, Xuer displayed no fear whatsoever. She stood protectively before Yi Xian, her angelic wings poised and ready. Should any real danger arise, she would surely be the first to whisk Yi Xian away. For Xuer, the lives of others were of little concern. Her sole mission as a pet was to ensure her master's safety. Seeing Xuer's steadfastness brought Yi Xian joy. Nevertheless, with the formidable Corpse King approaching, even if Xuer could fly, escape was not guaranteed. With the Thunderbolt Peachwood sword in hand, Yi Xian felt he might not need to flee. "Who killed my spirit mist envoy? Step forward and face your demise." Suddenly, a hoarse roar reverberated from a nearby peak. All eyes turned towards it, where a towering figure loomed atop the mountain. The figure stood an imposing 3 meters tall, clad in bronze armor, wielding a 9-ring tungsten steel knife. Every inch of exposed skin was cloaked in a layer resembling moldy white fur. A white-furred zombie. Sun He awakened, recognizing the true form of the Inshur Corpse King with an involuntary gasp. Han Xiaobei, upon seeing the white-furred zombie, turned ashen, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. Han Yong, quickly take the disciples and scatter. Escape as far as you can. I shall remain behind to buy you time. The white-furred zombie possessed at least the cultivation strength of the core formation stage, an existence far beyond the reach of the refining spirit stage. Even if Han Xiaobei were to face death bravely, he would likely endure only a few exchanges, if he were not eliminated in an instant. Yet, despite this grim reality, he had no alternative. As the leader of the Luoshui sect, he must lead by example. Second brother. Han Yorong's eyes brimmed with tears. She understood all too well that Han Xiaobei's decision would lead to his demise. Do not hesitate, go quickly, Han Xiaobei commanded fiercely, preparing to charge up the mountain. Suddenly, Yixian grasped Han Xiaobei's arm. Sect leader Han, as the saying goes, grievances have their source and debts their owner. The White Elephant Sect's people killed the spiritual mist envoy. It is not our burden to bear. Han Xiaobei paused, momentarily taken aback, then comprehended Yixian's intention to redirect the blame, inciting the Inshur Corpse King to confront the White Elephant Sect. However, would they heed our words? Han Xiaobei remained apprehensive. After all, they faced a formidable Corpse King of the core formation stage, a malevolent entity beyond reason. Allow me to negotiate, Yixian replied confidently, leading Xuan down from the carriage. Simultaneously, the Inshur Corpse King leaped from the mountaintop. Its physical form was immensely powerful, from a height of over 200 meters. It descended directly, landing with a thunderous crash that shattered a large stone at the mountain's base. Yet, it remained unscathed, immediately setting its course toward the main road. Stop! As the Inshur Corpse King raised its 9-ring tungsten steel knife to strike, Yixian deftly brandished his thunder-striking peachwood sword. The Inshur Corpse King furrowed its brow, truly halting its advance, eyeing Yixian with wariness from a distance of less than 10 meters. More specifically, it fixated on the peachwood sword in Yixian's hand. This seemingly inconspicuous peachwood sword emanated an aura that made the Corpse King profoundly uneasy. Furthermore, the radiant and holy aura radiating from Xuan beside Yixian equally unsettled the Inshur Corpse King. Although these two individuals possessed relatively low strength, they were not to be underestimated. Chapter 92. Yixian's cunning plan. The chilling winds howled, accompanied by the wails of spirits. The Inshur Corpse King coldly regarded Yixian, its voice a deep, raspy growl. Who are you? State your name. I am Yixian, a mere novice cultivator, seeking only to inform the esteemed Corpse King that the one responsible for the murder of the spiritual mist envoy is not us, but rather that fellow ahead riding the white elephant. The king of the Een Mountain, with his eyes gleaming red, turned his gaze toward the direction of the white elephant. As if he had suddenly realized something, he swiftly altered his course and dashed forward. Such ease? Yixian was somewhat taken aback. This king of the Een Mountain seemed surprisingly agreeable. Han Xiaobei and the others were equally stunned. They had just anticipated a catastrophic disaster, only for it to be resolved by a single remark from Yixian. Do not be complacent. The exit from the mountain lies ahead, and we are still trapped in a crisis. Son, he cautioned, slumped in the carriage. Han Xiaobei nodded and commanded, all disciples, heed my orders. Abandon all superfluous items. Take only your magical artifacts, and prepare to traverse the mountains and seek a shortcut out. They had already reached the edge of Ghost Cry Mountain. Although the official road required an additional 20 miles to exit, crossing the mountains would only necessitate traversing 2 peaks to reach the outside. Given the current blockage ahead, it was evident that scaling the mountains was the most prudent choice. Yixian remained non-committal, yet it was indeed wise to avoid drawing attention for now. However, as everyone packed their belongings and prepared to ascend the mountains, they encountered an unexpected obstacle. Strange, why can't we climb this mountain? I was halfway up when suddenly I found myself back on the official road. I experienced the same. This is truly bizarre. I saw you all merely treading in place. You weren't climbing at all. Yixian frowned slightly. Could it be a ghost wall? Sun He, nearly breathless, replied, do not attempt it. This is an illusion array, and unless one possesses the cultivation of the core formation stage, it cannot be broken. Han Xiaobei was in distress. What shall we do now? A battle has already commenced ahead. While the White Elephant Sect is formidable, they likely won't last long against the white-haired zombie. Once the experts of the White Elephant Sect are all vanquished, it will be our turn. From the obscured darkness ahead, The roars of the white elephant spirit beasts echoed, indicating that the king of the Een Mountain had caught up with the burly man. Given the overwhelming might of the king of the Een Mountain, this confrontation might soon conclude, leaving little time for the Luo Shui sect. Meanwhile, at the rear of the Luo Shui sect's convoy, a cacophony of howls emerged, suggesting that malevolent spirits were rapidly approaching. With wolves in front and tigers behind, and both paths obstructed by the illusion array, they were essentially trapped. In that moment, the expressions of all Luo Shui sect disciples, including Han Xiaobei, turned despondent, as if faced with the end of the road and their imminent demise. Some disciples even began to secretly pen farewell letters. Witnessing such pessimism among the crowd, Yi Xian felt a pang of discomfort and was about to offer words of reassurance when he suddenly felt a chill around his ankle, as though something had grasped him. Looking down, he was horrified to see a black, semi-transparent, ghostly hand emerging from the ground, clutching him tightly. The area where the ghostly hand made contact instantly froze, causing a sharp pain. Damn it! Yi Xian gritted his teeth against the agony and swung his peachwood sword in a desperate strike. The peachwood sword swept past the ghostly hand, a flash of lightning piercing into the ground, followed by a mournful wail. Seizing the moment, Yi Xian broke free from the ghostly grasp. At that instant, Xuan also reacted, transforming into a fierce little warrior, delivering a powerful stomp onto the unyielding ground. The earth erupted with a dull thud, the stone slabs cracking like spider webs under her force. Whether the ghostly entity was stunned by the electric shock or by Xuan's stomp remained unclear. The ghostly hand could not retract in time before she seized it, her strength reminiscent of uprooting a daikon, as she forcefully dragged the specter from the depths below. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the disciples of the Luo Shui sect momentarily stunned, only to witness a pitch-black, long-limbed monstrosity being pulled forth by Xuan, which sent them recoiling in fright upon glimpsing its peculiar form. The creature was indeed bizarre. Yi Xian, upon closer inspection, found it difficult to articulate its grotesque appearance. With legs stretching 2 meters long and as thin as a reed, arms twisting and dragging on the ground, and a flattened neck with a sharply pointed head, it resembled a being that had stepped out of an abstract painting. Despite being cultivators, the Luo Shui disciples had seldom encountered such apparitions, and as they beheld the long-limbed specter, they instinctively retreated, with the youngest among them, Han Xiaomu, paling in terror, nearly fainting. Xuan, eliminate it, commanded Yi Xian, his ankles bruised and discolored from the frost. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, he might have suffered severe frostbite. This little ghost dared to launch a sneak attack against him and could not be spared. At this moment, Xuan was even more incensed than Yi Xian, clenching her delicate fists, prepared to crush the creature. Yet, just then, the specter hastily knelt before Yi Xian, pleading, "Master, spare me." Yi Xian swiftly halted Xuan. He sensed a feeble spark of lightning coursing through the ghost's body. Suddenly, he recalled that the lightning-infused peachwood sword possessed a spell for controlling evil spirits. Could it be that his earlier strike had led to the ghost's subjugation? Yi Xian tentatively commanded, "Slap yourself." To his astonishment, the specter complied, lifting its elongated arm and slapping its own face. Han Xiaobei stared in disbelief, and Han Yurong was equally stunned, as every disciple of the Luo Shui sect stood agape. What is this sorcery? Haha. Yi Xian rejoiced, realizing that this was indeed the true application of the peachwood sword. With this method of controlling evil, what fear could there be of the king of corpses from Een Mountain? Little Yi, what is happening? Han Yurong could not contain her curiosity. There is no time to explain. Master, you all stay here, don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. With that, Yi Xian seized the peachwood sword, took Xuan by his side, and dashed towards the rear of the convoy. The shadows of numerous specters flicker in the vicinity, resembling a scene from a night of 100 demons, truly embodying Yi Xian's hunting ground. Xuan, your duty is to provide cover. Ensure that too many apparitions do not approach me. Rest assured, Master, should I allow you to be harmed, I shall take my own life to atone. The little angel vowed earnestly. There's no need for such extremes, Yi Xian replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, a wailing ghost with a long, protruding tongue charged at Yi Xian. With swift reflexes, he sliced through the air with his sword. Oh, you big-headed ghost. Master, please calm your wrath. The wailing specter was struck by the peachwood sword, its body coursing with lightning, and it promptly knelt before Yi Xian, trembling in submission. This is quite effortless. Yi Xian commanded, go summon your companions. Chapter 93. The time to conclude. Master, spare me. The stealthy ghost bowed before him. This humble servant is willing to toil for you. Unbeknownst to him, The number of spirits surrounding Yi Xian steadily increased. The more apparitions he gathered, the more seamless his hunting plan became. He scarcely needed to move. As his spectral subordinates scoured the area for their kin, presenting them directly before him for an effortless hunt. At last, after less than 10 minutes, tranquility enveloped the surroundings, silencing the wails of the ghosts. Yi Xian had amassed a formidable assembly of 70 to 80 spirits by his side. Each apparition bore a grotesque form, their types impossible to discern, yet this mattered little, for Yi Xian had no intention of taking them with him. Among you, who possesses the greatest strength? Yi Xian inquired. A burly man with a thick beard and clad in armor responded, I, the third master of the Wind Hall, am a spiritual general. In life, I attained the 7th stage of the Golden Core realm, and after transforming into a ghost, I slumbered for a century. Now, my combat prowess has reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the Divine Refinement realm. To have the third master of the Wind Hall in his ranks was indeed intriguing. Excellent. Inform me if there are any other apparitions nearby. With these spectral allies, Yi Xian felt prepared to confront the Mountain Corpse King, yet he remained cautious, determined to eradicate every ghost in the vicinity. On the nearby mountain, 20 azure-skinned zombies, 20 malevolent spirits, and 20 stealthy phantoms lay in ambush, all at the strength of the Divine Refinement realm, representing the core combat force of the Wind Hall. Yi Xian's expression brightened. Quickly, summon them. The spiritual general produced a short flute crafted from bone, and, channeling his soul energy, played an enchanting melody. Soon, a rustling sound echoed from the cliffs on either side, as a horde of small, oily-skinned zombies with sharp fangs leapt down from the heights, racing toward him. Unlike other spirits, zombies possess a tangible form and exhibit extraordinary physical prowess. Though these small zombies may not rival the Mountain Corpse King, their physical strength surpasses that of practitioners at the same realm by a considerable margin. Truly, the core combat strength of the Wind Hall. These 20 small zombies could easily wreak havoc upon the Luo Shui sect. These diminutive zombies exhibit a fierce hostility towards humanity, baring their teeth in a menacing display. However, as the spirit envoy's murmurs gradually become more subdued, the movements of the little zombies appear to be constrained, each one coming to a standstill and closing their eyes in unison. Yi Xian promptly approaches, wielding his peachwood sword to strike at the diminutive zombies individually. Yet, curiously, these zombies do not acknowledge Yi Xian as their master, their gaze still filled with animosity. What could be the reason? Is it possible that the exorcism array of the peachwood sword holds no sway over the zombie type of specters? Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that those subdued by the peachwood are ethereal spirits, while zombies are corporeal, with tough, leathery skin that is difficult to electrify. It seems that corporeal specters cannot be subdued by the peachwood sword. However, this is not a significant issue, as all others are spiritual entities. Yi Xian abandons the idea of subduing the little zombies and turns his attention to the 20 ferocious spirits and 20 stealthy ghosts nearby. Indeed, when dealing with spiritual entities, the peachwood sword proves extraordinarily effective, swiftly subduing all 40 specters. At this moment, the spirit envoy approaches Yi Xian, presenting him with a bone flute with both hands. The master may command these green-skinned zombies with the soul-calling flute. They possess no intellect and will obey the commands issued by the flute, the spirit envoy explains, imparting to Yi Xian the method of using the flute. The envoy demonstrates a commendable understanding of the situation. Yi Xian takes the soul-calling flute, sensing the spiritual energy within, indicating it is a third-grade magical artifact. The method of use is simple. There is no need to blow into it, only to infuse it with spiritual energy to produce sound. Excellent. As long as you specters are loyally submissive to me, I shall grant you greater fortune. Crafting grand visions is my specialty. Suddenly, a mournful trumpet of an elephant reverberates from afar, indicating that the White Elephant sect has suffered defeat. Yi Xian does not linger. Waving his hand, little specters, let us set forth. In an instant, the assembly of ghosts gathers, conjuring a chilling wind and mist as they march forward along the official road. Ghosts. So many ghosts. A few disciples of the Luo Shui sect, who were on guard, are struck with terror at this sight, losing all composure. Han Xiaobei and others rush over, their expressions tense, as if bracing for a fierce battle, fully prepared for a desperate struggle. Yet, at that very moment, the legion of ghosts abruptly halts. Yi Xian strides forth from the throng of specters, smiling. Do not panic. We are all allies here. Allies. The disciples of the Luo Shui sect stand in stunned silence. Han Xiaobei feels a wave of dizziness wash over him. How could so many specters, including numerous terrifying ferocious spirits, transform into allies? What has Yi Xian done to remain unharmed amidst this horde of ghosts? Moreover, these ferocious spirits seem to regard Yi Xian with profound respect, encircling him as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. How has he accomplished this? It is nothing short of extraordinary. Reclining upon the carriage, Sun He couldn't help but express his astonishment. With his seasoned experience, he recognized that among these spectral entities were formidable masters, particularly the group of green-skinned zombies. While not as powerful as the previously encountered white-haired behemoth, their strength was nevertheless formidable, each at the level of the spirit refinement realm. What was more alarming was their sheer number, 20 in total. If these 20 green-skinned zombies were to encircle the disciples of the Luo Shui sect, each one could potentially fall prey to the insatiable hunger of the undead. Yet, curiously, these green-skinned zombies stood in perfect formation behind Yi Xian, exhibiting no inclination to attack, even with Yi Xian's back turned to them. This was undoubtedly a sign of their taming. Additionally, the imposing figure of the heavily armored ghost general exuded an extraordinary strength, yet he showed utmost respect towards Yi Xian. A display that was nothing short of astonishing. "Wow, Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed Han Xiaomu, who had been terrified moments before. However, witnessing Yi Xian subduing those spectral beings with such ease, her fear dissipated. Gathering her courage, she approached, eager to observe these entities up close. With Yi Xian's presence to deter them, the spectral beings dared not intimidate Han Xiaomu, particularly the long-tongued ghost, who found himself helplessly tugged along by her grip on his tongue. Yi Xian shook his head in exasperation. This girl was quite audacious. Enough of this nonsense. The battle ahead is nearly concluded. It is time for us to step in and bring it to a close. He was curious to see the expression on the Yin Mountain Corpse King's face when he discovered that while he was preoccupied with battle, his home had been infiltrated and all his subordinates had turned against him. Noticing Yi Xian's unwavering confidence, Han Xiaobei suddenly regained his composure and commanded, "Disciples of the Luo Shui sect, heed my orders, advance." The carriage resumed its journey, the tinkling of the bell resonating in the night. Observing Yi Xian and the 100 ghosts leading the way, the disciples of the Luo Shui sect felt that perhaps the Ghost Crime Mountain was not as terrifying as they had once believed. Chapter 94. Surrounding the Corpse King at the sole exit of Ghost Crime Mountain. Crossing this threshold would lead into a world bathed in sunlight. Yet, within the shadowy confines of Ghost Crime Mountain, the chilling winds howled, obscuring the light of day. Gazing at the nearly lifeless white elephant spirit beast sprawled on the ground, Lin Bei was beyond the point of lamentation. His battle axe had shattered, and under the relentless strain of combat, his hands were lacerated and bleeding. The rapid depletion of his spiritual energy left his complexion pallid. Standing upright had become an arduous task. In contrast, the Yin Mountain Corpse King bore only a few new scratches on his armor, his body otherwise unscathed. Despair enveloped Lin Bei completely. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze grew dim. The path to survival lay just beyond the mountain, yet the distance felt insurmountable, obstructed by the formidable presence of the Yin Mountain Corpse King. "Is the heavens truly intent on my destruction?" Lin Bei cried out, his voice imbued with defiance. "It is not the heavens that seek your demise. It is your own actions that lead to your downfall." Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, growing nearer. The 100 ghosts surged forth, forming two orderly lines to welcome a figure. To Lin Bei's astonishment, a strikingly handsome youth with rosy lips and a radiant smile approached, flanked by the 100 ghosts in a display of reverence. Not only was Lin Bei utterly astonished, but even the Yinshan Corpse King was taken aback. "Spirit Envoy, what does this mean?" the Yinshan Corpse King coldly inquired. The Spirit Envoy, despite feeling a flicker of instinctual fear in the presence of the Yinshan Corpse King, emanated a deterrent power from the lightning coursing through his body. "Yinshan Corpse King, you are steeped in sin, and your demise is imminent. You have committed countless atrocities and coerced us into robbing passing cultivators. The situation we face today is truly a consequence of your own making. We have already pledged our allegiance to young Master Yi Xian, abandoning evil for good and seeking redemption. Young Master Yi is wise and formidable, far surpassing you by countless degrees. If you possess any sense, you will surrender willingly and meet your end with dignity." The Spirit Envoy's voice resonated like a great bell, delivering his words with fervor that left Yi Xian momentarily stunned. This was not a script he had conjured. It was entirely the Spirit Envoy's spontaneous expression. Truly, this individual was a remarkable talent, perhaps even a genius. The so-called eloquence was indeed a marvel. What was framed as a noble act of redemption was, in reality, a coerced submission under Yi Xian's mastery of the dark arts. Hidden within this small ghost crime mountain was such an extraordinary figure, a fact that truly humbled those around him. Dare to betray me, and you seek death. The Xingzhou Corpse King seethed with fury, never having anticipated that all his subordinates would turn against him. Such a betrayal was intolerable. As he spoke, the Xingzhou Corpse King charged forward wielding a massive 9-ring steel blade. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, his entire being seemed enveloped in a layer of copper and iron. Capable of leaping over 10 meters in a single stride, creating a staggering visual impact that momentarily unsettled Xuan. Yet, in the next instant, his advance was thwarted. 20 stealthy ghosts silently emerged beside the Xingzhou Corpse King, ensnaring him. Simultaneously, 20 malevolent spirits launched an assault from all directions. In front of Xuan, 20 small green-skinned zombies formed a protective line, acting as a shield. Xuan remained steadfast. Everyone attack. Utilize the tactic of overwhelming numbers and annihilate him. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the spirit envoy and the other spirits surged forward. Although they harbored apprehension towards the Xingzhou Corpse King's formidable combat prowess, their numbers provided them with confidence. As long as they could restrain the Xingzhou Corpse King's movements, it was merely a matter of time before he would be defeated. The air was filled with howling winds and the wails of spirits, as the Xingzhou Corpse King was nearly overwhelmed by his former subordinates. The battle was fierce and intense. The disciples of the Luoshui sect watched in astonishment, while the remnants of the scattered by Xiang sect disciples were left utterly astounded by the scene unfolding before them. Who was this young master Xuan, that he could command 100 spirits to besiege a white-haired zombie at the core formation stage? Even more astonishing was the fact that the aura emanating from Xuan was merely that of a first-level qi refinement cultivator. Here was a novice, just stepping into the realm of cultivation, achieving such earth-shattering feats. Could he possibly be a deity incarnate, descended to this realm? Those malevolent spirits over there. Do not slack off. Charge forth with all your might. Long-tongued specter, employ your tongue to passionately embrace the Corpse King. If your strength is lacking, you must adapt and leverage your strengths. And you, portly one, do not crowd. Allow some space for others. Xuan, sheltered behind the small zombie's protective barrier, commanded these apparitions in their assault with remarkable ease. You treacherous wretches, daring to bite the hand that feeds you. I shall annihilate you. The Een Mountain Corpse King was seething with rage at this moment. He roared, brandishing his 9-ringed steel blade, and managed to break free from the entangling spirits, cleaving several malevolent entities in half. Truly, as a corporeal being of the core formation realm, he still possessed the capability to counterattack. Yet, Xuan remained unfazed. He summoned the soul-devouring flute, and at once, 10 azure-skinned zombies surged forward, bolstering their combat strength and once again besieging the Een Mountain Corpse King. The defensive prowess of the small zombies far surpassed that of the ethereal specters. Even when struck by the steel blade, they could endure for a considerable duration. With the small zombies assisting, the other spirits grew bolder, unleashing their full might against their foe, leaving the Een Mountain Corpse King beset on all sides, barely able to maintain his footing. Finally, after enduring for another 2 minutes, the Een Mountain Corpse King collapsed with a thunderous crash, swiftly transforming into a puddle of ichor, accompanied by a plume of black smoke rising skyward. At that moment, the little immortal fairy suddenly soared forth, swiftly absorbing the black smoke. What is this? Xuan inquired. The little immortal fairy replied, This corpse chi is a tremendous boon for ghost cultivators. Once refined, I am confident I can break through to the core formation realm within 6 months. Xuan contemplated the situation. He had been pondering how to deal with these spirits, for it was impossible to escort them out of Ghost Cry Mountain. However, neglecting them would also be a loss. With so many spirits at his disposal, they could prove invaluable in critical moments. If he allowed the little immortal fairy to remain here to govern these spirits, the problem would be effortlessly resolved. Little immortal fairy, do you wish to stay here? Xuan asked. The little immortal fairy immediately grasped Xuan's intent and responded, As long as I can serve my master, I am willing to do anything. Excellent. Xuan promptly summoned the other spirits before him, pointing to the little immortal fairy and declaring, From this day forth, this young lady, the little immortal fairy, shall be the new head of the Een Wind Hall. You are to obey her commands completely, treating her as you would me. Do you understand? The spirits nodded fervently, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Seeing the disciples of the Luoshui sect approaching, the little immortal fairy bowed to Xuan and said, Master, I will lead them away now. Go ahead. I will seek you out upon my return from the great secret realm. Under the guidance of the little immortal fairy, the spirits swiftly retreated. returning to the depths of Ghost Cry Mountain. As the spirits dispersed, the ominous clouds formed by the gathering energy rapidly dissipated, and warm sunlight once again bathed the land, leaving no trace of the harrowing battle that had just transpired, save for a puddle of ichor and a 9-ring steel blade. Chapter 95. No survivors. As the spirits departed, the disciples of the Luo sect hurriedly arrived. Little Yi, are you unharmed? Han Yurong inquired with concern. Han Xiaobei gave a thumbs up to Yi Xian, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, in my lifetime, I have never yielded to anyone. You are the first. Sun He, supported by his disciples, approached and began to examine Yi Xian, commenting, I have long recognized that young Master Yi possesses extraordinary talent. It turns out you are a perfect innate body, indeed a prodigy of heaven. What? Young Master Yi is an innate Qi practitioner? A perfect innate one? But wait, isn't it required to break through the Qi realm upon birth? Yet, young Master Yi only recently achieved that breakthrough. Han Yurong was taken aback by Sun He's words. Elder son, are you certain? There can be no mistake, Sun He vowed. I stake my life on it. Young Master Yi is undoubtedly a genuine perfect innate body. Indeed, the truth cannot remain concealed. Yi Xian smiled graciously and acknowledged, Elder son speaks accurately. I am indeed a perfect innate body. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances in my youth, I was unable to break through the Qi realm until recently, when I finally overcame the obstacles. So that is the case. I never imagined you had such a past, young Yi. Han Yurong's gaze towards Yi Xian softened, imbued with compassion and affection. While the crowd conversed, the surviving disciples of the White Elephant sect began to gather around Lin Bei, seemingly intending to seize the opportunity to flee. Noticing the movements of the White Elephant sect, Han Xiaobei quietly inquired of Yi Xian, Young Master Yi, how do you propose we deal with the cultivators of the White Elephant sect? Yi Xian's eyes chilled as he resolutely replied, leave no survivors. Setting aside the previous attempt by the White Elephant sect to rob them, the fact that they witnessed Yi Xian's ability to command 100 ghosts made it imperative that they could not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. After all, the art of ghost manipulation is too easily coveted. Just as I thought, having navigated the cultivation world for many years, Han Xiaobei was no benevolent saint. He immediately waved his hand, leading a group of disciples from the Luo sect to surround the remaining dozen or so disciples of the White Elephant sect. A sense of unease surged within Lin Bei, yet he maintained an outward appearance of defiance, shouting, You dare to obstruct the people of the White Elephant sect? Step aside at once. Still defiant even in the face of death, Han Xiaobei unleashed the wind-splitting sword technique, attacking Lin Bei head-on. Had the opponent been at full strength, Han Xiaobei would not have dared to attack so recklessly. However, weakened by the assault of the Corpse King of Yin Mountain, Lin Bei posed no threat whatsoever. Lin Bei's expression darkened. He wished to retaliate, but found himself powerless, forced to watch helplessly as the flying sword sliced toward him. In that moment, he suddenly grasped the meaning behind Yi Xian's earlier words. It was not heaven that sought his demise, but rather his own folly leading to his destruction. Had he not succumbed to greed and killed the Spirit Mist envoy, nor attempted to rob the Luo sect of their artifacts, none of this would have transpired. All of this was, indeed, self-inflicted. 10 minutes later, after properly handling the corpse and incinerating the magical artifacts along with the carriage, the Luo sect set forth once again, officially departing from Ghost Cry Mountain. Such a pity to leave behind over 100 magical artifacts, sighed Han Xiaobei regretfully from within the carriage. Yi Xian inquired, why can't we take them with us? Han Xiaobei patiently explained, you see, each sect's magical artifacts bear their distinct insignia. If we were to take the White Elephant sect's artifacts, it would be exceedingly easy for us to be exposed. Even if we wished to sell them, other sects would hesitate to accept them, fearing repercussions. Furthermore, if we kept them for our own use, the risk of exposure would be significant once we entered the Grand Secret Realm, where eyes are many and varied. Therefore, the most prudent course of action is to incinerate them, leaving no trace behind. Understanding dawned upon Yi Xian, who resolved to be cautious in the future regarding any dubious artifacts he might acquire, knowing the potential dangers of carelessly selling them. Upon exiting Ghost Cry Mountain, they found themselves amidst an expansive and desolate plain belonging to the northern territories of Xingzhou. The arid climate, characterized by a scarcity of rainfall, rendered it inhospitable for human habitation, save for a few grazing lands and the occasional nomadic herder. As Yi Xian gazed out the window, he observed the landscape transitioning from lush green to a parched yellow, yet paradoxically, the spiritual energy in the atmosphere grew increasingly potent. Without their notice, nightfall descended quietly. The sky a vast expanse devoid of clouds, adorned with twinkling stars. As the temperature plummeted and the cold winds howled, the caravan advanced over 100 miles under the cover of darkness. Ultimately succumbing to the biting chill, they halted amidst a jumble of stones to rest for the night, planning to resume their journey at dawn. Due to the fierce winds, it was unsuitable to pitch tents, prompting everyone to huddle within the carriage to endure the night. They could not rely on a warm meal, making do with some hard rations to stave off hunger. Han Xiaobei volunteered for night watch, leaving only Yi Xian, Xuan, and Han Yurong with her daughters, Han Xiaomu, in the carriage. Though it seemed inappropriate for a grown man like Yi Xian to remain overnight, Han Yurong insisted he stay, and he did not decline. Han Xiaomu, perhaps embarrassed by Yi Xian's valiant deeds earlier in the day, refrained from sending him away but forcibly took Xuan from his side, ensuring she did not sleep next to him. In the early hours, while the three had succumbed to slumber, Yi Xian, full of energy, opened his eyes. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. You have received a 20-fold cultivation card. Another cultivation card. This time with a 20-fold increase. Quite satisfactory. Coupled with the previous 10-fold cultivation card, Yi Xian anticipated significant breakthroughs in his levels upon entering the Nebula Grand Secret Realm. He tucked away the cultivation card and contentedly drifted back to sleep. The following day, before dawn had broken, the caravan resumed its journey, traveling through the relentless winds and sands. As they ventured further north, the winds and sands intensified, gradually transitioning into a desert landscape, where the official road was buried under the encroaching yellow sands, rendering it indistinguishable. However, at this point, they knew that as long as they continued northward, they would not lose their way. Throughout the entire day, Yi Xian and his companions remained ensconced within their carriage, with doors and windows sealed tight to ward off the relentless gusts of yellow sand. Despite these precautions, the interior was still cloaked in dust, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe without a cloth covering one's face. Yet, snow, radiant as ever, seemed impervious to the encroaching grime, as if no speck of dust could linger for even a moment upon her pristine form. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the swirling sand particles, as they approached her, appeared to be held at bay by an invisible force, forming ethereal halos that danced around her, unable to encroach upon her sanctity. It felt akin to the sacred realm of an angel, a truly wondrous sight. Han Yurong was left in awe, while Han Xiaomu's face was etched with envy. Chapter 96, 5-rank Artifact Refinement Technique, Diamond Pickaxe. In the same desolate desert, the night unfolded differently. At last, the wind had subsided, and although the caravan continued its journey, their pace had significantly slowed due to the omnipresent sand dunes. Even the swift-footed spirit beasts faced considerable hindrances, making it impossible to hasten their progress. For Yi Xian, having traversed into this world, it was his first venture far from home, allowing him a glimpse of the harsh realities that enveloped it. Fortunately, he was part of a caravan with many to provide support, making the experience relatively manageable. Had he been alone, he would likely have been lost to the desert, consumed by the swirling sands. Yet, to the seasoned practitioners, such a natural calamity was merely child's play. The cultivation world is vast, and the Star Continent is considered a relatively safe haven within it. According to various accounts in his readings, the outer realms are far more perilous. Without the cultivation of the Golden Core, one would be ill-advised to venture beyond their borders. As the clock struck midnight, it marked the 4th week's sign-in day. The rewards for the previous weeks had been promising. The first week granted the supreme ultimate Xiantian technique. The second week offered 16 earth yellow pills, and the third week yielded a pet egg. Yi Xian eagerly anticipated what delightful surprise awaited him this week. Ding! The successful completion of the 4th week's attendance rewarded him with the skill book, 5-rank Artifact Refinement Technique. A skill book, and a 5-rank one at that. This reward certainly did not disappoint. Although he had previously signed in for a skill tree, it had only bestowed upon him a 1st-rank alchemy technique. Now, to receive a 5-rank skill book was sheer ecstasy. Without hesitation, Yi Xian opened the skill tree and began the enlightening process. As waves of knowledge regarding artifact refinement surged into his consciousness, he felt a significant enhancement in his physical prowess. This enlightening experience not only granted him the skills of a 5-rank alchemist, but also transformed him into a bona fide, seasoned 5-rank artifact refiner. A powerful refiner must possess a robust physique, particularly in arm strength, for how else could one hammer spirit ores into superior refining materials? The higher the rank of the magical artifacts, the more intricate the crafting process becomes. Beyond strength, one must also possess deft hands capable of mastering the finer details. Merely acquiring the knowledge of the 5th-grade crafting technique is insufficient for Xuan to forge magical artifacts with his own hands. It is only when he possesses the requisite abilities that he can truly be regarded as a genuine 5th-grade craftsman. In a state of drowsiness, Xuan succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the next day, his first sensation was the notable increase in strength in his arms. Although the difference was imperceptible to the naked eye, Xuan distinctly felt that his right arm was considerably more robust than his left. His efforts with the Qilin arm had borne fruit. Upon revisiting the knowledge stored in his mind, Xuan was astonished to discover that he now possessed an intimate understanding of at least 1,000 types of spiritual ores, rendering any guide unnecessary. A mere glance would suffice for him to identify them. He was well versed in the properties of each type of ore, their distribution across regions, and the kinds of magical artifacts they could be crafted into. It is worth noting that a 5th-grade craftsman is capable of forging 5th-grade magical instruments. The value of even a single 5th-grade artifact is astonishing. The only 5th-grade artifact in Cangyun City, the Longing Sword, had diminished to a 4th grade due to the siphoning of dragon energy by Shao Qing, meaning there was not a single 5th-grade artifact to be found within the entire city. With such a skill, Xuan need not worry about financial gain. Crafting a few 5th-grade artifacts would undoubtedly incite a fierce competition among the various sections. However, it is important to recognize that forging 5th-grade artifacts is no simple task. The failure rate for 5th-grade craftsmen is considerably high, and even in the event of a fortunate success, it requires a significant expenditure of materials and time. Typically, an ordinary 5th-grade craftsman may have less than a 20% success rate in forging a 5th-grade artifact, with a successful creation in a year considered quite fortunate. Due to the direct impartation of knowledge he received, Xuan stands out among 5th-grade craftsmen, yet even so, his success rate in crafting a 5th-grade artifact would not exceed 60%. Conversely, when it comes to 4th-grade artifacts, he faces no such pressures. They would be effortlessly within his grasp. Initially, Xuan had intended to focus solely on cultivating amidst the abundant spiritual energy during this journey to the nebulous secret realm. But it seems he must also seek out more spiritual ores. Without the ability to forge, the ores hold no significance for him. However, with the ability to forge, the spiritual ores transform into perspective artifacts, representing wealth. Little Yi, what are you thinking? You seem so joyful, inquired Han Yurong with curiosity. Xuan scratched his head and chuckled. It's my first time traveling far, and I'm a bit excited. Don't get too carried away. We should arrive at the nebulous secret realm by tomorrow evening. You might end up disappointed, she warned. Why? You'll understand once we get there. Xuan found himself at a loss for words. His master enjoyed keeping secrets. Another day of hurried travel ensued. As dusk approached, a soft white halo suddenly emanated from Xuan, releasing a gentle wave of spiritual energy that captivated Han Xiaobei. Congratulations, Miss Xuan, on your breakthrough to the 2nd level of spirit refinement. Han Xiaobei exclaimed in awe. Xuan has broken through? No wonder she had been so silent along the way. Xuan initially thought she was merely resting her eyes, but unexpectedly, she was secretly cultivating. In just a few days, she had advanced to the 2nd level of qi refinement. Xuan's talent is truly remarkable. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately gazed at Xuan, her lively eyes seemingly pleading for praise. Xuan chuckled and gently patted her head, saying, Xuan is truly wonderful. She is indeed my dear sister. Under Xuan's affectionate touch, Xuan squinted her eyes in bliss, reveling in the moment. Han Xiaobei watched enviously, while Han Yurong turned to her companion, Han Xiaomu, and remarked, Look at Xuan. Her innate talent is exceptional, and she is so diligent in her cultivation. Now look at yourself. Your talent pales in comparison, and you have yet to demonstrate any effort. Han Xiaomu dared not retort, feeling a sense of grievance as she lowered her head in silence. Xuan couldn't help but laugh. This must be the pressure brought by someone else's child. He wondered if Han Xiaomu would develop a psychological shadow towards Xuan in the future. Before long, it was midnight. Although he could wait until morning to sign in, Xuan found himself unable to resist the temptation, for without signing in at midnight, he felt restless and incapable of sleep. At this rate, he feared he might become a night owl. Ding. Sign-in successful. Obtained 1 diamond pickaxe. Diamond pickaxe, a special magical tool, luck 3, specifically for mining, with durability of 999. The added luck enchantment has a chance to improve the quality and yield of spiritual ores during mining. Xuan's eyes sparkled with delight. This diamond pickaxe was indeed a valuable treasure, essential for mining. Tomorrow would bring them to the nebulous secret realm. And to receive a diamond pickaxe on the day before was quite a stroke of fortune. Ding. Tomorrow marks the full moon's attendance day, A mysterious reward will be distributed. Please ensure timely sign in to avoid missing out on the reward. Tomorrow is indeed the day of the full moon's attendance. That is something to look forward to. Chapter 97. A triple elevation. The following afternoon, the convoy traversed the Gobi Desert, finally reaching the outskirts of the nebulous secret realm. With still several miles to go, Xuan could already see, in the distant sky, streams of green auroras, resembling colorful ribbons suspended in the air, a breathtaking sight. His heart raced with anticipation, prompting him to leap atop the carriage to gaze in wonder. As they drew closer, they finally arrived directly beneath the auroras. However, upon surveying the area, he noticed it was rather uneven. Xuan had initially imagined the nebulous secret realm to be a paradise. Yet it turned out to be a desolate expanse riddled with pits, devoid of any vegetation. It was then that he comprehended the meaning behind Han Yurong's words from the previous day. Indeed, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Elder son, he stood at the front of the carriage, appearing quite recovered as he smiled, and said, "This nebulous secret realm was once abundant with treasures, with various rare spiritual ores emerging in abundance. It is said that in the beginning, one could discover spiritual stones with even a casual dig. But that was 5,000 years ago. In the present day, the Nebula Grand Secret Realm, particularly its peripheral regions, has been thoroughly excavated by generations of practitioners who have delved deep into the earth, leaving it in a state of disarray. Once, this area was adorned with expansive mountain ranges, yet now, not a single prominent hill remains, and countless bottomless sinkholes abound." Xuan felt a sense of embarrassment. Everything has been turned upside down. Will we still be able to unearth spiritual mines? Do not worry, young Master Yi. With my spirit communicating worms, it will not be a problem to locate some hidden spiritual mines, replied Sun He, releasing several spirit communicating worms to disperse and survey the surroundings. At this moment, Han Xiaobei approached, dispatching a dozen disciples ahead to repair the road and fill in the sinkholes, ensuring that the horse-drawn carriages could pass through safely. For the ground was riddled with pits, and without caution, the carriages could easily become ensnared. Han Yurong lifted the curtain and called out to Xuan, "Little Yi, you should return for now. It is quite challenging to discover spiritual mines upon entering the Nebula Grand Secret Realm. We must venture deeper into the expanse." Reluctantly, Xuan returned to the carriage and began to meditate. Although the reality did not entirely align with his expectations, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Nebula Grand Secret Realm was indeed on the rise. With such abundant spiritual energy, Xuan could commence his grand cultivation endeavor. He chose not to employ the accelerated cultivation card for the moment, opting instead to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy directly. Instantaneously, the spiritual energy surged towards him like a torrent, even forming a vortex of energy around him, leaving Han Yurong utterly astonished. Truly, as a being of innate perfection, his speed of cultivation was nothing short of breathtaking. Han Yurong now understood why Xuan had not practiced along the way. Given his method of absorbing spiritual energy, if the concentration were insufficient, once he began cultivating, the others would be left merely watching in awe. The more she learned about Xuan, the more she was captivated by this remarkable young man, who consistently brought her immense surprise. If only I could be 10 years younger, Han Yurong mused, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts. She then glanced at Han Xiaomu, who was pretending to diligently cultivate, pondering her own matters. Soon, nightfall descended. Yet within the Nebula Grand Secret Realm, the presence of night was hardly felt. Apart from the dazzling auroras in the sky, the ground was scattered with luminous mineral dust, some of which were peculiar, remaining dark until a breeze swept by, causing them to burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. If the Nebula Grand Secret Realm by day resembled a barren wasteland, then by night, it revealed its true splendor. The caravan halted on a flat expanse. Having ventured deep into the secret realm for over 10 miles, traces of spiritual mines began to emerge in the vicinity. Under the guidance of Han Xiaobei and Sun He, the disciples of the Luo Shui sect had already begun their excavation work with specialized mining tools. As a skilled artifact craftsman, Han Yurong was naturally eager to join in the mining efforts. "Little Yi, I may not return tonight. I leave Xiaomu in your care," she said to Xuan. Xuan nodded, assuring his master, "Rest assured, Master, I shall cultivate here tonight and go nowhere else." Han Xiaomu's ears perked up, yet she continued to feign her cultivation, too timid to voice her thoughts. It was only when Han Yurong had distanced herself that Han Xiaomu exhaled in relief. Mother truly does not understand. Although Xiao Xue possesses remarkable talent for cultivation, I cannot compare to her prodigious abilities. She forgets that at my age, her cultivation was not as advanced as mine. Frustrated, she thought. I must step outside for a breath of fresh air. Being cooped up all day has been unbearable. Indeed, once Han Yurong departed, the young lady's temper flared. Yi Xian shook his head and remarked, Xiaoxue, accompany her, and ensure she does not wander off. Of course, dear brother. Xiaoxue affectionately linked her arm with Han Xiaomu's. Sister Xiaomu, let us go fishing. I spotted numerous fish in a nearby puddle. Absolutely. As long as we are not confined to the carriage, I am open to anything. The two girls skipped away from the carriage, full of enthusiasm. With Xiaoxue looking after her, Yi Xian felt no concern for their safety. Especially since disciples of the Luoxue sect surrounded the area, they merely needed to stay close. Once alone, Yi Xian shed his reservations and took out a tenfold speed cultivation card, commencing an accelerated practice. The card's effect lasted for 24 hours, and to maximize its benefits, he consumed several spirit-enhancing pills alongside a few drops of divine dragon blood gifted by Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Entering a focused state, Yi Xian settled cross-legged atop the carriage canopy and began fervently absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for cultivation. The process of refining qi was relatively straightforward. One merely needed to gather the celestial energy within, and as the spiritual power surged, breakthroughs would occur naturally. However, as an innate perfection body, Yi Xian required an amount of spiritual energy that was several dozen, if not hundreds, of times more than that needed by ordinary practitioners, thus increasing the difficulty. Yet, this was inconsequential. The qi refining stage was a simple endeavor. One merely needed to persevere without overthinking. With full intensity, Yi Xian immersed himself in the practice. 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was already the following evening. Observing the gathering of Luoxue sect disciples around the carriage, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. What has transpired? Han Xiaobei gulped nervously. Yi Xian, you have finally concluded your cultivation. If you continued any longer, you would have drained the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius, breaking through 3 times in one night. This speed was truly extraordinary. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. I swear from this day forth, you shall be my only idol, Yi Xian. Chapter 98. The 7-colored dreamlike immortal rude. Upon hearing the discussions among the Luoxue sect disciples, Yi Xian was momentarily stunned. He immediately inspected his physical condition and discovered that he had already established 4 meridians within his channels. 4 meridians indicated that he had reached the 4th level of the qi refining stage. The chakras serve as branches of the main meridian, akin to the intricate veins of a leaf. Their function lies in the storage of spiritual energy prior to the condensation of the golden elixir. The chakras primarily serve as reservoirs for this energy. Previously, Yi Xian possessed only a single chakra, despite being a perfected innate body, with meridians stronger and more robust than those of others, and chakras more capable of storing spiritual energy than those of cultivators at the same level. The capacity of a single chakra remains ultimately limited. However, the situation has changed. All 4 of his chakras are now brimming with spiritual energy, continuously nourishing and strengthening Yi Xian's physique. Although he possesses merely 4 chakras, Yi Xian is confident that the total amount of spiritual energy these 4 can contain surpasses that of many cultivators at the 9th level of qi refinement. This exemplifies the advantage of an innate perfected body. Congratulations, little Yi. To ascend 3 realms in a single day is remarkable. While breakthroughs in the qi refinement stage are not particularly challenging, provided one has ample spiritual energy, your ability to achieve consecutive breakthroughs in such a short span demonstrates your meridian's capacity to endure spiritual energy far exceeds that of other cultivators. This may be the most enviable aspect of a perfected innate qi cultivator. Han Yurong sincerely praised Yi Xian. Yi Xian dismounted from the carriage and approached Han Yurong, scratching his head and chuckling. It's all thanks to my master's excellent guidance. Han Yurong shot him a sideways glance. She now felt unworthy of being called his master, and each time Yi Xian addressed her as such, it felt rather odd. Meanwhile, Han Xiaomu gazed at Yi Xian with eager anticipation, inquiring, Brother Yi, how did you cultivate? Could you teach me? You and your sister are both prodigies. If I don't make a breakthrough soon, I won't be able to face anyone. Yi Xian laughed heartily and ruffled Han Xiaomu's hair. Give it up, Xiaomu. Talent is something that cannot be cultivated later in life. Had Han Xiaomu not embarked on the path of cultivation, he could have imparted the innate induction technique to her, but since she had already begun her journey, the technique would be of little use to her. Feeling discouraged, Han Xiaomu pouted, Fine. If you're not going to teach me, then I won't bother learning. With that, she stormed into the carriage, sulking. Han Xiaobei then came forward to offer his compliments, and the caravan prepared to set off once more. After last night and today, The surrounding spiritual mines had been nearly depleted, mostly yielding low-grade spiritual ores of the first rank. Xuan wished to delve deeper into the nebulous secret realm, hoping to discover some second or even third-rank spiritual ores. Xuan had no objections. The spiritual energy in the vicinity had been exhausted, and it would likely take several days to recover. To continue his cultivation, he needed to venture deeper into the nebulous secret realm. Moreover, his diamond pickaxe had yet to be put to use, and it possessed durability, necessitating the search for high-quality spiritual ores to maximize its value. As the caravan set forth once again, Xuan returned to the carriage, ready to check in. Today marked the day of the full moon perfect attendance, and he wondered what delightful surprises it might bring him. Ding! Full moon perfect attendance, check-in successful. Reward, 7-colored dreamlike spiritual root. Spiritual root? Xuan was well aware that spiritual roots constitute the most vital talent for cultivators, even surpassing physical constitution in importance. The spiritual root possesses attributes, generally categorized into the 5 elemental properties: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside a few other unique attributes. Each distinct attribute corresponds to a specific affinity. For instance, a practitioner endowed with a fire attribute spiritual root is particularly suited for cultivating fire-based techniques. Conversely, a practitioner lacking the corresponding spiritual root may find it exceedingly challenging, if not impossible, to master techniques of that element, resulting in diminished efficacy. During his time at the Qingting Academy, the instructors conducted assessments of all students' spiritual roots. Upon testing, Xuan was classified as rootless, meaning he possessed no spiritual root. Given that Xuan had traversed dimensions and was not originally from the realm of cultivation, it was entirely reasonable for him to lack a spiritual root. Even within the cultivation community, numerous practitioners exist without a spiritual root, so Xuan felt little disappointment at the time. However, the present situation is markedly different. With the acquisition of a perfect innate body, Xuan's future path in cultivation holds immense potential. Yet, should he remain rootless, he would be ill-suited for practicing attribute-based techniques, relegating him to the cultivation of non-attribute methods, which would undoubtedly impair his combat capabilities. While this issue may not pose an immediate concern for Xuan, it certainly presents a long-term risk. Fortunately, fate has smiled upon him, granting him a dazzling multicolored dreamlike spiritual root. Regardless of its precise attribute, the very name suggests it possesses extraordinary value, especially with the inclusion of the word immortal. With his eyes closed, Xuan began to introspect and soon discovered a radiant spectrum of colors emanating from his heart. This must be the multicolored dream-like spiritual root. It was utterly breathtaking. Just a glance left Xuan utterly captivated. Indeed, it was truly enchanting. However, what exactly is the nature of this spiritual root? There were no accompanying descriptions or explanations. Nevertheless, he decided to set this inquiry aside for the time being and delve deeper into it later. After a long day of practice, fatigue overcame Xuan, and he leaned against the carriage to drift into slumber. Observing this, Xuan promptly offered her thigh as a pillow for him, allowing him to indulge in a delightful experience of a knee pillow. When he awoke, it was already the deep of night. Time for another sign-in. How pleasant. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, 1 eagle-shaped drone. A drone? Noticing the absence of onlookers, Xuan accessed the system's storage space and retrieved the drone. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary mountain eagle, but a closer inspection revealed its realistic design, intricate circuitry within, solar panels embedded in its wings, and 2 high-definition cameras for eyes. Additionally, there was a smartphone, which served as the control console for the drone. Xuan promptly climbed atop the carriage and launched the eagle-shaped drone into the night sky, reveling in the experience. In no time, he became adept at maneuvering the eagle-shaped drone. This device is truly a marvel for reconnaissance. In areas with ample sunlight, it boasts infinite endurance, and even at night, its operation can last up to 3 hours. Its maximum operational radius extends to 50 kilometers, and it features an automatic cruising mode. The camera is equipped with advanced technology, including night vision, perspective locking, and infrared sensing. Through the display on the control console, Xuan could clearly observe the positions of the disciples of the Luo Shui sect surrounding him, yet none were aware of the surveillance. Suddenly, Xuan noticed 2 figures frolicking in a nearby pond. It was Shui and Han Xiaomo. Xuan, not one to indulge in voyeurism, swiftly maneuvered the drone away. However, he soon discerned that about 5 miles to the northeast, a group of over 10 individuals was hastening toward their location. Were they disciples of the Luo Shui sect? No. Upon counting, he realized that the disciples were nearby mining and had not diminished in number. Could it be an ambush? Without hesitation, Yi Xian locked the drone's perspective onto the approaching figures and dismounted to find Elder Sun He, who was stationed nearby for vigilance. Chapter 99. The failed night raid turns into a counterattack. Elder Sun, we may be under surveillance. Someone is stealthily approaching us, and their intentions appear nefarious. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Elder Sun immediately perked up, not bothering to inquire how Yi Xian had acquired this information. Instead, he released a swarm of goo insects, stating, I have summoned the sect master and the disciples back. Elder Sun's goo insects were multifunctional. Apart from spirit summoning and poisonous varieties, some were specifically designed for signal transmission. To be honest, Yi Xian was intrigued. It seemed that Elder Sun possessed an inexhaustible supply of goo insects. Their hiding place is a mystery. Before long, Han Xiaobei and other disciples of the Luo Shui sect returned, with Shuer and Han Xiaomu also hastily arriving, their hair still damp. What has happened? Han Yurong inquired. Yi Xian picked up the control console to show everyone that the group of individuals was now less than 2 miles away. What is this? Han Xiaobei exclaimed, astonished by the glowing screen in Yi Xian's hand, which displayed an aerial view of the surrounding terrain. Han Yurong speculated that this must be a special artifact similar to those from Yi Xian's home. In the nebulous secret realm, incidents of robbery were commonplace, with numerous bandits roaming the area, ready to strike when they encountered suitable targets. This group was most likely a band of robbers, and if they launched a sudden attack, it would catch them off guard. Fortunately, young Master Yi had noticed them in time. While these bandits had yet to arrive, they could set a trap and encircle them, capturing them all at once, Elder Sun asserted. Han Xiaobei nodded. All disciples, heed my command, prepare for battle. Yi Xian directly handed the control console to Han Xiaobei, stating, Sect Master Han, this artifact can detect the movements of the enemy in real time. With it, we can gain the upper hand. You take charge of the overall strategy. And what about you, young Master Yi? I shall provide you with cover. Yi Xian swiftly drew forth his celestial dragon battle ray, nimbly ascending to a large boulder where he took cover, directing the rifle's muzzle towards the northeast and activating both the night vision and infrared scope. Yi Xiao consistently unveils an array of peculiar artifacts, each more extraordinary than the last. They are indeed wondrous. His origins must be extraordinary. Such artifacts are of considerable quality, not easily crafted by the blacksmiths of lesser locales. In my view, Yi Xiao could very well be a young master from a prestigious sect or a prominent family, journeying forth to hone his skills. Enough with the conjectures. Let us swiftly establish our defenses. Though the enemy's numbers are few, their strength remains uncertain, and we must prepare for the worst. Upon the rock, Yi Xian had locked onto his target. The group before him was clad in leather garments, brandishing spears, resembling primitives. At first glance, they hardly appeared to be cultivators. Yet Yi Xian's keen gaze discerned that nearly all these leather-clad savages wore artifacts akin to storage rings. Storage rings are not inexpensive. Within the entirety of the Luo Shui sect, only Han Xiaobei and a handful of elders possess them, as ordinary qi refinement practitioners find it exceedingly difficult to afford such storage artifacts. Furthermore, to utilize a storage artifact, one must possess spiritual energy, indicating that these individuals are undoubtedly practitioners, possibly of the spirit refinement realm. There were a total of 15 individuals. If they were all of the spirit refinement realm, it could prove quite troublesome. It appears necessary to issue them a warning. Ideally, we could deter them from confrontation altogether. Yi Xian aimed at one target, anticipating the adversary's movements, and squeezed the trigger. The dragon breath bullet shot forth with astonishing velocity. The bullet's exit speed from the Thunderbolt Butler was 3 times the speed of sound, and at a distance of 1,200 meters, it would take approximately 1.2 seconds to reach its target. However, the adversaries were in rapid motion, unlikely to stand idly by to take a hit. For Yi Xian to strike true, he would need to predict the position of his target 1.2 seconds hence. Though this may seem ample time, the distance could vary by up to 10 meters. Yi Xian was no seasoned marksman, so he could only rely on instinct and a measure of fortune. Yet, this time, fortune favored him. His prediction was accurate. While the bullet did not strike the target's body directly, it pierced through his thigh, causing the target to fall with a cry. The leg remained intact, suggesting the assailant was of the spirit refinement realm. Yi Xian muttered to himself, noting that had the target been a mere qi refinement practitioner, the dragon breath bullet would have obliterated the entire thigh. Nevertheless, the resilience of a spirit refinement practitioner's physique meant that even an unexpected hit would not result in severe injury. However, the intimidation factor remained intact. The bandits sensed the danger, swiftly halting their advance and seeking cover. The bandit closest to the injured individual hurriedly approached to assess the situation. Yi Xian, unrelenting, pulled the trigger once more. This unfortunate soul was struck in the back by the dragon breath bullet, collapsing to the ground with agonizing wails. Damn it! We have been compromised. What an impressive concealed weapon. I will provide cover while you rescue the individuals and prepare for withdrawal. The commanding leader of the opposing faction, sensing the precariousness of the situation, resolved to abandon the nocturnal assault. Xuan did not anticipate the efficacy of intimidation to be so profound. Although the sniper rifle's lethality was not particularly remarkable, its capacity for menace appeared to surpass the former, leading the adversaries to dread such long-range covert assaults, likely mistaking the presence of hidden masters within the Zuixian sect, thus prompting their retreat. These bandits remained exceedingly vigilant. The objective was accomplished. Yet Xuan did not stow away the Tianlong Baterii, for he understood that even if this gang of bandits was successfully deterred, failing to eradicate them entirely would lead to greater troubles ahead. What if the current encounter was merely a small squad, with more bandits lurking behind? Allowing them to escape could very well invite a more formidable threat on the morrow. With 10 rounds of dragon breath ammunition still at his disposal, Xuan contemplated whether he could retain the entire gang with those shots. The leader of the opposing faction shifted, swiftly gliding along the ground to the forefront of his group, conjuring a golden shield to protect 2 of his injured comrades behind him. Simultaneously, 2 other bandits cautiously approached the wounded, preparing to render aid. All of this unfolded within the scope of the sniper's sight. Xuan squeezed the trigger once more. Yet this time his target was a retreating bandit. Attempting to flee? It would not be so simple. Thud! The escaping bandit fell. A dragon breath bullet having struck his skull with pinpoint accuracy, the tremendous impact shattering his cranium, rendering him unconscious upon the ground. In a state of heightened tension, Xuan was unaware of how his marksmanship had become so precise. In the next moment, he aimed at another bandit, who was completely unprepared, and a dragon breath bullet pierced his abdomen, creating a gaping, bloody wound, causing him to collapse in agony. This entire scene was also visible on the control console in Han Xiaobei's hands. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Xiaobei, Sun He, and Han Yurong were all utterly astounded. Xuan's concealed weapon was astonishing. No, it was Xuan himself who was remarkable. Concealed weapons are ultimately manipulated by human hands. Achieving such a high accuracy rate from a distance of 1,000 meters in the darkness was beyond the capabilities of even the 3 of them. It appeared that Young Yi intended to capture the entire bandit group, and we could not afford to remain idle. We must take the initiative. Indeed, allowing the tiger to return to the mountain would result in endless troubles. Master Ye's strategy is correct, and we must wholeheartedly assist him in exterminating the enemy. Disciples of Zuixian sect, heed my command. Follow me into battle, and let not a single bandit escape. Chapter 100. A modicum of understanding and weapon refinement. Xuan, undistracted, began to search for his next target. Bang! The trigger was pulled, and yet another bandit fell. This one met a grimmer fate, as the dragon breath bullet pierced through his right eye, penetrating his brain, resulting in instant death. It was only at this moment that Xuan sensed something amiss. How could his marksmanship have suddenly become so extraordinary? Whether it was the precision of his aim or the anticipation of his adversary's movements, it felt as if he possessed an innate talent. The instant he gripped the sniper rifle, he appeared to transform into an invincible sharpshooter capable of hitting every target. Given Xuan's understanding of himself, he was aware that such prowess was beyond his capabilities. Could it be attributed to the 7-colored dreamlike fairy root? Although he was still unclear about the specific effects of this spiritual root, he understood that the more exceptional the spiritual root, the greater the assistance it provided to cultivators. It seemed that the 7-colored dreamlike fairy root had significantly enhanced his overall capabilities, thereby granting him a remarkable aptitude for learning, allowing him to rapidly evolve into a master marksman. One could not deny that Xuan felt as if he were under divine assistance, brimming with confidence. In the next moment, he once again took aim and eliminated another target. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of the 15-member band of robbers lay on the ground, 2 dead, 2 severely injured, and 1 lightly wounded. A truly impressive record. The leader of the bandits, witnessing his subordinates fall one after another, was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Bang! A dragon breath bullet whizzed past his head, and another robber, who had been preparing to tend to the wounded, collapsed in response. Surrounding the corpses, Xuan's mind was sharp, his methods ruthless. He bore no resemblance to a novice, but rather embodied the demeanor of a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Even Xuan was astonished by the strength of his own mindset. As his focus sharpened, his composure deepened. Upon witnessing the brains of the slain robbers splatter, his emotions remained utterly unperturbed. Another one down. The leader's mentality shattered entirely. prompting him to raise his shield and begin retreating, inadvertently exposing the two injured members behind him to Yi Xian's line of sight. Seeing their leader retreat, the remaining robbers lost all motivation to assist and scattered in all directions. Yet, at that moment, a sudden buzzing sound filled the night air. Insects, so many insects. Oh, it's excruciating. The band of robbers, unable to disperse in time, found themselves surrounded by a multitude of venomous insects and were forced to regroup. Bang! In the midst of their flight, one robber was shot in the eye and fell dead on the spot. Kill. Under Han Xiaobei's leadership, over 100 disciples of the Luoshui sect surged forth, encircling the remaining 9 robbers. The bandit leader, already in a furious state, finally caught sight of the enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his shield, channeling his spiritual energy, and unleashed a searing wave of flames from his palm. Flame palm. Han Xiaobei showed no signs of retreat. Employing his cloak sword technique once more, the sword's shadows shimmered like flowing light, casting enchanting reflections in the night sky as he engaged the bandit leader in a fierce one-on-one duel. Observing this, other robbers, undeterred by the biting insects, attempted to rush in to assist their leader. Stay put. Another gunshot rang out, and before the bandit could even take 2 steps, he collapsed in response. In the midst of fierce combat, Han Xiaobei did not forget to give a thumbs up towards Yi Xian. A slight smile graced Yi Xian's lips as he repositioned his firearm towards a new target. With the blockade formed by the disciples of the Luoshui sect, combined with the attacks from venomous insects, the group of bandits found it difficult to disperse, thereby creating an excellent opportunity for Yi Xian. In a short span, all the dragon breath bullets were expended, each shot hitting its mark with a flawless accuracy of 100%. Aside from the 3 bandits who were merely injured at the onset, the remaining 9 fell with a single, lethal strike. As he stowed away the Thunderlord blaster, Yi Xian realized that his presence was no longer required for the remainder of the battle. Oh, Xuan, why haven't you gone to assist? Jumping down from a rock, Yi Xian discovered that Xuan was still below. Xuan responded earnestly. Xuan only cares for the safety of the master and is indifferent to the fate of others. Look at that, such words befitting a celestial archangel. Yet, I find it delightful. A devoted angelic pet, who wouldn't cherish that? With no one around, Yi Xian couldn't resist but to scoop up Xuan and plant a few affectionate kisses on her. Delightful indeed. By the way, Xuan, when you went to bathe with Xiaomu earlier, did she notice the wings on your back? She did. But I deceived her into believing that my wings were a special artifact and requested her to keep it a secret, and she accepted it. Huh. You certainly have a knack for tricking young girls. 5 minutes later, the disciples of the Luoshui sect returned triumphantly. The corpses of the 15 bandits were neatly brought back. Xiao Yi, we owe you a great debt this time. These bandits are not to be trifled with. They belong to the Xingzhou gang. What is the Xingzhou gang? Yi Xian inquired. The Xingzhou gang is one of the largest underground factions within the Xingzhou territory, primarily active around the Nebula Mystic Realm, surviving by robbing mining teams of their spiritual ore. They are notoriously cunning, and several sects have attempted to encircle the Xingzhou gang. Yet they have failed to even locate the gang's stronghold after multiple attempts, Han Xiaobei remarked with lingering trepidation. Fortunately, we managed to capture all the members of the Xingzhou gang without sparing a single one. Otherwise, if news were to spread, it could lead to even greater troubles. Sunny stated. The Xingzhou gang is vast, with dozens of branches, and their leader, Wei Xingya, is a renowned golden core expert throughout the Xingzhou territory. For a small sect like ours, if we were targeted, there would be no escape. Let us put that aside for now. We must incinerate these fellows' corpses to leave no trace and depart swiftly to avoid future repercussions, Han Xiaobei instructed. The group nodded in agreement and quickly set to work. With their combined efforts, within 10 minutes, all traces were obliterated, and the convoy began to move westward. Continuing north would lead them deeper into the core of the Nebula Mystic Realm, a perilous area, and since they had arrived from the east, westward exploration was the most prudent course. In the carriage, Han Xiaobei poured out 15 storage rings with a clatter. These rings were likely the storage artifacts specially provided by the Xingzhou gang for its members. Although they were only of the 2nd rank and had limited storage space, they still held a certain value as storage tools. While we could not sell items belonging to the Xingzhou gang, it was entirely possible that these rings contained numerous treasures. If there were spiritual ores, spirit stones, or elixirs within, we could easily consume them. Han Xiaobei rubbed his hands together and said, in the cultivation world, combat has always been a shortcut to wealth. After experiencing today's grand battle, it would be utterly unreasonable if we did not acquire any spoils. Unfortunately, these storage rings are all restricted by formations, and none among us are formation masters, making it exceedingly difficult to access their contents. Yixian picked up one of the storage rings and, feeling its material, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I have a way to open these storage rings, he declared. Oh, Han Yurong looked at Yixian in confusion. Are you certain, little Yi? Are you telling us that you are also a formation master? Not quite, Yixian replied. However, I possess some knowledge of artifact forging. These storage rings are likely crafted from Haoying stone and void crystals. The void crystals, which are byproducts of the void stones, can also be used to create storage spaces, but their properties are far less stable than those of the void stones. The combination with Haoying stone does not achieve perfect compatibility. If we were to refine lapis lazuli, which counters Haoying stone, we could disrupt the connection between Haoying stone and the void crystals, thereby destabilizing the storage space and the formation, allowing the items within to be released. Upon hearing Yixian's explanation, everyone in the carriage stared at him in astonishment, their expressions akin to those witnessing a monster. Chapter 101. Mining. Yixian's words truly astonished everyone, especially Han Yurong. As a second-rank artifact forger herself, she had harbored a deep interest in forging since childhood. Having perused numerous texts on the subject and possessing a profound understanding of the properties of various spiritual ores, she believed her knowledge and experience in artifact forging rivaled that of a third-rank forger. However, Yixian's statement left her utterly bewildered. The notion that Haoying stone and lapis lazuli were incompatible was something she had never encountered in any of her readings. Had anyone else made such a claim, Han Yurong would have dismissed them as speaking nonsense. Little Yi, may I ask when you began studying the art of forging? Han Yurong suddenly inquired. Not long ago, actually. Just 2 days, he replied. Lapis lazuli? I happen to have just unearthed some. Han Xiaobei opened his storage bag and poured out several pieces of lapis lazuli still covered in dirt. Yixian wasted no time. He took the lapis lazuli, forcefully broke it down into a fine powder, and then enveloped all 15 storage rings in the azure powder like a dough. He pressed them in his palms, channeling spiritual energy to heat them up. Unexpectedly, a nearly transparent flame suddenly ignited. Spirit fire? Are you a fire spirit root, Xiaoyi? Yixian was taken aback himself. He was aware that stimulating spiritual energy could elevate temperature, but he never anticipated flames would emerge. It must be the effect of the 7-colored, ethereal spirit root. Ahem. I suppose so, he replied. Son, he praised, a fire spirit root is excellent. It can be considered the most mainstream combat-oriented spirit root. Young master, ye can conjure spiritual fire even in the Qi refinement realm, indicating that the quality of your spirit root is undoubtedly high. If it were a supreme spirit root, cultivating fire-based techniques in the future would yield remarkable results. The synergy of fire and wood spirit roots is even more pronounced. My eldest disciple, Meng Hua, possesses both fire and wood spirit roots. Although they are merely ordinary roots and not of supreme quality, I hold great faith in his potential. Once he breaks through to the divine refinement realm, he will surely achieve great things. Master Han, your assertion is misguided. My disciple, Wang Sei, possesses dual gold and earth spirit roots, which are the optimal combination. The gold and earth roots offer advantages in both defense and offense and are not easily countered. While the fire and wood spirit roots have their strengths, they also exhibit clear weaknesses. When faced with practitioners of water spirit roots, they can be easily suppressed. You speak nonsense. If the master does not believe, let us have Meng Hua and Wang Sei engage in a duel to see who prevails. Let it be. The two were about to step out when Yixian suddenly released his grip. In an instant, all the storage rings emitted a crisp sound and began to shatter rapidly, followed by a cascade of items spilling forth, instantly filling half the carriage. My goodness, young Master Yi is remarkably swift. Han Xiaobei and Sun, he forgot about their dispute regarding whose disciple was more formidable, their eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, all were spirit mines, presumably plundered from an unknown source. Let us collect them for now, Yixian suggested. He felt a tinge of disappointment. The 15 storage rings contained only a meager amount of items, the rest being worthless trinkets. It seemed the bandits from the Xingzhou gang had only just set out today, not yet had the chance to indulge in theft. Moreover, the quality of these spirit mines was subpar, lacking even a third-grade one, which left Yixian entirely uninterested. However, the shattered voidstone powder held some value. With reprocessing, it could be fashioned into a third-grade storage ring. Although Yixian possessed a system storage space at his disposal, the convenience of a storage ring was undeniable and certainly welcome. Young Master Yi, today's resounding victory is entirely due to your efforts. You should take these spoils. Han Xiaobei remarked. Yixian did not covet the spirit mines, yet he found them enticing. These spirit mines were worth far more than what the 100 members of the Luoshui sect had unearthed in the past 2 days, sufficient to craft dozens of second-grade magical artifacts. For a small sect, this was indeed quite remarkable. Nevertheless, Han Xiaobei was well aware that had it not been for Yi Xian's intervention today, they might have been ambushed by the bandits of the Xingye gang without even realizing it. Given the significant disparity in strength between the two sides, the Luoshui sect would have surely faced dire consequences, likely suffering heavy casualties. With such a monumental contribution, it would be rather inappropriate for Yi Xian to share this trove of spoils. Upon hearing Han Xiaobei's words, Yi Xian understood that a direct refusal would be inappropriate. However, he also found the spiritual mines unworthy of his attention. Thus, he proposed, how about this? I shall sell these spiritual mines to Uncle Han at an 8% discount based on the market price. I neither suffer a loss, nor do you, considering the considerable effort you have expended in vanquishing the bandits. Very well, he continued. Rome, please calculate the value of these spiritual mines. Certainly. Han Yorong swiftly appraised the mines, ultimately calculating their worth at 7 million taels, which she directly handed to Yi Xian. Yi Xian accepted the banknotes without hesitation. Han Xiaobei and Sun He meticulously gathered the spiritual mines, then began to fervently debate whose disciple exhibited greater potential. Their argument escalated to the point where they left the carriage in search of their respective apprentices, intending to engage in a friendly contest. Yi Xian shook his head in exasperation. While it was forgivable for the youthful Han Xiaobei to act thus, it was rather childish for elder Sun, who was in his 70s or 80s, to behave like a mischievous child. Nonetheless, this situation underscored the significance of spiritual roots for cultivators. Yi Xian resolved to delve deeper into the study of his colorful and ethereal spiritual root. Master, are you familiar with the celestial spiritual root? Han Yorong nodded, of course. It is the pinnacle of spiritual roots in the realm of cultivation. Those who possess a celestial spiritual root are inherently endowed with boundless potential, exhibiting remarkable comprehension in all endeavors. However, the extent of its power remains largely unknown, as celestial spiritual roots are exceedingly rare in the 5,000-year history of the star continent. None have ever emerged. Is it truly that formidable? It seems I have underestimated the value of the celestial spiritual root. Before long, dawn broke, and the caravan halted near an abandoned mine pit to rest. Xiaoyi, we are preparing to explore the depths of the pit. Would you care to join us? Very well. There is no rush in cultivation. I am simply eager to seek high-quality spiritual mines and test the efficacy of my diamond pickaxe. Soon, the group was fully prepared and commenced their descent into the mine. The pit appeared exceedingly ancient, likely a remnant from the early days of the Star Continent's establishment. Although the spiritual mines had been previously exploited, such ancient pits often concealed overlooked resources, rendering them worthy of exploration. As they entered the mine, Elder Sun began to elucidate its features to Yi Xian. The deeper they ventured, the higher the temperature soared, and the air grew increasingly arid. The walls on either side were adorned with an array of minerals emitting an enchanting glow, a sight to behold. However, despite their beauty, these mineral powders harbored potent toxins. Inhalation could lead to dire consequences. Fortunately, the Luoshui sect was well prepared, as each disciple donned a special mask that effectively filtered out minute dust particles, essentially a magical respirator. Yi Xian and Xuan naturally equipped themselves as well. Unbeknownst to them, they had already descended over 500 meters into the mine, arriving at a spacious cavern. Goodness! So many corpses. Many have perished here in the past. Chapter 102. The true monarch of the Red Serpent. The expanse of the mine was comparable to 2 football fields, with a crimson glow emanating from its depths, resembling a lake of molten lava. Surrounding the mine, numerous small pits were filled with a multitude of corpses. The depth of these pits remained uncertain, making it impossible to ascertain the exact number of remains. Yet the superficial accumulation alone suggested that there were well over 300 or 400 bodies. However, the age of these corpses appeared to be exceedingly ancient, clearly not having perished recently. If my conjecture holds true, these must belong to the miners who succumbed to the plague years ago, Sun, he remarked. Yi Xian inquired. What plague? It was the calamity a century ago that claimed the lives of tens of thousands of miners, leading to the sealing of the nebulous secret realm by the royal family. According to various rumors, this event was triggered by a plague that erupted from the core of the secret realm, with the death toll potentially exceeding tenfold the reported figures. Sun, he explained. Han Xiaobei interjected. Everyone, ensure you wear your masks. We must not breathe in the air here directly. Sun, he waved his hand dismissively. It's not as dire as it seems. These corpses have been dead for a century. Even if they perished from the plague, That contagion has long since vanished. Observe the footprints on the ground. It appears that someone visited this place not long ago and ventured deep into the mine. The tracks indicate a steady pace, with no signs of urgency, suggesting no imminent danger resides within. Indeed, Elder Sun had a keen eye for observation. Han Xiaobei exhaled a sigh of relief. Yi Xian began to comprehend the adage that having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. It was undeniably true. The group carefully navigated around the surrounding corpses and proceeded deeper into the mine. Soon, a searing lake of molten lava emerged at the edge of the cavern. The intense heat waves and the acrid scent of sulfur assaulted their senses, deterring any desire to approach closely. Look, on the rock wall above the lava lake. There are some Xianhuang stones. These are third-grade spiritual minerals, excellent materials for crafting alchemy furnaces, Han Yurong exclaimed with delight. Yi Xian also spotted the Xianhuang stones, which were formed from the accumulation of the Earth's essence over nearly a century within the lava. However, given that someone had recently visited this location, why had they not taken these precious stones? Though the Xianhuang stones were situated on the rock wall above the lava, they should not be overly difficult for practitioners to retrieve. Do not move. As a disciple prepared to harvest the Xianhuang stones, Son, he swiftly intervened. There is something peculiar about this lava. The temperature is abnormal. Han Xiaobei, unable to discern any issues, queried, "What seems off?" The heat is excessively high. This superficial layer of lava should not possess such extreme temperatures. Moreover, observe the edge of the lava lake. There are scratch marks resembling scales, Son, he articulated. Startled by his words, the group instinctively retreated several steps. Elder Sun implied that a beast lurked in the lava lake. Han Yurong furrowed her brows and asked, "I suspect it may be a fire python." Yi Xian suddenly interjected. "Son," he nodded, "if nothing unexpected occurs, it should indeed be the fire python." "How do you know this, Xiaoyi?" Han Yurong inquired with curiosity. Yi Xian retrieved the nebulous secret record, flipping it open to a page that detailed a beast named Fire Python dwelling within the nebula Great Secret Realm. Han Xiaobei cast a glance and furrowed his brow. A fourth-grade beast? This could be troublesome. Although fourth grade corresponds to the late stage of the spirit refinement realm within the same realm, the strength of beasts far surpasses that of spirit beasts and human cultivators. To confront a fourth-grade beast, one must possess at least the strength of the early stage of the core formation realm. It was no wonder that previous visitors had not taken the Xianhuang stones. They likely discovered the fire python and fled in haste. I believe we should withdraw. A fourth-grade beast is far too terrifying. And the fact that this fire python resides in magma makes it even more formidable. Many disciples of the Luoshui sect began to waver, intimidated by the name of the fourth-grade beast. Yi Xian also sensed the substantial risk in continuing to mine here, suggesting, "I concur that we should not linger any longer. Let us retreat." "Very well, we shall leave," Han Xiaobei decisively resolved. However, at that moment, a sudden rustling sound emanated from behind them. Yi Xian turned to look, startled. To his astonishment, a massive python, cloaked in dark red, armored scales, had inexplicably appeared within the cave, blocking the entrance. "We're finished. The fire python has discovered us. It must have been hunting outside and has just returned." Despite the surrounding heat, Han Xiaobei was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He quickly summoned his flying sword and lowered his voice, saying, "All disciples, gather together and do not disperse. Elder Sun, release the venomous insects to harass the fire python and draw it away from the entrance. Yurong, prepare to lead the disciples to escape at a moment's notice." As the sect leader, Han Xiaobei was decisive in issuing commands during this critical moment. Yet, at this juncture, the fire python suddenly flicked its black tongue, hissing menacingly. "You little ones, trespassing in my territory and expecting to leave unscathed? You underestimate me, the true lord of the Crimson Serpent." To their astonishment, the fire python spoke in human language. A collective shiver ran through the Luoshui sect disciples, their hair standing on end. Yi Xian was no exception. It was his first encounter with a speaking beast. Unlike Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, who could also speak and transform into human forms, this 20-meter-long python, with fangs thicker than an arm, appeared far more menacing. Even if its strength were similar to that of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, it might still be inferior to Xiao Bai. Han Xiaobei swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain calm. "True Lord of the Crimson Serpent, we have inadvertently trespassed into this place, and we harbor no disrespect towards you. We earnestly request that you allow us to leave." The fire python, who referred to itself as the Red Serpent True Monarch, yawned and remarked, "Consider yourselves fortunate. I have no taste for human flesh, but I do delight in consuming fire-attributed spirit minerals. If you can present me with a batch of such minerals, I shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing this, Han Xiaobei was filled with joy. For among the spirit minerals he had seized from the bandits of the Xingye gang the previous night, there happened to be some fire-attributed ones. Without hesitation, he laid them respectfully upon the ground. It may not be much, but it will suffice for a few meals. I shall show mercy and allow you to depart. With that, the fire python shifted its form, clearing the exit of the mine. Han Xiaobei expressed his gratitude repeatedly and led his disciples to evacuate promptly. Yixian also did not linger and followed the retreating group. However, at that moment, Yixian keenly sensed the python's gaze fixate upon him. Hold on a moment. The fire python swept its tail, blocking the mine's exit once more. Han Xiaobei's legs trembled in fear as he hastily inquired, "Does the true monarch have further commands? You may leave, but this fellow must remain." The fire python's piercing gaze was locked onto Yixian, its crimson vertical pupils flickering slightly, as if it had encountered a delectable prey. Chapter 103. Predicament. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Yixian furrowed his brow, questioning why the fire python had singled him out. Then it struck him, dragon's blood. It must be because he had consumed dragon's blood, leaving a trace of its essence upon him. Although the scent might be faint, it was undetectable to others. Yet, as a serpent, the fire python would be drawn to the allure of becoming a true dragon. It had undoubtedly caught a whiff of the dragon's blood, prompting its demand for Yixian's presence. What should he do? Although he still possessed a vial of dragon's blood, surrendering it might ensure his survival. However, what if the fire python's appetite was insatiable, and it sought to devour him as well? The power of dragon's blood within him would be an irresistible boon for the python, and it would not easily let him go, especially given Yixian's relatively low cultivation level, which would only embolden the creature further. As Yixian contemplated his predicament, Han Yorong and Schwetter simultaneously stepped forward. "You shall not," they declared. "You bigworm, do not bully my brother." With a determined grit of his teeth, Han Xiaobei made a swift decision, shouting, "Disciples of the Luoshui sect, heed my command. Prepare for battle and carve a bloody path. Kill, kill, kill." He rallied. "It is impossible for us to betray our friends for our own safety." The disciples of Luoshui sect were certainly not the type to cower in fear. In an instant, over 100 disciples cast aside their mining tools, replacing them with flying swords, broadswords, long spears, and battle axes, each one resolute and fearless, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle against the fire python. Yixian watched this unfolding scene with a heart full of admiration. In truth, even if Han Xiaobei had chosen to retain him, Yixian would have deemed it a reasonable decision. After all, he was the master of the Luoshui sect, responsible for the lives of countless disciples. To prioritize Yixian's safety would mean confronting a fourth-grade demon beast head-on, an encounter that could potentially result in utter annihilation. Yet, Han Xiaobei resolutely chose to stand by Yixian, a manifestation of chivalry that made Yixian realize, for the first time, that Han Xiaobei was worthy of deep friendship. Very well, if one cannot recognize my worth, then let them face the consequences. The true monarch of the Crimson Serpent suddenly lashed its serpent tail, striking heavily at the entrance of the mine, causing a cascade of rocks to collapse and bury the sole escape route for the others. In the next moment, the Crimson Serpent ascended above the mine, employing the same tactic once more, sweeping its tail and sending debris flying in all directions. As stones rained down perilously, Han Xiaobei dared not hesitate. He bellowed fiercely and unleashed the cloak sword technique, shattering the falling rocks to prevent larger fragments from directly crashing down. Though the smaller stones still inflicted pain upon him, they would not prove fatal. "Creatures, attack." Sun He also swiftly commanded his poisonous insects to swarm forth, enveloping the true monarch of the Crimson Serpent in a shroud of dark mist. However, the effect was minimal, for the crimson scales of the true monarch were exceedingly resilient, capable of withstanding the searing heat of lava. The insect's mandibles were insufficient to pierce such armor, serving only to obscure the serpent's line of sight. "Brother, I've discovered a hidden passage," Xueta suddenly exclaimed, tugging at Yixian's arm. "A hidden passage?" Yixian's expression brightened. "Where?" Xuer pointed towards a section of the rock wall that bore signs of human excavation, saying, "There is a draft behind this wall." "A draft?" Yixian perked up his ears to listen, and indeed, he could discern the faint sound of air moving beyond the wall. Observing that the fire serpent had begun to rampage, Yixian recognized that a direct confrontation would yield no favorable outcome. He promptly drew his bamboo sword and began to hack at the rock face. "What are you doing, little Yi?" Han Yorong inquired anxiously. "There is a hidden passage behind here." Han Yorong paused momentarily, then comprehended Yixian's intent and joined him in attacking the wall. Xuan also hefted a large stone and struck it against the rock face with considerable force. With collective effort, the wall soon yielded a gap, revealing a pitch-dark passageway within. "Second brother, there's a way," Han Yurong called out to Han Xiaobei. Upon seeing the hidden passage, Han Xiaobei felt as though he had encountered a ray of warm sunlight in the depths of night, instantly rekindling his hope. He promptly commanded the disciples to enter the passage, while he and elder son he would provide cover. Fortunately, with the insects creating a diversion, the true monarch of the Crimson Serpent was momentarily hindered, granting everyone an opportune moment to safely enter the passage. Though the entrance was narrow, the Crimson Serpent's size was not insurmountable, and it could indeed force its way inside if it chose to. As son, he was the last to enter the dark passage. Han Xiaobei did not hesitate. He immediately wielded his flying sword, severing chunks of stone to block the entrance of the passageway. At that moment, the true monarch of Crimson Serpent finally liberated himself from the torment of the venomous insects and discovered that everyone had taken refuge within the dark passage. With a piercing howl, he charged forward with fierce determination. A thunderous crash ensued, with dust swirling and debris cascading down. However, the true monarch of Crimson Serpent ultimately failed to breach the dark passage. "Curse it! You may evade for a moment, but not for eternity. I shall remain here and await your emergence." With that declaration, the true monarch coiled into a defensive stance, resolutely guarding the exit of the passage. Inside the dark passage, Xuan had already begun to delve deeper into the exploration. After traversing a narrow and elongated corridor, the space ahead gradually expanded, revealing a hidden underground river. To be precise, it was a hot spring river. Due to the proximity of magma, this subterranean waterway was heated, nearly boiling, and emitting steam. The surrounding atmosphere was thick with humidity, and in cooler areas, moss thrived abundantly. "How sweltering it is! Is there a way out?" he pondered, suspecting it would be quite difficult. Though a gentle breeze brushed past, it was not a current from the outside. Rather, it was an airflow created by the alternating temperatures. The group followed the course of the hot spring river for about the duration of an incense stick, until they arrived at a vast underground cavern. The cavern was expansive, likely once a mine, filled with numerous pits that were now brimming with hot spring water. At least 50 springs of varying sizes dotted the landscape, shrouded in a misty vapor that created a spectacular scene. However, in the latter half of the cavern, the temperature seemed to plummet abruptly. The hot spring water cooled entirely, ceasing to steam, and in some areas, thick layers of ice formed. "The terrain here truly is unpredictable," Han Yurong remarked in awe. Yet, Han Xiaobei had little inclination to admire the peculiarities of the place. He instructed his disciples to disperse and commence a search for an escape route. Xuan also deployed an eagle-shaped drone, sending it to scout the heights of the cavern. Half an hour later, the entirety of the cavern had been meticulously surveyed. The results were profoundly disappointing. Aside from some minuscule cracks in the overhead rock walls, there were no pathways leading to the outside world. The converging streams of water all seeped deeper underground, failing to form any river channels. It appeared that escape was not an option. However, the spiritual energy here was remarkably abundant, making it an excellent location for secluded cultivation. There were also numerous spirit mines, predominantly of the 3rd grade, yet regrettably, if they could not escape, all of this would be in vain. Chapter 104. The Pursuit of Cultivation. Retrieving the eagle-shaped drone. Xuan was compelled to accept the harsh reality of their dire predicament. With no avenues for escape, their only chance for survival lay in confronting the fiery python once more. Yet, even if they were to miraculously triumph over the serpent, it would undoubtedly come at a tremendous cost, with casualties likely surpassing half of their number, a best-case scenario that could very well lead to total annihilation. Despite the current composure of the disciples of the Luoshui sect, it is evident that if such dire circumstances persist, their mental fortitude will inevitably crumble. Han Xiaobei is acutely aware of this reality, and he promptly gathers the disciples together. At this juncture, we must prepare ourselves for an imminent confrontation. Fortunately, our present situation remains relatively secure, and the abundant spiritual energy in this location provides us with an opportunity to recuperate. Let us strive to elevate our spiritual states to their utmost peaks. As he speaks, Han Xiaobei turns his gaze towards Han Yurong. "Yurong, I must ask for your diligence in the coming days. Please forge additional artifacts that exploit the weaknesses of the fire python. Given that the fire python is a fire attribute beast, and we are surrounded by numerous ice attribute spiritual mines, we may find advantageous uses for them." Han Yurong nods in agreement. "Understood. I shall exert myself to the fullest." The strategy of crafting ice attribute artifacts to counter the fire python is indeed astute. Xuan, Now a fifth-tier artifact craftsman would undoubtedly accomplish this task with greater efficiency than Han Yurong. However, Yixian has more pressing matters to attend to. Master, Brother Han, I intend to enter seclusion for 12 hours. Very well, Xiao Yi, proceed with your seclusion. We shall remain here for the time being, responds Han Xiaobei. Yixian wastes no time, moving to the heart of the cavern where the spiritual energy is most concentrated. He consumes the remaining 2 vials of dragon's blood in one gulp and activates a 20-fold cultivation card, beginning to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy with all his might. As Yixian commences his cultivation, he captures the attention of the onlookers. Good heavens, this is not mere absorption. It resembles a bull drinking from a river. One of them muses. I recall that during his last seclusion, Yixian ascended 3 levels in a single day, breaking through to the 4th stage of Qi refinement. I wonder how many levels he might ascend this time upon concluding his seclusion. The initial stages of Qi refinement pose relatively low difficulties, but as one progresses, the challenges increase. Yet, I surmise that with Yixian's pace, ascending 2 more realms should pose no insurmountable challenge. That is too conservative. I believe he will at least advance 3 levels. You underestimate him. Yixian is a perfect innate body. If the spiritual energy is sufficient, he may very well break through to the 9th stage of Qi refinement, or even achieve complete mastery of that stage. Half an hour later, a resounding shockwave of spiritual power erupts from Yixian's body. Has he broken through already? In just half an hour, the spectators gaze at Yixian in disbelief, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. In this moment, Yixian is wholly absorbed in his cultivation, his mind clear and devoid of distractions. Unaware that he has already surpassed his previous limits, he focuses entirely on devouring and refining the spiritual energy around him. As seconds tick by, another powerful surge resonates. An hour later, Yixian breaks through once more, stepping into the 6th stage of Qi refinement. An hour and a half later, he ascends again, directly entering the 7th stage. Within a mere 3 hours, Yixian has risen 3 levels, leaving the disciples of Luoshui sect astonished, nearly prostrating themselves in reverence. 2 hours later, he achieves the 8th stage of Qi refinement. 3 hours pass. Yixian hurriedly advanced towards the 9th level of Qi refinement. 4 hours later, accompanied by a ripple of spiritual energy, Yixian's aura was nearly overflowing. He had achieved the pinnacle of the 9th level. Han Xiaobei swallowed hard. He had been observing Yixian's every move since the beginning and was utterly astonished. Not even the extraordinary talents recorded in ancient texts, those rare prodigies of cultivation, could accomplish such a remarkable feat. You have truly taken on an extraordinary disciple, Han Xiaobei marveled. Although Han Yurong was engrossed in crafting artifacts, she too noticed Yixian's remarkable progress and felt a surge of emotions. She secretly rejoiced at having formed a partnership with Yixian, and she was relieved that during their collaboration, she hadn't taken advantage of his initially weaker prowess. Otherwise, the Luoshui sect would have lost a remarkably gifted ally. He has already broken through to the 9th level's pinnacle, yet why hasn't Yixian concluded his cultivation? Indeed, Yixian was fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Did he intend to break through a realm? A breakthrough signifies transcending a major realm, moving from Qi refinement to spirit refinement. Generally, cultivators require a lengthy preparation period for such a transition. Even the most gifted practitioners need to settle their minds and accumulate strength over several months to prepare for a breakthrough. Yet, Yixian, having just reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, was already gearing up to assault the spirit refinement realm. This is sheer folly. Even a naturally gifted individual cannot breach a realm without preparation. Moreover, after consecutive breakthroughs, this lad has already expended a considerable amount of energy. He is far from his peak condition. Forcing a breakthrough now carries a high risk of failure and could even damage his meridians. Elder son, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief at Yixian's reckless decision. However, Han Xiaobei perceived a different concern. The spiritual energy was running low. While the cave was rich in spiritual essence, it was still a relatively enclosed space. After being drained for 12 hours by Yixian, the energy was nearly depleted. In this scenario, his choice to force a breakthrough could very well lead to failure due to insufficient spiritual energy. Yet, Yixian was completely immersed in his own world, oblivious to the external sounds. It was impossible to forcibly awaken him without risking harm to his mental state. With this thought, Han Xiaobei made a resolute decision. He swiftly opened his storage artifact and retrieved a large handful of spirit stones, over 200 first-grade spirit stones, almost the entirety of the Luoshui sect's wealth. Without a moment's hesitation, he released the energy contained within the stones. The spiritual energy surrounding Yi Xian swiftly surged once more. "Break through for me." Yi Xian's face flushed as he suddenly roared, his entire meridian system crackling with vibrant energy. A brand new meridian was rapidly forming, leading from his main channel to the spiritual platform atop his head. From Qi refinement, he was about to transform into spirit refinement. What is referred to as the divine is the essence concealed within the mind, the very core of consciousness, the ethereal realm of the Purple Palace. In the realm of Qi refinement, spiritual energy circulates throughout the body, fortifying the limbs and bones. However, the head remains impervious to such enhancement. This is due to the fact that the meridians do not encompass the head within their circulatory path. Yet, upon transcending to the realm of spirit refinement, a novel pathway will be established in the head, allowing spiritual energy to nourish and strengthen the brain. This distinction marks the fundamental divergence between Qi refinement and spirit refinement. To unlock this new meridian, there exists but one method: to unleash formidable spiritual power to forcefully breach this pathway. Ordinary cultivators require extensive preparation for this pivotal step, only daring to initiate their breakthrough once all is in readiness. However, Yi Xian, undaunted, charged forth without hesitation. In an instant, a resounding hum echoed within Yi Xian's mind, followed by a surge of immense spiritual energy flowing into the Purple Palace, completing a full circulatory cycle throughout his body with radiant, multicolored light bursting forth from above his head. Had he succeeded? The palace shimmered with brilliance. He had indeed achieved his breakthrough into the realm of spirit refinement. Chapter 105. Crafting the ice and fire bomb. It was undeniably a successful breakthrough, astonishing in nature. Yet, why did a spectrum of colors emanate from young Master Ye's palace? Typically, the energy released would be colorless, with only the rarest spiritual roots exhibiting such extraordinary hues. Never had there been mention of a rainbow radiating forth. "Son," he murmured in bewilderment. However, Han Xiaobei began to sense something amiss. Turning to the disciples, he instructed, "You all shall consider this incident as though it never occurred. Should anyone dare to divulge this, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." The disciples, having rarely witnessed Han Xiaobei's grave demeanor, felt a chill run down their spines and quickly bowed their heads in acquiescence. Moments later, Yi Xian gradually opened his eyes. Observing the scattered dust of spiritual stones around him, he understood the source of the sudden influx of spiritual energy. Though he was confident he could have achieved his breakthrough without it, this energy had undeniably provided substantial assistance. The spiritual stones represented a significant treasure for the Luoshui sect, potentially yielding greater profit than any mining expedition in the Nebula Secret Realm. Yi Xian expressed his gratitude, rising to say, "Brother Han, consider these spiritual stones as borrowed from you." Han Xiaobei was immediately displeased, replying, "You call me Brother Han. How could I, as your elder brother, accept your money? Let this matter be forgotten, or else you shall disrespect me. Let us first devise a plan to escape this place." "Son," he interjected, "I observe that the fire python remains stationed outside the secret passage, showing no signs of departure. If we cannot overcome this hurdle, our fates are sealed here." Han Yurong added, "With little Yi having successfully advanced, we now possess an additional combatant in the realm of spirit refinement. Coupled with the ice spikes I have forged, we still stand a chance." Yi Xian cast a glance at Han Yurong, noting that she was crafting second-tier magical artifacts using the ice soul iron found abundantly in the cave. Among the spiritual ores present, the most common were the cold-attributed ice soul iron and the fire-attributed profound yellow stone, both classified as third-tier spiritual minerals. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Xian. Though the ice spike counters the fire python in terms of elemental attributes, if it cannot penetrate the python's resilient scales, it serves no purpose. I could forge some ice fire bombs using the profound yellow stone and ice soul iron, which should prove remarkably effective against the fire python outside. "Ice fire bombs?" Han Yurong exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you referring to the fourth-tier explosive magical artifacts?" "Indeed," Yi Xian confirmed with a nod, causing a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers. The ice fire bomb, being a fourth-tier artifact, posed a challenge in its creation, although the difficulty level was not excessively high. It required a fourth-tier artifact master to successfully craft it. Yi Xian smiled lightly, stating, "If it were a fifth-tier artifact, my success rate might be questionable. But crafting a fourth-tier artifact is certainly within my capabilities." Han Yurong was taken aback, realizing that this implied Yi Xian was a fifth-tier artifact master. Though Han Xiaobei was equally stunned, he instinctively chose to trust Yi Xian and promptly instructed his disciples to retrieve all the recently collected profound yellow stones and ice soul iron, presenting them before Yi Xian. Without further ado, Yi Xian separated the two types of spiritual minerals, channeling his spiritual energy to ignite a robust and searing spiritual flame, swiftly melting and refining the profound yellow stone. Concurrently, his right hand surged with spiritual energy, causing the surrounding space to crystallize into frost. As he meticulously kneaded the ice soul iron, akin to working dough, at a temperature low enough to freeze a cultivator, seemingly unaffected. With fire in one hand and ice in the other, could it be that Yi Xian possessed dual elemental roots? While onlookers were merely astonished, Han Yurong, being an artifact master herself, was profoundly impressed by Yi Xian's adeptness. This technique of simultaneous dual forging demanded exceptional skill and experience, and it was unlikely that another individual in the entire Cangyun City could employ such a method. How young Yi Xian was, raising questions about whether he had begun crafting artifacts from a tender age. Moreover, achieving such mastery would necessitate guidance from a top-tier artifact master. It was rare for families of any stature to provide such training, and in truth, there were few prominent families in the entire Xingzhou capable of nurturing such a prodigy. Perhaps the once flourishing royal family could have managed it, but their current focus was entirely devoted to that young phoenix, leaving no resources to cultivate others. Yet, Yi Xian's remarkable abilities could not have emerged from thin air. Han Yurong's curiosity about Yi Xian's background deepened, unaware that his talents had indeed sprung forth almost magically. With a mere flick of his finger, he seemed to summon everything he desired. Such was his audacity. After a brief moment, Yi Xian had successfully completed the initial phase of refining the Xianhuang stone and the ice spirit iron. And the next step was to confirm the creation of the ice fire bomb. The process of crafting a fourth-grade magical artifact is exceedingly intricate. However, the ice fire bomb stands as an exception, being a one-time consumable that does not necessitate an overly complex procedure. It merely requires the refinement of the Xianhuang stone into a highly pure sphere, followed by the creation of an outer shell from ice spirit iron to encase the Xianhuang stone. While this sounds straightforward, the actual execution is far more challenging than one might anticipate. The highly pure Xianhuang stone is a volatile explosive that can detonate violently with even the slightest impact. Moreover, as Xianhuang stone belongs to the fire element and ice spirit iron to the ice element, the incompatibility between fire and ice makes the notion of encasing the Xianhuang stone in ice spirit iron seem almost fantastical. This task demands an exquisitely delicate crafting technique, requiring the ice spirit iron shell to be slightly larger than the Xianhuang stone itself, ensuring that during the encasement process, the shell does not make direct contact with the stone. The endeavor of creating the ice fire bomb is undeniably perilous. A mere tremor could result in the immediate explosion of the Xianhuang stone. Nevertheless, Yi Xian's hands had not faltered for even a moment since he commenced the crafting. Each of his movements flowed with the grace of a gentle stream, every step of the refining process seemingly precise to the millisecond, and the force with which he struck the ice spirit iron remained uniformly consistent, devoid of any temporal discrepancies. After nearly 10 minutes, the first ice firebomb had taken shape. The Xianhuang stone was entirely encapsulated within the ice spirit iron shell, creating a remarkable equilibrium between the contrasting temperatures, allowing the stone to hover within the shell without any direct collision. Of course, should this ice firebomb be thrown upon contact with any object, it would result in a cataclysmic explosion. Although Yi Xian had not yet tested its precise power, it was undoubtedly capable of shattering the scales of a fire python, with the possibility of even slaying it outright if fortune favored him. However, one ice firebomb was insufficient for assurance. Yi Xian carefully set aside the bomb and proceeded to craft a second one. Half an hour later, all 3 ice firebombs were successfully completed. There remained a considerable amount of spiritual ore, yet Yi Xian decided against continuing the crafting process. The ice firebombs possess a limited shelf life. They cannot be stored for extended periods. After an hour at most, even without intentional detonation, they would likely experience internal collisions due to uneven temperature fluctuations, potentially resulting in a catastrophic explosion in his hands. With 3 ice firebombs in hand, he felt more than adequately prepared to confront the fire python. Chapter 106. Slaying the fire python. Observing the 3 egg-sized ice firebombs in Yi Xian's hands, the disciples of the Luo Shui sect were filled with curiosity and approached him inquiring about the potency of the ice firebombs. However, they soon dispersed in haste, distancing themselves from Yi Xian as if fearing an imminent explosion. Yi Xian chuckled and sought out Sun He. Elder son, do you possess any venomous insects with sufficient strength to carry the ice firebombs aloft? Sun He was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Yi Xian's intent. He shook his sleeve, and a large, pitch-black beetle emerged. This beetle, the size of a palm, possessed robust limbs, exuding an aura of great strength. Known as the dragon elephant beetle, it was non-venomous yet incredibly powerful, capable of lifting heavy objects with ease. And its biting force was formidable enough to pierce through tough cowhide. This would do. Sun He hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, this dragon elephant beetle is a treasured possession of mine, more precious than my son's life. Are you certain it will be safe?" Alas, one could only mourn for Sun Zhua, whose existence seemed less significant than that of a mere beetle. "Do not worry, elder son. As long as you can control the dragon elephant beetle, there will be no issues." "Very well, this dragon elephant beetle has been my companion for many years, and we share a profound bond." After some preparations, the group set forth, retracing their steps back into the secret passage after leaving the cave. The entrance was still obstructed by fallen rocks, but after several impacts from the fire python, there were numerous gaps. While a person could not crawl through, the dragon elephant beetle could easily soar over. Xuan retrieved an ice firebomb and wrapped it with a makeshift ice thread. Under Sun He's command, the dragon elephant beetle swiftly flew to the ice firebomb, grasped the ice thread, and lifted the bomb into the air. Weighing less than 3 pounds, it posed no challenge for the beetle. "Step back," Xuan instructed the others to move away, lest the impending explosion unleash a shockwave that would dislodge the fallen rocks and endanger them. Under Sun He's guidance, the dragon elephant beetle maneuvered through the crevices of the rubble and successfully flew out. The fire python remained coiled outside, its breathing steady, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. What a fortuitous opportunity. There was no reason for hesitation. As the dragon elephant beetle hovered above the fire python's head, Sun He commanded it to drop the bomb. The beetle did not disappoint, accurately releasing the ice firebomb onto the fire python's head before swiftly returning. In that instant, as the dragon elephant beetle landed back in Sun He's hands, the ice firebomb plummeted, colliding with the fire python's forehead. The true monarch of Red Lian opened his eyes in confusion, and in the next moment, the bomb reacted violently upon impact, resulting in a powerful explosion. Boom. The true monarch felt as though a meteor had struck his head, the tremendous force propelling his skull down towards the ground, plunging him into brief darkness, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. The shockwave from the explosion also dislodged the fallen rocks within the secret passage, completely clearing the way. Xuan charged ahead, the first to emerge from the passage, and before the true monarch could regain his composure, another ice firebomb was hurled at him. Boom. The explosion, accompanied by a fierce shockwave, nearly knocked Xuan off his feet. It was evident how severely the fire python had been damaged from directly enduring the explosion of the ice firebomb. Even cultivators at the core formation stage would likely struggle to withstand such an attack. However, the fire python dwells in magma year-round, defying conventional logic. Although its cultivation level merely reaches the pinnacle of the spirit refinement stage, its defensive capabilities far surpass those of an ordinary core formation stage creature. Hence, the 2 ice firebombs might not suffice to slay the fire python. Without hesitation, Xuan hurled his final ice firebomb. At that moment, the python's tail swept through the air, intercepting the bomb. Boom. The ice firebomb collided with the python's tail, successfully detonating and leaving its appendage mangled and bloody. Yet, this explosion allowed the python's head to evade the brunt of the impact. "This is dire. The fire python is still alive. We cannot allow it to retaliate. Hurry, attack!" Han Xiaobei shouted furiously, unleashing the cloak sword technique to launch a fierce assault on the fire python. Buzzing. Elder Sun He also released his limited number of venomous insects, directing them to bite at the python's head and tail wounds. With the absence of scales as a barrier, the insects easily pierced through the python's flesh, injecting toxins into its body. Han Yurong, wielding an ice spear, joined the fray against the fire python. The remaining disciples of the Luoshui sect, those capable of fighting, summoned their flying swords to besiege the python from various angles. Yet, the most remarkable among them was Xuan. With no weapon in hand, she charged forward barehanded, delivering a flurry of punches aimed at the python's abdomen. What a spirited and fierce little warrior. Xuan could not help but applaud. Moreover, Xuan's offensive prowess utterly overshadowed the others. Her fists rained down like a tempest, quickly fracturing numerous scales. The unfortunate true monarch Chulian had yet to regain his bearings when he suffered tremendous damage. "You will all perish." The true monarch finally regained his awareness. His eyes, mangled by the ice firebomb, left him completely blind, and cracks appeared in his skull, blood seeping outward. Yet, his vitality proved more resilient than anticipated, despite enduring such injuries. He remained filled with rage, desperately struggling without retaliating, crawling deeper into the magma of the cave. Do not let it near the magma, Yi Xian shouted immediately. Once the fire python submerged in the magma, they would be left with no recourse. Beasts hold grudges fiercely against such a ferocious creature. It must be slain in one fell swoop, leaving no opportunity for recovery, or else it would become exceedingly troublesome once it regained its strength. Han Xiaobei also reacted swiftly, channeling his full spiritual power and soaring into the air, positioning himself to obstruct the python's path. His sword hummed as it sliced toward the fire python with relentless force. Get away! The fire python, though blinded, retained its acute senses and charged at Han Xiaobei. With sheer brute strength, it forcefully negated Han Xiaobei's cloak sword technique, sending him crashing away. Thud! Han Xiaobei felt his internal energy surge violently, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood as his complexion turned pale. The injury was severe. The great serpent shall not escape. Suddenly, Snower leaped forward, seizing the tail of the fire python with all her might. Executing a remarkably audacious maneuver reminiscent of a diminutive warrior uprooting a willow. With sheer force, she hoisted the fire python high into the air, tracing a perfect semicircle, before crashing it down heavily onto the ground. By a stroke of fortune, the creature's head landed directly before Yi Xian. Amidst the scattering stones and dust, Yi Xian stepped forth, brandishing the Thunderbolt battle rifle, thrusting the hefty barrel directly into the gaping maw of the fire python, and swiftly pulling the trigger. Boom! Sparks flew as the dragon breath bullet pierced through the python's upper jaw, crashing into its cranial cavity. A single lethal strike. Chapter 107. Geological Analyzer. The fire python's body convulsed a few times before it lay still, utterly defeated. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, then erupted into exuberant cheers, as if they had achieved a resounding victory in battle, each face alight with the joy of triumph. Han Xiaobei, Sun He, and Han Yurong quickly approached. Xiaoyi, you truly are impressive. We managed to eliminate this fire python without incurring any casualties. Miss Snower's strength is indeed astonishing. She lifted such a colossal beast with ease. At this moment, Snower joyfully bounced back to Yi Xian's side, her golden twin tails swaying playfully, exuding an aura of cuteness, completely contrasting with her earlier fierce demeanor that had astonished everyone. Yi Xian affectionately ruffled her hair, offering words of praise. Snower's performance had been remarkable. Her deliberate action of hurling the python before Yi Xian was a testament to their unspoken synergy, a rare and valuable collaboration. After a lively discussion, the group took a moment to rest before commencing the dissection of the fire python. The creature's scales, impervious to the searing heat of magma, constituted a rare refining material, valued comparably to the finest third-grade spirit ores. Its blood, flesh, and bones also possessed significant culinary and medicinal properties, particularly the fire python's gallbladder, a rare healing remedy. As a fourth-tier demon beast, every part of it was a treasure, ripe for utilization. After a full hour of diligent collaboration among over 100 disciples of the Luoshui sect, they finally completed the dissection of the fire python's carcass. The group then departed from the mine, returning to their convoy. The sun hung high in the sky, marking the zenith of noon. Back in the carriage, Yi Xian was thoroughly exhausted and quickly drank a large gulp of water, recalling that he had yet to sign in for the day. Ding! Sign-in successful. You have obtained a geological analyzer. Yi Xian's fatigue vanished in an instant as he perked up, retrieving the geological analyzer and examining the instructions closely. Indeed, it was precisely as he had envisioned, a device designed to locate and analyze the distribution of underground mineral layers. Could this not be utilized to explore the nearby spirit mines? Without uttering a word, Yi Xian dismounted from the carriage, clutching the geological analyzer. He sought a level patch of ground, set up the device, and activated it directly. A low hum emanated as the analyzer's base made contact with the rocky terrain, abruptly emitting a series of high-frequency vibrations. These oscillations propagated sequentially into the depths below, where they captured reflected waves from the subterranean layers, conducting a comprehensive analysis to ascertain the mineral composition and topographical features of the underground. Approximately 30 seconds later, the analyzer displayed the mineral distribution within 200 meters beneath the surface. The majority consisted of soil and rock, composed of commonplace elements. Additionally, traces of iron and copper were present, albeit in modest quantities. However, such ordinary metallic minerals held little value for cultivators. Gold or silver would be more advantageous, though even those were not particularly precious. The true worth of gold and silver in the market stemmed not from the metals themselves, but from the channels through which they were issued. Only gold and silver officially sanctioned could circulate as currency, and physical gold and silver were rarely utilized, with silver notes being the predominant form of transaction. In the depths below, only spiritual minerals could be deemed treasures, while others were not worth the effort of extraction. The geological analyzer continued to update its data. The deeper the exploration, the more intricate the information became. Yet, no signs of spiritual minerals appeared until 500 meters down, where a second-tier spiritual mineral known as black mica was detected, though its quantity was still quite low. Xuan shook his head and retracted the analyzer. It was evident that this location held no mining value. To be candid, a spiritual mineral deposit exceeding 10 meters in depth bore no extraction value for them, as the costs of mining would be exorbitant. With just over 100 individuals, it was uncertain how much time and energy would be expended. Seeking shallower spiritual minerals would undoubtedly be more prudent. "What treasure do you possess, Xiaoyi?" Han Yurong inquired with curiosity as she approached. Xuan smiled. "This is a remarkable instrument capable of detecting unseen spiritual minerals beneath the earth." "Is that truly the case?" Han Yurong's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Master, do you not believe what I say?" she implored. "Please, Xiaoyi, refrain from calling me master again. I cannot bear it. If you do not mind, simply call me sister, and I shall consider you my younger brother," she insisted. Before Xuan could respond, Han Xiaomu hurried over, exclaiming, No, Xuan is my elder brother. If you recognize him as a younger brother, does that mean I must address him as uncle?" Han Yurong was momentarily at a loss for words. Xuan chuckled. "How about this? We can each address one another as we wish. I shall call you Rongjie's sister and Xiaomu's sister too. It shall be entirely unrelated." Han Yurong was taken aback. "Is there such a way to operate?" Han Xiaomu, however, found it agreeable and giggled. "Then it is settled. Sister Xue, let us go play." The little girl swiftly ran off to find Xue, now evidently becoming her devoted shadow. Xuan suddenly found himself questioning Han Xiaomu's insistence on calling him brother. Perhaps her ulterior motive lay not in mere affection, but rather in a desire to forge a closer bond with Xue by elevating her to the status of sister. Han Yurong smiled wryly and shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and instead continued to inquire about the functionalities of the geological analyzer. Soon, the convoy resumed its journey. With the address analyzer in hand, they were determined to utilize it fully. Throughout the trip, Xuan employed the geological analyzer to probe for underground spiritual ore deposits, successfully uncovering several shallow veins of spirit ore. However, they were merely of the first and second grades, which held little interest for him. So he instructed the Luo Shui sect to extract them. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. It was peculiar. Despite spending half a day searching, not a single third-grade spiritual mine had been located. Were high-quality spiritual ores truly this rare, or was it merely a stroke of bad luck? Xuan remained undeterred and began to scan the area near their campsite once more. Suddenly, the geological analyzer emitted a series of urgent beeps. He quickly checked the readings. A spiritual stone? And not just any stone, but a third-grade one? Xuan's spirits lifted. Even though he had failed to find a spiritual mine, he had stumbled upon a third-grade spiritual stone buried beneath the earth. It was worth noting that one third-grade spiritual stone equated to 100 first-grade stones, making it quite valuable. Wait, something was amiss. There was not just one third-grade spiritual stone, but several. The exact number eluded detection, but there were at least 10. This was a stroke of fortune. Without hesitation, Xuan retrieved a shovel and began to excavate. Fortunately, the spiritual stones were not buried too deeply. A depth of around 2 meters should suffice. After breaking through to the refinement realm, Xuan's strength had significantly increased. Even a 2-meter steel plate would yield to his efforts given enough time. In less than 10 minutes, he had dug a 2-meter pit in the rocky ground. Below lay a layer of rock resembling calcite, with spiritual stones embedded within. After clearing away the surrounding earth, he counted a total of 13 spiritual stones, each containing 3 crystalline layers, constituting standard third-grade spiritual stones, replete with abundant spiritual energy. This was equivalent to 1,300 first-grade stones. And given that each first-grade spiritual stone was valued at 1,000,000 taels of silver, these stones collectively amounted to a staggering 13 billion taels of silver. Chapter 108. Fortune cannot be stopped. Even though Xuan had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but swallow hard. This was no trivial sum. Eager to commence extraction, he remembered the diamond pickaxe. Utilizing a diamond pickaxe for mining offered the chance to enhance the quality and yield of minerals. Should he trigger its effect even once, it would be worthwhile. If he were to enhance the quality and unearth a 4th-grade spiritual stone, that would be an immense profit. Grasping the diamond pickaxe, Xuan carefully began to excavate the spiritual stones. The first stone posed no issues and was successfully extracted. Upon reaching the second stone, a chime echoed as the lucky effect of the diamond pickaxe activated, yielding 2 spiritual stones that fell into Yi Xian's hands. A stone acquired without cost. Yi Xian, feeling quite pleased, stored away his findings and resumed his excavation. The process remained uneventful until the final stone, when fortune smiled upon him, resulting in a remarkable transformation. The spirit stone expanded significantly, revealing a crystal within. A chime resonated, indicating the activation of the diamond pickaxe's lucky effect. The quality of the spirit stone upgraded from a 3rd grade to a 4th grade. Yi Xian could not suppress a gulp. This truly felt like a dream come to fruition. At that moment, he possessed 13 3rd-grade spirit stones and 1 4th-grade spirit stone, valued at a staggering 2.3 billion. Yi Xian's journey as a wealthy individual was about to commence. Stowing the spirit stones, he returned to the convoy and indulged in a restful slumber. Upon awakening, it was already past midnight, the designated time for his daily sign-in. How he relished such days. A notification chimed, confirming his successful sign-in, rewarding him with a piece of dreamlike Lolita attire. Curious, Yi Xian examined the garment, discovering it to be a vibrantly colored puffy dress. While the hues were striking, they did not appear gaudy, perfectly complementing Xue Er's ethereal charm. Paired with her golden twin ponytails, she would look utterly enchanting. Moreover, this outfit possessed additional attributes. Dreamlike, a rare garment that, once equipped, would grant a dream effect with each melee attack, effectively obscuring the enemy's vision while amplifying strength and speed by 15. The ability to impair an opponent's sight, coupled with dual attribute enhancements to strength and speed, promised to elevate Xue Er's combat prowess significantly. Yi Xian promptly summoned Xue Er to don this exquisite ensemble. "Thank you, master. I adore this dress," she said bashfully, preferring to address Yi Xian as her master in private moments. "It's stunning," Yi Xian remarked, watching Xue Er twirl gracefully. The billowing skirt fluttered in the breeze, revealing her long, fair legs, a sight to behold. Just then, Han Xiaomu climbed onto the carriage. Upon seeing Xue Er, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Sister Xue Er, your dress is so beautiful." "It was a gift from my brother," Xue Er replied with pride. Han Xiaomu immediately cast a hopeful glance at Yi Xian, seemingly wishing for a similar gift. Yi Xian shrugged. "There are none left. Perhaps next time." "That's a promise, brother Yi. You mustn't deceive Xiaomu. Since you've said so, I suppose it's settled. I owe you nothing. Please, brother Yi, have a heart for Xiaomu. I've never known a father. I am so pitiful." Han Xiaomu exaggeratedly performed, even pretending to shed tears with a touch of saliva at the corner of her eye. This clever little sprite. "All right. As long as you give me a kiss, I shall agree to procure a lovely dress for you as well." With no hesitation, Han Xiaomu wrapped her arms around Yi Xian's neck and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. Even the saliva clung to him, and Yi Xian felt quite embarrassed. Women truly go to great lengths for a beautiful little dress. "Yi Gij, you must keep your word." Han Xiaomu blinked her large, watery eyes. "It is settled then." After soothing Han Xiaomu, Yi Xian felt sleepy once more and drifted back into slumber, sleeping soundly until dawn. Upon awakening, he found himself alone in the carriage. Exiting, he discovered the caravan had come to a halt in a grand canyon, flanked by steep cliffs towering 100 meters high. Disciples of the Luo Shui sect were climbing and dodging, gathering a type of blue crystal spiritual ore from the sheer cliffs. This must be blue firestone, a third-tier spiritual ore. While not a material for weapon crafting, it is a precious dye and pigment favored by many artists, fetching a good price. The abundance of blue firestone indicated that Han Xiaobei's luck was indeed favorable. Not far off, Han Yurong was using a geological analyzer to explore the surrounding spiritual mines. Yi Xian had previously taught her how to use it, and while he was asleep, she had been thoroughly enjoying herself, uncovering numerous spiritual mines for the Luo Shui sect. "Xiao Yi, you're awake. I was just about to look for you. It seems this magical device is malfunctioning," Han Yurong said, a hint of self-reproach in her voice. "Malfunctioning?" Yi Xian approached to inspect it, and found it indeed would not start. However, it was not broken, merely out of power. This device required charging. "No worries. It's just out of power. It will be restored once charged." With that, Yi Xian took the apparatus outside to the sunlit valley and retrieved a drone, connecting the solar charging cable to the geological analyzer. Instantly, the analyzer lit up with a green light, indicating it had begun charging. The efficiency was quite high. It would likely be fully charged in 2 hours. "Is this a combination of magical tools?" Han Yurong exclaimed in surprise. Magical tools can actually transfer energy between one another. The design is truly exquisite. Yi Xian felt a bit flustered, unsure how to clarify, so he decided to let Han Yurong continue in her misunderstanding. While the device charged, Han Yurong prepared a steaming bowl of snake meat soup for Yixian. It was made from fire python meat. The value of demon beast meat is comparable to that of spiritual beast meat, and sometimes even pricier. Although it may not taste as exquisite as spiritual beast meat, it is highly nourishing, with some varieties possessing healing properties, making them suitable as medicinal ingredients. Yixian savored a hearty bowl, and Han Yurong laughed. Don't overindulge. Be careful not to get a nosebleed. How could that happen? I'm in excellent health, Yixian replied, patting his chest. The nourishing properties of dragon blood did not deter him, so a mere fire python's meat was just a delightful addition to his meal. After satisfying his hunger and resting for a while, Yixian returned to the canyon. Suddenly, Xuan and Han Xiaomu appeared, their hair still damp and steaming as if they had just bathed. Is there a water source? Yixian inquired. There's a very concealed cave ahead, with a small hot spring inside. Would you like to wash up, brother? I can take you there. That sounds good. In recent days, Yixian had refrained from bathing. Although he possessed a perfect innate physique, rendering his body nearly devoid of filth, he had nonetheless accumulated a fair amount of external dust. A refreshing wash and a change of clothing would certainly be more comfortable. Under the guidance of Xuan, Yixian arrived at a cave. The cave was rather modest, featuring only a small hot spring capable of accommodating 2 individuals, devoid of any other embellishments. However, the opportunity to bathe was sufficient. Yixian undressed and, with a splash, leapt into the hot spring. The scalding water enveloped him, washing over his entire body in a most gratifying manner. To his surprise, although the hot spring appeared small, it was quite deep. As he moved about, he dove downwards, reaching the bottom after descending 5 or 6 meters. The temperature at the base was significantly higher. Feeling somewhat scalding, yet it posed no threat to him. Straining to open his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and suddenly noticed something nestled within the crevices of the stones beneath him. Curiously, he reached down and pulled out a striking red lotus. A lotus flourishing at the bottom of the hot spring? Yixian's heart leapt with joy. Could it be a spiritual herb? Chapter 109. The murderous night owl breaking the surface. Yixian finally beheld the full form of the lotus. This was a vibrant, translucent red lotus, exuding a gelatinous texture that seemed almost too exquisite to be a naturally occurring plant, resembling a crafted artifact made from a unique material. Yet, it was indeed alive, radiating a vigorous life force. Its root system was remarkably developed, adorned with barbed thorns. When Yixian inadvertently brushed against them, his arm was scraped, resulting in numerous tiny blood spots. Remarkably, the roots that came into contact with his blood vanished almost instantaneously, as if they had absorbed his essence. Truly astonishing. Yixian was certain this was a genuine spiritual herb, and of no low grade. He opened the Celestial Nebula secret record in search of insights. But the entries pertained solely to spiritual mines, lacking any mention of the varieties of spiritual herbs within the Celestial Nebula's vast domain. Spiritual herbs, after all, were far scarcer than spiritual mines. Despite the latter being a non-renewable resource, spiritual herbs could regenerate, but their growth was subject to stringent environmental conditions, and their maturation cycles were lengthy. Areas conducive to the growth of spiritual herbs had long been exhausted by relentless foraging, leaving little hope for survival. Many spiritual herbs might not even reach maturity before being prematurely harvested. Only in places that had never been visited could one hope to find remnants, such as the crevices at the bottom of this scarcely frequented hot spring. Dressing once more, Yixian departed the cave with the red lotus in hand, seeking out Elder Sun He, intending to discern whether he recognized the nature of this remarkable herb. Upon seeing the red lotus in Yixian's grasp, Elder Sun's expression transformed in astonishment. Remarkable, indeed, this is truly a remarkable find, brimming with vitality and simultaneously imbued with the ethereal energies of both fire and water, a rarity beyond compare. Yet, I confess, I have never encountered such a medicinal herb before. Hence I cannot make any definitive judgments. Sun He shook his head, reluctant to make any hasty assessments. Alas, there is little recourse. Sun He is already the most knowledgeable individual within the Luo Shui sect, and if he is uncertain, it stands to reason that others would be even less informed. Very well, let us secure it for now, he decided. Yixian placed the red lotus into the storage space of the system. Within this storage, time stands still, allowing the medicinal herbs to retain their absolute freshness, ensuring that no matter how long they remain stored, they will emerge as if freshly harvested. At this juncture, the geological analyzer was nearly fully charged. Yixian retrieved the eagle-shaped drone, handed the analyzer over to Han Yurong, and prepared to rest in the carriage. With the spirit stones acquired yesterday, his interest in spirit mines had significantly waned, unless they were of the 4th or 5th rank. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the diamond pickaxe's durability. He had observed yesterday that each excavation with the diamond pickaxe diminished its durability slightly, reducing its 999 points to 986. Utilizing it to extract lower-quality spirit mines felt like a sheer squandering of resources. Lost in thought, Xuan returned to the carriage. Shui and Han Xiaomu were present. Shui sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, immersed in meditation, while Han Xiaomu seemed to have been inspired by Shui's tranquility, also closing her eyes in earnest practice. However, her restlessness rendered her unable to maintain focus, akin to a young student struggling to concentrate during class. Nightfall descended swiftly. The blue fireflies in the canyon had likely been entirely harvested. After a brief pause, the caravan set off again, journeying westward through the starry night for over 100 miles. Midnight arrived before long. After a restful slumber, Xuan awoke to the opportunity to sign in once more. Ding! Sign in successful, charm value 1. Once again it had come. Yet, Xuan was not disheartened. Charm values are always welcome, no matter the amount. Stop! Came Han Xiaobei's voice from outside the carriage. The caravan came to an immediate halt. Xuan peered out, inquiring, Brother Han, what has transpired? Han Xiaobei gestured ahead, stating, There are numerous corpses ahead, their blood still fresh, suggesting they have perished only recently. Dead. Xuan promptly disembarked the carriage, joining Han Xiaobei to investigate the scene. Elder Sun, he had already arrived at the site. They stood upon a patch of wild grass, dotted with low thorny shrubs and a small water source. A mere 5 meters in diameter, a rare find in this vicinity. However, the water was now tainted crimson. Surrounding them were approximately 20 corpses, their wounds precise, nearly all having suffered fatal slashes to the throat, with no signs of struggle evident. It was clear that these 20 individuals had perished simultaneously. There exists but one possibility. The assailant was a master of at least the core formation stage, capable of wielding a sword with lethal efficacy. Son, he remarked gravely. Only through the art of sword control can one slay more than 20 cultivators in an instant. Han Xiaobei approached to inspect the scene, stating, These individuals are likely disciples of a certain sect, much like ourselves, who came here to mine. However, their belongings and the magical artifacts they possessed have vanished. It is highly probable they were murdered for their goods, and it is likely the work of the Xingzhou gang. The possibility is substantial, and they must have departed no more than an hour ago. They may still be lurking nearby. It seems we must exercise caution. Cultivators capable of sword control are formidable adversaries, necessitating heightened vigilance. What shall we do? Regardless of the direction we choose, we risk encountering them. Perhaps our only recourse is to retrace our steps. At least returning would afford us safety. Yet, that may not be the case. We remain unaware of their movements. And even if we turn back now, we still face the possibility of an encounter. While the others debated, Xuan had already deployed a drone resembling an eagle to survey the surroundings. The high-definition aerial camera could clearly reveal the terrain. But no matter how diligently Xuan searched, he could find no traces of footprints beyond those of the deceased. There may be only one opponent. And they might possess the ability to fly, Xuan remarked. Could it be through sword flight? In that case, their cultivation level might be at least in the late stage of the Golden Core realm, perhaps even a Golden Core expert. Han Xiaobei's expression changed dramatically, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Son, he shook his head. It cannot be a Golden Core expert. Throughout the entire Star Continent, Golden Core cultivators are exceedingly rare. Only the leader of the Xingzhou gang has reached that level. Such a powerful figure would hardly stoop to robbing a group of lesser cultivators with average strengths below the refinement realm. Indeed, a Golden Core expert is a significant figure, unlikely to be found in such a locale. What if it were a beast? There are many flying beasts, interjected Han Yurong, who had just arrived. Sun He's eyes lit up. I believe I know who it is. Who? Han Xiaobei inquired anxiously. It should be the Xingzhou gang's grand protector, the infamous killer. Night Owl. Sun He continued. I heard of this individual during my travels years ago. The Night Owl is a formidable beast at the Golden Core stage, known for its penchant for slaughter. It once was a public enemy in the cultivation world of the Star Continent, but for reasons unknown, it became affiliated with the Xingzhou gang, serving as a trusted aide to the gang's leader. It is from that point that the Xingzhou gang began to rise in power and influence. Chapter 110, The Sun-Holding Technique. In that moment, unease settled over the group. The infamous killer, Night Owl, a beast of the Golden Core stage, and the grand protector of the Xingzhou gang. Each title alone signifies formidable danger. Moreover, Only recently had the Luoshui sect eradicated several members of the Xingye gang. The sudden appearance of the gang's grand protector cannot merely be for the purpose of murder and robbery. Could it be a pursuit of their whereabouts? Observing the unease among his disciples, Han Xiaobei reassured them, "Do not let your minds wander aimlessly. We remain unaware of the adversary's true intentions, and we cannot yet ascertain whether the perpetrator is indeed the notorious Night Owl. In any case, our expedition into the nebula's great secret realm has yielded satisfactory results. As we venture deeper, we approach areas that are not suited for us. It is time for us to return." Sun He nodded in agreement. The sect master speaks wisely. Knowing when to withdraw is essential for longevity. The disciples unanimously concurred, promptly deciding to conclude the mining operation and return to Cangyun City with their current haul of spiritual ore. Xuan, too, had no objections. This journey had proven immensely fruitful, as he had not only advanced to the refining spirit realm, but also acquired valuable spiritual stones and discovered a rare medicinal herb, thus ensuring a successful return. Though staying longer would undoubtedly present additional opportunities, it could also expose them to potential foes. Departing now was undoubtedly a prudent choice. Once back in the carriage, the convoy swiftly turned around, accelerating towards the southeast. The latter part of the night in the nebula's great secret realm was tranquil and enchanting. With a canopy of stars seemingly within reach, and the auroras dancing in myriad colors, casting a dreamlike glow over the earth beneath the night sky. The scenery was indeed captivating, yet it went unnoticed. With urgent pace, the convoy covered 500 miles by dawn, the rhinoceros spiritual beasts harnessed for the journey visibly fatigued. The scent of their exertion pungent. "Let us rest for 2 hours," Han Xiaobei suggested. The disciples hurriedly disembarked to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. Xuan released an eagle-shaped drone for surveillance while utilizing a geological analyzer to explore the vicinity, yet he discovered nothing of significant value. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from the carriage. It was Xuan. She had broken through to the 3rd level of the refining spirit realm. The innate talent of the divine archangel was indeed remarkable. She had not employed a speed-enhancing training card, nor had she intensely pursued cultivation, merely dedicating some leisure moments each day to absorb spiritual energy. Yet, her rate of advancement remained astonishing. Inside the carriage, Han Xiaomu expressed her envy. "Sister Xuan, how do you cultivate? Could you possibly teach me? Truly immerse yourself in the rhythm of the world's spiritual energy, enhancing your affinity with it. Thus, even without actively absorbing it, the energy will be drawn to you, integrating into your being," Xuan responded. Han Xiaomu pouted in resignation. She understood, but found it difficult to replicate. Is the gap between people truly so vast? Nearby, Han Yurong wished to console her daughter. But reflecting on her years of practice, having only reached the 7th level of the refining spirit realm, she anticipated being surpassed by Xuan within 2 months. Overwhelmed by this realization, she found little motivation to comfort Han Xiaomu, as she herself felt increasingly disheartened. "This carriage is too small. It is better suited for you youngsters," Xuan remarked upon hearing Han Yurong's lament, feeling quite sheepish. It appears that the breakthrough achieved by Xuan has dealt a significant blow to the Han family mother and daughter. Xuan praised Xuan a few times as he patted her round little head, before taking her out for breakfast. The morning meal consisted once again of snake meat soup. In an effort to alleviate the burden on their convoy, Han Xiaobei decided against bringing the snake meat back, which brought much joy to the disciples of the Luoshui sect. After all, such precious delicacies from magical beasts are seldom afforded to them, and now, having the opportunity to indulge not only satisfied their appetites, but also allowed them to absorb a substantial amount of spiritual energy from the beast meat, thereby enhancing their physical constitution and cultivation. Over the past couple of days, several disciples of the Luoshui sect had managed to achieve breakthroughs because of this. After a hearty meal, everyone began to rest contentedly. Lacking any inclination to sleep, Xuan took control of a drone to continue patrolling the vicinity for security. Fortunately, after 2 hours, he had yet to spot any figures. In truth, the vast expanse of the nebulous secret realm is sparsely populated, making it entirely normal not to encounter anyone. Once they had completed their rest, the convoy resumed its journey. Due to not lingering along the way, their return was much swifter than their arrival, and it was anticipated that they would leave the nebulous secret realm by nightfall. That night, the starry sky was resplendent. The auroras above gradually began to fade, indicating that they had reached the outer edge of the nebulous secret realm. Ahead lay a vast desert of yellow sand. Once they stepped into the desert, they would no longer be within the confines of the nebulous secret realm. A sense of relief washed over Han Xiaobei at last. Throughout the journey, he had remained on edge, fearing that the murderous night owl would find them. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. Sun He also relaxed, no longer preoccupied with the surroundings, and began to tend to the parasites on his body. However, Yi Xian, seated in the vehicle, did not lower his guard. While the others believed that safety was guaranteed upon leaving the nebulous secret realm, what if their trail was discovered and followed? Even if they had escaped the confines of the nebulous secret realm, their pursuers could still come after them. Yet, there was little that could be done. They were not capable of flight, and leaving without leaving a trace was impossible. All he could do was hope that their pursuers would take their time in noticing the convoy's tracks. In the dead of night, Yi Xian suddenly became alert once more. It was time for another signing. Moreover, today was the day for weekly sign-ins, and perhaps a surprise awaited. Ding! The 5th week of full attendance sign-in was successful, rewarding him with a ground-level technique. The embrace of the sun. Yi Xian thought to himself, what kind of technique is this? The name is rather ominous. Surely, it was not as he imagined. Upon retrieving the technique, he widened his eyes and examined it closely. Indeed, it was not as he had thought. This was a ground-level fire attribute technique that could absorb the true fire of the sun from the radiant light of the sun, as well as convert one's own spiritual energy into true solar fire, allowing one to unleash a fierce attack against enemies, particularly effective against malevolent creatures. In the realm of local martial arts, there exists a technique revered as superior, its might rivaling that of the typical heavenly grade skills. Suddenly, a notification resonates, indicating the discovery of a skill book. Should one delve into its depths? The answer is an unequivocal yes. In the next moment, a torrent of immense information surges into Yi Xian's mind, and soon thereafter, the complete method of the Embrace the Sun technique is implanted within his consciousness. Drawing in a deep breath, he discreetly channels the abundant spiritual energy within him, and in an instant, a blazing fireball rapidly coalesces in the palm of his hand. Isn't this merely a small fireball technique? Why call it the Embrace the Sun technique, leading me to unnecessary excitement? Yi Xian couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Yet upon gazing at the radiant fireball in his grasp, he felt a surge of exhilaration. This was undoubtedly the first combat-oriented skill he had mastered, and it would significantly enhance his combat prowess. As dawn broke, the caravan had finally traversed the vast desert, the dark green Ghost Crime Mountain coming into view, with only 10 minutes remaining until they would enter its territory. Observing the looming mountain, Yi Xian felt a sense of relief. Perhaps his worries were unfounded, and the murderous night owl was not targeting them after all. Stretching his limbs, he felt the weariness of a sleepless night creeping in. Nevertheless, he refrained from retreating to the carriage for rest, as he intended to check on the little fairy, uncertain if she could manage the spectral beings of the Wind Palace. Suddenly, an eerie cry pierced the air from the horizon, sharp and penetrating as if resonating directly in his ears. Yi Xian instinctively felt the hairs on his body stand on end, and he turned rigidly to witness a large black bird soaring towards them against the pale sky. It was an owl, the night owl, a moniker for this creature. Its call roused the other disciples of the Luo Shui sect from their slumber. Han Xiaobei, Sun He, and Han Yurong hastily ascended to the top of the carriage. The murderous night owl. How infuriating. I never expected to be pursued. It appears it is indeed coming for us. The expressions of the three were grim, for confronting a core formation-level beast was overwhelmingly daunting. Yi Xian clenched his teeth, swiftly calming himself as he crouched atop the carriage, promptly retrieving the heavenly dragon battery and aiming it at the approaching night owl with the utmost precision, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Boom. Sparks flew as the dragon breath bullet struck the night owl's head with pinpoint accuracy. However, the creature merely trembled momentarily in midair, unfazed, and continued its relentless pursuit of the caravan. So that's it. This concealed weapon possesses some merit. No wonder it could slay 15 elite members of my Xingye gang. It seems my relentless pursuit over the past 2 days has not been in vain. With such a weapon, the strength of my Xingye gang might ascend to new heights. The owl spread its wings, commencing a swift dive from the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters away from the convoy. Accelerate! Han Xiaobei shouted loudly. Yet his command fell on deaf ears. The owl's speed was astonishingly rapid. Within mere breaths, it was scarcely 50 meters from the convoy, every feather on its body visible in exquisite detail. Those were no ordinary feathers. They resembled razor-thin blades. With a sudden flap of its wings, the owl unleashed dozens of feather-shaped blades that shot forth, imbued with spiritual energy and maneuverable under the owl's command. They swiftly caught up to the rear of the convoy, and the wooden carriage could not withstand the sharpness of these feathered knives, which pierced through instantly, followed by the anguished cries of the disciples. Han Xiaobei's eyes turned crimson in an instant. He stomped his foot forcefully, leaping into the air, and wielded his sword technique against the flurry of feather blades. The sword light danced as he bravely deflected several of the feathered knives. However, the sheer number of blades was overwhelming, and Han Xiaobei could not intercept them all alone. With a mere flick of its hand, the owl redirected the remaining blades, akin to a master controlling a sword, all aimed fiercely at Han Xiaobei. Second brother. Han Yurong gasped in terror. Realizing the peril, Han Xiaobei quickly struck his belt, and in an instant, his leather attire expanded dramatically, forming a protective shield around him. Though the feathered blades pierced the leather almost immediately, the force of the ruptured attire generated a powerful gust that significantly diminished the blade's potency, causing them to scatter. At the same time, Sun He leaped forward without uttering a word, his sleeves swirling as hundreds of venomous insects surged toward the owl. The creatures, which would have otherwise caught up with the convoy, were now hindered, forcing the owl to slow down to eradicate the pests. With each strike, dozens of insects fell, much to Sun He's chagrin. Just hold on a little longer. We will soon enter Ghost Cry Mountain, Yi Xian shouted, simultaneously pulling the trigger again. This time, however, the dragon breath bullet was not aimed at the owl, but rather toward the direction of Ghost Cry Mountain. The bullet contained a wave of Yi Xian's own spiritual energy, serving as a signal for the little fairy to assert her dominance. Faced with such a formidable adversary as the owl, it was clear that victory was beyond their reach with their current strength. To survive, they must leverage the power of the specters from the Wind Palace, for only then would they have a chance. With 2 dragon breath bullets remaining, and realizing they were of no further use, Yi Xian decided to fire them both toward Ghost Cry Mountain, hoping the little fairy would notice soon. At that moment, the owl had exterminated the last of the insects and was accelerating once more towards the convoy. Han Xiaobei and Sun He found themselves unable to continue the fight, and Yi Xian could not let Han Yurong take any risks. He decisively leapt onto the roof of the last vehicle in the convoy. Xiao Yi, do not act recklessly. You are no match for it, Han Xiaobei urged anxiously. Yi Xian paid no heed to the surrounding chaos. He firmly planted his feet and swiftly rubbed his hands together, causing flames to erupt from between his fingers, coalescing into a searing fireball within moments. Such trivial spiritual fire, daring to harm me. How utterly presumptuous of this young one. He scoffed. With a chilling grunt, the night owl accelerated, closing the distance to Yi Xian in the blink of an eye, now less than 5 meters apart. With a powerful flap of its wings, the sharp feather blades seemed poised to slice through Yi Xian's neck. As the blades approached, Yi Xian harmonized his stance, leaning back to avoid their lethal edge. In a fluid motion, he thrust his hands forward, launching the fireball towards the night owl's abdomen. As the fireball soared away from Yi Xian, it erupted like scattered blossoms, transforming into countless fiery sparks that significantly broadened their attack range. Even if the night owl wished to evade, it would still find itself ensnared by the flames in the heat of the moment. However, Yi Xian had overestimated the night owl. It was far too arrogant and dismissed the flames entirely, showing no intention of dodging. With a resounding whoosh, a large portion of the sparks struck the night owl's feathers. In an instant, it was as if a spark had ignited a pile of dry hay, erupting into a roaring blaze. The inferno swiftly enveloped the night owl, and the acrid scent of singed feathers filled the air. What kind of fire is this? The night owl screeched in agony as its entire body caught flame. Its wings could no longer sustain flight, and with a heavy thud, it plummeted to the ground, rolling frantically in an attempt to extinguish the flames with sand. Yet, the night owl had gravely underestimated the might of the true sunfire. Even as it buried itself in the earth, the relentless flames continued to burn fiercely, and it could smell the charred scent of its own flesh. This was the night owl's first realization that its flesh, when cooked, emitted such a distinct aroma. In the blink of an eye, the caravan of the Luo Shui sect had distanced itself from the night owl, gaining a moment's respite. Han Xiaobei and Sun He stared at Yi Xian in astonishment, having lost count of how many times they had been awed by his capabilities. Little Yi, that fire just now was surely not an ordinary spiritual flame. Han Xiaobei could no longer contain his curiosity. Yi Xian grinned, snapping his fingers to ignite a cluster of golden flames at his fingertips. This is the true sunfire. Gulp. Both Han Xiaobei and Sun He swallowed hard in unison. The true sunfire. It was one of the most formidable flames, something they had only read about in books and never witnessed firsthand. To think that Yi Xian could wield such fire was utterly terrifying. The ability to summon such flames indicated that Yi Xian's cultivation method was likely of celestial grade. In that moment, Yi Xian's origins became even more enigmatic in their minds. Was that murderous fiend burned to death? Han Yurong approached, with Xue following closely behind. Yi Xian glanced back, Although the flames had yet to dissipate, their ferocity had diminished significantly. Although the true fire of the sun is ferocious, its consumption of spiritual energy is equally rapid. The true fire, conjured by Yi Xian's spiritual essence, cannot be sustained for long. To completely incinerate a powerful demon beast like the night owl, which is at the core formation stage, is rather unrealistic. Nevertheless, even if the night owl survives, it is bound to be severely injured and should not be able to pursue for some time. Soon, the caravan smoothly entered the Ghost Cry Mountain. From a distance, Yi Xian spotted the figure of the little fairy, standing atop the mountain like a stone of longing. Upon seeing Yi Xian, the little fairy was filled with joy, yet she refrained from directly approaching him. Her identity remained sensitive, and she did not wish for the members of the Luo Shui sect to see her, lest her past actions of slaying the city lord implicate Yi Xian. Spirit General, descend the mountain to welcome our master, she commanded. I shall obey, replied the Spirit General, wielding a 9-ringed steel blade, and leaped from the cliff, landing with a resounding thud moments later. Meanwhile, other ghosts and spirits hurried from various directions, following the Spirit General. When the Luo Shui sect had fully arrived, the Spirit General bowed first to greet. Welcome back, Master. The 100 ghosts lined up in 2 rows, flanking the path in greeting. Welcome back, Master. Such an impressive display. Although the disciples of the Luo Shui sect were aware that Yi Xian had subdued the spirits of Ghost Cry Mountain, they were astonished by the unwavering loyalty these spirits displayed towards him. Yi Xian stood atop the carriage, surveying the 100 ghosts, nodding in satisfaction. It seemed that the little fairy had managed the Wind Hall quite well. These little spirits were indeed more disciplined than before. Spirit General, lead the way, Yi Xian instructed. I shall obey, the Spirit General responded, moving to the side of the official road beneath the cliff, swinging the 9-ringed steel blade and striking fiercely at the rock face. To their astonishment, a hidden passage was revealed after the blade's strike. Brother Han, let us first head to the Wind Hall, and then devise a plan to deal with the murderous night owl, Yi Xian said. Han Xiaobei, still in a daze, nodded quickly upon hearing Yi Xian's words, commanding the disciples to steer the carriages into the cave. Once the caravan had completely entered the cavern, the entrance shimmered and transformed back into an impenetrable cliff wall. After traversing approximately 100 meters in darkness, light finally emerged. Exiting the cave, they found themselves in a valley shrouded in mist, littered with dead trees and decayed leaves, with graves of all sizes scattered about, resembling a chaotic burial ground. The disciples of the Luo Shui sect had never encountered such a scene. They felt a chilling terror, hardly daring to breathe. Master. The voice of the little fairy suddenly whispered in Yi Xian's ear, as a wisp of ethereal light slipped into his sleeve, trailing up his arm to rest near his ear. A shiver ran down Yi Xian's spine. The proximity of her voice felt as if she were softly breathing into his ear. However, the little fairy did not notice this detail and continued. Has the master encountered any troubles? Does the little fairy need to intervene? Yi Xian, enduring the tingling sensation, replied in a low voice. Indeed, there is trouble. A demon beast at the core formation stage, a night owl, is pursuing us. Although I have wounded it just now, it should not pose a fatal threat. It is likely to soon enter the Ghost Cry Mountain. I need you to immediately dispatch spirits to guard the entrance of the Ghost Cry Mountain, monitor it closely, and gather all the combat-capable spirits from the Wind Hall, preparing to trap it. Upon hearing about the core formation demon beast, the little fairy understood the severity of the situation and, without delay, said, I will make arrangements right away. You all may rest in the Wind Hall. With that, the little fairy swiftly departed. Yi Xian rubbed his ears, feeling a strange sense of reluctance. Had he perhaps opened the door to a new realm? To verify this, he called Snowy to his side and said, Snowy, try blowing into my ear. Although Snowy looked puzzled, she obediently tiptoed and formed her lips into an ah shape, gently blowing a puff of breath into Yi Xian's ear. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through Yi Xian's body, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall. Goodness, this power surpasses even that of the little fairy. Are you comfortable, master? Snowy's big eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Xian, clearing his throat. Yi Xian replied, not bad, his face slightly flushed, feeling as though he was treading a path of no return. Indulging in pleasure is the root of all evil. Yi Xian, you must maintain your composure. We have arrived. The voice of the spirit envoy reached him. Yi Xian steadied himself and, together with Snowy, descended from the carriage. Before them, the gloom parted to reveal an ancient palace. This edifice bore countless years of history. The red paint on its outer walls and pillars had long since faded and peeled away. Inside the hall was shrouded in darkness, exuding an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. The spirit envoy invited everyone to enter the hall to rest, yet none of the disciples from the Luo Shui sect dared to take a step forward. This was akin to the Hall of Yama, who would dare to venture recklessly within. Even though they knew the spirits were under Yi Xian's command and would not attack them, the instinctive fear was hard to overcome. Even Han Xiaobei felt a sense of trepidation towards this Wind Hall. Seeing this, Yi Xian said to the spirit envoy, "We can remain outside the hall. You need not trouble yourself with us. Go about your business." The spirit envoy nodded, "I shall obey." With that, he led the little spirits away. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. "Xiao Yi, do you intend to utilize the power of these spirits to deal with the night owl?" Han Yurong perceived Yi Xian's intentions. Yi Xian responded, "The night owl has already set its sights on us. If we do not eradicate it completely, once we return to Cangyun City, with the enemy hidden and us exposed, it may become even more perilous. It is better to eliminate it here. Even if the Xingye gang investigates later, we can distance ourselves from it. Do you have confidence in this?" That night, the night owl was a formidable beast at the core formation stage. Even the corpse king of Yin Mountain would likely struggle against it. Given the current strength of these specters, confronting the night owl would not be an easy task. Yi Xian took a deep breath and declared, "Regardless, I must make an attempt." Chapter 113. The Siege of Night Owl. Outside Ghost Cry Mountain, the dawn blazed like fire. Damn it, damn it, damn it. After much effort extinguishing the solar flames that had engulfed him, the charred and nearly hairless night owl crawled out from the mound of earth, cursing profusely. As a dignified core formation beast and the great protector of the Starry Sky gang, this was the first time he had faced such humiliation in over a century. The night owl's body trembled violently, and the singed feathers and skin began to shed. A gaunt figure with darkened eyes and an ominous aura emerged from the scorched remnants. He caressed the storage ring on his finger, and a set of black robes materialized upon him before he strode toward the cloud-shrouded Ghost Cry Mountain. Within the Wind Palace, Yi Xian was concocting ice fire bombs. To confront a beast like the night owl at the core formation stage, he required powerful offensive capabilities. While his solar flames were effective, utilizing them drained most of his spiritual energy, thus necessitating the aid of ice fire bombs. The night owl had likely already entered Ghost Cry Mountain. Given the vastness of the mountain and the loss of its flying abilities due to the fire, it would undoubtedly take time for it to locate the Wind Palace. This was Yi Xian's opportunity. Crafting the ice fire bombs was second nature to Yi Xian, and within mere minutes, he completed the first one. However, a single bomb would certainly be insufficient to deal with the night owl. At that moment, the little fairy suddenly popped her head up from the ground and said, "Master, a humanoid beast has entered Ghost Cry Mountain. Its cultivation is quite powerful. It must be the night owl you mentioned. I am currently instructing the shadow ghost to closely monitor its every movement. I will report back with further information." Understood. For the next half hour, Yi Xian continued to refine the ice fire bombs, successfully producing a total of 10, just barely enough for what lay ahead. During this time, the little fairy relayed information, noting that since the night owl had entered Ghost Cry Mountain half an hour ago, it had been searching for Yi Xian and his group. However, the Wind Palace was well concealed, shrouded in dense miasma, making it difficult for even a core formation beast like the night owl to discover. Yet, Yi Xian grew increasingly anxious that if the delay continued, the night owl might lose patience and leave Ghost Cry Mountain. If it escaped, there would be no chance to eradicate it again. Little fairy, inform everyone to find a way to lure the night owl to the Wind Palace, and simultaneously gather all the spirits of the Wind Palace to lie in ambush within the valley. Understood, I will make the arrangements. After the little fairy departed, Yi Xian summoned Han Xiaobei and the others. The night owl will soon locate this place, Yi Xian stated directly. Han Xiaobei, who had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. "Xiao Yi, do you intend to encircle the night owl here?" Yi Xian nodded. The terrain is intricate, shrouded in mist, providing ample concealment, making it the ideal location for ambushing the night owl. Although the Yinfeng Hall is ancient, its walls are thick and sturdy, offering refuge should any complications arise, allowing us to withstand the onslaught for a time. Xiao Yi has indeed considered this thoroughly. After deliberating on various tactics and contingency plans, Han Xiaobei and Han Yurong began their preparations. Sun He's venomous insects had nearly been depleted, leaving only a single dragon elephant armor remaining. Lacking combat prowess himself, Yi Xian presented Sun He with 5 ice fire bombs, which he could deploy from the dragon elephant armor at the opportune moment. 5 minutes later, an anguished wail echoed from outside the valley. This was the signal. It seemed the night owl had drawn near. At this juncture, Under the arrangement of the little immortal concubine, a multitude of specters lay in ambush throughout the valley, with the primary combat forces being the spirit generals, small zombies, and vengeful spirits. Furthermore, the most formidable force in Yi Xian's eyes was Xuan. After donning an ethereal outfit, Xuan's strength had significantly increased, her power and speed far surpassing that of an ordinary refinement realm practitioner. After all, she is a celestial archangel, her bloodline conferring her advantages that clearly exceed those of large demon beasts of the same realm. Yi Xian had realized the ferocity of this young lady when she had effortlessly toppled the fire python. Once she unleashed her might, no one could hope to impede her. As time ticked away, the entire valley enveloped itself in an eerie silence. "Stop hiding. I know you are lurking here." Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the stillness. The night owl had entered the valley, now within a distance of less than 200 meters. Yi Xian took a deep breath and, in a tone of urgency and alarm, shouted, "Run." Yi Xian's sudden outburst left the disciples of the Luo Shui sect around him dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Only Sun He quickly grasped Yi Xian's intent, explaining, "The murderous night owl must believe we are evading its pursuit. Upon realizing its approach, it will surely panic and seek to flee. Thus, young Master Yi pretended to be flustered to lower the night owl's guard, rendering it complacent." Understanding dawned on them. Xiao Yi was indeed astute. This murderous night owl, encountering our Xiao Yi, was truly unfortunate. Let us prepare to strike. Although we are not the main force in this ambush, we must assist as best we can. Yi Xian did not remain idle. After his shout, he retrieved all 5 ice fire bombs and leaped onto a withered tree, shaking its branches to create noise. The night owl, drawn by the sound, immediately accelerated towards them. "Gaga gaga, you cannot escape my grasp." The night owl's sinister laughter echoed throughout the valley. Yi Xian perked up his ears to discern the source of the sound. Once the night owl's footsteps fell within his throwing range, without hesitation, he launched all 5 ice fire bombs into the air. "Allow me to present you with a welcome gift." Boom, 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 boom. 5 fire ice bombs simultaneously struck the ground, detonating beside the night owl, unleashing a violent blaze and thick smoke that soared into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire valley. Caught off guard, the night owl swiftly summoned his spiritual power to shield his vital areas, yet he was still battered by the explosive flames, rendering his long robe tattered and torn. Damn it! The night owl seethed with rage. While such an explosion posed no lethal threat to him, it undeniably provoked his ire once more. His gaze flickered, piercing through the haze and darkness, swiftly capturing the figure of Yi Xian. "You again." The night owl's fury reached its zenith as he realized he had fallen prey to this boy's tricks twice. He yearned to rip Yi Xian to shreds. Before the flames had even dissipated, the night owl lunged forward with astonishing speed, racing towards Yi Xian. However, at that moment, a chilling light suddenly descended from the heavens, repelling the night owl midair. The spirit general, wielding a 9-ringed steel blade, was the first to charge forth. Following closely behind, 20 small zombies leaped from all directions, encircling the night owl. The ground had mysteriously crystallized with frost, and a black ghostly hand emerged from the earth, grasping the night owl's ankle. The sudden appearance of such a horde of malevolent spirits startled even a formidable being like the night owl. "Trespassing into the Hall of Wind, you shall face death." The spirit general swung his blade with considerable force. The night owl hesitated to retaliate, hastily explaining, "Ghost brother, I mean no offense to your domain. My target is that boy. Just allow me to capture him, and I shall leave this place immediately." "Not a chance." The spirit general would not allow the night owl to seize his master, immediately unleashing a flurry of slashes that forced the night owl to retreat step by step. Chapter 114. The Fist of the Angel. The night owl was not intimidated by the throng of spirits. As a formidable beast of the 3rd tier of the core formation realm, he did not regard a swarm of minor spirits in the refining spirit realm as a threat. However, upon hearing the name Hall of Wind, he recalled that there indeed existed a ghostly sect within these mountains, presided over by a core formation realm white-haired zombie known as the King of Mountain. It was this King of Mountain that he truly feared. Among all malevolent spirits, zombies were the most tenacious. The core formation white-haired zombie possessed a body of bronze and iron, with formidable defenses. Now, with his wings scorched and unable to fly, he had lost his greatest advantage, and should he encounter that white-haired zombie, he might not emerge victorious. Thus, the night owl chose to endure, refraining from counterattacking. Yet the spirit general cared not for offending the night owl. His master had issued a death command. And even if all the spirits of the Hall of Wind perished today, they must capture the enemy. As the spirit general, If he failed to take the lead, he would have no face to present to his master. He continued to wield his blade, charging with all his might, landing several blows upon the night owl. While these strikes were insufficient to breach the night owl's protective spiritual power, they still inflicted a measure of harm. After being forced back several dozen meters, the night owl finally lost his patience. If you refuse to show respect, do not blame me for being impolite. As the conversation unfolded, the night owl ceased his retreat. With a sweeping motion of his long sleeves, a series of shimmering feather blades shot forth, piercing directly through the form of the spirit general. Although the spirit general was an ethereal entity, impervious to physical attacks, the feather blades, imbued with demonic power, exhibited formidable might, instantly rending the spirit general's body asunder. Had it not been for the protective capabilities of the armor adorning the spirit general, this strike would have undoubtedly proven lethal. The spirit general withdrew, yielding the stage to the zombies. Xuan issued his command, prompting the spirit general to retreat immediately. Concurrently, the nearby small zombies lunged at the night owl, their gaping maws intent on tearing him apart. Unfazed and composed, the night owl formed a sword gesture with his hands, swiftly redirecting a feather blade to decapitate one of the small zombies. Remarkably, the decapitated creature remained undeterred, continuing its relentless advance toward the night owl, howling for vengeance. As the encirclement of small zombies solidified, the lurking malevolent spirits emerged, surrounding the night owl and launching a ferocious assault. Xuan was not idle either. He summoned the thunder-stricken Peachwood sword, orchestrating the battle among the spirits. Upon witnessing Xuan's control over these malicious entities, the night owl realized he had been ensnared from the outset. The sole purpose of these spirits was to besiege him. Yet, how could a mere human cultivator of the spirit refinement realm command such beings? Where had the white-haired zombie from the Wind Palace disappeared to? A multitude of questions flooded the night owl's mind, revealing that he had significantly underestimated this young man. However, being besieged by a horde of spirits was indeed troublesome. Yet, do I truly need to sully my hands to eliminate you? No sooner had he thought this than a feather blade surged through the throng of spirits, hurtling straight toward Xuan, the swordsmanship technique capable of striking from a distance. Without hesitation, Xuan leapt from the tree, seeking refuge behind a withered trunk to evade the feather blade's assault. The feather blade did indeed alter its trajectory, yet it abruptly halted mid-air, executing a graceful maneuver before once again charging toward Xuan. This is dire, Xuan thought with dread, for this sword technique was dreadfully fearsome, akin to a homing missile, relentless until it reached its target. Should he be struck by this feather blade, his defensive artifacts would likely falter, leaving him gravely injured. If not dead, it seemed his only hope lay in the true fire of the sun. If he could incinerate the feather blade, what matter its might? Just as Xuan gathered his spiritual energy, a striking figure dashed forth, interposing herself between him and the feather blade. It was Xuan. Her golden twin tails whipped high with her movements, and her fair, rosy face bore an expression of solemn determination, accompanied by a commanding shout. Her delicate fists erupted in a powerful collision with the feather blade. With a resounding crash, the night owl's feather blade shattered. Xuan hurried forward, grasping Xuan's small hand to inspect it. Remarkably, not even a scratch marred her skin. Xuan gazed at Xuan with delight and inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" The feather blade, while composed of ethereal feathers, possessed a sharpness that rivaled that of ordinary flying swords, easily capable of slicing through wrought iron. Yet, it was shattered by Xuan's fist, which was nothing short of astonishing. With a beaming smile, Xuan replied, "Just now, when I sensed my master was in danger, I acted without a second thought. In that fleeting moment, I comprehended a new skill. Indeed, as expected of a pet, skills can be realized. What skill is it?" "The fist of the angel," she proclaimed, embodying justice and guardianship. At the instant of striking, Xuan's fist would become harder than steel, capable of vanquishing all evil and violence. Xuan spoke earnestly, and this skill truly resonated with her character. Xuan felt a surge of joy. With this new ability, Xuan's combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. He could not help but pat her small head, praising, "As expected of my Xuan, you are remarkable." With her master's commendation, Xuan was instantly invigorated. She clenched her delicate fists and strode purposefully toward the night owl. "How dare you attack my master?" Xuan was determined to let you experience the power of the fist of the angel. Xuan initially wished to intervene, but upon seeing her expression, he understood that once this spirited little girl made up her mind, not even 10 bulls could deter her. It appeared that calamity awaited the night owl. Die, die, die. The night owl was still ensnared by the relentless onslaught of zombies and spirits, unable to extricate himself, and could only continue to assault these undead beings in an attempt to carve a path to freedom. However, the little zombies felt no pain. Some had already been torn to shreds by the night owl, yet remained animated, clinging stubbornly to him with whatever limbs remained. Encountering such indestructible foes was truly nauseating for the night owl. Suddenly, the night owl's expression shifted. The feather blade had broken. How could this happen? Just then, he noticed a charming young girl with golden hair and emerald green eyes approaching him. This hair and eye color? Could she be of the same kin as the Yaju? Just as the night owl felt a flicker of excitement, the golden-haired girl charged toward him with remarkable speed, her delicate fists like cannonballs, crashing violently into him. Poof! The night owl felt a violent jolt in his chest, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily surged forth. What terrifying strength! The night owl thought it unwise to underestimate her. He swiftly waved his sleeve again, sending another feather blade soaring toward Xuan's neck. Unfazed, Xuan coldly snorted and struck out with her fist, shattering the feather blade upon impact. How could this be possible? The night owl was left dumbfounded, lamenting the misfortune of encountering such bizarre creatures. Chapter 115. Returned to Cangyun City as the night owl pondered whether he had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out. Xuan had already begun to accelerate her charge, the spirits obstructing her path, upon the command of the little fairy, swiftly parted to create a clear passage for Xuan. The speed of the violent angel reached an astonishing level, surging before the night owl in the blink of an eye. She raised her delicate yet powerful little fist, delivering a heavy blow to the night owl. Sensing impending doom, the night owl attempted to evade, but was ensnared by a throng of monsters surrounding him, each little zombie constricting his body, leaving him utterly unable to escape. In a moment of desperation, the night owl could only concentrate his spiritual energy in his arms, crossing them to shield his head from the impending attack. With a resounding impact, the angel's fist struck the night owl's arm. The protective spiritual energy he summoned shattered instantly beneath the force of the angel's blow. Following this, a sharp crack echoed as both of the night owl's arms bent inward, broken. Yet the angel's assault was not over. Propelled by overwhelming inertia, she exerted further force, shattering the night owl's arm before landing a decisive strike upon his head. In that instant, it felt as though the very air had solidified. The surrounding monsters were awestruck by the terrible might of her punch. The divine aura emanating from the angel compelled them to kneel and submit, prostrating themselves with reverence as if gazing upon a deity. With a thunderous crash, the night owl fell heavily to the ground, liberated from the grasp of the monsters. His face contorted beyond recognition, devoid of any discernible features. Motionless, he appeared as though he had succumbed to death. Observing this, Xuan rushed forward. But Snow suddenly raised a hand to halt him. For precaution, Master, please hold on a moment. With that, Snow approached the night owl, took a deep breath, and unleashed the angel's punch once more, striking at his chest. The night owl, feigning death, let out a furious roar, feathers sprouting from his body as he attempted to transform into a beast and flee. Yet it was too late. Snow's angelic punch offered no respite, shattering his ribs and delivering a blow directly to his heart. The night owl, who had just raised his head, collapsed once again, this time truly lifeless. Xuan stood in stunned silence. The night owl had indeed been feigning death, had he not been discovered by Snow. His hasty approach could have put him in grave danger. Shaking the blood from his hands, Snow bounced over to Xuan, giggling. Master, wasn't I impressive? In the previous moment, she was a fierce little girl, and now she transformed into a cute little angel. The contrast was simply overwhelming. Xuan reached out to pat Snow's head, saying, You are truly remarkable, Snow. You've even learned to finish off opponents. Having you around brings such a sense of security. At Xuan's praise, Snow's eyes squinted into joyful slits, exuding cuteness, particularly when one overlooked her blood-stained hands. Soon after, Han Xiaobei and the others arrived. Upon witnessing the night owl sprawled on the ground, his features grotesquely twisted and a bloody cavity in his chest, they were left utterly shocked. Miss Xuan is indeed remarkably formidable, Han Xiaobei couldn't help but exclaim, and he found no discord in describing Xuan with such a term. Han Xiaomu gazed at Xuan with admiration, completely captivated and having become her devoted little fan. At that moment, Xuan had approached the corpse of the night owl, rummaging through its remains, for a formidable beast of the core formation realm would surely possess numerous valuable items. However, after a thorough search, Xuan found no treasures, only an unopenable storage ring and a letter concealed within the beast's fur. Master, may I take charge of this beast's remains? I wish to attempt to refine it into a zombie. The spirit envoy suddenly approached Xuan and inquired. Very well, you may handle it, Xuan replied. He had initially considered incinerating the corpse, but if it could be transformed into a zombie, it might indeed hold some utility. The spirit envoy, elated, promptly instructed the spirits to transport the night owl's body to the Yiwind Hall. Xuan then discreetly sought out the little fairy, instructing her to keep today's events under wraps. Should any members of the Xingzhou gang come to inquire in the future, she must be vigilant and report back to him promptly. The little fairy nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I shall guard the Yiwind Hall diligently. With encouragement, he returned to the convoy, where everyone was preparing to depart from the Ghost Cry Mountain. If they hurried, they would reach Cangyun City by tomorrow. Seated atop the carriage, Xuan opened the letter he had found on the night owl, only to discover it was not the correspondence he had anticipated, but rather an invitation. On the 8th day of September, the Fox Immortal Conference will be held, with a special invitation extended to the North Mountain King of Xingzhou to attend the banquet at the Fox Immortal Pavilion. The signature bore the emblem of a nine-tailed fox. It was an invitation from the Fox Immortal Pavilion. However, Xuan was perplexed that the invitee was not the Night Owl, but rather the North Mountain King. He had come across the North Mountain King in his readings. He was the most renowned prince of the Xingzhou royal family and the only one currently wielding military authority, representing the few remaining power players within the royal lineage. Yet, why would a royal prince be invited to a conference of the demon race? It was incomprehensible. Xuan stowed the invitation away, lost in contemplation. He instinctively sensed some underlying scheme at play. A royal prince attending a demon gathering was fraught with complications. Nevertheless, he decided to dismiss it, considering it irrelevant to his own affairs. Upon returning to the carriage, Xuan rested his head upon Schwetter's thigh and drifted into a blissful slumber. The following day, perhaps exhausted from the recent events, Xuan awoke well past noon, realizing that the convoy was now less than 10 miles from Cangyun City. Ding. Sign-in successful. You have obtained 100 equity of the Fulai restaurant. Fulai restaurant? Xuan recalled that it was a prominent establishment in Cangyun City, though not as grand as the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. It was well located within the inner city. To return and receive an entire restaurant as a gift was quite a pleasant surprise. Reimagining it as a branch of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the caravan swiftly entered Cangyun City and came to a halt before the establishment. After bidding farewell to his companions, Xuan disembarked with Schwer and headed home. As they approached the entrance, they were greeted by Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, Shangyu, Duan Hui, and other attendants who eagerly awaited their arrival. Upon entering the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Xuan was welcomed like a star, and before he could settle down, Xiao Bai presented him with warm water and towels for his face and hands, while Xiao Qing offered a bowl of chilled sour plum soup to alleviate the summer heat. Shangyu and Duan Hui, brimming with curiosity about Xuan's recent adventures, bombarded him with questions. Xuan briefly recounted his experiences in the nebulous secret realm, satisfying their inquisitiveness. Wait, Yi Xiao, have you broken through to the spirit refinement realm? Duan Hui suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. Shangyu was taken aback. Is that true? Just a few days have passed. Xuan chuckled. I stumbled upon some opportunities during this journey and inadvertently made a breakthrough. Stumbled upon, Shangyu felt disheartened, having been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for several years. This is such joyous news. Yi Xiao, you must treat us. The Happy Grove is reopening today. We simply must celebrate. As the night cloaked Cangyun City, tranquility began to settle, yet the festivities at the Happy Grove in the East District were just commencing. With the rhythmic clatter of hooves, Xuan leaned out to assess the scene and noticed significant changes at Happy Grove. Following his advice, Xingzhou had introduced various new facilities, such as fountains, a children's playground, and an array of affordable household goods, including cosmetics for women and toys for children. Xuan envisioned creating a vibrant nightlife hub centered around a snack street to cater to the entertainment needs of the common populace. The carriage continued onwards, gradually penetrating the inner sanctum of the Happy Grove, which had adopted a high-end consumer approach. The decor and layout exuded a more luxurious ambience. In addition to the original entertainment venues, Xuan had instructed Xingzhou to reserve a substantial area for his future plans. He intended not only to establish a branch of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, but also to explore the introduction of other entertainment options, such as KTV, nightclubs, and storytelling performances. Of course, mere replication would not suffice. Localization and adaptation would be essential. Fortunately, the technical implementation was manageable, relying on magical artifacts. Xuan envisioned the Happy Grove becoming the premier entertainment destination in Cangyun City and even the entire Star Continent, dedicating considerable thought to this endeavor. He also contemplated acquiring additional land surrounding the Happy Grove, but upon reviewing the exorbitant prices previously, he had refrained from acting. However, now, he found himself in a position of financial abundance. Indeed, Yixian's keen interest in the joyful forest was not driven by a desire for financial gain, but rather a pure aspiration to create a vibrant nightlife venue. After all, the entertainment culture in this world is woefully lacking. When night falls, everyone retreats into their homes. While it may be cozy for those with spouses and children, it is quite unfriendly for us solitary souls. Simply put, it is exceedingly dull. Unbeknownst to him, the carriage had come to a halt before a resplendent red building adorned with bright crimson lanterns. Xingzhou scampered over, accompanied by a gaggle of young ladies. "Welcome, young Master Yi, to inspect the joyful forest. Ladies, let us dance." As Yixian dismounted the carriage, he was greeted by a throng of elegantly clad maidens waving handkerchiefs in exuberant welcome, a sight that was almost too overwhelming to behold. Shan Yu and Duan Hui gazed in awe, their eyes sparkling with excitement. It appeared that during the closure of the joyful forest, both had been yearning for this moment. Once on the ground, Yixian instructed, "Prepare some food and drink, and then enlighten me on the current state of the joyful forest." "Of course, young Master Yi. Please step inside." "Chun'er, come here," and escort young Master Yi upstairs. A youthful maiden with an exceptionally pure and charming appearance approached, shyly nodding to Yixian. "Chun'er has met young Master Yi. Please follow me." Her bashful demeanor was quite convincing. Had he not known the nature of this establishment, Yixian might have easily been deceived. However, Xingzhou leaned in to whisper, "Young Master Yi, Chun'er is my cousin, a true lady of the house, well-versed in poetry and song, and an exceptional dancer. She is merely a bit timid, being her first time in such a place. So if she seems uncertain of the customs, I hope you will be understanding." Yixian widened his eyes in disbelief. "You actually brought your own cousin to such a place?" "Xingzhou, for goodness sake, exercise some caution. No wonder, elder son, he holds you in such low regard. Just look at this absurdity." Xingzhou chuckled. "I simply lacked manpower, so I brought her along to lend a hand." "Well then, let us proceed inside," Yixian replied. Upon entering the red building, he noted the absence of stairs, but this time, there were 3 floors, with a central courtyard allowing for easy movement without the need to ascend and descend from the outside. Yixian lightly pressed off his toes and effortlessly leaped to the 3rd floor. Although practitioners of the spirit refinement realm cannot fly, their agility is undoubtedly top tier. This display left Xingzhou utterly astonished. "Young master, when did you break through to the spirit refinement realm? How did you know I had?" Yixian inquired. The height of the 3rd floor is significant. Only those in the spirit refinement realm can leap to it in one bound. Even those at the peak of the Qi refinement realm cannot ascend in a single attempt, Xingzhou explained. Shan Yu and Duan Hui were skeptical and attempted to mimic Yixian's ascent to the 3rd floor. Indeed, they fell short and had to land on the 2nd floor before using their momentum to leap again, finally reaching the 3rd floor. "Quite intriguing, this design. Did you create it?" Yixian asked. Xingzhou ascended to the 3rd floor and remarked, "I have specifically conducted experiments dozens of times. It should be infallible." "Young Master Yi, you must have broken through to the divine refinement realm, am I correct?" Yixian nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Xingzhou's astonished expression, Shan Yu stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "Young brother, you shall become accustomed to it. Our young Master Yi is no ordinary person and cannot be judged by common reasoning." Xingzhou earnestly nodded in agreement. Indeed, there exists a disparity among individuals, a truth that all cultivators understand from a young age. Soon, the banquet was laid out, and the 4 of them took their seats. Xingzhou first extended his congratulations to Yixian, then began to report the details of his work in earnest. Although Yixian listened attentively, he was, in truth, rather indifferent to Xingzhou's words, primarily due to the enchanting presence of his sister, Chun'er, beside him. The fragrance she emitted was nothing short of intoxicating, a subtle, ethereal aroma reminiscent of orchids in a secluded valley. It was not overpowering. One might not even notice it unless one were attentive, yet once perceived, it seemed to linger in the mind, unforgettable. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yixian inquired, "Miss Chun'er, from where did you acquire your exquisite fragrance?" Chun'er shyly lowered her head and softly replied, "Young Master Yi, you have misunderstood. I have not applied any perfume. The scent you perceive is merely my natural fragrance." "Natural fragrance?" Yixian was further perplexed. Such a scent was indeed extraordinary. Xingzhou chuckled, "Young Master Yi, do not doubt my words. My cousin Chun'er has possessed this alluring scent since childhood, though ordinary people cannot detect it. Only cultivators can, which likely indicates a unique constitution." Yi Xian could not help but steal another glance at Chun'er, a shy, innocent girl exuding such charm. Who could resist? However, Yi Xian was not a lecherous old man. Despite his subjective admiration, he refrained from taking any overt actions. This restraint was largely due to the elevated standards instilled in him by Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xue Er, as frequent encounters with beauties rendered it less likely for him to succumb to base desires. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere grew lively, a sudden commotion erupted from downstairs. Xingzhou's mood soured instantly. It was disheartening that trouble brewed on the very day the happy forest opened. I shall see what the matter is, he declared, leaping down the stairs. Yet, mere moments later, he was propelled back up to the third floor by a swift kick. Ouch! My kidneys! Xingzhou cried out, clutching his waist in agony, rolling on the ground in pain. Chapter 117. Young brother, what is the matter with you? Xiangyu rushed to examine Xingzhou's injuries. Yi Xian also rose and approached the railing to peer down. There stood the figure of the solitary shadow from the Xiantian sect. After being struck by Xiao Qing's poisoned arrow, it was said he had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. It seemed now that he had recovered and sought revenge. In a moment of mutual recognition, Gu Ying immediately discerned Yi Xian's identity. With a swift leap, he ascended to the third floor, positioning himself atop the railing, gazing down upon Yi Xian with a commanding presence. His voice, gravelly and demanding, echoed, "Hand over Miss One. Come to seek the little immortal concubine?" It appears he remains oblivious to the events that transpired thereafter. Yi Xian, however, refrained from providing explanations, simply retorting, "Desire the person? You must first contend with me. Very well, then do not blame me for my ruthless actions." A resonant hum of a sword pierced the air. Yet Gu Ying exhibited no visible movement. The Qinggang sword surged forth, aiming directly at Yi Xian's abdomen. "Be cautious, young Master Yi." Duan Hui, having already sensed Gu Ying's ill intentions, had stealthily positioned himself behind Yi Xian. As Gu Ying unleashed his strike, Duan Hui instinctively leaped forward, using his own back to absorb the blow from the Qinghong's sword. Yi Xian was taken aback by Duan Hui's sudden intervention, hastily summoning the bamboo segment sword. But it was already too late. Clang! Sparks erupted in an unexpected turn of events. The Qingang sword ricocheted off Duan Hui's back. How can this be? Though Duan Hui had once nearly ascended to the realm of divine refinement, he was now merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement. While Gu Ying possessed the formidable strength of the 9th level of divine refinement, the Qingang sword, being at least a 3rd-tier flying sword, should have pierced through Duan Hui's body effortlessly. How could it have been deflected? Yi Xian had no time for contemplation and swung the bamboo segment sword, its momentum akin to a whip, striking towards Gu Ying. Sensing the formidable power within the strike, Gu Ying refrained from confrontation, swiftly evading. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xian pulled Duan Hui back, only to discover a significant tear in the fabric of his back, revealing skin that glimmered with a metallic sheen. What is this? Yi Xian marveled, astonished by the revelation that Duan Hui's body bore no flesh, but was instead enveloped in a thick layer of metal. This was certainly not a protective artifact. Yi Xian could clearly see that the metallic skin was intricately fused with Duan Hui's being, an integral part of him. "Young Master Yi, do not concern yourself with me. I am unharmed," Duan Hui hastily assured. "Xiangyu, I leave him in your care." Yi Xian promptly entrusted Duan Hui to Xiangyu, extending his hand as spiritual energy coalesced into threads that shot forth, ensnaring the bamboo segment sword midair. With renewed force, he redirected the sword's trajectory, slicing towards Gu Ying. To onlookers, it appeared as though Yi Xian commanded the sword from thin air. Gu Ying furrowed his brow, taken aback, controlling objects with spiritual energy. "I did not anticipate your prowess to have reached such heights. The last time we met, you were but an unrefined mortal. It seems your origins are far from ordinary." As he spoke, Gu Ying summoned the Qinggang sword back to his hand, the clash of metal ringing out as it collided with the bamboo segment sword. However, the bamboo segment sword, resilient and supple, despite being intercepted, curved its tail with relentless momentum, sweeping rapidly towards Gu Ying. Realizing the imminent danger, Gu Ying exerted pressure upon the Qinggang sword, unleashing his strength to forcefully repel the bamboo segment sword, thereby averting the crisis. "Where is he?" In but a brief moment, Gu Ying discovered that Yi Xian had vanished from sight. "I am right here," Yi Xian's voice echoed from behind Gu Ying. Startled, Gu Ying had no time to evade, and was sent flying 7 or 8 meters by a powerful blow from Yi Xian's Arhut Fuhu fist, crashing heavily against a wooden pillar. A cough escaped Gu Ying, his entire being shaken by the force, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His meridians damaged. He found the flow of spiritual energy within him obstructed. You have won. Guing collapsed to the ground, gazing up at Yi Xian who approached. His tone tinged with bitterness. Yi Xian stretched languidly, remarking, I broke a little sweat, but it feels rather pleasant. He seated himself on a nearby bench and inquired, what business do you have with Xiao Xianfei? Do you still harbor intentions to harm her? No, I do not. Guing responded hastily, realizing his outburst. He shook his head and sighed. I have watched her grow. How could I bear to harm her? Yet, I am bound by my master's orders and have no recourse. Had you not intruded upon Xintian's sect to rescue Xiao Yi last time, I had intended to secretly escort her away. Do you have feelings for Xiao Xianfei? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Guing found himself momentarily speechless. Yi Xian chuckled. If Guing speaks truthfully, then he indeed embodies the archetype of the tragic second male lead. Alas, you know not the depths of Xiao Xianfei's courage. She is far braver than you can conceive. A flicker of realization crossed Gu Ying's face, and with a self-deprecating smile, he grasped the Qinggang's sword, poised to thrust it into his heart. Bang! The sword was kicked away by Yi Xian. Gu Ying stared at him in disbelief. Why save me? You think too much. Your life or death is of no concern to me. However, if you wish to die, please do so far from here. This lively establishment has just opened today, and your demise would bring ill fortune, deterring others from coming. Gu Ying's expression darkened as he struggled to rise, bowing to Yi Xian. Gu Ying, thank you for sparing my life, young Master Yi. I take my leave. He then leaped off the building, stumbling and rolling several meters before laboriously getting back on his feet, swaying as he departed. Young Master Yi, why did you let him go? That fellow nearly broke my back, and I have yet to exact my revenge. Sun Zhua, having seemingly recovered though still pale, exclaimed. Returning to his seat, Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, this fellow may have his uses, do not dwell on it. Let us drink. Shan Yu chimed in. Young Master Yi acts with reason, you need not question further. Duan Hui added with a simple smile, though Guing appears ruthless, he is not a villain at heart. When he first struck, his sword did not aim for young Master Yi's vitals. It was merely a show of intimidation, with no true malice intended. Yi Xian glanced at Duan Hui, noticing that he had changed into a code at some point, seemingly wishing to conceal his own secrets. Yi Xian, understanding the unspoken cue, refrained from pressing the matter further. Unbeknownst to them, the night deepened as they continued to drink. Aside from Yi Xian, the other three had already collapsed under the table, utterly intoxicated. How inept they are, Yi Xian remarked, yet he could not help but let out a drunken belch, his head beginning to swirl. Observing this, Chun'er said, Young Master Yi, allow me to assist you to a place of rest. Yi Xian was aware that returning home in such a state would certainly result in a tongue lashing from Xiaobai. It seemed wise to refrain from going back tonight. Nodding in agreement, he allowed Chun'er to support his arm as they departed the red building, wandering into a small grove. This was the former residence of the little fairy, now completely refurbished and revitalized. Upon entering, Chun'er guided Yi Xian to the bedroom, laying him down, and busied herself with fetching warm water to wash his hands and face. She even brewed a cup of sobering tea, and upon noticing Yi Xian's discomfort, sat beside him to massage his forehead, soothing his nerves. In Chapter 118, Yi Xian, possessing a naturally perfected physique, had his vital energy circulating swiftly, and after resting for less than half an hour, the effects of the alcohol had largely dissipated. As he opened his eyes, he discovered that Chun'er remained by his side, not having departed. Noticing his awakening, she hastily brought a bowl of hot tea, saying, Young Master Yi, drink some sobering tea to warm your stomach. However, Yi Xian did not reach for it. Instead, he sat up and regarded Chun'er, inquiring, Is there something you wish for me to assist you with? Chun'er hesitated, her expression shifting slightly as she stammered, And no, there's no need to be anxious. If your sole purpose was to care for me, you would have left after I fell asleep. Since you have stayed until now, you must have something to say. Speak freely. There is no need for embarrassment, Yi Xian assured her, adept at gauging others' emotions. Lowering her gaze, Chun'er's cheeks flushed, and in a soft voice, she confessed, I wish to borrow some money from young Master Yi. Borrow money? This took Yi Xian by surprise, and he asked, You are Sun Zhua's cousin. One would assume you would not be in need of funds. Why seek my assistance? After my parents passed away years ago, my cousin's family has treated me kindly, and my aunt frequently provides for me, even funding my education and training. I owe them so much that I feel embarrassed to ask for money, Chun'er explained. I see. Yi Xian replied. What do you intend to do with the borrowed money? Chun'er continued. Before my father passed, he pawned a treasured calligraphy piece, which was his most beloved artwork in our family's heirloom. Recently, I learned that this piece will be auctioned at the Xingzhou Trading Company. Yi Xian understood. You wish to bid on that calligraphy piece, do you not? Yes, Chun'er confirmed, her large, bashful eyes glancing at Yi Xian as she softly added, rest assured. I will not borrow without recompense. I can provide a written agreement and pay interest. Although I may not be able to repay within a year or two, I will strive to earn enough to return the money to you within 5 to 10 years. Yi Xian chuckled. With such filial piety, how could I refuse? However, since this is an auction, the final price remains uncertain. How about this? I will accompany you when the auction commences. Yi Xian had never attended an auction before, and this was a splendid opportunity to broaden his horizons. Who knows? He might encounter something truly remarkable. Chun'er was delighted. The auction would take place in 2 days. Very well. I shall meet you at Xingzhou in 2 days, she said. Thank you, young Master Yi. Chun'er will take her leave now. Yi Xian watched Chun'er depart, and after a brief moment, he too left, returning alone to Zuixian after fully sobering up. No matter how soft the bed outside, it could not compare to the comfort of his own. Although this outing was brief, the experiences of life and death had made it feel quite lengthy, leaving Yi Xian with a profound longing for the familiar scent of his own bed. Indeed, he was a man who cherished the comforts of home. Upon returning to room 1, he found that Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing had already retired for the night. Yi Xian did not disturb them and quietly slipped into his own room. It was just past midnight, a perfect time to check in. Ding. Check-in successful. He had acquired 100 ownership of Desheng Commercial. Isn't this the Desheng that Chun'er mentioned? He mused. In an instant, it had transformed into his own enterprise. Well, it seemed he had struck another profitable deal. Yi Xian suddenly began to wonder if he continued this pattern of check-ins, would he soon possess the entirety of Cangyun City? A true capitalist in the making. As he lay in his bed, Yi Xian drifted into a blissful sleep. Morning arrived, and the sky was still dimly lit when Yi Xian felt a fragrant breeze brush past his ear. Hiss! It was as if an electric current surged through him, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes to find Xuan inexplicably perched on his bed, playfully blowing into his ear. Yi Xian chuckled wryly. Xuan, what are you doing? Xuan, with her cerulean eyes filled with confusion, replied, does master not enjoy the gentle breeze? Well, I do, but you cannot ambush me like that. I fear my heart may not withstand it. Xuan nodded thoughtfully. Xuan understands. I shall seek a more suitable moment. Ahem. Yi Xian cleared his throat. Actually, now is quite fine, since you have already startled me awake. Xuan, ever perceptive, immediately grasped his meaning. She leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder, and began to blow softly into his ear once more. The sensation overwhelmed Yi Xian, leaving him utterly entranced. After finishing one side, Xuan gracefully shifted to the other side, continuing her gentle ministrations. The delightful experience left Yi Xian in sheer ecstasy. Sensing Yi Xian's delight, Xuan unfurled her pristine angelic wings, delicately gliding them over him, heightening the pleasurable sensations to an almost unbearable degree. All right, that's enough. If this continues, I may not be able to endure it, Yi Xian managed to say. Xuan retracted her wings and said, if master enjoys it, Xuan can come to serve you every morning. Yi Xian couldn't help but ruffle Xuan's little head, exclaiming, you truly are the affectionate little cotton-padded jacket of your master. Xuan adored being patted on the head by Yi Xian, immediately closing her eyes in blissful enjoyment. Observing her delightful expression, Yi Xian found it hard to withdraw his hand. After a considerable time, he felt it prudent to cease, fearing that he might inadvertently ruin the little angel's beautiful hair. Let us rise. We shall go downstairs for some snacks. As they stepped out, they encountered Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing in the living room. Clearing his throat, Yi Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, not due to his late return the previous night, but rather because Xuan had emerged from the bedroom alongside him, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Indeed, misunderstandings did ensue. Young master, you must exercise restraint, Xiao Qing said earnestly. Xiao Bai playfully tapped Xiao Qing's forehead, admonishing her, do not speak nonsensically. Then, she approached Yi Xian and whispered, young master, though this matter is not my concern, Xuan is still quite young and cannot withstand too much excitement. Moderation is advisable. Xiao Bai even misjudged me. Do I truly appear to be such an unreliable person? I swear, I have yet to indulge in any impure activities my entire life. After freshening up and having breakfast, the morning sun shone brightly. Yi Xian called upon Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, mounting his swift tiger steed, and set off for the Fu Lai restaurant. With ample funds at his disposal, not only did he possess spirit stones valued at 23 billion taels of silver, but his current banknotes were also quite plentiful. Money that remains unspent does not multiply. Thus, he must devise ways to invest it wisely. The Fu Lai restaurant was merely a starting point. Yi Xian aspired to acquire more establishments, aiming to monopolize the high-end dining scene throughout Cangyun City. By doing so, coupled with a delivery service, he could undoubtedly amass a fortune. In the realm of cultivation, wealth holds significant importance, as the process demands immense resources. To obtain superior resources, one must rely not only on luck and opportunity, but also on financial investment. Chapter 119. Cangyun Avenue, Fuzhe Pavilion. Fuzhe Pavilion is the oldest district in Cangyun City. It is said that when Xingzhou was first established, there was no Cangyun City, only a small town named Fuzhe with a population of merely hundreds. As the city expanded over the years, Fuzhe town evolved into Fuzhe Pavilion. Despite the passage of a millennium, the name Fuzhe has endured. Though located in the heart of the main urban area, Fuzhe Pavilion belongs to an older part of the city. Upon entering, the streets and buildings appeared considerably more antiquated compared to the bustling Cangyun Avenue nearby. Yet they remained relatively clean and tidy. The residents here are predominantly elderly, and the pace of life seems leisurely, devoid of the frantic atmosphere found outside. As Yi Xian stepped into Fuzhe Pavilion, he found himself quite fond of the ambience. However, the tranquility was almost too profound, rendering it a stark contrast to the vibrant and lively Cangyun Avenue. While it may be suitable for retirement, it hardly seemed fitting for the youth. It is said that some cultivators choose to settle here, as the tranquility allows for undisturbed meditation. The Falaju restaurant, although modest in size, immediately caught Yi Xian's attention as he wandered about Fuzhe Pavilion. Like the other structures in the vicinity, the Falaju restaurant, despite its considerable scale, exudes an air of antiquity. With its exterior walls marred by peeling paint, standing at 5 stories tall, it is the highest edifice within Fuzhe Pavilion. What would you three like to eat? A drowsy attendant, stirred by the entrance of guests, promptly approached. Yi Xian wasted no time, inquiring directly, "Where's your boss?" The attendant, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized and asked, "Are you young Master Yi Xian?" "Indeed," he replied. "You have finally arrived. Allow me to escort you upstairs to meet Boss He." No sooner had the attendant finished speaking than hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. A corpulent middle-aged man rushed down, grasping Yi Xian's hand fervently. "Young Master Yi, your kindness cannot be repaid in words. This Falaju restaurant is now entrusted to you. Listen well, everyone. Henceforth, young Master Yi is your new master, and you must obey his every command." Without allowing Yi Xian a chance to respond, Boss He hastily gathered his belongings and departed. If Yi Xian were not aware that the rewards from the system would not lead him astray, he might have thought Boss He was setting a trap. "What is the matter with Boss He?" Yi Xian inquired. The attendant, seeing that Boss He had disappeared into the distance, felt free to express himself. "Young master, you may not be aware, but Boss He is a gambler. Recently, he lost his entire fortune at the Batian casino, and in a desperate attempt to liquidate his assets, he is now preparing to flee with the money. Is he planning to run away without repaying his debts? Will the casino not come looking for me?" Yi Xian's brow furrowed. Though he was not particularly concerned about such trivial troubles, it seemed improbable that the system would be so unreliable. "Not quite," the attendant clarified. "Boss He has settled his gambling debts. After all, the Batian casino is not to be trifled with. Those who owe them money can be pursued to the ends of the earth. However, Boss He has offended certain individuals there and fears retaliation. Hence his desire to seek refuge elsewhere." "Ah, I see," Yi Xian replied, relieved that he would not be entangled in Boss He's predicament. "Now, lead me through the restaurant and summon everyone. Present the accounts as well." He turned to his companions. "Shao Qing, you will be in charge of the accounts. Shao Bai, please inspect the kitchen to determine what improvements are needed to transform this place into a branch of Zuixian. Shao Bai and Shao Qing nodded and promptly set to work. Under the attendant's guidance, Yi Xian thoroughly inspected the Falaju restaurant, gaining insight into its daily operations. The location is relatively favorable, though the decor is rather dated and in need of renovation. Approaching the window, Yi Xian beheld a 3-story shop adjacent to the tavern. Its entrance firmly shut, leaving him curious about its wares. "What is the purpose of this shop?" he inquired. The attendant elucidated. "This is the medicinal herb shop belonging to the Zhou family. Currently in the process of being disposed of, it has been closed for half a month." "The Zhou family? Which Zhou family?" Yi Xian pressed. "The very same Zhou family to which Miss Zhou Shuero, the top scorer of this year's Immortal Gate examination, belongs. This herb shop was originally managed by her. However, she has gone to Star City to participate in the city-wide examination. It is rumored that she has been accepted into the sacred land of stars, likely to be absent for 3 to 5 years. Furthermore, the Zhou family has encountered some minor troubles lately, prompting them to sell off certain properties, and naturally, This vacant herb shop is among those to be sold. Yixian was taken aback. The herb shop belonged to Zhou Xuero? This was the first tidbit he had received about her since her departure from Cangyun City. However, he remained uncertain whether her admission into the sacred land of stars was due to her own merits or the influence of his name. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Her safe entry into the sacred land was indeed a cause for celebration. After his visit, Yixian descended the stairs and encountered Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Young master, the accounts have been verified, and all is in order, though the funds on hand are dwindling. Sufficient only for a few days, Xiao Qing informed. Xiao Bai added. The chefs in the kitchen were initially considering resigning, but upon hearing that this place will become a branch of Xingzhou, they are willing to stay. Then there are no issues. Starting today, we shall close for 3 days to undergo renovations. We will reopen in 3 days under the name of Xingzhou branch. Of course, wages will continue to be paid during the closure, and once we officially reopen, all chefs and staff will receive a 20% raise. Upon hearing Yixian's words, the attendants and the arriving chefs erupted in excited cheers. Boss Yi is magnificent. Our esteemed boss. Yixian summoned Xiao Bai and, presenting her with a thick stack of silver notes, instructed, arrange for the tavern to be redecorated and renovated. Xiao Bai nodded, but then remarked, however, young master, this is merely a simple renovation. Such a large sum of money is unnecessary. This stack of silver notes must exceed 10 million taels. Additionally, when time permits, please visit the adjacent herb shop. If it is indeed for sale and the price is reasonable, procure it to facilitate the expansion of the tavern, Yixian directed. Xiao Bai nodded, understood, young master. I will attend to it immediately. You need not involve yourself too much. Seek out trustworthy assistants to handle matters. Your sole responsibility should be to issue commands, lest you tire my Xiao Bai. I cannot bear that, Yixian said with concern. Xiao Bai felt a wave of emotion at his words. Sister, don't be lost in thought. Young master has already left. Xiao Qing gently patted Xiao Bai's shoulder. Xiao Bai shot Xiao Qing an exasperated glare. Get to work. After departing from Fu's Pavilion, Yixian did not wander far, but instead made his way to Cangyun Avenue. Directly entering his Lingdan Hall, he sought to find books related to spiritual herbs, hoping to uncover the origins of the red lotus herb. As Yixian stepped through the door, he had barely found his footing when an elderly man clad in white rushed towards him, grasping his hand tightly. Young Master Yi, I have finally awaited your arrival. This white-clad elder was none other than the famed Dr. Hong, who had previously insisted on Yixian joining the Medicine King sect. Yixian smiled wryly and replied, Dr. Hong, I have made it clear that I shall not join any Medicine King sect. Please do not press the matter further. Seeing Yixian's unwavering stance, Dr. Hong's expression turned to one of deep regret. Young Master Yi, it would indeed be a pity if such a talented alchemist were to remain undiscovered. Please do not persuade me any further. By the way, Dr. Hong, during my recent expedition to the nebulous secret realm, I acquired a spiritual herb, but I am unable to discern its origin. Could you lend your expertise? Dr. Hong initially presumed that Yixian was attempting to change the subject and sighed in resignation. Very well, if you are unwilling, I cannot compel you. Please show me the spiritual herb. Yixian wasted no time, producing the red lotus flower. Instantly, a wave of warm energy enveloped the space. Dr. Hong was momentarily taken aback, then astonishment washed over him, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he seized Yixian's arm. Is this truly the herb you discovered in the nebulous secret realm? Indeed, it was found nestled within a hot spring, Yixian confirmed. Without a doubt, this is the 5th grade spiritual herb, the fire-quenching lotus. The seeds of this lotus sprout only within magma, and as it matures, it finds refuge within the hot spring's waters, absorbing the spiritual essence to grow. It takes 60 years to reach the 1st grade, and a full 300 years to attain the 5th grade. This particular fire-quenching lotus is of exceptional quality, having just entered the ranks of 5th grade spiritual herbs. Had it been discovered a year later, it would have begun to wither and lost its efficacy. Had it been found a year earlier, it would only be of 4th grade, significantly diminishing its value. Young Master Yi, your timing in acquiring this fire-quenching lotus is nothing short of enviable. It seems quite impressive, Yixian chuckled. So, Dr. Hong, do you know what effects this fire-quenching lotus possesses? It appeared to be a fire attribute herb, coincidentally aligning with his cultivation of the Embrace the Sun technique, which might prove beneficial. The fire-quenching lotus is the primary ingredient for crafting the fire-quenching pill. Pills of 4th grade and below grant the ability to resist flames for a limited time, rendering one impervious to fire burns. However, the 5th grade fire-quenching pill is distinct. Not only does it provide fire resistance, but it also serves to heal burns. Even the most severe burns can be effectively treated with a single 5th-grade fire-quenching pill. Is it merely for treating burns? Yi Xian's tone revealed a hint of disappointment. Dr. Hong hastily interjected, while this fire-quenching pill may not be of much use to you, in the hands of those in dire need, it is a priceless elixir, worth at least 50 million taels of silver. 50 million? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. That is merely the starting price. In urgent circumstances, the price could triple or quadruple. Yi Xian shook his head and said, Dr. Hong, you seem to have misunderstood my point. How can the price of a 5th-grade elixir be so inexpensive? It is even less than that of a 3rd-grade spirit stone. Dr. Hong paused for a moment, unable to suppress a wry smile, and replied, Mr. Yi, you might be mistaken. Spirit stones are the hard currency of the cultivation world, essential for every cultivator, especially the powerful ones, who have a tremendous demand for them. Hence, as long as you possess spirit stones, you need not worry about selling them. On the other hand, spiritual elixirs and artifacts are not necessities, and the majority of low-grade spiritual treasures are produced in abundance, making it impossible to inflate their prices. Moreover, even among elixirs of the same grade, there can be a vast difference in price. For instance, the blood condensation and Xuan cultivation pill you refined last time, though it is classified as a 1st-grade pill, is exceedingly difficult to concoct, and thus its price rivals that of a 3rd-grade pill. Furthermore, since you produced the finest version of the blood condensation and Xuan cultivation pill, its worth reaches millions, akin to the price of an ordinary 4th-grade elixir. Apart from spirit stones, anything else can become a rare commodity. The rarer it is, the higher the price it can command, but such items are often elusive. I see. Thank you, Dr. Hong. As Yi Xian prepared to put away the fire-quenching lotus, he noticed Dr. Hong gazing longingly at it, seemingly harboring significant thoughts about the lotus, yet ultimately shook his head. As a mere 4th-grade alchemist, he knew he could not refine the lotus. Otherwise, he would have insisted on acquiring it. After bidding farewell to Dr. Hong, Yi Xian strolled through the spirit elixir hall, acquiring an alchemical furnace and some relatively inexpensive 1st-grade medicinal herbs. He intended to refine some 1st-grade elixirs during his leisure time, hoping to produce some exceptional ones. After leaving with the herbs, Yi Xian headed straight back to the adjacent villa. Upon entering, he found Han Xiaomu seated on the sofa, munching on chips and sipping on a sugary beverage, laughing heartily at the Animal World program on the television. Why aren't you tending to the shop during the day? Has Sister Han any idea you're here indulging yourself? Han Xiaomu, casually crossing her legs, replied nonchalantly, Mother told me to focus on my cultivation for now, so I don't need to watch the shop. But I haven't seen you practicing, he remarked. One must eat well first to have the energy to cultivate. Han Xiaomu's assertive little expression amused Yi Xian. All right, you carry on. I'm off to swim. Descending to the basement, Yi Xian changed into his swim trunks and swam for half an hour before heading to the backyard, where he soaked up the sun while beginning his alchemical work. For Yi Xian, basking in the sunlight was the finest method of cultivation, as the practice of the sun embrace technique involved absorbing the true fire of the sun. Alchemy requires intense concentration, and time flew swiftly. Before he knew it, evening had arrived. The results were satisfactory. Yi Xian had nearly exhausted all his materials, successfully refining 7 1st-grade elixirs. Due to the ordinary nature of the ingredients, these were not rare elixirs, but rather the most common ones, such as the bone-washing pill, Xuan cultivation pill, and body-strengthening pill. The quality of the elixirs was commendable. However, the absence of the celestial phenomenon of pill clouds indicated that they were not the pinnacle of supreme elixirs. Indeed, it became evident that luck plays a vital role in the alchemical process for crafting top-tier elixirs. No matter how skilled an alchemist may be, the element of fortune is indispensable in the creation of such exquisite concoctions. It is no wonder that the prices of supreme elixirs are exorbitantly high. After tidying up, Yi Xian returned to his villa. The television was still on, but Han Xiaomu had already succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Yi Xian approached her, gently brushing away the crumbs of chips from her lips and draping a blanket over her before mounting the swift-wind tiger and departing to fetch Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Upon returning to Zuixian with the two, the night had fully descended. Young master, I inquired, and the Zhou family is indeed willing to sell their herbal shop, with a price tag of 8 million taels of silver. I have investigated, and while the land of Fuse Pavilion is not overly expensive, it is quite sought after. Coupled with the well-maintained decor of the herbal shop, this price is quite reasonable. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed with the purchase. I shall provide an additional 5 million for renovation and reconstruction, which should suffice. Understood, young master. I will visit the Zhou family tomorrow. Chapter 121, Successful Check-in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the appraisal eye. The system's notification mingled with the sound of Xuan's breath, creating a harmonious melody that heralded the dawn of a new day for Yixian. The appraisal eye? As Yixian pondered this, he suddenly felt a slight sting in his eyes, compelling him to instinctively shut them. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to find that his vision had seemingly improved. Everything he beheld appeared strikingly clear. Yet, aside from this enhancement, there appeared to be no further change. Why then was it termed the appraisal eye? Perhaps it required the sight of treasures to truly manifest its capabilities? Yixian opened his storage space and retrieved a 4th-grade spirit stone. This was undoubtedly one of his most valuable possessions. As his gaze fell upon the spirit stone, he felt a warmth emanate from deep within his pupils, and a wealth of information was instantaneously conveyed to his mind. Spirit stone, 4th grade, abundant and rich in spiritual energy, pure and free of impurities. The appraisal eye indeed lived up to its name, serving to identify the attributes of treasures. It must be said that the timing of the appraisal eye's arrival was fortuitous, as it could prove useful at today's auction. A fragrant breeze wafted in, enveloping Yixian in a delightful comfort that made him reluctant to rise from his bed. Xuan had become increasingly skilled. In addition to whispering in his ear, she had learned to tease his ears with strands of her hair, the delicate sensation inducing both itchiness and pleasure. Yixian found himself apprehensive. If he continued to indulge in such luxuries, he feared he might become a mere idle person. Nevertheless, he chose to luxuriate in his sloth. After a brief nap, he awoke to find that it was nearly noon. Xuan, perhaps weary from blowing air, had nestled beside Yixian, embracing his arm and drifting into a deep slumber. Yixian, choosing not to disturb her, carefully exited the room, changed his attire, and proceeded downstairs. Upon descending, he encountered Miss Chunner seated in the grand hall, a pot of tea before her, nearly emptied. "When did you arrive? Why wasn't I informed?" he inquired. Chunner shook her head. "I just arrived a short while ago. The time is still early, so there was no need to rush." "When does the auction commence?" Although Yixian had ascended to the status of the principal proprietor of Dushan Commerce, he had yet to visit the establishment and was utterly ignorant of the auction proceedings. "It begins this evening." "No need to hurry then. It's just noon. Please join me for a meal first." Yixian summoned Shangyu, instructing him to escort Chunner to the private room upstairs and prepare some lunch, while he himself headed to the cat house to feed the Gale tiger. After attending to the tiger, he returned just as the meal was being served. Noticing Chunner's flushed cheeks, he asked, "Did Shangyu say something to you?" "No, he didn't," Chunner replied, her voice dwindling as she looked down. "Do not be afraid. Speak boldly, and I shall teach him a lesson." Chunner timidly lifted her gaze to Yixian, confessing, "Brother Shang is quite kind. However, it seems he has misunderstood the nature of my relationship with you, young Master Yi. This old lecher truly believes I am of the same ilk as them. Forget him, let us eat." Yixian sat and began to eat first, prompting Chunner to follow suit only after she saw him start. Observing her, he felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Orphaned and dependent on others, despite having no concerns for her basic needs, Chunner's character had become excessively cautious, verging on a sense of inferiority. "What is your current cultivation level?" Yixian suddenly inquired. Setting down her chopsticks, Chunner replied, "I entered the qi refining stage at the age of 14 and am now at the 5th level of qi refining." Achieving qi refining at 14 is akin to grasping the tail end of innate qi practitioners. While not extraordinary, it does provide a slight advantage over most cultivators. With proper guidance, she could indeed blossom into a promising practitioner. Yixian discerned that Chunner belonged to the diligent and resilient kind of cultivators, in stark contrast to the pampered Han Xiaomo. "Are you now a disciple of the Luoshui sect?" Chunner shook her head. "My uncle advised me to refine my skills for another 2 years before participating in the Immortal Gate examination. If I secure first place, he will sponsor my attendance at the 100 Cities Conference, hoping I might join one of the 3 sacred sects, or at the very least, a prominent sect in Xingzhou." Elder Sun indeed has aspirations. However, it is true that while Luoshui sect is commendable in Cangyun City, it remains rather small on the grand scale of Xingzhou. Chunner possesses commendable aptitude and, given the opportunity, could indeed venture beyond. This also reflects that he treats Chunner quite well. "Heed your uncle's advice, he speaks wisely," Yixian remarked. Chunner expressed her unease, saying, "I share the same sentiment. However, the later stages of cultivation demand an exorbitant amount of resources. Relying on my uncle's family for support weighs heavily on my conscience. If you require funds, feel free to approach me at any time," Yixian replied, presenting 2 spirit-nourishing pills before Chunner. "This is my contribution to you." Chunner recognized the pills immediately. Although they were only 1st-grade elixirs, They were highly sought after for their ability to enhance cultivation efficiency, valued at no less than 300,000 taels of silver each. The exquisite quality of these 2 pills could fetch a staggering price of 1 million. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it, Chun'er declared resolutely. Yi Xian, anticipating her reaction, chuckled. This is not a gratuitous gift. Before he could finish, Chun'er's cheeks flushed as she seemed to connect the dots, her gaze towards Yi Xian tinged with suspicion. It appeared she was concerned he might be a frivolous playboy seeking to maintain a beautiful companion. Do not misinterpret my intentions. Yi Xian reassured her earnestly. These spirit-nourishing pills are your remuneration. Remuneration? Chun'er blinked in confusion. Although she had visited the pleasure grove with her cousin, it had only been for a brief day, and the compensation seemed excessively generous. Here is my plan. I wish to engage you to dance at the pleasure grove. You may schedule your performances as you see fit, with each dance earning you 10,000 taels. These 2 pills shall serve as a 500,000 taels advance for you to perform 50 dances, though Yi Xian had yet to witness Chun'er's dancing prowess. It was of little consequence. Her unique fragrance alone was a potent allure, guaranteed to attract more patrons to the pleasure grove. But this is... Chun'er hesitated. She was certainly willing to dance, yet the prospect of performing daily at the pleasure grove raised significant concerns. What if news of this reached her aunt? How would she face her then? I understand your apprehensions, Yi Xian assured her. Rest assured, I will arrange for dedicated personnel to ensure your safety. If you are worried about familial opposition, that too can be addressed. I will speak with elder son He, and he will not object, with Yi Xian's earnest demeanor gradually alleviating her concerns. Chun'er felt compelled to respond. Given your confidence in me, it would be ungrateful to refuse. I am honored by your consideration, and I shall give it my utmost effort. After their lunch concluded, Yi Xian took Chun'er to the Dushing commercial house. Although it was still early before the auction, Yi Xian wished to arrive ahead of time to oversee his new enterprise. Even a modest commercial house holds considerable value, as it manages the circulation of numerous goods, an essential aspect for any merchant. Owning such an establishment would undoubtedly provide Yi Xian with numerous advantages, which he regarded with great importance. In the carriage, Yi Xian and Chun'er found themselves in a private moment. Perhaps due to the enclosed space, he could distinctly perceive the enchanting fragrance emanating from her. A scent that was both refreshing and uplifting. Pure Air, what is your real name? Yi Xian suddenly inquired. Pure Air was taken aback, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. She stammered for a long while without uttering a single word, growing even more bashful. Yi Xian, perplexed, thought it was merely a question about a name. Surely it couldn't be that difficult. Never mind, I shall consider it as if I had not asked. Yi Xian did not wish to press the matter. Well, since I have spoken, please do not mock me, young Master Yi. Of course not. My surname is Chun? Quail? Yi Xian chuckled. No wonder Pure Air was reluctant to reveal her name at first. If he were in her shoes, he too would feel embarrassed. Yi Xian intended to offer her some comfort, yet a name is a gift from one's parents, and Pure Air's parents had both passed away, making it quite a challenge to console her. In resignation, Yi Xian gently patted Pure Air's shoulder, saying, Sister Pure Air, you have indeed faced many hardships. Pure Air expressed a mixture of laughter and tears. Fortunately, they soon arrived at the Dasheng Trading Company. Stepping down from the carriage, Yi Xian gazed at the grand and imposing structure before him, its plaque adorned with the 4 characters Dasheng Trading Company, crafted from secret silver and inlaid with letters of pure gold. Indeed, the trading company was quite affluent. Yi Xian did not rush inside, but instead took a leisurely stroll around the vicinity. The location of Dasheng Trading Company was not particularly advantageous, situated outside the main urban area and already belonging to the Third Ring. However, the company occupied a substantial area, nearly the same size as the Happy Forest, if not slightly larger. Apart from the main building, most of the premises were warehouses, with fully loaded carts entering and exiting intermittently. After a brief observation, Yi Xian discerned that the operational status of Dasheng Trading Company was quite commendable. The flow of goods was orderly, with dedicated personnel overseeing operations. Each item entering and leaving the warehouse was meticulously counted and recorded, demonstrating a high standard of logistics without any negligence. Young Master Yi, are you quite interested in Dasheng Trading Company? Pure Air had been following closely behind Yi Xian, her keen observations leading her to feel that he was inspecting the place discreetly, which intrigued her. Just as Yi Xian was about to explain, a convoy bearing the emblem of the Creation Immortal Sect came racing towards them, halting at the warehouse entrance of Dasheng Trading Company. You blind fool. Get out of the way. How dare you obstruct the road of the Creation Immortal Sect? Are you tired of living? The coachman, with an arrogant demeanor, lashed out at Yi Xian and Pure Air with his whip. Pure Air, frightened, turned pale, and instinctively closed her eyes. Quick as a flash, Xuan pulled Pure Air, who was standing in front of him, back into his embrace, while simultaneously seizing the whip mid-air. With a strong tug, the coachman was sent tumbling from his carriage, landing hard. Ouch, that hurts. You little brat, have you gone mad? The irate coachman scrambled to his feet, rushing towards Xuan to reclaim his whip. Xuan had no intention of indulging him. With a swift swing of the whip, a loud crack echoed, and the coachman was sent flying through the air, landing unconscious. Who dares? Such audacity! How dare the disciples of the creation Immortal Sect take action? They are truly delusional, courting their own demise. In an instant, a throng of disciples from the creation Immortal Sect poured down from the carriage. Among them, the most formidable was a corpulent, middle-aged man with a greasy visage, adorned in luxurious satin. Despite his oily appearance, the aura of spiritual energy emanating from him revealed a mastery at the spirit refinement stage. Manager Hu, this brat is far too arrogant. Allow me to deal with him, he said. This young lady is rather lovely. She certainly invokes a desire to protect. Come here, little sister, I shall cherish you. Xuan frowned, contemplating the disgraceful state of the creation Immortal Sect. As a cultivation sect, they were a blight upon the cultivation world. Silence is required in front of the Dushing commercial house. Just then, a group emerged from the establishment. Manager Hu immediately approached them. Brother Yinshu, it is a pleasure to finally see you. You must not renege on the agreement for those 2,000 pounds of medicinal materials. A young man, clad in opulent attire and exuding arrogance, emerged from the commercial house. Though his cultivation was merely at the chi refinement stage, he stood undaunted before Manager Hu. With an awkward smile, he replied, Manager Hu, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but as you are aware, the southwestern mountains have suffered a flood, significantly reducing this year's yield of medicinal materials. Our Dushing commercial house has only managed to accumulate 20,000 pounds of new herbs through prior reserves, and numerous sects and families have already placed orders. Our stock is critically low, and I have exerted considerable effort just to gather these 2,000 pounds for you. Upon hearing this, Manager Hu enthusiastically grasped the young man's hand, expressing his gratitude while discreetly slipping a thick stack of banknotes into the young man's sleeve. Rest assured, Brother Yinshu, your kindness shall be remembered. The young man, with a smile, adjusted his sleeve and instructed his aides. Open the medicine warehouse and prepare to ship to the creation Immortal Sect. I believe that is unacceptable, Xuan interjected suddenly. Furious, Manager Hu retorted, you insolent brat. If you do not leave at once, it would be a mercy not to cripple you for injuring a disciple of the creation Immortal Sect. You think you have a say in this? The young man frowned, challenging, what gives you the right to interfere in the affairs of the Dushing commercial house? Today, I shall assert my authority, Xuan declared, boldly positioning himself at the entrance to block the path, while addressing Chun'er, go to the commercial house and summon Wang Yi. Informing him that I, Xuan, wished to speak with him. Though Chun'er was unclear about Xuan's intentions, she nodded and promptly rushed towards the main building. Haha. The young man burst into laughter. Who do you think you are? How dare you summon President Wang Yi? I advise you to recognize your place, or I shall take drastic measures. Meanwhile, Elder Hu furrowed his brow. Xuan? That name sounds vaguely familiar. Ah yes, he is the one who concocted the supreme blood condensation and vitality pill. It is said that the sect master even bestowed the entire spirit herb hall upon him to placate him. If this is indeed the person, then his acquaintance with President Wang Yi is likely true. Brother Yinshu, I suddenly remembered some pressing matters that require my attention. Perhaps I should return briefly and come back to collect the goods when I have the time. As soon as he finished speaking, before Chief Hu could leave, a robust and commanding voice resonated. Chief Hu, since you are here, why the haste to depart? I still require your presence as a witness to assist me in eliminating the pests. The speaker was none other than Wang Yi, the president of Dushing Trading Company, or more accurately, the former president. Upon hearing Wang Yi's words, Chief Hu's heart sank, realizing that the situation was dire. The young man, upon noticing Wang Yi's arrival, although incredulous, quickly donned a smile. President Wang, it is merely a trivial matter. How could I trouble you with such a minor issue? Li Yinshu, you have the audacity. Wang Yi's countenance was far from amiable. With a sharp reprimand, he frightened the young man into a pallor, and without further ado, delivered a resounding slap. Wang Yi was a formidable expert at the 7th level of the refining spirit realm, and this blow was laden with force, spinning Li Yinshu around 7.5 times, leaving a series of foot imprints on the ground before he collapsed, rolling several times before coming to a halt. That single slap left Li Yinshu dazed and bewildered. His father had been a trusted subordinate of President Wang in the past, and Li Yinshu had always been regarded as a favored protege, receiving praise for his talents. Yet today, it seemed as though the tides had turned completely against him. Even if he were to be reprimanded for accepting bribes, one would expect no more than a few harsh words. How could it escalate to this? But in the next moment, Li Yinshu grasped the reason. Wang Ye's expression shifted abruptly, transforming into a genial smile as he strode towards Yi Xian. Young Master Yi. President Yi, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. It is my honor to personally hand over the Dushing Trading Company to you. However, it is truly unfortunate that such an incident has occurred, and I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience it has caused you. Rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. I shall not tolerate such scoundrels among us. Wang Ye's words detonated like a bombshell, leaving Li Yinshu and a group of disciples from the creation Immortal Sect utterly dumbfounded. President Yi? This young man is unexpectedly the new president of Dushing Trading Company? Wang Ye's successor? No, upon closer inspection, it was clear that Yi Xian had not merely succeeded Wang Yi, he had descended directly from the heavens to supplant him. Otherwise, with Wang Ye's stature and strength, how could he be so deferential to someone who had usurped his position? Li Yinshu lay on the ground, his face throbbing with pain. Yet he felt as if he were encased in ice, a chill enveloping him. He understood that his fate was sealed. His failure to recognize the new president was one thing, but to accept bribes right under the new president's nose and be caught red-handed was an entirely different level of folly. He possessed little innate talent for cultivation and, through his father's connections, secured a commendable position managing the warehouses at Dushing Trading Company. With a modicum of authority, he garnered respect from various sects, allowing him to navigate Cangyun City with a semblance of success. However, that facade has now crumbled. Not only must he regurgitate all that he once enjoyed, but he also faces the grim prospect of imprisonment and the torment that may accompany it. Contemplating this reality, Li Yinshu felt darkness encroaching upon his vision, leading him to faint. Cough, cough. Chairman Wang, young Master Yi, please continue your conversation at your leisure. I, Old Hu, must attend to matters at home and will take my leave. Old Steward Hu dared not linger, for engaging in bribery with a trading company was far from honorable. Should word of this escapade spread, it might not inflict tangible damage on the creation Immortal Sect, but it would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Remaining any longer would be an embarrassment beyond measure. Wang Yi paid no heed to Old Steward Hu, instead instructing his men to carry Li Yinshu back and defer any further action. Chairman Yi, allow me to show you around our Dushing Trading Company. Wang Yi gestured courteously. Very well, Yi Xian replied, beckoning Chun'er to join them. You must be Madam Yi. Your beauty is truly remarkable. Young Master Yi is indeed fortunate. Wang Yi quickly complimented. Chun'er blushed profusely, waving her hands in denial. I am not. Wang Yi chuckled heartily. Dear lady, you must seize the opportunity. Young Master Yi is exceptionally accomplished and quite sought after. Chun'er's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade. Yi Xian laughed, ceased teasing her. Indeed, young Master Yi, please. Allow me to show you the storerooms. This largest warehouse is designated for timber, housing top-quality Nanmu recently procured. With the impending renovations on North Street next month, the value of this timber will surely appreciate significantly. This warehouse for medicinal herbs is equipped with specialized barrier formations to effectively shield against moisture and dust, with each type of herb allocated its own designated area. Over there, we store fine silks imported from the south. And this is tea. After touring a dozen or so warehouses, half an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Yi Xian acquired a comprehensive understanding of the current operations of Dushing Trading Company. It was undeniable that the enterprise proved lucrative. During prosperous periods, the company's annual revenue could reach around 200 million, with a normal yield exceeding 100 million. Of course, this was merely the revenue. The company's expenditures were also considerable, supporting several caravans and hundreds of individuals, with various expenses requiring substantial funds. After deducting these costs, the net profit averaged between 50 to 70 million annually. Fortunately, the company's finances were presently sound, boasting a cash flow of 130 million, readily accessible for Yi Xian's use. After all, he possessed 100% ownership of Dushing Trading Company, with all net profits belonging solely to him, leaving only a small portion for dividends to subordinates, which did not even necessitate deductions from his own earnings. After a leisurely stroll, the three arrived at the main building of the Chamber of Commerce. Under the warm hospitality of Wang Yi, they took a moment to rest in a tea room. Once seated, Yi Xian inquired, "What are your plans moving forward, President Wang?" Wang Yi replied with a wry smile. "To be honest, I never anticipated this change in ownership. I have indeed reaped considerable benefits. Yet I am now of an age and family standing that does not suit further adventures. If all goes smoothly, I may simply manage a small shop to pass the time. That would be quite a loss, Xuan remarked. Why not consider this? I shall provide you with a salary and appoint you as the vice president of the chamber, allowing you to continue overseeing the entire dishing business. I will refrain from interfering in your duties, ensuring that you remain the President Wang you have always been, with no substantial changes. Is that truly feasible? Wang Yi was taken aback by Xuan's offer to retain him. This place was the culmination of his lifelong efforts, and he was reluctant to part with it so easily. Of course, I have numerous enterprises and little time to manage just one. I can see that you, Brother Wang, are a trustworthy person. I am confident in your ability to lead dishing. Thank you for your trust, President Yi. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the management of the business and will not let you down. Then it is settled. A promise is a promise. Chapter 124, President. The auction is about to commence. Will you be attending? Just as Xuan and Wang Yi were conversing, a tall and elegant beauty adorned in a rose-colored gown approached. Her long legs were nothing short of stunning, captivating even Xuan's gaze. What are you staring at? The striking lady in red noticed Xuan's unabashed admiration of her legs and let out a cold huff. Xuan was taken aback. Was he not allowed to look? This lady certainly had a fiery temperament. Wang Yi, feeling embarrassed, quickly adopted a serious demeanor and said, Xiang, you must show respect. Young Master Yi is the newly appointed president of Dishing. From now on, you are to follow his directives. He then turned to Xuan with a sheepish smile. President Yi, please do not take offense. This is my niece, Qi Xiang, who is temporarily in charge of the business. Despite her youth, her capabilities are exceptional. In her 2 years with us, the company's revenue has soared under her management. Her business acumen is something I cannot help but admire. Qi Xiang's brows furrowed slightly. She had not expected that this frivolous young man was her new superior, and her earlier rebuke might lead to complications. Noticing the fleeting panic in Qi Xiang's eyes, Xuan gently chuckled. It's quite all right. A beautiful woman with a bit of temperament is a good thing. Too much softness would hardly qualify one for a managerial position. Qi Xiang's eyes brightened. Thank you for the compliment, President Yi. It seems the new president has a discerning eye. I hope that under this new leadership, Dishing can continue to thrive. Xuan then rose, stating, President Wang, I have another matter that requires your assistance. President Yi, you flatter me. Please speak freely. I shall do my utmost to assist in any matter within my capabilities, declared Wang Yi. It is not a significant issue. Rather, among the items to be auctioned, there exists a relic left by my younger sister's father, and I wish to aid her in reclaiming this treasured possession, Xuan added. Meanwhile, Chun'er nodded emphatically. She had initially intended to participate in the auction to personally acquire her father's memento, but was taken aback by Yi Xiao's remarkable prowess, having unexpectedly become the new president of the Daisheng Commerce Guild, which filled her with joy. Not to worry, Ziyan, I shall refrain from attending the auction. You may accompany President Yi to identify the specific item to be auctioned and simply strike it off the list, she suggested. Very well. President Yi, please follow me. Qi Ziyan replied, turning to lead the way, while Xuan could not help but steal glances at her retreating figure. Remarkable indeed. Her silhouette possessed an allure that could be lethal. Pure-hearted Xuan found himself ill-equipped to withstand such temptation and deliberately averted his gaze, maintaining a prudent distance from Qi Ziyan, fearing he might lose composure. Xuan pondered inwardly. Am I being overly sensitive? I must swiftly shed the title of innocence. It is imperative that I reconnect with Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing to cultivate my relationships, striving to embrace the single life no longer. After a considerable walk, Qi Ziyan led Xuan and Chun'er into a dimly lit collection room, where an array of rare goods and even spiritual treasures were on display, all designated for auction. The Daisheng Commerce Guild holds a monthly auction, which currently serves as the primary source of their revenue. The collection room was filled with numerous items, with dozens of shelves, overwhelming Xuan, who turned to Chun'er and said, You may search for it yourself. Found it! Chun'er exclaimed, racing towards a wall where a vividly colored landscape painting hung. The artwork was rich in detail and expressiveness, but what captivated the eye was the figure of a man standing atop a mountain, hands clasped behind his back, though his face remained unseen. The silhouette exuded an extraordinary aura, as if he might take flight from the canvas at any moment. Even without a profound understanding of art, Xuan recognized the painting's exceptional nature and its considerable value. Qi Ziyan then explained, This is a masterpiece by the painter in Daoran, created 800 years ago. The figure depicted, longing to soar on the winds, is said to be a vision the painter encountered in a dream. Upon awakening, he immortalized this work, only to succumb to his own exhaustion thereafter. Some claim that the painting conceals celestial secrets, and the painter suffered divine retribution for unveiling such mysteries. Thus the art became synonymous with his demise. As Qi Ziyin recounted the story, Yi Xian's interest in the painting deepened. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a unique atmosphere within the artwork, worthy of contemplation for any practitioner. What is the starting bid for this painting? Yi Xian inquired. The opening price is 8 million taels, making it the third most valuable item in tonight's auction, Qi Ziyin replied. 8 million? Chun'er gasped, instinctively retracting her hand that had reached out. She initially believed that acquiring the artwork within 1 million would be feasible, yet the price far exceeded her expectations. This was merely the starting bid. Should the painting attract keen interest, it could easily fetch over 10 million. At this juncture, Chun'er felt a twinge of trepidation. Yi Xiao, perhaps we should reconsider. This painting is exorbitantly priced, and I cannot afford it. 8 million taels of silver is truly excessive. I'll take it. Please wrap it up for me, Yi Xian stated directly, disregarding Chun'er's concerns. The girl lacked conviction, and it was evident that he needed to make decisions on her behalf. Qi Ziyin nodded and promptly called for someone to secure the painting, removing it from the auction list. Yi Xiao, Chun'er gazed at Yi Xian, apprehensive about the substantial debt of 8 million taels she had just incurred. She felt a surge of panic. Yi Xian patted her shoulder, encouragingly saying, do not overthink it. It is merely 8 million. With just 2 dances a day, you could recoup that amount in a little over a year. Realizing her potential, Chun'er brightened. All right. I can earn money by dancing. This thought eased her mind considerably, leading her to conclude that 8 million was not insurmountable. If she exerted herself, dancing 10 performances a day would allow her to repay the debt within 2 to 3 months. However, she was acutely aware that the rate of 10,000 taels per dance was a concession granted by Yi Xiao, a sum that would be considered exorbitant for an ordinary family. The thought of such costly performances piqued Qi Ziyin's curiosity. What kind of dance could be so expensive? Miss Ziyin, are you interested in dancing? If you can perform, I would gladly hire you at 10,000 taels per dance, Yi Xian replied with a smile. Given Qi Ziyin's remarkable figure and her stunningly long legs, even standing on stage would undoubtedly capture countless eyes. I have learned some ritual dances. I wonder if they would be suitable for the grand stage. Coughed softly, Yi Xian interjected. Miss Ziyin, you may have misunderstood. The Kuahualin is not a grand venue. You want me to dance at Kuahualin? Qi Ziyin's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 125. The notorious Kuahualin was well known throughout Cangyun City, and Qi Ziyin was no exception. Dancing in such an establishment was akin to venturing into a den of wolves. In an instant, her gaze towards Yi Xian grew wary. The newly appointed president was indeed not a virtuous character. Noticing the shift in Qi Ziyin's expression, Yi Xian realized she had mentally labeled him as unscrupulous. In an effort to restore his positive reputation, he quickly clarified, the Kuahualin has undergone a complete transformation. It will soon become a place of leisure and entertainment suitable for all ages, far from your assumptions. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Chun'er. Her innocence guarantees her honesty. Chun'er immediately chimed in, Sister Ziyin, what Yi Xiao says is true. He is a good person. You must trust him. A sudden, unexpected gesture of kindness caught Yi Xian off guard. With an awkward smile, he remarked, Ziyin, if you harbor any doubts, you may visit the Happy Woods personally and reach your own conclusion. Qi Ziyin hesitated momentarily. Although she contemplated a direct refusal, the allure of his offer was simply too tempting. Her monthly salary at the Dushing commercial house amounted to merely 10,000 taels of silver, while a single dance at the Happy Woods could yield her an entire month's earnings in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Such an enticing proposition was hard to resist. Noticing Qi Ziyin's wavering resolve, Yi Xian chose to refrain from further persuasion, stating, I shall be at the Happy Woods this evening. Should you be interested, you may seek me out then. However, this opportunity is singular. Once it passes, it shall not return. Whether you seize it rests solely upon you. With that, Yi Xian departed, leading Chun'er away. With his objective accomplished, he had no intention of lingering at the commercial house. Once in the carriage, Yi Xian inquired, Chun'er, where do you reside? Allow me to escort you home. No need to trouble yourself, young Master Yi. I can manage on my own, she replied. Enough of this nonsense. Simply provide the address. Yi Xian asserted with an air of authority. Chun'er, a gentle and demure young lady, found it difficult to withstand Yi Xian's commanding demeanor. She lowered her head shyly and softly divulged her home address. Without further ado, Yi Xian urged the carriage onward. The distance was short, and within a quarter of an hour, they arrived at Chun'er's residence. However, Yi Xian was taken aback by the state of the surroundings. You reside in such a place? He exclaimed, for what lay before him was a dilapidated old house. Although it comprised a private courtyard, the structure was at least 50 years old, with the entrance riddled with signs of pestilence, looking precarious and as if it could collapse at any moment. Xuan was perplexed. After all, Xuan was a member of the Sun family. It was hard to believe she would not live in the Sun family estate, let alone in such a rundown abode. What a cruel-hearted son he. I never anticipated such malice. Xuan's brow furrowed in anger as he grasped Xuan's arm, intending to confront Sun He. Xuan, flustered, quickly interjected, "It is not my uncle's fault. This is the place I chose for myself. I do have a separate courtyard within the Sun family estate, but I insisted on moving here." Xuan's brow knitted tighter, his confusion deepening. Upon reflection, it seemed unlikely that Sun He would evict Xuan to such a location. Had he truly misjudged the situation? Xuan hesitated. "The truth is, I did not want to disturb others. Although this house is old, it is sufficiently secluded, with no other residents nearby." Xuan discerned the underlying reason and asked, "Is it because of your natural fragrance? But surely, it cannot be that significant. Your scent is not overpowering. If one does not pay attention, it could easily go unnoticed. Perhaps akin to the light application of cosmetics. Was it truly necessary to leave the Sun family and live alone for such a reason?" Under Xuan's probing gaze, Xuan's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, clearly burdened with something she found difficult to express. Upon witnessing this, Xuan understood that Xuan must have her own reasons and did not wish to press her unduly. He could always inquire about the situation from Xingzhou later in the evening. "Well then, I shall take my leave," he said. Just as Xuan took a couple of steps away, he was suddenly grasped by Xuan's arm. With her head bowed and her voice barely above a whisper, she said, "Actually, young Master Yi, there is something you may not know. The exquisite fragrance that emanates from me is known as the heart of desire. Typically, it does not affect the outside world, but during my monthly cycle, the fragrance intensifies tenfold. Once it is inhaled." As she spoke, Xuan found it increasingly difficult to articulate her thoughts. Her face flushed to the point of seeming to bleed. Xuan, fearing she might faint at any moment, quickly reassured her, "It's all right, you need not elaborate. I gather this is a natural, unique constitution, and it is not your fault." Looking up at Xuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light. "I shall take my leave now. You should carefully store the painting. There is no rush to dance at the Joyful Grove whenever you have the time." With that, Xuan turned to depart. However, Xuan hurried after him, pressing the wooden box containing the painting into his hands. Xuan's expression turned to one of confusion. "Young Master Yi, please hold on to this painting for me temporarily. Once I have earned enough money, I will redeem it from you." Without waiting for Xuan's response, Xuan turned and dashed back home. Xuan smiled gently, contemplating for a moment before accepting the painting. After all, even if Xuan had not insisted, he had intended to borrow it for his own use at some point. Subsequently, he returned to the drunken Immortal Pavilion, went straight to room number 1, closed the door, and took out the painting by Endowran from the wooden box, laying it out neatly on the table. In fact, during his time in the collection room, he had already used his treasure appraisal eye to sense the painting's extraordinary qualities, but he had not had the opportunity to examine it closely at that time. As Xuan's gaze focused on the painting, an influx of information surged into his mind. The landscape of the celestial exile, a posthumous work of the painting sage Endowran, its value is incalculable. The painting conceals a celestial grade technique, the ultimate freedom sutra, which cannot be comprehended in its normal state. Only in a state of intoxication can its mysteries be deciphered. A celestial grade technique. This painting was indeed a treasure, yet it remained unrecognized by others. It was hard to fathom how the Dushing Trading Company had acquired it, especially at the astonishing price of 800,000 silver pieces, truly a steal. It is known that even a flawed earthly grade technique can command exorbitant prices in the market, with many minor sects unable to afford it even if they emptied their coffers. Celestial grade techniques are such rarities in the entire star continent that only the 3 great holy lands could possibly possess them, and they would never be shared. Ordinary disciples of these holy lands cannot even hope to catch a glimpse. The value of a celestial grade technique transcends mere monetary measures. It appears I have struck gold. But it seems deciphering this technique may not be so simple. What does state of intoxication truly entail? Xuan shook his head, dismissing all other thoughts, and descended the stairs to procure 10 jars of potent spirits. Chapter 126. After acquiring the strong liquor and some accompanying snacks, Xuan closed the door and took a large gulp, accompanied by a single peanut. The fiery essence surged to his head, compelling him to take a deep breath. which he did to suppress the turmoil within his lungs. In truth, Xuan was not a connoisseur of alcohol and had hardly indulged in it before. However, the allure of the heavenly level technique drove him to abandon all restraint. After a brief moment, he was somewhat surprised to find that the effects of intoxication were not overtly pronounced. His perfect innate physique indeed possessed a remarkable resistance. It seemed that becoming easily inebriated would prove to be quite challenging. Resolutely, Xuan lifted a jar of liquor and drank deeply. After finishing 2 large jars, he finally felt a slight dizziness and a hint of drunkenness. He immediately approached the painting of the celestial mountain and scrutinized it with wide eyes. Due to the effects of the alcohol, his vision wavered, making the landscape appear as if it were coming to life, the scenery within the painting twisting and distorting continuously. Yet, it was not sufficient. Xuan downed another jar of strong liquor, letting out a heavy belch, and found himself struggling to maintain his balance, nearly toppling over as he leaned against the table. The landscape he beheld became even more warped, and the distorted imagery began to form abstract lines in his mind, visuals that could only be perceived in a state of intoxication. Xuan surmised that the essence of the supreme freedom technique must be concealed within this phenomenon. Without hesitation, he consumed yet another jar of liquor. As the effects surged once more, his skin flushed and radiated warmth. He shrugged off his garments, exposing his bare torso as he leaned over the table, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the image. The painting continued to twist and distort, revealing countless afterimages, making it nearly impossible for him to discern its original form. Yet, another image gradually became clearer in his mind. This sensation was indeed profoundly mystical. The painting skills of the master of painting and Daoran were truly transcendent, living up to the title of Saint of Painting. If he was to indulge, he would do so wholeheartedly. Xuan seized another jar of liquor, gulping it down despite the fullness of his stomach, relentlessly continuing to drink. In the process, he choked on a mouthful, nearly causing him to lose his breath. At this moment, Xuan was completely immersed in a state of overwhelming inebriation. His thoughts had nearly ceased, yet he had entered a peculiar state. Although his vision was reduced to a blur of colors, the image in his mind grew increasingly vivid. This image was the complete record of the supreme freedom technique. The scene was enigmatic, devoid of text or patterns, consisting solely of sinuous lines resembling a flowing river, depicting the routes of spiritual energy. Xuan's focus began to sharpen as he followed the route of spiritual energy depicted in his vision, prompting his own spiritual power to circulate in a corresponding manner. Suddenly, he experienced a profound enlightenment, as if all the meridians within his body had been unblocked in an instant. Initially, a single spiritual vein started to operate, and soon after, Xuan continuously increased the number, activating additional paths of spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, dozens of spiritual veins commenced a harmonious operation within him. If one were to witness Xuan at that moment, they would perceive him as being one with the surrounding spiritual atmosphere, his feet seemingly suspended in midair, his body devoid of weight, hovering effortlessly. Each breath he took became exceptionally slow and rhythmic, the cadence of his inhalations and exhalations resonating in unique harmony with the vibrations of the celestial energies around him. His thoughts transcended the limitations of the physical body, radiating outward like a gentle luminescence. Even with his eyes tightly shut, he was acutely aware of everything transpiring in his vicinity. The scholar in the guest room below was fervently penning scriptures, while the merchant on the second floor calculated with an abacus, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In the main hall, groups of diners were joyfully toasting and conversing, and the kitchen was bustling with activity, smoke swirling amidst the clamor. The swift tiger was lazily climbing and dozing in the cat house, while a large black rat, having mistakenly wandered in, cowered in the corner, trembling in fear. As Xuan continued to extend his awareness outward, the movements of the throngs on the street and the actions of nearby residents seemed to unfold beneath his gaze. A practitioner's spiritual consciousness can perceive environmental changes through the observation of spiritual fluctuations, yet Xuan's awareness transcended the confines of mere consciousness, resembling an all-encompassing surveillance. If he wished, he could even count the number of fine hairs on the face of the beautiful daughter of Aunt Wang, who had yet to be wed, as clearly as if he were observing through high-definition surveillance, a feat that paled in comparison to the extent of Xuan's perceptive abilities. Moreover, he sensed a subtle nuance within himself. He seemed capable not only of seeing, but also of reaching out to touch. Although his physical hand could not extend so far, he felt as if his hand, his very being, had become omnipresent, merging seamlessly into the surrounding space, becoming part of the environment. Curiously, Yi Xian decided to experiment. Suddenly, the unmarried Miss Wang gasped, her eyes wide as she scanned her surroundings but found no one in sight. Bewildered, she murmured, "Why does it feel as if someone is touching my face?" Her exclamation startled Yi Xian back to his senses, causing him to plummet from midair with a thud, landing on the ground. With a soft sigh, Yi Xian did not even open his eyelids, instead succumbing to a deep slumber on the floor. Unbeknownst to him, evening had already fallen. Upon returning from the Fu Lai restaurant, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, as soon as they pushed open the door, were immediately enveloped by a strong scent of alcohol. Hastily, they opened the door to Yi Xian's bedroom and, upon entering, discovered Yi Xian soundly asleep beneath the bed, having seemingly slipped there at some point. How could young master have consumed so much alcohol? Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing quickly pulled him out from under the bed and lifted him onto the mattress, only to find him covered in vomit, a truly distressing sight. Xiao Qing, pinching her nose, remarked, "Has something troubled Yi Xiao? Why would he drink so heavily in the middle of the day? And look, these snacks on the table have hardly been touched. He has been drinking alone in despair." Xiao Bai shared the same sentiment, her face reflecting regret and self-reproach. "It's all my fault. I should have paid more attention to young master's feelings. Had I known in advance, I could have offered him some comfort. Sister, I'll go downstairs to fetch some hangover medicine. You take young master to the bathroom and clean him up. He is a mess." "All right." As Xiao Qing departed, Xiao Bai assisted Yi Xian into the bathroom, but was soon faced with a dilemma, with vomit covering him. How was she to clean him? It seemed she would have to remove all his clothing and start anew. The thought made Xiao Bai's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Yet seeing Yi Xian's discomfort, she set aside her shyness and quickly stripped him of his garments, enduring her modesty as she maneuvered him into the bath, using warm water to cleanse his body. However, the hot water provoked an instinctive reaction from Yi Xian, causing him to grasp Xiao Bai, and he promptly retched once more. As a master of the 9th level of the refinement realm, Xiao Bai should have easily evaded the situation. Yet, with Yi Xian leaning against her, she could not bear to let him fall and chose to remain still, allowing her pristine dress to become an abstract canvas of his expulsion. Once he finished, Yi Xian shivered slightly and opened his bleary eyes, offering Xiao Bai a mischievous grin. After that, he pulled her arm, leaning back and dragging her into the bath alongside him. Chapter 127. Yi Xian's devilishly charming grin left Xiao Bai momentarily speechless, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself submerged in the water, soaked through. What could Xiao Bai say? All she could do was smile ruefully in response. After all, she was already covered in vomit, so there was little to be concerned about. "You're feeling a bit better now, aren't you?" she asked, adjusting Yi Xian's position in the water to prevent him from sinking. Yi Xian laughed heartily. "I'm fine. I'm feeling great. I can still drink." With that, he scooped a handful of bathwater, preparing to swallow it. "You can't drink that, young master." Xiao Bai quickly seized his hand to stop him. However, Yi Xian, undeterred, squatted down, attempting to submerge himself completely to gulp down the water. Xiao Bai, exasperated, could only hold on to him tightly, preventing him from sinking. At this moment, Yi Xian found himself in a rather vulnerable state, devoid of any clothing. In the midst of their playful tussle, Xiao Bai, though a white flood dragon with millennia of cultivation, was taken aback and hesitant to gaze upon or touch him. Flushed and with a racing heart, she imagined she might simply vanish into a hole. Yet, Yi Xian, oblivious to her discomfort, grew increasingly agitated when Xiao Bai attempted to restrain him, his temper flaring as he struggled more fiercely. With his profound cultivation in the spirit refinement realm and a perfectly innate physique, his strength was not significantly inferior to Xiao Bai's. After several attempts to break free, Xiao Bai found it increasingly difficult to contain him. Desperate, Xiao Bai resorted to transforming into her semi-demonic form, binding Yi Xian firmly with her serpentine tail to prevent further resistance. Now completely immobilized, Yi Xian, however, was not one to easily submit. While his body was restrained, his head remained free to move. In his frantic writhing, he inadvertently encountered something soft, causing his senses to awaken. His eyes widened with delight at the unexpected sensation. Without a second thought, he buried his face in Xiao Bai's bosom. At that moment, Qing, who entered with the hangover remedy, stumbled upon this scene. Initially taken aback, she soon wore an enigmatic smile that spoke volumes. "I shall not disturb you," she declared, placing the remedy down before turning to leave, ensuring the bathroom door was shut behind her. Xiao Bai sighed, realizing the complexity of the situation now. To her surprise, Yi Xian had fallen asleep with his head resting against her chest. A gentle smile graced her lips. Did he truly consider her a pillow? Faced with the slumbering Yi Xian, her embarrassment lessened, and she gradually regained her composure. She released him from her bindings, cradling him in the water as she tenderly cleansed his body. Afterward, she fetched a fresh set of clothes, dressed him, and returned him to his room, administering the hangover remedy before she finally returned to the bathroom to clean herself. The remedy proved effective, for after an hour of deep slumber, Xuan awoke fully aware. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he gazed at the fresh garments adorning him, scratching his head in contemplation. He recalled that it was Xiaobai who had dressed him, yet the particulars of the event eluded his memory. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hadn't he been sick all over Xiaobai? A flush crept across his cheeks, embarrassment washing over him as he lamented the folly of his inebriation. However, recalling the myriad wonders of the ultimate freedom technique, excitement bubbled within him. He promptly settled into a meditative posture, emanating his mental awareness to once again immerse himself in that extraordinary state of perception. In this awakened condition, his awareness of the surrounding environment sharpened, allowing him to discern even the minutest speck of dust with clarity. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Xiaobai sat upright, her eyes tightly shut, lost in contemplation. Her heartbeat raced far beyond its usual rhythm, and her breath quickened, clearly indicating that something had transpired to unsettle her emotions. On the other side, Shaoqing was teaching Xuan to read and write. Xuan still bore traces of tiger fur, likely from a playful ride on a swift tiger. Xuan endeavored to extend his consciousness as far as possible, testing the maximum radius of his perception. Within 100 meters, every detail was discernible. He could accurately perceive objects down to the thickness of a hair, and he possessed the ability to manipulate objects with his mind, able to lift weights exceeding 100 jin. As he extended his perception to 500 meters, the clarity diminished. Beyond this distance, he could only see vague outlines, and his mental control weakened considerably, allowing him to lift less than a jin, with no precision in manipulation. The ultimate range of his perception reached 1,000 meters, where he could only sense basic fluctuations of spiritual energy, akin to normal mental awareness. This was the conclusion Xuan reached after his exploration. Nevertheless, this level of consciousness perception was still far superior to that of other cultivators. Most importantly, his mental perception was accompanied by telekinetic control, a rudimentary form of mental manipulation over objects, a technique typically reserved for powerful golden core cultivators. Regrettably, the maximum weight he could manipulate was only 100 jin, insufficient to lift his entire being. Otherwise, he would have mastered the art of aerial flight. However, even with a limit of 100 jin, it was adequate for wielding a sword. With a snap of his fingers, the bamboo sword shot forth, swirling around him under his telekinetic control. Initially, it appeared somewhat clumsy, but as he gained proficiency, the movements of the flying sword became increasingly smooth and fluid, nearly indistinguishable from true sword manipulation. Its effective striking range, however, remained limited to 100 meters. Yet, given that Xuan had just grasped the extreme freedom technique, continued practice would undoubtedly enhance its potency. After stowing away the painting of the celestial mountain in water, Xuan stretched lazily, preparing to step outside. It was already dark, and he had to inspect the work at the Happy Forest soon. As he stepped out, he encountered Xiaobai, who was also emerging from her room. Their eyes met, and Xiaobai instantly flushed crimson, while Xuan awkwardly approached her, muttering, "I'm really sorry for the earlier incident. I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's quite all right. If you have any worries, you can share them with me. Bottling things up alone can be detrimental to your health," Xiaobai said with genuine concern in her gaze. Xuan paused, pondering, what troubles could I possibly have? I couldn't be happier at the moment. Yet, from Xiaobai's perspective, it might indeed seem otherwise. Should he clarify that he wasn't sulking over anything, but rather practicing a remarkable celestial technique? Xiaobai might just think he was losing his mind over drinking. The more he thought, the more complicated it became, so he decided against explaining further. "It's nothing. Don't overthink it. I have some matters to attend to and will return later," Xuan replied, not waiting for Xiaobai's response before swiftly exiting, disappearing without a trace. Mounted upon the swift wind tiger, Xuan galloped forth, and in less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the resplendent and illuminated Happy Forest. As he approached the Crimson Building, he was suddenly enveloped by a thunderous applause. Steering the wind tiger, he leaped onto a high platform, and to his astonishment, he beheld a temporary stage that had materialized outside the red building. A graceful figure danced upon the stage, buoyed by the lively rhythm of drums, her movements a jubilant celebration. Initially, Xuan presumed it was Chun'er, but upon closer inspection, he realized the performer was none other than Qizian. Though her attire was notably modest, her stunningly long legs were impossible to conceal. Every smile and frown radiated an infectious charm. and her expressive eyes seemed capable of delivering a lethal allure, even from 100 meters away, captivating Yi Xian's very soul. It was no wonder the audience below erupted in fervent applause. Yi Xian was utterly astonished, exclaiming to himself that he had struck gold. Previously, Xuan had mentioned that she could only perform some sacrificial dances, a statement Yi Xian had taken lightly, as he had merely been captivated by her beauty and those magnificent legs. The quality of her dance had not been a priority for him. After all, his intent in recruiting her had been primarily for the sake of appearances. However, it became evident that he had underestimated her. Her grace, poise, and emotional expression would rival that of a national team performer, and it was anything but an exaggeration. Witnessing the throng of spectators and the crescendo of applause, Yi Xian resolutely decided that he must secure Xuan for himself. With both her and Chun'er as illustrious endorsements, how could Happy Forest not flourish? Suddenly, a burst of fireworks erupted on stage, illuminating the night as Xuan concluded her performance with an ethereal, fluid motion. The audience fell silent for a brief moment before erupting once more into waves of fervent shouts. Xuan is magnificent. Xuan, my beloved. Xuan, mother loves you. Yi Xian had anticipated that the majority of these fervent fans would be men. However, to his surprise, the loudest cheers came from a contingent of female admirers. This left him perplexed. Where had all the lecherous men of Cangyun City vanished to, allowing a throng of women to steal the spotlight? The enthusiasm exhibited by these female fans was astonishing, with some even fainting from sheer exhilaration, leaving Yi Xian utterly astounded. Only after Xuan departed the stage did the atmosphere begin to temper slightly. Yet soon after, another spotlight illuminated the stage. This time, it was the petite and adorable Chun'er, clad in a chest-length skirt. In her arms, she cradled an instrument nearly her own height, known as the Lingqin, a melodious artifact. By infusing different strings with spiritual energy, the instrument evoked a myriad of sounds. Though it possessed only 7 strings, by adjusting the concentration and tempo of the energy infused, it could produce an endless variety of notes and melodies. The ethereal zither, though merely a first-grade magical instrument, appeared quite antiquated and seemingly devoid of value. Yet, its rarity was undeniable, as the skill required to perform on such a challenging instrument was a formidable test for any musician. Most artists would hesitate to confront such a daunting challenge. Playing the zither demanded exceptional technique. Could it be that Chun'er possessed such artistry? As Chun'er poised herself at the center of the stage, her slender fingers began to flush a delicate crimson, an effect of channeling her spiritual energy to her fingertips. Witnessing this spectacle, the previously boisterous audience fell into an expectant hush, their eyes wide with anticipation. Chun'er commenced her performance, her fingers gliding over the strings with an effortless grace. A melody, akin to celestial music, enveloped the venue like a gentle spring rain. What a crystalline sound! Yi Xian found his eyes sparkling, his heart swathed in tranquility and joy. Despite the starry sky and the moon's brilliant glow, he felt as though he were transported to a lush pastoral landscape, filled with the sounds of cicadas and birds, and the gentle babbling of streams. It was as if a magnificent landscape painting unfurled before his eyes, beckoning him to immerse himself in a leisurely and blissful interlude. As Chun'er's performance unfolded, a torrent of thoughts surged within Yi Xian, reminiscent of the myriad emotions of love and hate, joy and sorrow that flashed before him. Countless feelings coalesced in his heart, prompting a cascade of memories, yet all eventually dissipated like mist. With a resonant, deep note concluding the piece, it seemed to open a celestial pathway, allowing Yi Xian to release all the pent-up emotions within him. It was as if years of internal struggle had been alleviated in an instant, prompting a long, relieving sigh. How exquisite! For the first time, Yi Xian realized that music contained such extraordinary power. If his experience was profound, the audience's reactions were even more pronounced. Many were left in stunned silence, some laughed joyously, while others discreetly wiped away tears. Evidently, Chun'er's performance evoked a unique response in each individual, yet uniformly stirred the purest emotions within their hearts, releasing accumulated sentiments through the conduit of her music. The impact was exceptional. A true master, Chun'er was remarkable. Her performance transported me back to my long-lost mother, rekindling memories of my childhood in her embrace. Astounding. Her level of artistry would surely rank among the finest across the entire realm. The crowd erupted in spontaneous cheers. And Xuan, sacred in the music. They even crafted an impromptu chant, signifying Chun'er's ability to captivate her audience surpassed that of Xuan. Yi Xian noted that her male admirers noticeably outnumbered the female ones. Perhaps her innocent demeanor evoked a protective instinct among the men. Well, so be it. After the performance concluded, Chun'er did not leave the stage. Instead, she set down her ethereal instrument and began to dance gracefully. Her movements lacked the enchanting allure and vigor of Xuan, yet they were characterized by a soft and exquisite beauty, imbued with an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. On stage, she embodied the essence of a fairy. After witnessing Chun'er's enchanting dance, Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Both young ladies were exceptional talents, rare gems indeed, though they still bore a hint of naivete. With proper nurturing, they would soon blossom into lucrative assets. An even bolder idea began to take shape in Xuan's mind. He envisioned creating a female idol group centered around Xuan and Chun'er. If he could establish a thriving fan base, monopolizing the entertainment market in this world, which was sorely lacking in such ventures, it would undoubtedly be a gold mine. With this thought in mind, Xuan made his way towards the Red Building. Backstage, Xingzhou could not contain his excitement upon seeing Xuan. The young lady Qiyu brought is truly extraordinary, rivaling even the little fairy. Have them come to the third floor to meet me, Xuan replied, uninterested in further conversation, and proceeded to the third floor of the Red Building. Before long, Xuan and Chun'er arrived before Xuan simultaneously. He was engrossed in writing and did not lift his head as he instructed. Please take a seat and wait a moment. The two ladies patiently waited without disturbing him. After what felt like an eternity, Xuan finally completed his writing and placed 2 contracts before them, saying, "These are customized contracts for you. Please review them carefully. If you find them acceptable, you may sign and seal them now." Chun'er was remarkably decisive. Without even glancing at the document, she signed her name and pressed her handprint onto the paper. Smiling brightly as she said, "Chun'er trusts you, young Master Yi." Xuan, however, did not rush to sign. She meticulously read through the contract, her expression becoming increasingly perplexed. Although she was unfamiliar with the concept of an idol group, the contract itself seemed largely unproblematic. However, the duration of 100 years felt rather excessive. Did this mean that by signing, she would be bound to labor for an entire century? Chapter 129, Xuan clarified. 100 years is merely a conceptual time frame. During this period, should you choose to withdraw, you may do so at any time. However, the contract will remain in effect, and you cannot switch allegiances midway. Xuan nodded in understanding. If that were the case, it posed no real issue. After all, she was merely dancing for extra income and had no intention of making it her primary occupation. Managing the Dushing Trading Company would continue to be her main focus. As for switching jobs, Xuan did not give it much thought, as the benefits offered by Xuan were already quite substantial. In her view, it would be a foolish endeavor to risk losing such an opportunity. With Xuan's lavish spending, who would dare to invest extravagantly to poach talent? Naive Xuan was evidently unaware that it would not be long before her value skyrocketed. The current price of 10,000 taels of silver for a single dance may seem absurd, but she would soon comprehend that she was essentially undervaluing herself. Have you thought it through? Whether to sign or not? Make your decision quickly. I do not possess an abundance of patience, Xuan remarked with a tone of impatience. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan deemed there to be no issues and inscribed her name upon the contract, sealing it with a mark of spiritual energy, thus rendering the agreement officially binding. With both contracts in hand, Xuan remained unperturbed, stating, "There are still too few individuals. To establish a girl group, we require at least 5 members, all capable of singing and dancing, with exceptional appearance and poise. Do you have any suitable candidates to recommend?" Xuan replied, "If we are to speak of individuals who meet these criteria, I do have a recommendation. However, her status is rather unique, and she may not be inclined to make public appearances." "Oh, who is she? Please elaborate," Xuan inquired. "The Princess Qingping of the Chongning Marquis' household," Xuan disclosed. "I have encountered her a few times. She is a talented woman whom I greatly admire. Unfortunately, she suffered an accident in her youth that damaged her meridians, rendering her unable to cultivate. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be the foremost beauty of Cangyun City." Chun'er added, "I too have met Princess Qingping. Her literary talent is exceptional. She has written several acclaimed prose poetry collections under a pseudonym, which have become bestsellers, even reaching Xingzhou City and earning her a modest reputation there." Xuan was unfamiliar with this Princess Qingping, but he was aware of the Chongning Marquis. 3 years prior, upon his arrival in this realm, his first hearty meal was at the Chongning Marquis' residence, coinciding with the day of the Marquis' funeral. It was said he had been poisoned, and the culprit remained unidentified. It appeared that the Chongning Marquis' family had endured considerable misfortune. "What is the background of this Chongning Marquis?" Xuan inquired. "He is a descendant of the Wuyang king, who rebelled and defected from the royal family 500 years ago," Xuan responded. Ahem, so this Princess Qingping is a descendant of traitors? Yixian observed. That makes her lineage somewhat delicate. However, there is no need for excessive caution, as the current royal family is not what it once was. It has become a mere shadow of its former self. While it still wields some influence in the imperial capital, Xingzhou City, it holds no sway over Cangyun City. The fact that both Xuan and Chun highly recommended Princess Qingping indicated that she was indeed a promising candidate. Should she join the girl group, it would undoubtedly enhance their appeal. Is there any way to make contact with Princess Qingping? Yixian asked. Although the Chongning Marquis' household has fallen on hard times, it is still of royal descent, and approaching Princess Qingping will not be straightforward. However, I know that in a few days, there will be a literary gathering organized by some scholars in Cangyun City, and Princess Qingping has been invited to attend. According to past traditions, she is likely to accept. And at that time, we should be able to mingle at the gathering and meet her. Xuan, as the manager of Dishing Commercial House, was quite well informed. Yixian immediately resolved to inform me when the one-mom meeting commences, as I wish to meet this renowned female talent. Xuan suddenly smiled with a hint of mischief, saying, Then, President Yi, you must prepare yourself well. Princess Qingping possesses discerning taste. Although you are extraordinarily wealthy, such trivialities hold no weight with her. To captivate her, one must be learned and skilled. Are you insinuating that I am merely a nouveau riche country bumpkin? Yixian retorted with an annoyed glare at Xuan. Xuan shrugged her shoulders. I would never dare to slander President Yi. I am merely stating the facts. Had it not been for those long legs of yours, I would have countered your remarks, Yixian thought, but ultimately relented. Alas, you are now my golden goose. Go prepare for the performance. Do not keep the audience waiting. And summon Xingzhou as well. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the two. Before long, Xingzhou hurried over. Young Master Yi, what are your instructions? How is today's foot traffic? Quite good. It has returned to the levels prior to the closure, and the stage effects today have been spectacular. I anticipate a new peak in attendance tomorrow. Yixian nodded. Recruit more guards to ensure the safety and order of Kuaihulan. Anyone who dares to cause trouble should be dealt with severely. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I have it under control. I have already enlisted a group of practitioners from the Luoshui sect to maintain order, and there will be no mistakes. Excellent. Continue as you are. Xingzhou grinned. Thank you for your praise, young master. By the way, many merchants have approached me today, eager to establish themselves in Kuailan. Do you have any requirements regarding the entry fees? Increase them to double the previous rates, filtering out those of insufficient capability. Furthermore, all goods sold within Kuaihulan must undergo our inspection to prevent any unforeseen incidents that could tarnish our reputation. Understood, I shall make the arrangements. After Xingzhou departed, the audience downstairs erupted in cheers as Xuan took the stage once more. Yixian moved to the terrace to enjoy the view to its fullest. Those legs. Such beauty. After the performance, all he could recall were those iconic long legs. Next came Chun'er's performance, during which she played a gourd instrument, producing a sound that was extraordinarily melodious and uplifting, transporting the listener into a realm of serenity. The subsequent dance was also graceful and enchanting. A true feast for the eyes. While undeniably beautiful, Yixian felt that something was amiss. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered, and soon realized the missing element, the sound and lighting. A stage devoid of sound and light lacks soul. With the appropriate enhancements, the stage's impact could be amplified manifold, significantly enhancing its emotional resonance. It seems I must employ my talents as a fifth-tier artifact refiner. Upon returning to Zuixian, it was already deep into the night. On his way back, Yixian had already devised several plans. Whether it was sound systems or lighting, both could be addressed using magical artifacts. The essence of sound lay in amplification and fidelity, tasks easily accomplished by first-grade artifacts. Lighting, however, was somewhat more intricate, requiring precise control of rhythm, potentially necessitating the assistance of formations. Nonetheless, these were not insurmountable challenges. With a little time, they could be resolved. After refreshing himself, Yixian returned to his chamber and lay down, drifting into a brief slumber. By the time he awoke, it was already the early hours of the morning. The perfect moment to check in. Ding. Check-in successful, and he had acquired 100 ownership of the One Mall Library. Another enterprise had been added to his portfolio. One Mall Library? Yixian recalled that it was the largest library in Cangyun City, nearly monopolizing the sale of all books within the region. It boasted over 10 bookstores, a paper mill, a printing house, and even its own literary society, with numerous scholars and poets in Cangyun City as members. Yixian promptly accessed the system's storage space, retrieving a thick stack of contracts and documents for review. As expected, the Wenma Society was indeed organized by the Wenma Library. While the scribes of the cultivation world might not wield significant influence, their importance should not be underestimated. With the Wenma Library, Yixian effectively possessed a channel for expression, the advantages of which were self-evident. The question of profitability became secondary. In high spirits, Yixian enjoyed a delightful sleep until dawn, awakening to the gentle morning service of Xuan. "Master, Xuan has a request for your approval," she said eagerly, leaning toward him. Yixian sat up and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Go ahead. I wish to attend the academy." "Oh, what prompted this sudden desire?" Yixian asked, somewhat surprised. "I want to learn more about this world. Although Sister Qing has taught me a great deal, it is still insufficient. There is so much I wish to understand." Xuan replied earnestly. Yixian smiled. "Since Xuan is so eager to improve, I shall wholeheartedly support you. With the school season approaching, I can assist in arranging this. Do you have a preferred academy?" "I would like to attend Qing Tung Academy because it's a place where you have been." Qing Tung Academy. Though it had only been less than 2 months since his graduation, everything he experienced there felt like a distant memory. "No problem, I will take care of it." Upon hearing Yixian's agreement, Xuan was overjoyed, leaping forward to plant a big kiss on him. Watching her skip away, Yixian wiped the drool from his face, unable to suppress a fatherly smile. Though Xuan was a pet he had acquired through check-ins, he often felt as though she resembled a younger sister or even a daughter, evoking a deep desire to pamper her. Stretching languidly, Yixian rose to wash up, enjoyed breakfast with Bai, Qing, and Xuan, and set out early for the Wenma Library. Due to the short distance, Yixian took his time, opting to walk leisurely while exploring the streets in search of suitable materials for refining. Although he possessed a considerable amount of spiritual, or most of it was of the 2nd and 3rd grade, he found himself lacking practical 1st grade ores and materials. To create a set of sound and lighting equipment, he required a more extensive array of foundational materials. As he passed several refining shops, Yixian effortlessly acquired most of the materials he needed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of the Wenma Library. This establishment exuded an ancient charm, and as he approached, he was greeted by the rich scent of ink. Young scribes were drying ancient texts in the courtyard, while others were transporting fresh sheets of paper into the library. Yixian strode forward, passing through a grand 7-foot-tall carved Nama door, where he was met by a magnificent mural depicting vast landscapes, a testament to the library's elegance. "Whom do you seek?" A guard intercepted Yixian just beyond the entrance. "Inform your director that Yixian has come to see him," he replied. The guard scrutinized Yixian, skepticism evident in his gaze. "Our director is not easily accessible. Unless you possess a letter of introduction, I must ask you to leave." Yixian furrowed his brow, unwilling to engage in further discourse. He channeled his spiritual energy, projecting a voice that resonated like a grand bell. "Lu Changqing, come forth to see me. You've lost your mind, daring to call the director by name." The guard was taken aback, rushing forward to intervene. At that moment, a hearty laughter echoed from within the library. "Young Master Yi has finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." Upon hearing this, the guard's face turned pale with shock. The director had indeed responded to the summons. "May I enter now?" Yixian inquired. The guard, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily bowed aside to clear a path. Yixian smoothly entered the hall and met with Director Lu Changqing. In his 60s, Lu Changqing possessed a youthful appearance with white hair and a spirited demeanor. He was, in fact, a practitioner at the divine refining realm, though his appearance was somewhat disheveled, his hair unkempt and his white robe stained with ink and paint, which suited his identity well. Upon meeting, Lu Changqing enthusiastically grasped Yixian's hand. "Young Master Yi, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Tomorrow, I shall depart for the starry sacred land for duty. If I cannot find someone to take over this Wenma library, I shall leave with considerable unease." Yixian expressed his surprise. "Director Lu, you are going to the starry sacred land?" "Indeed, it is an urgent summons. I do not know the specifics of my assignment, but the orders from the sacred land are paramount, and I dare not defy them." Lu Changqing appeared quite anxious as he handed Yixian an octagonal jade plate, saying, "This is the key to the entire library. I have already erased my spiritual imprint. You merely need to infuse your own spiritual energy to reactivate it. Once done, everything within this library will belong to you. I must return to prepare my belongings and cannot accompany you on your tour. I have informed the stewards of your identity, and they will naturally assist you in managing the library." With that, Lu Changqing hurriedly departed. Yixian felt a mix of embarrassment and astonishment. Utterly baffled by how the system orchestrated all of this, he wished to inform Lu Changqing that there was no need for such haste, for the starry sacred land was also his domain. Nevertheless, he took the octagonal jade plate in hand and infused it with his spiritual energy. The plate was not extraordinary, merely an ordinary magical artifact, yet the formation contained within it was remarkably intricate. With control over the octagonal jade plate, Xuan could manipulate all the mechanisms and formations within the library, transforming it into his own territory. Lu Changqing was indeed formidable, if he was not mistaken. He must be a formation master. Shaking his head, Xuan set aside his thoughts and strode into the main building of the library. At that moment, a group of stewards had gathered in the main hall. Although they understood that the library had changed hands, they were taken aback by Xuan's youthful appearance. Was Director Lu jesting? To entrust such a venerable establishment to someone so young seemed ludicrous. Among the assembled stewards, the youngest was in their 40s, and the average age exceeded 60, with several practitioners well over 100. In contrast, Xuan's youth was strikingly excessive. Scholars possess a proud spirit and lofty aspirations, particularly those present, each being a luminary in the literary circles of Cangyun City, renowned and discerning. Lu Changqing often struggled to quell their arrogance, let alone a newcomer like Xuan. Aware of this, Xuan wasted no time and boldly entered the hall, stating unequivocally, regardless of your opinions, they cannot alter the fact that the library has become my private property. Should you have objections, you may address them with Lu Changqing. If that proves futile, you may voluntarily resign. I will provide a year's salary as compensation. You, a mere child, dare to utter such insolence. Resign if you wish. But this library will inevitably fall under your sway, and I shall not accompany you. I too resign. My lifelong reputation cannot be tarnished by your hands. You young one, regardless of your identity or background, in our literary world, everything is measured by one's writings. Have you ever published any works? From whom have you studied? Xuan shrugged. I have not written any articles. I have merely graduated from Qingting Academy, nothing more. Preposterous. This is utter nonsense. Several elderly men fumed, their faces reddening. Qingting Academy? That place is hardly worthy of being called an academy. It is a disgrace to scholarship. A young man, devoid of any literary knowledge, dares to aspire to oversee the esteemed Ink and Literature Academy. Such audacity is truly intolerable. Xuan remains unfazed by their slander and calmly states, those wishing to resign, please stand to the left. Those wishing to remain, stand to the right. In an instant, several stewards promptly position themselves to the left, signifying their stance. However, they remain a minority. Out of over 20 stewards, only 5 expressed their desire to resign, constituting merely a quarter, thus posing little threat to the academy. Xuan nodded in satisfaction and produced a stack of silver notes, declaring, excellent. You 5 may sign, and, upon doing so, you will receive your remuneration and depart. Upon witnessing the thick bundle of silver in Xuan's hands, the 5 stewards, though maintaining their composure, could not help but steal glances. This young man certainly possesses a generous spirit. Yet, what does that matter? Wealth is but refuse. We, as scholars, must hold steadfast to our principles. I shall be the first. One steward stepped forward to sign. What is your monthly salary? 5,000 taels. Here are 60,000 taels in silver notes. Upon receiving them, you are to pack your belongings and never again set foot in the Ink and Literature Academy. No need to remind me. I shall not return. After receiving the silver, the steward scoffed and departed. The remaining 4 stewards hesitated but ultimately decided to accept the money, realizing they could not foresee how long the academy could endure under the leadership of a novice. Since their position was already rendered futile, it seemed prudent to leave early while still pocketing a year's wages, a most agreeable outcome. Once the 4 stewards collected their payments, Xuan addressed the remaining 15 stewards before they could leave. Are you certain you wish to stay? No regrets? An elderly gentleman with a weathered face spoke up. I have been part of the Ink and Literature Academy since my youth. This place is my home. Unless I draw my last breath, I will not depart. I have faith in Director Lu's vision, since he has chosen you as his successor. There must be sound reasoning behind it. Although you, young Master Yi, may be somewhat youthful, there is a certain nobility about you, and I wish to witness the transformations the Academy undergoes under your leadership. Xuan suddenly broke into a smile and said, regardless of your reasons for staying, I appreciate your support as a junior. While I may lack literary prowess, I am not short of funds. Henceforth, your monthly salaries will be doubled, and I intend to establish a literary award in my name, allocating 10 million taels annually to honor those who make outstanding contributions to the Academy. The room fell silent. The stewards who had yet to leave the hall were left in a state of shock. A doubled salary? An annual prize of 10 million? Even the mere prospect of a doubled salary was enough to stir envy. but the notion of a 10 million tael award struck them like a thunderclap, leaving them breathless. It is well known that most literati and scholars live in poverty, for this is a realm of cultivation, where the status of a scholar pales in comparison to that of a practitioner. The wealth accrued from writing articles and poetry is scant. The primary objective of establishing the Wenkong Academy was to create a comfortable environment for the literati of Cangyun City, allowing them to pursue their craft without the burden of menial labor. A prize of 10 million is, for most present, an astronomical sum. Although it is improbable that this entire amount would be awarded to a single individual, Xuan has proclaimed that every year he will allocate 10 million in prizes, ensuring that everyone will have a chance eventually. Even a mere fraction of this, 1/10, would amount to 100,000 taels of silver, a sum sufficient for an ordinary person without cultivation to live comfortably in Cangyun City for a lifetime. Is young master Yi truly sincere in this? An elderly man, simply dressed, inquired with palpable excitement. Xuan, eschewing frivolity, produced 1,000 banknotes of 10,000 each and laid them upon the table, declaring, "This is the prize money for this year. I shall directly hand it over to the accounts office, designated solely for the recipients of the Wenkong Award." And what are the rules? What conditions must one meet to receive the Wenkong Award? First, one must be a member of the Wenkong Academy. Second, one must have published a work in that year that has garnered a certain level of influence. Third, the award must be unanimously approved by 15 administrators. Fourth, there is no limit to the number of awards. If only one individual is deemed worthy, they may claim the entire 10 million. Should no one qualify, the prize will roll over to the following year. Upon concluding his remarks, the 5 administrators who had resigned outside could not help but lament in despair, their regret palpable. Why did it come to this? How could this young man possess such audacity to allocate 10 million annually? This is no trivial amount. Though the Wenkong Academy monopolizes the distribution of books in Cangyun City, the market is limited, and the net profit each year hardly reaches 10 million. What could he possibly gain from such lavish expenditure upon his arrival at the academy? Nevertheless, whatever schemes Xuan may harbor were of no concern to them. Having departed from the Wenkong Academy, they would no longer have the opportunity to set foot within its walls, and the lucrative Wenkong Award would remain forever beyond their reach. As they observed the myriad expressions of shock transforming into joy among the elders in the hall, the 5 outside felt the sting of regret on their faces. Why? Oh, why did I resign? The opportunity for sudden wealth was right before my eyes, and I allowed it to slip through my fingers. How I lament this decision. Chapter 132. With the Wenkong Award easily securing the allegiance of these learned scholars, Xuan deemed it a worthwhile investment. An annual expenditure of 10 million taels of silver was insignificant to him. As long as he could retain the loyalty of these literati, he would firmly grasp the reins of the Wenkong Academy. Having control over these wordsmiths would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Subsequently, Xuan, guided by the most senior administrator of the academy, embarked on a brief tour of the Wenkong Academy. The academy boasts a considerable expanse, featuring 3 libraries primarily stocked with ancient texts, numbering over 10,000 volumes. Furthermore, Xuan learned that these libraries are open to the public, effectively serving as the largest library in Cangyun City. However, due to the impending literary conference, which necessitates the use of many of these texts, the libraries are temporarily closed for inventory, set to reopen only after the conclusion of the event. The venue for the literary conference is indeed located here. After a moment of contemplation, Xuan turned to an elderly gentleman with white hair and a beard, inquiring, "Old Ku, you are overseeing the literary conference in its entirety, are you not?" Despite his advanced age, Old Ku remained sharp of mind and keen of hearing, still commanding significant authority within the academy. With his presence, Xuan felt assured that he need not concern himself with the minutiae of the academy's affairs. "Indeed, I am," the elder affirmed. Xuan, eschewing any preamble, stated directly, "This literary conference will concurrently inaugurate the inaugural literary award, and it is only fitting that you, Old Ku, personally select this year's recipient." Old Ku was taken aback by Xuan's trust, considering the award's substantial sum of 1 million taels of silver. He wondered if Xuan feared the potential for corruption. Although Old Ku was known for his integrity and would never engage in nepotism, the gravity of the responsibility bestowed upon him by Xuan, whom he had just met, was indeed touching. Yet before Old Ku could fully process his emotions, Xuan continued, "However, I have one stipulation. Among this year's awardees, there must be Princess Qingping, and I will personally present the award." Old Ku was astonished. Therefore, this young Yi was lavishly establishing the literary award primarily for the talented young lady of the Chongning Marquis family? Old Ku yearned to admonish Yi Xian for his actions. Yet the magnitude of the literary award, amounting to 10 million each year, was bound to greatly invigorate the literary scene in Cangyun City. Considering this impact, he refrained from voicing any objections. Moreover, Princess Qingping was indeed a prodigy. Although her works were popular novels lacking in highbrow acclaim, they were undeniably well received. Of the works published annually by the Literary Academy, her contributions accounted for a significant portion, and it could be said that the Academy had been sustained by her talent in recent years. Bestowing the literary award upon her would thus be a rightful recognition. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, even if you had not mentioned this, Princess Qingping undoubtedly merits the literary award based on her contributions to the literary community in Cangyun City. That is good to hear. Yi Xian nodded in agreement, relaying some additional instructions before preparing to depart. Before I leave, Yi Xian suddenly recalled, requesting a few books to be brought forth. These were works authored by Princess Qingping. To effectively court her, one must first understand her. And as Yi Xian had yet to meet her in person, he could only delve into her writings. Soon, several gilded novels were presented to Yi Xian. The Charming Young Man Under the Qingping Sword, I and the Falling Blossoms, The Beautiful Ghosts of the Capital, and The Celestial Being Falls in Love with Me. As Yi Xian gazed upon the titles of several books, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. His curiosity regarding the legendary first talent of Cangyun City only intensified. Upon departing from the Wenma Academy, Yi Xian did not wander aimlessly. Instead, he returned to the Zuixian residence and immediately set about crafting magical artifacts. The creation of amplification devices was relatively straightforward. One such artifact, known as the sound drum, possessed amplification properties that Yi Xian could easily modify for stage use. However, achieving the perfect lighting effect for the stage presented a more formidable challenge. After much contemplation, he concluded that the vibrant, colorful lighting was rather commonplace. Instead, he envisioned a luminous mist that would envelop the stage, creating an ethereal ambience more befitting the tastes of the cultivation community. With his concept firmly established, the remaining tasks were well within the capabilities of Yi Xian, a fifth-grade artifact craftsman. There existed numerous methods to fabricate a mist-producing artifact, and incorporating a glowing effect was a simple matter of adding some phosphorescent powder to the mist. In a preliminary attempt, Yi Xian successfully created the desired artifact, though further adjustments were necessary to refine its effects. After a diligent afternoon of labor, he managed to complete 2 magical devices, eagerly anticipating their trial in the lively woods later that evening. As night fell, Xiaoqing returned with Shui, having taken her to Qingtung Academy to complete her enrollment procedures and familiarize her with the surroundings. Tomorrow, Shui would officially begin her studies, and the little girl brimmed with excitement. Witnessing this scene, Yi Xian felt a pang of melancholy, reminiscent of a father watching his daughter grow and prepare to depart. After dinner, he played with Shui for a while, and once she fell asleep, he called upon Shangyu and Duan Hui, making their way to the lively woods. Upon arrival, Yi Xian promptly organized the personnel to test the effects of the 2 newly crafted magical devices. As the mist swirled upward and illuminated the stage, all present were unable to contain their admiration. Sun Zhua, with an exaggerated expression, exclaimed, "Young Master Yi is truly remarkable, capable of personally crafting such a resplendent paradise. Absolutely extraordinary." Yi Xian shot him a glare, remarking that his flattery was too blatant and thus unworthy. Sun Zhua, taken aback, reflected on the art of sycophancy, realizing that he must refine his skills in this regard. Before long, Chun and Qi Zian arrived. Yi Xian wasted no time, instructing them to change into their costumes and take to the stage for a rehearsal to assess the live effects. The outcome was exceedingly gratifying. With the enhancement of the stage, their performance surpassed the previous days by more than double. "What is all this commotion outside?" Sun Zhua hurried over, his face alight with uncontainable joy. "Young Master Yi, I am in awe of you. The foot traffic at the lively woods has more than doubled today. With throngs gathered to see Chun and Miss Qi, over 3,000 people. Our venue is overflowing, and we have sold numerous standing tickets." It seemed that the previous night's performance had sparked a ripple effect. As word spread, the crowd would undoubtedly continue to swell. "Tomorrow, let us hasten to expand the venue, ensuring it can accommodate at least 10,000 attendees." Very well. Following the rehearsal, the audience began to enter gradually. As the day's performance was on the verge of commencement, Yi Xian arrived at his designated observation platform, ready to indulge in this auditory and visual feast. Chapter 133, Perfection. After 2 hours of splendid performances, Yi Xian could only encapsulate his impressions with those 2 words. The dance was flawless, the melodies exquisite, and the stage effects extraordinary. There was not a moment of dullness. The audience was fervently enthusiastic, and even Xuan found himself wanting to cheer for the two young ladies. By the end of the performance, Xuan and Xuan had garnered a substantial following, and even after the show concluded, many lingered outside, reluctant to depart. Backstage, Xuan gazed at the two burgeoning stars before him, a smile lighting up his face. You both have worked hard. It's still early. Would you care for something to eat? He inquired cheerfully. Xuan, having just changed out of her costume, seemed a far cry from the vibrant and radiant figure on stage. With a languid demeanor, she replied, "We need to inventory the storeroom tomorrow. I must return and rest." Unlike some individuals who, despite being the president, show little concern for affairs. With that, Xuan hurriedly departed. Xuan said, "Young Master Yi, I too must return home. I purchased some sheet music and need to practice." "Very well, I shall escort you," Xuan replied. After a brief hesitation, Xuan accepted his offer. Utilizing the specially arranged carriage from the Happy Forest, Xuan accompanied Xuan back to her residence. Perhaps due to her exertion, her natural fragrance seemed to emanate more intensely than usual, filling the carriage with an enchanting aroma that transformed each breath Xuan took into a delightful experience. "Xuan, you have gained a bit of renown. Living alone may pose risks. Have you considered relocating?" Xuan cast a peculiar glance at Xuan. What does young Master Yi mean by this sudden remark? Does he wish to keep a hidden beauty? If I agree, how shall I interact with him thereafter? Moreover, I currently owe him a substantial sum. Refusing might be inappropriate. Xuan appeared to sense her inner turmoil and reassured her, "Do not overthink. I merely intend to establish a branch of the drunken Immortal Pavilion within the Happy Forest. I could set aside 2 rooms for you and Xuan, thus providing you both with a pleasant living environment while enhancing your convenience when visiting." Xuan found the proposal appealing and nodded in agreement. Before long, Xuan safely escorted Xuan to her home and then returned to the drunken Immortal Pavilion. After bathing and returning to his room, he noticed it was just past midnight. Ding. Sign in successful, charm value 1. Ah, this charm of mine has nowhere to go. Time for slumber. The following day, Xuan arose early. As it marked the first day Snow Air officially reported to the Qingtung Academy, and he wished to personally escort her to school. After breakfast, Xuan mounted his swift tiger and set off with Snow Air. Since the senior examination of the Celestial Gate, Xuan had not returned to the Qingtung Academy. Although only a month had passed, this brief period had wrought tremendous changes in him. As he approached Qingtung Academy once more, his emotions were entirely different. Navigating the familiar surroundings, Xuan unexpectedly spotted Han Xiaobei, accompanied by several academy leaders standing rigidly behind him, their expressions taut with tension. "Han Ergo, what brings you here?" Xuan inquired with curiosity. Upon seeing Xuan and Xue Er arrive, Han Xiaobei promptly stepped forward to greet them, his laughter ringing out joyfully. "Today marks the momentous occasion of my esteemed position as honorary sect master of the Luoshui, a sect entering the academy. How could I possibly be absent?" Goodness! He still held this matter in high regard. At that moment, a venerable elder clad in green robes approached and respectfully bowed to Xue Er, exclaiming, "I humbly greet the honorary sect master of the Luoshui sect." The scene appeared somewhat comical. Many students nearby were visibly startled. This young lady was indeed the honorary sect master of Luoshui sect. Although the title sounded akin to that of a mascot, it still denoted a sect leader, a status that commanded unrestrained influence within Qingtung Academy. Xuan was at a loss for words. It seemed Xue Er's presence at Qingtung Academy would be anything but inconspicuous. However, given the circumstances, he could hardly blame Han Xiaobei. In any case, with Xue Er's capabilities, she was bound to stand out within the academy. "Xuan, your sister is truly remarkable. She is destined for greatness. Your recommendation of her to our Qingtung Academy is an immense favor, and rest assured, the Academy will not forget your kindness. In the upcoming celestial examination next year, I shall reserve a spot for you. Should you wish to participate again." A slender elder approached Xuan and spoke softly. It was none other than his mentor, Mr. How? "You flatter me, sir. My admission to Qingtung Academy was indeed thanks to your support. Without your guidance, I would not be where I am today." Xuan replied with a smile, engaging in conversation with Mr. Hao. Observing this interaction closely, Han Xiaobei turned to the academy head, Song Nan, and remarked, "Old Song, isn't there a vacancy for a vice president at your academy? I believe this esteemed elder would be an excellent fit." Song Nan understood Han Xiaobei's implication all too well and nodded vigorously, affirming, "Given Mr. Hao's qualifications, he is indeed more than capable of fulfilling the role of vice president. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once." Han Xiaobei laughed heartily and suddenly patted Song Nen on the shoulder with considerable force. I trust you will take great care of Sect Master Xuan from now on. If a single hair on her head goes missing within your Qingting Academy, you'd better watch your head. Song Nan's face turned pale, and he felt utterly overwhelmed. As the head of Qingting Academy, he might wield some authority within his domain, but standing before him was the sect master of Luoshui Sect, one of the 5 great sections. Faced with such a significant figure, he dared not be careless. Any misstep could indeed cost him dearly. Enough standing around. Yi Xiao? Miss Xuan, let us proceed to explore the academy, he said. I had never realized the exquisite beauty of Qingtung Academy. Look at these flourishing vines. Truly a remarkable place of talent and natural grace. Yi Xian readily agreed, taking Xuan's small hand as they ventured into the academy. Yi Xian was well acquainted with everything within Qingtung Academy, for it housed 3 years of his memories. Admittedly, while not the pinnacle of educational institutions in Cangyun City, its rich history fostered a profound scholarly atmosphere, particularly with the wandering vines throughout the academy. Reputed to originate from a singular ancestral vine that had thrived for over a millennium. However, after a brief tour, Han Xiaobei frowned slightly. While the surroundings of Qingtung Academy were pleasant, they were undeniably somewhat dilapidated. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, arrange for some craftsmen to come and restore the academy comprehensively. Additionally, in the name of Luoshui Sect, donate a snow pavilion, constructed to the highest standards of the esteemed academies in Cangyun City. By the time they departed from Qingtung Academy, it was already afternoon. Dean Song Nen hosted a sumptuous luncheon to entertain Han Xiaobei, with Yi Xian naturally being a distinguished guest, receiving toasts from former teachers and the dean alike, which compelled him to drink more than he intended. Feeling slightly lightheaded, it was Han Xiaobei who escorted him back to Zuixian. Upon returning, Yi Xian, disregarding everything else, began to practice the extreme freedom technique, which required a state of inebriation during its initial stages for optimal results. As his consciousness gradually returned to clarity, he noticed that it had become completely dark outside. Laughter and cheer emanated from the living room, where it seemed that Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai were teaching Xuan how to play chess, only for Xiao Qing to be utterly defeated by the remarkably talented Xuan, leaving her in a fit of playful frustration. Yi Xian did not rush to join them. Instead, he discreetly unleashed his mental energy, intending to tease Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. However, before his energy could approach them, Xiao Bai detected it immediately. Young master, your consciousness is quite unique. You can actually materialize your thoughts, she remarked. Yi Xian scratched his head and stepped outside, explaining, this is called mental energy. It allows for remote manipulation and effortless lifting of heavy objects. Ah, I see. Xiao Bai nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. As she had long suspected that Yi Xian's background was anything but ordinary, surely guided by someone of great expertise. This evening, Yi Xian chose not to visit the pleasure grove, opting instead to stay home to accompany Xuan and deepen his bonds with the Qing and Bai sisters, finding the time spent fulfilling and delightful. The following day, ding. Check-in successful, received Batian Gambling House. A gambling house. Yi Xian suddenly recalled that the owner of the Fulao Tavern had lost everything in this very establishment and had incurred the ire of the gambling lord, prompting him to flee. Yi Xian was not well versed in such gray industries, yet he knew they were undoubtedly lucrative. Once again, he had stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. After having breakfast, Yi Xian made his way directly to the Batian Gambling House to inspect his new territory. The establishment was indeed impressive in scale. Located near the Ghost Market, the Batian Gambling House boasted a lavish facade and was heavily guarded, with 2 fierce, spirited guard dogs tethered at the entrance, their sharp fangs glistening and drool dripping from their mouths, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. The brawny gatekeeper bore a menacing expression, as if the words "I am a villain" were emblazoned across his face. Since it was still early, the gambling house was not yet in operation, and the atmosphere inside was relatively quiet. Yi Xian strode forward. "Welcome, Master Yi." The guards immediately lowered their stance upon seeing Yi Xian, respectfully inviting him inside. Curiosity piqued, Yi Xian inquired, "How did you recognize me?" Master Yi has recently gained quite a reputation in Cangyun City. Everyone in the underworld is well acquainted with your remarkable presence, came the reply. It seemed that Yi Xian's recent notoriety had grown somewhat excessive. They say fame can be a double-edged sword, yet Yi Xian remained unconcerned. As long as he was powerful enough, he could easily quell any nefarious elements. After numerous sign-ins, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. Upon entering the gambling house, Yi Xian did not encounter the gambling lord himself, but was greeted by the manager, Xiao Er. Though Xiao Er's cultivation was formidable, slightly weaker than the spirit refinement stage, but still exuding an aura stronger than Shangyu. He appeared exceedingly anxious in Yi Xian's presence. "Where is the gambling lord?" Yi Xian asked. "My elder brother has been temporarily summoned by the sect and has just departed for Cangyun City," Xiao Er explained. Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. The gambling lord belonged to the White Elephant Sect? Given that Cangyun City was home solely to the White Elephant Sect, the deduction was not difficult. Xiao Er nodded. "We brothers were once outer disciples of the White Elephant Sect, but having violated the sect's rules, we fled to Cangyun City to avoid punishment." Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I am not interested in your past. Just manage the gambling house well, and I will ensure you are well compensated." Relieved, Xiao Er promptly pledged his loyalty. Yi Xian, uninterested in further dialogue, stated, "First, provide me with an overview of the current business operations." "Of course, Master Yi. I will summon the accountant right away," Xiao Er replied. After half an hour of inquiry, Yi Xian gained a general understanding of the gambling house's business. It was undeniable that the establishment was quite profitable. Although the Batian gambling house did not rank among the top 3 in Cangyun City, its profits rivaled those of 5 Xingzhou establishments, with substantial cash reserves. Currently, there were 8 million taels available on the books. While not a sum that particularly impressed Yi Xian, it was still a considerable amount. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian declared, "I shall not withdraw this money. Instead, use it to establish a branch at the Happy Forest." "Yes, Master Yi. I will personally oversee the matter and ensure it is executed flawlessly. Once at the Happy Forest, you may liaise with Xingzhou, who will handle the details," he affirmed. With that, Yi Xian strode out of the gambling house, his visit as swift as it was decisive. As Xiao Er watched Yi Xian depart, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Is this the aura of a true powerhouse? Merely facing him exhausted all my strength. After leaving the gambling house, Yi Xian strolled alone through the streets, casually purchasing some materials for refining tools, intending to practice his skills. Before he realized it, noon had arrived, and just as he was about to head home, he spotted a carriage adorned with the emblem of Zuixian Merchant House approaching slowly. A delicate white hand drew back the curtain, revealing half of Qi Xian's enchanting profile. This girl exuded an air of chilliness and aloofness. Radiating an undeniable pride, she was clearly the type that was difficult to approach. Yet, Yi Xian was undeterred. Before the coachman could react, he swiftly leaped into the carriage and took a seat beside Qi Xian. The coachman was about to protest when Qi Xian interrupted, raising her hand in a gesture of dismissal. With a slightly exasperated tone, she said, "It's no trouble. Continue on your way." Turning to Yi Xian, she inquired, "What is the meaning of your presence, President Yi?" "Take me home," Yi Xian replied with an almost commanding tone. Qi Xian responded, "I am en route to the port for urgent matters. It's not on the way. I will accompany you to the port, and once your business is concluded, you shall take me home," Yi Xian insisted, adopting a demeanor that implied he would not be easily dismissed. Qi Xian was left speechless. Fine. Who am I to refuse the esteemed president?" The journey continued in silence until they arrived at the port. The moment Qi Xian stepped down from the carriage, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with a sense of disbelief. She had not anticipated Yi Xian to be so compliant, never once leveraging the advantages of his affluent background to impose upon her. Had she truly misjudged him? No, men are all the same. He pretended to be indifferent along the way, likely playing a game of feigned aloofness. Caution was essential. "Have we arrived?" Yi Xian stretched lazily as he descended from the carriage. Having recently practiced the ultimate freedom technique with fruitful results, he estimated that in a few days, he would be able to break through to the next level. Chapter 135. Cangyun Port is located on the western outskirts of Cangyun City, backed by the Qinglong River, which runs north and south. Merchant vessels and trading caravans continuously arrive, making it the most prosperous port in Cangyun City and a vital artery of its economy. Despite the formidable strength of the Zuixian Merchant House, it holds less than 10% of the trade share within Cangyun Port, a testament to the port's bustling activity. Although it was still early, a multitude of merchant ships from distant lands had already docked at the port, with a steady stream of goods being transported into the massive warehouses for inspection before being dispatched throughout the city, supplying the daily needs of its citizens. After alighting from the carriage, Qi Xian hurried directly towards the warehouse, and Yi Xian, uncertain of her purpose, decided to follow her out of sheer boredom. Though Yi Xian aspired to be a carefree, hands-off manager, he understood the necessity of being acquainted with the enterprises under his name. Otherwise, wielding power without the wisdom to utilize it would be a waste. The warehouse was vast, enveloped by powerful enchantments that insulated it from the outside world, resulting in a frigid and arid atmosphere. ideal for the preservation of goods. Upon entering, a group of workers adorned in uniforms emblazoned with the emblem of Dushing merchants approached with urgency. Miss Qi, we are in a predicament. The disciples of the White Elephant Sect adamantly assert that there is an issue with our cargo and demand that we take full responsibility, no matter how we plead. They remain haughty, offering us no opportunity for explanation, one worker exclaimed, his brow drenched in sweat despite the chilling temperature, evidently having endured considerable harassment. Once again, it was this group of bullies. Xian's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She reassured them, you all should take a moment to rest. I will handle the rest. Miss Qi, do exercise caution. Zhou Yang has brought along a formidable master from the spirit refinement realm, exuding an overwhelming presence. Upon hearing this, Xian's expression grew more vigilant. It appeared that Zhou Yang's intentions were far from benign. Her previous rejections of his invitations might have ignited resentment within him. Despite her concerns, Xian maintained an air of calmness, stating, it matters not. Even the disciples of the White Elephant Sect cannot act with impunity within the bounds of Cangyun City. Xuan, listening intently, couldn't he help but admire Xian. This woman not only possessed an alluring figure, but also exuded an aura of confidence and poise. Quite captivating indeed. However, this was ultimately a world governed by strength. If the opposing side truly did bring a master of the spirit refinement realm to stir trouble, Xian's capabilities might be insufficient to handle the situation. Xuan quietly followed, choosing to observe how Xian would navigate this predicament alone. Not far ahead, a slick young man, his face glistening with oil, was being fawned over by a group of bodyguards as he conversed with a burly man in his 40s, whose visage was marked by excess. Upon spotting Xian, the oily young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, my dear Xian, you have indeed come. I always knew you would seek me out. You are a wise woman, well aware that maintaining our collaboration with the White Elephant Sect is the most prudent choice. His lewd grin suggested he viewed Xian as an easy conquest, his gaze practically devouring her. Were it not for the presence of others, he might have lunged at her without hesitation. Xian felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, yet as she represented Dushing merchants, she could not afford to openly confront Zhou Yang. At that moment, she noticed Xuan, who stood silently by, seemingly amused. Oh, how delightful. You are watching me suffer. You, the true master of the business, while I am but a mere employee. Why must all the profits go to you while I bear the burdens and endure the harassment of this drunken lout? Her frustration grew with each thought. Yet, despite her anger, Xuan understood her desire to conceal her identity. It would be unwise for her to undermine her position. After all, losing her job would pale in comparison to the loss of a lucrative opportunity, such as 1,000 taels of silver for a single performance. In deference to our benefactor, I shall endure. Xian composed herself and said expressionlessly, Mr. Zhou, at Dushing Trading Company, we uphold integrity as our core principle in all partnerships. Should there truly be any quality issues with our goods, Dushing will certainly provide you with a satisfactory resolution. However, to my knowledge, our products are entirely free of defects. If the White Elephant Sect insists on coercing us, I regret to inform you that I will have to terminate this collaboration unilaterally. Zhou Yang was taken aback by Xian's resolute attitude. It seemed that this minor collaboration could not shake the resolve of the enchanting maiden. Nevertheless, with my esteemed lineage as a third-generation disciple of the White Elephant Sect, I need only employ a slight maneuver to ensure she remains within my grasp. That would be troublesome, for the White Elephant Sect has never failed to obtain what it desires. With that, Zhou Yang signaled to the menacing figure beside him. Without hesitation, the latter unleashed his aura, his spiritual energy surging forth like a whirlwind of orange flames, causing his clothing to billow and crackle. The overwhelming force swept through the workers of Dushing Trading Company, whose meager strength was no match for a cultivator at the God Refinement realm, sending them tumbling backward as if struck by an invisible force. Although Xian had attained the 9th level of Qi refinement, she was still dwarfed by the might of the God Refinement realm, and despite her slight advantage, she found herself retreating, struggling to maintain her balance. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed, she felt a large hand extend from behind her, steadying her and preventing her from falling. The burly man sensed the anomaly and immediately restrained his aura, furrowing his brow as he looked towards Xuan. Oh, I see you two are a master of the God Refinement realm. My apologies, he acknowledged. Zhou Yang was astonished. Old Zhao, you must be mistaken. This pretty boy is of the God Refinement realm? Despite claiming to be a true disciple of the White Elephant Sect, he was merely a figurehead, without his family's connections. He would not even qualify as an outer disciple. This was Cangyun City, beyond the influence of the White Elephant Sect. Offending a local master of the god refinement realm here could prove quite troublesome. Yi Xian patted Qi Xian's shoulder gently, signaling her to step back. Disturbing affairs on the territory of Dushing Trading Company comes with a price, whether it be the White Elephant Sect or the Black Elephant Sect. Zhou Yang, incensed, retorted, "You must be weary of life, daring to speak to me in such a manner. Old Zhao, teach this brat a lesson." Yet, upon hearing this, the burly man felt no hesitation. He summoned his energy once more, taking a thunderous step forward, and with a swift, fierce dragon capture palm aimed at Yi Xian. This strike was filled with power, clearly the result of rigorous training, and was quite formidable. A typical cultivator of the god refinement realm would likely struggle to withstand it. However, Yi Xian did not flinch, remaining steadfast as he released his mental energy to intercept the man's attack, not only neutralizing it, but also lifting the 200-pound man effortlessly 3 zhang into the air before crashing him down onto the ground with great force. With a resounding crash, the robust figure of the man collided heavily with the sturdy floor tiles, creating a vast array of cracks. Hiss! The pain was excruciating, causing the man to inhale sharply, struggling to rise for quite some time. Chapter 136, Old Zhao? Zhou Yang appeared perplexed, questioning what had transpired. The fellow had not moved an inch. Yet Old Zhao had inexplicably collapsed. It was not that Zhou Yang lacked experience. However, the formidable mental force cultivated through Yi Xian's extreme intent freedom technique was simply too powerful. Generally, the manipulation of objects with divine consciousness required a mastery level of at least the core formation stage, and even then, it was mostly limited to lightweight artifacts like swords. Yet, Yi Xian had merely begun to grasp this mental force, and he could effortlessly lift objects weighing several hundred pounds. Of course, this was not solely due to the prowess of the extreme intent freedom technique. It was significantly aided by Yi Xian's extraordinary innate talent. With his perfect innate physique and the dual enhancement of the 7-colored dreamlike celestial root, even the most mundane techniques could be wielded to surpass their limits in his hands. Effortlessly annihilating foes beyond his level was child's play for him. "Zhou Xiao, don't mind me, just run. This fellow has cultivated a sinister technique. I am no match for him." The robust man yelled through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Zhou Yang was utterly flustered, disregarding his pride, and immediately took flight. "Just you wait. My White Elephant Sect is not to be trifled with." Still daring to talk back? Yi Xian grasped the air, and Zhou Yang, who had barely made it 10 meters away, was abruptly lifted into the air. He shrank his neck and flailed his legs, but could not break free, his face paling in terror, and he was so frightened that he wet himself, an unpleasant odor wafting about. At that moment, the man on the ground suddenly sprang up, not towards Yi Xian, but with fierce intent aimed at Qi Xian. Aware that he was no match for Yi Xian, he sought to prevent any harm from befalling Zhou Yang by diverting the threat. Unfortunate Qi Xian had no inkling that such an event would unfold, her mind blank, leaving her unable to evade. Yi Xian understood the man's intentions, but could not stand idly by. He retracted his mental force, pulling Qi Xian to his side, while simultaneously using his power to suppress the man back to the ground with greater force. This time, the impact created a dent in the floor tiles, rendering the man unconscious on the spot. "President Yi," Qi Xian's voice trembled as she spoke. She was currently in a rather intimate position, leaning against Yi Xian. He took a deep breath and said, "I appreciate your fragrance, but we are not yet familiar enough. Miss Qi, please maintain decorum." Qi Xian retorted, "How can you even bite back? You're too cunning." However, with so many witnesses present, she dared not argue with Yi Xian and could only withdraw, feeling aggrieved. Turning to look, Yi Xian saw that Zhou Yang had seized the opportunity to escape the warehouse, making a beeline for the Qinglong River to flee. This fellow had quite the talent for running away. "Should we pursue?" Qi Xian asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Regardless of the reasons behind today's events, once they pass through Zhou Yang's lips and reach the Baixiang sect, they will inevitably be transformed into the fault of Dushing Trading Company. Should the Baixiang sect decide to take action, the feeble Dushing Trading Company would be powerless to withstand it. The most prudent course of action at this juncture is to prevent Zhou Yang from leaving Cangyun City, thus allowing for some maneuvering room. However, Yi Xian seemed unconcerned, casually remarking, "Let him go. What is a mere Baixiang sect? Even if they come knocking, what is there to fear?" Qi Xian was taken aback. "President Yi, are you certain you comprehend the might of the Baixiang sect? The scale of Cangyun City far surpasses our Cangyun City, and the Baixiang sect has governed Cangyun City for over 7 centuries, with a profound heritage. Even if we combine the 5 great sects of Cangyun City, we would likely still fall short." "And so what?" Yi Xian shrugged, stepping lightly out of the warehouse, stretching towards the sun and stating, "I am somewhat fatigued. Please inform the authorities to apprehend these spies from the Zuixian sect for interrogation, then take me home. I wish to indulge in a brief nap." "Spies? I understand." Xuan promptly commanded her men to detain the guards. These guards, having been thoroughly frightened, did not dare to resist. Once they were subdued, Xuan sent someone to notify the authorities and then followed Xuan as they departed. The sudden turn of events left Xuan feeling quite anxious. After all, the entity they had offended was the Zuixian sect, a colossal power whose wrath would be unbearable for her to endure. But observing Xuan, who sat in the carriage with his eyes closed, unfazed by the turmoil, Xuan thought to herself, if the sky were to fall, at least there is someone tall to bear the weight. If Xuan is unafraid, what is there for me to worry about? Thus, she chose to dismiss her concerns. Before long, the carriage arrived at Zuixian. Xuan alighted, only to find Xuan following closely behind. He inquired, "Is there something you need?" Xuan, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I kindly escort you back, and not even a sip of water is offered? It is already lunchtime. Is it not acceptable for me to come for a meal?" Xuan expressed her grievances. Xuan let out a resigned sigh and took her wrist, leading her upstairs to a private room. Xuan, fearing he might have ulterior motives, instinctively backed towards the corner, her expression wary as she said, "I warn you. Though you are my superior, if you push me too far, I will call for help." As Xuan's voice grew increasingly uncertain, it became barely audible. After all, the prowess Xuan had just displayed was indeed formidable, and should he choose to act with hostility, she would be powerless to resist. Xuan, observing Xuan's pale countenance, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, realizing that this long-legged girl harbored quite the prejudice against him. "What are you thinking? I merely wish to remind you that you are now a public figure. Did you not notice the numerous eyes upon you just now? If word gets out and your fans discover your whereabouts, it could spell considerable trouble for my establishment, the Drunken Immortal Inn." Xuan, in a state of bewilderment, had been entirely focused on Xuan and had indeed failed to observe the presence of her own admirers. In truth, Xuan had yet to fully come to terms with her newfound fame. She was aware that a few thousand individuals in Cangyun City were willing to purchase tickets just to witness her dance. Yet the reality of her status as a beloved icon in the city had not fully registered with her. It is surprising that even this elegant woman could be so oblivious. Xuan could not help but tap her forehead lightly, advising her, from this moment forth, "You must learn to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing attention in crowded places, lest you attract unwanted attention and be taken away." Xuan's complexion paled slightly at his words. Could it truly be that dangerous? Better to be cautious, for I am your employer. Would I deceive you? Though Xuan appeared somewhat unreliable, there seemed to be merit in his words. Xuan reflected on this, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude. Perhaps having such a boss was not entirely disadvantageous. Unaware of the shift in Xuan's demeanor, Xuan continued, "Begin to distance yourself from the affairs of Dushing Commercial House gradually. Allocate more time to refine your skills, particularly in dance and music, to enhance your artistry. But the business is quite hectic, and managing it all may lead to chaos." Xuan expressed her concerns. After years at Dushing, she held a strong attachment to her work. While she understood the necessity of progress, the thought of severing ties with the commercial house filled her with reluctance. "Not to worry, Wang Yi will oversee things. If need be, he can shoulder more responsibility. It is settled then, do not defy my orders. I shall return to my rest," declared Xuan, turning to leave. As Xuan watched his departing figure, she could not help but murmur softly, "What a domineering man." Upon returning to room number 1, Xuan found the space devoid of Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, and Shui had yet to return from school, leaving the home somewhat desolate. However, he felt no discomfort. Having spent the past 3 years in solitude, he had grown accustomed to it. In fact, the recent bustle had him feeling somewhat overly exhilarated. Entering his room, Xuan hung a do not disturb sign on the door, then poured himself a large jug of strong liquor and savored a substantial piece of marinated spirit meat. With a pleasant haze of intoxication, he began to practice the Supreme Freedom Technique. Today's battle had revealed to Xuan the immense utility of mental energy in practical combat. It was evident that throughout the stages of spirit refinement, and even into the core formation stage, mental energy would serve as his primary means for both offense and defense, thus establishing its utmost priority in his training regimen. Secondly, there exists the method known as the Embrace the Sun technique, yet its practice is contingent upon the weather. It is only under the blazing sun that its effects are most pronounced. At other times, one must primarily rely on the Supreme Freedom Technique. The The time spent in a state of inebriation passed swiftly, and by the time Xuan regained his consciousness, it was already the latter part of the night. As he released his mental energy, Xuan could distinctly perceive a significant enhancement in his mental prowess, with his controllable force increasing by approximately 50 pounds, rendering it even more potent. His mental sensitivity had also sharpened. He could vividly sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Shaoqing's practice in the adjacent room, as well as the sounds of water cascading over Xiao Bai's body during her bath, all materializing as indistinct images in his mind. Xuan reveled in this newfound awareness for a while, before proceeding to sign in. Another 7 days passed, marking the successful completion of his 6th week of perfect attendance, which was indeed worthy of anticipation. A chime resounded. 6th week perfect attendance successful. Reward, a 5th-grade artifact, the instrument of persuasion. To his astonishment, it was a 5th-grade artifact. It is noteworthy that within the entirety of Cangyun City, there existed but a single 5th-grade artifact, the longing sword from the sword-forging pavilion. However, due to Shaoqing's absorption of its dragon energy, the longing sword had been reduced to a 4th-grade artifact, which meant that Cangyun City was now devoid of any 5th-grade artifacts. What Xuan had received was the only 5th-grade artifact in the city. Ecstatic, Xuan immediately retrieved it for inspection. To his surprise, the instrument of persuasion turned out to be a hefty iron rod. Its weight was exceedingly substantial. With his current strength, he nearly struggled to lift it. It must weigh no less than 1,500 pounds. Its overall appearance was rather unremarkable, a blackened stick resembling a ham. Rugged and angular, and one could easily surmise that a blow from it would be quite painful. Despite its seemingly unadorned nature, being a 5th-grade artifact, Xuan felt considerable satisfaction. However, it appeared that he would not be able to utilize it immediately. It was simply too heavy. Lifting it was a challenge, let alone wielding it in combat. Nevertheless, he looked forward to the day when his mental training would enable him to lift this formidable rod, eagerly anticipating the experience of wielding it against foes. Given the current progress of the Supreme Freedom Technique, he anticipated that day would arrive swiftly. With a newfound goal, Xuan was filled with determination, losing interest in venturing out to foster relationships with Xiao Bai and Shaoqing. He consumed another jug of potent liquor and continued his training until dawn. After a night of drunken cultivation, Xuan felt well, although he did experience a slight headache. He indulged in a brief nap, awakening to find it was already noon. Just as he rose, he encountered Xiao Bai entering his room, carrying a sumptuous lunch. Master, while cultivation is indeed important, one must not be overly impatient. Haste makes waste, Xiao Bai said with concern. Xuan humbly accepted her admonition and began to savor the meal. The dishes Xiao Bai prepared were utterly delectable. He could never grow weary of them. As he ate, he showered her with compliments. Xiao Bai, however, appeared somewhat helpless, realizing that Xuan was not one to heed advice easily. His diligence must stem from an unavoidable hardship. Were it anyone else, achieving a breakthrough into the spirit refinement realm within such a brief span would likely have led to a sense of self-satisfaction. Yet, Xuan has never exhibited even a hint of pride. Rather, he has intensified his training. What motivates Xuan to strive so fervently? Xiao Bai could not help but indulge in various speculations, and thus, her gaze upon Xuan was tinged with a touch of sympathy. Young master, eat slowly. Let me massage your temples. With that, Xiao Bai settled behind Xuan and began to knead his temples with her delicate, jade-like fingers. Xuan, too engrossed in his meal to notice, squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Perhaps the effects of the wine still lingered, as he felt an inexplicable warmth rising within him. Unconsciously, his hand brushed against Xiao Bai's thigh, gently massaging through the thin fabric of her skirt. Young master, are you feeling unwell? Why is your palm so sweaty? Xiao Bai inquired, puzzled. Xuan thought to himself, how cowardly of me. Indeed, no matter how many scenarios he had envisioned in his mind, they remained mere fantasies. Without practical experience, he found himself unable to act upon his desires. With a sigh, he withdrew his hand and replied, it's nothing, just a moment of weakness. Xiao Bai, still perplexed but not dwelling on it, continued her massage. Her technique grew increasingly adept, and Xuan, lost in comfort, inadvertently fell asleep, resting his head upon Xiao Bai's thigh for over an hour. Upon awakening, not only did he see Xiao Bai, but Shaoqing had also mysteriously appeared in his room. They were both employing spiritual techniques to help Xuan regulate his body and clear his meridians. Particularly Shaoqing, clad in an outfit that was quite revealing, showcased her delicate shoulders and arms, an alluring sight before Xuan. Young master, you're awake. I have wonderful news. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Xiao Qing exclaimed, visibly excited. Upon noticing Yi Xian's awakening, she rushed over and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Quite a strong hug. What do you mean? You're about to break through to the core formation realm? Previously, Xiao Qing had absorbed the dragon energy from the Longyin sword, which indeed had been a significant advantage. Yet such rapid progress seemed remarkable. Xiao Qing nodded with conviction. Exactly. I have nearly touched the threshold of the core formation realm. Within 2 years at most. I will surely achieve it. 2 more years? That doesn't seem particularly fast, Yi Xian remarked, eliciting thoughtful expressions from both Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai explained. Young master, you may not be aware, but due to our long lifespans, the cultivation pace of our demon race is considerably slower than that of humans. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Qing would require a century to break through to the core formation realm, so achieving it in 2 years is already remarkably efficient. I see, then congratulations. Xiao Qing smiled proudly, and that's not all. Once I break through to the core formation realm, I will be able to assist my sister in repairing her damaged golden core, allowing her to regain her core formation cultivation. Xiao Bai shook her head, expressing uncertainty. The situation remains undetermined. My golden core is severely damaged, and without the aid of a rejuvenation pill, it is quite challenging to fully restore my previous strength. Rejuvenation pill? She continued. It is a rare 6th-grade elixir capable of aiding in the reconstitution of a golden core, a treasure that is difficult to come by. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian silently noted the term rejuvenation pill. Although, given his current capabilities, acquiring such a 6th-grade elixir seemed unattainable, he believed that with persistent effort, it was merely a matter of time before he would obtain it. As the time for Xuan's school dismissal approached, Yi Xian found himself with some leisure and decided to pick her up. He planned to stay at their new home for a couple of days, where the serene environment was more conducive to cultivation. Regarding Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing, they had been exceedingly busy lately, having just taken over the Fortune restaurant. They were also in the midst of establishing a branch of the drunken Immortal Pavilion at the Happy Forest. It seemed unlikely they would have time to join Yi Xian for a holiday. Once this busy period passes, I will treat you both to a proper vacation. Yi Xian promised. That's unnecessary, young master, Xiao Bai replied. I quite enjoy the fulfilling and busy feeling of each day. If I were to become idle, I would feel uneasy. Xiao Qing echoed her sentiments. Yi Xian did not press the matter. After all, the two sisters had come to Cangyun City to blend into the crowd and absorb the energy of the populace. Forcing them to relax might not yield favorable results. At least for now, Yi Xian lacked the formidable strength required to ensure their safety. As he pondered, Yi Xian recalled the invitation he had discovered on the Night Owl's person. It stated an invitation to the North Mountain King for a banquet at the Fox Immortal Pavilion on the 8th of September. Today was the 8th of August, meaning there was precisely 1 month until the date specified. Should he consider visiting the Fox Immortal Pavilion then? Perhaps to avenge Xiao Bai? Well, that was a matter to be addressed later, especially since Yi Xian did not even know the whereabouts of the Fox Immortal Pavilion. Even if he were to inquire with Xiao Bai, she would undoubtedly worry about his safety and refuse to divulge any information. Stretching, Yi Xian mounted his swift wind tiger and made his way to Qingting Academy to pick up Xuan before heading to their new home. Xiaomu, Sister Han. You are both here. Upon entering, he noticed Han Xiaomu lounging on the sofa, indulging in a bag of potato chips. Lady Han, seemingly just returning from a swim, was draped in a bathrobe, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets glistening as they fell, exuding a distinct charm. Lady Han appeared taken aback by Yi Xian's unexpected arrival, standing frozen for several seconds before quickly turning away in surprise. Yi Xian observed her ears turn crimson and found himself puzzled. Was Sister Han truly so modest as to feel shy? Xiaomu, on the other hand, showed little reaction, wiping crumbs from her mouth and bluntly stating, Mother is worried about me living here alone, so she moved in with me. Yi Xian Gij. Your provisions are far too meager. The supplies in the ice cellar are nearly depleted. I haven't seen these snacks anywhere else. Where shall we procure more? What a little glutton. Yi Xian took the opportunity to check the kitchen, and indeed, the refrigerator was nearly empty. To his dismay, even the fizzy drinks he treasured had been consumed by Han Xiaomu, leaving him feeling quite pained. Indeed, the renovation card seems to indicate that consumables within the house can be replenished. He promptly took out the renovation card and fiddled with it. Upon opening the refrigerator once more, it had returned to its original state. Quite convenient. Albeit a tad pricey, those snacks and beverages cost me a staggering 100,000 taels of silver, akin to robbery. After handing a packet of spicy strips to Xuan, Yi Xian returned to the living room, only to find Madame Han had swiftly changed her attire, even drying her hair with spiritual energy. restoring her usual dignified and elegant demeanor. Xiao Yi, your residence possesses a hidden realm. I have conducted a brief study, yet many aspects remain unclear. Surely, the individual who undertook the repairs of this abode must be an extraordinary figure, proficient in both formations and artifact refinement. Might you be able to provide an introduction? Yi Xian replied with a wry smile. I fear that is not possible. That individual has departed from Xingzhou to wander the world. Is that so? What a pity. Realizing that too much talk could lead to missteps, Yi Xian promptly shifted the topic. Sister Han, do you have any knowledge of the North Mountain King? Duan Yu of the North Mountain? What has suddenly piqued your interest in him? Yi Xian explained, recently, I have perused some secret histories of Xingzhou and discovered that this North Mountain King still wields military power despite the decline of royal authority, which has stirred my curiosity. Ah, I see. I once encountered the North Mountain King in the sacred land of stars. Although outsiders claim he possesses immense strength and extraordinary valor, in truth, Duan Yu is quite the sight to behold, handsome and graceful. In his youth within Star City, he was a remarkable talent, excelling in cultivation, knowledge, strategy, and military tactics. Had it not been for the royal family's emergence of a celestial phoenix, blessed by heaven to inherit the throne at birth, he would undoubtedly have been the prime candidate for the new emperor. Yi Xian expressed his surprise. Sister Han, you have been to the sacred land of stars? Han Xiaomu interjected. Oh, brother Yi, you didn't know? Mother was once the foremost genius beauty of Cangyun City, specially recruited by the sacred land of stars, where she resided for 5 long years. Madame Han shot a glare at Han Xiaomu. That is merely an old tale, not worth mentioning. No matter how splendid the sacred land of stars was, Luoshui sect is still my true home. Intrigued, Yi Xian astutely sensed a shift in Madame Han's emotions. She seemed reluctant to discuss that chapter of her past. Could it be that she experienced something unpleasant in the sacred land of stars? Was it related to Han Xiaomu's father? Regarding the identity of Madame Han's deceased husband, although the outside world is rife with speculation, it appears to be mere gossip. The true circumstances remain shrouded in mystery. It is likely that he was not a local of Cangyun City, but rather someone encountered in the sacred land of stars. Could it be that she fell victim to a scoundrel who abandoned her after a fleeting romance? If so, it would certainly explain why Han Yurong is hesitant to revisit her past. Yi Xian immediately redirected the conversation. It seems the North Mountain King's current station at the borders is not voluntary. The royal family likely wishes to keep him at a distance from the young emperor, fearing potential power struggles. Indeed, such rumors circulate in the outside world, yet neither you nor I belong to the royal lineage, and indulging in baseless conjectures holds little significance. However, from what I gather, the king of Beishan possesses a commendable sense of responsibility. The northwestern mountains of Xingzhou are plagued by miasma, teeming with malevolent entities. The cultivators of Xingzhou have battled these forces for 5 millennia, yet they remain susceptible to their disturbances. Since the king of Beishan assumed his guardianship, it has been many years since we have heard reports of such invasions. From the words of Han Yurong, it is evident that she holds a certain admiration for the king of Beishan. Yet, should she discover the connection between him and the fox spirit of the demonic clan, one cannot fathom her reaction, for the cultivators of Xingzhou harbor deep-seated apprehensions towards the demonic entities. Naturally, Yi Xian would refrain from disclosing this matter to Han Yurong, as a mere invitation does not substantiate much. After engaging in casual conversation, Yi Xian descended into the cellar to cultivate in seclusion. He retrieved several bottles of wine from the wine cellar and soon felt the world spinning around him. Fueled by the effects of the alcohol, he began his cultivation. And for a time, his mental force soared, causing the surrounding objects to levitate as if in a state of weightlessness, creating a rather surreal spectacle. However, this session of cultivation concluded after a mere 2 hours. The intoxication dissipated. How absurd! Despite consuming significantly more than the previous day, the results seemed to diminish. Yi Xian picked up a bottle of vodka, downing it in large gulps, and remarked, the flavor lacks intensity. Could it be that my current constitution has become so robust that my immunity to alcohol has significantly increased? Finishing a bottle of vodka left him merely tipsy, falling short of achieving the profound state required for his cultivation technique. It appeared he would need to seek out stronger spirits. Shaking his head, Yi Xian decided against further cultivation, opting instead for a swim before returning to prepare for sleep. Upon entering his bedroom, he found that Han Xiaomu and Xuan had already claimed his bed, while Han Yurong occupied the adjacent room. With a sense of resignation, he descended to the sofa for the night. Such a vast house, yet it had only 2 bedrooms. How unreasonable. The following day dawned bright and sunny, awakening Yi Xian from his slumber due to the heat. Had there been a power outage? After investigating, he discovered that the electricity meter had run out of funds. Although he was unsure how the system had managed to power the house, it appeared that both electricity and water required payment, and the costs were quite steep. Xian recharged a considerable sum of silver to restore the power. The cool air from the central air conditioning made him feel that the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. Ding! Sign-in successful, and he acquired the Cangyun distillery. A distillery? Just last night, he had expressed a desire for potent spirits. And today he unexpectedly found himself the owner of a distillery. Moreover, he had heard of Cangyun Distillery, which held considerable renown within Xuan City, serving as the primary supplier to various taverns. Dominating 80% of the city's alcoholic beverage market, it had nearly monopolized the liquor business in Xuan City. It is said that the proprietor of the Cangyun Distillery is named Mu Qianqian, a formidable businesswoman renowned for her exceptional winemaking skills, which are regarded as unparalleled in Xuan City. The Cangyun wine she personally brews is virtually unattainable for the average person, requiring even dignitaries and nobles to place orders years in advance. Through her monopoly in the beverage industry, Mu Qianqian has amassed considerable wealth, becoming the wealthiest woman in Xuan City at a remarkably young age of under 30, with her fortune reaching a staggering level, categorizing her as an affluent matron. Acquiring the Cangyun Distillery was indeed a delightful surprise for Xian. To speak of mere profits, the annual yield of this distillery could rival that of a secret silver mine, not to mention the esteemed reputation of the wealthy Mu Qianqian. Without hesitation, Xian donned his attire and set out. The swift wind carried him with great speed, and he soon found himself at the entrance of the Cangyun Distillery. It was conveniently located not far from the city lord's mansion, merely 2 streets apart, yet the surrounding area was sparsely populated, offering an expansive space where numerous large wine barrels were neatly arranged, and the intoxicating aroma of wine wafted through the air. This is indeed the perfect place for my cultivation, Xian thought, filled with anticipation as he approached the distillery. However, he was halted by a guard at the entrance. Please wait, sir. The distillery is closed for the day. Perhaps you could return another time. I seek Mu Qianqian, Xian replied. And you are? The guard inquired. I am Yi. The guard's expression shifted to one of astonishment. So you are Master Yi. Please, come in. The owner has been awaiting your arrival. Lead the way, Xian instructed. Upon entering the distillery, he proceeded directly to the main building. From a distance, he spotted a slender figure waiting at the entrance, presumably Mu Qianqian. The wealthiest woman in Xuan City appeared far younger than one might expect, likely in her early 20s, clad in an elegant, simple white gown, her natural beauty unadorned by makeup. Mu Qianqian's cultivation was also impressive, at least above the 5th level of the spirit refinement realm. Furthermore, she emanated a unique aura of spiritual energy, reminiscent of being steeped in wine, which irresistibly captivated those nearby. Xian realized that, like in Xuan, Mu Qianqian possessed a rare innate talent, explaining her remarkable success in managing the distillery. Upon seeing Xian, Mu Qianqian's expression appeared somewhat complex. Yet she ultimately embraced her fate with a rare smile and approached him warmly. Qianqian greets young Master Yi. There is no need for such formalities, Miss Mu. I regret having taken your cherished enterprise, but the realm of commerce is akin to a battlefield. You must understand this. Xian was uncertain of how the system had acquired the Cangyun Distillery, but the outcome was clear. It now belonged to him without question. Although he felt remorse for Mu Qianqian, there was no possibility of returning the distillery. After a brief silence, Mu Qianqian responded, Rest assured, young Master Yi. Qianqian is not one to break her word. Once I have gathered my belongings, I will depart from the distillery immediately. Where do you intend to go? Xian inquired. I do not know, she replied. Mu Qianqian felt a sense of confusion. She had lost her parents at a young age, and her remaining relatives were few. For her, the distillery represented her entire existence. The sudden demand for her to leave and seek another path left her utterly bewildered. She could not fathom what else she could do besides brewing wine. If she could not think of a suitable place to go for the time being, it would be better for Miss Mu to remain at the distillery. I am often preoccupied with various matters and lack the energy to manage the distillery. So you may stay and oversee its operations. Once you determine your next destination, you can depart at your leisure. Mu Qianqian's expression brightened. She was pleasantly surprised at how considerate young Master Yi was, realizing that her prior concerns had been unfounded. Consequently, Xian asked Mu Qianqian to show him around the distillery, where he gained an understanding of its operational model and revenue status. Overall, he was quite satisfied. Given the distillery's profitability, contributing 30 million taels of silver annually would not pose a challenge. However, the taxation on liquor was quite substantial, with half of the earnings required to be paid to the government. unless the distillery were to affiliate with the Luoshui sect, in which case it would become a sect-owned enterprise, significantly reducing the tax burden. Having completed the tour, Xuan recalled the matter at hand and inquired, "Miss Mu, where can I find the strongest liquor here?" Chapter 140. The strongest liquor? Mu Qianqian pondered for a moment and replied, "That would be the daughter's red that I personally crafted years ago. It was prepared as a dowry for my future marriage when I was 14 and has been sealed for 13 years. Although its age does not compare to those wines that exceed a century, the ingredients I used were rare herbs I found in the mountains, which possess an intensely potent character. A mere whiff would cause an ordinary person to become utterly intoxicated, remaining unconscious for 3 days. Such potency." Xuan was astonished, yet felt a tinge of regret. No matter how strong the liquor, it was still a dowry prepared for Miss Mu's future husband, and he felt it would be inappropriate to ask for it. "If young Master Yi does not believe me, I can fetch a flask for you to taste." "That would not be appropriate, would it? You intend to keep it as your dowry?" Mu Qianqian smiled gently. "That is merely the naive expectation of youth, long since dismissed. No matter how exquisite the daughter's red, it is ultimately just wine. Furthermore, since you are now the master of the distillery, this daughter's red is inherently part of the distillery's assets and thus belongs to you. Since you do not mind, I shall indeed taste it." The notion of a wine that could incapacitate an ordinary person for 3 days would undoubtedly yield remarkable effects for cultivating the ultimate freedom technique. Without further ado, Mu Qianqian headed to the wine cellar and soon returned with a small flask of the liquor. "Is this all?" "Of course not. However, even this small amount is sufficient to incapacitate a master at the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm. I feared it might harm young Master Ye's constitution. Hence I dared not take more." "Haha, Miss Mu, you worry too much." Xuan accepted the daughter's red, took a gentle whiff, and then tilted his head back to consume it entirely. It was merely 6 or 7 taels, and given Xuan's constitution, he was skeptical that it could truly incapacitate him. Hiss, what a remarkable brew. A fragrant and rich aroma of wine surged towards the heavens, causing Xuan's face to redden instantaneously, his steps becoming unsteady. Observing this, Mu Qianqian hastened to support Xuan, guiding him to his seat. Once settled, Xuan, unwilling to squander a moment, immediately commenced his cultivation. The results were remarkable, with his efficiency soaring to more than 10 times that of his previous efforts. It felt as though countless ethereal fairies were dancing in his mind, enticing him with their graceful poses, which stirred an insatiable desire within him. Seizing this momentum, he cultivated for a full 2 hours, pausing only when the effects of the wine had dissipated. "Excellent wine, truly invigorating," Xuan could not help but exclaim. Mu Qianqian stared at Xuan, dumbfounded. "Young Master Yi, your capacity is truly astonishing." Her cheeks flushed, as if she too had indulged, despite having consumed no alcohol herself. She merely inhaled the scent while Xuan drank and nearly succumbed to its effects. Even now, she had not entirely recovered. Meanwhile, Xuan had downed an entire flask and, after 2 hours, showed no signs of intoxication, a feat beyond anything Mu Qianqian had ever witnessed. She, who constantly interacted with connoisseurs of fine wine, had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary tolerance. The innate perfection of his physique was indeed formidable. Furthermore, during the cultivation of the extreme freedom technique, the digestion of the wine's effects was accelerated. The higher the cultivation efficiency, the quicker the intoxication faded. With these attributes, Xuan could be described as a genuine embodiment of 1,000 cups without inebriation, a true deity of wine. Energized, Xuan felt an urge to test the growth of his mental power. However, upon glancing up, he noticed Mu Qianqian's gaze was somewhat peculiar. Her eyes sparkled like blossoming peach flowers, coupled with her slightly flushed cheeks and rapid breaths, giving the impression that she might devour him whole. "Miss Mu, what is this?" Xuan could not help but voice his discomfort under her steady gaze. Unaware of her own indiscretion, Mu Qianqian's alluring eyes remained fixed on Xuan. She stepped closer, her voice soft and inviting. "In my eyes, a true hero is one who can feast heartily and drink deeply. Yet, after scouring Cangyun City, I have encountered few men who surpass me in drinking prowess. Young Master Yi, you are the first." As she spoke, Mu Qianqian moved ever closer, nearly sitting upon Xuan's lap. "Goodness!" Xuan exclaimed, astonished by the boldness of the foremost heiress of Cangyun City. He seemed to recall that Mu Qianqian's drinking ability was indeed formidable, with many alcoholics in the city challenging her, only to be thoroughly defeated. Could it be that she had taken an interest in him solely due to his drinking capacity? He pondered whether her intentions were purely to compete in drinking. If so, he felt no trepidation. However, if her interest lay in more intimate matters, that might be even more intriguing. Haha, Miss Qianqian, you flatter me. Let us share a few drinks when we have the time. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed now, for I have yet to partake in lunch, and I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal. Ah, that seems agreeable. A sense of apprehension crept into Yi Xian's mind. Was this progress too swift? Should he graciously accept Mu Qianqian's intentions, or should he yield to her advances with a hint of reluctance? Alas, a man must learn to safeguard himself when navigating the world. Before long, Yi Xian followed Mu Qianqian to a charming courtyard nestled in the backyard, where a plethora of medicinal herbs flourished. A gentle breeze carried the rich and refreshing aroma of the herbs, creating a delightful ambience. As a first-class alchemist, Yi Xian easily recognized the herbs, all of which were suitable for crafting medicinal wines. In the shaded, picturesque pavilion, Yi Xian and Mu Qianqian took their seats. The dishes were simple and lacked the exquisite flavors of Xingzhou, yet the wine was exceptional, an exquisite 10-year-old vintage, chilled to perfection, offering a refreshing and aromatic taste that was a delight on a warm day. Mu Qianqian proved to be quite the conversationalist, skillfully drawing forth a wealth of information from Yi Xian during their banter. Despite his awareness of her intentions, he could not muster any ill will, for her approach was deft and her demeanor humble. Nevertheless, Yi Xian mentally labeled her as a woman of cunning. This impression was not entirely negative. After all, Mu Qianqian, standing alone without the support of any sect, had risen to become the wealthiest woman in Cangyun City, showcasing her remarkable abilities and strategies. To have such a formidable woman as an ally would undoubtedly be a stroke of fortune. After contemplating for a while, Yi Xian decided to temper his thoughts. At present, his understanding of Mu Qianqian was still limited. He needed to observe her more closely before making any definitive decisions. Once they had dined and imbibed, Yi Xian requested a cart filled with the finest distilled spirits to take back to his new home for his cultivation. As Yi Xian rode away on the back of his swift tiger, the smile on Mu Qianqian's face faded. His sudden appearance was an unforeseen variable, and she hoped he would not interfere with her plans. Upon returning to his new abode, Yi Xian did not rush to indulge in the wine or his cultivation. With the One Ma conference approaching tomorrow, he needed to prepare adequately. Drinking now would surely jeopardize his priorities. For a cultivator, it seems that practice should take precedence. Does using his training time to court women, no, to recruit talent, constitute a misallocation of priorities? Regardless, there is much to consider. While cultivation is indeed vital, one must not lag in the pursuit of wealth. The financial prowess of the girl group has been proven, and with Princess Qingping's talent and renown, her involvement could herald the official launch of their musical endeavors. Upon arriving home, Yi Xian transferred all the wine to the cellar and then retreated to his room to read. He delved into the best-selling masterpiece. The celestial being falls to earth and falls in love with me. The book has now reached its third volume, published annually, and has enjoyed remarkable sales. It is said that the House of Chongning fell into disarray a few years ago, nearly destitute and on the verge of selling off their assets. It was this book that brought them a significant profit, allowing them to maintain their livelihood and preventing the house from descending into the depths of selling their ancestral home. Since then, Princess Qingping's status within the House of Chongning has risen dramatically. She has effectively become the de facto head of the household, with even her father, the Duke of Chongning, finding his words overshadowed by hers. With a sense of curiosity and anticipation, Yi Xian turned to the first page. 10 minutes later, he remarked, "Though I cannot claim to fully comprehend it, I am utterly astonished." At first glance, he assumed the title suggested a traditional tale of an immortal's reincarnation and romance with a mortal woman, a classic narrative in the realm of cultivation. Yet, merely 10 minutes in, after just 7 brief chapters, 7 reincarnated celestial beings had already descended. Each chapter introduced a new celestial, and before the 7th chapter concluded, the female protagonist had begun to bear children, albeit with the celestial males as the fathers. Each of the 7 celestial beings was to contribute one of the 7 souls to a single child. Was he watching a fantastical version of Dragon Ball? How utterly absurd. Yi Xian was genuinely taken aback by the bold tastes of the young women in Cangyun City. Initially, he had presumed that the cultural and entertainment standards within the realm of cultivation were underdeveloped, but he now realized he had underestimated the situation. Remarkably, despite the story's outlandish premise, he found himself compelled to continue reading, eager to see how the narrative would unfold. Before he knew it, he had become completely engrossed, losing track of time until the darkness of night enveloped him. Had it not been for Xuan returning from school, he might have remained oblivious to the passing hours. Setting the book down, Yi Xian took a deep breath and turned to embrace Xuan. inhaling the sweet scent of her angelic presence. He felt an urgent need to supplement his reserves of youthful energy. Otherwise, he feared he might stray from his path. One cannot deny that Princess Qingping's characterizations are nothing short of exceptional. Even a straight man like Xuan found himself captivated, let alone the impressionable young girls. If only the transportation and communication networks in Xingzhou were more developed, her influence would not be confined to Cangyun City, but would surely resonate throughout the entire region. Reflecting on this, Xuan was suddenly struck by an idea. Considering that the One-Ma bookstore now belonged to him, and that Princess Qingping was his premier contracted author, if her works could achieve widespread popularity across Xingzhou, the profits would inevitably flow into his coffers. This could easily be orchestrated. Moreover, the benefits would extend further. If her books gained immense popularity, her personal influence would also experience a significant boost. At that point, launching a girl group initiative across Xingzhou would provide an inherent advantage in terms of audience reach, potentially establishing a groundbreaking queen of popularity. This was truly a win-win scenario, a lucrative endeavor with boundless potential. The only challenge lay in navigating the various channels to ensure the One-Ma bookstore could flourish throughout Xingzhou. Was it difficult? Certainly. It posed challenges. Yet, in truth, it was not insurmountable. Xuan did not even need to invoke his identity as the Starry Monarch. A singular strategy was sufficient to make the One-Ma bookstore flourish. This strategy involved granting franchise rights, allowing booksellers from various regions to independently join. Thereby relinquishing the printing and selling rights of the celestial descendant falls in love with me. Although this approach would incur a loss of some profits, it would swiftly yield an immense influx of exposure. The merchants of this era, with their limited awareness, believed that the silver they held was the most valuable, unaware that the worth of traffic was boundless. Unbeknownst to him, Xuan had already constructed a grand blueprint for traffic in his mind. The only element lacking was the acquisition of Princess Qingping. If she was unwilling to join the girl group, then all efforts would be in vain, as the modest profits from selling books were hardly enticing to Xuan. Thus, the upcoming One-Ma meeting became paramount. Xuan planned to stay up late to finish reading the remaining books. After accompanying Xuan downstairs for dinner with Han Yurong and her daughter, Xuan returned to his room to continue reading. Before he knew it, dawn had arrived. Xuan surprisingly forgot to check in promptly, illustrating his engrossment in reading. After stretching and rubbing his eyes, he began the check-in process. Ding! Check-in successful. He received a recovery spirit pill. What is this pill? Xuan took it out for examination. Recovery spirit pill, a 4th-grade pill that, when consumed, can cure all eye ailments and restore vision to its optimal state. In a world teeming with cultivators, is this truly useful? It seems unlikely for cultivators to suffer from myopia, and for ordinary people, the value of a 4th-grade pill would be daunting. What practical use could this recovery spirit pill have? Regardless, it is a 4th-grade pill, and perhaps it will prove useful in the future. After waking Xuan and freshening up, he led her to Qingtung Academy. Once he had seen her off, Xuan made his way directly to the One-Ma bookstore, stopping for breakfast along the way. The small noodle shop on Xijing Street had a concerning environment, yet it was bustling with patrons, nearly every seat occupied. The customers were quite talkative, discussing a myriad of topics that ranged far and wide, encompassing the latest gossip in Cangyun City. What surprised Xuan the most was that the names of Chun Er and Qi Zian had already spread into the marketplace. Although the reformed Happy Forest had significantly lowered its consumption level, adopting a more accessible approach, it remained a high-cost venue for the average citizen. Nevertheless, Xuan gleaned from the patrons' conversations that they were nearly all familiar with the illustrious names of Chun Er and Qi Zian, even recounting their backgrounds with remarkable accuracy. Though much of it was mere hearsay, it was tinged with malice. Rumors suggested that Chun Er was the illegitimate daughter of the Sun family from the Luo Shui sect, born of an affair between Sun He and a maid from the household. The details were so vividly recounted that, had Xuan not known the truth, he might have been inclined to believe them. Speaking of Qi Zian, the tales surrounding her are even more outrageous. It is said that she sold her body at the tender age of 12 and bore 2 sons for a certain nobleman, thus gaining favor and being arranged into the Dushing Trading Company through connections. While gossip is a common human inclination, the absurdity of such rumors left Xuan feeling somewhat irked. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, someone else took the initiative to react. How dare you utter such vile nonsense? These 2 innocent ladies, now merely garnering attention, are subjected to your baseless slander. Have you no shame? Xuan turned to see a richly dressed young lady, exuding elegance and poise, who appeared youthful, yet possessed an aura of remarkable strength, somewhat incongruous with her appearance. Upon closer inspection, Yixian noticed something peculiar in her gaze. Her eyes seemed somewhat clouded, struggling to focus on others, as she made an effort to widen them, which appeared rather strange. Chapter 142. The sudden outburst of indignation stirred the street ruffians, who had been boasting, into a frenzy. However, when their eyes fell upon the young lady, their anger morphed into a smirk laced with mischief. "Ah, what a lovely little beauty. Such a melodious voice. It makes my heart flutter," one of them jested. "How do you know our words are false? Are you perhaps acquainted with the two courtesans from the Pleasure Grove? Indeed. Little girl, you are still naive to the world's perils. Why not join us for a stroll? We can impart some wisdom on navigating life, lest you find yourself in trouble for speaking out of turn." The trio of ruffians approached, encircling the young lady with grins on their faces. The surrounding townsfolk, evidently aware of the ruffians' notorious reputation, lowered their heads and pretended to eat their noodles, as if they had heard nothing. Yet, the young lady displayed no sign of fear. With a slight furrow in her brows, she coldly declared, "Leave at once, and I shall spare you this time." "Oh, such bravado. I am quite frightened," one ruffian mocked, suddenly reaching out to grasp her arm. Unfazed, she arched an eyebrow, and with a swift motion, her bowl of noodles and broth erupted into the air. The strands of noodles soaring upright as if they were steel rods, shooting forth with remarkable force. No wonder she was so fearless. It turned out she was a practitioner of martial arts, possessing impressive skills. The ability to manipulate objects for offense indicated she had reached the spirit-refining stage. Though her power appeared modest, it was more than sufficient to handle a few ordinary ruffians. Yixian settled back, realizing his chance to be a hero had slipped away. However, the next moment left him astonished. The noodles, having soared through the air, veered away from the ruffians but hurtled directly toward him. Yixian never anticipated such a turn of events. In an instant, he was unable to summon his mental strength, and was struck by a barrage of noodles imbued with spiritual energy, as unyielding as steel. Fortunately, he was clad in dragon whisker armor, which mitigated the damage. Only one noodle penetrated his sleeve, leaving a faint scar on his arm. Nonetheless, the situation was perilously close. For Yixian possessed a physique far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Had a common person been in his place, they would likely have been perforated by several noodles. Pray tell, what sorcery is this? Surely even with poor eyesight, one should not be so absurdly inept. Even the trio of ruffians stood there, dumbfounded. Good heavens! This girl is actually a practitioner. Why would she suddenly attack an innocent bystander? Noodles can kill. Truly, practitioners are not to be trifled with. We must flee. The three ruffians dared not utter a word, moving in perfect unison as they dashed off in separate directions, vanishing into the bustling crowd of the morning market in the blink of an eye. The young lady herself was momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she turned to pursue the trio, only to trip over a stool and fall to the ground, experiencing an intimate encounter with the floor. Yixian winced at the sight and hurried over to assist her. As she rose, brushing off the dust, the young lady lowered her gaze, unable to meet Yixian's eyes, and apologized profusely. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I had no idea those three would be so agile and managed to evade." "Ah, but you didn't even need to move. It was your aim that went awry," Yixian mused to himself, realizing that not only was she lacking in vision, but also a bit dim-witted. Coincidentally, he had just obtained a brightening pill that very day. Could it be fate intended it for her? However, having just been unintentionally harmed by her, would it not seem foolish to pursue her fault and then offer her a pill of considerable value? Yet, the young lady appeared to hail from a well-off family. If she could afford a fair price, selling her the brightening pill might not be out of the question. It is of no consequence, merely a scratch. More importantly, your willingness to stand up for Chun and Qi Zian reveals that you possess a noble spirit, reminiscent of a chivalrous heroine. I find it quite admirable. Yixian helped the young lady back to her seat and naturally settled beside her. She offered an awkward smile, saying, "In truth, I have always harbored a dream of wielding a sword to traverse the world, to cleanse it of evil and injustice. Alas, fate has not favored me over the years. My writing has strained my eyes, rendering me nearly blind. It seems I shall never have the ability to leave Cangyun City in my lifetime." Yixian was taken aback by her words. Could it truly be such an extraordinary coincidence? "I am Yixian. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I humbly accept. You may call me Qingping. I reside nearby, and I kindly invite you, young Master Yi, to accompany me to my abode, where I may assist you in tending to your wound." Indeed, she is Princess Qingping. Who would have thought that before the literary gathering even commenced, he would encounter Princess Qingping here? No need for that. I have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. I feel a certain affinity with you, fair maiden, and I trust we shall meet again soon. Before Qing Ping could retain him, she witnessed Yi Xian disappearing into the crowd. With her vision, she could hardly distinguish individuals from 10 paces away, making it impossible for her to pursue him. Before long, Yi Xian arrived at the 1MO Academy. The 1MO Gathering, while a significant annual event in the literary world, is not a traditional festival. Though lively, it does not carry excessive pomp. The Academy merely hosted a few more young scholars than usual, with additional tables and chairs, and that was the extent of it. Yi Xian did not spot Elder Ku or any of the other administrators, and his arrival garnered little attention, likely due to his youth, as others mistook him for another scholar attending the gathering. Brother Gao, such remarkable talent. This exquisite verse is truly a testament to your prowess, leaving us all in humble admiration. Young Master Gao not only possesses considerable aptitude in cultivation, but also demonstrates commendable literary skill. It is indeed unfair that despite being of the same human lineage, such vast disparity exists among us. An exquisite poem, truly exquisite, with such a fine composition. It is a loss for the 3 great sacred grounds not to have recruited Brother Gao. As Yi Xian wandered, he suddenly noticed a group of young scholars huddled in the study hall, seemingly extolling someone. Curiosity piqued. He approached and was taken aback to discover that the individual being lauded was none other than Gao Yukai, the notorious young master of the Gao family. Known for his mischief at Qingtung Academy, a year his senior. His father, Gao Da, was an administrator within the Xiantian sect, and during the sect's prosperous days, Gao Yukai had indulged in numerous misdeeds at the academy, having bullied no less than 80 students. Yi Xian had little interaction with Gao Yukai, as he himself was largely inconspicuous at the academy, often avoiding trouble and preoccupied with his own struggles to make ends meet. However, he recalled Gao Youcai's past lack of academic diligence. How had he suddenly been elevated to the status of a literary prodigy? Unable to resist, Yi Xian leaned in for a closer look. The young master of the Gao family is truly talented. At the age of 3, he battled ferocious tigers. At 7, he ventured into the sea to catch giant turtles. By 10, he soared through the skies. By 18, he blossomed like a flower. Upon hearing that Princess Qing Ping had arrived, he hastily prepared his dowry. If he could win the heart of the fair princess, his life would be devoid of regrets in the realm of romance. How delightful! Yi Xian nearly choked on his own blood. Is this what you call poetry? Utter nonsense. Chapter 143. Yi Xian initially harbored no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Gao Yukai was merely a frivolous and incompetent scion, and Yi Xian had never anticipated that he could produce anything of merit. Thus, he held no expectations whatsoever. Had it not been for the fact that he dared to lay eyes on Princess Qingping, Yi Xian would have merely chuckled at the absurdity of the poetry. However, the situation had changed. Yi Xian now hoped to rely on Princess Qingping to fulfill his aspirations of forming a girl group. And the audacity of this second-generation wastrel to attempt to usurp his ambitions was utterly laughable. A group of scholars, upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, turned to him with expressions of bewilderment. A few kind-hearted individuals exchanged knowing glances, silently warning him, "Brother, you seem to have misjudged the circumstances. We are not praising Gao Youcai's poetry, but rather his esteemed background." Gao Yukai, who had been reveling in the adulation of the crowd, suddenly found his mood darkened by the unexpected intrusion. "Oh, who might this be? Is it not our humble janitor from Qingting Academy? What brings you to the Wenmoke Library when you should be sweeping?" Gao Yukai recognized Yi Xian and instantly adopted a tone of disdain. Though he was unaware of Yi Xian's name or origins, he deemed a man reduced to earning a meager living as a janitor unworthy to critique his literary endeavors. And what of being a janitor? I take pride in earning an honest living through labor, unlike you, Gao Dezeo, who relies on your family's status to bully others. It is you, a worthless scion, who should not dare to set foot in the Wenmoke Library. Your pathetic writings are an affront to the literary community of Cangyun City. Yi Xian's words struck with such ferocity that they nearly pierced Gao Yukai's very core. The surrounding scholars stood in shock, their expressions betraying their surprise. They too felt a deep-seated resentment toward Gao Yukai. His presence at the literary gathering was an insult to their years of diligent study. Yet, they were acutely aware of his influential background and, as impoverished scholars, dared not provoke him. Instead, they often found themselves compelled to flatter him, an idea that revolted them. Now, with someone daring to openly challenge Gao Yukai, the other scholars, though outwardly hesitant to join in, silently cheered Yi Xian on, their admiration for him growing. "You're seeking your own demise." Gao Yukai, caught off guard by Yi Xian's bold retort, felt his temper flare, his privileged upbringing igniting his fury. Ignoring the surrounding scholars' attempts to restrain him, he swung his fist toward Yixian. While Gao Yukai was not a prodigious cultivator, his affluent upbringing had afforded him the luxury of resources, allowing him to cultivate to the 5th level of qi refinement, a commendable feat for someone of his age. Most of the scholars present had yet to attain such levels, remaining at the stage of physical cultivation. Yet, in the face of Yixian, Gao Yotsai's modest prowess was utterly insufficient. Stop! Just as Yixian prepared to retaliate, the figure of Princess Qingping suddenly burst into the library. With a sudden shift in thought, Yixian opted not to retaliate, but instead gracefully sidestepped, evading Gao Yotsai's attack. With a gentle push using his mental prowess, he unbalanced Gao Yukai, causing him to lurch forward and crash onto the cold tiled floor with a resounding thud. At that moment, Princess Qingping stood merely 2 meters away. Even with her somewhat concerning vision, she could clearly perceive Gao Yukai's disheveled state. "Your Highness," Gao Yukai grumbled as he scrambled to his feet, intent on seeking revenge against Yixian. However, upon raising his gaze, he found Princess Qingping staring directly at him. The expression in her eyes was one he would never forget. It was not the look one would expect from another human being. In her eyes, he must have seemed no different from a dog. He was mortified. Having suffered such humiliation, how could he possibly propose later? It was him, that vile sweeper. Were it not for him, he would not have humiliated himself so profoundly in front of Princess Qingping. It was all his fault. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and a surge of malice welled up within him. He reached into his pant leg and unexpectedly pulled out a red glass orb, hurling it vehemently towards Yixian. "Fire orb! Run!" A scholar recognized the nature of the glass orb, instantly struck with panic, and fled. Yixian's brow furrowed. As a 5th-tier alchemist, he was well aware of the purpose of this fire orb. It was a 2nd-tier explosive flame artifact that, upon impact, would instantaneously unleash searing flames capable of melting iron. Indeed, for ordinary individuals, even practitioners at the qi refinement stage risked being reduced to cinders if they came into contact with the fire orb. Among 2nd-tier artifacts, the lethality and peril of the fire orb were unparalleled, fetching a staggering price of 800,000 taels of silver for a single piece. Gao Yukai, in his desperate bid to salvage his dignity before Princess Qingping, had recklessly resorted to such a dangerous artifact, evidently intent on bringing Yixian to his demise. Initially, Yixian regarded Gao Yukai merely as a frivolous young master, someone to toy with. However, it was now clear that Gao Yukai was not only foolish but also malevolent. Coincidentally, Yixian relished in punishing the wicked, for it bore no weight on his conscience. "Young Master Yi, be careful." Princess Qingping, equally alarmed by Gao Yotsai's actions, cried out urgently. Yet at that moment, the fire orb was already hurtling towards Yixian, and she found herself powerless to intervene. The orb was now a mere 10 centimeters away from him. Similar to the ice fire bomb, the fire orb would detonate upon collision. However, this also implied that as long as it did not collide, the orb remained safe. With a flow of mental energy akin to a stream, Yixian guided the fire orb to orbit around him, as if propelled by an invisible slingshot effect, before reversing its course and returning to its origin. Bang! Gao Yukai was completely taken aback, feeling a sudden impact on his forehead, followed by a flash of fiery red before him. In the next moment, an intense burning sensation radiated from the crown of his head, swiftly spreading throughout his entire being. Within the blink of an eye, Gao Yukai found himself enveloped in searing flames, transforming into a blazing inferno. The anguished cries, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, erupted from him. In excruciating pain, he instinctively collapsed to the ground, rolling in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames clinging to his body. However, the fire released by the fiery orb was no ordinary flame. It bore the characteristics of an oil fire, nearly impossible to extinguish once it made contact. What had transpired? How had the fiery orb suddenly reversed direction? This was the technique of manipulating objects with one's consciousness. The individual must possess a cultivation level of at least the spirit refinement realm. To think a practitioner of such caliber was present, Gao Yukai had indeed stumbled upon a formidable opponent. What was happening? The commotion inside the study and the sudden burst of flames drew the attention of passers-by outside, prompting many to rush in. Among them was a stout, balding middle-aged man, whose eyes widened in horror at the sight of Gao Yukai consumed by flames. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy, creating a gentle breeze that morphed into a downpour of mist, which enveloped Gao Yukai. After several seconds under the cleansing embrace of the mist, the flames were finally extinguished. The man hurried forward, supporting the charred and barely conscious Gao Yukai, who was emitting wisps of smoke. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Who is so cruel as to injure my son in this manner? Do not flatter yourself. I merely returned what belonged to its rightful owner. Xuan replied nonchalantly. It was you? The man furrowed his brow, casting a cold glare at Xuan, just as he was about to strike, when Princess Qingping suddenly intervened. Rushing in front of Xuan, I can attest that it was Gao Yukai who inadvertently triggered the fiery orb. It bears no relation to young Master Yi. Chapter 144. What in the world is happening? To Gao Yukai's astonishment, Gao Yuqian had also come to the literary and ink gathering. As the chief steward of the Xiantian sect, he held significant power. It was rather surprising that he would personally attend such a modest event. Could it be that he was there to propose to Gao Yukai? Although his poem was lamentably poor, it did convey a sentiment. And he must be seizing the opportunity today to publicly express his intentions to Princess Qingping. If that were the case, Gao Yuqian's presence here would not be unexpected. This situation had become quite amusing. Gao Yukai had been severely burned, and yet Princess Qingping was defending someone with the surname Yi. Their relationship appeared rather unusual, and one could only imagine how furious Gao Yuqian would become. Despite the recent upheaval in the Xiantian sect, having lost its sect master and witnessing the departure of elders, its foundation remained robust. Gao Yuqian himself was a formidable master at the 7th level of the spirit refinement realm, while Princess Qingping, despite her royal lineage, held little real power. Protecting her beloved would likely prove to be a daunting challenge. Silence. The stewards have arrived. At that moment, the stewards of the Literary and Ink Bureau hastened to the scene, accompanied by several venerable gentlemen of high repute, including the newly appointed city lord, Lu Rong. This unexpected turnout took Xuan by surprise. He had anticipated the Literary and Ink gathering to be merely a small circle event, yet it was far more grandiose than he had imagined. Lu Rong was surprised to see Xuan. However, as the city lord, he promptly stepped forward and inquired, "What has transpired?" Gao Yuqian, noticing the city lord's inquiry, momentarily restrained his murderous intent and replied, "My lord, it is this vile individual who, in the sanctity of the Wanma Academy, maliciously misused a fire orb, inflicting severe injuries upon my son, Gao Yukai, leaving his life hanging by a thread. I implore you to dispense justice." "Oh, is it truly so?" Lu Rong cast a contemplative glance at Xuan. Gao Yuqian insisted, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you doubt my words, you may inquire of these scholars. They too are witnesses to the event." After speaking, Gao Yuqian cast a menacing gaze over the assembled scholars, clearly attempting to coerce them into corroborating his claims. The scholars, unable to withstand Gao Yuqian's intimidation, felt a pang of fear and began to waver. Although they understood that Gao Yukai had brought this upon himself, they feared that speaking the truth would invite retribution from the Gao family. Given the family's current standing, it would be child's play for them to eliminate these powerless scholars. In mere seconds, several scholars had completely faltered. Some, eager to make a good impression on Gao Yuqian, stepped forward to point at Xuan, exclaiming, "Indeed, it was he who acted. I saw the fire orb thrown from his hand towards young Master Gao." Gao Yuqian nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lu Rong, saying, "My lord, see, my words are not false. I beseech you to swiftly punish this villain, sentencing him to the most severe of fates." Gao Yuqian believed that after such a display, Lu Rong would surely take action. After all, he was the chief overseer of the Xiantian sect, with hopes of advancing to an elder-s position. It was clear that any new city lord wishing to establish authority in Cangyun City could not oppose him. The truth of the matter? It hardly mattered. In this world, it is not the truth that prevails, but rather brute force. Lu Rong glanced at Gao Yuqian, then at Xuan, lost in thought and refraining from immediate comment. At that moment, Elder Ku and several other officials entered the study. "There must be some misunderstanding. Our esteemed director would never harm anyone without cause. I urge you, Lord City Lord, to discern the truth," Elder Ku stated with utmost seriousness, then approached Xuan, bowing respectfully. The sight left the onlookers in shock. Elder Ku, the newly appointed overseer of the Wanma Academy, was highly respected and possessed profound experience in Cangyun City. Yet now, he addressed Xuan as director and showed him such reverence. Many were aware that a new director had taken over the Wanma Academy. Could it be Xuan? How could this be? Gao Yuqian's heart sank. He had initially thought Xuan to be an inconsequential junior, but it appeared he was far from easy to deal with. The scholar who had previously stepped forward to testify against Xuan now felt faint, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Oh heavens! What a foolish act I have committed. In my attempt to curry favor with Gao Yuqian, I have unjustly slandered the newly appointed director of the Wanma bookstore. Alas, my literary career has, from this day forth, reached an irrevocable end. Yi Xian offered a slight smile, greeted old Ku, and, amidst the astonished gaze of Princess Qingping, expressed his gratitude before turning to Lu Rong and saying, Lord Lu, I, Yi Xian, have always been a law-abiding citizen. Today's incident was indeed a grave misstep on my part. My error lay in not taking action sooner, allowing a scoundrel like Gao Yukai to narrowly escape with his life. If Gao Yukai survives today, who knows how many innocent lives will be lost at his hands in the future. I am truly ashamed. You seek death. Gao Yuqian could hardly anticipate that Yi Xian would dare to speak so insolently before the city lord. His fury igniting to the point where his spiritual energy instinctively surged into his fists, wishing he could obliterate Yi Xian's head with a single blow. However, at that moment, Lu Rong seized Gao Yuqian's arm, halting his advance. Yet, Gao Yuqian showed no appreciation for this intervention, shaking off Lu Rong's grip and lunging forward. His heavy, fiery fist aimed directly at Yi Xian's forehead. What an audacious fellow! Thinking himself invincible with the backing of the Xuantian Gong, he dared to disregard even the city lord, attempting to commit murder in his presence. Yet, in Yi Xian's eyes, such tactics posed no genuine threat. Just as Yi Xian was about to channel his mental energy, Lu Rong suddenly bellowed, arrogance. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Rong surged forward with overwhelming speed and strength, grasping Gao Yuqian by the neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Bang! The entire bookstore trembled violently. The hard stone floor was indented, creating a human-shaped pit. Though Gao Yuqian was a formidable master at the 8th level of the spirit refinement realm, this brutal impact rendered him unconscious, leaving no room for struggle or resistance. Coughing, Lu Rong rose again, restoring his previously graceful demeanor. With a smile, he waved his hand and said, Everyone, pay no mind. The one-mile bookstore will proceed as usual. I shall escort Gao Yuqian and his son to the criminal department for further proceedings. I take my leave now. With that, Lu Rong hoisted Gao Yuqian and Gao Yukai, striding confidently out of the One-Ma Academy. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The city lord possesses remarkable skill. It is astonishing, Gao Yuqian, a master of the 8th level of spirit refinement, was vanquished in a single blow. The city lord's cultivation must have reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. I wouldn't be surprised if our new city lord were a formidable figure at the core formation stage. Chapter 145. Lu Rong's actions were not taken lightly. Although Gao Yuqian holds the esteemed position of the chief steward of the Xiantian sect, his authority is not what it once was. The sect has undergone significant turmoil. The sudden demise of the sect leader, the departure of elders, and the liquidation of assets have left it in a precarious state. While it is often said that a dying camel is still larger than a horse, the comparison is contingent upon the context. Yi Xian, ostensibly merely the proprietor of and managing some civilian enterprises, is inextricably linked to the Luoshui sect. During the recent competition in front of the Spirit Pill Hall, Lu Rong discerned that Yi Xian's relationship with the Luoshui sect was far from ordinary. Rather than being under the sect's protection, it is more accurate to assert that they are equals. Furthermore, recent rumors have circulated regarding Yi Xian's extraordinary performance in the Xingzhou secret realm. Although the specifics remain elusive, upon Han Xiaobei's return, he proclaimed that Yi Xian's sister would be appointed as the honorary sect leader of the Luoshui sect. It is evident that something significant transpired in the Xingzhou secret realm that earned Yi Xian the sect's favor. Given these considerations, Lu Rong understood that as the newly appointed city lord, establishing a favorable relationship with Yi Xian would be paramount for his foothold in Cangyun City. The enmity between Yi Xian and his cousin Lu Jianli was a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things, and Lu Rong was astute enough to recognize the weight of the situation. Moreover, Yi Xian's mysterious origins piqued Lu Rong's curiosity. If he were indeed the individual Lu Rong sought, it would be unwise to provoke him. Inside the study hall, Elder Ku was the first to regain composure, promptly summoning personnel to restore order and announcing the commencement of the literary association, inviting everyone to proceed to the main venue. The atmosphere gradually returned to normalcy. Yet all eyes were now cast upon Yi Xian with a newfound intrigue, particularly that of Princess Qingping. To her astonishment, he was the newly appointed director of the library. No wonder he mentioned that they would meet again soon. Had he guessed her identity? Of course, the illustrious Princess Qingping is known far and wide in Cangyun City. To confess, I am indeed an admirer of your work. I have read Your Fallen Immortal Descends to Love Me in its entirety. Really? Princess Qingping gazed at Yi Xian in disbelief. My readers are predominantly female. This is the first time I have encountered a male reader. Surely, you jest. Not at all. If you doubt me, Feel free to test my knowledge, Xuan replied with unwavering confidence. All my preparation has led to this moment. After a moment's contemplation, Princess Qingping inquired, then tell me, where did Bai Xianjun and Kuei Dowling first meet? These characters, secondary male roles introduced later in the narrative, do not have significant screen time, making it nearly impossible for anyone who had not thoroughly read the book to answer. Xuan replied without hesitation. The two first encountered each other by the banks of the Jiodai River, where they fought fiercely over the chance to share a boat with the female protagonist. His accurate response left Princess Qingping utterly astonished, prompting her to widen her eyes and scrutinize Xuan with renewed interest. Xuan chuckled softly, brimming with anticipation for the praise from Princess Qingping, only to be met with her perplexed expression as she remarked, "Young Master Yi, something seems amiss. Today's male readers gravitate towards tales of chivalry and valor, dismissing romantic narratives with disdain. Do you perhaps harbor a peculiar inclination?" Xuan was utterly taken aback by Princess Qingping's perception of him. However, it shouldn't have been this way. The title "A Celestial Being Falls in Love with Me," though seemingly appealing to a female audience, still centers around a conventional storyline. At its core, it remains a universally enjoyable novel, albeit with a more expansive imagination. Initially, it may induce a sense of confusion, but once one immerses in the narrative, it reveals itself to be thoroughly entertaining. Yet, from Princess Qingping's perspective, it appeared that the book's appeal was predominantly to female readers, leaving male readers entirely unperturbed. In a flash, Xuan recognized the root of the issue. The promotional strategy was flawed. It should not have conformed to the tropes of a romance novel, but rather emphasized the novelty, creativity, and imaginative concepts for broader appeal. Relying solely on the female readership had already allowed Falling in Love with Me to achieve considerable success. If the male audience were also engaged, the potential for profit would undoubtedly increase significantly. Xuan intended to promote this book throughout the entire Star Continent, aiming to establish Princess Qingping as a reigning queen of the literary world. Thus, a revision of the outdated promotional strategy was imperative. Suddenly, Xuan turned to Princess Qingping with a serious demeanor and inquired, "My lady, do you possess confidence in your book?" Princess Qingping paused momentarily, then smiled radiantly. "Of course. The so-called novels circulating in the market are utterly devoid of merit, scarcely worthy even as toilet paper. While my work may not yet be immortalized in literary history, it is indisputably superior to those worthless trinkets. Very well, I admire your unwavering conviction. Henceforth, I would like you to entrust the operational rights of your work to me. Are you agreeable?" "Why not? I am already a contracted author with One Ma Bookstore, and besides, I lack the expertise in operations. Having someone manage it for me is a welcome prospect." "Then it is settled. Prepare to witness the results." Princess Qingping appeared somewhat speechless. "Why do I feel that you, young Master Yi, are more invested in my book than I am? To be frank, my initial motivation for writing stemmed from passion, yet over the years, it has transformed into a mere means of generating income. As long as it is profitable, I would write anything. Even a risque novel would not pose a problem." Xuan was taken aback by her candidness. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, he found himself intrigued. He was curious about the nature of the risque novel that Princess Qingping might write. After a few more exchanges, Princess Qingping prepared to depart for the literary conference. Xuan called out to her, placing a box containing the revitalizing pill into her hands. "What is this?" Princess Qingping's gaze turned wary, clearly displaying her sense of caution. "The reviving pill can cure your eye ailments." Princess Qingping was taken aback. She understood that with Xuan's status, he had no reason to deceive her, which underscored the extraordinary significance of this box to her. This realization weighed heavily on her heart. The reviving pill represented a distant dream for her. Despite earning a considerable sum from her writings, most of her earnings were devoted to hiring renowned physicians for her condition. Even the esteemed Dr. Hong had attended to her, yet with minimal effect. Dr. Hong had once stated that only the reviving pill could restore her sight. However, despite her inquiries, she had no idea where to obtain it. And even if she did, her financial means would likely fall short. Who would have thought that today, the reviving pill would suddenly appear before her? As a modest woman, she felt unworthy of such a gift and resolved to return the reviving pill to Xuan after much internal struggle. Such integrity. Yet, it is a matter of principle that what Xuan offered should not be retracted. Do not misunderstand. This pill is not a mere gift. You must join the joyful forest and become one of my dancers to earn the right to receive the reviving pill. Of course, this is not a demand. You may take your time to consider it and respond after the literary gathering concludes. Chapter 146, A Dancer? Princess Qingping had thought her thoughts were sufficiently unconventional. But Yi Xian's proposition astonished her. Wait, are you implying that you own the joyful forest? Miss N and Miss Qi are your subordinates? Suddenly, Princess Qingping grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, to be candid, it was Xuan and Qi Zian who spoke highly of you and fervently recommended you to me. So, you acquired the literary pavilion and the reviving pill just to entice me to become a dancer at the joyful forest? Although her vision was impaired, the way she looked at Yi Xian at that moment resembled a radiant glow. It was astonishing how much effort he had expended for her sake. Such fervor was hard to ignore. Ahem, one might say so. It wouldn't do to claim that the literary pavilion and the reviving pill were mere coincidences in rewards. Since Princess Qingping had misinterpreted the situation, it would be best to let her continue in her misunderstanding. Young Master Yi, Princess Qingping's eyes suddenly sparkled with a gentle, flowing affection, and with a hint of shyness, she said, "You wouldn't be enamored with me simply because you read my book, would you? I must clarify beforehand. While the heroine in my writings appears carefree and liberated, I possess quite an eccentric temperament, and I am, after all, a descendant of a traitor to the royal family. If you wish to pursue me, you must tread carefully." Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. Truly, a writer's imagination knows no bounds. The princess is overthinking. We are here for business, not personal entanglements. Oh, but we can discuss that, Princess Qingping instinctively remarked, only to realize her words were somewhat inappropriate, and quickly added, "What I mean is, the affections between men and women are a natural occurrence. Even without discussing romantic entanglements, it shouldn't pose a hindrance." No, wait. Why does this seem to complicate matters further? Yi Xian suddenly felt a pang of regret. His plan to recruit Princess Qingping might have been lacking in consideration. Her temperament appeared to harbor significant issues. Should the unparalleled dance diva remain undiscovered, he might instead cultivate a formidable madwoman, which would spell disaster. However, upon deeper reflection, could this truly be deemed a misfortune? While Princess Qingping's character might exhibit certain flaws, as an ordinary individual, that could indeed be detrimental. Yet, if he aimed to mold her into the queen of the new era, could these very shortcomings serve as an asset in attracting followers? The persona of a beautiful madwoman is, after all, rather appealing. Regardless, he could not afford to let this lucrative opportunity slip away. Such matters could be addressed in due time. For now, a decision must be made. Do you truly desire the revitalizing pill? Indeed, this time, Princess Qingping exhibited no hesitation as she snatched the box from Yi Xian's hand and promptly swallowed the revitalizing pill. It's settled then. I shall report to the Pleasure Grove tonight. With that, she hurriedly exited. Yi Xian promptly followed her to the assembly hall. Upon his arrival, the Wenma Association officially commenced. The proceedings were rather tedious and dull. Even the most anticipated evaluation segment proved excruciatingly tiresome. The ostentatious and convoluted literary works presented left Yi Xian feeling drowsy, his eyes struggling to stay open. To speak plainly, in terms of entertainment value, Princess Qingping's writings outshone the others by a considerable margin. If the cultural industry of this world operated at such a level, it was destined to remain obscure, confined to a small circle, utterly disconnected from the general populace. This could not continue. As a time traveler, Yi Xian no longer hoped to partake in the spiritual sustenance of his past. Yet he still aspired to access easily crafted cultural products like novels. If they were all nonsensical drivel, then viewing them would be a futile endeavor. It seemed he must draw upon his experiences steeped in web literature before his crossing. With this in mind, he promptly addressed the elder Ku beside him. In addition to the Wenma Award, we should establish a Cultural Innovation Award, conducting a literary innovation competition monthly. Everyone shall be encouraged to participate in the creation of serialized novels, with no restrictions on themes. The bolder and more innovative, the better. There shall be no specific requirements for writing style. Clarity is all that is needed. Each month, we will select 100 entries, each receiving a reward of 100 taels of silver. The top 10 will earn a bonus of 1,000 taels, while the first place, personally chosen by me, will receive a grand prize of 10,000 taels. Although the reward may not be substantial, the threshold is exceedingly low, undoubtedly attracting numerous literary figures to participate, especially those struggling at the brink of subsistence. For a destitute scholar, 100 taels of silver is indeed a considerable sum, sufficient to cover an entire year's expenses. Although Mr. Ko finds it somewhat perplexing, he feels compelled to comply with Yi Xian's request. Furthermore, while the literary prize offers a generous reward, not everyone is eligible to participate. In contrast, this literary innovation competition is different, as its entry requirements are minimal. Anyone capable of reading and writing is welcome to join. In the vast sea of participants, one might even stumble upon a few exquisite works. Very well, young Master Yi. Once the literary gathering concludes, I shall commence arrangements for this matter. After discussing the issue, Xuan found himself growing bored once again. He casually picked up a book to browse through, when suddenly he became aware of a gaze fixated upon him. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Princess Qingping. After consuming a restorative elixir, her previously murky eyes had regained their clarity and brilliance. This restoration elevated her overall beauty. She was already striking, but now appeared even more radiant and captivating, surpassing both in Chun and Xuan in allure. She was perhaps the most beautiful woman Xuan had encountered since his arrival in this realm. Were it not for her peculiar personality, he might have been genuinely smitten. Xuan pretended not to notice and continued reading, though the text proved exceedingly obscure, leaving him utterly perplexed. He eventually closed his eyes to conserve his energy. The entire literary event was set to last a full day, with over 100 works needing evaluation. Xuan doubted he could endure until the end and, after lunch, swiftly concocted an excuse, even foregoing the award ceremony of the literary prize. After all, his purpose in establishing the prize was merely to connect with Princess Qingping. And since that objective had been achieved, there was no need to linger. Exiting the literary pavilion, Xuan made his way directly to the joyful woods. Having not visited for several days, he found the area flourishing once more. Though it was daytime, numerous visitors had already gathered, with crowds forming around various stalls, which had increased in number compared to before. Just from collecting stall fees, he could easily make a tidy profit, though this paltry sum was beneath his notice. He leisurely sampled some snacks as he strolled, taking over an hour to reach the red building. Before entering, he heard Sun Ze's boisterous voice emanating from within. This young man was indeed spirited. While his abilities may be somewhat lacking, as long as he remains obedient, Xuan would not mind investing additional time in his development. Chapter 147. Brother Yi has arrived. You truly are early today. Feel free to continue your work. Do not mind me. Xuan waved his hand dismissively, chose a random seat, and ordered a bottle of wine, pouring himself a drink accompanied by peanuts. The wine was quite pleasant, though it paled in comparison to the batch he had brought from the Cangyun distillery. It is worth mentioning that beverages constitute a significant portion of the revenue for the Joyful Forest. Currently, the drinks are sourced from the long-standing supply chain of the Xingzhou sect, rather than expending funds to purchase from others. It would be more prudent to collaborate with the Cangyun brewery, as it is all part of one's own enterprise. Ultimately, whether one turns left or right, it results in profit. Before long, twilight descended, and the lights of the Joyful Forest began to twinkle. The stage below was illuminated, with vibrant columns of light reflecting against the sky, transforming into a splendid spectacle in the night of Cangyun City. Despite the performance not commencing for over an hour, a considerable crowd had already gathered outside, eager to secure tickets. As the venue has yet to be expanded, only 6,000 tickets are available each day. Those who arrive late may find themselves unable to obtain one. To witness the enchanting performances of Chun'er and Xuan, attendees must arrive well in advance to reserve their tickets. The ticket prices are steep, yet this does not dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. Xuan observed that the ratio of men to women among the attendees was approximately 7-3. This is quite an extraordinary figure, considering that it is still somewhat inconvenient for young women to venture out, particularly given the unsavory reputation that Joyful Forest has accumulated over time. Such perceptions will require patience to alter gradually. Before long, Chun and Xuan arrived at the Red Pavilion simultaneously, both veiled, concealing their true appearances. This is quite commendable, as they seem to be gradually embracing their roles as idols. Upon seeing Xuan, the two approached him to greet him warmly. Chun remained as sweet and charming as ever, while Xuan exuded an air of aloof elegance. However, following the incident at the dock, her attitude towards Zuixian appeared to have softened considerably. No need to rush into changing clothes. Let us first sit down for a meal. Only with a full stomach will one have the energy to dance, Xuan remarked with a smile, prompting Sun Ze to promptly arrange dinner. The two did not refuse, taking their seats and engaging in light conversation with Xuan. Upon learning that Xuan had successfully persuaded Princess Qingping, both were taken aback, clearly not expecting him to resolve matters with her so swiftly. As they began their meal, Princess Qingping entered with an air of familiarity, greeting them before gracefully taking a seat beside Xuan. She seized a chicken leg and began to savor it with great delight. Her manner of eating was quite refined, possessing a certain regal elegance, though her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she had finished and left no trace. Where are the bones? Xuan realized that Princess Qingping had even swallowed the chicken bones whole. This could not be good for her esophagus. Oh, it's not that severe. Her cultivation is high enough to digest a few bones, he mused. Yet, it is uncommon for anyone to have the habit of swallowing bones. One might as well be a dog. A beautiful lunatic is indeed a beautiful lunatic, acting beyond the bounds of normalcy. If she were engaged in a different profession, she would undoubtedly be a formidable figure in the underworld. Having indulged in a sumptuous feast, Princess Qingping suddenly clasped her fists and bowed to Chun'er and Xuan, saying, "Greetings to my elder sisters. From now on, we are family, and I hope both sisters will look after me." The expressions of Chun and Xuan subtly shifted, as these words felt somewhat off. However, considering that the speaker was Princess Qingping, the most talented woman of Cangyun City and a member of the royal lineage, and recalling their previous favorable impressions of her, which included having read her works, they chose to overlook the peculiarities, dismissing it as a jest from the princess. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Chun shyly rose to greet her. Xuan, wearing a radiant smile, remarked, "Your Highness, you are too courteous. Although I am unsure how young Master Yi managed to invite you, your presence undoubtedly makes you the soul of our Xuan group. As young Master Yi puts it, you are the absolute center, irreplaceable by anyone else." Yi Xian had previously enlightened the two about various girl groups, and he had coined the name Xuan for them. While it was a personal touch, the term Xuan, denoting celestial maidens in the cultivation world, harmonized splendidly with the concept of a girl group. Though I do not fully grasp it, since young Master Yi and my two elder sisters place their trust in me, I shall give my utmost effort, Princess Qingping declared passionately, feeling as though she were not preparing for a performance, but rather gearing up for a battle. Yi Xian suggested, "You three should take Princess Qingping backstage to change her outfit. With some time before the show begins, let her familiarize herself with the environment and the upcoming arrangements. Today, her task is merely to make an appearance and perform her best dance." The best dance? Princess Qingping pondered for a moment and replied, "But I excel in all dances." "Come now, are you being ostentatious?" Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. "Then choose the one you love most." "Very well. I shall perform the demon-slaying dance from the northern frontier," Princess Qingping said with enthusiasm, already eager to showcase her skills. With curiosity, Yi Xian awaited the three ladies to change outfits. When they reappeared before him, he was struck by their stunning transformation. Three exquisite flowers, each possessing their unique beauty. And Chun's charm was serene and gentle, evoking a desire to cherish her. Xuan's allure was pure and icy, inspiring admiration. Princess Qingping's beauty was enigmatic and captivating, with her red lips leaving an unforgettable impression. With these three remarkable ladies at his side, what great achievement could he not attain? Meanwhile, the venue was packed with guests, creating a bustling atmosphere. Hundreds of disciples from the Luoxue sect and guards from the Happy Forest were diligently maintaining order. On stage, the lights danced, mists swirled, and the orchestra played a lively and joyous melody. "I shall take the stage first. I can hardly wait," Princess Qingping exclaimed, disregarding the planned order and boldly striding towards the stage. Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words. The young lady approached her tasks with an unbridled fervor that truly caught him off guard. Nevertheless, he harbored considerable anticipation, eager to witness the true caliber of Princess Qingping. As the music commenced, Princess Qingping ascended the stage, gliding upon clouds and mist. The audience below was taken aback by the unfamiliar visage, but soon recognition dawned upon some, leading to an overwhelming sense of astonishment. After all, she was none other than Princess Qingping, a scion of royalty and the foremost female literary figure of Cangyun City. Over 90% of the women present had read her works, with many being fervent admirers. The unexpected delight sent a wave of exhilaration through her fans, who, disregarding decorum, erupted into fervent cheers. "Silence, you interrupt my mood," Princess Qingping retorted, displaying little regard for her admirers. Her distinctive personality soon captivated the attention of the other onlookers, who grew increasingly curious about the surprises she might unveil. Chapter 148. The resounding clang of drums and strings enveloped the venue, and under the illumination of lights and fireworks, Princess Qingping commenced her dance. From the very first movement, she captured Yi Xian's gaze. What a palpable sense of power, even from afar. It felt as if one could sense the intense energy radiating from her form. Her expression grave, as if she were not merely performing, but preparing for an impending battle of life and death. The dance was titled Demon Slayer's War Dance. The name alone suggested it was far from a delicate performance. War dances, traditionally crafted by frontier soldiers to bolster morale, were typically executed by men, characterized by their fierce, robust nature and imbued with a sense of provocation and bloodlust. Yet, as this war dance was rendered by a peerless beauty like Princess Qingping. It not only defied expectations, but left the audience in a state of awe, evident in their expressions. The strings soared, painting a vivid tableau of windswept sands and billowing smoke on the frontier. Princess Qingping commanded the stage with an explosive presence, reminiscent of a valiant female general vanquishing her foes. Each movement resembled a lethal technique. Every step appeared to tread upon the fallen bodies of adversaries. Yi Xian was entranced, his clenched palms growing slick with perspiration. Below the stage, utter silence reigned as every spectator fixated on the powerful dance. This spellbinding moment endured for several seconds until thunderous applause erupted. Yet, Princess Qingping displayed no interest in basking in the audience's adulation. She merely left the stage with a graceful silhouette. Backstage, Yi Xian could not help but raise his thumb in admiration as Princess Qingping approached, exclaiming, "Perfect." Princess Qingping smiled gently, recalling her childhood spent in the military camp of the King of Beishan, where she absorbed much through observation and experience. The King of Beishan? Indeed. You are of royal lineage, she acknowledged. Yet, it is not merely due to my royal connections. Our branch of the family has long been exiled, and the ties to the legitimate royal bloodline of the King of Beishan are rather tenuous. Seating herself, she took a generous sip from the teacup before Yi Xian and continued, "In our family's misfortune, my father sought refuge with the King of Beishan to protect our lives. And those 2 years were the only moments of tranquility during my childhood." It became evident from Princess Qingping's words that her early years were fraught with hardship due to her royal lineage's disgrace, leading her to endure a life of instability. It was no surprise, then, that despite her youth, her eloquent descriptions of life's intricacies reflected a depth of experience that few could replicate. The sufferings we once endured are, in truth, a belated gift, Yi Xian remarked thoughtfully. Princess Qingping's eyes brightened slightly, seemingly appreciative of Yi Xian's sentiment, though she did not express it verbally. After a brief interlude, she retreated backstage to change her attire, indicating her eagerness to perform again. Before they knew it, the night had deepened. The performance had long concluded, and the Red Chamber was now sparsely populated. However, on the third floor, Yi Xian and her 3 lovely companions remained engaged in animated conversation over food, blissfully unaware of the passing time. Initially, Yi Xian intended to inspire them with grand visions of success, but he soon realized that words were unnecessary. They had already reached a consensus. The Xuan group would officially embark on a journey of progress from this day forth, destined for greatness. The trio was astute enough to recognize the remarkable potential within their chosen path, especially given the absence of competition in this untapped market. As long as they remained steadfast, conquering the entire market would be an effortless endeavor. Having imbibed a few more cups, Qi Xian's cheeks flushed slightly. She raised her glass in a toast to Yi Xian, saying, "Boss, when you first proposed the outrageous sum of 10,000 taels of silver for a single dance, I must confess, I viewed you as a fool. Surely, no wealthy patron would squander their fortune so recklessly. Yet, I must now admit, you possess a discerning eye." Yi Xian chuckled wryly and shook his head, turning to Chun'er. "Xian has had too much to drink. Please assist her to my small building for some rest. It is quite late, and you shall stay here tonight." "Of course. Young Master Yi." "Xian, allow me to help you," Chun'er replied, exerting considerable effort to guide Qi Xian away. In the blink of an eye, only Yi Xian and Princess Qingping remained on the third floor. She stood before a mirror, admiring her reflection with a touch of vanity. Her luminous eyes resembled exquisitely crafted gems, and she couldn't help but chuckle at her own image. "Thank you. In just a single day, you not only restored the light to my eyes, but also bestowed upon me a splendid opportunity for the future. If it weren't for my betrothal, I would truly be unable to restrain myself from offering you my devotion." "Betrothal?" Yi Xian furrowed his brow, as this was news to him. "Are you angry? Young Master Yi, do you truly care whether I am engaged?" The Princess of Qingping's gaze turned mischievous. Yi Xian replied curtly, "I merely wish to remind you that once you embark on a career as an idol, you must remain chaste. When you decide to marry, it would be best to inform me in advance so I can make the necessary arrangements." "You may not have to wait for that day," the Princess of Qingping said, pressing her lips together, her smile fading. "What do you mean? My betrothed is none other than Duan Feishue, the son of the King of Beishan. Just recently, news has arrived from the frontier that Duan Feishue, as the young general of the Northern Army, led 30,000 troops into battle against the northern demonic tribes and suffered a catastrophic defeat. Not a single soldier returned, and Duan Feishue has perished on the battlefield." "What?" Yi Xian sprang to his feet. "Are you serious? This is a significant matter. Why have I heard nothing of it?" "This incident occurred not long ago. and the Northern Army has been keen to suppress the news. However, by the end of the year, it should be common knowledge, the princess of Qingping's side. By then, the public outcry will be immense. The peaceful Xingzhou, which has enjoyed tranquility for over a decade, is destined to descend into chaos once more. Yi Xian remained silent. As a traveler from another realm, he had only resided in Xingzhou for 3 years and had never left Cangyun City, thus feeling little sense of belonging. Yet, if turmoil truly erupted, it would not bode well for him either. Nevertheless, there was no need for undue worry, after all. The conflicts between Xingzhou and the surrounding demonic forces had not ceased for the past 5,000 years. They had considerable experience dealing with the demon clans, and the battlegrounds were primarily situated in the border regions, unlikely to affect the interior significantly. At most, there would be a rise in prices and some additional gossip among the populace. With his current progress and burgeoning strength, there was no reason for alarm. With this thought, Yi Xian sat back down, his demeanor calm once more. Qingping, why does it seem as though you are indifferent to your betrothed's demise? Yi Xian suddenly inquired. When I was betrothed to Duan Feishua, we were both quite young, and I did not harbor any affection for him. Although we only met a few times, he gave me a rather sinister impression, the princess of Qingping replied. Yi Xian pondered this and remarked, could it be that Duan Feishua practiced some nefarious arts? Perhaps. As the Northern Army has long been engaged with the demonic forces, they would naturally acquire some techniques and artifacts belonging to them. This is not particularly secretive. Setting that aside, since Duan Feishua is now deceased, shouldn't your betrothal automatically be rendered void? Logically, yes. However, you must understand that this betrothal was arranged by the king of Beishan for his son. Even in death, the dissolution of the engagement requires the king's consent. To be candid, my father has been greatly troubled by this matter of late. Why? Could it be that the king of Beishan would force you into a ghost marriage with his son? Yi Xian couldn't help but recall the unfortunate experiences of the little fairy consort at the Xiantian sect, suddenly feeling that such a thing was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Princess Qingping offered a silent, albeit somewhat bitter smile. Was my guess indeed correct? I cannot say for certain, but within the royal family, such traditions do exist. No matter how one views it, Duan Feishua holds the status of a young prince. And according to royal customs, I am indeed expected to be buried alongside Duan Feishua. Absurd, utterly absurd. Yi Xian exclaimed with indignation, the royal family, devoid of any real ability, has squandered the legacy established by our ancestors. The vast empire is now entirely under the control of the 3 great sacred lands. The royal family has exhausted its 5,000-year foundation, barely managing to secure less than 30% of the territory in the starry sacred land. Before Yi Xian could continue, Princess Qingping hurriedly rushed forward, placing a hand over his mouth, urgently lowering her voice. You mustn't speak ill of the royal family. Be cautious, for there may be ears on the other side of the wall. Yi Xian, unfazed, brushed aside Qingping's hand and declared, I have spoken, and what of it? Fear not. Qingping, I shall take care of this matter, whether it be the king of Beishan or the royal family. Should anyone dare to compel you to accompany Duan Feishua in death, I shall ensure they meet their end first. Yi Xiao. Qingping bit her red lip, as if resolutely making some decision, her gaze gradually growing resolute. She lifted the half-filled cup of wine from the table and downed it in one gulp. In the next moment, catching Yi Xian completely off guard, Princess Qingping leaned in and kissed him. Yi Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the legendary imported wine? Before Yi Xian could savor the moment, Princess Qingping had already withdrawn, wiping the remnants of wine from her lips and hastily departing, lifting her skirt as she rushed away. It was sudden and indeed outrageous. Yet, it was precisely the sort of thing one would expect from a woman like Princess Qingping. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Xian could only speculate about her expression at that moment, but he knew one thing for certain. This woman was destined to be his. Licking his lips, Yi Xian suddenly burst into hearty laughter, striding away with purpose. Homeward bound. Ding. Sign-in successful. Skill book acquired. 2nd grade alchemy technique. Excellent. My alchemy skills can finally be upgraded. Yi Xian promptly utilized the skill book, and with a rush of exhilarating clarity, all knowledge pertaining to the 2nd grade alchemy technique flooded into his mind. The breadth of knowledge bestowed by the system was so comprehensive that it surpassed that of many 2nd grade alchemists who had devoted their entire lives to the craft. Even in terms of experience, with Yi Xian's colorful and ethereal spiritual roots, he possessed no shortcomings. With just a bit of practice, he could easily reach the pinnacle of 2nd grade alchemy. With the 2nd grade alchemy technique in hand, it seemed that the cultivation of the sun-embracing technique needed to be accelerated, as the true sun fire would surely yield remarkable results in alchemy. Yi Xian mused, but it was late at night, and there was no sun to practice. So he settled for consuming 2 bottles of wine and continued to cultivate the ultimate freedom technique. The following morning, Yixian groggily arose. Excessive drinking certainly takes a toll on the body. As Yixian's mental prowess has significantly improved, his spiritual strength has notably increased, sparing him from the throbbing headaches of a hangover. However, his physical constitution has yet to catch up with the advancement of his mental faculties. After consuming copious amounts of potent spirits, his body's ability to metabolize alcohol has somewhat lagged behind. Nonetheless, this is not a grave concern. A few hangover remedies will suffice. Fortunately, there exists a second-grade remedy that proves effective, and Yixian intends to concoct some for future use. After rising and freshening up, he accompanied Xuan to the Qing Academy. On his return, he took the opportunity to visit the Baichao Hall to procure materials for alchemy, as well as to acquire a standard alchemical furnace. Upon returning home, he immediately commenced his alchemical endeavors. The process of alchemy was remarkably effortless. Yixian discovered that the use of true sunfire for refining medicinal materials was extraordinarily effective. The fierce intensity of the true sunfire effortlessly extracted the essence of the medicinal properties while evaporating impurities to the greatest extent possible. The elixirs produced were of pure quality and exceptional potency. Even casual attempts would yield superior results. Xiao Yi, your pure yang flames are truly formidable. Could it be true sunfire? Just as Yixian was storing the elixirs, Madame Han appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Recently, she had been staying at Yixian's new residence to keep Han Xiaomu company, so her presence was not entirely unexpected. Yixian nodded. The fire technique I practice is called the Baori Ju, which allows me to refine the blazing sun's essence and store it within my body. It should be classified as true sunfire. Baori Ju? The name alone suggests a powerful and masculine technique. Xiao Yi, from whom did you learn it? As she spoke, Han Yurong appeared to reconsider her words, hastily adding, please do not misunderstand. I do not intend to pry into your identity. I understand your reluctance to reveal your origins, and I respect that. As a craftsman, I possess a profound yearning for all fire-related techniques. If, hypothetically, you could impart some knowledge to me, I would be immensely grateful. Observing Han Yurong's bashful yet eager expression was quite amusing, especially as she leaned slightly forward, inadvertently revealing her curves before Yixian's gaze, enhancing the moment's allure. In truth, Han Yurong's desire to learn the Baori Ju was not entirely unfeasible. While earth-grade techniques may be exceedingly precious to others, they hold little value for Yixian, especially as he anticipates their increasing abundance in the future. Moreover, to utilize true sunfire for crafting, mastering the entirety of the Baori Ju is unnecessary. A mere portion would suffice, and Yixian could teach it without great difficulty, accomplishing it within a few days. However, to teach directly might portray him as overly accommodating, which would be inadvisable. Should he charge a fee? How much would be appropriate? Too much would be unsuitable, while too little would seem trivial. Alternatively, Yixian, gazing at the expectant Han Yurong, chuckled softly, if the master wishes to learn, the disciple shall certainly teach. However, before we proceed, I wish to inquire about something. Speak, and I shall answer without reservation. I wish to know, who is Xiaomu's father? Han Yurong, Chapter 150. This question could undoubtedly rank among the top 10 taboo inquiries within the entire territory of Xuan City. Yixian's query was indeed somewhat abrupt. However, he suddenly realized that he need not be overly reserved. The questions others dare not pose do not preclude him from asking them. Just because others fear inciting Han Yurong's ire does not mean she would react the same way toward him. He was merely probing, testing the weight of his presence in her heart, which was crucial for the future collaboration with the Luo Shui sect. The outcome of the question was not what Yixian cared about. Rather, it was Han Yurong's attitude that held significance. After a prolonged silence, Han Yurong finally spoke. Many believe that this question concerns a past I desperately wish to conceal due to my identity. Hence, others never dare to mention it in my presence, fearing my wrath. However, the reality is that some matters are not as complex as people imagine. In fact, even I do not know who Xiao Mu's biological father is. Yixian was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Han Yurong was so reckless in her youth that she does not even know the identity of her child's father? What on earth transpired? Feeling the weight of Yixian's gaze, Han Yurong seemed to realize something, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly explained, do not misunderstand. It is not as you think. During my time at the Starry Sacred Land, I devoted myself entirely to my studies and cultivation, having no time to consider matters of romance. What I meant is, Xiao Mu does not have a father. She was born from the heavenly heart fruit that I consumed. This explanation left Yixian even more bewildered. Is that reasonable? It certainly seems implausible, yet it is undeniably true. Han Yurong spoke with utmost seriousness. Yi Xian remained perplexed. Although this is a world of cultivation, the idea that one could conceive a child merely by consuming a fruit is indeed rather fantastical. Eating and procreation are entirely distinct processes. How could they possibly be linked? What is this heavenly heart fruit? Spiritual herbs are classified into 9 grades, with a 10th grade known as divine grade herbs. The heavenly heart fruit is a divine grade herb, the only one of its kind in the entire star continent, obtained by the ancestors of the royal family deep within the nebulous secret realm. You actually consumed the only one of such divine grade herbs? Yi Xian's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Han Yurong sighed softly, saying, "This matter is intricate and pertains to the secret of a departed friend, so I cannot divulge it to you." A departed friend? And it is related to the royal family? This situation seems to entangle more deeply than anticipated. Does Xiaomu know about this? Han Yurong shook her head. "I do not wish for her to know that she is a child without a father, so I have kept this matter hidden, merely telling her that her father went traveling many years ago and has yet to return. Ultimately, such a secret cannot be concealed forever," Yi Xian remarked. Han Yurong's expression darkened, and she forced herself to say, "It must remain a secret. I will never allow Xiaomu to fall into danger. So, Xiaoya, can you help me keep this confidential?" Noticing a hint of apprehension deep within Han Yurong's eyes, Yi Xian suddenly realized that even a strong woman like her could harbor moments of vulnerability. "Sister Han's secret is my secret. I will certainly keep it under wraps." Han Yurong, feeling inspired, remarked, "If it weren't for Xiaomu's unique background, I would truly wish to betroth her to you. Alas, given her circumstances, it seems unlikely that she will find a stable home in this lifetime. Do not dwell on it too much, Sister Han. I believe Xiaomu possesses a resilient fate. No matter the challenges ahead, she will surely turn misfortune into fortune," Yi Xian reassured her. "I hope so," she replied. To prevent Han Yurong from feeling sorrowful, Yi Xian shifted the topic to the Baoryue, beginning to impart the foundational cultivation techniques of the art. Before they knew it, an entire day had passed. As evening approached, Han Xiaomu returned home with Xuan, while Han Yurong personally prepared a sumptuous dinner. Although her culinary skills paled in comparison to Xiaobai's, the meal leaned more towards a homely flavor, filling Yi Xian with a sense of warmth and tranquility. After a hearty meal, Yi Xian patted his belly and set off once more to the Happy Grove. However, upon his arrival, he discovered a stark contrast from the previous day. The venue was orderly, devoid of the earlier chaos, and there were many armored soldiers present, including Ma Yan. Moreover, there stood a commander even more imposing than Ma Yan, exuding a fierce aura, as if to ward off any intruders. Yi Xian felt puzzled until he spotted the city lord, Lu Rong, being shielded by a throng of soldiers like a precious jewel. "What brings the esteemed city lord to my Happy Grove today?" Yi Xian approached with a respectful demeanor. Upon seeing Yi Xian, Lu Rong stood to greet him, smiling. "I heard that Master Yi has attracted 3 stunning flowers to your side, each a vision of beauty. My curiosity was piqued, and as fate would have it, I happened to be nearby on official business, so I seized the opportunity to come and take a look. Your presence truly elevates the status of my Happy Grove." Yi Xian offered a few polite words before accepting Lu Rong's invitation to sit beside him. Of course, Yi Xian did not believe Lu Rong's visit was merely coincidental. He surely had ulterior motives. As the stage lights illuminated, Chun'er was the first to perform, presenting a piece titled High Mountains and Flowing Waters in Search of a Kindred Spirit. The ethereal melodies captivated the audience of thousands, rendering them spellbound. Even Yi Xian found himself closing his eyes and losing himself in the music. Just then, Lu Rong leaned over and whispered, "Master Yi, would you consider making a deal with me?" "What kind of deal?" "Deliver Princess Qingping to me, and in return, I can promise you peace and prosperity within Cangyun City." His words carried a distinctly threatening undertone. But why did Lu Rong desire Princess Qingping? The answer was not difficult to surmise. Lu Rong is a disciple of the Starry Sanctuary, dispatched by the royal family to take up his post in Cangyun City, undoubtedly carrying the weight of imperial mission. It is not Lu Rong's desire for Princess Qingping, but rather that of the royal family. The storm approaches swifter than anticipated. Though the true intentions of the royal family remain shrouded in mystery, it holds little significance for Yi Xian. He had only last night pledged to safeguard Princess Qingping. Allowing Lu Rong to take her today would be akin to a slap in the face. Yet, should Yi Xian resolve to protect the princess, he risks becoming an adversary to the royal family. But does Yi Xian care? His eyes turned icy as he declared, "There is no need for the city lord to concern himself with my peace and safety. The joyful forest does not welcome you. You may leave." Lu Rong furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by Yi Xian's demeanor. "Have you considered carefully?" The Luoshui sect may possess some influence in Cangyun City, but the Starry Continent is vast, and sects like the Luoshui are numerous. Yet, there is only one Starry Sanctuary. Do you intend to threaten me with the name of the Starry Sanctuary? Yi Xian gazed at Lu Rong with a hint of mockery. A sudden unease gripped Lu Rong's heart. Why does Yi Xian, fully aware of his background, show no trepidation? Is he merely a reckless novice, or does he truly possess the audacity to defy the sanctuary? In that moment, Lu Rong found himself at a loss, unable to gauge Yi Xian's depth. Experience told him that Yi Xian was likely feigning calm. No one could disregard the authority of the sanctuary within the confines of the Starry Continent. Yet, Yi Xian's origins remained shrouded in enigma. After conducting investigations, Lu Rong discovered that Yi Xian had been virtually invisible for the past 3 years, only to suddenly rise to prominence following the Immortal Gate examination. Amassing great wealth and experiencing a meteoric rise in cultivation, within less than 2 months, he had progressed from the body refinement stage to the spirit refinement realm. Such speed is astonishing, even among the ranks of the sanctuary. In Lu Rong's understanding, only the royal family's little phoenix could achieve such a feat. Before thoroughly uncovering Yi Xian's background and the forces behind him, Lu Rong dared not act rashly. Yi Xian's insistence on protecting Princess Qingping indeed posed a challenge for Lu Rong. Resorting to force? Not advisable, as the royal family's directive was to handle the matter discreetly. If it escalated and news of Duan Feishue's demise and the defeat of the Northern Army by the demon race leaked, public outrage would erupt prematurely, leading to an untenable situation. Yet, to appease King Duan Yu of the Northern Mountain, arrangements for Duan Feishue's funeral needed to be expedited, which would require Princess Qingping's involvement. Lu Rong's gaze flickered thoughtfully. It appeared unwise to seek a breakthrough with Yi Xian. Alternative strategies were necessary. It was indeed vexing that a mere delay of a few days had allowed Princess Qingping to find Yi Xian as her protector. Otherwise, he would not need to expend such effort. Young Master Yi jested, proclaiming the sacred ground as a national treasure, a symbol of impartiality. How could I dare to threaten young Master Yi in the name of such a revered site? My previous remarks were indeed presumptuous. I hope young Master Yi will not take offense. With that, Lu Rong departed, his countenance fluctuating between gloom and light, accompanied by his subordinates. This rogue harbors unyielding ambitions and is likely to engage in clandestine schemes. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, certain that Lu Rong would not relent easily. Should he reveal his identity prematurely? Lu Rong's actions seemed to stem from royal directives rather than commands from the sacred ground itself, for the royal family is currently diminished, lacking the strength to mobilize the might of the sacred site. Thus, by exposing his identity and suppressing the royal family in the name of the sacred master, he might achieve significant results. However, such an action would inevitably unveil his identity entirely, which may not be prudent. Yi Xian's foundation is still insufficiently solid. Should his identity as the sacred master be revealed, all factions would converge upon him, imposing overwhelming pressure. It is wiser to observe for now. He could allow Princess Qingping to remain by his side for the time being. Given his current strength, ensuring her safety should not pose a significant challenge. Yi Xian then rose and moved towards the backstage. At that moment, Princess Qingping had just descended from the stage, where she had performed an exorcising dance, vibrant and full of tension, to the extent that her attire was drenched in fragrant perspiration. She was seated at her vanity, fanning herself to cool down. Yi Xian approached with a smile, using his spiritual energy to conjure a refreshing breeze that swirled around Princess Qingping, dispelling her discomfort. You seem to be engaged in a rather unpleasant conversation with the newly appointed city lord on stage. Was it concerning me? She inquired, having anticipated his thoughts. With this understanding, Yi Xian felt no need for concealment and replied, he is likely acting under royal orders to bring you back. Though I have refused, he will not easily relent. Therefore, you will inevitably encounter some troubles in the near future. As your employer, it is my duty to ensure your safety. So from now on, you must remain by my side at all times. Do you have any objections? Without hesitation, Princess Qingping agreed. However, I have one more request. Speak, he urged. Please send someone to protect my father. Otherwise, they will surely capture him to use as leverage against me. Indeed, your foresight is commendable. I had not considered that. I shall arrange it at once. Yi Xian promptly summoned Xingzhou, instructing him to dispatch several disciples of the Luoshui sect to the residence of the Marquis of Chongning to escort him to the Luoshui sect for a period of safety. Although Xingzhou was unaware of the unfolding events, he readily complied and personally led a group to the Marquis' residence that very night. Just then, Chun'er and Qi Zian arrived simultaneously. Yi Xian invited the three to share a late-night meal, refraining from mentioning matters concerning Princess Qingping, as it was perhaps best to keep them in the dark to avoid unnecessary worry. After the meal, Yixian instructed Chun'er to escort Princess Qingping back to rest. Currently, Chun'er resided in the quaint little building left behind by the celestial fairy, and with the company of Princess Qingping, she found it quite agreeable. Zian, however, had to return to the Duxian commercial house, as she needed to attend to business matters during the day, which was undeniably a bit taxing. Bossy, there is something I have contemplated and must inform you about, Zian said, delaying her departure. What is it? A cargo ship belonging to the commercial house has been detained in Cangyun City. Yixian's brow furrowed. It was evident that this was the handiwork of the White Elephant sect. It appeared that Zhou Yang had successfully escaped back to Cangyun City and reported to his superiors at the first opportunity. Such audacity from the White Elephant sect. Targeting a mere cargo ship of my small commercial house. Yixian's tone turned stern. Boss, how should we address this matter? The cargo ship may not be of great value, but it carries dozens of our crew members who are currently being held captive. If we neglect this, the reputation of the Duxian commercial house will surely plummet, Zian implored. After a moment of contemplation, Yixian resolved, if the enemy remains still, we shall remain still. If they act, we shall strike until they can no longer move. You need not worry about this. I will handle it. Cangyun City was not far from Xuan City. A waterway journey would take just over an hour, and even by official road, with the speed of the swift wind tiger, it would take less than an hour. If we set off now, all going well, we could return before dawn. Without waiting for Zian to respond, Yixian hurriedly departed from the happy forest. At the drunken Immortal Pavilion, he called out, Little Bai, Little Qing, come with me. I shall take you on an outing. Little Qing, just out of the bath with her hair still damp, looked perplexed and asked, Young master, where are we going at this hour? Cangyun City. Although Little Bai was also in the dark about the situation, he sensed from Yixian's expression that something significant was afoot. He promptly changed his attire and said, Little Qing, prepare yourself, we are departing. Under the cloak of night, a figure clad in orange swiftly dashed out of the city gates, heading northwest. It was none other than the swift wind tiger carrying Yixian, Little Bai, and Little Qing. Yixian briefly outlined the purpose of their journey, and Little Qing's drowsiness evaporated instantly. Oh, so we're going to fight. Young master, you should have said so earlier. I quite enjoy fighting. Little Qing, no nonsense. Our objective is to rescue people. Isn't it all the same? Little Qing pouted. Chapter 152. In the dead of night, the official road remained unimpeded. Ordinary citizens dared not venture outside the city at such late hours, and even merchant caravans sought safe havens to camp, wary of the predation of wolves and leopards, as well as the threat of bandits. However, the swift wind tiger, being a third-grade spirit beast, exerted a formidable pressure on wild beasts and common petty thieves alike. Even if ambushes lay in wait, none would dare confront such a mighty tiger. As Yixian ventured forth, his mental energy unfurled. Perceiving the lurking presence of numerous bandits hidden along the roadside, he couldn't help but lament the inherent dangers of the realm of cultivators. Despite being in close proximity to the city, a multitude of miscreants still thrived in this vicinity. The risks would undoubtedly escalate in more remote areas, especially when traversing at night. Before long, half an hour had elapsed, and a village emerged on the horizon, suggesting that Cangyun City was near. It was precisely midnight, an opportune moment for him to check in. Ding. Sign-in successful. He had acquired a fully automated battleship. Ah, what is this? A battleship has materialized? And a fully automated one at that. How remarkably advanced it seems. While the prior rewards of a sniper rifle, drone, and geological survey instrument could be somewhat justified as magical artifacts, bestowing upon him a battleship felt as though it disregarded the very essence of this cultivation world. Nevertheless, it did seem rather appealing. Yixian was eager to test its capabilities, but the timing was not right. Although the Qinglong River lay nearby, the sudden appearance of a large vessel would render him conspicuous. His immediate priority remained the rescue of the crew from the Duxian Trading Company. Once that mission was accomplished, perhaps he could experiment with the might of this battleship. A quarter of an hour later, the swift wind tiger crested a hill, revealing the brilliant lights of Cangyun City ahead. Judging by its scale, it appeared larger than Xuan City, and the entire city was situated on an island in the midst of the river, flanked by the surging waters of the Qinglong River. To the east and west, two grand stone bridges served as the sole entrances and exits to Cangyun City. However, the ports surrounding the city were plentiful, boasting more than a dozen of various sizes. Even at this late hour, these ports remained brightly lit, with cargo ships continuously docking. The city gates are closed. Should we infiltrate? Asked Xiaobai. Yixian glanced over and noted that the gates were indeed securely shut, yet the defenses appeared rather lax. Breaching them would not pose a significant challenge. However, such a blatant approach could easily attract unwanted attention and was thus deemed imprudent. A discreet entry would be more suitable. Nodding in agreement, Yi Xian, along with his companions, dismounted the Wind Tiger and commenced their descent on foot. The Wind Tiger's considerable size made it susceptible to detection, and they could always return by boat after the rescue. So Yi Xian decided to let it return home on its own for the time being. Moments later, the trio arrived at the riverbank. "Young master, hold on tight to me," Xiaobai suddenly declared. Yi Xian was taken aback, wondering what had prompted this unexpected generosity. "Xiaobai, something seems off." However, in the next moment, he witnessed Xiaobai's long legs transform into a shimmering serpentine tail. It turned out she intended to carry Yi Xian directly across the river to Cangyun City. Well, this certainly presented a commendable plan for infiltration. Yi Xian wasted no time, wrapping his arms securely around Xiaobai and inhaling deeply. "You smell delightful," he remarked. Xiaobai's cheeks flushed, and without further ado, she leapt into the rushing river, with Xiaoqing closely following behind. The river surged with tumultuous vigor, yet for the young members of the Jiao clan, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, it posed not the slightest hindrance. Within moments, they successfully crossed the 200-meter-wide waters and arrived at Cangyun City, where the absence of walls meant that disembarking was tantamount to entering the city itself. In a shadowy corner, Yi Xian and his companions summoned their spiritual energy to dry their garments. It was then that Yi Xian noticed that their landing spot was a disordered and squalid slum, with ramshackle wooden houses that seemed on the verge of collapse with the slightest breeze. The air was permeated with a rancid odor, mingled with the stench of inferior liquor. Though it was late at night, a few gaunt men could be seen boasting and drinking on the earthen walls of a nearby second floor. From their conversation, it became evident that they were laborers from the nearby docks, having toiled late into the night to unload a substantial shipment. "Do you know where the merchants' associates are being held?" Yi Xian inquired. "I'm not sure, but it should be easy to find out. The commotion surrounding the detention of incoming cargo ships is likely considerable," he replied, immediately focusing on the group of men indulging in their libations. With a surge of his mental power, he overwhelmed them, rendering them unconscious, except for one individual who appeared more docile. Yi Xian levitated him by the neck, drawing him close. The laborer, who had been reveling in his drink, found himself abruptly confronted by Yi Xian, terror-stricken to the point of soiling himself. His face drained of color as he curled into a trembling ball, devoid of the courage to scream. "Rest assured, your life is not in jeopardy. I shall pose but one question, to which I expect your honest answer," Yi Xian stated, casually producing a 100-tael silver note from his sleeve and slipping it into the laborer's pocket. The laborer's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded in response. "Is it true that a cargo ship from Cangyun City, along with its crew of dozens, has been detained? Please tell me where." I know. It's been the talk of the day. A merchant ship from a small firm in Cangyun City was detained. It was carrying porcelain, which initially posed no significant issue. However, the young master Zhou Yang of the White Elephant Sect suddenly appeared, commandeering the ship and its crew in the name of the sect. The vessel is currently docked at the largest Qingtai pier in the southern part of the city, and the crew is being held there. Beyond that, I am unaware," he divulged. "Excellent. You may now rest," Yi Xian replied, swiftly delivering a strike that sent the laborer into a deep slumber. Whether the man would awaken to betray Yi Xian was of no consequence. Having ventured into Cangyun City today, he had not contemplated a future of peaceful coexistence with the White Elephant Sect. "Let us proceed southward," Yi Xian commanded. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing followed suit. Just a few steps later, Xiaoqing suddenly retraced her steps, deftly extracting the 100-tael note from the laborer's pocket, discreetly stowing it away in her own while muttering. 100 taels is still a sum. It would take several small hamburgers to earn that. The young master truly lacks a sense of frugality. After walking along the outskirts of the city for a short while, Yi Xian soon located Qingtai Pier. The scale of the dock was indeed vast, accommodating hundreds of cargo ships of varying sizes. Even in the depths of night, it remained brilliantly illuminated, with numerous dockworkers diligently unloading goods. Among these vessels, one proudly flew the banner of the Duxing Trading Company. This ship was primarily laden with porcelain, textiles, and tea, items that, in comparison to Yi Xian's current financial standing, seemed trivial. Even if it were to sink to the riverbed, he would feel no remorse. However, this was no justification for allowing others to exploit his possessions. Those who dared to touch what belonged to him must face consequences. "Xiaoqing, I have a task for you," Yi Xian said, observing the many cargo ships flying the white elephant flag at the dock, an insidious thought brewing in his mind. "Please, Give your orders, young master. Chapter 153. Within the span of a single incense stick, I wish to witness all vessels bearing the white elephant flag sunk to the depths of the Qinglong River. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiaoqing was taken aback yet immediately displayed an eager demeanor, ready to roll up her sleeves and get to work. However, Xiaobai expressed her concerns, saying, "Young master, if we proceed with this, we will irrevocably sever ties with the White Elephant Sect. Is that truly wise? An eye for an eye, 100-fold return. There is nothing inappropriate about it," Yi Xian asserted resolutely. Seeing Yi Xian's unwavering determination, Xiaobai ceased her objections. After all, if any trouble arose, she could always lead Yi Xian to escape via waterways. As a member of the Jiao clan, the water was her domain. And even against formidable opponents at the core formation stage, she felt no fear. "You are right, young master. What is so formidable about the White Elephant Sect? They dare to seize our belongings and detain our people. We must teach them a harsh lesson," Xiaoqing exclaimed excitedly, transforming into a blue jiao and diving into the turbulent waters. Her movements were swift. Moments after entering the water, she stirred the currents, causing a nearby white elephant cargo ship to rock violently as if its hull had been ripped open. The river surged fiercely into the vessel, and in mere breaths, it rapidly succumbed to the depths. The dockworkers were momentarily caught off guard, and by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late to rectify the situation. Soon after, the second white elephant cargo ship began to sway precariously, teetering on the brink of submersion. Only then did the workers fully comprehend the unfolding chaos, urgently calling out for assistance. Instantly, a throng of personnel surged from within the dock, and the scene descended into utter turmoil. Exchanging a glance with Xiaobai, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to slip into the midst of the commotion. If the crew of the Dushing Trading Company was indeed imprisoned at the Qingyang dock, they would likely be held in an empty warehouse or similar location, which would surely be guarded, making their search manageable. After rescuing the crew, Yi Xian, Xiaobai, and Xiaoqing would regroup to commandeer a ship and make their escape. Just then, a tremendous sound erupted from the direction of the center of Cangyun City. Someone had breached the sound barrier and was racing towards them. "This is bad. A core formation expert has been dispatched." Xiaobai's expression turned tense. The emergence of the core formation experts heralds a perilous situation. Yi Xian did not anticipate that such formidable individuals would be stirred. And the aura exuded by this particular individual was unprecedented, likely the pinnacle of strength in Cangyun City. How unfortunate. Such minor disturbances have inadvertently summoned the most powerful among them. This is akin to provoking a mid-tier elite boss in a novice dungeon. There is no chance of victory. Facing imminent danger, Yi Xian let out a faint sigh. He had intended to maintain a low profile, but the circumstances dictated otherwise. It seemed he had to reveal his true identity. A shadow descended, manifesting above the dock. The oppressive aura it carried even calmed the restless waters below. The visitor was none other than the Lord of Cangyun City. "Who dares to act recklessly within my domain? All shall perish." His divine might surged forth, unleashing a myriad of sword lights aimed to annihilate Yi Xian and his companions. "I am the sovereign of the Sacred Star Sanctuary." Yi Xian, witnessing the dire situation, hastily proclaimed his identity. However, to his astonishment, the Lord's onslaught only paused momentarily before resuming its deadly assault. "You claim to be the sovereign of the Sacred Star? Then I am the Three Saints' ancestor." Alas, it appeared that revealing his identity would bear no fruit. Without hesitation, Yi Xian seized the two women and plunged into the river, opting for a watery escape. Fortunately, with the excellent swimming skills of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, they managed to evade the clutches of death. Alas, the crew of the Dushing Merchant Company would likely not be so fortunate. Damn it! Having reached a safe zone, Yi Xian, seething with rage, sought out the windstorm tiger and chose not to return home. Instead, he set his course straight for the Sacred Star Sanctuary. No more pretense. In a world where strength reigns supreme, maintaining a low profile leads only to being treated as mere ants to be crushed. I must adopt a more ruthless approach to establish my foothold in this realm. Regardless of the dangers that lie ahead, the Sacred Star Sanctuary must be secured. What belongs to me should be utilized rather than left to gather dust. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing naturally expressed their unwavering support for Yi Xian's resolve. Though they were baffled by how he could be the sovereign of the Sacred Star Sanctuary, they trusted that he had his reasons. Their duty was to safeguard Yi Xian's safety with all their might. "Let us depart." The end.